The winter nights are long, and, as the sun begins to set, it is merely 5 o'clock in the evening that a group of young men and women, some with carefree expressions and others bearing a hint of regret, emerge from the classroom, their chatter instantly filling the air with a cacophony of sound. Hetow casually rolls up his textbooks and taps them against his neck, strolling out with a few boys clad in matching samurai attire, exchanging laughter and banter. With the arrival of Saturday, a time for relaxation beckons. One youth nudges Hetow with a shoulder and suggests, "Let's go out tomorrow." Hetow jostles back with his elbow and corrects him, "It's Hetow, not Walnut. Keep calling me Walnut and I'll lose my temper." Laughter erupts among the boys, and Hetow realizes that no one will come to his defense in this moment, that he shrugs and remarks, "I felt a noticeable improvement in my chi perception lately. I plan to try and make a breakthrough at home. Who knows, it might just work." A chorus of mock spitting sounds ensues. The existence of chi perception is universally acknowledged, especially since many senior students at the academy have cultivated a trace of true chi. However, the reality is that the proportion of junior students, particularly those in lower grades, who can cultivate true chi is exceedingly low. Among the 8 classes in the second year, only 1 student has successfully cultivated true chi. The others remain in the phase of merely sensing chi, nurturing this feeling, and whether they can cultivate it before graduation to advance to the intermediate academy remains uncertain. Over the course of 4 years, if 1/5 of those deemed eligible for cultivation can progress to the intermediate academy, it would certainly bring joy to the principal. Typically, the final year at the academy is a period of significant breakthroughs. The majority of students who manage to cultivate true chi do so during this crucial year. Hetow's aptitude is far from exceptional, and with his family unable to provide the necessary medicinal herbs and resources for cultivation, the prospect of a rapid breakthrough seems akin to a dream. The group of boys, now well acquainted, does not press him further when he declines their invitation. Hetow is not one to frequently refuse. He accepts about 1 out of every 3 invitations, thus existing on the periphery of this small circle, regarded as a quasi-member. Moreover, Hetow's gentle disposition makes him a desirable addition to this circle, as it would elevate the 5 Elements group to the 6 Harmonies group. Upon entering the Fengwu City Taoism Junior Academy, these 16 and 17-year-olds have seen little enhancement in their abilities but have memorized various technical jargon with remarkable ease. Terms such as Taiji, Yin and Yang, 3 talents, for symbols, 5 elements, 6 harmonies, 7 stars, 8 trigrams, and 9 palaces can certainly impress, yet their true understanding will only be revealed during examinations. Cultivation is a painstaking endeavor, akin to water dripping on stone. Aside from the few geniuses that command admiration, the vast majority of those with cultivation potential enhance their abilities through persistent effort, 1 drop at a time. Parting ways with the 5 students heading back to the dormitory, Hetow jogs away from the academy towards his home. The distance is not negligible, approximately 4 kilometers, requiring about 15 minutes of light running. The 5 Elements group's interest in Hetow is quite transparent. Hetow is aware that he owns a house in the city where the academy is located, marking him as part of the bourgeoisie. Furthermore, being an orphan after losing his parents, should he join the 5 Elements group, the 6 Harmonies group would gain a haven of comfort. Though it is said that the living conditions of Hetow's home are not the most pleasant, being adjacent to a garbage dump, it remains a small, independent kingdom nonetheless. Regrettably, Hetow seldom extends invitations to others, as the members of the 5 Elements group lack the audacity to impose themselves shamelessly. Hetow arrives at a colossal landfill, his home situated nearby, due to the presence of the garbage site. Many residents have reluctantly relocated, allowing Hetow to purchase this modest abode at a remarkably low price after enrolling in the academy. In front lies a lawn, and behind is a garden without the landfill's presence. This well-structured house would typically command a price of 250,000 alliance coins, yet Hetow acquired it for a mere 50,000, a fraction of its true value. The neighboring houses share a similar layout, and this area was once the affluent district of Fengwu City. However, the construction of a peculiar metal processing plant led to the accumulation of waste and refuse, driving residents away over the years. Legal battles have proven futile, as the Alliance shows great favoritism towards this metal processing plant, which is indeed vital for producing components for flying vessels. Unlike aircraft parts, these are crafted for formidable cultivators, serving as unique flying artifacts. Once, cultivation was a privilege of the few, monopolized by various sects and esteemed families who hoarded the secrets and resources of the craft, placing themselves above the rest. However, as technology advanced, cultivators attempted to hinder societal progress, culminating in a war. After a century of conflict, cultivators were hunted down as heretics, and in turn, they ruthlessly treated human soldiers with equal savagery, leading both sides to lose their humanity amidst a torrent of brutal tactics, resulting in catastrophic devastation. 3 centuries ago, a faction of rational cultivators engaged in negotiations with the most powerful united government, ultimately reaching an agreement. The cultivators agreed to share their secrets, while the united government offered terms of understanding on behalf of the coalition of nations. The large-scale war came to a close, though some obstinate cultivators retreated to desolate areas or the ravaged remnants of war, continuing their resistance. Meanwhile, human society ushered in a new era, establishing a vast alliance government. The fusion of technological prowess and the secrets of cultivation unleashed unimaginable power. Artifacts and flying vessels, once reserved for the elite, could now be produced in bulk through factory collaborations. Even longevity elixirs became accessible to the common populace. The metal processing plant across the highway from Hetow's residence is officially known as the Ministry of Defense's 3502 Special Metal Materials Production Base and Development Center, often referred to simply as the Metal Processing Plant or Factory 3502. With such a formidable establishment as a neighbor, the local residents can only grit their teeth and endure. Some have left, while others choose to remain, enduring the unpleasant odors and the unsightly mound of garbage that blocks the morning sun. It was not Hetow's choice to reside here, rather, it was his brother who selected this location. Hetow's academic records indicate he is an orphan, having lost his parents and brother in a tragic accident. While his parents are indeed deceased, his brother survived, albeit with a disfigured appearance, yet he persevered. His brother acts as a shadow, silently safeguarding Hetow. When Hetow gained admission to the Fongwu City Junior Academy, his brother used their parents' compensation funds to purchase this house and secured a job for Hetow to earn a living, allowing him to focus on his studies. Every weekend, Hetow returns home, which also serves as a cherished reunion with his brother. They spend the weekends together, parting ways on Monday mornings, Hetow to his studies, while his brother embarks on his work. Hetow discovered a secret about his brother months ago, during a clandestine outing with the Five Elements group to a bar. He had mentioned to his brother that he was going out for fun, but did not disclose his destination. At the bar's entrance, amidst the throng of people, Hetow distinctly witnessed a young man in oversized sunglasses effortlessly pilfering a wallet from the handbag of an elegantly dressed woman. This scene left Hetow stunned. I could see that moment. He felt lightheaded. His brother had claimed to have secured a well-paying job at the factory as a mechanic. Witnessing his brother commit theft shattered Hetow's understanding of what being a mechanic entailed. Merely using 2 fingers as pincers, his brother must have noticed Hetow's gaze as he casually tossed the wallet to an accomplice before turning to leave with an air of nonchalance. The siblings did not converse about the incident, nor did Hetow reveal any signs of distress. Following that day, they shared a tacit understanding, never bringing it up again, though Hetow became more frugal with his spending. Hetow purchased some vegetables and beef at a nearby market, and upon returning home, he swiftly prepared 4 dishes, setting a bottle of aged wine and a cup at his brother's place at the table. Typically, an elder brother ought to remain at home awaiting his return. Ever since he was caught pilfering by Hetow, he has ceased to feign excessive busyness by arriving home late every Friday. Hetow washed his hands thoroughly, withdrew his mobile phone, and dialed his brother's number, when a voice on the line conveyed, "Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable." An unsettling premonition surged through Hetow's mind. Thievery is hardly a noble profession. Being apprehended and beaten is a common occurrence, and being caught by the guard is even worse, leading to confinement or, worse still, imprisonment. His brother must have been apprehended. Consequently, he powered down his phone and even discarded it in a place where it would not be discovered. To avoid implicating himself, restlessness overtook Hetow, compelling him to don his outerwear and dash out of the house. His brother should have prepared himself psychologically long ago. They had agreed upon a particular rendezvous point, situated approximately half a kilometer away. If there remained a location to trace his brother's whereabouts, it would be there. Should no clues be found at that site, he would have no choice but to inquire at the guard station. The night had descended into inky darkness. This area was no longer affluent, and numerous streetlights had long ceased to function. Hetow hurried through the night, clutching a butterfly knife. After relocating to this place, his brother had brought him to the vicinity of a dilapidated gazebo overgrown with weeds, pointing to a century-old tree, advising Hetow that, should he ever lose track of him, he might come to this very spot. Hetow had etched this location into his memory, never anticipating that one day he would find himself here. Upon reaching the gazebo, Hetow scanned his surroundings with vigilance. There were no pedestrians, only the distant glow of car headlights and the eerie sound of the biting cold wind. That Hetow crept towards the ancient tree, switched on a small flashlight, and circled around to the rear to a height of a man. A hollow in the tree caught his eye. It likely served as a squirrel's nest, though it had long since been abandoned. He moved a piece of concrete to stand upon, and as the beam of the flashlight pierced the hollow, it illuminated a dark silver metallic bracelet resting within, pressed beneath a note. His brother, having sensed impending doom, had prepared for total disappearance. Hetow felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if he were the sole inhabitant of this vast, desolate world. Chapter 2. The Dragon and Tiger Brothers. 3 years ago, a family tragedy transformed everything, and for the first time, Hetow understood the meaning of being utterly alone and what it truly meant to be an orphan. Just as 13-year-old Hetow was despairingly preparing to enter an orphanage, a boy with a grotesque, scarred face quietly roused him from his tear-soaked pillow in the dead of night. Despite the significant injuries that marred his brother's visage, Hetow recognized him instantly. It was his elder brother, once a strikingly handsome youth, now disfigured and resembling a vengeful spirit. Yet, Hetow clung to him, weeping inconsolably. In the depths of his despair, seeing the brother he thought had perished, Hetow broke down, tears flowing freely where he had vowed not to cry in front of others. Before dawn, his brother vanished, leaving Hetow to visit the courthouse to claim a meager compensation of 80,000 yuan, the entirety of the monetary relief for the 3 lives lost. How had his brother survived? Why had the court only awarded compensation for 3 people without acknowledging that his brother was still alive? Hetow was left in the dark, and even when he later inquired, his brother remained silent. From that moment onward, his brother became like a wandering ghost, never appearing before anyone outside their small circle. In every record and among their acquaintances, Hetow was seen solely as an orphan. He once suggested using part of the compensation to fund his brother's reconstructive surgery. A mere 20,000 yuan would suffice, but this proposal was met with a cold refusal. His brother insisted he had found a part-time job and could support the family, while the 80,000 remained in Hetow's account. Under his brother's guidance, Hetow rented a house near the school, completing his basic education over the next year and a half. He eventually gained admission to the Dao and Law Junior Academy in Fongland City. With 50,000 yuan, he purchased the house, while the remaining funds still resided in his bank account. Each week, his brother would return with living expenses, ensuring Hetow could live comfortably enough to focus on his studies. Although luxury was never a thought that crossed his mind, he believed this life would persist. Yet he still faced the chilling nights alone. Hetow gathered his notes and wristband, hastily departing into the night. Unable to wait until he was home, he paused beneath a streetlight to unfold a note shaped like 1,000 origami cranes. Ilong, a name that felt foreign, as did I. This was the name his father had imparted to him on his deathbed, declaring it to be his true name, Ilong. As for me, I am Shanjun, born under the sign of the tiger, Shanjun being another term for tiger. When my father, aware of his injuries, lay in my arms, he spoke these words in fragments. How did I feel then? The world felt like it was collapsing, and I could scarcely believe it was real. Someone wished for our family to perish, and I was left with no choice but to fade away from the eyes of the world, to seek revenge, a burden I must bear. Tears fell upon the note, swiftly freezing into ice. Hetow wiped his tears with his sleeve, continuing to read through blurred vision. The He family was an extensive lineage, and we were merely a minor branch. My father suggested that the recent tragic accident was likely the result of infighting within the He clan, with someone contacting him for a significant position. For 3 years, I have sought a way to infiltrate the He family, but to no avail. I fear I may have reached my limits. Yet our family still harbors hope, and that hope lies within you, though not the you of the present. Until you grow strong enough, forget all of this. Otherwise, you shall learn the true meaning of punishment. You know what I do for a living. I left Fengwu City on Monday, as business here had become precarious, and I was being watched. Thus, I ventured to a neighboring city. In Honglu City, I encountered a panicked individual and discovered this wristband and an anonymous bank check on him. I caused a ruckus, and within half an hour of my acquisition, all the guards in Honglu City mobilized. I snuck back to Fengwu City, but the local spies were frantically searching for me. They should not be after the check. Their focus should be on the wristband. I do not know what this wristband signifies, but hide it well. If I do not return, this will be the last birthday gift from your older brother. Lastly, I must remind you, beneath my bed lies a secret passage I excavated over nearly a year. It is my escape route in times of danger. Remain inconspicuous and consume this knowledge wisely. Hetow's tears flowed freely as he walked, chewing on the note with determination. As the night deepened and the wind chilled, he struggled to suppress his cries, even as sorrow overwhelmed him. His brother had fled, and who could say when he would return? Moreover, with so many guards seeking him, how could his brother possibly survive? Hetow was uncertain how he returned home, but he entered without turning on the lights, quietly sitting by the window, gazing into the dark night that mirrored his own heart. It was not worth it, he thought, gripping the wristband tightly. Was it worth sacrificing everything for an external possession, knowing that his only remaining kin might be worlds away? Anger surged within Hetow. He vowed to persevere, to cultivate his true energy before graduation, thus securing a place in the advanced academy. Upon graduating, he would possess a certain status as a practitioner, able to provide for his family and heal the scars left by the accident. Why must he be so greedy? Did he not understand how much he was cared for? Who dared to shoulder all the burdens alone? Shouldn't brothers share the weight of their struggles? Hetow's fist struck the window ledge in frustration. With less than a week until his brother's birthday, just 3 days after his own, both of them Scorpios, Hetow recalled how they would compromise on their celebrations. Each year, they would either shift their birthdays a day earlier or later, taking turns. When their parents were alive, they would bicker over gifts, accusing their parents of favoritism. After the loss of their parents, they would exchange humble gifts to celebrate each other's birthdays. This year, Hetow had saved a special gift. He had accumulated his monthly benefits from the academy over the past year and a half, transforming 18 first-tier Qi-enhancing pills into 2 second-tier ones. Qi-enhancing pills were a monthly benefit for each student, enhancing their sensitivity to Qi. Wealthier students would go to great lengths to acquire them, while those from less fortunate backgrounds often sold their pills in secret. A first-tier Qi-enhancing pill sold for 800 yuan. No one knew that Hetow had never consumed these precious pills. He had heard that ordinary individuals could also generate Qi sensitivity from second-tier pills, with a limit of 3, as exceeding that could lead to backlash. Unfortunately, Hetow lacked the means to obtain a third second-tier pill. If his brother could awaken his Qi sensitivity at just 18, he would surely abandon a life of thievery and strive for a brighter future. If they both became practitioners, their futures would undoubtedly shine brightly. The birthday gift was prepared, yet his brother was missing. Could anything be more infuriating? Hetow's anxiety deepened, filling him with dread. Finally, he turned on the light, examining the cold metal wristband beneath its glow. In the bright light, he discerned that the wristband was composed of numerous intricate components, resembling an assembly of delicate tools. He scrutinized the wristband repeatedly, finding no distinct features. The only unique aspect was its elegant dark silver hue, making it appear like a decorative piece. Such a birthday gift was disheartening. Hetow went to his bedroom, opening a locked drawer beneath the bed. Retrieving a small box that contained 2 dark yellow pills, those were the 2 second-tier Qi-enhancing pills he had saved. Hetow placed the bracelet into a small box and casually set it on the bedside before returning to the dining room, silently chewing on the cold meal. Uncertain of its flavor, he forced himself to fill his belly. After extinguishing the lights, Hetow entered the bedroom, lying on the bed while staring blankly at the ceiling. At some unknown moment, he drifted into a deep slumber, awakening to the brilliance of sunlight streaming in. Hetow opened his eyes and suddenly shouted, "You are such a fool, do you hear me? Even in your presence, I must declare that you are a fool." The outburst invigorated him significantly. Sitting up, Hetow softly murmured, "Brother, when will you return?" His voice was somewhat hoarse. He could hardly bear the anguish of separation. The only family he had was gone. And he was also pursued by the guards, so he must persevere. Hetow picked up the small box, intending to place it back under the bed. And upon opening the drawer, he once more opened the box. The bracelet remained inside, as did the chi-boosting pills. But wait, why was there only one? Hetow questioned whether he was still dreaming. 2 chi-boosting pills, yet only one remained. Where was the other? Had it been stolen? Who would dare to rob the younger brother of a thief? And to steal only 1 chi-boosting pill? What kind of thief was that? Hetow leaned closer to the box, and a grain-sized, yellowish crystal caught his eye. Was this a case of substitution? Could it be played this way? Hetow carefully pinched the tiny crystal, and a fragrance, characteristic of the chi-boosting pills, wafted towards him. What was this? A purified version of the chi-boosting pill? The mocking expression on Hetow's face stiffened. The aroma emitted by this crystal was far more fragrant than that of the chi-boosting pills, and the box had been placed beside his pillow the previous night, making it impossible for anyone to have switched it. His gaze fell upon the bracelet, which remained a matte dark silver, seemingly unchanged from the previous night. The only possibility for the chi-boosting pills reduction lay with the bracelet. Could it be a treasure that could mutate the elixir? Hetow's heart raced to his throat, overwhelmed by the immense surprise that left him somewhat disoriented. Chapter 3. Transformation. The question arises, does the shrinking vitality pill possess any side effects? Hetow hesitated, pondering the potential toxicity. What if his brother returned home to find a lifeless corpse in the house? That would be an unfortunate fate indeed. Hetow lifted the beige crystal. Scrutinizing it under the sunlight, the semi-transparent gem emitted a rich, fragrant aroma, suggesting it was likely devoid of toxic effects. The formula for the vitality pill was widely known, yet the intricacies of its refinement remained a challenge, requiring the expertise of a professional alchemist. Initially, alchemy was an arcane profession, akin to the crafting of magical artifacts, with a considerable margin for failure. However, with the advent of technological integration, the materials for alchemy underwent quantification, and factory assembly lines significantly streamlined the alchemical process, alleviating many tedious extraction steps. Modern alchemists now enjoy greater ease. They merely need to place meticulously prepared herbal ingredients into the alchemical furnace, achieving a success rate of at least 80%. Of course, alchemical factories are controlled by the military and affluent conglomerates within the alliance, monopolizing the cultivation of medicinal herbs, the methods of refinement, and a majority of the alchemists. Consequently, the prices of various elixirs on the market have soared, rendering them unaffordable for the average individual. The formula for the vitality pill contains no toxic substances, with a harmonious blend of over a dozen ingredients, devoid of any conflicting dangers. The sole concern was that this crystal might be a byproduct of radiation from the handband. What if it was indeed radioactive? After much contemplation, Hetow suddenly recalled that he had placed the handband beside his pillow last night. If it were radioactive, he had already endured a full night of exposure. Hetow closed his eyes and popped the crystal into his mouth, oblivious to its flavor as it slid down his throat. Sitting cross-legged on the hard bed, Hetow endeavored to sense his energy according to the teachings of the academy. The saying, "a person lives on a breath," originally referred to practitioners, where this breath symbolizes true energy. Hetow had yet to reach the stage of embodying this breath. He was in a state of perceiving energy, sensing the breath within his body and nurturing it to grow stronger. In the realm of practitioners, this stage is categorized as that of an energy cultivator, not yet qualifying as a true practitioner. In the era when practitioners were ascetics, the threshold for energy cultivation was daunting. The vast majority of individuals would spend their entire lives without ever crossing that threshold. During that time, the bar for entering the realm of cultivation was exceedingly high, and practitioners were known to be rare and esteemed. In reality, their selection of disciples was quite limited, as humanity sometimes faced poverty, and practitioners often maintained a haughty demeanor, rarely accepting those who sought their guidance. After being defeated, the Alliance gathered numerous elites from the technological sphere to establish unprecedented laboratories, employing scientific approaches to unravel the complexities of cultivation. Obstacles were systematically overcome, and the myriad methods of cultivation were precisely analyzed through scientific means. Children within the Alliance were subjected to assessments at the age of 8 to determine their potential for cultivation. This evaluation, conducted through instruments, was far simpler than the traditional methods employed by practitioners, which often involved assessing one's innate qualities, comprehension, and temperament. This testing method provoked considerable dissatisfaction among practitioners, who contended that without examining one's character, it was impossible to predict whether a cultivator might act recklessly in the future. This viewpoint garnered substantial backing from many scientists and support from various corporations. Ultimately, a venerable elder from the Alliance publicly declared, "Cultivation is merely a specialized form of exercise. The examination of character is merely a contrived obstacle. There is no fundamental difference between cultivation and physical training. A physically fit individual is not necessarily a criminal. Thus, assessing a cultivator's character is entirely nonsensical." With that, the debate subsided. An increasing number of children possessing the potential for cultivation emerged, though most could not surpass the threshold of solidifying true energy. Nevertheless, compared to the era of practitioners, this represented a remarkable surge in development. Through the collaborative efforts of numerous scholars and practitioners, the methodologies of cultivation became more lucid and comprehensible. The esoteric terminologies were replaced with straightforward language, rendering the practice more accessible, and the elixirs that aided cultivation were no longer coveted secrets. They could be procured with wealth. Cultivation had permeated many aspects of life, and the army of practitioners became the backbone of the Alliance. At the energy cultivation stage, one could essentially purchase the status of a practitioner. With sufficient funds, one could acquire vast quantities of vitality pills, which explained the prevalence of practitioners among the children of affluent families. There is little injustice in this. Parents earn money to provide their children with better prospects. For children from impoverished households, transforming their destinies necessitated dedicating their leisure time to cultivation, compensating for the lack of resources through diligence. Hetow closed his eyes, diligently following his mentor's guidance to focus his intent on the area 3 inches below his navel. Known as the Sea of Energy, the birthplace of true energy, visualization is the first step in cultivation. He sought to envision a unique symbol within his energy sea. Students at the primary academy spent their time not only acquiring knowledge, but also dedicating all their spare moments to visualization. In his optimal state, Hetow experienced a slight warmth in his lower abdomen, though he could not ascertain whether this sensation was genuine or merely an illusion. In truth, even his mentor could not guarantee who would ultimately achieve the formation of true energy. It was largely a matter of fortune. A tingling sensation coursed through him, and soon the warmth in his lower abdomen intensified, akin to a hot water bag pressed against that area, comfortably warm and soothing. Was this the sensation of energy? Hetow could scarcely believe the magnitude of its effect. He dared not dwell on it too long, striving to concentrate his will and visualize a uniquely shaped symbol. Upon entering the primary academy, the mentor presented 18 symbols for the students to choose from, each relying on their perceptions to select one. This was referred to as choosing based on affinity. Selecting the symbol that resonated most with him would dictate his focus in the future, influencing the direction of his true energy's development. The symbol Hetow envisioned was predominantly ethereal. As indicated by his mentor, it was not suited for combat or defense, but rather, it was more appropriate for evasion. Hetow had felt somewhat disheartened by this, believing it to reflect poorly on him. The symbol was not a tangible entity. Rather, it existed within the realm of thought, perceived through the mind's eye as residing in his energy sea. At that moment, Hetow sensed a slight expansion within his energy sea, as if water had transformed into steaming vapor. generating not only a change in temperature, but also a feeling of swelling. Was this the culmination of energy cultivation? His skin flushed slightly, and the heated sensation prompted him to sweat, while the feeling of expansion caused discomfort in his lower abdomen. This was a positive sign, indicating that true energy was in the process of gestation. Hetow prepared to push forward, yet the sensation of expansion dissipated. It was a near miss, and Hetow felt an overwhelming sense of regret. If that sensation had continued, he might have birthed his first strand of true energy, thereby officially joining the ranks of practitioners. The discomfort in his lower abdomen faded, replaced by a vibrant vitality that invigorated his spirit. Hetow picked up the handband. His perception of it markedly transformed. Having purified one vitality pill, could he perhaps purify another? According to his mentor, the warm flow of energy in his lower abdomen indicated that he stood on the threshold of cultivation, merely a step away. If the handband could refine a second vitality pill, he might just be able to step into the realm of practitioners. Becoming a practitioner in the second year would undoubtedly elevate his status within the academy, leading to significant benefits and enhancements in welfare. His mentor would likely regard him more favorably, possibly even providing personalized guidance, resulting in both tangible and intangible advantages. More importantly, achieving practitioner status in the second year would open the doors to advanced academy opportunities. Hetow gently caressed the handband, suddenly sensing a degree of looseness. He raised it to examine closely, cautiously attempting to pivot a movable segment to the side. This small, cross-like mechanism rotated 90 degrees. Unable to continue, Hetow attempted to shift the segments of the bracelet laterally. By pressing down on one section, the adjacent segment moved, creating a gap for the segment to fall through. The myriad components of the bracelet were intricately interlinked. It had remained immobile throughout the night, so how could it now be so pliable? Hetow was oblivious to the bracelet's shifting mechanics. He repositioned the first metal segment, which prompted another nearby segment to shift as well. Like a child experimenting with a Rubik's Cube for the first time, Hetow eagerly began to rearrange every movable segment. Eventually, he found that no further segments could be adjusted, and with a sense of reluctance, he paused, only to be taken aback. The bracelet had transformed into a watch-like form, with dozens of metal components forming the strap, and at its center, a dial-like feature had emerged. After the adjustments, at least 30 new segments had materialized, collectively resembling a watch face. How could it be fastened to his wrist? Hetow fumbled for some time, but his hand could not penetrate. There was no clasp to secure it around his wrist. Could it be that the bracelet was harnessing the energy from the chi-enhancing pill to elevate itself, thereby granting it the ability to morph? Was it possible that the surplus components of the chi pill were beneficial to the bracelet, while the purified essence yielded miraculous effects for its user? Hetow's eyes sparkled. The 16-year-old boy had finally uncovered a marvel in his life. This wonder was a mysterious treasure stolen by his brother, who risked his life in the process. What if the guards discovered this place? Suddenly, Hetow felt a wave of concern wash over him. His brother discreetly visited this location every weekend. What if someone with ill intent tracked him down and unveiled this as his refuge? Narrowing his eyes, Hetow rose and made his way to his brother's bedroom. His brother's room was as unadorned as his own, furnished simply with a bed, a table, a chair, and a cabinet, simple yet tidy. Hetow shifted the bed and tapped the floorboards beneath it, ultimately discovering several loose boards. Lifting them revealed a dark cavity, a secret passage that his brother had spent nearly a year excavating in silence. Chapter 4. The Wrath of Thunder. The cave's diameter was scarcely more than half a meter, a clandestine tunnel painstakingly excavated by my brother over the course of a year. Remarkably, Hetow remained oblivious to its existence. One could only wonder how this fellow, not born under the sign of the tiger, but rather the mouse, managed such an extensive undertaking with the stealth of a rodent. Hetow illuminated the passage with his flashlight and cautiously crawled into the cave. Sliding down a steep incline for over 2 meters, his feet finally found solid ground, revealing a horizontal corridor shrouded in darkness, its destination unknown. The tunnel was not tall enough for him to walk upright, forcing Hetow to stoop, which prompted a silent lament. If only he had informed his brother of his intentions to dig a tunnel. They could have worked together to create a passage spacious enough for comfortable movement, rather than enduring the discomfort of crawling. After traversing over 100 meters, he finally encountered a gentle slope leading upward. He pushed aside a board blocking his path, only to be met with an abyss of darkness, pierced by slivers of light peeking through the cracks. Where was this? Judging by his position and distance, it seemed he had emerged into a refuse heap of a metal processing plant. Was he at the very bottom of a mountain of scrap? Peering out, Hetow discovered the surroundings were littered with discarded metal plates, waste alloy materials, confirming his suspicion that he was indeed at the periphery of the refuse pile. By lifting a few obstructive metal sheets, he could see the imposing walls surrounding the factory. The alloy plates produced here were not ordinary. They were crafted from materials used to construct vessels for skilled practitioners, infused with numerous rare metals. These alloys required the mental energy and true essence of practitioners for their fusion. If these plates were deemed scrap, they lost all value for recycling, as their complex composition rendered any purification process futile. Thus, the mountains of discarded metal accumulated, transforming what was once a wealthy district into a mere dump. The security at the metal processing plant was stringent. If he truly found himself in a crisis and sought refuge here, it was unlikely anyone would dare pursue him inside. The plant operated under semi-military management, with guards authorized to use lethal force against intruders, be they thieves or spies. This was no trivial matter. It was a pity that the cost of these alloy plates was exorbitant, reaching hundreds of yuan per square centimeter, translating to millions for a single square meter. From this, one could infer the staggering value of a vessel crafted from such materials. The plates boasted remarkable thinness, resilience, strength, and flexibility. This was merely the base cost of the metal. Once fashioned into a vessel, additional formations would be inscribed upon it to reduce weight, enhance defensive capabilities, accelerate movement, and even provide offensive arrays. Vessels were symbols of power, sought after by major corporations, with various member nations of the alliance and influential families clamoring to place their orders. There were never any unsold vessels, only an interminable backlog of requests. The normal wear and tear of these alloy plates accounted for approximately 3,000s of degradation over the years. The scrap metal amassed was a testament to the factory's production volume. Hetow had no intention of venturing out to investigate further. This was his brother's secret escape route, meant to be activated only in critical moments. Should he expose the tunnel out of curiosity and be apprehended by the guards, the secret passage would inevitably be compromised. He took a deep breath to regain his composure, at which point he felt a faint pull from the bracelet on his left wrist, as if it yearned for a nearby alloy plate. Was it merely an illusion? He cautiously drew the bracelet nearer to the metal plate, and indeed, the pull intensified. The bracelet possessed magnetic properties? That seemed improbable, as the materials used for vessel construction underwent demagnetization, meaning even the strongest magnets would not generate a magnetic field. Students at the junior academy had no fixed trajectory for their future. The 4-year learning period served as an evaluation phase, determining each student's specific talents. This would allow for targeted training in alchemy, artifact forging, combat, agriculture, or research upon advancing to the senior academy. The fundamental structure of vessels fell within the realm of study, and Hetow, familiar with alchemy and artifact crafting, found himself perplexed by the attraction between the bracelet and the alloy plate. As he continued to draw closer, a sudden snap. The bracelet adhered to the alloy plate, only 3 centimeters apart, its strong pull forcing it to cling tightly. The crisp, faint sound sent a shiver down Hetow's spine, fearing detection by the patrolling guards. Fortunately, no immediate danger arose, though a patrol of 5 passed nearby, causing Hetow to break into a cold sweat. He marveled at his brother's audacity. The burden of thievery was immense. Once the patrol had moved on, he cautiously lifted the metal plate, measuring approximately 1 meter in length and 60 centimeters in width. Finding it surprisingly light, around 30 kilograms, he returned to his brother's bedroom, repositioned the bed, and scrutinized the alloy plate along with the bracelet affixed to it. He tugged at the bracelet, which seemed as if it were welded to the metal. Gripping it allowed him to lift the hefty plate effortlessly. Was it devouring the metal? He leaned closer to inspect, but saw nothing unusual. Saturdays and Sundays were typically reserved for heart-to-heart discussions between the brothers, where Hetow would recount his week's learning. Yet now the room lay desolate. Resisting the temptation, he refrained from searching online for information regarding the lost bracelet. The capabilities of the network's guardians were formidable. They would scour the data to unearth information. If Hetow were to probe the mysterious bracelet online, it would likely prompt guardians to come knocking at his door. Hetow casually flipped through some books, though his focus was clearly elsewhere, frequently leaning toward the bracelet and alloy plate to check for any anomalies. As night fell, he placed the metal plate at the foot of his bed, propping his head on one hand as he gazed at it. As he drifted into a deep slumber, he inadvertently rolled over, causing his head to slip from its support, jolting him awake. Turning on the light, Hetow observed a dent in the metal plate, not from an external force, but as if the bracelet had consumed a portion of it, creating a depression where it connected. Was the bracelet indeed consuming the alloy? His heart raced, pounding like a drum. As he pondered the implications, it could purify essence-enhancing pills and now appeared capable of devouring hard metal. What was the true nature of this bracelet? That night, Hetow stirred intermittently from his sleep, always glancing at the bracelet firmly affixed to the alloy plate, fearful that it might vanish. Unbeknownst to him, the Alliance's high-ranking officials were engulfed in fury. A mysterious extraterrestrial object, secretly sent to the Blue Road Laboratory, had been stolen. Which corporation had the audacity to commit such an act? Did they not realize that this would infringe upon the interests of all? Suspected corporate presidents and chairpersons were whisked away from their homes under the cover of night. As senior agents from the Alliance's Special Affairs Bureau scoured for any trace of the bracelet, no one anticipated that a petty thief had made off with the bracelet and, upon sensing trouble, had swiftly departed. All who were aware of the bracelet's existence focused their suspicions on those corporations possessing private research facilities, for only they harbored such unforgivable ambition. As midnight passed, the Alliance's supreme leader, Gu Xinlu, received a steaming cup of strong tea from his assistant. Fatigue evident in his voice as he inquired, "Still no leads?" The assistant replied softly, "The director of the Special Affairs Bureau is personally leading the investigation, with intelligence agencies from various member nations working diligently to uncover clues. However, there have been no significant breakthroughs thus far. The only confirmed detail is that the perpetrator is a young man under 20. According to surveillance systems positioned at various intersections and businesses, this young man had a history of thievery in Fengwu City, yet for reasons unknown, he had suddenly appeared in Honglu City." Guxinlu's spirits were lifted as he looked expectantly at his assistant, who, in a tone of dejection, recounted that the individual in question had emerged in Fengwu City 2 years and 3 months prior, joining the local brotherhood due to his remarkable thieving skills. His most distinguishing feature was a prominent scar across his face, and he was believed to be around 17 or 18 years of age. He referred to himself as the Wandering Ghost, a vagrant whose ill-gotten gains were predominantly spent on the company of the nightclub's dancers. From this perspective, he could be considered an orphan, one who had suffered abuse and neglect. Guxinlu sighed, certain that the Brotherhood in Fengwu City must have undergone severe interrogation. However, the lack of additional information regarding the Wandering Ghost indicated that even the Brotherhood was unaware of his true identity and origins. Suddenly, Guxinlu's eyes sparkled with realization. Had the discovery of the relic occurred 3 years ago, yet this individual had entered Fengwu City 2 years and 3 months prior? Could it be that someone had anticipated the Alliance's Natural Science Institute's inability to decipher the mysterious bracelet and thus had laid the groundwork in Fengwu City well in advance? This reasoning alone could elucidate the unsolved mystery. Rising to his feet, Guxinlu proclaimed, after the discovery of the extraterrestrial relic, "Who proposed sending the bracelet to the Landau laboratory in Honglu City 2 years and 3 months ago? Investigate. Who exhibited excessive eagerness to participate in the research of the bracelet? Investigate. The security departments of Fengwu City and Honglu City have been grossly negligent. Conduct a thorough inquiry. Scrutinize youths aged 16 to 20, with particular attention to orphans within this age group. Moreover, verify the students from various institutions to ascertain any potential involvement, especially those who frequently skip school." The assistant promptly set out to relay the commander-in-chief's directives. It was exceedingly rare for the commander to issue such a multitude of orders concerning a seemingly trivial matter, underscoring the significance of the bracelet. Once the assistant departed, Guxinlu resumed his seat, his anger dissipating. The bracelet was merely one of many artifacts from the extraterrestrial relics. Its rarity and material was its sole distinction, and it did not necessarily indicate any extraordinary function. Guxinlu's display of fury was intended to intimidate the increasingly brazen elite, seizing this opportunity to enact a measure of discipline. The search for the bracelet was merely a secondary concern. Its absence would be of little consequence. Chapter 5: Important News Historically. Practitioners of the arcane arts have monopolized the esoteric methods and resources of cultivation, forming exclusive circles centered around sects or families. These circles have preserved ancient and mysterious traditions, inspiring awe in those outside their ranks. Following the outbreak of war, the Alliance government ostensibly took control of the cultivation system and actively promoted universal practice. However, it is the various conglomerates that truly hold the core secrets. The conglomerates are but a fade. They require guidance from individuals whose backgrounds run deep. They are the noble families. The fusion of worldly wealth and the aloofness of practitioners has given rise to colossal entities, some overtly visible while others remain discreet, collectively referred to as noble families. Rumors in the marketplace suggest that the Alliance government is under the sway of 300 noble families. This is no mere fabrication. The information accessible to the common populace is severely limited, and the avenues for ascension are equally constrained. Thus, the singular path for ordinary individuals to strive upward lies in nurturing a child endowed with the talent for cultivation, hoping this child will rise above and alter the family's fate. Gu Xinlu had long recognized the peril posed by the noble family's grip on the core power of the Alliance. Regrettably, he was but a small spider ensnared within a vast web. The council had chosen him, yet he could not sever the noble family's interference in the government's operations, even at the cost of his own life. Seizing this opportunity to make a point, he aspired to inflict pain upon certain conglomerates, hoping that the noble families behind them would take heed, nothing more. Life is akin to a performance, reliant on skillful acting, and Gu Xinlu dared not reveal his true thoughts to his longtime assistant. His ire swiftly spread throughout the Alliance, ensnaring those named for investigation in a web of turmoil. Once celebrated business magnates were taken away by cloaked figures for questioning, while the heads of the security bureaus in Fengwu City and Honglu City offered profound self-criticism to the Security General Administration. Resignation was not permitted. They were compelled to recover the stolen wristbands in secrecy. The guards and spies from both cities surged forth like rabid dogs, mercilessly interrogating the leaders of shadowy organizations, demanding to know the origins and destinations of a scar-faced young man. All of this transpired in secrecy, as if the theft of the wristbands were a non-issue for the common folk. The storm brewing in these two cities was well beyond the understanding of ordinary citizens. Only those with the keenest instincts could sense the shift in the air. All of this was irrelevant to Hetow. The wristband remained firmly affixed to the alloy plate, showing no signs of loosening even after 2 days. The only notable change was that the alloy plate had thinned by nearly half, as if the wristband were an insatiable abyss devouring it. Monday arrived, and Hetow continued his habitual jog to the academy. On this wintry morning, the air was crisp, and delicate snowflakes fell, blanketing the ground in white. A car approached from behind, overtaking Hetow before halting. A familiar, radiant visage emerged from the driver's window, asking, "Need a ride?" Hetow waved his hand, maintaining his pace, exhaling white mist as he replied, "Life is about movement. Let us go." The girl scoffed, accelerating past him, choosing not to engage further with the oblivious Hetow. Classmates recognized Hetow's somewhat reclusive nature, though it was not the kind that repelled others. He simply preferred solitude and refrained from forming close bonds. This disposition was not unlikable. As an orphan, such a mentality was understandable. Hetow found great satisfaction in the academy's atmosphere, where no one cast him sidelong glances or expressed pity for his status as an orphan. This was a welcome reprieve that brought comfort. Upon entering the classroom, he found most classmates already settled inside. A benefit of residing at the academy was the convenience of attending classes. At least he need not, like Hetow, run half an hour each Monday morning. The school appeared unchanged from the previous week. A few members of the Five Elements group huddled together at the back, quietly sharing laughter, as if they had enjoyed a splendid weekend. The yin-yang couple sulked, ignoring one another, clearly in a spat. Meanwhile, the three prodigies shamelessly fanned themselves, discussing their insights into cultivation. Who knew how much they truly comprehended of the technical jargon they had gleaned from the internet? Nonetheless, this did not deter their grandstanding. What a splendid day it was. Hetow felt a light sheen of sweat as he settled comfortably into his chair. He resolved that from this day forth, he would return home daily. Academically, students were required to reside in dormitories, though those from Fengwu City could return home on weekends, while still needing to stay on campus during the week. This rule was not strictly enforced. Hetow had previously adhered to the routine of staying on campus from Monday to Friday, returning home on Friday evenings, and jogging back each Monday morning. However, lured by the temptation of the wristband, he decided to return home every day to observe what delightful changes it might undergo. A graceful girl driving to school and a spirited young lady clad in warrior garb entered, introducing themselves as the Thunder Sisters. It was said they had undergone special testing and possessed lightning affinity. Whether this was true or not remained uncertain, and few bothered to investigate further. Others like Hetow, solitary wanderers, were also present. Some were self-important, others excessively timid, and still others simply did not fit in. The Five Elements group, with its 5 members, constituted the largest faction in the class, which only comprised 24 students. Should they successfully recruit Hetow, forming a 6-harmony group, they would then represent a quarter of the entire class. A crumpled paper ball flew through the air, and Hetow swiftly turned to catch it. The youth who had invited him to hang out on Friday night made a mischievous face and said, "Come here, Walnut." Hetow rose and approached, lowering his voice to adopt a fierce demeanor as he retorted, "Rice pudding. If you call me Walnut again, I swear I'll strangle you." Laughter erupted, and Rice Pudding pulled Hetow's arm, urging him to sit as he declared, "You missed out big time. Yesterday we went to the Shaosheng nightclub, and you won't believe what we saw." Hetow feigned eagerness as nearby classmates perked up their ears. Rice Pudding lowered his voice further, saying, "They've started engaging in the flesh trade." Hetow feigned shock. After all, there were several crucial taboos in cultivation. One must not lose their virginity before cultivating true energy. This was a hard and fast rule. The primal energies of yin and yang must not be leaked. Otherwise, the hope of cultivating true energy would be dashed. Rice Pudding, with a sense of pride, continued, "We didn't see anything like that. What we actually witnessed was a horde of dancing girls being apprehended by the guards." More classmates gathered around, intrigued. Taboos aside, the youthful boys, in the throes of burgeoning curiosity about the opposite sex, could hardly contain their excitement upon hearing such explosive gossip. Another boy chimed in, "I heard the head of the Fengwu City Security Bureau has gone mad. Various bosses are being arrested and humiliated, and the dancing girls are under strict scrutiny. They're searching for someone." It started on Friday, intensified on Saturday, and culminated in a storm on Sunday. "Of course, I know who they're truly after," he added, "but I can't say. That information is confidential, understand? Spouting nonsense could land you in legal trouble." The latter part of his statement was mere bravado. Rice Pudding lacked the audacity for such claims. In the Five Elements group, when it came to boasting, it was usually Tu Chiyuan who stepped forward, given his robust mental fortitude. Hetow's heart quivered at the thought. They were searching for his brother? Judging by the timeline, they were indeed seeking the one who had stolen the wristband. With such a considerable uproar, could his brother possibly escape unscathed? Over the past few days, Hetow had contemplated secretly submitting the wristband via courier to the Security Bureau, but would relinquishing the wristband guarantee his brother's safety? At best, it might lead to a reduction in his brother's sentence. Yet his brother was officially recorded as deceased. How could that be explained? Rice Pudding draped an arm around Hetow's shoulder, saying, "Walnut, how about joining us? The opportunities for indulgence abound. Recently, we discovered a rather clandestine venue where we could." A commanding cough resonated, causing Mihu to swiftly release Hetow, who promptly darted back to his seat, adopting the demeanor of a well-behaved student. A mentor, bearing a grim expression that conveyed deep-seated grievances, entered the classroom. His frigid gaze swept across the silent room, landing on the 24 students who sat in respectful attention. He composedly made his way to the podium. The reverence for teachers and the respect for the path of learning wield significant power, especially when cultivation becomes mainstream, posing a considerable threat to students. The ramifications of offending a mentor could be dire. Fongland, satisfied with the student's demeanor, cast his gaze towards the back row, where the students of the fifth element group sat, trembling with apprehension. He then returned his gaze to the front and, with a measured tone, proclaimed, "Spreading rumors is not the conduct expected of students. You consider yourselves well-informed. Are you aware that the selection for the ordinary path is about to commence?" Instantly, the students stirred with excitement. The commencement of the ordinary path selection was indeed monumental news. This path represents the coveted gateway for those who have yet to cultivate their true energy. And stepping onto the ordinary path signifies the acquisition of a ticket to condense true energy. Moreover, those who embark on this journey will attract the attention of various institutions. If they perform admirably, they stand to receive substantial support. The ordinary path, held intermittently over 5 years, has enabled many children from humble beginnings to ascend into the ranks of the powerful. 24 pairs of eager eyes fixated on Fongland, who, maintaining his composure, stated, "Our Fengwu City Academy has 3 slots available for the Qi Cultivation Group, with 4 grades, each comprising 12 classes, and each class containing 24 students. My expectations are modest. I seek just one candidate from the class I teach. Who among you possesses the confidence to step forward?" In an instant, 24 hands shot up, a moment where none wished to forfeit this opportunity. Fongland retorted sharply, "A bunch of shameless individuals. Where does this confidence stem from?" Laughter erupted, and Fongland's stern countenance appeared quite intimidating. It was evident that his reprimands were delivered with a sense of good humor, revealing his satisfaction with the ambition exhibited by these 24 students. Chapter 6. The Awakening Ambition at Fengwu City Junior College. The institution comprises a total of 48 classes across 4 grades, amounting to 1,152 students. Fongland's class, being in the second year, has merely completed a year and a half of study. The fourth-year students are merely 6 months away from graduation, revealing a significant disparity in strength among the grades. Fortunately, the ordinary path has numerous restrictions. Those over 18 are not permitted to participate, and only those who have condensed their true energy may join the true energy group, effectively excluding most fourth-year students. First-year students have had little time for cultivation. Their experience is nearly negligible. Consequently, the competition primarily occurs between the second and third-year students. As age increases, the gap narrows. The difference of a single year is monumental for those under 20. And a mere year's difference among junior college students creates a vast chasm. Fongland is keenly aware of this reality, which fuels his ambition to secure a single opportunity. Raising his hand, he silences the noise around him. Shedding his usual stern expression, he passionately states, "This opportunity is exceedingly rare and crucial for your futures. I would seize all 3 spots if I could, but alas, that remains a mere fantasy. Over the year and a half of leading your class, I have not focused on honing your combat skills as other instructors might, nor have I imparted many cultivation techniques. Some may harbor grievances, perceiving my guidance as lackadaisical. Should you manage to advance far in your future endeavors, you will understand the sincerity of my intentions. The foundation of everything lies in the 4 years of study at this junior college. It determines how far you can go and how high you can ascend. If you adhere to a systematic approach in your cultivation, your foundation will be more stable than others. As for combat skills, are they truly so difficult? Follow my lead. The college boasts 24 training grounds, yet Fongland seldom guides students into these arenas for practice. Instead, he emphasizes the key points of cultivation, ensuring they do not stray off course. The percentage of his former students who have advanced to higher academies is remarkably high, a fact that has been repeatedly validated. The concept of profound accumulation leading to explosive growth aptly describes Fong Rujing's students. The last ordinary path was held 3 years ago, and typically, the next would occur in about a year, averaging roughly every 4 years. This iteration is occurring a year earlier, disrupting Fong Rujing's teaching plans. With only 3 months remaining, he must revise his lesson plans to focus on practical combat training for this spirited group of students. Uncertain about the impending changes, he resolves today to assess the 24 students individually, selecting seeds for concentrated cultivation. As Fong Rujing leads the students toward the training ground, other class instructors likewise escort their students. In a competitive environment, he feels the urgency more than ever. Quietly quickening his pace, he observes the other instructors doing the same, prompting him to take an unprecedented leap forward, sprinting toward the nearest training ground, much to everyone's astonishment. Known for his stern demeanor and steady gait, Fong Rujing's sudden dash to seize the training ground is astonishing. With the instructors setting the example, the students of Hetow follow suit, rushing forward. Gaining the initiative, Fong Rujing successfully enters the training ground just before the others. Leaning against the doorframe, he gestures to a graceful girl among the Thunder Sisters, saying, "Lu Xiaojun, please procure some food and water. We shall not take a break for lunch today." Tossing her a bank card, Lu Xiaojun quickly departs. The news of the upcoming ordinary path is well known among the instructors, rendering the training ground fiercely contested. No one is willing to relinquish their hold. As the training ground door closes, Fong Rujing addresses his students, who gaze at him with reverence. 8 of you will test your strength, while the other 8 will organize the training weapons and armor. The rest of you, form a line before me. I shall assess your condition. Hetow, typically reserved, approaches the unsharpened training swords. Swordplay is the prevailing method, with the most abundant techniques found in swordsmanship. The primary combat skills taught at the junior college revolve around sword techniques and martial arts. The long swords are standardized, akin to the military's armaments, albeit unsharpened and differing in material, yet identical in weight and dimensions. A strike from such a weapon could easily result in broken bones, necessitating the use of protective gear to avoid severe injuries. Hetow and several others arrange the training swords and protective gear in the combat zone before moving closer to Fong Rujing, who prepares to test the student's conditions using his true energy. This process is labor-intensive. Infusing true energy into the students' bodies requires utmost caution to avoid damaging their meridians. A serious teaching incident. Testing students with true energy is often a thankless task that instructors prefer to avoid. The students lack a precise means to measure their energy sensations. And had this situation not arisen suddenly, Fong Rujing would not have chosen such an approach. The 7 students, feeling optimistic, are reluctant to test their strength or organize the training gear. However, as Fong Rujing tests each one, his expression remains impassive. After a year and a half, the results from this group of seemingly gifted young men and women are disheartening. Perhaps they themselves believe their energy sensations are strong, but under the scrutiny of Fong Rujing, a professional, they appear utterly unremarkable. The door swings open, and Lu Xiaojun enters, carrying 2 large boxes, the class's lunch and water. Fong Rujing waves the first batch of 7 students away, nodding to Hetow and the others. Lu Xiaojun joins this group, and Fong Rujing's testing proceeds swiftly. Among the second group of 9, Hetow ranks 6th, while Lu Xiaojun, who had gone to fetch food, occupies the 5th position, a result of Hetow's selfless gesture. As expected, disappointment looms. Of the recently assessed group, at most 1/4 may condense true energy before graduation, necessitating tremendous effort. If they persist in this manner, their future achievements are indeed concerning. When Lu Xiaojun undergoes testing, Fong Rujing raises an eyebrow. Amidst a series of disappointments, he finally discovers a promising talent. Withdrawing his true energy, he gazes at Lu Xiaojun's hopeful expression and allows a faint smile to emerge. Lu Xiaojun exclaims in joy, instantly leaving the rest of the class in dismay. Gaining Fong Rujing's recognition signifies that Lu Xiaojun will become a focal point for his cultivation efforts, leaving little opportunity for others. Finally, it is Hetow's turn. Fong Rujing remarks, "You have been rather somber since enrolling, which is not typical of youth." Learn to let go of your burdens. It will help you realize your vast potential. Now let me assess you. Hetow extends his hand, and Fongland places his fingers on Hetow's pulse gate. A warm and soothing current flows from his wrist, extending through Hetow's arm and surging toward his energy sea. Having noted Lu Xiaojun's exceptional condition, Fongland surmises she may be the sole promising talent. Thus, he offers a few encouraging words to the orphaned Hetow, not taking this assessment too seriously. However, as Fongland's true energy enters Hetow's energy sea, an overwhelming sensation causes his brow to furrow. Such a potent energy sensation? Could he have misjudged? Fongland remains patient, allowing his true energy to circulate once more. The energy sensation within Hetow is remarkably strong. This is no mere illusion, but a genuine potential for true energy condensation. Fongland withdraws his hand and gazes intently at Hetow, inquiring, "Have you consumed any special elixirs?" Hetow replies, "No. I saved my first-level chi-enhancing pills and exchanged them for second-level ones, which I consumed over the weekend." Fongland continues, "Does that mean you have never consumed the monthly welfare chi-enhancing pills?" Hetow answers, "No, I have not." Fongland remarked, "Refrain from cultivation for the time being, lest you inadvertently break through, for that would disqualify you from entering the Qi training group. And competing in the true Qi group would be to your detriment. You and Lu Xiaojun should proceed to the side and await your turn." A multitude of curious gazes. Over 20 pairs of eyes fixated on Hetow, particularly those of the 5 from the elemental group. On Friday evening, Hetow had claimed to feel a breakthrough approaching. Who could have imagined that he was not merely boasting but was indeed on the verge of a genuine breakthrough? Hetow felt a surge of blood, confirming that this was no mere illusion. The instructor had nurtured countless students, and the results of his true Qi tests were undeniably accurate. Dazed, Hetow wandered to the side, while Lu Xiaojun, astonished, observed the almost trance-like state of Hetow and said, "Walnut, I must admit, I underestimated you in the past." Hetow, grinning blissfully, failed to comprehend Lu Xiaojun's words. Fongland, brimming with excitement, had discovered 2 promising students in quick succession. Perhaps this time they could achieve a miracle. There was an urgency to expedite the testing process, allowing time for guidance to be offered to Lu Xiaojun and Hetow. With a heart that held aspirations, Fongland no longer approached the tests with the same seriousness. Upon encountering one of the formidable Thunder Sisters, Fongland's true Qi coursed swiftly, only to be met with a sudden rigidity in his expression. A tingling sensation prompted him to question his perception. Was this truly a thunder elemental affinity? Even without having condensed true Qi, the mere aura radiated a profound, thunderous power, truly a hidden gem. Such extraordinary talent was worthy of admission into the Alliance's path of Sorcery Academy. How had it fallen to the Junior Academy of Fengwu City? With great difficulty, Fongland inquired, "Su Mingya, has anyone ever told you that you possess a thunder elemental affinity?" Su Mingya nonchalantly replied, "I have always known. Otherwise, how could I have formed the Thunder Sisters with Xiaojun?" The pairing of Lu Xiaojun and Su Mingya as the Thunder Sisters, claiming a thunder elemental affinity, had been met with skepticism. It was often regarded as a jest. However, out of respect for their beauty, no one dared to mock them openly. In a reverie, Fongland mused, "In my 2 decades of teaching, the surprises brought by the 3 of you have been monumental. Perhaps we might secure 2 spots in the Qi training group." Chapter 7. Opportunities of luxury after a year and a half of enrollment, excluding summer and winter vacations. The total study duration amounts to merely 12 months. To possess a clear sense of energy perception within this time frame is commendable, marking one as a competent student. Fongland harbors no aspirations for higher expectations, nor does he favor the so-called prodigies who emerge from the excessive use of elixirs. A traditionalist at heart, Fongland perceives elixirs as mere auxiliary tools. Their overconsumption is akin to hastily promoting growth, an act of folly. Even if one forcibly enhances their abilities through elixirs, their future accomplishments are destined to be limited. In reality, the elixir benefits provided by the Junior Academy are meticulously calculated and sufficient to aid cultivation. For students from affluent backgrounds, Procuring an additional chi-boosting elixir suffices, as an excess could deplete their future potential. Hetow, an orphan known to many, naturally raises no suspicion in Fong Rujing's mind regarding any additional elixir purchases to augment his strength, as his circumstances do not permit such extravagance. Unbeknownst to Fong Rujing, Hetow's second-tier chi-boosting elixir has been refined through a mysterious wristband. Lu Xiaojun has a solid foundation akin to Hetow's situation. Yet it is Su Mingya that truly astounds Fong Rujing. Born with a natural affinity for lightning, she appears to be a serendipitous boon. Fong Rujing refrains from inquiring why Su Mingya has joined the Fengwu City Junior Academy, recognizing that there are undisclosed factors at play. He simply acknowledges the discovery of a promising talent. On the path to ordinariness, Su Mingya is bound to secure her place, alongside Lu Xiaojun and Hetow. Should one of the two excel, it would render Fong Rujing's teaching career miraculous. The Junior Academy accommodates only 3 slots for Qi training students, and historically, the best-performing student of Fong Rujing has secured one. This time, it is entirely plausible that 2 slots may emerge. A bountiful harvest. Fong Rujing's eyes brim with eager anticipation. As the remaining students complete their assessments, Fong Rujing does not neglect them. Instead, he seizes a training sword and commences a demonstration of sword techniques. Hetow stands apart with the Thunder Sisters, observing Fong Rujing's slow-paced exhibition while he meticulously elucidates the variations of each move. Simplicity is the essence of the Great Way. Inscribed on a massive stone at the entrance of the Junior Academy, Fong Rujing's swordplay is devoid of fanciful embellishments. The 12 techniques encompass fundamental offensive and defensive skills, practical and straightforward. After demonstrating thrice, he gestures for the students to grasp their training swords and commence practice. He approaches Hetow and the 2 sisters, inquiring if there are any areas of confusion. Hetow hesitantly nods, while Lu Xiaojun and Su Mingya shake their heads in unison. Fong Rujing understands. Lu Xiaojun and Su Mingya hail from privileged backgrounds, having likely encountered swordplay before, perhaps even mastering techniques beyond the Academy's foundational skills, whereas Hetow lacks such advantages. Fong Rujing remarks, the foundational sword techniques are the crystallization of countless masters' relentless refinement. They may appear simple, yet are imbued with myriad variations. Learning other sword styles upon this foundation yields exponentially greater results. Now, demonstrate your swordplay, and let me assess your comprehension. Hetow retrieves 3 long swords, while Lu Xiaojun and Su Mingya maintain their distance, executing the sword techniques with precision. Hetow, inexperienced with swordplay and more accustomed to wielding a butterfly knife, a gift from his brother, recalls the perilous training methods imparted by him, likely honed for desperate encounters with thieves. Thus, Hetow has never showcased these skills publicly. The training sword and the petite butterfly knife represent 2 disparate concepts. As Hetow recalls Fong Rujing's demonstration, his movements are slow and occasionally halted, leading Fong Rujing's attention to gravitate toward Lu Xiaojun and Su Mingya, where the disparity in skill becomes evident. Their swordplay exudes grace and expertise, while Hetow appears a novice. With 3 months remaining on the path to ordinariness, Fong Rujing's confidence in Hetow is somewhat tenuous, given the foundational gaps that cannot be bridged in a short span. Lu Xiaojun and Su Mingya consistently display high levels of comprehension in class, while Hetow remains an enigma. Perhaps it will ultimately be the Thunder Sisters who tread the path to ordinariness, a feat that necessitates Fong Rujing's diligent guidance. As for Hetow, Fong Rujing's gaze drifts over to him, observing his focused determination. Diligence can compensate for inadequacy. Even if Hetow does not embark on the path to ordinariness this time, accumulating genuine energy within the next year presents no insurmountable challenge. He is, after all, a child of potential. Suddenly, Fong Rujing snaps his fingers, sending a gust of finger wind hurtling toward Hetow's sword. The strike is misaligned, prompting Fong Rujing to correct it with a swift adjustment. Judging Hetow's strength, he ensures the wind is rapid yet gentle, preventing the sword from being dislodged and causing embarrassment. Clang! The sound of the wind striking the sword resonates, yet Hetow's sword remains steady, a surprising display of strength in his wrist. Fong Rujing is taken aback. Mastery of the long sword is easy to learn yet difficult to perfect, and its popularity in the market is unparalleled, with the most numerous sword manuals available. To wield a sword proficiently necessitates a solid foundation, with wrist strength being paramount. As Hetow pauses, Fongland imparts, each individual's height and arm length differ. This necessitates subtle adjustments to the sword techniques based on personal attributes. Otherwise, the techniques lack vitality and become rigid. After delivering that strike, you should contemplate your defensive stance. If I were your opponent, I could effortlessly deflect your sword's tip with the hilt, subsequently directing the sword toward your shoulder. Hetow, grasping the sword with both hands in a reverse grip, bows his head to accept Fongland's instruction. Fongland nods slightly, encouraging him to continue. Hetow recommences from the first technique, meticulously observing each movement and how Fongland's body aligns during the demonstration. He notes that Fongland's gaze predominantly lingers on the Thunder Sisters, evoking feelings of admiration without envy. The Thunder Sisters enjoy excellent rapport within the class, bolstered by their beauty and affluent backgrounds. Should a vote be held to select candidates for the path to ordinariness, they would undoubtedly be favored, while Hetow would likely be overlooked. People are inherently different. Jealousy serves no purpose and only burdens the spirit. After completing the sword techniques twice, Hetow halts, watching the Thunder Sisters execute their movements with exquisite grace. It is possible they have previously practiced foundational swordplay or other styles. Their proficiency in the basic techniques appears elegant and fluid, setting them apart from the rest. Hetow estimates his performance to be on par with others, recognizing no extraordinary qualities in this regard. Yet diligence can mitigate shortcomings. And there is wisdom in the saying that the early bird catches the worm. Hetow stretches his wrists and recommences his practice, pouring effort into each attempt until sweat begins to soak his clothing. As they embark on their first swordplay lesson, the students display unbridled enthusiasm, their bodies drenched in perspiration. Although they may not capture their mentor's attention and stand little chance of entering the path to ordinariness, they harbor a rebellious spirit, pondering the possibility of possessing a unique talent for combat that could elevate them beyond their current station. The path to ordinariness is not determined by a mentor's recommendation. While Hetow and the Thunder Sisters enjoy their mentor's favor, it may merely grant them additional guidance. The selection for the path to ordinariness entails fair competition. Who can assure that the trio will not stumble at the critical moment? As Hetow gasps for breath, his wrists aching from the exertion, Fongland calls, "Follow me." You three. Hetow trudges wearily behind the Thunder Sisters, not from a sense of inferiority, but rather to avoid appearing too close to them, as that would incite envy and resentment among the other male students, leading to unnecessary troubles. Fongland leads the trio to a resting room within the inner training area, furnished with 6 cushions. After taking a seat, he gestures for Hetow and the sisters to do the same, inquiring, "What do you know about the path to ordinariness?" Liu Shaojun raised his hand and remarked, "The great Emperor Tianwu, in his youth, possessed an ordinary aptitude and sought to join the Tao sect, only to be ruthlessly rejected. Subsequently, he self-studied and engaged in battles against cultivators. Ultimately victorious in war, the great Emperor Tianwu proposed to grant ordinary individuals a chance, thus giving rise to the path of the ordinary." Fongland nodded slightly, and Su Mingya continued, "The path of the ordinary is open only to youths under 18, divided into the Qi training group and the True Qi group. In every edition of the path, those who reach the end are assured immense benefits, including rare elixirs, magical treasures, and secret cultivation techniques. The top 10 participants will receive extraordinary rewards, the specifics of which remain a mystery." Hetow listened intently. He was already aware of what Liu Shaojun and Su Mingya spoke of, merely disinterested in competing for the spotlight with the 2 young women. Observing Hetow's lack of desire to speak, Fongland said, "The achievements of the top 10 need no elaboration. To break into the top 3 is to experience a true metamorphosis. Of course, I do not aspire for too much, as the path of the ordinary attracts exceptional talents. To enter the top 100 is a considerable honor for our Fengwu City Junior Academy. I have a thought. I wish to take on a disciple. I wonder if any of you are interested?" Lu Xiaojun and Su Mengya exchanged glances, and it was clear that Fong Rujing held Su Mengya in higher regard. Having focused his attention on her during their sword practice, evidently favoring her lightning-type spiritual route, Su Mengya replied, "I have an esteemed mentor at home, and I have formally taken him as my master. I cannot abandon my roots." Fong Rujing felt a profound sense of disappointment upon realizing that Su Mengya had already formally taken a master, thus closing off that opportunity. Lu Xiaojun hesitated and stated, "My father has outlined a future direction for me, and I have set my goals. Regrettably, I cannot become your official disciple." Hetow, with a glimmer of hope, wondered if the Thunder Sisters' relinquishment of this opportunity meant that it could be his. Fong Rujing sighed in regret, saying, "To be my disciple, one must first come from a well-off family. Otherwise, one cannot support the considerable expenses." Alas! Instantly, Hetow felt a chill. Indeed, he lacked the qualifications for such significant expenditures. Chapter 8. The Unparalleled Score. Indeed, the lack of money renders one at a disadvantage. Hetow could never regard Fong Rujing as a mere merchant. This old-fashioned mentor is held in high esteem. It is said that to become his disciple, one must possess ample financial backing, which leads Hetow to suspect that the secret techniques he possesses are indeed costly. Just as the flicker of hope ignited within Hetow's heart, it was swiftly extinguished. The benefits of becoming Fong Rujing's student are evident, at the very least. Fong Rujing would dedicate more effort to his instruction, increasing the chances of embarking on a path to mediocrity. The crux of the matter is that Hetow remains financially constrained, a far cry from the affluent Lu Xiaojun who drives to school. As for Su Mengya, she embodies understated luxury, rumored to hail from an even wealthier family than Lu Xiaojun. Noticing the disappointment in Hetow's eyes, Fong Rujing chuckled heartily and remarked, "Perhaps my aspirations are too lofty. Over the years, I have endeavored to recruit disciples, yet each attempt has met with rejection. Hetow, do you disdain this opportunity that no one else desires?" Hetow bowed respectfully and replied, "No, I simply lack the necessary funds and dare not entertain such extravagant thoughts. If the mentor does not find me unworthy, I would be most willing." Fong Rujing pondered briefly and said, "It may not be entirely impossible. If you can traverse the path of mediocrity further, you might gather sufficient resources. After your rest, dedicate yourselves to practicing the sword. This is fundamental to conquering the mundane path." Fong Rujing rose to depart, while Lu Xiaojun, lost in contemplation, turned to Hetow and asked, "Hetow, have you truly considered this? By formally becoming a disciple in the Junior Academy, you will forfeit your chance to seek mentorship in the Advanced Academy. In the Academy, one receives guidance from mentors, but this does not equate to a genuine master-disciple relationship. Only by formally becoming a disciple can one receive true teachings. Choosing to become a disciple implies that one cannot seek instruction from other formidable masters in the future, lest they betray their own mentor. The rules of the cultivators inevitably influence the secular world. Some unwritten customs have been passed down through generations. Fong Rujing is indeed an admirable mentor. However, as a tutor in the Junior Academy, he lacks substantial depth. To formally become his disciple would mean relinquishing future opportunities. Hetow exhibits signs of condensing true energy, and his admission to the Advanced Academy seems assured. At that stage, he could encounter even more powerful mentors and perhaps become a disciple of a strong cultivator. At this juncture, choosing to become a disciple seems rather imprudent. Hetow candidly stated, "My family background is not prosperous, as you all are aware, and I harbor no grand ambitions. Mentor Rujing has made a favorable impression on me, and his reputation within the academy is equally commendable. To become his disciple would already be an elevation for me." Standing just outside the lounge, Fong Rujing's ears perked up. The soundproof door could not hinder his keen hearing. He felt a stirring in response to Hetow's sincere admission. Fong Rujing's gaze swept over the students still practicing their swords, and he made his way outside. Once their rest period concluded, they returned to the training ground to resume their sword practice. Lu Xiaojun often encountered Hetow on her way to school, and she found this slightly melancholic yet likable classmate to be quite memorable. Lu Xiaojun believed Hetow's choice to be unwise, perhaps a bit short-sighted. After all, Orphans may indeed lack broader perspectives, which is rather pitiable. Standing aside, Lu Xiaojun pointed out the deficiencies in Hetow's swordsmanship. It was evident that her discerning eye was sharp, as Hetow's technique gradually became more conventional. Su Mingya possessed a somewhat aloof demeanor, rarely interacting with others. And she seldom engaged in conversation, save for her close relationship with Lu Xiaojun. The two seemed to be lifelong friends. It was not until after lunch that Fong Rujing returned with deliberate grace. Observing Hetow still diligently practicing, and noting the approximate shape his sword technique had taken, Fong Rujing nodded in approval before heading back to the lounge. Hetow, having sheathed his sword, followed Fong Rujing into the lounge. Fong Rujing regarded the perspiring Hetow and asked, "Hetow, I shall inquire once more. Are you truly content to take a mentor from the junior academy as your teacher?" Hetow replied, "I am more than willing and feel that I would be elevating myself. Had it not been for this test of the mundane path, I might never have had the chance to study under you. Since my enrollment, I have heard much about you. I believe a mentor with a myriad of accomplished students can offer me invaluable guidance and direction in life and cultivation." Hetow knelt, resting his forehead on the back of his hands, and said, "Please accept me as your dull-witted disciple." Fong Rujing, with hands clasped behind his back, looked down at the prostrate Hetow and remarked, "After obtaining a fragment of this scroll, I have sought to accept disciples multiple times. Yet each attempt has ended in rejection. Too many have their sights set too high, while I remain an ordinary mentor in the junior academy. It is not that mentors disdain the impoverished. Rather, this fragment requires considerable resources for cultivation. By making such a choice, you must be prepared to bear the immense pressure of the future. Without sufficient resources, it will be arduous to continue on this path." Hetow responded, "It is all contingent upon effort." Fong Rujing inquired, "Do you know the rules of 3 kneelings and 9 kowtows?" Hetow straightened, performed 3 kowtows, stood up, knelt again for 3 more, and then stood up to bow once again. This remains an ancient custom of the cultivators, the ritual of 3 kneelings and 9 kowtows to pay homage to one's master. Should the customs be more stringent, one would also need to present tea to their mentor. Fong Rujing pulled Hetow upright and said, with the completion of the rites, "Our bond as mentor and disciple is established. As a mentor, I cannot openly disclose what secret techniques I possess without a master-disciple relationship. I would prefer to take this fragment to my grave than risk attracting calamity through ostentation. This fragment is titled the Unparalleled Score, and I have only obtained 1/3 of it. Another portion has been acquired by someone else. Fortunately, I possess the opening third." Fong Rujing held forth a yellowed scroll, presenting it to Hetow. Hetow received it with both hands, unfolding it to reveal characters penned with a brush, still dark and lustrous after countless years, untouched by the ravages of time. Fong Rujing explained, "This fragment requires a practitioner who has yet to condense true energy. The concepts contained within are extraordinary, demanding an amalgamation of rare metals to forge a unique weapon and armor for yourself. The efficacy of this secret technique remains unknown to me, as I had already condensed my golden core when I acquired this fragment, lacking the courage to destroy my foundation and start anew." Hetow found himself momentarily stunned. A golden core? His mentor's true realm is actually at the golden core stage? Such a formidable practitioner. Why would he choose to remain in the junior academy as a tutor? His prowess would easily qualify him as a mentor in the advanced academy. Fong Rujing's expression turned wistful as he said, "The significance of the unparalleled score is immense. My presence in the junior academy is a necessity." Among the 3 individuals who vied for the unparalleled score, none revealed their true identities, and thus we remain ignorant of each other. Should you inadvertently disclose that you possess the opening portion of the unparalleled score, the consequences would be dire. Hetow's hand trembled as Fong Rujing produced a small pouch made of animal hide, adorned with ancient runes that sealed the essence within. Hetow accepted the pouch, and Fong Rujing continued, "Within this pouch lies a collection of rare metals I have gathered over the years. It is insufficient even to grant you entry. Therefore, to cultivate the unparalleled score, you must strive relentlessly along the mundane path, perhaps earning the opportunity to gather enough resources to begin your training." Hetow found himself at a loss for words, and Fong Rujing observed, "Do you feel disappointed?" After a moment of contemplation, Hetow replied, "Perhaps this is the genuine chance for a humble disciple to leap into greatness. I come from a modest background, lacking the protection of forebears and the support of a clan. All I possess must be earned through my own efforts." The unparalleled score represents the fortuitous opportunity one have longed for, a once-in-a-lifetime chance that cannot be sought after. Ordinary individuals often lack a singular opportunity. And now it lies before me. I shall seize it and never let go. Fong Rujing's face brightened with approval. Hetow, typically reserved and introspective, had revealed a profound understanding of his own circumstances. Perhaps granting the unparalleled score to him was indeed the wisest decision. Moreover, the demand for rare metals required for the unparalleled tome is exorbitant, and even affluent families find it burdensome to sustain such a seemingly bottomless pit of resources. It would be more prudent to allow this impoverished youth a chance to strive. Fong Rujing remarked, "Since you have become my disciple, I cannot merely offer you empty promises. Herein lies a compilation of combat techniques I have meticulously organized, encompassing various weaponry and martial arts. Do not mention this to the Thunder Sisters. Practice it in secret once you return home, and refrain from revealing it before outsiders, even during the initial stages of your ordinary path. Only then will it serve as a trump card." Fong Rujing then produced a scroll, a testament to his own dedication. The Thunder Sisters possessed remarkable talent, yet they declined the opportunity to become Fong Rujing's formal disciples. Thus, he would naturally withhold his true mastery from them. Fong Rujing underestimated Hetow's composure and rationality. Upon exiting the lounge, Hetow maintained an unruffled demeanor, showing no signs of having received Fong Rujing's secret teachings. As the school day drew to a close, Hetow ceased his sword practice to allow his clothes to dry. Otherwise, moisture would seep into his body, potentially leading to chronic ailments. The winds of 1,000 springs may depart, but the dampness is hard to expunge. Many individuals, upon reaching old age, suffer from stooped postures and a sensitivity to cold due to neglecting such minor details in their youth. The winter winds were biting, and Hetow jogged away from the classroom. As snowflakes fell, he ran steadily against the gusts of wind and snow, the frigid air failing to quell the fervor in his heart. The mysterious wristband had drawn Hetow into Fong Rujing's favor, and the unparalleled tome stirred his emotions. A secret manual seized by a golden core expert could hardly be mere trifles. Amidst the snowstorm, Hetow observed the guards patrolling the main street, while at intersections, a group of guards formed a human wall to scrutinize passers-by. Was the situation tense to such an extent? Hetow prepared to dash toward the narrow path leading to his home, which was likewise guarded. One of the guards gestured for him to halt, and with no other choice, Hetow complied. The sudden stop of a nearby vehicle broke the silence, and a voice called out, "Do you require a ride?" It was Lu Xiaojun. Chapter 9. The pursuit. Hetow, though not a thief himself, bore the weight of his brother's notorious reputation, having fled due to a mysterious bracelet. The unsettling thought crossed his mind that the guards might also be embroiled in conflicts over this enigmatic artifact. At that moment, the unparalleled manuscript and Fong Rujing's insightful notes lay nestled in his possession, and the prospect of facing the guard's interrogation filled him with dread. The loss of such a precious tome would leave him inconsolable. When Lu Xiaojun extended an invitation, Hetow felt a flicker of hope. He shrugged at the guard beckoning him and stepped aside to open the car door. The guard approached with a stern demeanor. His orders clear: to apprehend youths between the ages of 16 and 20. This boy's age seemed to fit the profile. Yet, the guard did not genuinely intend to capture the fugitive. Rather, he was incensed by the boy's refusal to submit to inspection while attempting to board a vehicle with a striking young lady, an affront to authority. Lu Xiaojun cast a questioning glance at Hetow, who murmured, "It seems he wants me to undergo a search, though I cannot fathom the rationale behind it." The guard, brandishing his baton, advanced, lifting Hetow's chin with a teasing gesture. "You don't comprehend my signal?" he demanded. Lu Xiaojun interjected sharply, "How dare you?" The guard leaned against the car door, rapping it with his baton, insisting, "Get out. I suspect you are an accomplice. I need to search you." Lu Xiaojun smiled sweetly. But the guard retorted sternly, "Your mockery is futile. Step down. Do you not understand human language?" Suddenly, footsteps echoed, and a large hand reached out, stripping the guard of his insignia. The guard's throat constricted as he shivered slightly in the winter breeze. A middle-aged officer collected the badge and nodded respectfully to Lu Xiaojun. "I hope I did not alarm you." Lu Xiaojun shook her head. "He intended to search me. I am unaware of any law permitting male guards to search female suspects." The officer leaned closer to the car window, murmuring, "Grant me a small favor. I shall handle this." Lu Xiaojun turned to Hetow. "Get in. I will take you home." Hetow felt an immense relief. Lu Xiaojun's formidable connections had spared him from significant loss. Had the precious manuscript and rare metals fallen into the guard's hands, retrieval would have been perilous, if not impossible. Lu Xiaojun wisely refrained from uttering Hetow's name, fully aware of the unscrupulous methods employed by such people. Should they seek vengeance, knowing his name would lead them directly to him. Without it, tracking him down would be considerably more challenging. The car's heater enveloped them in warmth as Hetow directed Lu Xiaojun through the alleyways. At the intersection, he instructed her to stop, stating, "Today, I owe you a favor, and I hope to never require repayment." Lu Xiaojun smiled lightly. "Who knows? I may need your assistance on the road of life. You cannot refuse." Hetow laughed in agreement, leaping from the vehicle and waving goodbye as he sprinted towards home. Upon arrival, he quickly secured the door, casting wary glances to ensure no one was tailing him. He hastened to his brother's room, moving the bed aside to reveal the mysterious bracelet and piles of metallic dust on the floor. Kneeling, he examined the shimmering gold, silver, and dark black powders. His foundational knowledge of metals and herbs allowed him to identify them. The minuscule mound of gold powder bore an uncanny resemblance to the East Wilderness gold presented by his instructor. The sizable clump of silver powder, could it be the highly conductive Shichu silver? Hetow's heart raced. The alloy plates had been transformed into mere powder. Had the mysterious bracelet analyzed them? His vision blurred as he sat on the floor, cradling the bracelet, captivated by its potential. The hefty alloy plates had vanished, leaving behind less than a kilogram of metallic powder. Where had the majority of the iron gone? If the bracelet had consumed it, why hadn't its weight increased? Studying the bracelet closely, he discovered it could still manipulate certain components. Following his previous instincts, he adjusted the movable parts, resulting in the addition of over 100 intricate pieces. Upon shifting the last component, the bracelet morphed into a dark silver gauntlet. Hetow was taken aback. He had no recollection of the bracelet containing such an array of parts. Why had the transformation yielded so many inconspicuous fragments? Where had they come from? He tugged at the gauntlet, but it remained immobile, a seamless assembly of finely interlinked metals, utterly unyielding. Gathering several food storage containers, he meticulously categorized the 7 types of metallic powder. Hetow realized that this mysterious bracelet was undoubtedly worthy of the entire Alliance's attention. Its power was immense. If the analyzed metallic powders were indeed the East Wilderness gold and Shichu silver, they could be worth tens of thousands. The rubbish heap, once perceived as mere refuse, now glittered in his eyes like a vast treasure trove, waiting for him to extract its immeasurable wealth. Venturing back into the underground, he donned the gauntlet and traversed the tunnel beneath the refuse pile. Holding the gauntlet aloft, he explored until it magnetically adhered to an alloy plate, identical in material to the last. With great care, he returned home, ensuring the floor was replaced and the bed restored. Sitting against the bed, he took deep breaths to calm himself. The sudden fortune was overwhelming, and Hetow became acutely aware of the dangers that accompanied such valuable metallic powders. If he attempted to trade them, how would he explain their origin? A penniless youth suddenly possessing such precious metals. Where could they have come from? Innocent of wrongdoing, yet burdened by guilt, Hetow steadied his mind, recalling his master's words about the unparalleled manuscript requiring numerous resources, generously gifting him some metals as a token of apprenticeship. If the metals extracted by the bracelet could fulfill the manuscript's cultivation requirements, what would that mean? With trembling hands, he opened the unparalleled manuscript, its dark ink seeming to leap from the aged silk. This book, crafted from a special yellow silk, promised to endure far longer than ordinary rice paper. Immersed in its contents, Hetow found the text concise yet profound. The manuscript did not instruct on meditation, but rather detailed the art of inscribing unique runes upon the body, employing various metallic powders mixed with vermilion to draw the runes, thereby allowing the body to absorb the metal's essence. Each individual's innate talent varied. Their capacity to absorb different metals and comprehend the runes differed, resulting in uniquely formed battle armor and weapons for each practitioner of the Unparalleled manuscript, which was the true essence of its name. The potential was limitless. The order in which metals were layered would yield significant variations in the future. The manuscript provided no absolute standard, only 9 foundational combinations. Hetow's excitement grew as he turned to the final page, revealing the image of a nude man adorned with ancient runes. The 9 combinations. Fongland had only acquired the first. The other methods and subsequent cultivation techniques remained in the hands of others. Turning back, Hetow began to search for the types of metals required for the first combination. In the realm of Eastern Wilderness gold, it appears to be present. The golden powder extracted from the bracelet is presumably Eastern Wilderness gold. As for decayed pulp silver, it is absent. This is a unique silver-colored metal, classified as a type of Hetow silver. The metals encompass 4 primary categories: Hetow gold, Hetow silver, Hetow copper, and Hetow iron. Within these, there exists a subdivision into 2 major categories, yin and yang, humorously referred to as the 8 great Vajras. The initial materials required for the first combination of the Unparalleled Scroll happen to consist of 2 yin and 2 yang rare metals. Hetow possesses only Eastern Wilderness gold, which is the sole yang attribute Hetow gold, yet its quantity is woefully insufficient. According to the requirements of the Unparalleled Scroll, 3 taels of Eastern Wilderness gold are necessary for the initial rune drawing. Hetow retrieved a small leather pouch, a gift from Fongland, which was not large but contained 3 metal ingots. Among them, a pliable silvery white metal was indeed decayed pulp silver, the yin attribute Hetow silver. Hetow was unaware of the names of the other 2 metals, but he could ascertain that they were undoubtedly the additional 2 rare metals required for cultivating the Unparalleled Scroll. The most significant regret at this moment was the scarcity of Eastern Wilderness gold, amounting to approximately 1.5 taels, rendering him unable to complete the first drawing. Another issue was that the 3 metals gifted by Fongland were in solid form. To amalgamate with vermilion to inscribe the runes, they had to be ground into powder. Hetow proceeded to the living room, where a computer awaited on the study desk. He swiftly opened a shopping website to search for equipment to grind metals. Just as he was browsing for affordable and high-quality items, a pop-up appeared, featuring an exceptionally familiar dark silver bracelet held by a beautifully dressed woman with revealing attire. Hetow nearly jumped in fright, only to read the accompanying text. Do you wish to purchase the treasured unparalleled artifact, esteemed by the Alliance? Just 998. Limited edition bracelet to take home. Hetow was on the verge of a breakdown, bewildered by the absurdity of it all. Moreover, this bracelet was indeed the one he had acquired, albeit the genuine article had now transformed into a dark silver wrist guard, losing its original appearance. Chapter 10. Guidance. The advertisement was exceedingly captivating, leaving Hetow in a state of shock followed by boundless elation. Through the unscrupulous marketing tactics of this merchant, the authentic bracelets had little chance of being revealed. If mysterious bracelets were scattered everywhere, and the genuine original transformed into a mere style of wristband, who could discern that the true bracelet resided in Hetow's possession? He swiftly placed an order for 998 yuan, a price not insignificant, comparable to that of a pure gold bracelet. Hetow felt compelled to contribute to the merchant's success, hoping to inspire them to market with greater zeal, striving for each member of the Alliance to possess a bracelet. The compensation he received after the passing of his parents had been used to purchase this house, leaving him with a balance of over 20,000 yuan, which resided in a bank account his brother forbade him from accessing. For the past few years, Hetow's basic expenses were covered by his brother's diligent work. After placing an order for the bracelet, Hetow patiently sought a small ball mill. Initially designed for crushing materials and mining, small ball mills had become sought after by those skilled in refining, enabling them to grind various materials at home. The ball mill only performed initial crushing, producing what appeared to be fine powder. However, to achieve practical application, it required further grinding with specialized grinding discs. The combined cost of the small ball mill and the unique grinding discs exceeded 13,000 yuan, which Hetow reluctantly confirmed for purchase. One must invest to reap rewards. As the saying goes, it would take at least 2 days for delivery, and now Hetow's task was to wait. Unable to practice the Wushuang Pu for the time being, Hetow retrieved the scroll of combat techniques personally, pinned by Fongland, which served as a perfect means to pass the time. Insights gathered by a master in the Golden Core stage must surely be profound and grand. Upon opening the scroll, Hetow is utterly astonished by the opening line, "Fighters strive, killers pursue extremes." Thus, in combat, one must employ all means. This is the sole secret to fighting. Was this truly spoken by his usually rigid mentor, Fongland? Such words seemed to shatter his preconceived notions. Hetow could hardly believe his eyes. Upon closer inspection of the handwriting, it indeed belonged to Fongland. Were these the insights of a master? What painful realizations must have led to such dark expressions in a mentor's notes for his disciples? Suddenly, Hetow perceived his mentor in a different light. Perhaps the rigidity was merely a facade, a protective disguise to shield his true self. Much like his brother, who, despite being a thief, claimed to have found work as a machinist. Fighters, from the small skirmishes of ants to the grand cycles of the sun and moon, in a world rife with conflict. Escape is impossible. Within a mere foot, dangers akin to mountains and rivers abound. Thus, I have distilled the essence of 24 military texts, consolidating the experiences of blood and valor. The concept of 3 boundaries emerged. The outer boundary serves as a warning, the middle necessitates counterattack, and breaching the inner boundary signifies a life or death moment. The 3 boundaries are determined by one's perception of danger, from which the true techniques of combat evolve. In Hetow's hand, a butterfly knife appeared. With a flick of his wrist, the 2 handles of the knife unfolded, spinning gracefully, the sharp blade now pointing forward. This was a genuine limited edition butterfly knife, forged from specialized steel. A true knife enthusiast could perform various tricks with it, but Hetow lacked such finesse, as his brother had advised against it. This was merely a self-defense tool. Frequent display could invite unnecessary suspicion. Yet, his brother had imparted the fundamental techniques to Hetow: how to swiftly open and close the blade, how to strike accurately. A child bereft of parental protection often harbors darker thoughts of self-preservation, feeling a profound lack of security. Longswords, daggers, and unarmed combat. These constituted the 3 combat techniques corresponding to the 3 boundaries. Using a sword required honor and integrity, as it prepared one for the true path of cultivation. Many sword techniques demanded a refined mindset, for straying from this path could lead to the loss of the opportunity to learn superior swordplay. In the scroll, Fongland insisted on solidifying the basics. The Academy's foundational sword techniques were the most effective for establishing a strong base. The recent annotations were likely added just before Hetow received the scroll, emphasizing that foundational swordplay was not as simplistic as it seemed. What piqued Hetow's interest were the practical techniques for daggers. The butterfly knife was a variant of a dagger, slightly shorter and more convenient to carry. As Hetow delved deeper into the practical techniques for daggers, he realized he had significantly underestimated his mentor's meticulous thought process. Fongland elaborated on several vital points of the human body and the blind spots that arise during combat. Beginning with human anatomy, he meticulously explained how to defend against one's blind spots while creating opportunities to attack an opponent's vulnerabilities. When Hetow set the scroll aside, dawn had already broken, marking a lengthy winter's night. As the first light of day appeared in the east, it signified that it was already past 6 in the morning. Hetow once again moved away from his brother's bed, observing the indented alloy plate, which had been absorbed by the wristband. He let out a contented sigh, prepared a simple breakfast after washing up, and jogged to the junior academy. There were many engaged in morning exercises, and Hetow, having perused the scroll throughout the night, scanned the crowd as he passed by. He combined his mentor's teachings to analyze the blind spots of each individual, pondering from which angle he could most conveniently strike. Previously, such considerations had never crossed his mind. Today, as he jogged, he noticed that ordinary people bore almost no defensive demeanor. Those who had clearly undergone training were significantly more cautious. Even a lingering glance from Hetow would elicit wary looks in return. Trained individuals instinctively shielded their chi and heart regions as they moved. Was this an unconscious habit or a deliberate practice? Hetow realized his perspective had shifted. Having absorbed his mentor's true teachings, his insights were markedly different from the previous day. After a night spent with the scroll and half an hour of contemplation on the multitude of individuals, Hetow arrived at the academy and headed straight for the training ground, which was indeed open, with Fongland poring over a book at the entrance. To secure the training ground, Fongland had not returned home all night. As Hetow approached, Fongland calmly put down the book and inquired, "How do you feel?" Hetow bowed and replied, "Profound and expansive. I feel as though I am a different person from yesterday." Fongland awaited Hetow to rise, asking, "Did you read through the entire night?" Hetow answered, "I could hardly put it down. While jogging here, I constantly observed passers-by and reflected on myself. I believe I have gained new insights into swordplay. To confront an opponent, one must secure a position of invulnerability. Otherwise, what may seem like an opportunity could reveal a better opening for the adversary, or even a deliberate weakness set as a trap." Fongland silently regarded Hetow, suddenly reaching out to tousle his hair, saying, "You truly engaged with it. Very well done. Come in, while no one is around. I shall impart a few techniques to you." Hetow dashed into the training ground, retrieving a practice longsword and presenting it with both hands before Fongland. He nodded in acknowledgement, instructing, "You may attack." Hetow fetched another longsword and stood before Fongland, suddenly at a loss. The experiences he had contemplated while perusing the scroll yesterday clashed with the insights gained today, leaving him momentarily bewildered in front of his mentor. Fongland did not rush him. Instead, he smiled as Hetow's tension grew. The temperature in the training ground was not high. Otherwise, vigorous training would easily lead to sweating and fatigue. It felt slightly cooler than normal, yet perspiration began to bead on Hetow's forehead. How should he strike? Why does the master stand there like an insurmountable mountain, leaving one at a loss for how to proceed? Yesterday, my reflections upon the scroll appeared exceedingly insipid, utterly futile. As Fongland slightly adjusted his stance, Hetow's eyes suddenly gleamed. He abruptly lunged, thrusting his sword towards Fongland's left rib while simultaneously shifting his foot to the left. Fongland effortlessly parried the blow, causing Hetow's sword to rebound with the force of the impact, whistling as it arced diagonally. In the midst of this exchange, Fongland's sword found its mark upon Hetow's throat. Hetow raised his left hand in a gesture of surrender, prompting Fongland to retract his sword and inquire, "Why did you hesitate to strike initially?" Hetow, flustered, replied, "It felt as if the master stood there, impervious to challenge." Fongland, with a stern expression, remarked, "You overthink, yet lack experience. Were you seasoned by countless battles, you would naturally discern my vulnerabilities. However, with insufficient experience and a deficit of audacity, you appear constrained." Hetow bowed in acknowledgement of his shortcomings. Fongland continued, "You have exceeded my expectations. Your inability to act in my presence signifies your genuine grasp of the scroll's essence and your nascent ability to apply what you have learned. Thus, when I reveal a slight opening, you must be poised to strike. Heed my counsel. You must cultivate the courage to confront everything, your adversaries, your allies, and the myriad challenges of life. Your calm disposition is both a blessing and a curse. From this day forth, learn to liberate your spirit. The tortoise bears a visible shell, while you carry an invisible burden. Do not speak of great achievers. Even the ordinary souls you encounter on the streets have weathered their own storms. To wear sorrow and despair upon your visage is to concede defeat to oneself. No one sails through life unscathed. It is a matter of whether you can learn to let go. Should you fail to do so, your prospects will remain dim, for you shall inevitably be overwhelmed by your own burdens." Hetow, gripping the sword hilt with both hands in a solemn bow, recognized that while previously it was guidance and cultivation, Today's lesson was a profound insight into life, which he deemed of greater significance. Chapter 11. Shock after a sleepless night. Hetow felt utterly drained. As his classmates gradually arrived, he leisurely wielded his long sword in the training grounds, observing their swordplay, searching for flaws in their techniques. The same swordplay requires subtle adjustments from different practitioners. Otherwise, vulnerabilities will inevitably become apparent. When Fongland offered guidance yesterday, Hetow had yet to fully grasp the concepts. However, after perusing the scrolls, he endeavored to identify the weaknesses of an imagined opponent, only to realize that he, too, was subject to the same shortcomings. The 12 fundamental sword techniques encompass both offense and defense, but their application hinges upon individual comprehension. Mastery of the swordplay is essential, akin to the instinctive use of chopsticks while dining. The offensive techniques primarily focus on thrusts, slashes, and sweeps, while defensive maneuvers are predominantly concerned with countering these three methods. How to evade an opponent's strikes or swiftly counterattack after parrying is all encapsulated within the foundational sword techniques. Fongland's combat manual opened a new perspective for Hetow, allowing him to analyze and contemplate from a different angle. Fongland did not interfere with Hetow's practice, and their morning interaction gave him newfound insight into Hetow's understanding. Swordplay is honed through practice, while the awareness of combat largely stems from innate talent. As Hetow began to grasp the essence of swordplay, he found that his subsequent practice yielded exponentially greater results. Throughout the day, Hetow devoted most of his time to observing others as they practiced, learning from their mistakes to avoid similar pitfalls. After classes, he detoured to a weapons shop, purchasing a training longsword and, on a whim, acquiring an electronic scale along with vermilion powder and a brush for drawing runes. Upon returning home, he first examined the wrist guards that had absorbed an entire alloy sheet, carefully storing various metallic powders. Once again, he stealthily infiltrated the factory's scrap heap to select a piece of the alloy that had been magnetically drawn in. Hetow then began to practice swordplay with unwavering focus in the empty house, the spacious living room providing ample space for his movements. After practicing the techniques, he recorded a video of himself and began to scrutinize his swordplay for imperfections. Armed with the observational experience from earlier, he identified most of the common mistakes, repeatedly reviewing the footage to pinpoint areas still needing improvement before resuming his practice and recording again. Repetition breeds understanding. Hetow diligently filmed his practice sessions, cross-referencing his performances from various angles to uncover lapses in his technique. He believed his practice was sufficiently discreet, as there were few passers-by and no neighbors to disturb him, especially with the curtains drawn. However, unbeknownst to him, Fongland stood silently across the street, his penetrating gaze piercing the curtains to observe Hetow's training. The previous day, Hetow had returned home courtesy of Liu Xiaojun, accompanied by guards conducting inspections, which allowed Fongland to lose track of him. Today, however, Fongland had successfully located Hetow's residence. To some extent, Fongland embodied the qualities of a gentleman. He did not pry when Hetow entered his bedroom. It was only when Hetow practiced in the living room that Fongland activated his true essence to pay attention. After years of waiting, he finally found someone willing to overlook his status as a junior academy mentor and take him on as a disciple. Although he wasn't entirely satisfied with Hetow, he recognized him as his only formal student, making it impossible for him to simply pass on the secret manual and disregard the relationship. The bond formed between master and disciple is of utmost importance. It transcends the ordinary ties of kinship. In the era of cultivators, the relationship between master and disciple is akin to that of father and son, often even closer. In times of battle, the master-disciple bond becomes the most trustworthy partnership. As midnight approached, Hetow, drenched in sweat, entered the bathroom to wash away the exertion, while Fongland's silhouette quietly faded into the night, as if he had never been present at all. The following morning, Hetow arrived early at the training grounds once more, finding Fongland still at the open door, engrossed in reading. Upon seeing Hetow approach, Fongland gestured for him to enter the training area. With a flick of his wrist, 2 training longswords flew into his hands, prompting a loud gulp from Hetow. Fongland tossed one of the swords to Hetow, commanding, "Begin." Hetow took 2 steps back, and once again, Fongland exhibited no discernible flaws, as if he were an impenetrable wall. With a fierce shout, Hetow thrust his sword toward Fongland's abdomen. Fongland deftly deflected the strike, and without hesitation, Hetow pivoted, retracting his sword slightly before launching another thrust. Having become familiar with the techniques, Fongland countered with a block, stating, "Power. While your intention to attack is present, your strength has yet to transfer to the sword. Remember, your energy originates from the dantian, and your strength ascends from your waist and legs. When you strike, it is not merely the force of your wrist and arms. You must mobilize your entire body. Do you recall the concept of 3 paces?" Hetow replied, charging forward again. "In times of peace, one must sharpen their weapons. When war arises, one must mobilize the entire nation as forces." Fongland blocked the attack, but unexpectedly countered with a strike of his own. Hetow, gripping the sword with both hands, forcefully struck Fongland's sword tip with his hilt. "Well done," Fongland praised. "That will be enough for now." With a wave of his hand, he returned the training sword to its rack. Hetow bowed respectfully and stepped aside to practice diligently. Before long, Liu Xiaojun strolled in with a smile, first bowing to Fongland before turning his gaze toward Hetow. After a few glances, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. Just 2 days prior, Hetow had been clumsy in his execution of the fundamental sword techniques, clearly indicating that it was his first attempt. Liu Xiaojun had even offered encouragement at that time. Now, observing Hetow's apparent progress, he wondered if merely spectating could lead to such rapid improvement. Was there perhaps some secret technique imparted by the mentor? That seemed unlikely. After all, these were merely the foundational techniques, well known to many as the culmination of rigorous practice, devoid of any extraordinary secrets. Could it be that Hetow was a prodigy in the way of the sword? That seemed the only plausible explanation. As more students arrived, Hetow paused and, much like the day before, began to wander around. He scrutinized each individual, noting the increasingly apparent flaws in their swordplay, not because their skills had diminished, but because his own perspective had elevated, allowing him to discern more. Fongland perused a book with great interest, occasionally offering corrections to students whose movements were evidently flawed. The Thunder Sisters received no special treatment, and Fongland paid little mind to Hetow's wandering. Initially, fellow students envied Hetow's inclusion in the trio, but as they observed that Fongland did not seem to provide them with any preferential treatment, their enthusiasm waned. With 3 months remaining in their ordinary path, who could guarantee that they would not achieve remarkable progress in that time, leaving Fongland astounded? Many harbored such thoughts, diligently striving to surprise others with their sudden advancements. Hetow's seemingly aimless demeanor was ideal. They hoped he would ultimately be left behind. After school that evening, Hetow darted away faster than a rabbit, having just heard Fongland announce the end of classes. Today was the day the ball mill and specialized grinding disc were to be delivered, and Hetow had arranged for them to arrive in the evening, with the East Wilderness gold refined from the wrist guards. He was eager to commence his first training session on the Unparalleled Score. Upon returning home, he first stored the metals extracted from the wrist guards, then stealthily returned to the scrap heap to select another piece of alloy. Hetow brought the small vial containing East Wilderness gold to the living room, precisely measuring out 4 ounces. East Wilderness gold is sold by the gram, with each gram priced at 5,000 alliance coins. 4 ounces equate to 200 grams, a sum Hetow could never hope to afford. The ball mill and the specially crafted grinding disc still require some time for delivery. Hetow gazed at the fine powder of Dongwang gold, producing a clean plate on which he placed the Dongwang gold and vermilion, patiently stirring them together. The viscous, golden red liquid resembled liquid gold, a sight that was exceptionally pleasing to the eye. The bracelet transformed into a wrist guard, and the meticulously analyzed metallic powder was remarkably fine. Hetow believed that even the special grinding disc could not yield a finer powder. Thus, the Dongwang gold was sufficient for his needs. When the small delivery truck arrived outside Hetow's door, Fong Rujing quietly appeared on a tree across the street. The greatest flaw of youth is a lack of perseverance. Fong Rujing felt satisfied with his observations from the previous night, yet he worried that Hetow might merely be a fleeting spark of enthusiasm, lacking the resolve to continue today. As he watched the delivery personnel carry 2 boxes into Hetow's home, Fong Rujing frowned slightly. Hetow was an orphan, and his family was not well off. Why would he purchase unnecessary items? When the boxes were opened, and the delivery personnel assisted Hetow in installing and debugging the ball mill and special grinding disc, Fong Rujing was taken aback. His gaze was particularly drawn to the plate on the table, which contained the golden red liquid. Was it a mixture of Dongwon gold and vermilion? Where did Hetow acquire the Dongwon gold? The leather pouch Fong Rujing had given Hetow contained 3 rare metals, with Dongwon gold being the only missing element. Fong Rujing intended to provide Hetow with motivation for advancement, yet he did not wish for Hetow to attain the unparalleled cultivation technique too easily. Things obtained effortlessly do not carry the weight of value. Fong Rujing deemed it necessary to observe Hetow for a while longer, ensuring that this disciple truly aligned with his intentions. At that time, he would bestow upon Hetow the much-needed final material, the Dongwon gold. Now, upon witnessing that Hetow had successfully mixed the Dongwon gold, Fong Rujing felt as though he had misjudged the situation. At the very least, Hetow, this little orphan, was not impoverished. 4 taels of Dongwon gold held a market value of 1 million. A typical household with a savings of 100,000 alliance coins would be considered affluent. How could Hetow possibly possess such wealth? Unbeknownst to Hetow, he was under the watchful gaze of his master. He locked his door and activated the ball mill, beginning to crush the rotten pulp silver, cold ridge wind copper, and red sun iron. He then cheerfully started the grinding disc, further pulverizing the metallic powder into a finer metallic dust. Hetow's heart brimmed with anticipation, while Fong Rujing's eyes were filled with astonishment. Chapter 12. The favorite of the stars. The ball mill pulverized materials with remarkable speed, while the specially designed grinding disc operated at a slightly slower pace. This fine grinding disc, crafted from a unique alloy, could reduce metal powders to a mere fraction of a millimeter. Such equipment was still for civilian use. The military, corporations, and major laboratories employed devices of even greater precision, devices that Hetow could only dream of. As the night wore on, Hetow diligently crushed, ground, and weighed different metal powders, mixing them with vermilion. It was already the latter part of the night. Logically, he should have gone to bed long ago. Yet the allure of the Wushuang score was too enticing to ignore. Although Fong Rujing had never spoken of the Wushuang score, Hetow could surmise that this unique cultivation method was extraordinarily precious. Perhaps enduring one more night would not be a significant issue. After a moment's hesitation, Hetow laid the Wushuang score on the table and retrieved a mirror, shedding his clothes. The Wushuang score required the application of metal mixed with vermilion to draw special runes on the body. Different metal liquids needed to be applied to various parts, including the limbs and the front and back of the torso, which was quite a demanding task. Hetow did not rush to use the metal liquids to draw. Instead, he used a black ink pen to outline the framework of the runes on his body, correcting any mistakes promptly. After 2 hours of labor, Hetow, completely unclothed, spun in front of the camera, then sat naked before the computer, comparing the runes on his body with those depicted in the Wushuang score to ensure there were no omissions or errors. Remarkably, the Hetow in the video resembled a primitive man adorned with intricate tattoos, though far more aesthetically pleasing than any primitive markings. The complex runes intertwined to form a vast network, as if he were clad in armor drawn with a pen. For dishes, each held a different rune pen. Varying metal liquids required different pens to prevent cross-contamination. Hetow patiently filled the rune frameworks with 4 different colored metal liquids, losing track of time. The filling process was somewhat faster, and by the time he completed this step, dawn had already broken, making it impossible for him to attend school. Feeling frustrated, Hetow pondered whether to continue practicing the Wushuang score at home or to attend school. If he failed to cultivate in time, the clothing would wear away the drawn runes, resulting not only in a waste of time, but also in a loss amounting to millions. Hetow pulled out his phone and dialed Fong Rujing, who answered promptly. He hesitated, But Fong Rujing asked, "What has happened?" Deciding against deceit, Hetow awkwardly confessed, "Master, I have drawn the runes myself and just completed them. I cannot go to school today. May I take a day off?" Fong Rujing, feigning ignorance, exclaimed in surprise, "You drew the runes? Where did you acquire such a quantity of Dongwon gold?" Hetow, having called in to request a leave of absence and candidly revealing his rune drawing, eased Fong Rujing's concerns. This was indeed an honest child, and he was relieved that his judgment had not been in vain. However, Fong Rujing was perplexed as to how Hetow could possibly possess such an abundance of Dongwon gold. Hetow hesitated before responding. "It was an inheritance left to me by my family. The Wushuang score you entrusted to me happened to require Dongwon gold, so I couldn't resist using it to draw the runes." Fong Rujing instructed, "Wait for me at home. I will handle matters at the academy and come to you." Fong Rujing stood outside in the cold wind throughout the night, and even with his golden core cultivation, he felt the chill biting at his lips. Upon returning to the academy, he instructed the students to practice their swordplay, and as he left, he earnestly called Hetow to confirm his precise home location to avoid raising any suspicions. Hetow wrapped himself in a blanket and opened the door to welcome Fong Rujing, shivering as the cold wind blew in. He hastily discarded the blanket to prevent it from rubbing off the drawn runes. Fong Rujing meticulously examined the runes on Hetow's body, causing Hetow to feel somewhat self-conscious. The runes of the Wushuang score needed to cover most of the body, naturally including the most private areas. Fong Rujing returned to face Hetow and asked, "Have you read the Wushuang score carefully?" Hetow nodded, but Fong Rujing shook his head, saying, "Not thoroughly." "Did you not notice a particular line? The body of Qi cultivation, with true Qi as the guide, the cauldron of elixirs nurtures, the path of returning to the source." Do you know what this means? The body of Qi cultivation indicates that the practice of the Wushuang score must occur during the Qi refining phase. This is fundamental. True Qi as the guide means you need true Qi to activate the rune formations. The cauldron of elixirs nurtures signifies that a master at the golden core stage must cultivate the activated rune formations to forge your path of returning to the source. Hetow was taken aback. Had he not called his master, his reckless cultivation would have led to failure. Fong Rujing, with a gentle demeanor, said, "A master and disciple share a bond akin to that of a parent and child. Your honesty comforts me. Sit down. I will assist you in activating the rune formations." Allowing me to test just how powerful the Wushuang score I risked my life to obtain truly is. Hetow sat directly on the cold floor as Fong Rujing positioned himself behind him, pressing a finger against Hetow's back and commanding. The Wushuang score is said to be a secret transmission from the Hall of Revelation. When news of the Wushuang score first emerged, I happened to be nearby, which allowed me to seize this fragment. The Hall of Revelation is a true treasure trove. By cultivating the Wushuang score, you may one day have the opportunity to enter the Hall of Revelation and discover your own unparalleled path. The more powerful the secret technique, the more arduous the cultivation. Entering the Wushuang score required numerous resources. However, the process of cultivation would be exceptionally painful, and Hetow needed to prepare himself mentally. "I am ready," Hetow replied solemnly. A sharp aura surged into his body, akin to a dagger piercing through, causing Hetow to shudder. Fong Rujing's true essence transformed into true Qi. Otherwise, Hetow would have been unable to withstand the true essence condensed by a master at the golden core stage. True Qi gradually spread throughout Hetow's body. Having contemplated the Wushuang score for many years, Fong Rujing was intimately familiar with every step. Unfortunately, he had never taken in a disciple, and the Wushuang score had remained shrouded in dust. This time, Fong Rujing was not entirely satisfied with Hetow, whose demeanor was subdued and lacked the youthful vigor. Additionally, Hetow's humble background made it unlikely for him to procure the substantial resources necessary for cultivation. However, Hetow surprised Fong Rujing immensely, as this seemingly impoverished orphan possessed quite a fortune, presenting a sufficient amount of Dongwon gold. Hetow, still in the Qi refining stage, was in the process of cultivating his primordial energy, striving to evolve it into true Qi. Without true Qi circulating through his meridians, he lacked the adaptive process. Thus, Fong Rujing's true chi forcefully entered Hetow's body, igniting an excruciating pain that felt as if he were on fire. True chi gradually seeped from every pore, with the four-colored runes drawn on Hetow's body slowly permeating beneath his skin under the stimulation of the true chi. The cold metallic powder infiltrated his skin, intertwining with the piercing sensation of true chi, leading Hetow to feel as though he had entered a legendary purgatory, a torturous ordeal that threatened to break him. Fong Rujing's expression hardened. He could sense the tremors of pain coursing through Hetow's flesh, a torment he understood all too well. Yet, he could not afford to show mercy, for that would be tantamount to endangering Hetow's life. The infused metallic powder mingled with the vermilion embedded itself into Hetow's skin, leaving only the vivid red hue of the vermilion behind. Fong Rujing's voice rang out sharply. The cauldron of elixirs nurtures. This is the most critical juncture. One misstep could lead to lifelong regret. The future, whether as a dragon or a serpent, hinges on this moment. Hetow hoarsely shouted, I have almost nothing left. I can only advance with no retreat. Fong Rujing dispersed the true chi throughout Hetow's body, which suddenly convulsed involuntarily. Fong Rujing steeled his resolve as the vast true essence became extraordinarily searing, burning the four metals entering Hetow's body. Hetow felt as if he had been thrown into a boiling cauldron of oil, tears streaming down his face as the pain caused his muscles to convulse wildly. Fong Rujing declared, all pain is merely a reflex of the nerves. This is not a fatal wound, but rather the forging of your unique Wushuang battle armor. Every practitioner of the Wushuang score must endure this inhuman suffering. Since ancient times, heroes have faced numerous trials, while the privileged few seldom achieve greatness. Hetow, having lost his parents and family without any support, whether he can leap through the Dragon Gate depends upon his ability to endure today. His eyes were nearly bulging out as he opened his mouth to speak, only to cough up a mouthful of blood. If he could faint, Hetow would undoubtedly succumb without hesitation, but alas, that was merely a wishful thought. Fong Rujing sensed the subtle changes within Hetow's body. As the metal seeping through his skin was activated by his true essence, it formed an intricate and colossal array of symbols. Releasing her grip, Fong Rujing remarked, very well. Hetow gasped, leaning back. Having endured the most excruciating torment, he had reached his limit and succumbed to unconsciousness. His comprehension was commendable. As he quickly grasped the techniques of observing others' weaknesses through the combat manual, his willpower was exceptional, and Fong Rujing could only imagine the immense suffering Hetow had endured, which surpassed her expectations. The moonlight was particularly bright this night. As Fong Rujing laid Hetow on the floor, she noticed the unusually clear moonlight streaming through the window. Undeterred by the curtains, suddenly, she sensed something amiss. The moonlight poured into the room, casting a luminous halo over the dim space. With a swift motion, she dashed to the window, pulling aside the curtains to gaze outside. On this winter night, under a full moon, the stars were supposed to be sparse. Yet one constellation shone exceptionally bright in the sky. It was the Heart Star among the 28 constellations. Fong Rujing directed her gaze towards the constellation. As the starlight released by its celestial bodies converged into a radiant beam heading towards her. The natal star? With lightning speed, Fong Rujing shifted her position, and the starlight enveloped Hetow. Her heart raced as if it would leap from her chest. This was the awakening of the stars, one of the legendary exceptional physiques. A fortunate soul favored by the celestial bodies. By a stroke of serendipity, Fong Rujing's previous regrets vanished, replaced by boundless elation. It turned out that Hetow was a favored child of the stars, a cherished one of the Heart Star. Chapter 13. The Scorpion Ruined the Heart Mansion. Known as the abode of the Heavenly King, lies at the waist of the Azure Dragon's 7 mansions. Its totem, a fox, endows it with the name of the Heart Moon Fox. The Heart Mansion comprises 3 stars. The first star represents the prince, the second the Heavenly King, and the third signifies the illegitimate son. The starlight that penetrates into Hetow's body is that of the second star, the Heavenly King. In the celestial realm, stars correspond to destinies on earth. True strength resonates mysteriously with the stars, a phenomenon science cannot validate. Nevertheless, Many remain devoted to deciphering the relationship between celestial bodies and human fate, a practice referred to as stargazing. Practitioners possess unique methods to sense the stars, though such abilities are rare. However, should one fortuitously connect with their destined star, it signifies the commencement of a transcendent path. Fongland harbors such aspirations, yet did not foresee that Hetow, in his unconscious state, received the favor of the stars. Was it due to Hetow's extraordinary constitution or the cultivation of the unparalleled manuscript? Fongland could not ascertain. The origins of the unparalleled manuscript are extraordinary, and Fongland has never disclosed its secrets to outsiders, only bestowing it upon Hetow after he became a disciple. It is certain that the unparalleled manuscript is not something an ordinary person could cultivate. Even the entry-level stage demands rare metals worth millions of alliance coins and requires the support of a master in the golden core stage. How could an ordinary individual possibly possess such abundant resources? Fongland turned to gaze at Hetow, who remained furrowed in his unconsciousness. He extended his hand, levitating Hetow's body, and gently placed him in the bedroom while he sat in a nearby chair, lost in thought. A sense of danger suddenly dawned upon Fongland. Many stargazers existed, likely to notice the unusual gathering of starlight. Perhaps some well-intentioned individuals might come seeking, putting Hetow at risk. Fongland opened the unparalleled manuscript, meticulously rereading its contents to ingrain every detail in his mind. He then clasped his hands together, conjuring flames that engulfed the manuscript in fire. This was the root of potential calamity. Having gifted it to Hetow, he could not retract it without causing confusion or even discord. The only solution was to destroy the manuscript. Should Hetow encounter uncertainties in his cultivation in the future, Fongland would be there to guide him. Years ago, Fongland had acquired the first third of the unparalleled manuscript, including its cover. Through repeated contemplation over the years, he had discovered no additional secrets. As the manuscript ignited under the true flames, the yellow silk pages quickly burned away. However, as the cover began to char, a faint, dim light emerged. Fongland shuddered and withdrew the flames, yet the burning of the manuscript continued. The yellow silk turned to ash as a delicate black silk net emerged from the charred cover, resembling a hand with 5 fingers, forming the semblance of a glove. Fongland stood in a daze. Had Hetow not drawn starlight into his being, he would not have sensed the impending crisis. If not for the concern that the manuscript might pose a danger in Hetow's possession, the thought of destroying it would not have arisen, and the black silk net would not have revealed itself. Was this fate? Or had the creator of the unparalleled manuscript foreseen such a chain of events? What secrets lay hidden within the subsequent pages of the manuscript? Fongland tugged at the black silk net, which proved remarkably resilient, contrary to its delicate, spiderweb-like appearance. After a moment of hesitation, he placed the black silk net on Hetow's left hand, intending to gauge its size. However, as the net adhered to Hetow's hand, it transformed into a black mist that seeped into his skin, vanishing from sight under Fongland's astonished gaze. Hetow drifted into a prolonged dream, finding himself before a grand white palace seemingly constructed amidst swirling clouds, adorned with exotic flowers. Yet, a chilling presence made his body tremble, as if unseen eyes were scrutinizing him with cold indifference. Shivering, Hetow drowsily pulled the blanket over himself, only to feel a warm, dry, and powerful hand pressed against his forehead. He jolted awake to see Fongland's visage. As Hetow attempted to sit up, he realized the vermilion symbols on his body had been cleansed. Fongland, with a benevolent smile, urged, "Continue to lie down. You need rest." Hetow glanced out at the dim twilight beyond the bedroom window and asked, "Have I slept for a day?" Fongland smiled. 3 days. In apparent agreement with Fongland's statement, Hetow's stomach growled. Having slumbered for 3 days, he felt an intense hunger. Fongland gestured for silence and left the room to fetch a bowl of porridge. Hetow, enduring the aches in his body, leaned over the bedside and devoured the appropriately warm porridge with ravenous haste. The porridge bore a faint herbal aroma, neither overwhelming nor unpleasant. After consuming a bowl, Hetow felt considerably more at ease. He returned to his resting position and expressed, "Thank you, Master." Fongland set the empty bowl aside and remarked, "Becoming a disciple is a solemn matter. Having established a master-disciple bond is a lifelong connection. Enough of such trivialities. How do you feel?" Hetow replied candidly, "It seems every part of me aches, an intense, piercing pain." Fongland reassured him, "While you were unconscious, I repeatedly employed my true energy to examine your condition. You are well." He paused slightly and added, "When you initially fell into unconsciousness, there was a gathering of starlight." Hetow's eyes widened, and Fongland continued, "To be cautious, I destroyed the remnants of the Unparalleled manuscript. In the past few days, I noticed unfamiliar individuals inquiring nearby. I managed to send them away by impersonating your distant uncle. Remember, you are not an ordinary child. Your destined star is Heart Mansion too, and it has already established a connection with you. Do not share this secret with outsiders, or the consequences may be dire." Hetow felt parched and asked, "Destined star? Is this a prevalent belief?" This notion suggests that earthly beings correspond with celestial stars, where each star symbolizes a humble life. Gaining the favor of one's destined star signifies a future of great promise. Historically, the demise of many significant figures has coincided with falling stars. Though this explanation lacks official endorsement, the prevailing explanation attributes meteor showers to atmospheric friction, a common occurrence that merely coincides with the passing of prominent individuals. Hetow could not help but inquire, "Are they searching for me?" Fongland affirmed, "Indeed, they surely are. The starlight has penetrated your being, and many perceptive individuals can discern this. Typically, only those at the golden core stage possess such qualifications. They seek to uncover opportunities. If they were to discover that you, a mere child, attracted starlight, the consequences would be unimaginable. Never underestimate the greed inherent in human nature." Hetow fell silent, recognizing the wisdom in Fongland's words, which dissuaded him from mentioning the mysterious bracelet. The fewer individuals privy to the secret, the better, as this is the best way to safeguard it. The excruciating pain coursing through his body caused beads of sweat to form on Hetow's forehead. Fongland inquired, "Do you remember the incantations from the Unparalleled manuscript?" Hetow recalled them, albeit vaguely. Fongland explained, "I previously cautioned you against making any breakthroughs. If you were to enter the true energy stage, you would forfeit your eligibility to join the ordinary path of the Qi refinement group. Now, however, you can cultivate the symbols inscribed upon your body to form armor within. This necessitates your continuous practice, equating to a double effort to condense true energy." Hetow grinned, and Fongland added, "Even during the period before condensing true energy, cultivation is not a waste of time. It is a process that awakens your inner potential and invigorates your vital energy." The Unparalleled manuscript's demand for cultivation prior to condensing true energy is to nurture the internal armor with vitality. As the saying goes, great things come from accumulation. You bear a double burden. Thus, when you finally soar towards the heavens, you shall possess not only double but perhaps even greater strength. Strive hard. Hetow resiliently sat up, adopting a posture of utmost concentration, focusing his will upon the unique symbols within his dantian. Hetow gradually forgot the excruciating pain, his willpower increasingly coalescing. This was a process akin to grinding water. When he condensed his true energy, his will would transform into thought power, signifying his formal entry into the ranks of practitioners. The envisioned runes were so familiar that he could draw them even with his eyes closed. Just as Hetow sensed the rippling energy in his lower abdomen, the envisioned runes collapsed, and a dark, scorpion-like rune swiftly coalesced. Hetow attempted to open his eyes, only to find his eyelids felt as heavy as lead, utterly immovable. After a brief moment of initial panic, he quickly regained his composure. It was nothing alarming. He was merely in the Qi cultivation stage, having yet to condense true energy. So there was no question of going astray, especially with his master standing by. Yet, why had the envisioned runes transformed into this? This was not one of the foundational envisioned runes. The basic envisioned runes each possessed distinct characteristics, yet none manifested in a tangible form, without exception. They were profoundly ancient and abstract. Hetow was at a loss, unable to open his mouth, as if ensnared in a peculiar nightmare. His mind was clear, even exceptionally ethereal. Yet his body did not respond to the commands of his will. Could this be a consequence of cultivating the unmatched codex? Hetow considered this a comforting thought. And indeed, it alleviated his fear. He concentrated his will once more, beginning to envision the scorpion-like rune. This particular rune seemed to resonate deeply with Hetow. As he envisioned it, the energy in his dantian surged rhythmically, as if an immense power were poised to emerge from within. Fongland had been observing Hetow's state and noticed that his breathing was long and steady, a sign that he was entering a favorable condition, an excellent indication that Hetow's meditative focus was remarkably perfect. However, Fongland soon sensed something amiss. Why was the energy within Hetow so potent? Was he about to break through? This was concerning. Fongland did not believe Hetow would be qualified to traverse far along the ordinary path after condensing true energy. Just as Fongland's anxiety deepened, colorful metallic runes began to manifest upon Hetow's skin, calming the turbulent energy and blood within him. The unmatched codex was indeed formidable, and Fongland's eyes gleamed with intense joy. Chapter 14. Home is where the heart is. The practice of qi cultivation revolves around the mastery of breath, which is derived from respiration and the flow of blood. Only with robust vitality can one hope to condense true qi through diligent training, thus entering the realm of cultivation. The qi cultivation phase focuses on adjusting the internal organs, enhancing one's life force. One may liken the body to fertile land. Only a rich soil can nurture life. To cultivate the unique manuscript, one must inscribe runes upon the skin, allowing the body to absorb the metals expended in this process, which requires the nourishment of one's vital essence. Subsequently, the rune armor will enhance alongside the practitioner's strength, though the effort demanded will be equally formidable. As Hetow felt a moment of disorientation, he ceased his practice, a surge of hunger causing him to break into a cold sweat. Upon opening his eyes, Fongland brought another bowl of porridge to him, inquiring, "Are you struggling with hunger?" Hetow nodded gratefully and accepted the bowl, consuming the porridge in a swift manner. Fongland remarked, "Nourishment from food is far superior to medicinal remedies. I have prepared some ingredients, and they will be ready in half an hour. Please be patient." Hetow threw on a robe and was about to respond when the doorbell rang. Fongland smiled and said, "It's your classmates." Surprised, Hetow recalled that he had missed 3 days of school. Rising from his seat, he noticed Fongland had already hurried to the door. It swung open to reveal a cheerful voice. "Mentor, I didn't realize you were here." With a smile, Fongland replied, "Hetow is my disciple, and he is unwell, so I came to check on him. Please, come in." As Hetow emerged from the bedroom, the first to enter were the Thunderous Sisters, Lu Xiaojun and Su Mengya, followed by the familiar members of the Five Elements team. Recognizing them as his classmates, Hetow recalled their previous visits to his home. Upon seeing Hetow's pale visage and unsteady gait, Mihu exaggeratedly spread his arms and exclaimed, "Walnut! Walnut! Have you been shelled and devoured?" Hetow felt a surge of indignation. Mihu had a penchant for jesting, and the nickname Walnut was his creation. According to Mihu, Hetow's seemingly indifferent exterior belied a fragile heart, making Walnut a fitting moniker. Mihu embraced Hetow, prompting a groan from the latter as the rune armor beneath his skin inflicted excruciating pain. Tu Chiyuan quickly interjected, "Let go. Hetow is going to pass out." Realizing his blunder, Mihu released Hetow, who was now drenched in cold sweat. It was evident that Mihu's exuberance had exacerbated the situation. Supporting Hetow to the sofa in the living room, Lu Xiaojun curiously asked, "What happened to you?" Mihu sheepishly responded, "It must be that the mentor imparted some special secret technique to Hetow, teaching him that through enduring hardship, one can rise above." Fongland smiled silently, opting not to refute or clarify Mihu's speculation. Lu Xiaojun sniffed in surprise, casting a look at Fongland. The faint aroma wafting from the kitchen hinted at the presence of numerous precious medicinal ingredients, indicating that the mentor was indeed making a significant effort to nourish Hetow. Hetow wiped away his sweat and expressed, "I am truly touched that you all came to see me on such a cold day." Mihu perched on the armrest of Hetow's sofa, and said, as brothers, I've been contemplating hosting a naming ceremony to celebrate the 5 Elements team's evolution into the 6 Harmonies team. You should join us. Hetow rolled his eyes. Mihu was relentless in his attempts to draw him into their circle, but Hetow had no interest. Now that he had become a disciple of Fongland, he was even less inclined to squander time mingling with them. Fongland remarked, Hetow has a reserved nature. It would be beneficial for you to engage with him more. Mihu joyfully exclaimed, Did you hear that? The mentor has spoken. Can you dare to ignore her words? Hetow weakly protested, I genuinely do not enjoy socializing. With a glint of mischief, Mihu turned to Lu Xiaojun and said, Lu, my beautiful friend, why don't you and Suminya join us? We could form a gossip group. Laughter erupted, and Lu Xiaojun retorted, I cannot afford to lose face. Feigning sorrow, Mihu lamented, Do you see this? Now that he has been chosen by the mentor as a seed candidate, he looks down upon us old classmates. The world is so cold. Oh heavens, why is it so frigid? Hetow nudged him playfully, and Mihu warned, Don't move around too much. Let me tell you, I have practiced protective techniques since childhood. If you retaliate, it won't be good for you. Laughter filled the room again as Fongland commented. The dragon coil technique is indeed a solid foundation for you. When Mihu mentioned his protective techniques, the group had dismissed it as boasting. However, Fongland's acknowledgement shifted their perception. Hetow, astonished, asked, You have truly practiced it? Mihu ruffled his hair. I didn't expect the mentor to notice. This is rather embarrassing, he. During a previous assessment, Fongland had discerned Mihu's substantial foundation through his aura, deducing that he had likely practiced the dragon coil technique, a commendable body refining method. Unfortunately, mastery of such techniques requires years of dedicated effort, and Mihu had yet to truly embark on that path. Fongland advised, the dragon coil technique demands rigorous physical training. You should not fear hardship or pain. If you are interested, you could spar with Hetow to unleash true power and promote mutual growth. Feigning shyness, Mihu inquired, Mentor, since you noticed my practice of body techniques, why haven't you chosen me for training? I am quite disappointed. The group struggled to contain their laughter, while Fongland candidly replied, To enter the realm of body techniques requires significant effort and a willingness to endure pain. To achieve great success necessitates years of consuming substantial medicinal tonics. A mundane path does not suit someone like you who needs long-term accumulation. If you possess great perseverance and determination, you might achieve remarkable success in the future, but not at this moment. Tu Cho Yuan tentatively asked, What about me, Minner? Fongland responded, Your talent is commendable, yet your sensitivity to qi is lacking. It seems you are not sufficiently focused during meditation. Missing the foundational learning period in primary school means that if you do not condense true qi before graduation, even the highest talent will be in vain. Tu Cho Yuan bowed in acknowledgement of Fongland's guidance. Lu Xiaojun, smiling, asked, Mentor, who do you believe will achieve greater success in the future, us sisters or Hetow? Fongland tactfully replied, It depends on who is willing to put in the effort. Su Mingya's eyes widened in surprise. Fongland had not previously regarded Hetow so favorably. Today, however, it seemed the winds had changed. Perhaps this was a courteous way of saying it. But now that Hetow was Fongland's disciple, she sensed the mentor was hesitant to speak candidly, as it would undoubtedly imply that Hetow had greater potential. Lu Xiaojun finally realized the incongruity. Hetow had missed 3 days of school, prompting their visit, yet they found him in such a frail state. Could someone in such a condition be compared to the Thunderous Sisters, even in terms of effort and potential achievements? Fongland diverted the topic. Mihu, if you are willing to spar with Hetow, I may consider imparting some training techniques to you. Mihu, whose real name was Mihu, stood up promptly and exclaimed, Mentor, a gentleman's word is his bond. Fongland cautioned, Remember, this is genuine sparring. Such training is demanding and will be painful. Mihu, with a playful grin, replied, I will go easy on him. I won't let your prized disciple suffer too much. Fongland shook her head, bemused by his confidence, wondering where it stemmed from, having observed Mihu's swordplay, which was rather mediocre. As Fongland remained at Hetow's home, The Five Elements team and the Thunderous Sisters soon took their leave. Fongland gazed at Hetow, who was lost in thought by the window, and asked, "Do you believe there is no pressure in sparring with Mihu?" Hetow, coming back to his senses, humbly replied, "The disciple has not thought in such a manner." Fongland remarked, "Initially, he may be tenacious enough to drive you to despair. His protective skills are rudimentary, yet his resilience surpasses your wildest imagination. Such adversaries are bound to appear along the ordinary path of life, and discovering a method to vanquish them is a priceless treasure." A subtle sense of foreboding began to stir within Fongland. Though he dismissed it as trivial, the observer loomed at a considerable distance, their presence feeble. Perhaps merely a petty thief scouting the area. Dusk had faded into night, casting a somber veil over the winter evening. Amidst the sparse glow of street lamps, a young man adorned with dark sunglasses gazed vacantly at a brightly lit house in the distance. Moments earlier, a group of youths had passed by, animatedly discussing how Walnut had transformed into Fongland's disciple, speculating whether Walnut had received some extraordinary inheritance. A faint smile flickered at the corners of the young man's lips, ephemeral and quickly dissipating. The woman beside him, exuding an air of worldly experience, inquired, "What are you doing here lost in thought? You realize that the danger has lessened only slightly. We must depart from Maple Dance City without delay." The young man withdrew his gaze and replied, "I have wandered in this vicinity before, even finding a semblance of home here. But that is of little consequence now. Let us go." The woman cast a skeptical glance at him, wisely refraining from probing further, aware that he was not being entirely forthright. The fleeting smile he had unconsciously revealed, though ephemeral, lingered in her memory. Did he have ties here? That seemed plausible. Despite the desolation brought about by the garbage mountain, a few well-to-do families still resided in the area. The local girls were pure and cultured, and he must have been enamored with one of them. Otherwise, his smile would not have borne such tenderness. Turning, the young man said, "Let us go." The woman pursed her lips and hurried to catch up with him. As the wind and snow began to swirl, the youthful pair swiftly vanished into the tempest, their footprints soon obscured by the falling snowflakes. The earth transformed into a silvery expanse, concealing all sorrows of parting and obscuring the vision of passers-by. Ahead lay the distant horizon, a realm devoid of home. That was the edge of the world. Chapter 15. Progress. The sword, an extension of the arm, is an integral part of your very existence. Are you wielding merely a firewood stick? The sword dances with agility. Are you prepared to crush its hilt? Fongland's voice dripped with merciless mockery. Hetow's vision of me, who had become obscured, sweat rolling down his forehead and into his eyes. Me who, on the opposite side, appeared similarly beleaguered, yet this fellow was remarkably resilient. Hetow's longsword slashed, thrust, cleaved, and flicked time and again against this adversary, who, under normal circumstances, would have long since succumbed. Yet he stood firm. Previously, no one had known that me who had been cultivating the Li Dingpan Long Ju since childhood. Now, it was common knowledge. In the Five Elements group, there were many gossipers, and no secret could remain concealed. Initially, the majority of students dismissed this as a joke, but as Hetow and me who clashed, they were taken aback to discover the latter's formidable endurance and the sharpness of Hetow's swordsmanship. Though both were employing basic sword techniques, Hetow's angles appeared straightforward yet were, in fact, exceedingly cunning. Had it been a real fight without protective gear, Mihu would have been defeated countless times by now. Hetow, the primary aggressor, stumbled as Mihu swayed. Even with protective gear, the repeated strikes were excruciating. As Hetow struck again, Mihu saw the quivering blade approaching him. He intended to sidestep, a commendable thought, yet his body failed to cooperate, and he faltered. Hetow's sword, aimed at Mihu's chest, inadvertently lunged toward his face. Fongland waved her sleeve, and Hetow's sword was swept away. Unsteadily, Hetow lunged forward, pinning Mihu beneath him. The two became a tumbling mass, with no laughter to be heard. For 10 consecutive days, these two madmen demonstrated what true tenacity meant. Their clothing beneath the armor was perpetually damp. Time and again, they struck, blocked, sweated profusely, and collapsed from exhaustion. The Thunder Sisters practiced alone. their swordsmanship clearly surpassing the basic techniques, more refined and pleasing to the eye. Yet, their sparring lacked the shocking intensity of Hetow and Mihu's encounters. Fongland set aside Hetow's sword and helped Mihu sit up, her hands fluttering like butterflies as she assisted him in circulating his vital energy. This was the benefit of training with Hetow. Every day, Fongland would help Mihu harness his true energy 3 times. The specific advantages were known only to those involved, and thus, Mihu exerted himself even more fervently. Progress was evident. In the initial days, Hetow was exhausted, a mere husk, while Mihu stood proudly unyielding. However, today, Mihu finally succumbed. Hetow lay on the training ground, gasping like a bull, having started from dawn and only resting for an hour at lunch, continuing to spar until school ended, dragging his weary body home. He relished the nourishing congee or rich soup his master prepared from various herbs. After dinner, he practiced basic sword techniques repeatedly until exhaustion left him in a disheveled state, eventually meditating on runes until he unknowingly sank into a deep sleep. Fongland stayed at Hetow's home every night, leaving him no opportunity to pilfer the discarded alloy plates required for evolving his wristband into a protective guard. In truth, Hetow was too weary to engage in such endeavors. Progress was not limited to swordsmanship. The unseen benefits of ample nourishing food significantly enhanced the runic armor within Hetow. When he envisioned the scorpion rune, he could vaguely sense the armor beneath his skin drawing upon his vital energy. His appetite grew astonishingly, and fortunately, the nourishing food satisfied both the armor's and his own demands. Otherwise, he would have long since been depleted. The funds for purchasing herbs came entirely from Fongland, who prepared food that ended up in Hetow's mouth, while she herself consumed only light fare, claiming it was beneficial for health. Sweat dripped from the protective gear onto the ground, and the extreme fatigue felt invigorating, as if the impurities that had lain dormant within him for years were being expelled through his perspiration. Tu Chiyuan approached, sitting beside Hetow and offering him a bottle of mineral water. Hetow splashed the water on his face, washing away the sweat. Tu Chiyuan whispered, "Hetow, would you like to spar with me later?" Mihu enjoyed Fongland's assistance daily, leaving Tu Chiyuan envious. Mihu did not hide the benefits he gained from the 5 Elements group, feeling his understanding of the Li Ding Pan Long Ju deepen each day, along with a noticeable improvement in his resilience. Hetow replied, "Sure, but I lack finesse in my strikes. It might hurt." Tu Chiyuan confidently declared, "Look at my build. I'm sure I can match Mihu." Mihu raised his middle finger, truly wishing for a break, as the pain was overwhelming. After lying down for several minutes, Hetow stubbornly rose. Tu Chiyuan, brimming with excitement, prepared for battle. After 10 days of observation, Tu Chiyuan believed he could outperform Mihu. Mihu's footwork was too clumsy, preventing him from evading Hetow's strikes, and Tu Chiyuan felt he had found the key to counter Hetow. Hetow steadied his sword, his gaze fixed like a nail on Tu Chiyuan, who felt uneasy under Hetow's intimidating stare. Hetow called out, "Are you ready?" Fongland concluded her massage of Mihu, watching as Hetow lunged at Tu Chiyuan. Tu Chiyuan, accustomed to easy victories against other classmates, suddenly sensed the disparity in skill. He swung his sword to block, but Hetow's wrist flicked, the sword tip emitting a sharp whistle as it altered its trajectory, striking Tu Chiyuan beneath the ribs. Even with protective gear, Tu Chiyuan's face drained of color in an instant. Hetow withdrew his sword, and Lu Xiaojun and Su Manya approached with their long swords. While the exchanges between Hetow and Mihu were still inconclusive, Tu Chiyuan's swift defeat shocked the Thunder Sisters. Fongland walked over and patted Tu Chiyuan's back, alleviating his choking pain. Lu Xiaojun suggested, "Hetow, shall we spar?" Hetow grasped the sword with both hands, signaling his readiness, and Lu Xiaojun reciprocated. They stood opposite each other, neither eager to strike first. Fongland cleared her throat softly, prompting Hetow to step forward, his sword executing a diagonal slash. Lu Xiaojun's training sword emitted a sharp whistle as she aimed a direct strike at Hetow's chest. This linear attack was shorter than Hetow's diagonal slash, allowing her to strike first. Hetow pivoted, deflecting Lu Xiaojun's sword with a counterstrike. his own sword continuing its diagonal arc. This revealed that within this basic technique lay both offense and defense. Me, who had never compelled Hetow to unleash his true prowess. Lu Xiaojun retreated, her long sword suddenly thrusting back to thwart Hetow's advance. Hetow's swordplay was assertive and relentless. Each basic technique he employed pressed Lu Xiaojun back. No strike was without purpose, and her every counter was met with Hetow's unexpected defenses. Lu Xiaojun had previously studied swordsmanship, clearly superior to the basic techniques. Under the guidance of a master, and with her exceptional talent, she had believed her skills could dominate her classmates. Now, however, that arrogant notion was utterly dispelled. Could secret techniques truly be bested by basic swordsmanship? Su Mingyao watched in shock as Lu Xiaojun was forced to retreat under Hetow's relentless assault. Lu Xiaojun's practiced footwork allowed her to narrowly evade Hetow's strikes. Otherwise, she would have long been defeated. Is it possible that secret techniques are no match for basic swordplay? Fong Rujing's voice echoed in the training ground, stating, "Basic swordplay has been refined through generations. It embodies the essence of swordsmanship. Like a glass of pristine water, it may lack the rich flavor of fine wine, yet it remains an indispensable foundation. The sword, as observed, presents a stark contrast between the swordplay witnessed from the sidelines and that which one encounters personally. The disparity lies therein. Lu Xiaojun, do you comprehend this principle?" Hetow sheathed his sword, while Lu Xiaojun, pursing her lips, regarded him. Then, Fong Rujing, with solemnity, bowed. A knock resounded, and a mentor opened the door. Announcing, "Mentor Fong, the Academy leadership requests that you submit the list of seed candidates for the ordinary path. The initial selection will take place this afternoon, and those designated as seeds may bypass the first round and directly participate in the second." After expressing gratitude, the mentor departed. Fong Rujing, surveying the eager faces, remarked, "I acknowledge your enthusiasm. Perhaps you disagree with my selection of the 3 seeds. I shall grant you an opportunity to challenge any of them. If successful, you shall assume the role of a seed candidate." Had it not been for the recent spectacle of Hetow pursuing Lu Xiaojun, most students would have eagerly sought to challenge him, yet that notion had dissipated. Observing the silence, Fong Rujing continued, "Miracles abound on the ordinary path. The selection this afternoon is crucial for you. Through sparring with your peers, you can solidify your confidence and even seize the opportunity to represent Fengwu City Junior Academy in the ordinary path. Success is in your hands. The mentor's judgment may not always be infallible. Prepare yourselves for the afternoon selection battle." The significance of the selection battle loomed large. The seeds recommended by the mentors might not necessarily emerge victorious. It is only those who excel in the 3 rounds of selection who will represent Fengwu City Junior Academy as paragons in the ordinary path. Restlessness stirred among the students, prompting Fong Rujing to gesture, "You should each have your own weapons and armor prepared. Dismissed. Return to prepare and reconvene at the training ground this afternoon." The students surged forth, while Hetow and the Thunder Sisters lingered. Fong Rujing instructed, "Hetow, proceed to the Hanhai equipment shop. I have arranged for your custom sword and gear. The payment has been completed. Go and ensure they fit well. If any adjustments are needed, raise them promptly. Off you go." Chapter 16. The budding ambition. Fong Rujing, with her meticulous nature, observed that although Hetow had managed to gather enough Eastern Wilderness gold for the Unparalleled Cultivation manual, his family's circumstances were evidently modest. His parents had left behind little in terms of inheritance, prompting Fong Rujing to have tailored equipment made for him. Lu Xiaojun sighed, remarking, "Becoming a disciple is indeed beneficial. Alas, my family had already made arrangements. Otherwise, I too could enjoy the gifts from my mentor today." Fong Rujing shook her head with a smile, knowing that Lu Xiaojun and Su Mingya's backgrounds did not warrant their mentor purchasing equipment for them. She was somewhat aware of the financial situations of these 2 girls. Realizing that her own impoverished status as a mentor was incomparable, Hetow bowed to Fong Rujing as he exited the training ground, followed closely by Lu Xiaojun and Su Mingya. Lu Xiaojun, with familiarity, stated, "My preparations are not particularly sufficient. Let us go take a look. The mentor has a keen eye, and perhaps I can find equipment that suits me." Su Mingya chimed in, "That sounds good. It's best to prepare in advance so we won't be flustered during the actual selection battle. Liu Xiaojun drove, and the trio headed straight to the Hanhai equipment store, the largest in Fengwu City. Hetow remained silent, yet a fire burned within him. The 3 rare metals gifted at the time of becoming a disciple, the nourishing food he had consumed these days. And today as equipment, all of it was financed by his mentor. He did not wish to take advantage of her generosity, yet he felt indebted. As if heralding the beginning of an ordinary journey, the Hanhai equipment store was bustling with people. Hetow presented his student ID to the receptionist, and they were promptly escorted to the second floor, where the custom-made equipment awaited. The price of custom-made equipment differed from that of off-the-shelf items. Customization required an additional investment. In contrast, ready-made equipment was mass-produced, naturally offering a more economical choice. Upon opening the designated cabinet, a staff member retrieved a box containing a sheathed long sword, a set of dark blue samurai attire, a pair of black boots, and a matching battle robe. Hetow carefully drew the long sword from its sheath, a chilling glimmer emanating from the fish scale patterns on its blade. This was a Dao sword, not quite a magical artifact, yet sufficient for Hetow to utilize during the true Qi phase. Inscribed within the sword was a layer of runic formations, which could be harnessed even during the Qi training phase, albeit with limited efficacy. This renowned entry-level Dao sword bore the unified name of Fish Scale Sword. The fish scale patterns on the blade granted it remarkable resilience, ensuring it would not shatter even under powerful strikes. Judging by its size, this sword was tailored specifically for Hetow, perfectly aligning with his height and build. While standardized fish scale swords were available on the first floor, they adhered to uniform weight and length, meaning that individuals of varying physiques could only select from the same model. The diverse requirements for weapons stemmed from differences in height, arm length, and wrist strength, much like how a single pair of shoes cannot fit every foot. Priced at 20,000 alliance coins, the standard fish scale sword was a considerable expense for many families, compelling them to opt for other, more cost-effective Dao swords. Custom-sized fish scale swords, however, commanded a price increase of at least 30%. The samurai attire, boots, and battle robe all bore runic formations, their prices rivaling that of the custom fish scale sword. The cost of Hetow's home had been 50,000 alliance coins, and the combined expenses for the sword and clothing exceeded that of a house. While the threshold for cultivation was low, anyone with aptitude could practice. The financial burden of acquiring equipment could lead one to bankruptcy. Hetow's expression turned solemn as Liu Xiaojun softly remarked, "This is the minter's goodwill. In the future, you can strive to repay her, ensuring that this investment yields substantial returns." Hetow nodded quietly, cradling the box as he made his way outside. Upon reaching the stairwell, he overheard a middle-aged woman conversing discreetly with a staff member. "Do you accept the recycling of precious metals? Could I use this to purchase equipment?" Hetow's ears perked up, and the staff member courteously replied, "If the precious metals are of sufficient purity, we will accept as much as you have. Trust in Hanhai's integrity. We will keep your information confidential." The staff member glanced at Hetow and his companions, quickly falling silent. Hetow feigned nonchalance as he moved past, mentally noting the exchange. The precious metals deciphered by his mysterious wristband had only utilized the Eastern Wilderness gold. The rest remained hidden at home. His mentor was clearly not affluent, and he did not wish to burden her with his insatiable needs. After bidding farewell to the Thunder Sisters, Hetow hailed a taxi to return to his residence. Fongland had been staying there for some time, and Hetow had not had the opportunity to acquire more rare metals. Today, he resolved to seize the moment and stockpile a bit more. Upon arriving home, he was unexpectedly greeted by a delivery person ringing his doorbell. He jogged over to open the door, and the delivery person handed him a small box, stating, "This is the item you ordered. I apologize for the delay." Hetow quickly realized this must be the limited edition wristband he had ordered for 998. Amused by his own excessive caution, he noted that the wristband had evolved into a bracer, alleviating any concerns of being recognized. After signing for the package, he locked the door behind him, eager to inspect the wristband. He hurried to his brother's room, moving aside the bed to uncover several piles of metals he had previously extracted, alongside the wristband that had reverted to its original form. How could it have transformed back into a wristband? Hetow was perplexed. The wristband had seemingly returned to its original state. What other secrets lay undiscovered within it? Hetow shifted the bed frame and once again descended into the underground passage leading to the garbage mountain. Drawing from his previous experiences, he could discern which type of discarded alloy plate attracted the wristband. He brought the wristband close to a piece of alloy, and indeed, it adhered to the surface. He felt a surge of confidence as he returned with the alloy plate, stealthily transporting more of them. He planned to stack these plates, allowing the wristband to absorb to its content, ensuring he would not have to concern himself with it for several days. On his fourth trip, however, he heard footsteps outside. A short, middle-aged man arrived with a rotund, balding individual at the edge of the garbage mountain. "We need to find a way to dispose of this," the man said. The rotund one replied, "The extraction technology has consistently failed. The cost of extraction exceeds that of purchasing raw materials. Moreover, there is nowhere to discard this rubbish. It has accumulated for over a century. Buying a landfill site would be an enormous expense. Zhang, perhaps we should just leave it be. It's not your responsibility anyway," suggested the other man. The previous general manager had considered discarding this waste, but who in Fengwu City would be unaware of their factory's waste characteristics? Disposing of the garbage indiscriminately would surely lead to complaints. Zhang's face hardened as he declared, "Wasting such a large area is a crime. Do you understand? If we clear this garbage, we could construct apartment buildings here, providing a comfortable living environment for our employees." The rotund man flattered, "Your vision is truly commendable. Your colleagues will appreciate your thoughtful intentions." Zhang waved his hand dismissively. "I simply find this garbage mountain unsightly. Let us see if we can purchase a piece of abandoned land on the outskirts to relocate the rubbish. This matter must be expedited. I want construction on the apartment buildings to commence next year." The rotund man, somewhat hesitant, replied, "I will find a way to ensure that construction begins as scheduled." Hetow's eyes lit up. If the garbage mountain were to be removed, the value of his residence would skyrocket. Even returning to its previous market value would mean a five-fold increase from what he had originally paid. The plummeting property prices were directly linked to the unsightly garbage mountain. Once it was gone, property prices would inevitably rise. But then, Hetow suddenly realized, if the garbage mountain were removed, how would he continue to effortlessly obtain a free source of metals? He waited for the two figures to recede into the distance before he, like a timid mouse, cautiously retrieved the last alloy plate. He stacked several plates together, with the one firmly affixed to the bracelet resting atop. As he regained his composure, his mind began to function with remarkable agility. A faint glimmer of inspiration flickered within him, though the specifics eluded his grasp. Suddenly, with a startling crack, he turned to discover, to his horror, that the top alloy plate had been completely consumed by the bracelet, which now lay upon the second plate, surrounded by heaps of variously colored metals. The speed at which it devoured was astonishing. At first taken aback, an exhilarating thrill coursed through him, sending shivers down his spine. The faster the bracelet consumed, the more precious metals he would acquire. This was the foundation of his primordial accumulation. His heart raced, palms slick with sweat, as a whimsical plan surged forth, dizzying his mind. He had never imagined himself capable of such audacity. The mere thought that such an ambitious scheme originated from his own imagination was unfathomable. Previously, he had not regarded a lack of wealth as a disadvantage, believing that sufficient provisions for daily living sufficed. However, witnessing the fish-scale sword and garments purchased by his master felt akin to a stinging slap to his face, rendering him unable to hold his head high before the Thunder Sisters. Now, the opportunity to amass great wealth lay before him. With riches, he could procure more resources for cultivation, ensuring that his master would no longer subsist on meager porridge and pickles, nor that his brother would continue his life as a thief. Rising to his feet, he felt his legs tremble. He opened his brother's wardrobe, retrieving a loose gray coat and donning a pair of sunglasses that obscured part of his face. Still feeling somewhat inadequate, he carefully snipped a lock of hair and affixed it to his lips. Indeed, he appeared significantly more mature. Patiently, he waited as the 6 alloy plates he had retrieved were devoured by the bracelet. He packed away the Dongwang gold and the abundant Shichu silver. Then, Stepping onto the thick blanket of snow, swiftly left his home, once again heading towards the Hanhai equipment shop. Chapter 17. Trade. The price of the silver from the wash basin is slightly lower than that of the gold from Dongwon. The quantity of wash basin silver in the alloy plates is the highest, attributed to its exceptional property of conducting true energy. This alloy plate, used in the construction of flying vessels, necessitates a substantial amount of wash basin silver. Each alloy plate yields approximately 7 taels of wash basin silver. And Hetow has a total of 9 plates, extracting just over 6 gene of silver. Even a slight deviation in the material ratio can lead to the scrap of the alloy plate, resulting in its disposal as waste. The price fluctuates between 3,100 and 4,100 per gram. This variance is considerable due to the instability in the yield of wash basin silver. When large clients demand it, the price inevitably rises. Not only flying vessels require wash basin silver, but many magical artifacts also depend on it as auxiliary material, making it one of the most crucial materials for refining, with demand that can never be fully met. Hetow returned to the Hanhai equipment store, where the crowd remained bustling. Once inside, he exuded the air of a regular customer, leisurely striding to the consultation desk, where he hoarsely announced, "I have some materials to sell." Judging by Hetow's appearance, the service attendant at the desk exchanged a knowing glance with a middle-aged man, who gestured for Hetow to follow him through a side door into a small reception room. The middle-aged man, suspecting that the materials Hetow intended to sell might be of dubious origin, remained courteous, inquiring, "May I ask what materials you wish to sell, sir?" Hetow placed a small box containing Dongwon gold on the coffee table. The middle-aged man displayed a look of surprise. Judging by the color, it was indeed Dongwon gold. And from the quantity, it seemed to exceed half a gene. He rose and retrieved a portable testing device from a side cabinet. After receiving a nod from Hetow, he vigorously shook the box to ensure the gold powder was evenly distributed, then used tweezers to extract a small pinch of the golden powder to place on the testing device. Upon activation, the device displayed a continuous stream of data, culminating in an extensive line of numbers. The middle-aged man, maintaining his composure, remarked, "The quality of this Dongwon gold is quite acceptable. May I inquire how much you wish to sell it for?" Hetow closed the small box and stood up to leave. The middle-aged man gestured, saying, "Asking for an exorbitant price only to lower it later is a common negotiation tactic. Why the rush? Let us discuss this calmly." Hetow, still hoarsely, replied, "The price of Dongwon gold has been stable. It is not a matter of how much I wish to ask. You have assessed its quality. Is further elaboration necessary?" The middle-aged man chuckled. "After all, the origins are questionable. You must understand that accepting this batch of goods entails certain risks for us. Our profit hinges on the risk differential, so your selling price must be lower than our usual purchase price. Otherwise, there is no basis for negotiation." Hetow inquired, "What price can you offer per gram?" The middle-aged man raised 2 fingers. Hetow silently laughed as he walked toward the door. 2,100 per gram? He might as well resort to theft. The price of Dongwon gold is quite stable, rarely experiencing significant fluctuations. The market price hovers around 5,000 per gram, and the offer presented was barely half, a clear case of exploitation. As Hetow took a few steps, the middle-aged man remarked, "Young man, the situation has become quite tense lately. Are you aware of the extensive searches conducted by the guards? Carrying such a large amount of Dongwon gold is perilous." Hetow unfalteringly continued forward, and just as his hand grasped the doorknob, the middle-aged man added, "Have you considered our reputation? Who has ever heard of Hanhai selling out its clients? I can offer you 3,100 per gram, and you will also be spared the worry of being pursued for clues." Hetow had chosen to venture into Hanhai equipment store precisely because of its stellar reputation. Otherwise, he would have been hesitant to respond to the multitude of online solicitations for rare metals. He turned back and stated that price is unacceptable. The middle-aged man's expression soured, and Hetow continued, "Dongwon gold is merely a litmus test to gauge your sincerity." The middle-aged man gestured, "Let us discuss this further. I mentioned that asking for an exorbitant price only to lower it later is a common principle, especially since this is your first visit to Hanhai. I must consider the interests of the owner." Hetow then stated, "I possess a quantity of wash basin silver, equally pure in powder form. What price can you offer? The limited use of Dongwon gold results in its low yield, preventing its price from skyrocketing. However, wash basin silver is abundant and versatile. Thus, its price is only marginally lower than that of Dongwon gold. The middle-aged man inquired, "Do you have a sample? I hope you're not fabricating the presence of wash basin silver merely to inflate the price of Dongwon gold." Hetow produced a box containing wash basin silver from his voluminous outer garment, saying, "Here is the sample." When boasting, one must do so grandly. Initially, the middle-aged man doubted Hetow's possession of wash basin silver, but upon seeing the 5 to 6 gene sample, his perception shifted significantly. If the sample alone weighs so much, how much stock does this individual possess? The middle-aged man did not open the box containing the wash basin silver, but instead looked at Hetow, asking, "Is this merely a sample?" Hetow modestly nodded, affirming, "If you are sincere, I have a substantial amount of wash basin silver." The middle-aged man pressed further, "Does this substantial amount imply at least 10 times that?" Hetow replied, "If our cooperation is pleasant, even more than that." The middle-aged man asked, "Could you elaborate?" Hetow's heart stirred as he replied, "I have had a falling out with my family and require a suitable identity, specifically an officially recognized document. Rest assured, I merely wish to avoid being found by my family, not to engage in any illicit activities." The middle-aged man remarked, "That is quite challenging. Are you aware of the characteristics of the individuals the guards are searching for in Fengwu City?" Hetow shook his head, suspecting that the guards were looking for his brother, but he was wise enough not to reveal this. The middle-aged man stated, around 18 years old. Wearing sunglasses to cover their scars, Hetow lifted his sunglasses, revealing his unblemished skin. The middle-aged man, initially thinking Hetow fit the description of a wanted criminal, recognized his youthful demeanor and realized his mistake. The middle-aged man chuckled, "Since you are not, the matter becomes significantly simpler. What age do you require for the documents?" Hetow responded, 17 or 18, similar to my age. "I intend to purchase real estate in Fengwu City, and without documents, it will be difficult to manage." The absence of the expected wanted criminal, paired with the intention to invest in property in Fengwu City, eased the middle-aged man's concerns significantly, indicating that this batch of goods was not as troublesome as initially thought. The middle-aged man lifted the box containing the wash basin silver, weighing it thoughtfully, and remarked, "Such a substantial quantity qualifies you as a first-rate client. Well, this time, I want to offer you too favorable a rate. Wash basin silver at 2,100 per gram, and Dongwon gold at 3,100 per gram. If there is a subsequent transaction, I will compensate you for the price difference at 80% of the market rate." He switched to a different pair of tweezers, vigorously shook the box, and extracted some wash basin silver to place on the testing device. The testing results for Dongwon gold were remarkably pure, meeting the industry standard of 4 nines, and the wash basin silver yielded similar results. Setting down the tweezers, the middle-aged man opened a cabinet and said, "Inside are some masks for altering appearances. Choose one. I will promptly send someone to assist you with the photographs and documentation." Hetow approached the cabinet and selected a dark-colored mask from among dozens of small compartments. Turning his back to the middle-aged man, he removed his small mustache and affixed the mask to his face, smoothing it down. The middle-aged man then approached, helping Hetow with the finer details of the mask and handing him a mirror. In the mirror, Hetow had transformed into an entirely different person. With thick brows and large eyes, his skin darkened, rendering his original appearance unrecognizable. The middle-aged man asked, "Shall we settle the weights for Dongwon gold and wash basin silver first?" Hetow withdrew his gaze from the mirror and replied, "Very well. My name is Fongland. And how shall I address you, sir?" Hetow used his master's surname and the name given by his parents in the letter left by his brother, thus becoming Fongland. The middle-aged man remarked, "What a coincidence. I too bear the surname Fong. It seems we are kin from 5 centuries ago. I am the 9th in line, so you may call me Uncle Gio." A shiver coursed through Hetow's heart. The surname Fong? His master also shared that surname, and had even customized a scale sword and warrior attire here. Surely, Fong Gio and his master must not be connected in any significant way. As Hetow scrutinized Fong Gio with growing suspicion, He was struck by the resemblance between Fong Jiao and Fong Rujing. They could very well be relatives, perhaps even blood kin. Clutching an anonymous check worth 960,000 alliance coins as he exited the Hanhai equipment shop, Hetow's palms were slick with sweat. Cold perspiration born of fear. He had arranged with Fong Jiao to hand over the documents during their next transaction. Hetow understood that this was a precaution to ensure he did not issue a worthless check. Without a subsequent transaction, he would only receive the mask, devoid of any officially recognized counterfeit documentation. The staggering sum of nearly 10 million coins would yield enough interest annually to allow a family of 3 to live comfortably without financial worry. Hetow's existing savings of 20,000 coins earned him an interest of approximately 4% each year, a detail he recalled vividly. It was said that banks offered preferential treatment to clients with substantial deposits, enabling them to purchase government bonds and other high-yield products, thus garnering returns superior to fixed deposits. $1 million in annual income could easily generate over 500,000 in profit each year. Hetow hesitated, contemplating whether to withdraw entirely. An annual interest of 400,000 to 500,000 would suffice to procure the resources necessary for his cultivation, allowing for steady growth. While Hetow's mind wandered through these thoughts, a car pulled up beside him, and Lu Xiaojuan's voice cut through the air. "Hetow, what brings you here loitering? You seem rather idle." Instinctively, Hetow reached into his pocket, but Lu Xiaojun quickly added, "My apologies, I mistook you for someone else." With a rev of the engine, she sped away, leaving Hetow to realize that his human skin mask had led her to believe she had misidentified him. Hetow then hastily traversed a secluded alley to conceal the mask in his clothing, discarding his gray coat into a trash bin. He subsequently hailed a taxi, taking a circuitous route to an unfamiliar bank, and later switched taxis to return home. Chapter 18. Grand Plan. As dusk enveloped the sky, Fong Rujing entered the Hanhai equipment store through a side door, navigating effortlessly to a secluded room where Fong Jiao was cheerfully tallying accounts. Having procured 2 rare metals from Fong Yilong, Fong Jiao was scheming to pocket some easy money. Millions in alliance currency were within his grasp, and the prospect was delightful. Upon hearing Fong Rujing's footsteps, Fong Jiao hastily tucked away his ledger and regarded him with a disapproving expression, saying, "Are you beginning to work off your debts now?" Fong Rujing nodded impassively. Fong Jiao slammed the table, exclaiming, "What do you expect me to say? Is it honorable to toil for debts here? Do you believe that this makes you a man? You are a scion of the Fong family. If you are not ashamed, I certainly am." Fong Rujing replied coolly, "Earning money through one's abilities is not shameful." Irritated, Fong Jiao waved his hand dismissively. "Can't you return to the family and work? As a mentor at the junior academy, earning less than 2,000 alliance currency a month, how can you afford to cultivate? Not to mention, you'll have to support your impoverished students. Don't you understand that without money, you're at their mercy? I know you harbor grievances, but why not choose to work at the equipment store in Fengwu City to avoid encountering unsavory individuals?" Fong Rujing stated firmly, "As long as he is in the Fong family, I will never return. Brother Jiao, I am here to work off my debts, not to be lectured. If you have tasks for me, please speak plainly. I have no time to waste." Fong Jiao looked at Fong Rujing with a mix of frustration and concern, contemplating for a moment before finally retrieving a pre-filled check from his drawer. "I earned some extra cash today. Consider it a treat for a dog. Take it and don't bring me any more trouble." Fong Rujing turned to leave, but Fong Jiao, rising in anger, bellowed, "Fong Juezi, dare you take a single step out?" Fong Rujing halted, and Fong Jiao, suppressing his fury, approached and thrust the check into Fong Rujing's hands. "There are plenty of opportunities for you to earn money if you use your brain." "Fine. I want to say more. You're an ancient cultivator untouched by worldly affairs, while I am merely a fly buzzing in the muck of copper stench. Is that satisfactory to you?" Fong Rujing glanced at the check, the sum of 1 million startling him. He had long suspected the Fong family members were not above board, but he never anticipated that Fong Jiao could earn over 1 million in just one day. Truly, the Fong family had rotted to the core. With a heavy heart, Fong Rujing opened the door carrying a large box, the key provided by Hetow. Upon entering, he found Hetow diligently practicing his swordsmanship, which instantly uplifted his spirits. A child favored by the stars is destined for greatness, Fong Rujing thought joyfully. In the kitchen, he placed various food items and nourishing herbs from the box into the refrigerator. As he returned to the bedroom, Hetow paused. Fong Rujing encouraged, balance work and rest. Sit down and take a breather. Remember, contemplation is vital. Mere hard work does not make one a master. True masters must have ample time to ponder. This word carries profound significance. What is this? Hetow presented a golden bank card to Fong Rujing, saying, Master, this is part of the inheritance left to me by my family. Fong Rujing's expression darkened. Is this a belated gift for becoming your disciple? Hetow earnestly replied, No. I cannot explain everything, and I do not wish to deceive you. I can only assure you that this money is substantial and comes from a legitimate source. While I feast on nourishing dishes, you subsist on plain porridge and pickles. I feel distressed. Fong Rujing patted the back of Hetow's hand, saying, Today, I managed to acquire a significant sum of money, Although the means may be somewhat disreputable, it will suffice for our needs for several years. 1 million. Does that astonish you? Fong Rujing dramatically placed a bank card on the table, crossing his legs. Put away your card. Keep it for your own spending money. I am a man of means. From now on, indulge yourself. To nurture an unparalleled talent is my greatest wish. Hetow turned away, and 2 glistening tears splashed with emotion. Fong Rujing remarked, You foolish child, a master and disciple share a bond akin to that of father and son. This is why few take on apprentices lightly. Accepting you means you are like my child. It is only right to spend your parents' money. Hetow raised his head, calming his emotions, and discreetly wiped away his tears, saying, Master, this card contains 960,000. Fong Rujing's hand trembled. 960,000? Did he mishear, or did Hetow misspeak? Given Hetow's background, even producing 96,000 would be remarkable, yet here he was, revealing a staggering sum of 960,000. Suddenly, Fong Rujing recalled the gold Hetow had acquired from the eastern wilderness. Realizing that this lad had been remarkably low-key, presenting himself as impoverished, who would have thought he was a wealthy heir? Fong Rujing gestured for Hetow to sit, and said, This money is an inheritance from your family, and it may prove useful in the future. Listen to your master. The 1 million I obtained is sufficient for your expenses until graduation. We shall address future matters when they arise. Hetow remained silent, listening intently. Once Fong Rujing finished speaking, Hetow said, Master, I overheard some crucial news. The garbage mountain across the street is slated for removal, and the property values here will inevitably return to their original levels. A conservative estimate suggests at least a 5-fold return, given the current prices in Fengwu City. 6-fold is also plausible. The underlying environment is excellent. It is merely hindered by that mountain of refuse. Fong Rujing, clearly lacking knowledge in this area, dismissed it with a wave. That's fine. Sell the property before you graduate to make a profit. Hetow looked deeply into Fong Rujing's eyes and asked, What if we purchased all the surrounding properties? Fong Rujing was taken aback, glancing at the 2 bank cards on the table before meeting Hetow's hopeful gaze. 5-fold, no? Even 5 times is a profit beyond what ordinary people dare to imagine. Fong Rujing's disinterest in such matters did not imply ignorance of financial calculations or the importance of wealth. He had simply never contemplated it from this angle. Hetow pushed his bank card next to Fong Rujing's, saying, With 10 million in funds, we could acquire 200 independent houses like the one I reside in. The garbage mountain is set for relocation next year. Within a year, we could amass a fortune beyond our wildest dreams. Fong Rujing swallowed hard. Turning 10 million into 50 million was an irresistible temptation. Hetow, breathing excitedly, added, If we redecorate the houses we buy and improve the surrounding roads and greenery, this area can revert to a wealthy district. Master, the original name of Fengwu City derives from this very location. Even with the eyesore of the garbage mountain, many visitors come to admire the autumn leaves swirling here. Once the mountain is removed, this place will once again attract affluent residents. Fong Rujing replied coolly. The garbage mountain from the metal processing plant has been there for over a century. You're merely repeating hearsay. What if they decide not to relocate? Hetow softly countered. We will help them move. Fongland regarded his disciple with skepticism. Help the garbage mountain relocate? Did Hetow understand the costs involved? The alliance has strict regulations against indiscriminate dumping. Aiding in such a move would breach the law. Hetow clenched his fists, declaring, before this news spreads, we must purchase all the houses within our reach, then secure a loan from the bank. For properties valued at 10 million, we could conservatively obtain 6 million in loans. As the prices here have already plummeted, we can use the loan to acquire a piece of abandoned land in the suburbs. The metal processing plant is eager to remove the garbage mountain and build employee housing. They are in a hurry and are even willing to purchase land to facilitate the removal. Thus, we offer the site, and they handle the logistics. This seems a reasonable request. Fongland gazed blankly at Hetow. Previously, she had deemed Hetow excessively somber, lacking the vitality characteristic of youth. However, it now appeared that the issue was not a lack of exuberance, but rather Hetow's remarkable maturity. At just 16, he had conceived such an ambitious plan, leaving Fongland genuinely astounded. With the initial capital secured and a comprehensive strategy in place, she found it challenging to identify any flaws in the feasibility of the project. Fongland inquired, why not undertake this yourself? Hetow replied, I am still under 18. Purchasing property would be quite cumbersome, necessitating various proofs. Having my master involved is ideal, as he holds a legitimate job and is a well-respected practitioner. No one would dare to take advantage of him. Moreover, a young person often evokes a sense of vulnerability, which could lead to complications. Fongland pondered, with an investment exceeding 10 million, placed under your master's name. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the risk? Hetow responded earnestly, we can always earn back the money, but affection cannot be purchased. My master has shown me profound loyalty, and I trust him. Even if we consider the remote possibility that he wishes to claim this venture solely for himself, I would regard it as a filial duty. The Unparalleled Score is something you fought tooth and nail to acquire. It is invaluable. Thus, there is no need for my master to be overly concerned. I am deeply indebted to you, and in comparison to this bond, wealth pales in significance. Fongland nodded solemnly. If we are to proceed, let us do so on a grand scale. I will find a way to secure additional funds, aiming to acquire all the properties in the vicinity. We can then develop this area into a gated community, allowing us the freedom to arrange it as we see fit. Hetow exclaimed eagerly, does my master have connections? Fongland replied proudly, even a dilapidated ship has 3 nails. I am not without my own foundation. Search online to see how many properties are available in this area. Fongland's ambition was ignited. Should Hetow's plan come to fruition, it could potentially secure her financial resources for the latter part of her life dedicated to cultivation. Having witnessed wealth firsthand, she was acutely aware of the hardships associated with being penniless, and thus resolved to take a daring gamble. Chapter 19. The Path to Wealth. The name Maple Grove Cottage is quite elegant. In the early days, when Maple Dance City was not yet bustling, a group of affluent individuals from nearby cities constructed luxurious residences amid the dense maple forest for their vacations. As Maple Dance City prospered, Maple Grove Cottage became synonymous with opulence. Originally, this area was the finest community in Maple Dance City. However, with the increasing accumulation of waste from metal processing factories, the residents found themselves filled with anger yet powerless. The influence of the metal processing factories was too formidable for ordinary individuals to challenge. During winter, conditions were bearable, but as spring approached, some of the rust-prone metals in the heaps began to emit a pungent odor. Rumors circulated that these noxious fumes could inflict severe harm on the human body, prompting many residents of Maple Grove Cottage to flee this desolate environment. Once a premier luxury estate, it had devolved into a slum where genuine impoverished individuals could not afford to reside, leaving most inhabitants to be those of lesser means. The property values in Maple Grove Cottage plummeted year after year, when Hetow purchased his standalone house a few years ago for 50,000 alliance coins. That amount could no longer be secured. Nearby houses frequently bore for rent or for sale signs, and low-priced advertisements flooded the internet. But the sellers were many while the buyers were few. The mere mention of Maple Grove Cottage made the elders of Maple Dance City aware that it was a community adjacent to a garbage dump, unless one was shamelessly destitute. No one would wish to live there. Fong Rujing's discreet endeavor to purchase properties was progressing remarkably well. After school each day, she would prepare nourishing meals for Hetow before casually visiting homes of those inclined to sell. The genteel Fong Rujing exuded sincerity, and transactions were quietly consummated without anyone noticing. The houses that had been acquired still displayed for sale signs, leaving nearby residents oblivious to the fact that many properties had quietly changed hands. A small model of the acquired properties appeared on the table in Hetow's living room, each house marked with a label. The master and apprentice delightedly observed their growing collection of homes each evening. These were their happiest moments. Whenever Fong Rujing ventured out to negotiate property purchases, Hetow would swiftly scurry into the underground passage, secretly retrieving alloy plates for the armlet to consume. The armlet, restored to its original form, possessed movable components. Hetow had little interest in exploring its secrets, as his primary concern was the armlet's ability to devour the alloy plates and extract various rare metals. As the frigid winter deepened, the first selection battle at the Maple Dance City Junior College had just concluded, and the second selection was imminent. Hetow and the Thunder Sisters were required to participate in this upcoming selection, followed by a third round that would ultimately determine the representatives of the Maple Dance City Junior College for the ordinary path. This third selection would take place just before the winter break, with the 3 successful candidates spending their holiday at the college, receiving preferential resources for training and preparation for the commencement of the ordinary path. The competition during the Qi refinement stage was not as daunting as anticipated. Fong Rujing had mentored numerous students and thoroughly understood the rules and the overall abilities of the cohorts. Hetow had started learning swordsmanship later than most, but his exceptional comprehension made succeeding in the second selection a feasible goal. With a stroke of luck, he might even navigate through the third round. Fong Rujing held greater faith in the Thunder Sisters. Their solid foundations and guidance from esteemed mentors were advantages that Hetow could not rival. She was not particularly concerned about Hetow's potential ascent on the ordinary path, and even hoped he would not reveal his talents too soon. Cultivation required steady, incremental effort. While early fame could be advantageous, it also bore significant drawbacks. Many so-called prodigies flickered like shooting stars, with most fading into obscurity. In contrast, those who toiled quietly and diligently in their youth often reached unimaginable heights later in life. Initially, Fong Rujing believed Hetow was financially constrained, just as she, as a master, was equally impoverished. Naturally, she wished for Hetow to embark on the ordinary path, progressing further to reap greater rewards. Now that Hetow's wealth had surfaced, Fong Rujing felt it best for the Thunder Sisters to strive for success, while her disciple required a more subdued and steady development. Hetow's potential remained dormant. With years of careful cultivation, when Hetow's unparalleled battle armor was finally developed, it would be the perfect moment for him to rise. Under the night sky, the master and apprentice gazed at the 40-some labeled houses. All those listed for sale, as well as those advertised online, had been acquired by Fong Rujing at an average price below 50,000, totaling over 2 million. They had already become small landlords with ownership of over 40 properties. Hetow's greedy gaze swept over the unlabeled houses. There were a total of 276, each varying in size and style. If all could be purchased, it would transform into an independent little kingdom. Just then, Fong Rujing's phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a raspy male voice inquired, "Is this Mr. Fong?" "Yes, it is." "Who am I speaking to?" Fong Rujing replied. The hoarse voice continued, "We've heard that you've recently acquired quite a number of properties. We're currently in need of a place to stay. Would you be willing to part with any?" Hetow listened intently, and Fong Rujing calmly responded, "It's a simple matter. Since you have my number, I presume you also know where I reside. You are welcome to visit at your convenience." The call ended abruptly, and Fong Rujing remarked coldly, "It seems your information is accurate. The higher-ups at the metal processing factory may be interested. They have recognized the business potential here, and our early investments in these properties have likely angered their interests." Feeling a bit uneasy, Hetow suggested, "Shouldn't we avoid any confrontation?" Fong Rujing looked at Hetow in surprise as he continued, "One should not engage with the likes of these societal scum. they will resort to any means necessary. There is no need for you to act defiantly. Fong Rujing's gaze softened as she asked, have you been bullied by such individuals? Hetow nodded slightly, pursing his lips. Fong Rujing advised, let's adopt a different approach. As your master, I will teach you how to handle such situations. The first thing you must do is not be afraid. When the sky falls, it becomes a blanket. Your greatest flaw is overthinking. There is no need for excessive contemplation. The solution is simpler than you think. Go change into the clothes I prepared for you. Tonight is a perfect opportunity for you to practice. Hetow hesitated before stepping into the bedroom to don the samurai attire, boots, and battle robe, finally emerging with the fish scale sword in hand. Fong Rujing commanded, lift your head, straighten your chest, and do not appear cowardly. You are my disciple, Fong Rujing, and you must embody the spirit of youth. Hetow straightened his posture, and Fong Rujing continued, this gear is suitable for the chi refinement stage. Calm yourself and attune to the resonance between the long sword and yourself. This is not difficult. The challenge lies in your confidence in the weapon. You must believe that this long sword will accompany you in battles, defeating one opponent after another. Hetow lowered his gaze, focusing his will on sensing the warmth emanating from the sword's hilt. After retrieving the equipment, he had little time to ponder its benefits. As his days were consumed with rigorous sparring, nightly sword practice, and meditation, leaving him utterly exhausted, a gentle warmth began to radiate from his palm, a sensation so faint that he initially dismissed it as an illusion. However, it soon became undeniable. The hilt genuinely exuded warmth, a comforting feeling. Fong Rujing's mental energy subtly enveloped Hetow. This chi refinement stage was foundational, during which vitality would intensify through meditation and training. It was the bedrock for condensing genuine chi, marking this as a crucial stage. Trouble arrived sooner than anticipated. Just as Hetow sensed the warmth of the sword's hilt, a loud banging echoed at the door. Fong Rujing stood and opened it, revealing 6 or 7 men with variously colored hair, clad in leather jackets and boots. The leader, cigarette in mouth, asked, "Are you Fong Rujing?" Fong Rujing nodded slightly, as the man repeatedly slapped her cheeks, saying, "I am well aware of your background. A mentor from the junior college. We, as brothers, hold knowledge in high regard, yet you are encroaching upon our boss's livelihood. Do you understand what must be done?" With her hands clasped behind her back, Fong Rujing replied, "Hetow, you handle the negotiations." Hetow brandished his fish-scale sword and strode forward, to which the leading man chuckled mockingly, "Such a long sword. I am truly frightened." Fong Rujing smiled and remarked, "You will indeed learn to fear it. This is only the beginning." With a swift gesture, a terrifying shockwave erupted, sending the group of men flying, their bodies tumbling like rolling gourds. Fong Rujing gently touched her cheek, previously struck, and said, "Did you hear the sound of your master's face being slapped? Now, go forth and unleash the strength you have diligently honed these past days." Hetow rushed out of the room, sword in hand, while the thugs quickly sprang to their feet, drawing folding knives, daggers, switchblades, and tridents, all aimed at him. Fong Rujing observed Hetow's silhouette and instructed, "Your only task is to kill, not to bury. The aftermath is my responsibility. However, should you hesitate, I shall turn my back and leave. I have no need for a useless disciple." Hetow raised his sword and bellowed, "Kill." In the stillness of the night, Hetow's roar startled the nearby residents, prompting doors to swing open as they peered out to witness the melee between Hetow and the thugs. Unacquainted with blood, he hesitated to strike lethally. His long sword clashed against a thug's dagger, shattering it effortlessly. The unexpectedly sharp fish-scale sword astonished Hetow. Seizing the opportunity, the leading thug lunged with his folding knife towards Hetow's neck. Should that strike land, Hetow's head might remain intact, yet his trachea and throat would surely be severed. Enraged, Hetow struck the thug's wrist with the hilt of his sword, the sound of breaking bone echoing as he slashed diagonally at the thug's shoulder. The shoulder blade was cleaved in two, and the sword's blade embedded deeply into the thug's flesh. Witnessing the blood gushing from his shoulder, the man emitted a harrowing scream. Hetow kicked the assailant aside, then swiftly withdrew his sword, shattering another thug's cheekbone, sending him hurtling away. Nearby doors slammed shut in a frenzy, The onlookers were terrified, hastily retreating indoors to frantically dial for help. Chapter 20. Mentor Hetow's nostrils flared as he witnessed the blood. Instead of fear, he felt a thrilling excitement. Prior to engaging, Hetow had pondered extensively, yet upon seeing blood, he realized that the dread was not so overwhelming. He relished this sensation. A thug, startled by Hetow's audacity, fled in panic. Fongland stomped his foot, creating a shockwave that propelled the fleeing thug into the air, where he crashed to the ground. Coughing up blood, Hetow withdrew his long sword from beneath the ribs of one thug and delivered a swift kick to the man's face, while the other three retreated cautiously, weapons in hand. Their companions' attempt to escape had resulted in dire consequences, and they vaguely recognized that they had become unwilling sparring partners, special sparring partners. Hetow licked his parched lips. The intensity of his excitement left him thirsty. He dragged his sword towards the three alarmed individuals, exchanging frightened glances. At that moment, he heard Fongland making a phone call, stating, "Brother Gio, my disciple has dealt with a few thugs. He is just a child. Please help him clear the way." Hetow instantly regained his composure. Brother Gio? If he was not mistaken, this Brother Gio must refer to Fong Gio of the Hanhai Equipment Company, confirming their blood relation. What should he do? If Fong Gio arrived, it would be impossible for him not to recognize Hetow. His disguise was far too clumsy to deceive Fong Gio's keen eyes. Hetow hesitated, while the kneeling thug before him collapsed weakly, discarding the trident he held at a distance. From Fongland's intervention, it was evident he was a hidden powerhouse. The trio could not harm this boy nor abduct him. Hetow paused as Fongland softly inquired, "I have interfered with your boss's revenue stream. What is your boss's name?" The other two looked at the kneeling thug, who lamented, "I'm merely a lackey collecting labor fees. My brother knows who the financier is." The leader, whose shoulder bled profusely, was on the verge of fainting. Hetow's strike had severed bone and damaged blood vessels. Without timely medical attention, he would surely perish here. Regrettably, Fongland ignored him, as if he were already a corpse. Upon hearing the kneeling lackey betray his own, the leader grit his teeth and declared, "Fengwu City is a society governed by law, Fongland. If I die, no one can protect you." Fongland, unfazed, replied, "If you kill him, how can one cultivate courage without blood on their hands?" Hetow truly hesitated. Injuring someone and killing them were two distinct concepts. How could his master possibly encourage him to take a life? Fongland calmly stated, "Had you not reacted quickly, your own life would have been forfeit. Do you find it difficult to strike? Consider how much harm scum like him inflicts on ordinary people, and recall how your master's face was slapped with disdain. You shall not feel pity. You have been bullied by scum. This is your mental block, your nightmare. As you ascend to greater heights, you will encounter inner demons, and this experience will undoubtedly become your obstruction. To conquer demons is to conquer not external foes, but the demons within your heart. Do you understand my meaning?" Hetow hurled his long sword, piercing the leader's heart as he attempted to threaten Fongland while clutching his shoulder. The leader's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched Hetow turn away. Hetow closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and opened them again before extracting the blade from the fallen leader. The remaining three thugs were utterly petrified. Their master had incited his disciple to kill, and this reckless boy had indeed struck with lethal intent. What now? Would he continue to kill? Fongland's voice resonated with a rhythmic cadence. "Now? Do you recall who your boss is?" The other two knelt down, realizing that the esteemed mentor of the junior college, who should exemplify virtue, was in fact a cunning villain. Who could have imagined a mentor encouraging his disciple to commit murder? Fongland's tone was calm, yet it echoed like a demon's whisper, causing the three to tremble in unison. Fongland chuckled lightly. "Do you not know? Well then," the kneeling thug exclaimed, "I remember. It's a fat man." Hetow turned to Fongland, who inquired, "Are you referring to the fat man peering over the wall with binoculars?" The three, along with Hetow, cast their gazes towards the factory wall, where the rotund figure hastily withdrew his head. Fongland's voice, delicate as a thread, reached the fat man's ears. "I never bully others, nor will I ever be bullied. The Fong family of Hanhai is beyond the reach of someone like you, who merely serves others. The fat man, hiding behind the wall, was drenched in cold sweat. The Han Haifeng family was competing for this business. He had kicked a hornet's nest. Reflecting on the ruthlessness of those from noble families, he felt a chill creeping into his clothes. Fong Rujing turned calmly. While Hetows' lips moved slightly, ultimately deciding against inquiring about the fate of the other thugs. His master's composure instilled an inexplicable sense of security in him. The three kneeling figures, along with the three injured in the snow, and the deceased leader, rendered the snowy night eerily terrifying. Fong Rujing and Hetow returned to the room. The others dared not move. Those lying remained prone, and those kneeling stayed bowed, while the deceased could not stir at all. Minutes later, several vehicles sped towards them, and a dozen robust men in black swiftly loaded the dead and injured onto the cars. The kneeling three, with lowered gazes, obediently entered the vehicles, which roared away, leaving only a discreetly colored SUV behind. Fong Jiu exited the car with a confident stride, clearing his throat as he began, "Fong Juezi, if you don't tell me today." He paused, noticing Hetow at the door. Instantly recognizing the young man who had sold him Dongwon gold and Zichikan silver, he wondered how Hetow had ended up here. Hetow bowed slightly. "Uncle Jiu, please come inside." He did not shy away or attempt to conceal anything. Upon hearing Hetow address him as Uncle Jiu, Fong Rujing nodded slightly. This child possessed discernment, having immediately deduced that Fong Jiu was the ally he sought. Fong Jiu approached Hetow, scrutinizing him as he asked, "Are you that reckless disciple?" Fong Jiu was aware that Fong Rujing had taken a disciple, but he had not seen him during the equipment retrieval from the Hanhai merchant house. Hetow feigned innocence. "Uncle Jiu, a master and disciple are like father and son. It is unkind to scold one's father." Fong Jiu pointed accusingly at Hetow, exclaiming, "All right. You two are quite the pair, conspiring against me, aren't you?" Fong Rujing finally detected the oddity. "What do you mean, conspiring against him?" "Hetow, do you know Fong Jiu?" Fong Jiu and Hetow exchanged a glance, and only then did Fong Jiu realize he had misspoken. At this moment, it was too late to cover up. Fong Rujing, though appearing stern, was sharp-witted and astute. Fong Jiu sneered, "Ask your own disciple if you have any questions. I want tea medal." Fong Rujing turned to Hetow, who, with a stiff demeanor, said, "That's sum of money, the 960,000, was exchanged for the 2 medals I sold to Uncle Jiu." Fong Rujing stared at Hetow in shock, realizing that Hetow had sold rare metals to Fong Jiu. This meant that the 100,000 Fong Jiu had received that day was illicitly taken from Hetow. Fong Rujing scolded, "Fong Jiu, do you still have any shame? You actually extorted money from my disciple." Fong Jiu rolled his eyes. "That 100,000 in ill-gotten gains was a gift to you. Who is truly shameless here?" Hetow glanced between Fong Jiu and Fong Rujing, finally grasping the crux of the matter. How nefarious was Fong Jiu to have pilfered over 100,000 from the Dongwon gold and Zichikan silver he had sold? That was an amount exceeding 10% of the total. Fong Rujing extended her hand and asserted, "You must have embezzled more than 1 million. Hand it over." Fong Jiu raised his middle finger and retorted, "Can one thrive in a family while hoarding resources? Consider this with your feeble mind. Others can also partake in the profits, allowing me to manage my duties with peace of mind. I inquire, you two together possess a fortune exceeding 10 million, merely days ago. You sought to borrow money from me, and now you have attracted the attention of petty rascals specializing in dirty work. What lucrative venture do you have? Speak honestly. Do not feign ignorance." Fong Rujing and Hetow exchanged glances, both shaking their heads resolutely. Fong Jiu, with trembling fingers pointing at Fong Rujing, exclaimed, "You wretch! Do you have no conscience? How much have I covered for you over the years? You heartless ingrate, return my money, with interest." Fong Rujing's face flushed with shame, and Hetow gestured for them to enter the house, saying, "Uncle Jiu, let us discuss this inside." Fong Jiu, sensing some individuals reveling in the chaos, clutched the door frame and declared, "Let us speak here. Let the neighbors listen to this unworldly." Hetow interjected, "If the neighbors overhear, they will miss out on profit opportunities." Fong Jiu blurted, "The house." Fong Rujing and Hetow nodded in unison. Fong Jiu was astute, discerning the profitable direction from mere hints. Fong Jiu quietly inquired, "What is the profit margin?" Fong Rujing formed a gesture indicating 6. Fong Jiu entered the room and closed the door, stating, "Over 10 million in capital isn't sufficient. A 60% profit means at least a few million. This is substantial." Hetow corrected him, "My master means sixfold returns." Fong Jiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Sixfold? An investment of over 10 million yielding 6 times the return? This isn't merely an opportunity. It's a chance worth risking everything for. His keen eyes quickly noticed the model of a property on the table, and he dashed towards it, gasping at the sight of so many labeled house models. What a stroke of luck! This master and disciple had already acquired such properties. Fortunately, he had seized the opportunity. Fong Jiu turned, casting a scrutinizing gaze at the indecisive duo. He surmised that Fong Jiu lacked such intricate schemes. Shrewdness does not equate to the ability to generate wealth. This significant investment undoubtedly related to the seemingly docile young man, who was adept at making money. Fong Jiu was fortunate indeed to have taken on such a promising disciple. Fong Jiu felt a surge of ambition. Perhaps with Fong Yilong under his wing, his own prospects would flourish even more. Chapter 1. Joining and abandoning. The sound of a flute echoed through the winter night as Fong Jiu stood by the window, lifting the curtain to gaze at a dozen police cars speeding towards them. He remarked, "Perhaps I lack the vision, but in terms of execution, neither of you combined can rival me. Allow me to take the lead." Hetow looked at Fong Rujing, who gave a slight nod in agreement. Fong Jiu harbored many cunning thoughts. Were it not for their familial bond, Fong Rujing would surely steer clear of such a man. Fong Jiu pulled out his phone and said, "I had given prior notice, but it seems insufficient. This venture is substantial. To digest this layered piece of meat, we will require some allies to share the broth. Is that agreeable?" Both Hetow and Fong Rujing responded in unison, "Absolutely." Fong Jiu dialed a number, "Councilman Liu, my nephew has a project that needs some maneuvering. Of course, as a scion of the Fong family, how could we engage in illicit activities? Our ultimate goal must be to benefit society and our fellow villagers." He chuckled, "You've discerned correctly. Indeed, it is a real estate project. I aim to revitalize some existing properties. No outsiders involved, just the 3 of us, a good-for-nothing younger brother, the sole son of my uncle, and a spoiled little brat who has grown arrogant due to his favored status. I wouldn't solicit your help otherwise, given your unwavering support for the Fong family, which I hold in high regard. This endeavor is a collaboration among us brothers and my nephew, as you understand." Upon concluding the call, Fong Jiu turned casually. "The provincial councillor elected from Fengwu City will require some incentives. Otherwise, our project will face significant challenges. My dear nephew, do you comprehend the difficulties that lie ahead?" Hetow pondered before responding. "Some individuals may be unwilling to relocate." Fong Jiu, satisfied, replied, "Precisely. What shall we do about those unwilling to move? Employ thugs to intimidate them? That is a base method. We must handle this matter reasonably and legally, which necessitates not only money but also the power of connections." Fong Rujing softly advised, "This is your uncle's sage advice. It would be prudent to heed it." Upon seeing his mentor's notes, Hetow understood that his mentor was not a rigid traditionalist. Otherwise, he would not have penned such dark reflections nor encouraged his disciple to take lethal action. Shortly after Fong Jiu made his call, a security officer hurried to the door. Fong Jiu opened it slightly, and the officer lowered his voice. "Mr. Jiu?" Leaning against the doorframe, Fong Jiu replied, "If you know who I am, you should also know what is expected of you. My demands are modest. Escalate the commotion tonight involving the gangsters so that the neighbors are aware. Do not fret for your future. The Han Haifong family has never engaged in betrayal. The greater the investment, the greater the return." The officer firmly stated, "Understood. Mr. Liu has given indications." Fong Jiu continued, "Investigate among the nearby residents to see if the gang leader is hiding here. It is rumored that the gang intends to establish this as their stronghold. Families with young daughters and handsome sons should exercise caution. These ruffians have no humanity." The officer, astute and resourceful, inquired quietly, "Instilling fear among the residents? If so, I know precisely how to proceed." Fong Jiu tossed him a cigar, saying, "I appreciate intelligent individuals. If you find no future in Fengwu City, Consider relocating to another city. I assure you, you could at least become a deputy director. The officer's eyes gleamed in the night, and he saluted. Thank you for your kind consideration, Mr. Jiao. I have always cherished my home. I hold deep affection for Fengwu City. Fong Jiao remarked, I aspire to establish a venture in Fengwu City, and I may require your assistance. The officer understood. This was Mr. Jiao's tacit approval. If this matter was resolved, the position of deputy director would be within reach. Fong Jiao handed him a business card. Open a phone line under someone else's name, specifically for communication. Fong Jiao did not inquire about the officer's name, deducing from his age and title that he possessed ambition and a desire for advancement. He believed his qualifications were adequate and his title sufficient. He merely needed a nudge from a significant figure, and Fong Jiao was willing to provide assistance. As the door closed, Fong Jiao looked at Hetow with a smile. Yilong, why don't you discuss with Uncle Jiao your vision for the future of Fongland Xiaozhu? Hetow corrected him. Uncle Jiao, my name is Hetow. Fong Yilong is a temporary pseudonym. Fong Jiao lit a cigar, reclining on the sofa with his legs crossed. Let us stick with Fong Yilong. Tomorrow, Uncle Jiao will arrange new identification for you. As for this enterprise, neither I nor your mentor can afford to appear in the spotlight. As a scion of the Fong family, suddenly acquiring such significant assets would invite scrutiny from the clan. Fong Rujing also realized that Fong Jiao's concerns were valid. The Fong family had strict rules. Minor infractions might be overlooked, but suddenly purchasing millions in property would likely result in the family seizing the assets without hesitation. Upon hearing Hetow's chosen pseudonym, Fong Rujing felt a warmth in his heart. The boy truly regarded himself as family, or else he would not have adopted the Fong surname. Fong Rujing remarked, I recall that Brother Jiao possesses numerous masks. Fong Jiao waved him off impatiently. We are discussing serious matters. Refrain from interfering. Now, let us hear your thoughts. With hundreds of houses, do you intend merely to flip them for profit? Hetow timidly suggested. If feasible, we could retain a few houses to establish supermarkets, laundries, fitness centers, and such businesses. Fong Jiao shot a glance at Fong Rujing, who wisely feigned ignorance. This was indeed a perspective he had not considered. Fong Jiao coaxingly asked, Is that all? Hetow queried, What else is there? Fong Jiao regarded him with a look of disappointment. The enterprises you mentioned cater to the common folk, targeting the middle class. You must adopt a broader perspective. Consider the clientele of $2 million villas. Do you think their expectations align with those of ordinary citizens? A golf course is essential. A winery cannot be overlooked either. You must comprehend the consumption habits of the affluent, or else you'll find yourself in a ridiculous situation. Wealthy individuals fear death, detest complications, and prefer to avoid the sight of the impoverished. This necessitates a substantial number of capable security personnel and professional cleaning staff. These are all potential profit centers. Hetow and Fong Rujing exchanged exasperated glances, relieved that Fong Jiao had finally paused. Fong Rujing regarded Fong Jiao with a look of incredulity. You miscalculated. If we sell a house for 300,000, we stand to gain at least sixfold. Fong Jiao returned the incredulous gaze, sighing as he gestured with his cigar. My dear fellow, how can you even suggest such a price? Given the prime location, do you truly believe it appropriate to sell for 300,000? Not only would it be embarrassing for you, but the wealthy would also feel ashamed to buy it. Fong Rujing ruffled his hair in frustration as Fong Jiao continued. Are you aware of Bayan Tianqin Bay? It lies just north of Fengwu City. What a prestigious area it is. It lacks the century-old maple forest that money cannot buy. Do you know the price of a standalone house there? 170,000, brother. Anyone able to fork out 170,000 for a subpar property wouldn't hesitate to spend an additional 30,000 on a mansion. Fong Jiao sprang to his feet, waving his cigar as if directing a grand strategy. Let us encompass the entire estate. Since we need to ensure that Councilman Liu receives his share, let us be more ambitious. The estate's security should be armed, and we must employ purebred guard dogs for patrols. All houses should feature basements, which must not be smaller than the above-ground living areas. If one basement is insufficient, we will dig two. After all, this is our domain. The exterior of the house was to be adorned by the most distinguished designers, ensuring a uniqueness that would reflect extraordinary taste. At this juncture, Fong Jiu paused and inquired, "Are you certain that the garbage mound will be removed?" Fong Rujing, agitated, retorted, "Is it only now that you think of the garbage mound?" Fong Jiu replied, "If that mound remains, this place will merely resemble a slum. I am aware, even without your words, that you have heard something, haven't you?" Hetow candidly confessed, "Indeed. Those ruffians were hired by the supervisor of the metal processing factory. They learned that the master had purchased several properties and intended to take advantage of the situation." Fong Jiu felt reassured. With such developments, it was surely a foregone conclusion. He squinted and declared, "A supervisor from the metal processing factory dares to target the Fong family? He must be dealt with decisively." Fong Rujing interjected, "Hetow mentioned he received orders from General Zhang to ensure the garbage mound is relocated. While eliminating him may be easy, we must not allow it to hinder our plans." Fong Jiu nodded, stating, "We need to expedite their efforts." Hetow suggested, "Shall I speak with him? We could purchase the garbage mound, offering a nominal sum, while the metal processing factory covers the transportation costs. We could acquire a parcel of land to establish a new waste site." Fong Jiu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "I know of a perfect location. A rival of mine has an ecological farm in the suburbs. We will relocate the garbage mound there, and I shall delight in his dismay. It's settled then. You two take a break while I orchestrate this." With a sense of urgency, Fong Jiu departed, leaving Hetow to gaze at Fong Rujing. Sighing, Fong Rujing remarked, "I owe him a considerable debt. Would you mind if he joins our cause?" Hetow stretched lazily and replied, "Uncle Jiu is a savvy operator in the market. Having him on board would certainly allow us to enjoy some leisure." Fong Rujing observed Hetow making his way to the bedroom and added, "Master has one matter that is somewhat difficult to articulate." Hetow was tempted to suggest that if it was difficult to express, it might be best left unsaid, though such playful thoughts remained unvoiced. Fong Rujing concluded, "On the path of the ordinary, it would be better for you to concede." Chapter 2. Subtle nurturing. Hetow was perplexed as to why, after enduring a prolonged period of arduous preparation for the upcoming second round of selection, his master insisted that he relinquish his efforts. Fong Rujing remarked, "Initially, your participation in the ordinary path was intended to allow you to obtain the resources for cultivating the Wushuang through your own endeavors. This was meant to hone your skills and provide a swift avenue for resource acquisition, considering that my resources are rather limited. Now that you are not in want of money, should this business venture prove successful, your resources for cultivation in the latter half of your life will be assured. However, straying too far along the ordinary path at this juncture, gaining fame, would ultimately bring you harm. Life harbors three great sorrows: the loss of a father in youth, the loss of a wife in middle age, and the loss of a child in old age. These are trials that all can comprehend. Yet, there exist three significant misfortunes you may not grasp: early fame, sudden wealth, and being born into a noble family. These may seem like blessings, yet they can lead to the gravest misfortunes." Hetow felt a cold sweat trickle down his brow at the mention of sudden wealth. Wasn't that precisely how he had acquired the funds for purchasing his home? Fong Rujing, unaware that Hetow's wealth stemmed from such unexpected fortune, expressed his relief, stating, "You are an orphan, and this is your first sorrow. Nevertheless, you remain humble and reserved, possessing substantial means without flaunting them, adept at seizing opportunities for greater gains. Had this fortune truly come to you unexpectedly, do you believe you could maintain such calmness?" Hetow felt a surge of anxiety. His master had misjudged him, for he had indeed received unexpected wealth, though he was correct in noting his modesty. Observing Hetow's anxious demeanor, Fong Rujing spoke earnestly. "The loss of your parents is your greatest sorrow, a matter I should not dwell upon, yet cannot ignore. You may not fully comprehend the perils of early fame. Had you been an ordinary student rather than my disciple, I would encourage you to pursue the ordinary path as far as possible. Yet, as my disciple, I cannot allow you to fall into traps. The ordinary path is held every 4 years, and while achieving fame may seem glamorous, have you studied the fates of those youthful prodigies who gained renown? Few have achieved true greatness. Throughout history, only 3 have become formidable golden core cultivators. The proportion of those who attain success is dismally low. People are lured by this allure of fame. Youngsters who achieve notable success on the ordinary path often fall prey to powerful families, becoming pawns in their schemes, or they fade into obscurity, lost to history. This is not the path meant for my disciple. You are destined for extraordinary achievements. Trust my words, you are not an ordinary child. Hetow gazed at Fong Rujing in astonishment, to which Fong Rujing smiled and replied, "In time, you will understand that my words are not mere flattery. As you tread steadily forward, you will grasp the principle of accumulating strength over time." Hetow bowed respectfully, acknowledging, "I understand. I will participate in the ordinary path to broaden my horizons, and should I venture too far, I will seek a suitable moment to withdraw." Initially, Hetow had hoped to make a significant impact on the ordinary path, as it was a grand event, and during the finals, various bars and restaurants would broadcast the live competition. His brother would undoubtedly be watching, and in that moment, he would feel great pride. Returning to his room, Hetow lay back, his hands behind his head, contemplating his master's words. Though he did not fully comprehend the dangers of early fame, he harbored no grand ambitions. Suddenly, he sat up alert, pondering how his brother would react if he gained fame on the ordinary path. That foolish brother would surely retreat from public view. Wishing to keep hidden the fact that Hetow had a brother with a criminal past, a cold sweat broke out on Hetow's forehead. He could not afford to be overly ostentatious, or his brother, that stubborn man, would certainly fear being implicated. Hetow took deep breaths, striving to calm his racing heart. The search for his brother could not be rushed. The limited edition bracelets were likely purchased by many, as he had already noticed several classmates sporting the shimmering accessories. Perhaps it would not be long before the uproar surrounding the mysterious bracelets subsided. He prayed for his brother's safety during this tumultuous time. Upon his brother's return, Hetow vowed to help him undergo a transformation, assisting him in creating a new identity. With Uncle Joe's assistance, this task would not be insurmountable. Furthermore, Hetow possessed a face-changing mask, which he could gift to his brother, allowing him to emerge before the world with a fresh visage and identity. Unbeknownst to Hetow, he eventually succumbed to slumber, only to awaken at the sound of his master's knock, reminding him it was time for breakfast. He had not experienced any nightmares. Though the nerves of his first kill lingered, he felt no nausea, and he slept soundly until dawn, revitalized and full of spirit. Breakfast was lavish, featuring buns, fried cakes, pancakes, tofu pudding, milk, pickled vegetables, and salted eggs. Hetow hurriedly washed up, then sat sideways on his chair and devoured his meal. Fong Rujing smiled warmly at the sight of Hetow's hearty appetite, pleased with his young disciple's vigor. A young man should be full of life. It was delightful to witness such exuberance. Mischief was welcome, and rule following was the least favored trait. Hetow had not participated in the previous selection round, nor had he attended to observe the battles. According to Fong Rujing, excessive exposure to such combat could dull one's wits. Solidifying one's foundation was the key to invincibility. This time, Hetow's status as a seed in his class was rendered obsolete. If he were to be eliminated in the second round, his aspirations for the ordinary path would be extinguished, alleviating any concerns about sudden fame. Hetow held little confidence in his abilities. After hastily learning sword techniques for a mere 10 days, he felt inadequately prepared. It was crucial to remember that the seniors in the 3rd and 4th grades had studied for 1 to 2 additional years and had been exposed to swordsmanship earlier. Hetow genuinely felt at a disadvantage. However, with his master's recent advice, he felt no psychological burden. With financial resources at hand, his anxiety diminished, no longer feeling inferior. His aspirations for the ordinary path became less grandiose. As the master and disciple walked along the snow-covered path, engaging in light conversation, Fong Rujing imparted various combat techniques. It was not merely fighting, it was a matter of survival. In Fong Rujing's view, engaging in arena competitions was a foolish endeavor. Those adept on the stage often met swift demise in genuine combat. Humans have conditioned reflexes. Prolonged engagement in staged battles fosters a predictable pattern. Underhanded tactics, such as eye gouging, low blows, or groping, are strict taboos. Employing such moves would not only invite the audience's disdain, but also lead to expulsion by the judges, tarnishing one's reputation. However, when faced with a life-and-death struggle, opponents would resort to any means necessary. In those moments, arena experts, conditioned by their habits, would find themselves at a disadvantage, and a single misstep could lead to their demise without a trace. Another crucial point is the necessity of possessing one's own unique technique. Such techniques, capable of claiming lives, cannot simply be repeated if they have been observed, even if one does not comprehend the nuances of executing a unique technique. Having witnessed it allows for the consideration of countermeasures. In arena competitions, without exerting oneself to the utmost, victory is unattainable. Revealing all one's tactics only exposes one's weaknesses, an act tantamount to courting death. Hetow listened, his heart racing. He had initially believed the arena was a prime venue for honing strength. Yet now he recognized the folly in that notion. He did not find his master's insights shocking. Having seen the scroll detailing combat techniques, pinned by Fongland, he felt adequately prepared. His master had undoubtedly experienced the ravages of brutal combat, leading to such painful realizations, and would not allow his only disciple to tread the same perilous path. Life is akin to a play, merely spoken of. Those who treat life as mere theater are bound to face tragedy. A performance can be restarted, but life affords no such second chances. Once extinguished, there is no return. To survive, one must possess strength and remain vigilant. Hetow held great admiration for his master's subtlety. Who would have imagined that a mentor at a junior academy was, in fact, a scion of the Fong family, a hidden gem of formidable golden core cultivation? Should any fool dare to lay a hand on the master, the consequences would be dire, akin to those hapless rogues who, for a price, have sold their souls and only grasp the gravity of their predicament when faced with imminent demise. Unbeknownst to him, Hetow had been retreating within his home for over 10 days, and upon his return to the academy, he felt a peculiar sense of unfamiliarity. Upon entering the classroom, he was met with a raucous cheer from the 5 brothers of the elemental group, celebrating the return of their comrade, only for the jubilant sounds to be swiftly quelled by the stern presence of Fongland, who entered with a countenance as cold as a tombstone. Fongland ascended the podium with deliberate grace, while Hetow hastily made his way back to his seat, receiving a discreet thumbs up of congratulations from the Thunder Sisters. With a measured tone, Fongland remarked on the earlier commotion, noting the apparent determination of the students regarding the second round of evaluations. A light laughter echoed through the room. Among the 24 students, Hetow and his 2 companions were considered seeds, having not participated in the initial selection, while the remaining 21 had taken part in the first round, with 14 successfully advancing. Thus, with the inclusion of Hetow and his peers, a total of 17 students were eligible for the second round of selection. This achievement placed them at the forefront of their second-year cohort, and Fongland was genuinely surprised by the remarkable results of the first round, which had taken place within the same year group, boasting a 2/3 elimination rate. The success rate for Fongland's students had reached an impressive 70%. The second round would see a mixing of first and second-year students, as well as competition between third and fourth-year students, where the advantage of an additional year of study would prove formidable. Consequently, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Fongland's students could potentially maintain or even exceed a 70% advancement rate. Among the first and second-year students, none exceeded the age of 18, with only one having cultivated true energy. A total of 575 students participated in the first round, with 2/3 eliminated, leaving 383 remaining. These individuals would face another round of eliminations, and ultimately, 120 students from the 2 grades would join their seniors from the 3rd and 4th years in the third round, vying for 3 coveted slots to represent the Fengwu City Taoist Academy on the path of the ordinary. Chapter 3. A single move to defeat the enemy. Fongland, with a serious expression, gave a few words of advice to the students and unexpectedly extended some words of comfort to the unfortunate ones who had been eliminated, an act of rare compassion. The other students could hardly imagine how amiable Fongland could be in front of Hetow. In comparison, they felt like neglected stepchildren. The second round of competition commenced in the morning, featuring 2 consecutive matches. Students who triumphed in both contests would advance directly, while those who lost both would be eliminated. The remaining students would continue to compete until a final selection of 120 was made. Hetow felt at ease. He had no intention of embarking on the path of mediocrity, so being eliminated in the second or third round was of little consequence to him. Fongland led the group towards the arena, while Mihu discreetly tugged at Hetow's arm, and the other 4 members of the 5 Elements group skillfully encircled them. Mihu whispered, "Hetow, has the instructor imparted any secrets to you over the past few days? You seem exceptionally confident. Spill the beans, or your future days will be grim." Hetow scoffed at this childish threat. He was no longer the naive individual he once was. He replied nonchalantly, "I've learned a few things. If we encounter each other in the arena, I'll let you see for yourself." Mihu's face fell. The thought of sparring with Hetow was a nightmare, though he had indeed made significant progress. However, he lacked the confidence to face Hetow in the arena. Defeat was inevitable. Suddenly, Mihu, with a tinge of jealousy, remarked, "That outfit must have cost you a pretty penny. You look so flamboyant. I never realized you were this ostentatious." Hetow elbowed Mihu lightly in the ribs. Despite years of practicing the lighting panlong technique, Mihu still struggled to catch his breath from the impact. Utilizing force in confined spaces is the essence of the 3 dormitory technique, which emphasizes overwhelming opponents through various means during close combat. Hetow had not exerted much force. Rather, he had gradually mastered the technique of applying pressure. Otherwise, Mihu's ribs would likely have been broken. Hetow subtly dragged Mihu along, who wore a pained expression. This collision surely diminished his combat effectiveness by more than 5%, making the second round seem daunting. The students from the Tao Arts Academy had not participated in the previous path of mediocrity. Even the 4th-year students had no opportunity to compete. For this vibrant group of youth, the chance to shine on the path of mediocrity, or even to gain fame, was an irresistible temptation. As the students eligible for the second round gathered, so too did those who had been eliminated. Once Hetow and his group settled in the arena, the academy leaders and a cadre of instructors serving as judges arrived. The third round of competition was a serious matter, with each match being recorded for archival purposes. Any occurrences of cheating would bring shame upon the Fengwu City Tao Arts Academy. The second round featured first and second-year students competing against those in their 3rd and 4th years. Hetow drew his lot and discovered he was assigned to the first match of the first round. Being among the first to compete could be quite pressuring. It was generally preferable to compete around the 3rd round, where one could observe the earlier matches and stabilize their mindset, thereby enhancing their performance, though opponents would also benefit from this. Today, Hetow appeared exceptionally dashing. As he exited his class seating area, Mihu and the others cheered him on, slapping their thighs in encouragement. Hetow gracefully raised his left hand in acknowledgement, eliciting an even louder cheer from the crowd. Ascending to Arena 4, Hetow faced an opponent from the first class of the second year. The first and second year students began with the A designation, while those in the 3rd and 4th years began with B, each group comprising 12 competitors. When his opponent stepped onto the stage, Hetow nodded, recognizing him as a classmate but unable to recall his name. Hetow's luck was not particularly favorable. He had not drawn a first-year opponent. Clenching his right fist and placing his left hand over it, he introduced himself, second year, Class 5, Hetow. After a moment's hesitation, his opponent mirrored his gesture, stating, second year, Class 4, Fongland. As Hetow lowered his hand, gripping the hilt of his sword, the judge at the edge of the arena dropped the triangular red flag and declared, "Begin." Hetow unsheathed his sword, executing an upward diagonal thrust. Fongland's long sword was drawn, but Hetow's blade was already poised at Fongland's chest. The judge's role extended beyond merely determining the outcome. They were also responsible for swiftly intervening in any crises. As Hetow struck, the judge's unsharpened training sword lunged forward. The judge recognized that Hetow was destined to win. His speed was so remarkable that Fongland would not have time to react. The judge's sword grazed Fongland's chest as Hetow's sword halted just shy of the blade's spine. The anticipated clash did not occur. Hetow's fish-scale sword stopped less than half an inch from the judge's sword spine, implying that even without the judge's intervention, Hetow would not harm his opponent. Surprised, the judge glanced at Hetow and announced, "Victory for A1." Fongland, pulling out his long sword, exclaimed in disbelief, "Why? The battle hasn't even started." Hetow calmly sheathed his fish-scale sword. Fongland, pointing his long sword at Hetow, shouted, "He has a superior weapon and better equipment. You are biased towards him. This is unfair." Me Hu and the others, accustomed to Hetow's swift swordplay, stood in outrage at Fongland's denial of defeat, voicing their indignation. The vice principal, accompanied by several instructors, approached. The judge quietly recounted the events, while Fongland continued to point his sword at Hetow, asserting, "He deliberately saluted, enticing me to do the same." Then the judge abruptly called for the start while I was returning the gesture. This is blatant cheating. Fongland remained seated, indifferent to the farcical antics of Fongland, unconcerned about how Hetow would defend himself. Encountering various petty incidents within the academy was preferable to stumbling in society later on. The vice principal's gaze turned icy. If Hetow were a scion of a prominent family, it might be a different story. However, Hetow was quite ordinary, and the vice principal had no idea of his full name. How could a judging instructor possibly engage in such misconduct? The vice principal, addressing the defiant Fongland, stated, "You have grounds for suspicion. You may restart the match against your opponent. However, should you lose this time, you will be eliminated directly. If he wins, he will advance. Do you have any objections?" Fongland did have objections. Hetow's speed was overwhelming, and he felt he had no chance of victory. Yet, he could not afford to miss this opportunity. There would be only one chance to tread the path of mediocrity in a lifetime, and he had to seize it firmly. Hesitantly, Fongland replied, "This is unfair." The vice principal retorted, "You may either concede and attempt to win the next match for a chance in the elimination round, or you may restart and see if your opponent colluded with the judge." Fongland, gazing at Hetow, who was sheathing his fish-scale sword, declared, "I choose to restart." The vice principal, maintaining a stern demeanor, stepped aside as Fongland gripped his long sword, nervously observing the composed Hetow. The judge raised his voice, instructing, "Fongland from Class 4, sheath your weapon." Fongland accused Hetow of colluding with the judge, causing the judge to seethe with indignation. While he could not retaliate openly, he seized the opportunity to humiliate Fongland, purposefully raising his voice to ensure that the students and instructors of Class 4 understood the nature of Fongland's character. With reluctance, Fongland sheathed his long sword. Hetow wore a mischievous smile and once again clasped his hands, stating, "Second year, Class 5. Hetow, I look forward to your guidance." Fongland gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, nearly crushing it with anticipation, eagerly awaiting the judge to announce the start of the match as Hetow clasped his hands, though he knew this was unlikely. After Hetow finished speaking, his right hand fell smoothly, and only then did the judge call out, "Begin." Fongland swiftly drew his long sword, but as he extracted it halfway, he saw Hetow charging directly at him. Hetow released his grip on the sword hilt and struck Fongland's wrist. Fongland's arm went numb as Hetow's right knee forcefully collided with the junction of Fongland's chest and abdomen. Hetow then withdrew, leaving Fongland kneeling on the ground, clutching his stomach. The unruly behavior of Fongland had attracted the attention of numerous students and mentors. This time, Hetow unexpectedly triumphed in such a manner, prompting a thunderous cheer from the crowd of over 1,000. The referee announced loudly, "Hetow, a disciple of Mentor Fongland from Class 2, Section 5, is the victor and secures a place in the second round of the competition." According to the usual protocol, the referee would simply announce the number drawn by Hetow. After a second effortless victory, the referee felt a surge of satisfaction and even went so far as to declare Fongland's name as well. Hetow, brimming with exuberance, waved to Fongland from the stage before jogging back, where Mi Hu and others rushed to him, cheering, their fists playfully landing on the prematurely qualified Hetow. The Thunder Sisters exchanged glances. They had witnessed Hetow's 2 strikes clearly. The first was a demonstration of his familiar swordsmanship, while the second was truly astonishing, revealing Hetow as a battle-hardened warrior who had effortlessly defeated Fongland with a near-mocking technique. In both encounters, Hetow had dispatched his opponents with a single decisive move. This was not a result of any premeditated strategy, but rather a display of improvisation. Was it a secret technique imparted by mentor Fongland, or was Hetow simply extraordinarily gifted? Hetow's phone rang, prompting Hetow and the others to return to their seats. Noticing it was Fongland calling, Hetow discreetly covered the microphone and whispered, "Uncle Gio, is there something up?" Fongland's voice came through. "Put on the item I gave you. You know what to do. Hurry to Elon UT and wait for me. I'll make my way there as well." Hetow ended the call, and Fongland, observing the competition arena, spoke coldly as Hetow approached. "If you have matters to attend to, go ahead. After all, you've advanced early. There's no need to watch the subsequent matches, as they lack significance." Hetow and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Did Mentor harbor such unwavering confidence in Hetow? How could he ensure his advancement in the third round without observing the performance of his future opponents? Chapter 4. The white glove. Hetow hailed a taxi and swiftly returned home. Rather than leaving in haste, he opened a small box tucked beneath his bed, placing the enigmatic bracelet alongside the second-grade chi-enhancing pill. After contemplating for a moment, he also added the limited edition bracelet he had purchased for $998. At this moment, Hetow was not in a rush to extract the discarded metal plates. They were to be his private property in the future. Frequent visits to the tunnel posed a risk of exposure, prompting Hetow to resolve to proceed with caution. He decided to refine the second-grade chi-enhancing pill first before taking further action. Changing out of his samurai attire, Hetow donned a set of his brother's clothes. He meticulously adjusted his mask while gazing into the mirror before finally stepping out of his home. As he awaited a taxi at the corner, Fongland's call came through once more. Upon answering, Hetow waved down a taxi. Fongland spoke hastily. "There have been some changes on my end. Please head to Yilin Tea House and wait for me. Just mention the Fong family's real name to gain entry. You'll find me in box 9. Someone will attend to your appearance. Don't ask too many questions, just hurry." Yilin Tea House was an upscale business club. Hetow recalled how, during occasional weekend outings with the Five Elements group, Hetow had once gazed longingly at Yilin Tea House, exclaiming that he would certainly indulge there when he had the means. From the almost drooling expression on Heto's face, Hetow surmised that the establishment was extravagantly luxurious. Arriving at Yilin Tea House, Hetow saw through the glass-censored doors a tall, graceful hostess clad in an elegant long dress. In the past, he and his companions could only feign passing by, stealing glances inside without the courage to look directly. Nervous on his first visit to such a refined place, Hetow approached the entrance. As the censored door opened, four hostesses gracefully bowed in unison, welcoming him as a distinguished guest. Towering over Hetow, the hostesses exuded a subtle fragrance. He addressed the approaching manager, saying, "Fong Yilong, my uncle has reserved a private room here." The manager, with discerning eyes, immediately recognized Hetow's cheap attire, indicating he was unworthy of patronizing such an establishment. However, upon hearing the name he provided and the mention of his uncle, the manager's demeanor shifted to one of warmth as he smiled and said, "Mr. Fong, please follow me. The young master has left instructions." The manager, a poised and elegant woman, guided Hetow through a dimly lit corridor leading directly to the private room, ensuring utmost privacy as they passed no other rooms. Upon reaching the door, she opened it to reveal a middle-aged man standing inside. The manager smiled and said, "Mr. Fong, should you need anything, please feel free to ring. Here is my business card. I hope to be of service." Hetow took the card, feigning maturity as he said, "I may have a few friends visiting in the future. Is that permissible?" "Of course, your friends will be esteemed guests of Yilin," the manager replied. As the door closed behind them, the middle-aged man approached and said, "Young Master Fong, please have a seat. I will arrange your hairstyle." Hetow's hair had always been managed at a nearby shop for a mere 3 yuan, the cheapest of places. Among students, it was unremarkable, as most had similar styles. However, in an establishment like Yilin Tea House, even the hostesses could discern the inadequacy of his hairstyle. With a swift dry wash and blow-dry, scissors swiftly glided through his hair. 20 minutes later, a mirror was presented to Hetow. The sleek, neatly styled hair harmonized beautifully with the slightly dark mask he wore. He nodded in approval as the middle-aged man said, "This box contains clothes prepared for you. Let me assist you in changing." With deft hands, the man opened the box and retrieved a tailcoat, a pristine white shirt, polished shoes, and even a pair of socks. The attire was tailored perfectly to Hetow's size. Once he was dressed, the man folded a white handkerchief and placed it in Hetow's pocket. Confirming his task was complete, he neatly folded the clothes Hetow had changed out of and exited with a bow. It seemed that Uncle Joe held considerable influence in Fengwu City. Hetow reclined in the plush sofa, idly toying with his old mobile phone. Moments later, a knock echoed at the door. Before Hetow could respond, the door swung open to reveal the manager's melodious voice. "Young Master Joe, it's a rare occasion for you to visit. You cannot leave so soon." Fong Joe chuckled. "I'm here to unwind today. Has my brother Ilong arrived?" As he spoke, he gestured toward Hetow. "Ilong, please come in." A square-jawed middle-aged man entered, and Hetow relaxed his posture as Fong Joe introduced, "Ilong, this is Mr. Liu." The manager closed the door, and Hetow's gaze fell upon Mr. Liu's face as Fong Joe continued, "Ilong, Mr. Liu is the eldest son of Councilman Liu, with numerous enterprises in Fengwu City." Fong Joe raised his hand slightly, prompting Hetow to stand and say, "It is a pleasure to finally meet you." Fong Joe then moved to the side of Hetow and Mr. Liu, stating, "Mr. Liu, Ilong is the young master of the Fong family, not frequently seen outside, and has a passion for cultivation. He is a future talent, albeit not the most expressive." Mr. Liu extended a warm handshake, saying, "Brother Joe has mentioned you several times. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. I am Lu Mingdao." His grip was firm as he shook Hetow's hand vigorously. Hetow replied, "I am Fong Ilong. Feel free to call me Ilong, Uncle Mingdao. Please, have a seat." Fong Joe appeared quite pleased, recognizing Hetow's adeptness in navigating social interactions. With more experiences like this, he would soon blend seamlessly with true scions of noble families. As Lu Mingdao and Fong Joe settled down, Fong Joe remarked, "This impromptu meeting between Brother Liu and Ilong is due to a new opportunity. Your father is eager to meet the young master of the Fong family." Lu Mingdao fixed his gaze on Hetow, saying, "Fengwu City has decided to develop into a tourist destination, leveraging its abundant natural resources. Consequently, the City Hall has devised a substantial urban construction plan, which includes excavating an artificial river within the city." Hetow pondered for a moment before responding, "Are they planning to channel from the Zai River that flows southwest of Fengwu City?" Lu Mingdao praised, "Indeed, your insight is remarkable. The City Hall's intention is to create an artificial river that traverses the city. I happen to own a company qualified for such excavation." Hetow's mind raced. Lu Mingdao's father was a provincial councilman, evidently utilizing his father's influence to thrive in Fengwu City. Lu Mingdao surely owned multiple enterprises, with the excavation company being just one among them. Fong Joe subtly elevated Fong Ilong's status, hinting that Councilman Liu was keen to meet the young master of the Fong family, implying significant undertones. Hetow was uncertain about the potential profits from excavating an artificial river, but it was evident that the financial stakes were substantial. Councilman Liu appeared to seek the Fong family's assistance in securing this project. Hesitantly, Hetow remarked, "It might appear rather unseemly." Fong Joe laughed heartily. "Precisely. Hence, the Fong family intends to undertake the project." Hetow immediately grasped the implication. The Fong family would manage the contract, subsequently subcontracting it to Lu Mingdao. This was the essence of the white glove arrangement. Insiders could discern the intricacies, while outsiders remained oblivious to the underlying machinations. Lu Mingdao exhibited no trace of embarrassment. He smiled and nodded in agreement with Fong Joe's assertions. Fong Joe continued, "This pertains to a project worth 40 million, which is indeed no trivial endeavor. However, with some effort, it can certainly be accomplished. Ilong, this entails that we will need to advance some capital, specifically a 10% project deposit, amounting to 4 million. Hetow exhaled in relief, realizing that an advance of 4 million was manageable. He remarked, "Indeed, it is not a substantial sum. Uncle Joe can take charge." Hetow now felt quite affluent, with a net worth of 10 million, placing him among the wealthy in Fengwu City. Lu Mingdao was somewhat astonished to see Hetow so readily acquiesce. He understood well the nature of those from illustrious families. While their backgrounds might appear formidable, the actual capital at their disposal was often limited. After all, with numerous members in a vast family, apart from the direct heirs, the majority of these so-called scions merely enjoyed a facade of prosperity. Suddenly, an idea struck Hetow, prompting him to inquire, "Are there specific planning blueprints available? I wish to ascertain the course of the artificial river." Fongland jolted with realization, recalling a previously overlooked matter. If the artificial river were to traverse near Fongland Shaozhou, it would constitute a significant infrastructure development, potentially propelling the property values in that vicinity to new heights. Initially, Fongland had consented to act as an intermediary solely for the sake of the transaction with Councilman Liu. However, it now appeared imperative to excavate this artificial river, even if it meant personally financing the endeavor. Lu Mingdao modestly responded, "We possess only a rough schematic, but the finer details can certainly be arranged. It is not insurmountable." Hetow declared, "Then it is settled. Uncle Gio will resolve the financial matters, and the specifics will also be managed by Uncle Gio." Fongland rose, stating, "Brother Lu's affairs are my own. Yilong, you and I shall proceed to establish a company immediately. This matter must be executed impeccably." Lu Mingdao was filled with excitement. This project, valued at 40 million, had the potential for further additions, with numerous opportunities for manipulation. If executed adeptly, it could yield profits exceeding 7 million. With the Fong family so cooperative, perhaps they could be granted a share of the profits, laying a more solid foundation for future collaboration. Both Lu Mingdao and Fongland were elated, each believing they had struck a remarkable deal. Chapter 5. Building momentum, exiting the tea house through the back door. Yilin Yu watched as Lu Mingdao slipped into a black sedan. Hetow whispered, "Uncle Gio, what if someone discovers that you're acting under the name of the Fong family?" Fongland feigned ignorance and replied, "Acting under the Fong family's name? Am I not a Fong?" Hetow corrected him, "You clearly want me to impersonate a core disciple of the Fong family. What if it brings trouble to my master?" Fongland retorted angrily, "You only think of your master. Have you considered the risks I face? You ungrateful little wretch." Hetow felt embarrassed by the reprimand. Fongland, with a dark expression, continued, "As a core disciple of the Fong family, your master is a purebred scion of the Fong lineage. What do you know? Otherwise, do you think I have been financially supporting him all these years out of kindness? He isn't my son." Hetow was speechless. The truth was too blunt. Even if he had such thoughts, there was no need to express them so openly, as it could harm their relationship. Fongland beckoned with his finger. "You didn't remind me, so I almost overlooked it. None of us, your master, you, or I, are suitable to be the company's legal representative. If the Fong family investigates, we would find ourselves at a loss for words. Especially concerning Fong Yilong's identity, a careful inquiry would reveal it to be a forgery, with many capable of uncovering the truth. At that time, our painstakingly built enterprise could be usurped, and we would have no recourse." At this point, Fongland turned to Hetow and said, "Yilong, that is your real name, isn't it? I checked your records. You were registered as Yilong at birth, changing it only to Hetow at the age of 3. Hetow felt his heart leap into his throat. Fongland continued, "You should have some understanding of your family's affairs. Rest assured, I mean no harm. As Jing's direct disciple, I must ensure his lineage is untainted. The company's partnership will operate under the name Yilong. Although you are under 18, we can arrange for a guardian. Your brother tragically perished in an accident. We can create a ruse, appointing your brother Hishanjun as your guardian. Your brother will serve as the registered legal representative of our company, while the three of us operate behind the scenes as the owners. Of course, we must sign a confidential agreement notarized afterward." Fongland spoke with enthusiasm, and Hetow's eyes sparkled. As Fongland paused, Hetow asked, his voice trembling, "The court has already declared my brother deceased." Fongland dismissed the concern. "Simply assert that your brother is alive, claiming that the guards mishandled the body during the case. It's quite straightforward." Hetow's heart raced. Sensing his excitement, Fongland patted Hetow's shoulder and reassured him, "Do not be disheartened. I do not intend to exploit your brother's identity. It is merely the safest option." Hetow nodded repeatedly, Like a chick pecking at grain, I understand. Can my brother's records be fully restored? Fong Jio took out his phone. Of course, such trivial matters do not require your concern. There are far more pressing issues to address. Hello, Tweezy, what are you busy with? It's just the selection for the ordinary road competition. Your student is participating, not you. Hurry over, we need to sign an agreement. Otherwise, I worry that after we strike it rich, you and your master might conspire to oust me. The alliance is a place governed by law. Anyone who transgresses it, even if they evade legal repercussions through various means, cannot escape the scrutiny of the press and the public's scorn. The notary office is a venue for signing privacy agreements or having documents executed by qualified lawyers. These confidential documents carry legal weight and remain undisclosed, with the notary office's reputation well established. Hetow and Fong Jio arrived at the notary office, where Fong Rujing also arrived by taxi. In a small enclosed room, Fong Rujing and Fong Jio meticulously finalized the wording before printing 4 copies of the document, each affixing their signatures and seals. Fong Rujing, Fong Jio, and Hetow each retained a copy, with the notary office keeping one for their records. This document now holds legal validity. Fong Rujing and Hetow each possessed 33% of the shares, while Fong Jio held 34%, provided that he contributed $6 million in funding, alongside Fong Rujing and her disciple contributing a total of $16 million as the company's initial capital. The company, named Sanfong Investment Company, Limited, was informally established at the notary office. The properties pre-purchased by Hetow and Fong Rujing were counted as shares based on their purchase price, as the primary venture of Sanfong Investment Company is real estate, which is also their main avenue for wealth accumulation. Fong Jio hurriedly departed. He needed to register the company and create a file for Heshanjun, ensuring the deceased Heshanjun would serve as the company's legal representative. Hetow pulled Fong Rujing into a secluded alley and removed his disguise, saying, "Master, my brother is not dead." Fong Rujing showed no surprise, prompting Hetow to ask, "Master, did you know all along?" Fong Rujing replied, "Jiu Gu did not enter your bedroom, thus missing many secrets. I inadvertently discovered that my bedroom was originally yours, and the wardrobe in your current room contains many clothes clearly a size larger. A moment's contemplation would lead to the conclusion. If you do not choose to disclose, I shall not pry. You deserve your privacy." Hetow rubbed his face vigorously, wishing to express more but finding the words stuck in his throat, particularly concerning the mysterious bracelet. He felt it best to remain silent. Fong Rujing placed an arm around Hetow's shoulder, saying, "Your brother's faked death and anonymity surely stem from untold hardships. Do not dwell on it. Many matters resolve themselves with time. Your classmates performed admirably today. Before I leave, 11 of them have already won their preliminary matches, and the momentum is quite promising. Especially your performance. Stunning. Ha ha ha." During the competition, Fong Rujing remained calm and composed, but now his good spirits surfaced. Hetow had achieved victory twice, with his fighting prowess serving as a textbook example. Strength is a composite of various abilities: swordsmanship, agility, power, speed, and combat awareness, all intertwined to form a person's overall capability. Hetow's consecutive victories, achieved through distinct methods, underscored his exceptional performance. Against peers of the same grade, Hetow enjoyed a decisive advantage. The second round of the Academy's competition was not yet concluded, and Fong Rujing needed to return to maintain his role as the stoic mentor while Hetow headed home alone. As Hetow neared his residence, he spotted a group of ruffians with brightly colored hair, playfully bantering among themselves, clearly harboring ill intentions. Hetow frowned slightly as he passed them, dressed in fine clothing. He appeared to be of considerable worth, compelling the ruffians to wisely refrain from provoking him. Having spent years on the lower rungs of society, their discernment surpassed that of ordinary folk, especially with Hetow wielding a suitcase in one hand and a sword in the other, signaling he was not to be trifled with. Upon entering his home, Hetow swiftly made his way to the bedroom and opened a box. The second-tier vitality-enhancing fruit had indeed been purified, now reduced to the size of grains. Meanwhile, the limited edition bracelet, numbered 998, resembled something gnawed upon by a dog. It had not been completely consumed by the mysterious bracelet. Only a minuscule portion had been devoured, leaving scattered fragments at various points of consumption. Hetow discarded the fragments into the trash, examining the mysterious bracelet when suddenly, a section of it detached, revealing an active clasp, akin to that of the limited edition bracelet. Despite having handled the mysterious bracelet numerous times before, he had never discovered this active clasp. Now it had presented itself. Could it be that the mysterious bracelet learned the mechanism from the limited edition bracelet? Hetow fastened the bracelet onto his left wrist, securing the clasp snugly. The bracelet fit perfectly, encircling his wrist with neither excess nor deficiency. As he sought to open the clasp, Hetow found the active clasp had vanished once more, rendering the bracelet a seamless, unified piece once again. A sense of foreboding enveloped Hetow as he inhaled sharply, the bracelet exuding an air of enigma, or rather, an aura of the uncanny. Hetow harbored no significant concerns. The bracelet's powers were formidable, offering him only advantages, devoid of any drawbacks. Otherwise, he would never have dared to adorn his wrist with it. Unable to decipher its mysteries, he relinquished his efforts and once again retrieved his notebook to ponder its contents. Unbeknownst to him, the vicinity was becoming increasingly populated with local ruffians and delinquents, a significant portion of Fengwu City's miscreants converging in this area. The online listings for houses were proliferating. The rumors surrounding Fong Jio's stroll, initially dismissed, had gained traction, especially with so many unsavory youths gathering here, validating the rumor's credibility. This place was on the verge of transforming into a haven for lowlifes. Who would dare reside here? Reports made to the authorities went unheeded. The guards insisted on verifiable evidence before mobilizing their forces. This assembly of delinquents merely engaged in rowdy antics, posing no direct threat to the local residents, thus providing ample justification for the guards to evade responsibility. Most alarmingly, a violent incident had transpired just the previous night, yet by the time the guards arrived, the scene had been thoroughly cleaned, with the perpetrating youth still at large. With so many ruffians now gathered, Hetow felt compelled to consider the safety of his family. The online house listings were rapidly being snatched up, and with millions at his disposal, Fong Jio seized the opportunity to place a deposit on a property at Fongland Cottage upon discovering it was for sale. Concurrently, more rumors began to circulate, hinting at the construction of a sewage treatment plant near Fongland Cottage, with design blueprints surfacing online that appeared alarmingly authentic. The area had become uninhabitable, prompting an increasing number of individuals to advertise their houses for sale. Meanwhile, Fong Jio callously publicized his own intent to sell his property at Fongland Cottage, lamenting that it had become untenable and that for the sake of his child's moral upbringing, he must seek more suitable neighbors. When Fong Rujing returned, night had already fallen. The day's competition had been intense, necessitating a tiebreaker and causing her to arrive later than expected. As she approached Hetow's doorstep, she paused, contemplating her next move. Chapter 6. The enigmatic maple Fong Rujing skillfully concealed her prowess. Even among those of the same golden core stage, her true capabilities remained inscrutable. This indicated that she was indeed a formidable figure within the realm of high-tier golden core cultivators. As she approached the door, she sensed a faint sound of breathing emanating from behind the house. It was not surprising. That group of ruffians was capable of anything. However, what she detected was demonic energy. Casting a glance through the window, she observed Hetow seated in the living room, perusing some manuscripts. Quietly, she navigated along the wall to the back, where a bewitching woman leaned against a stout maple tree, accompanied by a blond man. The source of the demonic energy was emanating from that very tree. To her surprise, she had never noticed before. Her fingers instinctively twirled, recognizing the formidable aura of the demonic maple, which, based on its trunk, was nearly a millennium old. At that moment, the blond man and the enchanting woman let out piercing screams, as the former's physique visibly withered before her eyes. Their predicament was self-inflicted. Fong Rujing had no intention of intervening. It was a path of self-destruction. She was far from the upright and austere figure she appeared to be. Only Hetow understood this truth. As the blond man gasped for breath, the demonic maple paused, and the man howled in agony, desperately fleeing with his legs. The enchanting woman followed suit, both utterly terrified. The demonic maple spared their lives at the last moment, yet Fongland remained resolute, harboring no compassion. The core of this maple, if harvested, could serve Hetow well in forging a remarkable wooden flying sword. Just as a glimmer of golden light began to coalesce at Fongland's fingertip, the door swung open, and Hetow emerged with his scales drawn, alarmed by the cries. Spotting his master in the moonlight, he breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Master, it seems something has transpired." Fongland fixed her gaze upon the demonic maple, declaring, "Indeed, there are matters at hand, yet they are fortuitous. This maple has matured and is on the brink of transformation into a demon." The quaint house Hetow had purchased was the smallest in the vicinity, situated beside a massive garbage dump from a factory. In his leisure time, he enjoyed strolling in the backyard, particularly during autumn when the maple leaves blazed like fire, a sight that was truly intoxicating. He had no inkling that the maple tree behind his house had become a demon. Last autumn, he relished lying beneath its branches, sheltered by the fiery leaves. Fongland took a few steps forward, saying, "It is rare to encounter a demon tree in the city. It seems your fortune is indeed remarkable." Anxiously, Hetow inquired, "Master, what do you intend to do?" With a matter-of-fact tone, Fongland replied, "To slay the demon and quell the malevolence." Hetow grasped Fongland's arm, pleading, "It harbors no ill intentions. I often lay beneath it last autumn, and it has never harmed me." With a smirk, Fongland retorted, "Foolish child. The demon tree had not yet matured then. Now it possesses the capacity to inflict harm, although it may not be fully developed. Harvesting the core to craft a flying sword will allow you to nurture it gradually. In time, it could become your destined sword, a grand opportunity not to be squandered." Hetow clutched her arm tightly, saying, "Master, without this maple, the backyard would appear desolate and forlorn. Please spare it." Fongland exclaimed in exasperation, "Do you comprehend the rarity of a demon tree reaching such maturity? It is not merely an anomaly of nature. Its longevity of 1,000 years renders it exceptionally precious. Even if I were to refrain from slaying it, others would inevitably come seeking it. To ignore a blessing is to invite calamity." At a loss for words, Hetow remained silent as a flicker of starlight danced upon the maple, its barren winter branches swaying. Fongland narrowed her eyes, and Hetow watched anxiously as she said, "Ah, it appears there is a connection with you." With hope, Hetow asked, "Master, what connection?" Turning away, Fongland replied, "In due time, you shall understand. Do not inquire further. Henceforth, this shall be the demon tree under our family's protection. As for whether it can withstand the tribulation of thunder, that remains to be seen." With a wave of her hand, a golden light descended upon the trunk of the maple, inscribing a golden rune that shimmered briefly before vanishing, as though nothing had transpired. Whenever the demon maple faced peril, Fongland would be able to sense it. Unbeknownst to Hetow, as he cultivated the unmatched codex, starlight had entered his being. Under the illumination of the starlight, this ancient maple tree, having existed for over a millennium, awakened its sentience on that fateful day. While Hetow remained oblivious, Fongland was acutely aware of the significance of the moment. The manifestation of starlight from the demon maple revealed that it had taken a crucial step due to her disciple's presence. Given this, she hesitated to act decisively. Upon returning to the house, Fongland began preparing dinner, while Hetow gazed out the back window. To his astonishment, there stood a demonized maple tree in his backyard. He had heard tales of plants becoming sentient, yet had never witnessed it firsthand. He yearned to see the demon maple transform into human form. There were unspoken sentiments lingering in Hetow's heart. After moving here, he and his brother had shared many quiet evenings beneath the maple, reminiscing about joyful family moments before the silence turned melancholic, and dreaming of future ambitions and grand undertakings. These cherished memories made it all the more difficult for him to accept his master's intent to slay the tree. Suddenly, Fongland's phone rang. Irritated, she answered, "Jogo, I'm quite busy." "What is it?" Excitedly, Fongjo exclaimed. Two kids reported encountering something sinister at Maple Forest Cottage, claiming a maple tree transformed them into human husks. You should check online. The news is spreading like wildfire. Who would have thought their ability to fabricate rumors was so potent? Haha. Do you know how many people are trying to sell their houses now? Haha. Fongland casually removed the fish from boiling water, responding, I'm aware, I witnessed it firsthand, right behind Hetow's house. Fongland seemed struck dumb, incredulously asking, is it truly a demonized maple tree? Fongland tapped the pot's bottom with her spatula, stating, I've already said I saw it with my own eyes. I'm cooking now. If there is nothing else, I'll hang up. Hastily, Fongland added, I haven't eaten either. Unyieldingly, Fongland declared, there isn't enough food. There is none for you. That is final. After preparing the meal, just as she was about to serve it, there was a knock at the door. Hetow opened it to find Fongland grinning at the threshold. Hetow, in admiration of Fongland's resilience, gave him a thumbs up. Despite being rebuffed, Fongland still had the audacity to intrude. His boldness was commendable. Striding in, Fongland laid a hefty stack of contracts on the table, declaring, I signed 136 contracts online, paying the deposits, including the 47 you and your master purchased, and your own house. That totals 184. There were 276 houses built at various times in Maple Forest Cottage, and now most had been acquired, with 92 houses remaining. The Sanfong Investment Company could seize complete control of Maple Forest Cottage. Hetow's excitement surged as he examined the contracts, marking the house numbers with small flags on the model. Soon, the majority of the model was adorned with flags. Fongland, hands clasped behind her back, approached as well. The houses of Maple Forest Cottage were not clustered together but rather scattered, covering at least 8,000 acres. With the construction of an artificial river flowing through the city, if they could encircle Maple Forest Cottage with it, it would truly become an independent kingdom. Fongland placed a flag horizontally across a road, then laid down more flags, blocking several pathways in Maple Forest Cottage. Fongland smiled, while Hetow hesitated. Fongland insisted vehemently, if the remaining homeowners refuse to sell, we can obstruct their paths and compel them to carve out new routes. Otherwise, they will find themselves in a dilemma. Hetow protested, Uncle Joe, this is too extreme. Fongland sighed and remarked, to travel 100 miles is but half of 90. What we aspire to achieve is a grand enterprise. Acquiring Fongland Cottage is imperative. Only by securing all the properties can we proceed with our strategic plans. I have conceived a new initiative, a luxurious resort. Consider this. If we construct our residences to be resplendent, yet a dilapidated building suddenly appears in the midst, would guests be inclined to patronize us? Furthermore, we must create an artificial canal encircling Fongland Cottage, refurbish the roads, eliminate the overgrown weeds and shrubs spanning thousands of acres, and lay down a verdant carpet of grass. We shall also need to employ a substantial number of staff. An investment of no less than 20 million is required. What justification do they have to bask in our prosperity? You are still young, having endured the tribulations of life, yet remain oblivious to the malevolence of human nature. In deference to your master, I have refrained from employing more extreme measures to shield you from a darker reality. Otherwise, I possess the capability to compel them to relinquish their properties without compensation. Do you believe me? There are myriad insidious tactics at our disposal. In a brilliantly illuminated hotel, a seemingly cultured middle-aged man raised his glass and, with a sense of self-importance, proclaimed, You too are my long-standing friends. Having invested with me in the past without a single misstep, this time, I have identified a project that is destined for substantial profit. An elderly gentleman, his face adorned with excess flesh, interjected while picking up a piece of ham. Shaoli, it's not that we lack trust in you, but this time, there are evident concerns. The decades of accumulated refuse at Fongland Cottage, coupled with the rampant petty criminals, render purchasing property there nearly futile. Shaoli smiled and replied, Have you not noticed how properties listed online are almost instantly purchased? My own available funds amount to only 700,000. Limiting the properties I can secure with a deposit. Otherwise, I would acquire everything outright. Trust me, this investment promises at least tenfold returns. The elderly man and another middle-aged individual were intrigued. Indeed, the prices of the properties at Fongland Cottage had plummeted far below their typical values. Previously, No one had paid attention to that place, as the enormous heaps of metallic refuse were off-putting. Perhaps this truly is an opportunity. Chapter 7. The mysterious world. Young Lee took a gentle sip of wine and remarked, regardless of who the mastermind behind this is, their ambitions are glaringly evident. I have secured 18 houses, though I have only paid the deposit. Within 3 days, I must pay the full amount, which places quite a burden upon me. If both of you are willing to partner with me in this venture, each of you would need to contribute at least 1 million. The elderly man pondered for a moment and replied, "1 million can be gathered with some effort. However, the buyer orchestrating the acquisition of Fongland Villa must possess a formidable background." Young Lee chuckled heartily. In a society governed by law, our actions are legitimate investments. Who would dare challenge us? Just then, his phone rang. Upon seeing it was his wife calling, he answered, only to hear a woman's voice, trembling with tears, "Xiangming, please come and save me. I've incurred debts at the casino, and they threatened to cut off my hands." Fury surged through young Lee as he stood abruptly, covering the mouthpiece with his hand and whispering, "How much do you owe?" The woman hesitated. "It's less than 1 million. A wave of darkness washed over young Lee. Less than 1 million? The total assets of their household barely exceeded 1 million. He had already invested 70,000 as a deposit for the houses at Fongland Villa, his maximum contribution. To owe less than 1 million at a casino? Was that a reasonable amount for an ordinary person? Generally, one could only secure a limit of around 50,000 from a casino, equivalent to 3 years of an average person's earnings. Now, his wife owed nearly 1 million. Even a fool could see something was amiss. His hands turned icy. He had long known of his wife's gambling tendencies. Despite his successful investments over the years, he lamented that at least half of it had been lost to her. He cherished his wife, believing that a man's earnings were meant for a woman to spend, as long as she was happy. Now, she had created a monumental hole. The problem was that the casino charged interest daily, and in a matter of days, the debt could escalate to 1 million, compounding further. The corpulent elder spoke cautiously. "Young Lee, could it be that the buyer of Fongland Villa is behind this?" Young Lee slumped back down, realizing he had been blinded by greed. Neglecting to consider the immense power of the buyer orchestrating the acquisition of over 200 houses at Fongland Villa. While legitimate investments are indeed protected, the adversary could strike from another angle, leaving one unable to voice their grievances. Covering his face with his hands, Young Lee composed himself and said, "I apologize, but I must take my leave. There are matters at home." The elder and the other middle-aged man exchanged sympathetic glances, having deduced some details. Years of navigating society had honed their instincts. Young Lee's wife had been ensnared in a trap. Young Lee drove to a nondescript hotel, the very location of the casino, a place unknown to those unacquainted with gambling. He had often brought cash here to assist his wife, and he was thoroughly familiar with the surroundings. Half an hour later, Young Lee emerged with a beautiful woman, her face streaked with tears. The contracts for the 18 houses, for which he had paid a deposit, had settled the gambling debt. The lender appeared reasonable, offering no further hardship. Young Lee understood that his hasty acquisition of Fongland Villa had angered a ruthless buyer behind the scenes. This was merely a warning. The next encounter might not be so benign. He had never contemplated revenge. While acquiring the houses, Young Lee had mentally prepared for the existence of a mysterious buyer. Anyone capable of deploying such a multitude of thugs to disrupt Fongland Villa was not someone to be trifled with. In his reckless optimism, Young Lee had thought that by purchasing the property, the buyer would be compelled to pay a premium to procure it from him. Alas, he had underestimated the individual. The adversary had no intention of playing by conventional rules. They had simply overturned the table. Faced with such an enigmatic and formidable opponent, one must swallow their pride and refrain from retaliation, daring not to raise a fuss. Fong Zhou's phone rang, and Hetow listened intently while holding a bowl of rice. Fong Rujing tapped the table with chopsticks, signaling Hetow to refrain from eavesdropping overtly. After concluding his call, Fong Zhou chuckled, "Wonderful news. I've just secured another 18 houses. We now possess a total of 202. Victory is within reach." Hetow, feeling dejected, buried his head in his bowl. Neglecting even the meticulously prepared medicinal dish by his master, opting instead for plain rice. The volume of Fongjiu's phone conversation was loud enough for Hetow to catch snippets: gambling debt, hand-cutting, ransom, contract. These terms made the origins of the 18 houses painfully clear. Initially, Hetow had overheard rumors about the impending relocation of a garbage mountain and hoped to purchase the properties with the funds at hand. If someone was willing to sell, he was prepared to buy. It was a fair exchange. However, with Fongjiu's involvement, the situation had soured. Hundreds of ruffians had gathered around Fongland Villa, and as night fell, they ignited bonfires and reveled in their merriment. This was merely the visible aspect of their methods. Many more remained hidden, leaving Hetow feeling bewildered. After dinner, Hetow chose not to practice his swordsmanship, but instead returned to his room with his notebook, lying on the bed in despair, staring blankly at the ceiling. Lost in thought, Fongland cast a glance at the closed bedroom door, then flicked his wrist, sending a talisman to seal the door, isolating the sounds from within. Fongjiu exclaimed, "That was a clever move. You've reached the pinnacle of foundational cultivation, haven't you?" Fongland did not respond, softly stating, "You deliberately led him over here. This will be a significant blow to him." Fongjiu smirked. "If he remains oblivious to the treachery of human nature, do you intend to nurture a saint? His kindness makes him susceptible to harm." Fongland fell silent, and Fongjiu continued, "I have a fondness for this clever young man. His quick wit surpasses yours." With a sigh, Fongland replied, "It takes 3 years to learn good, but only 3 days to learn bad. I truly hope he does not become too aware of the world's intricacies too soon, yet I cannot allow him to remain naive. The depths of society are treacherous, and a careless misstep can lead to ruin." Fongjiu remarked, "Today, I plan to take him to Yilan Tea to expose him to the subtleties of refined elegance and gentleness. But after much contemplation, I decided against it. It is too early." Fongland glared at Fongjiu, suspecting ill intentions. Fongjiu, sensing the tension, retrieved a bottle of aged wine from his wrist bracelet. Fongland continued to glare. Fongjiu raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, moving to the kitchen sterilizer to fetch 2 wine glasses. Filling them with wine as he spoke, love and attachment can lead to downfall. Too many have perished in this regard. If we truly care for him, he must be exposed to more experiences. How can one learn self-control without first-hand encounters? Fongland replied, "The time is not yet ripe. Wait until he cultivates true energy." Fongjiu was taken aback. Was Fongland truly so understanding? This was not the person he thought he knew. It was as if he had transformed. Hearing that Fongjiu intended to lead Hetow into frivolity, Fongland should have erupted in anger. At the very least, he should have maintained his earlier furious demeanor. What was this sudden change? Fongjiu lifted his glass and took a hearty sip, declaring, "Do you know? If Fongland Villa is managed well, it could yield at least several million each year, perhaps even more." Fongland maintained a composed demeanor as he listened, and Fongjiu continued, "A golden goose indeed. I have decided to create a batch of VIP cards specifically for influential individuals. Ordinary nouveau riches shall not set foot in Fongland Villa. They lack the qualifications. By autumn, we shall reap a bountiful harvest." Ancient cultivators understood this well. Wealth, companions, law, and land. Money is the foremost necessity. Without it, nothing is feasible. Fongland inquired, "Is there still time? The new year approaches swiftly. You only have 2 quarters of construction left before autumn arrives." Fongjiu replied, "We shall throw money at it and manifest a fiery realm of maple leaves. Do not disturb that enchanting maple tree. It is a crucial selling point. Consider this. A place capable of nurturing such a magical maple must be a land of fortune. Such locations are precisely what those influential figures covet." Fongland profoundly resonated with the situation. Fortunate that Hetow intervened. Otherwise, the malevolent maple would have been severed and its core extracted for sword refinement. Hetow lay upon his bed, unaware of when he succumbed to a deep slumber. During this profound repose, his consciousness drifted into a silvery realm, where numerous battered mechanical devices lay strewn about, suggesting a fierce battle had transpired. As he traversed a silver corridor, he encountered a silver furnace, adorned with meticulously arranged metallic blocks. Was this the enigmatic world of the mysterious bracelet? Hetow's mind was unusually lucid as he approached the silver furnace resting upon its pedestal, noticing a touchscreen panel atop it. His fingers brushed against the panel, and swiftly a menu emerged, presenting him with options for production and maintenance. Surprised, Hetow selected the production interface, which unveiled a submenu featuring only one silver option. The rest rendered in shades of gray. Construction Scorpion. This was the sole item available for production in the submenu. Hetow pressed the confirmation button for the Construction Scorpion, and a faint vibration emanated from the right side of the pedestal housing the silver furnace. He approached a mechanical platform the size of a shipping container, where numerous wires lay damaged, and sparks of electricity erupted during the production process. After a brief 20 seconds, a palm-sized silver scorpion emerged from the conveyor belt. Was this the Construction Scorpion? Hetow extended his hand, and the scorpion landed delicately upon his palm. What was unfolding? Returning to the silver furnace, Hetow exited the submenu, this time opting for the repair interface. An array of repair options appeared before him, the vast majority of which were irreparable. As he prepared to scrutinize further, a wave of dizziness enveloped his mind, and he was abruptly ejected from that mysterious silver world. Awakening from his dream, Hetow sat up abruptly, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He propped himself up to rise for a drink, only to be met with a chilling sensation. Startled, he withdrew his hand and, illuminated by the hazy moonlight streaming through the window, beheld a palm-sized silver scorpion resting beside him. The dream was indeed real. Chapter 8. The sinister world. Hetow raised his left hand, the enigmatic bracelet secured firmly around his wrist. Upon seeing the silver engineering scorpion, he realized he was not dreaming. He had just entered the mysterious realm of the bracelet, traversing it in a transcendent manner. Within the small bracelet lay an expansive factory, and though Hetow had not explored the entirety of the facility, he could already see hundreds of various mechanical devices stacked within his view, with even more obscured in the distance. Engineering Scorpion? What purpose does it serve? Hetow cautiously grasped the scorpion by its back, lifting it carefully. Its eyes gleamed a gem-like crimson, strikingly apparent in the night. Bringing the engineering scorpion close to his eyes, he observed that it was composed of countless tiny tools. Much like the mysterious bracelet itself, Hetow mischievously pressed down on the scorpion's tail, causing it to droop under the pressure of his fingers. He then positioned the scorpion near the bracelet, commanding, "Enter." At the sound of his voice, the engineering scorpion darted forward, seamlessly merging into the bracelet. Hetow stared blankly, truly astonished that it had entered. Was the scorpion necessary for the repair process? Eager to re-enter the bracelet, Hetow exerted himself for a considerable time. Yet he found no signs of success. No wonder the bracelet could devour so many metal plates. Given its vast interior, it could likely accommodate an entire mountain of refuse. Restlessness overtook Hetow, and he poured himself a glass of water, slowly sipping it at the table. Fongland's voice broke the silence. "Elom, why are you awake at this hour?" Hetow hastily stood and opened the door, finding Fongland in her nightgown, who approached with concern. "Did you have a nightmare?" Typically, practitioners of cultivation do not easily suffer nightmares or insomnia, but Hetow's midnight awakening had alerted Fongland, who was meditating. Hetow invited his master inside, saying, "I suddenly recalled some matters." Fongland nodded, and despite her vast experience, she could hardly fathom that Hetow's bracelet was not merely a limited edition, but the original model that had stirred great controversy, now revealing even more mysterious abilities. Fongland sat down and inquired, "Do you think your Uncle Joe's methods are somewhat inhumane?" Hetow remained silent. Indeed, he was not fond of Fongland's approach. Fongland continued, "Survival of the fittest prevails. Once you truly step into the realm of practitioners, facing both overt and covert conflicts, and witnessing the disputes ignited by self-interest, you will shed such thoughts. This world is harsh. What appears tender to the ordinary, I may be devoid of compassion for cultivators. Remember, heaven and earth are indifferent. Grasping this truth will permit you to endure longer." Hetow hesitated, and Fongland kindly reassured him, "Do not fear saying the wrong thing." Hetow queried, "Is it truly this cruel?" Fongland affirmed, "More brutal than you can imagine. It is somewhat better now, but in the era when sex monopolized cultivation resources, It was far more merciless. For the sake of secret techniques, for coveted treasures, for disciples, slaughter is an eternal theme. Never assume that cultivators are devoid of desires. They are not much different from ordinary people. They merely seek different things, employing even more ruthless methods. Taking a life is trivial. Annihilating entire families is not uncommon. The once powerful cultivators often said, "Genius and treasures belong to the virtuous," which could be rephrased as good things are only suited for the strong. The weak should not meddle. Our recent purchase of the Maple Grove house is akin to this. Those without capability stepping in are akin to snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Competent individuals entering may leave us helpless, but when the unworthy join the fray, it is a path to disaster. Hetow wore a bitter expression. His master's words were golden advice, yet they felt like a subversion of his values. Fongland paused slightly. It is much like the ordinary path. Many talented youths believe they can carve out a place for themselves through sheer effort, yet none holding such beliefs have ever reached their day of reckoning. On the ordinary road, numerous youthful spirits, fueled by their fervor, proclaim grand slogans. However, this is merely a performance, orchestrated by unseen puppeteers, played out according to a script designed to captivate attention. Hetow lamented, "I cannot become a mere actor." Fongland feigned anger. "What actor? A performer? Huh. If you dislike it, then be a genuine person. To live happily, one must possess strength, wealth, and perhaps a hint of background would be ideal. Night has fallen. Retire early. Your youth is a time for nurturing energy. Overthinking will wear you down. Embrace each day joyfully." The following day was Saturday, and Hetow rose later than usual. After a restless night, he tossed and turned for a long while before finally sleeping. Upon waking, he entered the dining room where breakfast was laid out on the table, accompanied by a note from his master, who had left for an errand, instructing Hetow to find his own way for lunch. After his brother's departure, their master returned to the rhythm of daily life, meticulously arranging meals, which made Hetow increasingly reliant on him. The sudden absence of his master left Hetow feeling somewhat disoriented. After breakfast, Hetow began practicing his swordsmanship. Mastery was crucial for him to wield his skills freely. He had won decisively in yesterday's arena and felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Yet he believed he could push himself further, recognizing significant room for improvement. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, Hetow showered and donned a fresh outfit. Pondering how to compel the bracelet to consume the metal plates, he could not simply press his wrist against them. Upon reaching the base of the refuse mountain, he raised the bracelet near various metal plates, searching for the one that resonated most strongly. Suddenly, the bracelet yanked Hetow's arm, forcing it against a metal plate, which was then devoured right before his astonished eyes. In box number 9 of the Yilenti house, the plump supervisor of the metal processing factory wiped the sweat from his forehead. Despite being flanked by 2 enchanting women, he felt no inclination to engage. Fongland sipped her tea slowly, sitting alone without female company. Fongjiao, however, reveled in his surroundings, frequently indulged by the beautiful women beside him, making him the most carefree in the room. The plump supervisor, gathering his courage, addressed Fongjiao, "Master Jiao, I initially did not recognize your and this esteemed gentleman's identities. Hence I acted foolishly." Fongjiao, glancing at the beauty on his left, raised his head in surprise. "Zheng supervisor, are you insulting me? Everyone has their schemes for wealth. There are no right or wrong paths. Look at you. I have welcomed you with open arms. Yet you do not even dare to touch the beauties beside you. This is clearly a slight against me." Zheng's supervisor awkwardly embraced the beauty to his left, and Fongjiao, satisfied, remarked, "That's more like it. Fine wine and beautiful women. Isn't earning money meant for enjoyment? Do not mind him. He is a principled man. Unlike myself, a branch of the family. He is a direct descendant. At least before you and me, he will not reveal his flamboyant nature." Fongland interjected. "Enough with the trivialities." Zheng's supervisor, summoning courage, asked, "Your kindness overwhelms me, Master Jiao. I am simply seeking some guidelines. Otherwise, I would feel unworthy of your generosity." Fongjiao tilted his head slightly, and 4 beauties filed out. He produced a check, sliding it across the table. Zheng's supervisor pressed his finger against it, his heart racing at the sight of the numerous zeros. As a veteran supervisor, his annual salary barely exceeded 100,000. This 1 million check could secure a lucrative commercial insurance policy, ensuring a comfortable life in his later years. Fongjiu swirled his wine glass, gazing at the crimson liquid. Your factory's Refuse Mountain needs to be relocated. This is a favorable development. Chief Xing raised his glass and downed its contents, saying, to be frank, a few days ago. General Zhang hesitated once more. The relocation involves a substantial sum, and he is unable to secure the necessary funds. Fongjiu looked up at Chief Zhang and replied, no worries, I can offer assistance. I will provide the relocation site, and you shall handle the transportation costs. Thus, the issue shall be resolved. Chief Zhang beamed at Fongjiu, who continued, you may convey to General Zhang that, due to our acquaintance with the Fong family of Hanhai, we are willing to assist in resolving the relocation of the garbage mountain, all to ensure you maintain your dignity before the new president. Chief Xing stood up, and Fongjiu waved his finger, saying, please sit. The Fong family values reason. As for the property at Fongland Shaoju, we shall not interfere. But it is only fair that you do not incur losses. Consider this a token of goodwill. Should the relocation of the garbage mountain be executed successfully, I shall also provide a modest gift. Chief Zhang gladly tucked the check into his pocket, saying, your generosity is appreciated, and I shall not be remiss in my gratitude. You shall not waste your funds. We may lack other advantages, but our abundance of metal resources ensures that every transaction yields significant profits. I am willing to facilitate an introduction between you and General Zhang, who has just taken over the metal processing factory and is in need of support from friends. Fongjiu straightened his posture and remarked, your willingness is commendable, yet I do not hold General Zhang in high regard. He is merely a pretender to virtue. Given the opportunity for collaboration, I would prefer to partner with you. Moreover, General Zhang will not remain here for long. He is merely a stepping stone for others and will likely depart within 2 years. Chief Zhang looked at Fongjiu in astonishment, realizing that the Fong family had long understood General Zhang's true nature. Fongjiu continued, in the Hanhai Fong family, I am but a steward of the Fengwu City equipment business. Now, my ambitions have taken root, and I am no longer content with obscurity. Do you share such ambitions? Chief Zhang's gaze burned with intensity as he replied, indeed, I possess great ambitions. At this juncture, his eyes drifted towards Fong Rujing, prompting Fongjiu to say, if you have ambitions, it is best to express them in his presence. His reluctance to involve himself in affairs does not signify a lack of capability. A mere word from him within the Fong family could place me in a perilous predicament. Chapter 9. Coercion and Temptation. Hetow was thoroughly alarmed as the bracelet dragged him towards the rubbish heap, like a ravenous dog snatching at scraps, pulling his arm to devour pieces of metal plates. Initially, these metal plates were haphazardly piled, with a loose foundation, but as more were added, they became increasingly intertwined and stacked. Extracting a few plates posed no issue, but the greater the quantity removed, the higher the risk of collapse. Hetow gripped his left arm with his right hand, struggling to escape back to the tunnel, darting swiftly into his bedroom without daring to look back. The bracelet, which had initially consumed slowly with a weak attraction to the metal, now ferociously devoured it. Hetow believed this to be a positive sign. The more metal it ingested, the stronger the bracelet became. However, the timing was inappropriate. This mountain of scrap metal did not belong to him, even if it was refuse. It was refused from a metal processing factory, and his actions would constitute theft. Having settled the matters concerning the Maple Forest cottage, the next step should be to expedite the relocation of the rubbish heap. For Hetow, this was a priceless treasure, wealth beyond measure. With a lingering sense of dread, Hetow exited his bedroom. It was nearing noon. Should he reheat the leftovers or venture out for a meal? He found himself in a quandary. Just as he pondered, the sound of swiftly approaching vehicles pierced the air. This group of raucous troublemakers had upgraded their tactics. Hetow rushed to the window and spotted several black sedans arriving near his home, from which emerged a contingent of soldiers clad in black tactical gear and wearing masks. What was happening? Anxiety gripped him. Had his brother gotten into trouble and revealed the existence of the bracelet? Hetow unsheathed his fish-scale sword, resolute not to sit idly by. The bracelet was securely fastened to his wrist. To remove it one would have to sever his hand. Moreover, he was aware of a portion of the bracelet's secrets. Would this group allow him to escape? The anticipated breach did not occur. Instead, a tall female officer, at least 5'8", emerged from the lead vehicle, her oversized sunglasses obscuring her eyes, with only her delicate nose and sharply defined lips visible, presenting an astonishingly striking visage. Surrounded by a dozen tactical soldiers, the female officer strode past the corner of Hetow's house, seemingly heading towards the backyard's demon maple. Hetow dashed outside while rapidly dialing his mentor's number. It rang twice before connecting, and as he sprinted, he exclaimed, "Master, someone is targeting the demon maple." Fongland let out a cold chuckle. Understood. You stall them. At the rear of the group, a soldier raised his rifle, pressing it against Hetow's chest. Gathering his courage, Hetow pointed his phone at his nose and shouted, "Shoot! Aim here!" Laughter erupted from the soldiers as a few turned around, their eyes gleaming with amusement behind their masks. They clearly appeared to be immature youths. Had they known the origins of their unit, they would not have dared to act so brazenly. Hetow's eyes darted as the soldier shifted the gun away, saying, "This is not something you can interfere with. Go home and play." Hetow summoned all his bravery to retort, "The Alliance has regulations. Life and property rights are inviolable. You have stepped into my family's territory." The soldiers paused, realizing they had rushed to this location upon hearing of a maple tree on the verge of becoming a demon, eager to act without a search warrant, indicating their actions were indeed private. The female officer halted, and as she turned back, the soldiers parted, allowing her to face Hetow across the passage. Raising her sunglasses slightly, the officer said, "We are merely passing through. Our target is a demon maple that has harmed innocent civilians." Hetow replied, "That demon maple is within my property boundaries, as indicated on my land certificate. Moreover, the harmed individuals are not innocent civilians, but rather two rascals causing trouble on my land. The demon maple's actions can be seen as self-defense, much like my dog biting a thief that trespasses into my home. That is not a crime, is it?" The female officer's eyes shifted behind her sunglasses as she said, "Show me your land certificate for verification." Hetow shook his head. "You have no authority to demand that unless you possess a search warrant signed by the Alliance. Otherwise, you lack the right to request my land certificate. If you doubt my word, you may verify the records at the Land Bureau of Maple Dance City. It should not be difficult for you." Hetow was no ordinary youth. After the loss of his parents, he and his brother endured hardship, forcing him to mature quickly. The female officer's delaying tactic could not deceive him. He had a solid understanding of the law, held firm in his reasoning, and with his mentor backing him, Hetow felt unafraid. The female officer coldly inquired, "Do you understand the potential danger if the demon maple evolves?" Having failed to reason with him, she shifted to threats, which made Hetow scoff internally. He feigned hesitation, saying, "I do not know. I do not believe the demon maple poses any threat. To me, plants possess spirit. They endure the trials of time and weather, finally gaining the opportunity for enlightenment. It is akin to a child entering the world. There is no inherent good or evil, only how one is guided thereafter." The female officer was taken aback, initially believing it to be an easy case, only to be thwarted by this obstinate child. She cast a glance at the visibly dilapidated house and remarked, "This situation is beneficial for you. Our mission is to eliminate threats to society. Of course, we will provide appropriate compensation for your losses. At the very least, we can offer you funds to renovate your home. Just look, this house will collapse in a few years, and it would be unfortunate if your family were harmed. By the way, where are your parents? I could discuss this with them. They would certainly agree with my proposal." Hetow's expression darkened. "They passed away years ago. If you can obtain their permission, I would not object." The soldiers turned to look at the female officer in unison, realizing he was an orphan who had lost his parents. The female officer felt embarrassed. Who would have thought she would inadvertently touch upon such a painful topic? She awkwardly said, "I apologize." Hetow coldly replied, "No need to apologize. After all, there are not many as unfortunate as I. Your departure from here would be the best form of apology." The female officer stated, "We cannot leave until our mission to deal with the demon maple is complete. You called your mentor. I need to speak with him." Hetow sheathed the fish-scale sword, saying, "My mentor will arrive shortly." The female officer approached. "Won't you invite us in for a visit?" Hetow eyed her warily. "It's inconvenient. I do not invite outsiders into my home." The soldiers suppressed awkward coughs. If those from noble families learned that their leader had been denied a visit, one could only imagine the emotional toll it would take on them. Suddenly, the sound of a speeding car echoed, and Hetow turned to see Fongland's sedan racing towards them. A sense of reassurance flooded him. His mentor had returned, and everything would be fine. The car screeched to a halt, sending up a cloud of snow and mist. Fongland leaped out before the vehicle had fully stopped, akin to a soaring eagle. The female officer and her soldiers prepared for battle simultaneously. Fongland's entrance signaled that he was an exceptionally formidable adversary. As Fongland soared through the air, he spotted the female officer behind Hetow, and his demeanor visibly softened as he descended. The female officer hurried over, arms outstretched, exclaiming, "Uncle, I've missed you." Hetow's eyes nearly bulged out. She was the master's niece? As Fongland landed, he wore a look of helplessness as the female officer embraced him without restraint, lifting him joyfully and twirling him around. Fongland exclaimed in anger, "You're becoming increasingly unrestrained. Just look at yourself." The female officer set down the mirror-like object and remarked, "That foolish child is your apprentice, isn't he? He carries himself with such arrogance." Fongland squinted and replied, "Have you been bullying him?" The female officer retorted, "Second uncle, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that your apprentice is closer to you than your own niece?" Fongland, who had been driving, stepped down with a beaming smile and said, "Miss Lanting, it has been quite some time." Fongland acknowledged him with a slight grunt, affectionately linking her arm with Fongland's as she said, "Second uncle, I have long heard of your reclusive life in Fengwu City. This time, I made a special detour just to visit you. Don't you find this small town rather stifling?" Fongland pushed Fongland away, saying, "As long as you enjoy it, Ilong, come here." Hetow hesitantly approached, and Fongland playfully pinched his cheek, saying, "You were quite audacious just now, young man." She tugged at Hetow's skin, moving it up and down. Although Hetow clearly saw Fongland's movements, he found himself unable to evade her grasp. Her actions, though appearing slow, were executed with remarkable speed, showcasing a level of mastery that completely overshadowed Hetow's abilities. Noticing Hetow's irritation, Fongland waved his sleeve and said, "Let us go inside. This is my apprentice's home, and I am currently residing here." Realizing something was amiss, as the sand table they had crafted together was conspicuously displayed in the living room, Fongland quickly amended, "Jiogo, contact a hotel with good conditions. Let us go there instead." Fongland looked at Fongland with suspicion, saying, "Second uncle, there's nothing shameful here, is there? Your apprentice won't let me in, and neither will you. I see, this is a precaution against fire, theft, and meddling nieces. Fine, I want to go in. I'll leave and keep my distance to avoid being a nuisance." Despite her tough words, Fongland's feet remained rooted, while Fongland sighed in frustration and was the first to walk toward the door. With a cheerful demeanor, Fongland clasped her hands behind her back, simultaneously giving a thumbs up, reveling in her cunning success. Hetow rubbed his sore cheek in irritation, while Fongland quickly signaled him not to reveal any signs of anger. Fongland's playful pinching of Hetow's face was a show of goodwill, not recognizing that in her eyes, Fongland was nothing more than a trivial presence. Chapter 10. Fongland stepped into Hetow's home, and her eyes immediately fell upon the sand table adorned with over 200 small flags. She casually strolled over and pointed at a model of a house at the forefront, exclaiming, "The home of a foolish child." "Huh, second uncle. Fongland Shaozhu is undoubtedly the prime scenic area in Fengwu City." Fongland remained silent, his expression dark. With a beaming smile, Fongland replied, "It's this child Ilong who plans to venture into real estate. Your second uncle and I are merely lending a hand." Fongland shot a sidelong glance at Fongland and remarked, "Uncle Jio, who doesn't know you're a notorious opportunist? Is there any way you haven't gotten involved here?" Fongland retorted with unwavering confidence, "Absolutely not. I simply admire this clever child and am purely offering assistance. Even for the sake of Rujing, I must help. Removing her sunglasses, Fongland tucked them into her collar and said, I hadn't realized you were so enthusiastic. As it happens, I have a sum of money that needs investing. Would you mind handling it for me here? Not much, just a little over 700,000. Fongjiu, fearing her refusal, dared not decline. He and Fong Rujing had shared a close bond since childhood, and even after Rujing's fall from grace, Fongjiu had continuously supported him with his ill-gotten gains. The two were like brothers, but Fongland was a different matter. Fongjiu's pleading gaze turned to Fong Rujing, who stated, Uncle Jiu and I are merely assisting Yilong. We have no shares in this venture. Moreover, we lack the funds to invest. Fongland looked at him with disdain, causing Fong Rujing's face to flush with embarrassment at being caught in a lie. With a mischievous grin, Fongland's gaze shifted to Hetow and remarked, You have quite the appetite, letting my second uncle and Uncle Jiu work for free. TSK, little tycoon. With so many houses, you must be investing tens of millions. Hetow gave a thumbs up in approval. Those unfamiliar with the market would never grasp how low the prices were for the houses at Fongland Shaozhu. And thus Fongland's estimate of a few tens of millions was far from the truth, which Hetow would not disclose to her. Hetow harbored a dislike for Fongland. Her height created an imposing presence, and without her sunglasses, her piercing gaze seemed to penetrate the very souls of those she scrutinized. When she focused on someone, her striking beauty was easily overshadowed by the intensity of her gaze, leaving others feeling utterly vulnerable. Another significant reason for Hetow's discomfort was Fongland's close relationship with Fong Rujing, which stirred a hint of jealousy within him, though he would never admit it. As Fongland's fingers traced the sand table, it became evident to even a layman that Hetow's ambitions were vast. Spanning thousands of acres, Fongland Shaozhu was dotted with over 200 individual houses. Controlling these properties would equate to dominating the entire area. Fongland spoke softly. Since my second uncle and Uncle Jiu have assisted you so much, is it unreasonable for me to purchase a couple of small houses here? Hetow, feeling the pressure, replied, Purchasing these houses would mean the future of my master's retirement funds would stem from them. Thus, this is not without cost. The benefits will take time. I must acquire all the houses before I can proceed with the next phase of my plans. Fongland pulled out a document and waved it in front of him. Hetow, puzzled, watched as she spoke leisurely. This time, I came to resolve the issue with Yao Feng, but in reality, I have been assigned to Fengwu City to establish a branch of the Special Forces. I must say, the scenery around your house is quite appealing. Hetow panicked, urgently exclaiming, There's a garbage dump nearby. Look out the window. It's been accumulating metal waste for over a century, which is detrimental to health. What sense does it make to establish a Special Forces branch in such a location? Master, wouldn't you agree? Fong Rujing took the document from Fongland and read it slowly, then inquired, Why establish a Special Forces branch in Fengwu City? It hardly seems noteworthy. Fongland perched herself on the edge of the sand table, stating, The higher-ups believe that the Special Forces should operate from a point to cover a broader area. Each member state must have at least 3 branches of Special Forces, which can be crucial in times of crisis. Fengwu City's geographical advantages are evident. The West Qin Federation deliberately neglects its development, or else it would undoubtedly become a significant core city, capable of radiating influence to several major cities nearby. Fong Rujing's expression turned grave. This was no trivial matter. The Special Forces were a critical high-end military asset for the Alliance, possessing the privilege to summon skilled practitioners in times of need. The Alliance aimed to establish at least 3 branches in every member state. Was war imminent? Fongland smiled at Hetow, saying, Thus, while Fengwu City is poised for development, you occupy such a lucrative piece of land. Many will surely covet it. Sister has the capacity to protect you. As the Supreme Commander of the Special Forces branch, my authority is substantial. Fongland's subordinates were present in the living room, and she showed no concern for them overhearing. Those who accompanied her were her trusted aides. Hetow felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead and hesitantly suggested, Master, shall we discuss this further? Just as Fong Rujing was about to nod, Fongland elongated her tone, saying, Second uncle, How about I call the old man at home and let the two of you discuss it? Fong Rujing stuttered. Ilong, you should figure this out yourself. Master believes you can handle it well. You haven't eaten yet, right? Allow me to prepare something for you. Fong Lanting replied. We haven't eaten either. Make extra, as our appetites are quite large. Fong Jiu volunteered. I'll order food. It should arrive in half an hour. He wished to leave the situation, feeling that Fong Lanting disregarded him entirely. Staying would only complicate matters for Hetow, so he believed it best to depart. Confident that Hetow was clever enough not to be taken advantage of, Hetow approached the sand table, pointing at a small house that belonged to him, saying, This is my house, and this is the road in front, with the metal processing plant just beyond. Fong Lanting hummed in acknowledgement. Crossing her arms and gazing at the sand table, Hetow continued, This garbage hill will be removed, which will free up a space. Sister, see how suitable this is? Fong Lanting pinched Hetow's cheek, pulling him closer as she remarked, How skillfully you apply the resources of others to your own advantage, young master of a prominent family. A faint fragrance wafted from her, causing Hetow to flush, his heart racing, especially as the prominent features of her military uniform loomed closer. Hetow found himself nosebleeding as Fong Lanting released him, a mischievous laugh escaping her lips. Fong Rujing hurried over, placing his hand on Hetow's back, channeling pure energy to help him regain his composure. The soldiers had removed their masks and, upon witnessing Hetow's embarrassment, burst into raucous laughter. Fong Rujing's expression darkened, while Fong Lanting, stifling her laughter, managed to say, Let this be a lesson for you. Hetow wiped away his blood with a tissue and pointed out the location of the garbage hill, saying, Is this amusing? What's wrong with this spot? It's situated on a traffic artery, and in the future, an artificial river will be built here, granting direct views of the picturesque Fongland. Behind it lies a heavily fortified metal processing plant, so in the event of an emergency, we can readily summon the plant's security to assist. Fong Lanting quietly calculated. Indeed, once the garbage hill was removed, it would be an excellent site for establishing a branch. The advantages were as Hetow described. Yet why should she conform to this young man's plans? He had spoken at length, clearly intent on keeping others from interfering with Fongland Xiaozhu. What greed! Fong Lanting was acutely aware that her second uncle and distant uncle Jiu likely held shares in this venture, indicating that this was a grand scheme they had all conspired in together. It is utterly impossible to split the meeting. My second uncle is a miser. With such a large project at hand, it is likely that the bulk of the funding comes from this naive child, making it rather inappropriate to ask for an exorbitant share. As for Uncle Jiu from afar, he undoubtedly possesses some hidden funds. This fellow has a dubious reputation, well known to the family, yet no one has dared to confront him, out of respect for my second uncle. Fong Lanting rubbed her thumb against her index and middle fingers, making a universally recognized gesture, and said, Such a splendid project. And I happen to have the privilege of selecting the site. With so many brothers watching, shouldn't you show some goodwill? Hetow gritted his teeth and replied, I will invest in the site. Fong Lanting decisively rejected him, saying, The construction of the site requires funding from higher authorities. Since you are so earnest, we are in dire need of suitable transportation. How about sponsoring a dozen vehicles? The specialized vehicles we require can be secured for 3 to 5 million. Hetow readily agreed. All right. Fong Rujing's face darkened. It was an utter humiliation, with his niece extorting her own beloved disciple. Was there no law left to uphold? Noticing the change in her second uncle's expression, Fong Lanting hastily added, With such generosity from my younger brother, I would feel remiss not to assist. My plan is this. You help me select the site, and I will need some specialized observation stations. Please advise me on certain locations near Fongland Villa. These stations will effectively deter any unwelcome visitors. Hetow's eyes sparkled with excitement, and the anger on Fong Rujing's face dissipated. Even those with extensive connections can feel powerless at times. Fongland Villa occupies a vast area and is a renowned attraction in Fengwu City. It would not be easy to prevent outsiders from entering. However, establishing observation stations manned by elite forces along the thoroughfares would effectively transform Fongland Villa into a sovereign entity. Fong Lanting teased, If you don't show a little sincerity, I fear my second uncle may lose his temper. Are there perhaps some recalcitrant occupants unwilling to vacate? If that's the case, you may struggle to persuade them. Otherwise, you would have acted already. This issue can be resolved easily. I can requisition their properties under military authority. These properties will subsequently be shown to be unsuitable for the needs of the elite forces and can then be sold to you. With the garbage mountains in front of Fongland Villa cleared away and plans for a scenic artificial river underway, along with the protection of a military outpost controlled by their own people, Hetow thought it would be an injustice if he did not prosper from this endeavor. Chapter 11. The old man of physiognomy, the young lady of the Fong family, accompanied by her subordinates, arrived as guests. Fongjiu prepared an exceedingly lavish banquet, and Fong Lanting and Fong Rujing exchanged cups with abandon, showing no semblance of their noble status. In their revelry, they rolled up their sleeves and shouted joyously, a behavior mirrored by her entourage. Fong Lanting, a major, was accompanied by a dozen subordinates, including lieutenants and captains, all part of her core team, while the rest of the unit had yet to arrive. Fong Lanting was on an advanced reconnaissance mission to secure the future garrison location and to visit her second uncle, with the slaying of the demon Maple being merely an incidental endeavor for extra income. The Special Operations Forces were elite troops of the Alliance, comprised of the finest members from various allied nations. Achieving an officer rank in this unit equated to a guaranteed position for life. Upon retiring from Special Operations, they transitioned to local forces, typically advancing 2 ranks to become instructors at least at the regiment level. However, the salaries in Special Operations were not particularly high, and it was an open secret that actively hunting demons for profit was a common practice, whether it was plants turned to demons or beasts transformed into spirits. The rewards from such slayings were quite substantial. Hetow suspected that these words were directed at him, a lamentation of poverty. Hetow abstained from alcohol, and after a hearty meal, he observed Fong Lanting, the female drunkard, growing increasingly lively. Quietly, he excused himself and stepped outside. It seemed the lunch would extend into the evening, as Fongjiu had already called the hotel to arrange for continued food and drink. Walking on the pristine snow, Hetow felt invigorated, as if surveying his own territory. Most of the nearby houses had been purchased, with Hetow being one of the owners. During the signing of the tripartite agreement, Fongjiu initially aimed for a mere 20% stake, but after much contemplation, Fong Rujing decided to grant him 34%. The specifics of operations, external communications, and the necessary underhanded methods all fell to Fongjiu. In the future, as Fongland Villa flourished, its maintenance and management would also rely on Fongjiu, for Fong Rujing had grown accustomed to a life of leisure since childhood, preferring not to immerse himself in trivial matters. The master and apprentice held 66% of the shares in the tripartite investment company, which was sufficient. Fong Rujing was not greedy. Hetow had no objections in this regard. After witnessing Fongjiu's adept handling of affairs, he felt a shiver of apprehension. Had it not been for his mentor's support, he would have likely been left destitute after rashly purchasing properties in Fongland Villa. This acquisition plan made Hetow acutely aware of the nature of behind-the-scenes dealings. For those with connections, the task was simply to identify a suitable project. The rest would follow effortlessly. The relationships established by aristocratic families within military and political circles allowed them to amass fortunes that most could only dream of. Hetow wandered aimlessly, unwittingly arriving deep within the forest of maple trees. Ahead, an elderly man, leaning on a cane, staggered and appeared poised to fall. Hetow dashed forward and caught him just before he hit the ground. The old man looked at Hetow in surprise and, in a somewhat disheveled manner, remarked, "My cultivation has regressed. I can't even walk steadily on such a flat surface." Hetow smiled kindly. The old man had a head of silver hair and a neatly groomed white beard, with thick eyebrows and bright eyes that conveyed a dignified aura. Yet, his clothing was evidently worn and patched in several places. He was a man who valued his dignity. Hetow bent down to brush the snow off the old man's knees, saying, "The weather is warming, but the ground is slippery. Please take care." The old man puffed out his chest and replied, "It's nothing. Normally, I stride confidently on such paths. I can navigate far more treacherous routes with ease." Oh dear. As he slipped again, Hetow quickly grasped the old man's arm, feeling a twinge of worry. "Grandfather, please don't startle me. What if you were to fall and injure yourself in this icy weather?" The old man stubbornly asserted, "Life has its time, death has its place. Why ponder so much? Many die in their sleep. Should we then stop sleeping?" Hetow, feeling helpless, responded, "Such profound wisdom. Allow me to escort you home. I truly worry about your safety." The old man eyed him suspiciously. "What do you mean by that? Recently, there have been many rascals causing trouble around here. You aren't one of them, are you?" Hetow, feeling guilty, replied, "I am not." The old man murmured, "That's good to hear. You seem well-groomed and pleasant, not like a bad child. You know, one's appearance reflects one's heart. If there are wicked thoughts, they will naturally show on the surface. Your gaze is troubled, clearly indicating a desire to do mischief. Yet you hesitate." Hetow was taken aback. Was the old man a physiognomist? Supporting the old man as they walked, he asked, "Elder, what else can you discern?" The old man replied, "You are alone, with your only brother far away." Hetow felt a deep sense of admiration. It was remarkably accurate. He trembled as he asked, "When will my brother return?" The old man retorted, "You ask me, but who can I ask?" Hetow, silenced by the rebuke, bit his lip, anxious for news of his brother, whom he missed dearly. After a moment, the old man continued, "No one can accompany you through life. You must forge your own path. If your brother's fate is not sealed, he will naturally return to you. Worrying excessively is futile." Hetow felt desolate. "I merely wish to know, even if just to learn whether he is well. I do not dare to hope for more." The old man replied, "Is that too much to ask? Time is not so accommodating. If you pick up a watermelon, do not expect to find sesame seeds as well. You appear quite prosperous. It seems you have some wealth." Hetow gazed into the distance, stating, "I would rather trade this wealth for my brother's safety. I have no need to deceive you, as you possess such insight. You must understand I speak from the heart. Money can be earned again, but my brother is the one I care for most in this world." The old man's expression softened slightly, saying, "I am not particularly knowledgeable about physiognomy, but you possess certain distinct traits that reveal your parents' passing. Children of such fate are often destined for sorrow. Fortunately, your heart remains kind, allowing your destiny to shift. If you were to weep endlessly over your parents' loss, that would be a sorrowful visage. If you resent the injustices of the world, that would be a resentful visage. If you become cynical and filled with rage, that would be an angry visage. If you are mindful, observe the elderly who have lived to a ripe old age. Among those leading comfortable lives, which one bears a sorrowful, resentful, or angry visage?" Hetow shook his head gently. "I do not interact much with others, but if the opportunity arises, I will observe closely. I believe your words hold merit." The old man raised his chin, proclaiming, "Merit? It is beyond merit. It is pure wisdom. Today, you have gained greatly. Alas, my back seems to have twisted. What cursed weather is this? Why does spring not arrive?" Hetow was dumbfounded. The old man had just admonished against blaming fate, yet he himself cursed the heavens. He did not seem like a man burdened by misfortune. Seeing Hetow's astonishment, the old man laughed heartily. "At my age, even if I harbor grievances, it hardly alters my appearance. Have you not heard? In ancient times, those over 70 were often exempt from punishment for crimes. The heavens will not hold me, an old man without children, accountable." Hetow felt it a pity. The old man's demeanor was dignified, and his careful grooming indicated he was quite the handsome elder, yet his fate seemed so solitary. Falling into silence, the old man too lost his desire to converse. He led Hetow through winding paths until they arrived at a 3-story building nestled deep within the forest of maple trees, surrounded by a half-meter-high wall. He had visited this place with his brother during their wanderings, and it had long stood uninhabited. The old man produced a key to unlock the gate, saying, "Having roamed for years, I return only a handful of times each year. I truly wish to sell this property. It would provide me a sum to enjoy my twilight years." Without thinking, Hetow exclaimed, "Name your price, and I shall purchase it." The elder turned to Hetow and remarked, "You see, I suspect your intentions are not entirely pure. Are you returning me home merely to acquire my property?" Hetow, visibly displeased, responded, "Old sir, let's keep matters separate. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would never have brought it up. The elder, without restraint, inquired, "And what of your partner? Is he not capable of engaging in unscrupulous acts, such as tossing refuse onto my premises?" Hetow felt a profound embarrassment. He had no doubt that Fongjiu had indeed employed such ruffians, and Fongland was even prepared to use the privileges of a special forces unit to forcefully procure the property. The elder stated, "If you feel shame, there is still hope. Do not forget to show mercy when it is warranted. As for the price of this house, I wonder what will happen once the money is spent. If I deplete my funds and yet remain alive, wouldn't that render me quite pitiable?" Hetow wholeheartedly agreed. To live without money, especially at an advanced age, would indeed be a dire predicament. He suggested, "A resort is set to be developed here. If you can trust me, I can provide you with a sum to keep as a reserve, and I will arrange for you a light position here, one with ample pay and minimal work. I have the means to make this happen." The elder pondered seriously for a moment before approaching the door, stating, "You speak sense. Come in and sit for a while." The exterior of the house was rather unremarkable, with gray walls and a blue roof. However, upon opening the door, a serene aura enveloped him, not a tangible scent, but rather an ethereal visual delight. The elder continued, "Do you see the pond in the courtyard? There used to be an underground hot spring pipe there, which I closed off years ago to avoid unnecessary complications. Is this house truly worth over 50,000? Hetow nearly bit his tongue in disbelief. 50,000? Had the elder misspoken? Upon entering the room, he found himself instantly enamored with the place. He had resolved not to include it in the resort, but to make it his home. If the elder had quoted a much higher price, Hetow would not have been surprised. Yet, 50,000 was simply an absurdly low figure. Chapter 12. The loneliness of being single. Hetow's newly acquired residence stood adjacent to a towering, mountainous garbage dump. The house itself was modest, comprising merely 2 bedrooms on the lower floor, with a similarly sparse layout above. The 2 brothers lacked the inclination to maintain it, leaving the upper level perpetually vacant. Hetow purchased his home for 50,000 yuan, yet this did not imply that the elderly gentleman's grand estate, sprawling over 8 acres, was also worth that paltry sum. Hesitantly, Hetow inquired, "Sir, are you certain about the price? It seems rather inaccurate." The properties acquired by Fong Rujing and Fong Jiu range from 50 to over 100,000 yuan, contingent upon size and location. Hetow estimated that the old man's house would fetch around 300,000, a price that even the unscrupulous Fong Jiu would likely accept. The elderly man's asking price of 50,000 tugged at Hetow's conscience. With a wave of his hand, the old man gestured for Hetow to accompany him upstairs, explaining, "There's a room for alchemy downstairs. I used to enjoy concocting elixirs, but now I have neither the time nor the inclination. The second floor serves as a resting area, while the third is where I play the piano. Come, let me show you." Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they entered a spacious hall adorned with a pristine white grand piano, its brilliance contrasting beautifully with the lustrous wooden floor. The old man approached the piano, casually testing a few notes. "In truth, I am quite a skilled pianist. If you could arrange a position for me in the future, a salary of 50,000 a year would not be excessive, would it? Given my advanced age, I may not have many years left." While the house was priced at 50,000, the elderly man's annual salary request mirrored that amount, which was indeed substantial. The alliance currency had remained robust, and 20,000 was sufficient for a family to live comfortably. Thus, 50,000 was decidedly a high salary. Initially perplexed by the old man's low asking price, Hetow, upon hearing the request for a salary, replied without hesitation, "No problem, as long as you feel it's fair." The old man stated, "I'll work when I feel happy and refrain when I don't. Is that agreeable?" Observing the man, who appeared to be in his 80s, Hetow felt a pang of empathy at the thought of him laboring daily. He readily affirmed, "That's fine. I can make that decision." The old man straightened his posture and declared, "Allow me to play a piece for you, so you need not worry about my abilities." His slender fingers glided over the keys with fluid grace, producing a familiar melody, Lost Moonlight, a subtly melancholic violin concerto. The old man's piano rendition remained exquisitely beautiful. Hetow's gaze fell upon a violin hanging on the wall. In his youth, he had studied the instrument, but after the loss of his parents, He had long since lost the desire to play. Noticing Hetow's fixation, the elderly gentleman gestured towards the violin, saying, "If you know how, give it a try. No one will mock you." Hetow approached, hesitating briefly before grasping the violin. As he began to play in sync with the old man's piano, the elder's notes became a harmonious accompaniment. The plaintive sound of the violin intertwined with the bright, clear piano, creating an enchanting duet. The old man's playing seemed to possess a magical quality. Hetow, initially clumsy, grew increasingly adept under the piano's guidance, the violin's melody becoming ever more poignant. With his eyes closed, tears cascaded down Hetow's cheeks, stirred by the sorrowful tune. In his lessons, it had been his father who brought him to class every day. Through the transparent glass windows, Hetow could see his father smiling at him, a cigarette dangling from his lips, a smile that now felt like a branding iron, searing his heart with pain. As the final notes of the concerto faded, Hetow turned, wiping away his tears with his sleeve. The old man handed him the land certificate, saying, "This is the deed to the property. You can transfer ownership. Now go on, don't shed tears here. It would sadden an old man like me." As the wind rustled behind him, Hetow instinctively grasped the land certificate. The old man added, "The violin is one I crafted myself. Take it and practice diligently. You have emotion but lack technique, which spoils the piece." Hetow shook the land certificate, pressing his lips together as he hastily exited. Throughout the encounter, he had never found the opportunity to ask the old man's name. Initially, he had been unable to, and eventually, it slipped his mind. Stepping outside, the cold wind invigorated him, and he pondered why he had felt such intense emotion moments ago. Moreover, his playing seemed to have improved significantly. He turned back towards the house, bowing slightly in reverence. Inside, the sound of the piano floated through the air, resonating with the famous piece Farewell, a parting gift from the old man. With the violin and land certificate in hand, Hetow meandered for some time before returning near his home, where several intoxicated officers were unloading sleeping bags and other items from their vehicle. As he passed, a portly officer teased, "Sister, why are you pinching people?" Another chimed in, "Little fresh meat. It seems the sister has a preference for your type." The other officers erupted in laughter, prompting Hetow to raise his middle finger as he entered his house. Inside, Fongland lounged on the sofa, hazily sipping tea, while Fongland sat at a table by the window. Upon seeing Hetow enter, Fongland beckoned him over. He approached, and Fongland furrowed her brow, asking, "Who upset you? Was it those two rascals from earlier?" Hetow, his eyes still glistening from tears, quickly replied, "No. It's just that playing the violin reminded me of my parents, and I felt a bit sad." Only then did Fongland notice the violin in Hetow's possession. Fongjiu, carrying a tea tray, remarked, "This violin is quite well crafted." Fongland, in a languid tone, added, "The style is typical of Zhu Guxing's work, little wastrel. Did you spend tens of thousands on it?" Hetow lifted the violin, acutely aware that as scions of notable families, they had been educated in numerous arts. While he remained unfamiliar with such pursuits, Hetow scrutinized the violin, stating, "An old gentleman gifted it to me, claiming he made it himself." Fongjiu set down the tea tray and, taking the violin into his hands, examined it closely, asking, "Are you certain he said he made it?" Hetow placed the land certificate on the table, explaining, "I stumbled upon him on the road, took him home, and purchased his house. This violin was a little extra." Fongjiu exchanged a knowing glance with Fongland, who feigned indifference as she opened the land certificate. Her eyes widened in shock. Fongjiu remarked, "It appears I was mistaken. It seems this is not Zhu Guxing's work, as his signature mark is absent. However, this violin is indeed remarkable. I must say, you've done well. You went out and returned with a house. Did you take a substantial sum with you?" Hetow slapped his forehead in realization, exclaiming, "I forgot to pay." The drunken haze evaporated from Fongland's eyes. "You brought back the land certificate without paying?" "Hetow, with your good looks, you can acquire a house without paying?" Fongland approached the sand table, inquiring, "Which house?" "The seller was quite gracious and even gifted you a violin." "I shall deliver the payment tonight and pay a visit." Hetow hesitated. The old gentleman mentioned the house's price was 50,000, but I've employed him. promising him an annual salary of 50,000. His piano skills are exceptional. I can tell he is a professional. Fongland reassured him, it's a minor matter. You've made a promise. How could I let you go back on your word? Hetow pointed towards the location of the elderly man's house, and Fongland's eyes sparkled with excitement. That house was undoubtedly the finest and best preserved in Fongland Xiaozhu, worth far more than 50,000. Even 10 times that would be reasonable. Fongland instructed, go upstairs and tidy up. Your sister Lanting's subordinates will be staying there. Hetow, without further thought, took a broom and headed upstairs. Once upstairs, Fongju lowered his voice. Zhu Gushing's later works. He stopped marking them in the final years before he retired. Fongland opened the property deed, and the name Zhu Gushing leapt out at her. Fongland's drunken stupor was shattered by the revelation. Zhu Gushing had been a master violin maker over 2 centuries ago, and his fate had remained a mystery since then. No one had anticipated that Zhu Gushing was not only alive, but residing in Fongland Xiaozhu. More than 2 centuries ago, there existed a master luthier who, prior to his seclusion, had already reached the venerable age of 70 or 80. Now, he must be at least 300 years old. And without the cultivation of the golden elixir stage, such longevity would be implausible. Upon deciding to purchase the Maple Forest cottage, Fongland traversed the area. Passing by the residence of Zhu Gushing, he sensed no formidable presence, which sufficiently indicated Zhu Gushing's extraordinary strength, surpassing that of Fongland, a formidable golden elixir cultivator. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to evade Fongland's perception. Fongland declared, I shall visit him now. Fongland rose, and Fongland cautioned, fortunes are unpredictable. Zhu Gushing possesses a peculiar temperament, and your visit may entail peril. Fongland pointed to her shoulder, asserting that her status served as the best safeguard, for not even the mightiest cultivator would dare oppose the will of the state. Fongjiu, understanding the gravity of the situation, remarked, I shall remain behind to guard the house. With urgency, Fongland and Fongland set off towards the distant maple forest, and Fongland could not help but inquire. Second uncle, why does Zhu Gushing treat that foolish child with such kindness? It strikes me as rather abnormal. Fongland replied solemnly, I share your concerns. I fear the worst may transpire. Fongland, visibly anxious, asked, what sort of events do you foresee? Fongland responded, he seeks to claim my disciple. Fongland made a face as if to retch and said, Second uncle, you are overthinking this. Fongland countered, you do not comprehend. Ilong possesses exceptional talent and is bound to surpass me. Fongland questioned, Second uncle, are you suggesting he has the potential to become a golden elixir cultivator? Raising his hand, Fongland then noticed an elderly man leaning on a cane standing along the path ahead. Fongland clasped his hands in greeting, saying, Han Hai. Fongland pays his respects to Master Zhu Gushing. Zhu Gushing, with a cold demeanor, retorted, the Han family of the sea, such a grand title. Yet, your entire clan wallows in mediocrity, neglecting to instill proper teachings in your disciples, instead instructing them on how to manipulate others. Has your cultivation devolved to the level of a dog? Fongland, his voice sharp, replied, I respect you as a senior. However, since you speak so recklessly, I see no need for politeness. With a swift motion of his right hand, a long sword gleaming with golden light materialized in his grasp. Zhu Gushing smirked disdainfully, saying, Draw your sword and give it a try. Chapter 13. In a place where the local customs are fierce, the rhythm of a fight often unfolds as follows. Party A, exasperated, brandishes a knife, while Party B taunts, daring them to stab. Party A, undeterred, responds with a willingness to strike. In this regard, the cultivator Fongland is no different from an ordinary person. As she releases her sword, the disdainful Zhu Gushing challenges her to make a move. In the presence of her own niece, Fongland finds it difficult to hold back, knowing she must act. As she releases her fingers, the shimmering golden light transforms into a golden haze, charging toward Zhu Gushing. Fongland, her gaze drifting, witnesses the sword merge with Fongland, a sign of unity between person and sword, indicative of the golden core stage. It dawns on her that her second uncle has quietly reached this level of cultivation. What heights might he hope for Hetow to achieve? Zhu Gushing, wielding a cane made of ancient vines, counters, the golden light reverting to a golden sword, which dances around him like a serpent, emitting sharp sounds as it closes in. Zhu Gushing's cane strikes with precision, producing a cacophony of impacts, each connection draining the color from Fong Rujing's face. She feels a surge of blood rising in her chest, and Fongland, sensing the danger, produces a handgun, prompting a fierce glint in Zhu Gushing's eyes. Fong Rujing raises her hand, summoning her sword to shield Fongland from the gun's muzzle. Zhu Gushing, leaning on his cane, remarks, "Not long ago, I advised that child to show mercy when possible. I would not trouble you two this time. Remember, do not let him stray from the path." Though seemingly low-key, there lies great ambition beneath the surface. This is not true restraint, but merely a period of waiting. One must carefully consider their future and understand their true desires. As Zhu Gushing turns to leave, Fong Rujing, alone, spits a mouthful of crimson blood. Fongland, with fierce determination, declares, "That old man. I shall call home and gather a few golden core cultivators. Sheer numbers can overwhelm him." Fong Rujing wipes the blood from her lips, saying, 10 years ago, when I first condensed my golden core, I successfully countered the pursuit of 3 golden core cultivators. After 10 years of seclusion, my golden core has grown even more refined. Do you not yet grasp the disparity? Fongland, though worldly, has only encountered golden core cultivators as the strongest beings. Her mouth agape at Fong Rujing's words. She listens as Fong Rujing continues. The old monster of the nascent soul stage showed restraint. Otherwise, I would have been no match for him. The sword that once soared high was struck down to the ground by a mere cane. Yet you failed to see the root of the problem. My cultivation has truly been tested. Supportively, Fongland aids Fong Rujing, realizing that Zhu Gushing indeed has high hopes for that foolish child. Fong Rujing remains silent, knowing Zhu Gushing to be a principled old monster. Fortunately, after taking in Hetow, whose cultivation of the Peerless Codex sparked the influx of stellar energy, Zhu Gushing refrained from seizing him. Otherwise, Fong Rujing's fate would have been sealed. These secrets, however, Fong Rujing prefers to keep to herself. Even her niece is not privy. For each additional person aware of the secret increases the risk. The prior attempt to seize the Peerless Codex was perilous enough to force Fong Rujing into hiding for 10 years, and she remains wary of potential enemies pursuing her. Suddenly, Fong Rujing's spirits lift. What of the old nascent soul monster? He resides at Fongland Cottage, yet her best disciple is right under his nose, oblivious to the danger. What does this reveal? Fong Rujing considers herself far luckier than Zhu Gushing. Upon her return, she finds Hetow in the bedroom, sketching a blueprint. His artistic skills are lacking. He outlines a rough map, encircling areas to design the future Fongland Cottage resort. Zhu Gushing's house lies at the heart of the cottage, and Hetow believes that introducing a small stream there would surely enhance its vitality. With joy, he envisions it as the future residence for himself and his master. Completely unaware of the near-death experience Fong Rujing just faced, Fong Rujing, Fong Jiao, and Fongland enter another bedroom. Fong Jiao, anxiously observing Fong Rujing's pallor, asks, "Did you confirm it?" Fong Rujing replies, "Indeed, it was Zhu Gushing, the nascent soul monster. I have been defeated." Fong Jiao gasps, and Fong Rujing adds, "He did not obstruct our plans for the Fongland Cottage, which means we may proceed, but we must not be excessive. Furthermore, do not intentionally lead Elong astray. The consequences could be dire." Fong Jiao blinks. This is a good thing. Fong Rujing hesitates, nodding. Indeed, it may be a positive turn. Yet she feels a sense of grievance she cannot articulate. Fongland, with enthusiasm, proclaims, "With my second uncle as a golden core cultivator and a nascent soul monster overseeing Fongland Cottage, it is practically an impregnable fortress, considering the immense hidden benefits." Fongland swiftly dismisses the setbacks her uncle faced. For children of noble families, the ability to endure and adapt is essential. They must view issues holistically rather than focus on personal gains or losses. In this regard, Fongland excels beyond Fong Rujing. Fong Rujing cautions, "Zhu Gushing's identity must remain concealed. Do not speak of Elong or reveal it to anyone else." How we interact with Zhu Gushing hinges on Yilong. As for the family, should they attempt to extend their influence over Fongland Cottage, they will undoubtedly face immense surprises. Fong Jiu nods vigorously, while Fong Lanting adds, "Second uncle, you harbor too deep a resentment towards the family. They have wronged you in no way. If they knew you had condensed your golden core, they would surely." Fong Rujing looks at Fong Lanting, who raises her hand. "I shall say no more. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. When can we finalize the remaining properties?" Fong Jiu responds fiercely, "By next Monday at the latest." "Miss Lanting, I hope your subordinates can create some commotion nearby, whether pursuing serial killers or clearing out roaming offenders, along with the ruffians I've arranged. It must become a chaotic scene, so that decent folk cannot remain here. I have noted those who choose to relocate. For those unwilling, let Miss Lanting intervene and enforce the acquisition. Yilong is soft-hearted. As an elder, I shall not be too excessive. For those who voluntarily move, we shall compensate them with a portion of the resort's annual profits once it opens, ensuring they have a basic living guarantee even without employment." Fong Rujing and Fong Lanting exchange incredulous glances at Fong Jiu's callousness. His capacity for such thoughts is astonishing. Fong Jiu complains, "What is with those looks? Am I the sort to hoard everything for myself? Has any of my collaborators felt cheated? My principle in earning is to never push things to the limit. I believe the resort will be immensely profitable, and sharing a portion with those who relocate will ease our conscience and avoid animosity. What could be better?" Fong Rujing ponders this logic. Manager Zheng of the metalworking factory had been as compliant as a subordinate before her and Fong Jiu. Yet Fong Jiu generously offers $1 million check, aiming to motivate Zheng to expedite the matter. Not hoarding wealth for oneself has been the key to Fong Jiu's success in Fengwu City, where he has long engaged in shady dealings without anyone managing to catch him in the act. He has profited, allowing those connected to the equipment shop to share in the spoils. Fong Rujing advises, "During dinner, discuss your thoughts with Yilong. He holds some prejudice against you, believing your methods are excessive. Your compensation proposal will please him, fostering our future collaboration." Fong Lanting stretches her voice, "Second uncle, I recall someone mentioning there are no shares involved. What do you mean by future collaboration?" Fong Rujing, flustered, retorts, "Why must you concern yourself with such details? Uncle Heir earns a bit more, and when you marry in the future, I shall bestow upon you a generous dowry." Fong Lanting said with delight, "It's settled then. Do not regret it when the time comes." During lunch, Fong Jiu placed an order for food and drink, which Fong Rujing later adjusted to be delivered in the evening after Hetow's departure. Fong Rujing wished to shield her apprentice from witnessing her excessive indulgence in alcohol. After all, he was no longer the young master of the Fong family, but rather a mentor who must uphold decorum. In the heart of Fengwu City, there exists an exclusive and opulent community, home to the affluent and elite. The Liu family appeared to be in high spirits, and upon learning that Liu Xiaojun had easily triumphed in the second round of the elimination competition, Congressman Liu made a special trip to congratulate his granddaughter. Liu Xiaojun possessed considerable talent, and her grandfather had long since mapped out her future. With a victory in the second round of the ordinary path competition, provided she excels in the third round, Liu Xiaojun would represent the Fengwu City Dao Arts Academy in the provincial qualification contest. Liu Mingdao was equally elated. The prospects of the hydraulic engineering project seemed almost certain, promising a substantial income. With a daughter so exceptional, he found no reason for discontent. The arrival of Congressman Liu and his wife, along with Liu Mingdao's siblings and their families, filled the dining hall with laughter and joy. Liu Xiaojun's aunt remarked with a hint of envy, "Xiaojun, as a seeded contestant in the first round, you triumphed effortlessly in the second. It seems the third round poses no concern. Surely, there are no stronger candidates in your Dao Arts Academy." Liu Xiaojun gazed into her wine glass and, with a charming smile, replied, "Not at all. In our class, there is a prodigy named Hetow, who is truly formidable. You cannot imagine how powerful he is in the arena, winning twice with a single move. Goodness, I can hardly fathom what it would be like to face him." Liu Mingdao furrowed his brow and inquired, "A boy?" Liu Xiaojun dismissed him with a wave. "Indeed, he is an orphan, quite pitiable, yet his talent is extraordinary." A knowing glance passed between Lu Mingdao and Congressman Lu. It was a troubling sign indeed that a young girl, experiencing the stirrings of her heart, held such admiration for a boy and felt compassion for his circumstances. Chapter 14. Signs of Suppression. Lu Mingdao set down his wine glass and spoke. Due to my father's connections, I have established contact with the Fong family of Hanhai, not merely with Fong Jiao, a collateral relative, but also with a legitimate scion of the Fong lineage. Lu, the elder statesman, quickly grasped the implications and inquired with a smile. Do tell. I have had little interaction with the core descendants of the Fong family. Lu Mingdao continued. The young man named Fong Yilong is quite impressive, possessing an elegant demeanor and eloquent speech, clearly well-educated. He exudes the poise of a true aristocrat, which is truly admirable. Lu Mingdao wished to elaborate further, but Lu Xiaojun interjected with irritation. Father, what is your intention? Are you promoting him or me? Clearing his throat, Lu Mingdao replied, You misunderstand. My point is that there are many exceptional young men these days. I am genuinely interested in meeting your classmate. His background may be tragic, yet his talents are remarkable. If the opportunity arises, I would be willing to support him. You know our Lu family has aided many orphans in Fengwu City. To help others is the essence of happiness. Lu, the elder statesman, nodded with satisfaction, his smile radiating approval. Lu Mingdao had truly captured his essence, making him his favored son. Lu Xiaojun did not dwell on it too deeply. She sensed something amiss in her father's tone when he mentioned Fong Yilong. Upon hearing her father's plan to support Hetow, she remarked, I doubt he would accept. Although he is an orphan, he has never applied for financial aid. He is quite proud. The elder Lu said, Such a commendable youth deserves respect. Mingdao, since I am home, please invite that young man to our house as a guest tomorrow. A self-reliant youth is bound to achieve great things in the future. Lu, the elder statesman, was the true head of the family. His words carried weight, and none of his three sons, whether in business or politics, dared to question his decisions. Nor did the younger generation of the Lu family. During dinner, wine was still served, but the guests partook more delicately, creating a more refined atmosphere than at lunch. However, Fongland incessantly teased Hetow, filling the dining table with laughter. Hetow, repeatedly subjected to their jests, buried his face in his bowl of rice, his mood as gloomy as it could be. Suddenly, Hetow's phone rang, causing him to drop his bowl on the table and dash toward the sound. His phone rarely received calls. Was it his brother reaching out at this dusk hour? He picked up the phone, only to find a local number. This is Hetow. Who is this? Oh, Lu Xiaojun, hello. His initial excitement waned upon realizing it was not his brother. Lu Xiaojun said, I apologize for the abrupt call. I have just advanced to the second round of competition, and my family is delighted. They would like to invite you to celebrate with us, if convenient. Hetow hesitated. Visiting a female classmate's home was something he had longed for, but now it seemed impossible due to the many guests at his house. Although they were unwelcome, leaving would be impolite. Fong Rujing's voice broke through. Go ahead, consider it a chance to unwind. Finally, Hetow replied, All right, I appreciate your family's kind invitation. When shall we meet? Lu Xiaojun responded, Tomorrow evening, at my residence in Dilling Garden. I will pick you up once you arrive at the community. After the call ended, Hetow felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. It was not his brother calling, merely a false hope. Fongland, grinning, asked, Why do you seem so unexcited? Is the girl not pretty? Don't force yourself into such matters. Fong Rujing replied sternly, Mind your words. She is a wonderful girl and a friend of Yilong. With no other implications. With Fong Rujing's intervention, Fongland ceased her teasing. Just then, Fongland's phone rang, and after several rings, she lazily answered, A clear male voice on the other end stated, Officer Fong, I am the secretary from the Fengwu City Government Office. The mayor has heard of your arrival in Fengwu City and hopes you can grace us with your presence and lead your subordinates to tomorrow's banquet. Would you be available? Fongland replied, Let us discuss tomorrow's matters tomorrow. That will be all. Such audacity. Hetow was astonished to witness Fongland's nonchalant response to an invitation from the mayor. Surely, the mayor would be furious upon receiving such a reply. Fongland's subordinates took it in stride, while Fong Rujing said, Since you are going to the banquet tomorrow, Please escort Elong to the Lu residence and bring him back. In this icy weather, do not let him travel alone. Fongland did not formally respond, but Fong Rujing understood the implied agreement. She neither accepted nor declined. Whether or not they would attend depended on Fongland's mood, but it seemed unlikely to pose any significant issue. Fongland tossed her phone onto the table, exclaiming, "Uncle, do you treat me as your apprentice's maid? Am I not your niece? You can't be so blatant in your favoritism." At this point, Fongland's interest peaked. "Little brother, what if I accompany you to visit? I want to see what kind of girl you were trying to woo." A plump officer interjected, jokingly, "Careful, young lad. The female tyrant is lethal to both genders." The officers erupted in laughter, while Fongland, unfazed, leaned back in her chair and pressed. "Can you give me a straightforward answer?" Hetow firmly refused. "She did not invite you." The chubby officer teased. "She already said it. You weren't invited." Their laughter echoed, and Fong Rujing shook his head in disbelief. The antics of Fongland's subordinates were unbecoming, each behaving more frivolously than the last. Hetow stood up and headed toward his room, while Fongland called after him, "Don't lock your door tonight. I might need a place to crash." Amidst the uproarious laughter, Hetow closed his bedroom door, contemplating how to rid himself of these unruly guests. Otherwise, life would become unbearable. He did not regard tomorrow's invitation with much importance. He and Lu Xiaojun were merely familiar classmates, lacking any opportunity for personal interaction. The closest they had come was when Lu Xiaojun valiantly aided Hetow in overcoming a crisis, preventing the corrupt police from searching him. As Hetow lay in bed, he traced the bracelet on his left wrist, striving to calm himself before drifting into a deep slumber. Not long after he entered the realm of dreams, he found himself once again in that silvery world. Finally, he had arrived. He quickly surveyed his surroundings, spotting the engineer Scorpion before the base of the furnace. He approached, and, this time, he directly chose the repair interface, selecting the topmost option for production line repairs. Indeed, the engineer Scorpion crawled toward the machine that had created it. As Hetow observed, the Scorpion's largest pair of pincers transformed into 2 wrenches, while its tail morphed into a Phillips screwdriver. The engineer Scorpion opened its 2 wrenches at a tightly fastened nut and began to drill into it, utilizing its tail screwdriver to commence the next step of its work. His guess was correct. The engineer Scorpion's function was to repair these damaged devices. Hetow retreated to the main interface, navigated to the production options, and confirmed the creation of another engineer Scorpion. This time, he opted for the maximum option, producing 10 engineer Scorpions at once. After confirming his choice, Hetow experienced a wave of dizziness and exited the interface. Had the decision to manufacture engineer Scorpions led to a reduction in his time spent within? Hetow was uncertain, having only attempted it twice, making it impossible to ascertain a pattern. The next time he entered, he resolved to explore thoroughly, seeking to uncover the secrets hidden within. Awakening once again, he discovered that only a brief moment had passed. Laughter and chatter resonated from the living room, and Hetow, hands behind his head, suddenly found the lively commotion outside less bothersome. The once cold house, now filled with so many guests, radiated newfound vitality. "Where on earth are you, big fool? Do you know you have become the legal representative and general manager of the Sanfong Investment Company? With a total investment of 16 million. That's a sum most ordinary people would take 10 lifetimes to earn." Recalling his brother, Hetow found himself unable to sleep. He rose and picked up his violin, the melody of Lost Moonlight resonating through the bedroom. After performing a piece alongside the elderly gentleman, Hetow felt that despite his years of neglect, his technique remained relatively intact. Naturally, the elder was unimpressed, yet Hetow felt a sense of satisfaction. The melody of Lost Moonlight was not particularly complex, and he managed without sheet music. He repeated it time and again, initially making occasional mistakes, but by the 3rd repetition, the tune flowed with remarkable fluidity. Unbeknownst to him, the laughter in the living room had faded away, and the cool moonlight poured through the windows, casting a serene glow as the guests quietly sipped their tea, their spirits calmed by the melodious strains of music. Hetow, content and rejuvenated, noticed a marked improvement in his playing technique after resuming. At this rate, It would not be long before he mastered the pieces he had learned in his earlier years. The late-night music could be bothersome to others, particularly during his practice sessions. Hetow believed his playing was exquisite, yet he understood that not everyone shared his sentiment. He paused and settled into a meditative position. As he engaged in this visualization, he perceived the scorpion sigil in his lower abdomen becoming increasingly vivid, the sensation intensifying. With his eyes half closed, Hetow remained oblivious to the faint glimmers of four-colored metallic light that danced upon his form, flickering in accordance with his breath. Had he not been cultivating the peerless score, Hetow could have condensed his true energy at any moment. He was on the brink of a breakthrough. However, the peerless armor required his vital essence for nourishment, which prolonged the process. The foundation of true energy lay in abundant vitality, and only upon reaching a critical threshold could one achieve a decisive breakthrough. Fongland prepared nourishing herbal meals for Hetow daily to sustain his doubled consumption. In the depths of the maple forest, far from Hetow's residence, gunfire erupted as Fongland's subordinates pursued a vicious fugitive. Those small-time thugs, shivering in the winter night, dared not abandon their posts. Upon hearing the shots, they cowered behind trees, their eyes wide with fear as they watched the fully armed special operations officers move stealthily through the underbrush. Chapter 15. Trials and Tribulations. Recently, the disturbances surrounding Maple Grove Cottage have become increasingly frequent. Some individuals have begun to notice subtle clues. Yet Fongland has employed a multitude of hired voices to obfuscate the truth. A myriad of meticulously fabricated rumors has spread across the internet, sufficiently clouding the judgment of the residents of Maple Dance City. Maple Grove Cottage is poised to become the epicenter of the underground world in Maple Dance City and its neighboring locales, transforming into a lawless chaos. Plans are underway for the construction of a new sewage treatment plant to address the worsening wastewater crisis, thereby enhancing the living conditions for the citizens of Maple Dance City. The Lou Water Conservancy Engineering Company is preparing to submit a competitive bid for the project. Photographic evidence suggests that within Maple Grove Cottage, a maple tree has turned malevolent, nearly draining the life from a pair of innocent youths. This area has become a perilous zone rife with supernatural entities, prompting warnings to the public to steer clear. According to reliable sources, an elite special operations team has arrived at Maple Grove Cottage, fervently pursuing a criminal gang. One must believe me. Gunfire is erupting just outside my doorstep. The recent allure of Maple Grove Cottage has captured the attention of a select few, who have noted the soaring transaction volume of properties within the area, with turnover rates exceeding 70%. The vast majority remain oblivious to such meticulous data analysis. Data, after all, is incapable of deceit. The unusual activity surrounding Maple Grove Cottage has already attracted the gaze of many influential figures, yet they have refrained from acting prematurely. To them, any attempt to orchestrate significant maneuvers within Maple Grove Cottage will inevitably require the sharing of profits. Otherwise, survival in Maple Dance City would be untenable. The involvement of the Special Operations Team has instilled a sense of dread. This elite force is not a local brigade. They are directly affiliated with the Alliance. The ability to summon such a formidable unit is indeed alarming. Like a pack of wild dogs, upon witnessing a comrade capture prey, they would rush to compete. However, when a lion feasts, the wild dogs dare not intrude, retreating instead to await the remnants of the lion's meal, ensuring they do not draw the predator's attention. Throughout the night, calls have inundated Liu Yijuan's phone from various factions across Maple Dance City, the Gaoding Province, and even the Western Qin Federation. One should not harbor the illusion that their actions go unnoticed. There are far too many well-informed individuals. Fongland has reached out to Liu Yijuan, requesting assistance in navigating the intricate web of relationships in Maple Dance City. Following Liu Yijuan's intervention, Fongland's activities have intensified, greedily aiming to monopolize the entirety of Maple Grove Cottage. Could it be that the vast Fong family is backing Fongland? Among those contacting Liu Yijuan are the family's proxies, eager to discern the source of Fongland's substantial influence, given his lesser lineage. Liu Mingdao, Fongland, and Fong Yilong have engaged in clandestine discussions, culminating in a deal. leading Lu Yijun to firmly believe in Fong Yilong's established identity as a legitimate descendant of the Fong clan. No one dares to fathom the audacity of Fong Jiu in presenting a charlatan as genuine. Misled by the appearance of the situation, various factions have concluded that the Han Haifeng family intends to establish a presence in Maple Dance City, while the Fong family itself remains perplexed. A direct descendant. Fong Yilong. Such a person does not exist. The Fong family harbors doubts, but remains unperturbed. Fong Jiu is merely a distant relative, and his unscrupulous actions provide ample leverage for the family to rein him in. The more extensive Fong Jiu's operations grow, the more expedient it will be for the Fong family to take control. The news of the Special Operations Team establishing a branch in Maple Dance City is no secret among the upper echelons. One must not underestimate the implications of such a development. It signifies that Maple Dance City's geographical significance is ascending, as the branch will extend its influence to surrounding cities, inadvertently positioning Maple Dance City as the central hub of the Gauteng province, and even the regional center for several adjacent provinces. In this context, Maple Grove Cottage occupies an exceptionally advantageous location, aside from the unsightly landfill nearby. It is, in essence, a veritable treasure trove of feng shui. The Fong family is on the cusp of seizing this opportunity, exhibiting foresight and ambition, with a wealth of talent at their disposal. Convinced that no further calls would come, Lu Yijun roused Lu Mingdao, cautiously inquiring, "Do you believe Fong Yilong is of suitable age?" Awakened from his slumber, Lu Mingdao hesitated before responding, in his early 20s. Astute and capable, he would undoubtedly be a fitting match for our young master. However, as a direct descendant of the Han Haifeng family, we might find it challenging to align ourselves with him. Lu Yijun replied, "A man must marry up, and a woman must marry down. A girl ought to wed someone of higher status. Our Lu family has achieved a modest standing in Maple Dance City, regarded as a local aristocracy. We must devise a way to facilitate an introduction, allowing them to make a favorable impression on one another. As for the youth mentioned by our young master, let him go directly to the hotel tomorrow. The mayor of Maple Dance City will host a banquet for Major Fong of the Special Operations Team, and I will be in attendance as well. Let us choose the Fenghua Hotel for the occasion. There is no need to extend in pleasantries. Let him understand the challenges ahead. If he values his dignity, he will refrain from pursuing our young master further. If he is ungrateful, you know what to do." Lu Mingdao wholeheartedly agreed, recognizing his father's sagacity. Should our young master truly marry Fong Yilong, the Lu family would ascend to new heights of power. Upon awakening, Hetow found Fong Jiu swiftly placing orders online in the living room, confirming the sale of properties eager to be offloaded. Noticing Hetow enter, Fongland remarked, "Second uncle, the family contacted me last night, instructing me to investigate this Fong Yilong. He does not appear in our family tree." Fong Jiu's hands trembled violently as Hetow halted in his tracks. Fong Rujing, maintaining an air of composure, stated, "I do not comprehend what you are saying." Fongland, aghast, realized the audacity of the deception. Fong Jiu had introduced Fong Yilong to Lu Mingdao, claiming him to be a legitimate scion of the Fong family. Fongland was certain that Fong Yilong was merely a fabrication of Hetow's imagination. The most direct evidence lay in second uncle's referring to Hetow as Yilong. How could he now feign ignorance? Was this truly the same stoic second uncle from her memories? Fong Jiu regained his composure, and Fongland turned to him, declaring, "Uncle Jiu, I have decided to attend the banquet today. Lu Yijun will likely be present as well. Should I discuss this with him?" Fong Jiu chuckled. "As the young lady, your word is final. I am but a humble errand boy. While Rujing oversees matters, I remain unperturbed." Fong Jiu neither confirmed nor denied the situation, deftly shifting responsibility onto Fong Rujing. As long as Fong Rujing remained loyal, no one could undermine Fong Jiu. Fong Rujing, observing Fongland's distressed expression, explained, "In order to avoid giving any miscreants evidence, Brother Jiu has fabricated a non-existent member of the Fong family to engage in negotiations. This way, regardless of who investigates in the future, the Fong family remains untainted. Is that not advantageous?" Fongland retorted, "When the family sends representatives, they too will be unable to uncover the truth. Thus, You believe you can deceive everyone? This is unacceptable. I will not partake in this scheme if I do not receive my share. Fongjiu pressed the return key, reclining in his chair as he declared, all is arranged. The commotion last night has left the remaining families terrified, prompting them to post their properties for sale by dawn. Fongland fell silent, reflecting that had she known the outcome would be so favorable, she would never have allowed her subordinates to work so diligently. The opportunity had slipped away, leaving her feeling cheated. Hetow approached exuberantly as Fongjiu opened a document detailing the purchase timelines, prices, and deposits. The next step would involve settling the full payment and completing the transfer procedures. With a financial shortfall looming, the situation involved 276 properties. Hetow owned one, while the others varied in price, with some fetching over 200,000 and others as low as 40,000. The total capital of the investment company amounts to 16 million, of which 4 million is to be lent to Lu Mingdao as a bidding guarantee. The remaining funds are sufficient for the deposit. However, there remains a significant shortfall in covering the entire purchase price of the property. At the bottom of Fongjiu's account, there is a lengthy figure, 10,093,000. This represents the funding gap. Noticing the concern etched on Hetow's face, Fongjiu burst into laughter, proclaiming, tomorrow, we shall initiate the relocation of the garbage mountain. Once the relocation agreement is signed, we can secure a loan against the purchase contract, and the amount will exceed your wildest imagination. Fongland interjected, what if the metal processing plant reneges on the deal? Your actions are drawing too much attention, and many powers are observing, believing this to be the handiwork of the Fong family from Hanhai. The number of those seeking to sabotage us is increasing. Fongjiu's laughter abruptly ceased. It is not the lack of good fortune that worries him, but rather the absence of trustworthy allies. While he parades under the banner of the Hanhai Fong family for personal gain, the adversaries of the Fong clan would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. Fong Rujing instructed, immediately contact Manager Zhang. We must sign the relocation agreement this morning. Hurry. A smile crept onto Fong Lanting's face. Extorting her uncle was one aspect. But regardless of the outcome, she could not afford to miss the opportunity to highlight the most significant flaw in Fongjiu's plan. Just as Fongjiu pulled out his phone, it rang unexpectedly, and his expression shifted. This was a call from Manager Zhang. Taking a deep breath, he answered. And Zhang's anxious voice came through. Young Master Jiu, President Zhang has received orders from above. The garbage mountain cannot be relocated. It is said that those discarded metal sheets contain a wealth of rare metals. They must be preserved for future technological breakthroughs, representing an immeasurable strategic resource. Fongjiu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. What does it mean to contain a wealth of rare metals? If the Alliance possessed such technology, they would have long since refined it. How could the garbage mountain have remained untouched for over a century? This was clearly a deliberate ploy against the acquisition efforts of Fongland Shaozhu. If the garbage mountain is not removed, the value of Fongland Shaozhu will never appreciate. The garbage mountain stands as the greatest obstacle, and now, it has undeniably manifested into the most significant crisis. Chapter 16. Intense measures. News of a grave nature reached Hetow, leaving his limbs icy with dread. The purchase of the Maple Forest cottage was merely an accessory. Its failure would not be catastrophic. What truly concerned Hetow was the garbage mountain, for it harbored immense wealth. The current bracelet, which devoured metal plates, no longer separated rare metals. Yet Hetow remained unconcerned. The secrets of the bracelet were gradually revealing themselves to him. Once the myriad mechanical devices within the bracelet were restored, they would undoubtedly unleash unimaginable power. Fong Rujing spoke in a low voice. Why the panic? Everything is under Master-S control. Fong Lanting could no longer remain composed. Her well-intended reminder had spiraled into the worst possible outcome. Were it not for the involvement of her second uncle, Fongjiu, and Hetow would surely suspect her of foul play. Fong Lanting declared, I will handle this matter. I propose we establish the Special Operations Team's base at the garbage mountain. It must be relocated, even if it resists. Fongjiu interjected, Miss Lanting, your involvement will only complicate matters further. You cannot afford the reputation of self-serving motives. It would jeopardize your future. Fong Rujing nodded in agreement, recognizing Fongjiu's clarity. His approach to compensating those who sold their houses by allocating part of the profits from the resort demonstrated his steadfastness. Fongland continued, I will devise a way to orchestrate an earthquake, causing the garbage mountain to collapse and destroy my disciples' residence. Let us see how they intend to compensate for such a loss. In matters of ruthlessness, scions of noble families have been exposed to darker teachings. Adept at concocting malevolent schemes, and with familial support, it is often challenging to catch them in wrongdoing. Fongland was among the more exceptional offspring of such families. At merely 50 years of age, he had already condensed his essence into a golden core a decade prior. Achieving golden core status at 40 marks him as a prodigy. And such genius often breeds a plethora of nefarious ideas, much to society's dismay. Fongland narrowed her eyes and remarked, I led my subordinates to scout suitable quarters. Yet the garbage mountain, which could have collapsed at any time, chose to do so just as we arrived. This is clearly a scheme against the Special Operations Team's officers. Who is it that wishes to prevent the Special Operations Team from establishing a foothold in Fengwu City? What dark machinations lie behind this? Fongland added, the military vehicle you were traveling in, along with vital equipment, has been destroyed, and an officer has been injured. The losses are indeed considerable. Fongland replied, Sanfizi is the unfortunate soul who was injured. He was not invited to the banquet today. My second uncle must act swiftly. Well, let Sanfizi and his companion remain behind. Those two are adept at exploiting circumstances. Hetow interjected hastily, Yaofeng, master. We cannot allow Yaofeng to be destroyed. Fongland rubbed his temples. Had he not been certain that Yaofeng had recently acquired sentience, he might have suspected his disciple was under its spell. Fongland reluctantly stated, I will think of a solution and strive for a targeted earthquake, though it exceeds my capabilities. Suddenly, Fongland looked up and casually remarked, it should not be a significant issue. You must have faith in your master. Today, you will attend the Liu family's banquet, so dress appropriately. The Liu family is quite well off. Do not allow them to mock you. Hetow asked, Liu Mingdao is the father of Liu Xiaojun, correct? Fongland smirked. Moments ago, they feigned ignorance of Liu Mingdao, yet now they had inadvertently revealed their knowledge. Hetow, feeling bashful under the laughter, found himself at a loss, while Fongland affirmed, indeed, Councilman Liu is Liu Xiaojun's grandfather. The Liu family is quite affluent in Fengwu City and may exhibit some arrogance. Feeling anxious, Hetow recalled his previous encounters with Liu Mingdao under the guise of Fong Yilong. Now, facing him in his true identity, he felt immense pressure, especially after the embarrassing incident involving a nosebleed. Fongjiu remarked, young man, where is the charm in being overly flamboyant? Rujing, it is not for me to criticize you, but your simplicity is dragging Yilong into a mundane existence. Allow me to handle this. As expected, the two unfortunate souls left behind were indeed the chubby lieutenant who had opposed Hetow and his companion, cloaked in a white mink coat. Hetow passed by Sanfizi, silently raising a finger in provocation. As Sanfizi clenched his fist, Hetow took flight. Fongland and her dozen subordinates, all impeccably dressed in military uniforms, boarded several business vehicles summoned by Fongjiu, departing from Maple Forest Cottage. To the uninformed observer, it appeared as though the offspring of a wealthy family were being escorted by a cadre of officers. The convoy's destination was the Dillon Courtyard, where Hetow was to be dropped off for a meeting before proceeding to the Fengwu Hotel. Just as they approached Dillon Courtyard, Hetow received a call from Liu Xiaojun, informing him that the venue had been changed to a private room at Fengwu Hotel, and he hoped Hetow would understand. Hetow perceived no anomaly in this. Perhaps the Liu family felt it inconvenient to host outsiders at their residence, hence the change to the hotel. This worked out well, as Fongland was also attending the banquet at Fengwu Hotel. Observing Hetow on the phone, Fongland wore a mischievous smile, leaving Hetow perplexed. Without his master by his side, Hetow's confidence dwindled, especially after his previous embarrassing experience. He truly feared this formidable woman. Fongland crossed her legs and declared, believe it or not, if you do not accompany me to Fengwu Hotel, you will not gain entry. Hetow, brushing his hair with his phone, replied, surely not. Fongland laughed uproariously, saying, inviting me to a banquet, Fenghua Hotel is undoubtedly strict with its access. Those lacking qualifications cannot enter. Do you understand what status means? It is a privilege reserved for the affluent, leaving ordinary folk with no chance of entry. Hetow fell silent. If that were the case, the Liu family's invitation to Fenghua Hotel carried implications worth pondering. Was it truly an attempt to humiliate him? As the convoy arrived at the entrance of Fenghua Hotel, Hetow indeed spotted police vehicles maintaining order. To approach the hotel entrance, one must possess an invitation. Fongland and her companions remained outside, waiting to catch someone off guard, while the business vehicle was halted. The officer in the first car presented his credentials to the guards, and in the next moment, dozens of guards appeared, forming a line to welcome the convoy forward. Fenghua Hotel boasts a main building and a separate room. Today, the municipal hall had reserved the main building, while the separate room was open to the public, though public here referred to the prominent figures of Fengwu City. The arrival of the Special Operations Team as commander could indicate the establishment of a base in Fengwu City, signifying a future relationship with a person of significant authority, promising generous returns. The separate room was teeming with guests, each harboring various intentions as they reserved private boxes of varying sizes. The Liu family, in an exceptional position, had secured the largest box, capable of accommodating dozens for dining. Today, the Liu family was present and had invited over 20 business associates. Councilman Liu would attend the banquet welcoming the Special Operations Team, participating as a host, a mark of honor symbolizing the Liu family's prominent standing in Fengwu City. Perhaps a scion of the Liu family would be summoned to meet the commander of the Special Operations Team, an event that would undoubtedly be a source of pride. Liu Xiaojun felt a twinge of anxiety as her family abruptly announced a change of venue. Understanding Hetow's predicament, she worried he might struggle to gain entry, hoping he would be wise enough to contact her if he faced any obstacles. As the appointed time drew near and the waitstaff began serving cold dishes, Hetow remained unresponsive. Liu Xiaojun took out her phone, and her cousin from her uncle's side chuckled. Why the rush? Yesterday you claimed he was just an ordinary classmate. Liu Mingdao's expression darkened. Such matters were no laughing matter. Liu Xiaojun's ambitions lay with the Fong family, and trivial jesting could tarnish her reputation. Liu Mingdao's elder brother, Liu Mingtang, remarked, Xiaoyan, refrain from speaking recklessly. Your grandfather detests such a temperament. Liu Mingtang, engaged in politics yet of modest rank, found himself uninvited to the gathering of Special Forces officers. His daughter, Liu Xiaoyan, failed to garner the affection of Councilman Liu, unlike her counterpart, Liu Xiaojun. As Liu Mingdao's expression grew somber, Liu Mingtang realized he must chastise his daughter. Liu Xiaoyan, sulking, fell silent, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards the entrance. A silent mockery directed at Liu Xiaojun. At that moment, she beheld the general manager of Fenghua Hotel escorting a striking young man clad in a pristine white fur coat and sunglasses into the room. Upon entering the private chamber, the manager promptly removed the fur coat and hung it on a rack, stating, Mr. He, this is the number 4 private room you wish to reach. Hetow pushed his sunglasses to his forehead and, upon seeing Liu Xiaojun, beamed with a radiant smile. Liu Xiaojun's anxiety dissipated, replaced by a palpable joy as she observed the grand entrance of Hetow. Hetow softly remarked, This is the place. Thank you for your assistance. The manager bowed slightly, replying, I hope you have an enjoyable evening. Should you require anything, please inform the staff. I have instructed them to be at your service at all times. The Liu family and their guests were taken aback. Shouldn't the manager of Fenghua Hotel be welcoming the Special Forces officers in the main building? Why was he personally accompanying this young man, Hetow, to a private room? Who exactly was he? Liu Xiaojun hastened to Hetow and Appo's side, gesturing for him to take a seat, saying, Welcome, allow me to introduce you to my parents. Liu Mingdao felt a surge of frustration. After all, Hetow was merely a handsome boy. It was no wonder Liu Xiaojun was so enamored. An orphan, bereft of parental guidance, residing in a decrepit corner of Fongland Villa. What audacity he had to present himself with such grandeur. He appeared presentable, but likely possessed no remarkable qualities beyond his looks. Surely, he had employed some underhanded tactics to deceive the manager of Fenghua Hotel. allowing him to gain such an ostentatious entrance. As Lu Xiaojun brought Hetow before Lu Mingdao, the latter rose, leveraging his height to look down upon Hetow. "So, you are Hetow," he said. "Please, make yourself at home. Do not feel constrained. I am aware of your orphan status. Fret not. With diligence, you shall flourish. And our Lu family is willing to support impoverished youth." Chapter 17. A staunch counterattack. Upon first encountering Lu Mingdao, Hetow's impression of him was rather favorable. However, upon hearing his recent remarks, Hetow felt as though he had received a stinging slap to the face. The Lu family is willing to sponsor impoverished youth? How shameless can one be? You invest in water conservancy projects while my company has been upended by 4 million in funding. Lu Xiaojuan's complexion turned pale. She had not anticipated her father would publicly humiliate Hetow, deliberately choosing the most hurtful words. This was a stark contrast to his tone when he had invited Hetow the previous day. Lu Xiaojun, in a state of panic, glanced at Hetow, who smiled and replied, "You are too kind. I am a classmate of Xiaojun, not a beggar. My parents have indeed tragically passed away, but I am not destitute. Should your father encounter any business difficulties, I would be willing to offer assistance." Having been forewarned by Fongland and reminded by Fong Rujing, Hetow had already suspected that the banquet would not be enjoyable. Lu Xiaojuan's father had directly thrown him a challenge. Without desires, Hetow sought nothing from the Lu family and harbored no inappropriate intentions toward Lu Xiaojun. When Lu Mingdao spoke with disdain, Hetow naturally retorted with cleverness. The Lu family and their guests fell silent, uncertain of Hetow's true background. They placed their faith in Lu Mingdao's assertions. Yet, the question lingered. How could an orphan manage to have the general manager of Fenghua Hotel personally accompany him? Could it be that this orphan possesses a remarkable lineage? Lu Mingdao laughed heartily. "Indeed, your eloquence is impressive. Please sit down. I have heard that you have triumphed in the selection rounds. It seems you may represent Fengwu City in the ordinary path competition." Hetow calmly took a seat and replied, "I have little interest in such matters. I intend to withdraw when the time is right. I do not relish in these contests." Lu Xiaoyan, captivated since Hetow's arrival, found herself struck by the impressive scene. She lightly chuckled and asked, "Are you suggesting that if you were willing to advance further, you could represent Fengwu City? Yet you disdain the limelight?" Hetow shrugged. "It simply feels pointless. That does not imply I possess the capability to compete. Please do not lead me astray, or else people may perceive me as arrogant." His candidness, though sincere, left others skeptical. Lu Xiaojun and Hetow were second-year students, although they had made it through 2 rounds of competition. The third round would involve facing off against seniors from the 3rd and 4th years, exponentially increasing the difficulty. It was not a matter of merely progressing to the next stage. Perhaps this young man was merely boastful, or perhaps he was setting the stage for his own downfall. Lu Xiaoyan persistently inquired, if the ordinary path were to rise vigorously, the future would undoubtedly be bright. "If you do not favor such competitions, what are your future plans?" Hetow replied earnestly, "To engage in some small business. I enjoy the sensation of counting money. It feels immensely fulfilling." This was still the truth. Yet it elicited laughter from many. Who among those of stature would bother to count money? A mere glance at the numbers in their bank accounts sufficed. Lu Xiaoyan felt disappointed. Lacking a background, ambition, and worldly experience, it was a pity to waste such an appealing facade. A knock at the door of the private room drew everyone's attention to the entrance, where a young officer appeared, an officer from the Special Operations Forces. All present rose simultaneously. Hetow, turning away as if oblivious, seized a piece of crystal pig's trotter from the cold platter and popped it into his mouth. The officer, addressing Hetow's back, said, "The captain requests your presence. She wishes to introduce you to a young lady." Hetow chewed vigorously, and the onlookers stared blankly at him as he nonchalantly reached for another piece of crystal pig's trotter. Surely, this was not a good omen. Fongland was known for her pranks, and the notion of a delightful young lady was undoubtedly ludicrous. Hetow resolutely refused to go. The officer, his expression darkening, replied, "The captain said if you do not go, she will come to fetch you herself." Hetow retorted angrily, "Are you trying to scare me?" The officer, with a serious demeanor, stated, "Why would I scare you? You know the captain's audacity. She is fully capable of making good on her threats. I assure you, there is indeed a charming young lady waiting. This was pure torment. When had Hetow ever claimed he needed someone to introduce him to a young lady? The officer's earnest facade only served to highlight the mischief in his eyes, and the notion of a delightful young lady was merely a jest at Hetow's expense. With all eyes upon him, Hetow stuffed the crystal pig's trotter into his mouth, mumbling a farewell to Lu Mingdao. Thank you for the sumptuous meal prepared by Uncle Lu. Such blatant falsehoods. The main course had yet to be served, and he had only consumed 2 pieces of decorative crystal pig's trotter. This was likely for the Lu family's sake. Otherwise, uttering harsh words would have been inappropriate. Hetow smiled and nodded at Lu Xiaojun, wiping the grease from his hands with a napkin as he approached the door. The officer draped Hetow's pristine white mink coat over his shoulders and remarked, "The captain seems displeased. Do not provoke her, or we shall suffer the consequences." Hetow scoffed. With such little ambition, why not devise a plan to marry her off? I have heard that women become temperamental and fierce if they remain unmarried past a certain age. The officer whispered, "If you dare to say that to her face, I will truly admire you. Honestly, if I were inebriated and unable to lean against a wall, I would respect you." As Hetow and the officer exchanged banter, the expressions of the Lu family were quite revealing. Lu Mingdao had just labeled Hetow as an orphan, yet he had witnessed the general manager of Fenghua Hotel personally escorting Hetow in with such respect. Lu Mingdao remained unrelenting in his ridicule. An orphan without connections could deceive the general manager of Fenghua Hotel, but now a special operations officer had arrived, displaying familiarity that exposed Hetow's extraordinary relationship with the leader of the Special Operations Forces. Was Lu Mingdao truly so oblivious? It was not until Hetow's figure vanished that the rigid smile on Lu Mingdao's face finally faded. At this moment, Lu Mingdao yearned to bash his head against a wall. Had he known of Hetow's ties to the Special Operations Forces, he would never have uttered such uncouth remarks. Youthful and handsome, with an astonishing background and exceptional swordsmanship, yet orphaned, he was a veritable diamond of a bachelor. Lu Xiaoyan, her voice slightly hoarse, inquired, "Xiaojun, you and he have been classmates for nearly 2 years. Have you ever met any of his relatives?" Lu Mingdao and the others leaned in attentively. Lu Xiaojun, bewildered, replied, "No, I have never seen or heard of any relatives." Lu Xiaoyan grasped Lu Xiaojun's hand and declared, "Dear sister, you must formally introduce me to him one day." Lu Mingdao wholeheartedly approved, recognizing the potential for gain in such a plan, regardless of other matters. Hetow's connections with the Special Operations Forces could be leveraged to Lu Mingdao's advantage, possibly even facilitating a swift ascent in his government position without the need for his father's influence. Outside the main building of Fenghua Hotel, delicate snowflakes began to fall. The radiant Fongland stood under the archway, surrounded by a dozen subordinates. Opposite her stood Su Xiaojia, the mayor of Fengwu City, alongside the esteemed Lu, a prominent figure from Fengwu City. As Fongland's convoy arrived at the hotel entrance, Hetow was the first to disembark. Then, Fongland playfully pinched Hetow's cheek, insisting that the hotel manager personally escort him to the banquet. This spectacle left many in astonishment. The eldest daughter of the Han Haifong family and a rising star in the Special Operations Forces displayed such affection toward this young man. What could their relationship entail? Just when one might expect the scene to conclude, Fongland, having just concluded her meeting with Su Xiaojia and the others, summoned a young officer to call Hetow back. Was this not an unnecessary gesture? Hetow timidly approached Fongland amidst the falling snow, preparing to sneak to the back of the line like a timid mouse, only for Fongland to wrap her arms around his neck. At merely 16 years of age, and standing at a height of just over 5'7", Hetow found himself ensnared by Fongland's exuberance, as she embraced him like a dominating older sister with her underage younger brother. While Hetow had boasted boldly in the side hall, now, standing before Fongland, his confidence evaporated, replaced by the appearance of a pitiful child. Fongland exuded an aura of confidence, striding into the hotel alongside Hetow as if she were not merely a guest, but the formidable mistress of the establishment. "Ladies and gentlemen, please come inside," she declared. "This time, as I arrive in Fengwu City, I am both a guest and, arguably, a future proprietor. You may have heard the whispers that the Special Operations Forces are to establish a base here in Fengwu City, and I am the appointed head of this division. I shall rely on your unwavering support moving forward. The commander of the Special Operations Forces, stationed in a region, must possess such audacious charisma. Su Xiaojie smiled and remarked, Commander Fong's presence in Fengwu City is a tremendous honor and a pivotal opportunity for its development. While I cannot speak for others, I assure you that during my tenure as the leader of Fengwu City, I shall wholeheartedly promote our collaborative efforts. The room was awash with flattery as Fongland's announcement regarding her deployment in Fengwu City finally landed with certainty. It was evident that Fengwu City was destined to become a regional hub, a critical piece of news that entailed significant shifts in interests and power dynamics. In the foreseeable future, Fengwu City would witness a tempest of transformation, with numerous new elites emerging and many local aristocrats being ousted from the corridors of power. The signs of this generational transition were unmistakably evident as the new year approached. Within the hotel's entrance, 2 rows of receptionists gracefully bowed in unison. Fongland, firmly holding on to the struggling Hetow, inquired, Do you fancy these long-legged beauties? Are they not far superior to your classmate? Counselor Lu's face darkened with displeasure. For Hetow was indeed Lu Xiaojuan's classmate. Originally intending to assert dominance today, Lu found himself thwarted by Hetow's unexpected counterattack. Having successfully allied with Fongland as a formidable ally, it appeared that the Lu family's plans were destined to backfire. Chapter 18. An unexpected encounter. Hetow found himself in a state of embarrassment and confusion, being embraced publicly by a stunning female officer. The pressure was overwhelming, and he feared the prospect of another nosebleed, which would be utterly mortifying. In an attempt to divert the conversation, Hetow inquired, What about that charming little girl you mentioned? Fongland regarded Hetow with a smirk, clearly amused by his audacity. She turned to a tall girl in the crowd and called out, Girl, come here. Following her gaze, Hetow's eyes landed on Su Mingya, who had already spotted him amidst the welcoming crowd. As the convoy came to a halt, Hetow was the first to step out, leaving Su Mingya doubting her own eyes. Hetow made his way to the private lounge, where Fongland had instructed the hotel manager to take the silly child to room 4. Su Mingya was incredulous. Could this well-groomed young man truly be the orphaned Hetow? Shortly after Hetow's departure, Fongland sent a young officer to summon him back, stating with certainty that it was indeed Hetow this time. In a heightened state of anxiety, Hetow failed to notice his classmate in the crowd. Unaware that the charming little girl Fongland had mentioned was Su Mingya, Su Xiaojie's heart raced. With the elevation of Fengwu City's status, his own prospects as the current mayor were dimming. Was there still a glimmer of hope for him in Fongland's favor towards her daughter? Su Mingya hesitated before approaching Hetow, who awkwardly introduced her. This is my classmate, Su Mingya. Fongland was equally surprised. Not only was a certain Lu Xiaojun hosting Hetow, but now his classmate was part of the welcoming party. What a coincidental day it had turned out to be. Fongland beckoned Su Mingya closer, wrapping her left arm around the girl's waist, teasingly saying, I mentioned a charming little girl, and here you come running. If I hadn't said so, would you have lingered longer? Hetow, feeling flustered, attempted to walk away but was ensnared by Fongland's playful grip. Su Mingya remained oblivious to whom Hetow was dining with, but Fongland's teasing tone suggested it was a girl. As melodious music filled the opulent hall, drifting towards the rows of banquet tables, Fongland finally released Hetow and Su Mingya, who felt as if a great weight had been lifted. Fongland watched as Su Xiaojie approached with purpose, stating, I prefer simplicity over formality. A straightforward gathering is most enjoyable. Su Xiaojie promptly assured her that there would be no tedious rituals today, as the event was merely to welcome her and the officers after their arduous journey. As Fongland and Su Xiaojie made their way to the principal table, Hetow attempted to slip away, only to be flanked by 2 lieutenants who seized his arms, dragging him forward as if in a kidnapping. Hetow was overwhelmed. He had never encountered such grandeur and felt acutely aware of the potential for embarrassment. It was clear that Fongland intended to put him in a difficult position. Fortunately, The two lieutenants deposited Hetow at a neighboring table, with one of them kindly remarking, "The officer says you've grown up and can drink now. Today is your first time indulging, so don't pretend otherwise." Hetow lamented, "I don't know how to drink." In a moment of desperation, Hetow retrieved his phone, feeling the urgency of the situation and needing to seek assistance. Another lieutenant, smirking, snatched the phone away, stating, "It won't due to be uncooperative. We brothers are looking to profit from boss he in the future. Your lack of sincerity makes it hard for us to trust you." These officers, having been influenced by Fongland, were aware of Hetow's considerable wealth, recognizing him as the landlord of Fongland Villa. They had witnessed its vastness firsthand during their revelries there the previous night and understood its future value. Associating with boss, he was no mere jest. If things went well, the property could be worth billions, and any small share could afford them a fortune. As the left side lieutenant gestured for Sumingya to take her seat next to Hetow, it was understood that this table was typically reserved for the vice mayor and similar dignitaries, but these officers paid no heed to such conventions. Among the group, only one captain occupied the main table, while the rest claimed the one where Hetow sat. Louis Yuan, attentive to the proceedings, was perplexed by the lieutenants referring to Hetow as boss he. How could this be? Wasn't Hetow an orphan? What was the nature of his connection with Fongland, and why were they so familiar with one another? Hetow felt increasingly uneasy, as did Sumingya. For today's unexpected events left them both feeling out of their depth. Sumingya quietly asked, "Who invited you to dinner today?" "Xiaojun." Hetow replied, a shrewd guess. A faint smile crept across Sumingya's face, rich with unspoken implications. Among the Thunder Sisters, Hetow was somewhat acquainted with Lu Xiaojun, often crossing paths on the road, whereas his interactions with Sumingya had been minimal. He had been aware of the Thunder Sisters' distinguished background, and upon learning of Lu Xiaojun's connections yesterday, he now found himself in this setting with Sumingya, who must surely be the daughter of a high-ranking official to be present. Sumingya believed she shared a deep friendship with Lu Xiaojun, only to discover that Lu Xiaojun had secretly invited Hetow to dinner without notifying her. Did the Lu family already know of Hetow's ties to the special forces? Little did Sumingya realize that Louis Yuan, the wily old fox, was nearly beside himself with frustration. Lu Ming had made a grievous mistake by publicly embarrassing Hetow, only to be slapped in the face for it. Once calmed, Lu Ming contacted Louis Yuan to explain the situation, causing Louis Yuan's blood pressure to spike. He was deeply disappointed. Lu Ming, who had been viewed as a stable and promising second-generation leader, had demonstrated an alarming lack of discernment. The promising situation had been utterly compromised. Having witnessed Fongland's drunken antics the previous night, Hetow felt apprehensive, yet it was evident that she had little desire to drink today. Each time she raised her glass, it was merely a token sip. However, Hetow was subjected to torment. On his first experience with alcohol, the aged Fengwu city liquor was surprisingly pleasant, smooth without harshness, and he felt quite capable. Yet soon, the officers with mischievous grins began to take turns toasting him. After consuming a half-gene of liquor, Hetow felt a delightful lightness wash over him, and the faces around him became increasingly familiar. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and the hotel shook violently, followed by a distant roar. Laughter ceased abruptly as guests sprang to their feet. Fongland commanded, "Prepare for battle." Before Fongland could issue her orders, the lieutenants who had been pouring drinks for Hetow stood up, and Hetow felt the world spin as he staggered back into his seat. His phone rang, and a young officer presented it to him. Hetow reached for it twice, but his hands grasped only air. The officer, suppressing laughter, pressed the answer button and brought the phone to Hetow's ear, where Fong Rujing's voice urgently said, "Ilong, come back quickly, there's been a problem." Cold sweat broke out on Hetow's forehead as he stumbled towards the exit. Fongland asked, "What is happening?" Hetow stammered, "My master is in trouble." Fong Rujing had said there was a problem, and in his panic, Hetow assumed it was his master who was in danger. Fongland was also alarmed. Had her second uncle caused a seismic event gone awry? It seemed plausible, as he was a sword cultivator and had never been known for earth-based techniques. Either a backlash had occurred, or something had gone awry. As Fongland chased after Hetow, her phone rang. She answered, "What is happening?" The voice of Sanfizi replied, "Big sister, come back quickly. There's a serious problem." A significant incident had undoubtedly occurred. Fongland rushed past Hetow, securing him under her arm as they dashed out of the hotel. The officers forcibly dragged the driver of the business vehicle down, speeding towards Fongland Xiaozhu. Hetow's intoxication dissipated with the sweat pouring from him, his agitated blood igniting a torrent of perspiration. The lieutenant beside him was compelled to open the car window, otherwise, Hetow's sweat would rival the potency of fine spirits. The convoy had adhered to traffic regulations on the way there, but on the return, they recklessly disregarded traffic lights. In less than 20 minutes, Fongland Xiaozhu appeared on the horizon, the massive garbage mound vanishing from sight. An earthquake had erupted, triggering an unknown calamity. Hetow's anxiety surged, his nails nearly piercing his palms. His brother had quietly departed, venturing far away, while Fongland entered Hetow's life, offering a paternal affection akin to that of a father. The convoy came to a halt, blocked by a splattered metal panel on the highway, several meters high and chaotically piled, completely obstructing the road. Hetow was pulled onto the metal panel by a lieutenant, who hastily led him across the disarrayed metal surfaces. Fongland, accompanied by her subordinates, accelerated towards Hetow's home. The walls of the metal processing factory had vanished, streetlights were absent, and the road itself had disappeared, along with Hetow's residence. As Hetow approached the vicinity of his former home, he spotted Fongland standing elevated, gesturing towards the direction of the former garbage mound while speaking to Fongland. Upon seeing Hetow return, Fongland offered a kind smile. Relieved to see his mentor unharmed, Hetow's legs buckled, and he sank to the ground. The lieutenant hastily assisted him towards Fongland. She pointed towards the direction of the garbage mound and spoke. Mirror Palace, a subterranean palace rumored for years, yet never substantiated, has had its entrance unveiled by this unexpected earthquake. Hetow looked at Fongland in confusion, while Fongland narrowed her eyes and remarked, "This is undoubtedly the natural headquarters for the Special Operations Forces. Who could be more suited to protect the Mirror Palace than them? Uncle truly possesses remarkable means." Fongland sighed, a wry smile crossing his face. He lacked such extraordinary capability. It was merely fortuitous that the destruction of Hetow's home did not extend to the peculiar maple tree, for the true agent behind the calamity remained unspoken by Fongland. Chapter 19. Step by step, Hetow remained oblivious to the nature of the Mirror Palace. Fongland explained, "The Mirror Palace is an underground palace that, according to legend, once appeared. It is a matter of destiny." Hetow remarked, "The word mirror appears in my master's name. It feels as though fate has destined me to be discovered by him." Fongland's expression relaxed, appreciating the heartfelt flattery from his disciple, which made him feel a certain affinity with the Mirror Palace, a born connection. As Hetow gazed ahead, brimming with anticipation, Fongland remained remarkably composed, seemingly unhurried to explore the Mirror Palace. Suddenly, a burly old man, leaning on a cane, emerged from a crack in the distance. Hetow exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, old man, what brings you here?" Zhu Gushing chuckled, "There has been a minor incident. I came to assess the situation. You know I have some understanding of divination, and such unknown circumstances are ideal for me to charge forth. I see you are brimming with joy. Have you encountered some good fortune?" Hetow pouted. "There's nothing fortunate about it. I've been bullied by Fongland and frightened half to death by my master's call. It hardly qualifies as good luck," Zhu Gushing confidently asserted. "I believe it is indeed good fortune. Trust me on this." Fongland and Fongland silently derided him, recognizing that this old eccentric was merely pretending to be mysterious. Fully aware that Fongland would not dare to expose him, Zhu Gushing, unsteadily navigating the chaotic metal plates, approached. Hetow eagerly inquired, "What insights have you gleaned from within?" Leaning on his cane, Zhu Gushing replied, "It cannot be opened in the short term. The timing and conditions are not yet favorable. It will likely take at least 6 months." Disappointment washed over Hetow. The hope of entering now is dashed. Zhu Gushing queried, "Do you know why the Mirror Palace has appeared here?" Hetow retorted, "Shouldn't it be here?" Zhu Gushing smiled enigmatically as Fongland clarified, The Mirror Palace is a legendary entity that appeared long ago in a certain location, but since then, no one has found it again. It seems to have vanished. Hetow expressed astonishment. Are you suggesting that the Mirror Palace can move on its own? Zhu Gushing affirmed. That is indeed certain. The only uncertainty was why it has manifested here. Hetow speculated. Perhaps the mountain of refuse here contains billions of pounds of discarded metal, drawing the Mirror Palace to it. Fongland shook his head slightly. That is not the reason. If metal attracted the Mirror Palace, then the mines, rich in metal, would be the preferred location. Zhu Gushing gestured with his thumb and forefinger to indicate a minuscule distance. Your conjecture is merely a hair's breadth away. Hetow had a sudden realization. These discarded metal plates are the byproducts of failed smelting. Could it be that some factors coalesced here? Perhaps the psychic energy infused during the smelting process? Zhu Gushing couldn't help but praise, excellent. Fongland's heart raced. This old man seemed overly fond of Hetow. As a seasoned cultivator of the golden core stage, he felt uncertain. Zhu Gushing continued. Centuries of accumulation have allowed scattered psychic energy to converge. Over 90% of the factors that caused the Mirror Palace to migrate here are related to the psychic energy sensed in this location. Hetow's speculation about the psychic energy was not baseless. He had deduced it from the changes in his bracelet. Initially, the bracelet absorbed the discarded metal plates slowly and showed little sign of activity. However, as it devoured more metal, it seemingly developed the ability to learn and could even draw Hetow's intentions into its process. Was this not indicative of psychic energy? Hetow had ample reason to surmise that the bracelet had consumed the metal plates, refining the metal within and absorbing the psychic energy attached to them, thereby gradually unlocking its hidden capabilities. Zhu Gushing tested Hetow, and the rapid shift in his thoughts confirmed his understanding, bringing Zhu Gushing immense delight. Zhu Gushing, leaning on his cane, began to walk away, stating, "The timing is not right. Lingering here is futile. I must take my leave." Hetow called after him, "Be careful. Old man, don't hurt those old bones of yours." Zhu Gushing boasted, "I am in excellent health. Don't forget to find me a job. My retirement depends on it." Fongland and Fongland exchanged astonished glances. Hetow and Zhu Gushing shared an unrestrained rapport, while Fongland felt as though he were treading on thin ice in Zhu Gushing's presence, who appeared to relish conversing with Hetow. Wasn't he just an old rascal? Fongland suggested, "We should find a new place to reside. After all the houses here belong to us. We can live wherever we choose." Hetow proposed, "Master, the old man's house is excellent. Let us move there. It has 3 stories, ample space for us." Fongland's mouth twitched. Was Hetow out of his mind? Until he had lived long enough, Fongland would never dare move into Zhu Gushing's home. Hetow eagerly persuaded, "The old man's home has an alchemy room. Perhaps we could even concoct elixirs ourselves in the future." Fongland coughed lightly. Zhu Gushing is a man who enjoys his solitude. Despite his generosity in buying a house for you, I suspect he would prefer to live in his own home. If we move in, it may cause him discomfort. After considering this, Hetow nodded. That makes sense. So, he is called Zhu Gushing, as in to ascend? Fongland corrected him. It means life. The guards of Fengwu City gathered, and investigators from the Gaodang province swiftly arrived. One objective was to confirm the emergence of the Mirror Palace, and the other to ascertain that this was not a man-made disaster. Fortunately, the recent collapse of the refuse mountain had destroyed a residential house, Hetow's home. This was not an act of God. The improper disposal of waste by the metal processing plant had led to this incident. Although no fatalities occurred, 2 officers from the Special Operations Unit were injured, and several military vehicles were damaged, with their crucial equipment rendered inoperable. This was a man-made disaster, necessitating an investigation into whether the metal processing plant had intentionally caused this calamity, potentially amounting to malicious intent against the Special Operations Unit. The negligent handling of waste disposal had long been a risk that needed addressing, making the metal processing plant accountable for the consequences. The collapse of the refuse mountain, regardless of its historical or other reasons, would spell trouble for the current president, as the game of passing the blame had gone awry under his watch, making him the scapegoat. The century-old refuse mountain in Fengwu City had collapsed, and those who had sold their homes were filled with regret. Wishing they had known that the refuse mountain would fall, they certainly would not have sold their properties, as everyone knew that Fongland Villa's greatest obstacle was the refuse mountain. Now that it had collapsed, it would surely be transported elsewhere for burial, allowing Fongland Villa to regain its picturesque environment, a substantial loss for them. Having sold their homes just before the refuse mountain's collapse, the sellers realized they had been taken advantage of. The intentions of the troublemaking ruffians became all too clear. They were intentionally creating a crisis to force everyone to sell their properties. On the local forum of Fengwu City, the sellers were urgently contacting one another, organizing to protect their rights. Particularly, Fong Jiao, who had only paid a deposit for his house, felt a glimmer of hope for retraction. Soon, a photograph emerged on the forum, depicting Hetow's home reduced to rubble by hundreds of heavy metal plates. The poster lamented, this was a boy's home. Because he did not sell it, someone orchestrated a violent explosion that leveled his place of survival. How cruel. If I had not sold my house, would I have faced such devastation? When the sellers were offloading their homes, Fong Jiao hardly negotiated, believing the price was reasonable at the time. The money from selling their homes was sufficient to purchase an apartment building, albeit lacking the advantages of a standalone house. If they could unite and cause a ruckus, compelling the buyers to pay hefty compensations, it would be ideal. However, they would not risk their lives in the process. Without relocating, one must endure such inhumane retaliation. The buyers are indeed ruthless. The sellers, who initially contemplated evading their obligations, have suddenly quieted down, especially the few leaders who had rallied everyone together. Their voices have vanished, and this nascent group has dissipated into thin air. The transfer procedures proceeded remarkably smoothly, with no sellers seizing the opportunity to create obstacles. The final payment was secured. The ownership was transferred, and Fongland Cottage officially changed hands to the Sanfong Investment Company. The liabilities of Sanfong Investment Company now amounted to 50 million. As the garbage mountain collapsed, Fong Jiao, holding the land certificates for dozens of properties along with the purchase contracts for over 200 more, effortlessly secured a loan of 50 million at the commercial bank in Fengwu City. Of this, 10 million was allocated for the final payment on the properties, while the remainder was earmarked for substantial repairs and renovations of Fongland Cottage, as well as land acquisition costs. Fong Jiao has already commenced negotiations for the purchase of the vacant land surrounding Fongland Cottage. No amount of external assistance could bring as much peace of mind as having all the land firmly in hand. The engineering team hired by the metal processing factory worked tirelessly to sort the discarded metal sheets, as they needed to complete this task swiftly. The Special Operations Forces were to build a base on the site of the garbage mountain, necessitating their proximity to Jing Palace for vigilant oversight. This time, the Special Operations Forces were legitimately required to guard the area, and the metal processing factory faced the dual challenge of clearing the garbage mountain and meeting the deadline. Once again, Fong Jiao signed a contract with the metal processing factory in accordance with the original agreement, entrusting them with the relocation while Sanfong Investment Company provided a new waste storage site. However, this contract was signed under the name of Manager Zhang, who received commendation for this arrangement, with rumors circulating that he would ascend to the position of vice president of the metal processing factory. Amid the chaos engulfing the metal processing factory, Manager Zhang stepped forward to locate a buyer for the waste, resolving a pressing and significant issue, thereby proving himself capable of assuming a more important role. As for President Zhang, who still remembers this inept and unfortunate figure. Chapter 20. The untrustworthy old friend. Due to the urgent contract signed with the Sanfong Investment Company, Manager Zhang has been temporarily entrusted with significant responsibilities. He is tasked with negotiating compensation with the boy whose house collapsed and discussing remedial measures with the Special Operations Forces. These two critical duties have been passed on to him. The metal processing factory belongs to the Ministry of Defense of the Western Qin Empire, while the Special Operations Forces serve as the Alliance's elite combat unit, necessitating a satisfactory response for them. The Ministry of Defense suggests that a reasonable compensation for the unfortunate child would suffice, claiming that the house in Fongland Shaozhu holds little value. However, after consultations with Fong Jiao, Manager Zhang provided a contrasting response to his superiors. The boy deserves substantial compensation. Otherwise, should an orphan without parents make a scene, it would tarnish the reputation of the Western Qin Empire. As for the compensation from the Special Operations Forces, it could be negotiated to minimize the losses for the metal processing factory, given the force's substantial demands and considerable leverage. This proposal was well received, resulting in a compensation of 1,500,000 for the house that Hetow had purchased for 50,000. Through this method, Manager Zheng openly returned 1 million to Hetow, adding an additional 50% interest. Despite the harsh treatment he endured during discussions with the Special Operations Forces, Manager Zheng remained resolute, compelling them to make appropriate concessions, thus preserving dignity and benefits for both the Western Qin Empire and the metal processing factory. Manager Zheng's head was wrapped in thick, white bandages, reportedly a result of being injured by the furious Special Operations Forces. Undeterred, he continued to pursue negotiations daily at their temporary base, often drowning in liquor poured by unscrupulous officers at night, showcasing a commendable dedication to his work. This plump figure demonstrated accountability and capability, managing to negotiate firmly with the arrogant Special Operations Forces to retract their excessively harsh compensation demands. It is a feat few could achieve. It seems his promotion is inevitable. With the house destroyed, Hetow found solace in a small profit, and even more so as night fell. Under the pretense of taking a stroll, he would roam outside, quietly acquiring a significant amount of metal sheets. The towering garbage mound, reaching over 700 meters, had collapsed, scattering metal plates everywhere. While workers were continuously clearing the debris, it would take a considerable amount of time to restore order. Hetow needed only to stay at the periphery to collect plenty. He sought not merely the relocation of the garbage mound, but aimed to claim ownership of the waste, allowing him to confidently absorb the metal plates. Even if he could not do so openly, the absence of a thieving sensation was crucial. Days later marked the beginning of the third and final round of selection, determining the 3 representatives to battle for Fengwu City, followed by a 2-month winter break. In the stillness of the night, Hetow would immerse his consciousness into the hand ring. He would almost devour large quantities of metal plates, spending over 10 minutes within the realm of the hand ring, provided he refrained from issuing production or repair commands. The number of reparable engineer scorpions had surpassed 300, with the production line for the engineer scorpions being the first to be restored. The adage "a craftsman must sharpen his tools" holds true. Only after the production line is repaired can the engineer scorpions be produced more swiftly, expediting the repair of other equipment. The pace of repairs was not swift, and Hetow had yet to uncover any surprises within the interface. The vast machinery remained enigmatic in purpose. The engineer scorpion was merely the smallest piece of equipment. Yet Hetow believed that one day he would restore all the machinery, at which point he would unveil the ultimate secret of the hand ring. He had always thought that the more metal plates the hand ring absorbed, the longer he could linger inside it, never considering that his consciousness was quietly elevating. He sensed a newfound intelligence within himself. Having not attended school for several days, he had condensed his sword practice to merely 2 hours daily, devoting the rest of his time to quietly perusing his master's notes. With each review, fresh insights emerged. The battle experiences of the seasoned Golden Core cultivator were invaluable treasures for other Golden Core masters, yet Hetow had yet to condense his true energy. Previously, he believed he understood the notes, but as his consciousness improved subtly, he found a deeper comprehension of their contents. The day before the 3rd round of competition, a troop of nearly 1,000 arrived at the edge of Fongland Shaozhu, marking the arrival of Fongland's subordinates. The Special Operations Forces themselves were elite, and the Airborne Division served as the crown jewel among them. Fongland's Mechanized Infantry Battalion comprised 3 Mechanized Infantry Companies, 1 Fire Support Company, and 1 Spiritual Support Company, totaling 756 personnel. The most distinctive unit was the Spiritual Support Company, composed of cultivators, each at least someone who had condensed their true energy, which served as the basic threshold for joining the support unit. In terms of cultivation, Hetow had yet to truly embark on his journey. He lacked the ability to perceive the general realms of others through his consciousness, only vaguely sensing the strength of Fongland's subordinates. As for Fongland herself, Hetow regarded her as a drunken woman and a fierce presence, but he had no entitlement to ascertain her true cultivation level. Other contestants were exhausting themselves to hone their combat skills, as 240 individuals were vying for the 3 coveted slots, translating to an opportunity of merely 1 in 80. Even the smallest chance is still a chance, an opportunity to rise above. Especially in the final phase of the 3rd round, success would not rely solely on individual abilities. This was the most contentious and uncertain segment. Some so-called strong contenders, who shared camaraderie, often frequented hotels together, but what transpired during those visits remained unknown to Hetow, who hardly took it to heart, never contemplating his own advancement in the competition. As the winter break commenced, it was time to dig the artificial river. Hetow conceived a new idea, to channel water within Fongland Xiaoju. The area contained natural dry riverbeds that, with a little renovation to introduce flowing water, could transform into a serene brook. Starting from scratch and occupying such vast land, Hetow brimmed with enthusiasm, even if he achieved nothing in cultivation. This enterprise could render him a local magnate. With Fongland's subordinates arriving, she felt it inappropriate to linger at her uncle's home any longer. Reluctantly, she moved to the military camp, sharing tents with the soldiers, bringing a newfound tranquility to the household, alleviating the burdens on Hetow and Fongland. As night fell, Hetow dined while Fongland leisurely sipped on 2 taels of wine. The master and disciple shared a pleasant mood, conversing softly while enjoying their meal. Fongland refrained from mentioning the forthcoming competition, and Hetow had no desire to address it either, knowing that it was merely a matter of time before he would gracefully exit, depending on who among them would have the fortune to be grouped with him. A sensation akin to being stalked by a venomous snake sent a chill down Hetow's spine. Fongland smiled at him, recognizing that his heightened consciousness had enabled him to sense impending danger. Excellent. Setting her cup down, Fongland let out a contented sigh, remarking, "In the biting cold of winter, why do you come stealthily, old friend?" Hetow leaned back, and before he could settle, he sprang up to grasp the fish scale, sword hanging on the wall. A hoarse male voice resonated, "Fong Xiaohua, so your true name is Fongland. You have hidden this from me quite well." Fongland replied, "A name is merely a moniker. You have yet to reveal your true name as well. We are even." The glass window shattered, shards of glass whistling sharply as they flew into the room. Fongland waved her sleeve, an invisible barrier shielding them from the flying debris. Outside the window, a man clad in a black Taoist robe appeared. Such attire was not donned casually, reserved only for those who had condensed their golden core. While a golden core cultivator might choose not to wear the robe for modesty, lacking the requisite strength precluded anyone from donning such forbidden garments. Fongland, with his hands clasped behind his back, regarded the man before him and spoke. "I once harbored great concerns, fearing that you would conspire with others against me. I never anticipated you would come alone. Slaughter," he continued, "do you truly believe you can return alive?" A mocking smile crept upon Slaughter's cold visage as he replied, "Why not test that theory?" Fongland, with a flick of his left pinky, emitted a sharp whistle. Slaughter stared in disbelief. How could a formidable golden core cultivator resort to whistling for assistance? Was he to forfeit any semblance of dignity? He was a golden core master, not a mere ruffian. Then, realization struck Slaughter as he recalled the nearby Special Operations Unit. Could it be that Fongland had ties to them? Fongland smiled and said, "In truth, I have many allies in this vicinity. Revealing their identity might terrify you." The thunderous roar of armored vehicles echoed, and Slaughter's expression drastically shifted. The special forces had mobilized in response to Fongland's whistle, clearly indicating that he had been targeted since his arrival. Fongland advanced with measured steps, saying, "Look, I have taken on an apprentice. If you surrender the portion of the Wuxuang score you possess, I shall allow you to leave." Slaughter spat defiantly in Fongland's hand. Golden light shimmered, causing Slaughter's pupils to constrict. The fusion of man and sword signified that Fongland had reached a profound level of mastery. No wonder he exuded such confidence. Raising his hand, the golden flying sword erupted in a dazzling display, illuminating the night sky. All that met Slaughter's gaze was the blinding gold. Suddenly, Slaughter was propelled backward as Fongland unleashed a devastating attack. This was either a fight to the death or a display of formidable strength. Contemplating the Special Operations Unit, Slaughter resolved to retreat for the moment, planning to seek another opportunity later. After all, he had already tracked Fong Rujing's whereabouts and was not overly concerned about him vanishing again. Just as Slaughter melded into the shadows, a vine staff struck his back without warning, nearly shattering his spine. He coughed up blood. With a resounding thud, the staff struck the back of his head, rendering him unconscious. And Gu Sheng quietly faded into the night, while Hetow witnessed nothing. Fong Rujing's face was alight with joy. This was a significant gain for him. Chapter 1. The Eye of Law and the Scorpion of War. The dazzling light pierced through Hetow's eyes, and he failed to notice when Zhu Gushing made his move. As the brilliance dissipated, Hetow caught sight of his master, who was advancing with the slaughtered remnants in hand, uttering, "You should practice on your own for now and take some rest. I shall return later. If I am not back by tomorrow morning, make your way to Sister Lan Ting for breakfast." Interrogation through coercion is an act of profound cruelty, one that even adults may find hard to endure. Fong Rujing wished to shield Hetow from the darker aspects of human nature, yet he felt compelled to proceed. Hetow gazed at the shattered window caused by the slaughter, feeling no sympathy for the destruction. How unprincipled to smash someone's window in the dead of winter. Could it possibly be more disgraceful? Several wheeled battle vehicles approached nearby, prompting Fong Rujing to signal for their retreat. Frustrated, Hetow tidied up the broken glass and retreated to an upstairs bedroom, firmly closing the door behind him. He turned on the electric heater, seeking warmth to dispel the chill that enveloped him. His home, now buried beneath a mountain of refuse, had recently suffered the misfortune of a broken window, an omen that did not sit well with him. Hetow longed for the comfort of his old home, with its serene surroundings and aesthetically pleasing layout, but his master deemed it unwise for him to return alone. Tomorrow marked the commencement of the third round of competition, a culmination of 4 eliminations leading to a final melee among 5 contenders to determine the ultimate 3 victors. Yet, this did not concern him. Hetow felt at ease. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Hetow gently caressed the wristband, and in the next moment, he found himself once again enveloped in the world of the wristband. After numerous forays into this realm, he had gleaned the method of entry and exit. The production line was nearly restored, and the pace of manufacturing had markedly improved. Initially, this engineering Scorpion production line operated swiftly but lacked continuity. After producing one Scorpion, it required a significant pause before the next could be made. Now, however, the speed was notably enhanced. Observing over 300 industrious engineering Scorpions in the revitalized production line, Hetow felt a surge of optimism. With the production line finally repaired, he pondered the next area in need of restoration. Approaching the silver furnace, he activated the touchscreen to access the production interface, where, alongside the engineering Scorpion, 2 additional options materialized: the Eye of Law. The Eye of Law appeared as a black lens shaped like a pirate's eye patch, tethered by a slender silver chain. What could this be? A magical eye patch? Unsure, Hetow noted that beneath the Eye of Law lay the War Scorpion, resembling the engineering Scorpion, but adorned with dark runes that exuded a menacing aura. Was this meant for combat? The Eye of Law could only be produced as a single unit, whereas the War Scorpion had a maximum option of producing 20 at once. Intrigued by the enigmatic nature of the Eye of Law, Hetow pressed the production option. A colossal machine behind the silver furnace emitted the thunderous roar of an old tank starting up. The creation of the Eye of Law necessitated the activation of such grand machinery. Hetow glanced at the interface, where a fine progress bar indicated the production of the Eye of Law, moving at an excruciatingly slow pace, likely requiring several hours to complete. After a brief moment of hesitation, he opted to produce 20 War Scorpions instead. As anticipated, the War Scorpions were manufactured on the engineering Scorpion production line. Hetow confirmed the order, and within 48 seconds, a dark silver Scorpion, roughly the size of a human head, emerged from the conveyor. This Scorpion bore ancient black runes, formidable and fearsome, significantly larger and more intimidating than the engineering Scorpions. Hetow reached out to grasp this imposing creature and commanded, "Move." However, the War Scorpion remained unresponsive. unable to comprehend his instruction. Returning to the silver furnace, he noted the absence of any combat directives. While the engineering scorpions could autonomously initiate work upon selection for repair, when would the war scorpions become operational? Could it be that combat options were only available when the wristband space was under attack? Yet this was a sealed environment, devoid of any intruders aside from Hetow himself. After a 5-minute pause, the second war scorpion was finally produced, its manufacturing speed precisely half that of the engineering scorpions. To produce all 20 would take 2 hours. Had he known, he would have opted for engineering scorpions instead. Lacking the ability to issue commands to the war scorpions dulled his enthusiasm. He approached the machine responsible for creating the Eye of Law, observing its considerable damage. Oil leaked from multiple fractures, and even the support base was askew. Was his next task to repair this? Returning to the silver furnace, he examined the repair interface, which displayed a device currently in production, the control component manufacturer. Though reparable, it was in operation and could not be attended to immediately. Could this be the device for producing the Eye of Law? Was the Eye of Law a control-oriented device? Hetow felt a rush of excitement. He did not wish to squander time here. Estimating the hours remaining, he realized he would not fulfill his desires before midnight. After meditating, he retired early, awakening at dawn to find his master still absent, the bedroom empty. After washing up, Hetow paused at the threshold of his home, once more channeling his thoughts into the wristband world. At the terminal of the control component manufacturer, a black eye patch lay before him. Elated, Hetow picked it up and affixed it to his left eye, the slender chain wrapping around his head. A sudden sharp pain surged through him, causing Hetow to panic, attempting to tear off the eye patch, only to discover it had seemingly fused with his face. No amount of effort could dislodge it. Would he be condemned to become a one-eyed pirate? The eye patch appeared quite stylish, but Hetow had no desire to adopt the permanent look of a swashbuckling captain. A faint glow materialized before his left eye, and Hetow composed himself, observing lines of text cascading like waterfalls, clear yet gentle on his vision. The words descended too swiftly for him to comprehend, but as the view stabilized, Hetow beheld an interface. Production, repair, and combat, 3 sub-interfaces that mirrored the touchscreen before the silver furnace, with the addition of a combat directive. Hetow's gaze fixated on the production icon, which enlarged to reveal the options of the engineering scorpion and war scorpion, while the other 2 icons diminished. As Hetow redirected his focus, the production sub-interface receded. He then concentrated on the repair icon, which expanded to unveil the repair interface. Production and repair could be manipulated at leisure without human presence. But the newly added combat icon captivated Hetow's attention. As he fixated on it, the combat icon expanded to fill his left eye's vision. The majority of the combat interface appeared gray, indicating Hetow's insufficient permissions. Currently, only the most basic attack capability was enabled, and he could only command 2 war scorpions. Hetow locked his left eye onto the combat interface, summoning the 2 war scorpions from the wristband, where they landed with a thud at his feet. He looked down, his right eye observing the 2 war scorpions. Hetow directed 1 war scorpion to the door and issued an attack command. The scorpion's tail arched, releasing a slender, straight beam that silently penetrated the metal door, creating a smooth hole the size of a fingertip. Hetow crouched behind the door, inserting his fingertip into the small opening. It fit, but his entire finger could not, the hole being even more polished than that made by a drill. All from a mere beam emitted by the war scorpion. The ability to control 2 war scorpions simultaneously felt akin to wielding 2 assassins shrouded in darkness. Should he encounter that fool from yesterday again, at least he would possess the means to discreetly assist his master in launching a surprise attack. The abrupt sound of a car coming to a halt broke the silence, prompting Hetow to hastily concentrate. The 2 war scorpions darted back, slipping into the wristband just as Fongland leapt through the shattered window, gasping in shock at the sight of Hetow crouched behind the door. The child is beyond redemption, donning an eye mask early in the morning to play the part of a disabled person. Fongland seized Hetow's ear, rebuking him. Can you not at least resemble a well-behaved child? Look at what you've become. Hetow's ear was stretched painfully, and as he elongated his neck in the direction of Fongland's tug, He protested. You're pulling it off. Ouch, be gentle. Still seething, Fongland remarked. You're always such a source of worry. Always like this, driving me to my wit's end. Always like this. Who else could she be referring to? Hetow pondered, and Fongland suddenly realized her outburst. Releasing his ear, she maintained a stern expression and ordered, Eat your meal, then I'll take you to school. I've heard today is a crucial contest. Don't embarrass yourself. Hetow replied, somewhat disheartened. The master told me not to aim for victory when the time comes. I should hold back. I must not seek fame, as it could hinder my future development. Fongland paused, recognizing that his second uncle was disheartened, thus advising his apprentice against repeating past mistakes. Gaining fame at a young age is indeed not a commendable affair. His second uncle had transformed from a dazzling star into a fleeting meteor, vanishing from public view, while he quietly stepped into the realm of advanced cultivation in seclusion. Fongland pressed, You're not suggesting you believe yourself inferior and are using the pretense of withdrawing to avoid shame, are you? Hetow scoffed, his fighting spirit surged, and he had never contemplated failure. As for such a crude provocation, he was utterly immune. Fongland reached for Hetow's cheek, intending to remove the eye mask, but he instinctively lowered his head, narrowly avoiding her grasp. Surprised by his ability to evade her hand, Fongland tried again, but Hetow swiftly leaped from the windowsill, offering her no chance for a second attempt. The art of offense and defense is ever-changing, yet it is grounded in an unchanging principle. Bodily coordination is key. Among two individuals, if one learns to harness their entire strength while the other does not, the latter is destined for defeat. Understanding this principle, Hetow diligently cultivates his coordination skills, both consciously and unconsciously, each day. Chapter 2. Some rejoice, some worry with keen eyesight and swift hands. One's combat prowess naturally ascends. Thus, the ability to evade also improves. At least, Fongland's attempts to pinch faces would not be easily accomplished. Hetow had breakfast in the military camp before Fongland arrived, visibly exhilarated. The overnight interrogation yielded minimal results. Yet Fongland procured the final sections of the Unforeseen score. Years ago, during the theft of the Unforeseen score, Fongland had obtained the first third, while the butcher acquired the latter third, leaving the middle third unclaimed. Now, with 2/3 secured, progress was promising. After their meal, the master and disciple sauntered towards the Taoist academy, finding a secluded spot. Hetow could not restrain himself from inquiring, Master, is this your old foe? Fongland released his mental energy to ensure no one was eavesdropping and whispered, The culprits involved in the theft of the Unforeseen score have finally obtained the last portion. Hetow's nostrils flared as Fongland continued, It seems our peaceful days are numbered. I suspect the butcher has left traces, and soon others will locate this place. That's for the best, Hetow replied. It would allow you to capture them all at once. Fongland nodded, pleased that his disciple had learned to think critically about future scenarios. You may observe the spectacle. This is our domain, and we shall eliminate our foes as they come. Recently, Fongland had noticed a significant enhancement in Hetow's perceptual abilities, advising him to consider taking spirit pills as an aid to expedite the condensation of true energy. A crucial breakthrough point that was due. Hetow's second chi-enhancing pill had been refined but remained unconsumed. Upon hearing his master's encouragement to advance, Hetow remarked, I plan to purchase a few second-tier chi-enhancing pills at the academy. Master, have you considered what to do with our house? Fongland replied, Naturally, it shall be renovated, and I desire it to be aesthetically pleasing. Hetow suggested, Sister Lanting and her companions seem quite affluent. Perhaps we could open a bar? I've heard soldiers adore frequenting such places. Why not profit from them? Fongland scoffed. That amounts to little. Ordinary soldiers earn merely 1,000 to 2,000 a month. Lanting would surely come to mooch drinks if she learned of your bar, and as long as it doesn't incur losses, that would suffice. Hetow reminded. The issue is the number of patrons. This guarantees a steady clientele. With 700 to 800 soldiers, if each spends 100, that totals 70 to 80,000, which is a rather conservative estimate for a month. Fongland pondered, Very well. You may learn to manage the bar, gaining valuable insights into social dealings. You promised to provide a job for Lao. He could play the piano there, as it seems he enjoys it. Fong Rujing found it incomprehensible that Zhu Gushing, an old eccentric, would propose a salary of 50,000 annually, bringing shame to the face of a nascent soul master. Fong Rujing had always believed himself to be sufficiently low profile, yet Zhu Gushing was a master of the hidden world. The master and disciple were in high spirits, quietly discussing their future as they approached the Taoist Academy. Today marked the most significant round of competition, with parents of those advancing to the third round arriving to witness the event. Merely qualifying to represent Fengwu City was a source of pride. Should one shine in the contest of the Gaodang province, it would signify a secured future. Admission to the higher Taoist Academy was practically guaranteed, and those willing to develop within the military would undoubtedly receive substantial support. This battle determined their destinies, weighing heavily on their minds. Hetow donned his warrior attire, which was both warm and unobtrusive for movement. Upon arriving at the Taoist Academy, he noticed many students in similar garb, evidently bolstered by their family support for the third round. Fong Rujing needed to report to the academy, while Hetow meandered to his class. Upon entering, he was greeted by a cacophony of howls from his 24 classmates. To his astonishment, 5 or 6 wore the same warrior attire as he. The Thunder Sisters had arrived earlier, their expressions revealing a complex mix of curiosity and confusion regarding Hetow's identity. Hetow waved cheerfully, strutting to the back of the room. Mihu, clad in black warrior attire, pulled Hetow close, declaring, "Did you see?" Hetow dismissed it, just following the trend. Mihu retorted, "What I mean is that I've made it to the third round. Do you understand? Today, everyone in warrior attire is a contender for the third round. Our class has struck gold. Unfortunately, only I and Tu Chiyuan advanced from the 5 Elements group. In the second round, Fong Rujing's class maintained a participation rate above 70%, with Hetow included, making a total of 10 advancing to the third round. Alas, the 5 Elements group fell short, achieving only a 40% advancement rate, significantly dragging down the class's performance. Hetow congratulated Tu Chiyuan. "Let us remain hopeful. Perhaps our class might secure 1 or 2 final slots." Mihu whispered, "Don't say I didn't look out for you. If I reach the final 5, I'll help you advance." Hetow regarded Mihu earnestly, who added, "You joined the 5 Elements group. That's fair, right?" Hetow smiled, pulling a business card from his pocket and handing it to Mihu, softly saying, "This is the card of the lobby manager at Yilin Tea. They won't kick you out. Go and broaden your horizons." The 5 heads huddled together. Yilin Tea was renowned as a lavish establishment. Entry required membership, and unwelcome guests would be politely turned away. With the lobby manager's card, they possessed a one-time pass. Mihu trembled. "Where did this come from?" Hetow replied, "No questions, and do not mention it. I trust you won't need me to sponsor your drinks. I've heard the prices are steep." Mihu gulped. "We saved some pocket money, and 1 tea be looked down upon. Aren't you coming with us?" Hetow shook his head. Suddenly, Mihu asked fiercely, "I hear the prices are exorbitant? You've never been? Are the girls all supermodels? You can't lie about this. Otherwise, we're done." Hetow shrugged. "I haven't seen them. They probably thought I looked too poor to invite a pretty lady to accompany me." Mihu's expression turned grave. Hetow's appearance was decent, yet he hadn't encountered any beauties. If the 5 Elements group entered without spending, they would surely find it a wasted trip. Tu Chiyuan remarked, "Without a few thousand. Don't even think about it. Let's figure out how to gather some funds. We must appear presentable. Looking like impoverished students won't do." Another chimed in, "I've heard there are rewards for the third round. Each match grants a reward, and if we make it to the final 5, the rewards will be substantial." Mihu, "You and old Tu must excel. I have 2,000 in pocket money, all for our consumption fund." Hetow felt at ease. The card bore a number that the lobby manager would recognize. He would let them pool their funds for now and later call the manager to have their expenses billed to Uncle Gio, providing them with a delightful surprise. As the 5 Elements group's consumption fund reached over 4,000, Fong Rujing appeared at the door, beckoning the 10 students advancing to the third round to be the first to leave, followed by their cheering classmates. Hetow and the 5 Elements group conspired mischievously, while the entire class listened in on their fundraising discussion. The Thunder Sisters wished to greet Hetow, yet felt too embarrassed to approach. Hetow made his appearance at the Maple Blossom Hotel, seemingly unscathed, yet oblivious to the turmoil he had unleashed upon the Liu and Su families. Who exactly is Hetow? Despite exhaustive inquiries, his background remains shrouded in mystery. The only plausible explanation lies in Fongland, sharing the surname Fong. She is connected to Fongland of the Special Operations Forces, indicating a potential kinship, both hailing from the illustrious Fong family of Hanhai. Hetow's ascent is attributed to becoming Fongland's personal disciple, and it is now too late to turn back. In rejecting Fongland's offer to take them as students, Liu Xiaojun and Su Mingya have already incurred her ire, with their sole opportunity for reconciliation resting upon Hetow. It is said that Fongland holds a deep fondness for her disciple, often residing in Hetow's home and preparing nourishing herbal meals for him daily. Hetow's prowess has surged remarkably, with Fongland enlisting Fongland to bolster his reputation. For the sake of her disciple, Fongland has indeed exerted considerable effort. The bond between master and disciple transcends that of mere mentorship. They epitomize this adage perfectly. A precious opportunity once lay before the Thunder Sisters, yet they allowed it to slip through their fingers. Fongland is undoubtedly a pivotal figure within the Hanhai Fong clan, when she prioritized consulting the Thunder Sisters. Their refusal subsequently paved the way for Hetow. The Liu and Su families now grapple with the bitter realization that their daughters themselves dismissed this opportunity, prompting them to lament in frustration. Had the Thunder Sisters accepted Fongland's mentorship, what significance would Hetow, an orphan, have held? The individual most affected by this turn of events is Counselor Liu, who, due to his elevated social standing, comprehends the importance of a core member of the Hanhai Fong family. The ability to rally Fongland on Hetow's behalf speaks volumes. Fongland's status undoubtedly eclipses that of Fongland. Errors must be rectified, and although they missed their chance with Fongland, Hetow remains as a potential ally. Liu Xiaojun bears a significant responsibility and must cultivate a positive relationship with Hetow to mend the damage inflicted by Liu Mingdao's disgraceful conduct at the banquet. Su Mingya finds herself in a similar predicament, as her mayoral father wishes to retain his position, placing immense responsibility upon her shoulders. Chapter 3. Ruthless Tactics. Hetow donned an eye patch today, presenting a rather eccentric appearance, but fortunately, the 5 Elements group encircled him. In the second round, Hetow showcased an extraordinary performance, leading many to speculate that he had the highest probability of advancing, rather than the Thunder Sisters. Mihu decided to assist Hetow at the critical moment. Recognizing his own limitations, rather than struggling in vain, he chose to propel Hetow forward, enabling him to represent the Fengwu City Taoist Academy on a broader stage. Mihu was unaware of Hetow's true intentions, yet Hetow appreciated the sentiment. The 240 participants continued to draw lots in a randomized order, and should a fourth-year student face a first-year student, it could only be deemed unfortunate for the latter. Luck is acknowledged as a component of strength, an indisputable fact. This was a merciless elimination tournament. Failure meant total disqualification. Encountering weaker opponents in the early rounds was the greatest fortune, as it allowed competitors to conserve their strength. This time, 12 groups of contestants competed simultaneously, meaning only 10 matches were needed in the first round. Hetow's luck was mediocre. He drew the 9th match, which was somewhat disadvantageous due to the limited rest time before his next bout. Hetow sat quietly in the stands, with the students on one side and parents on the other. The students cheered enthusiastically for their classmates, while the parents maintained a reserved demeanor. Liu Xiaojun and Su Mingya were scheduled for the 2nd and 5th matches, respectively, while Mihu was in the 6th. Hetow watched their matches with great interest. Liu Xiaojun won effortlessly, while Su Mingya faced a formidable 4th-year senior, ultimately winning only after a fierce struggle. Conversely, Mihu faced a first-year junior and, relying on his formidable defense, exhausted the girl to the point of tears, leading her to concede. Before Hetow took to the stage, only the Thunder Sisters and Mihu among his 9 classmates had advanced, with the others eliminated. Some faltered under pressure, while others encountered upperclassmen. Observing the dejected faces around him, Hetow felt a sense of superiority, as if he were a lone beacon of clarity amidst the murky waters. The absence of pressure was delightful, and Hetow appeared remarkably relaxed. Me, who wiped the sweat from his brow and leaned in to whisper in Hetow's ear, "Strike swiftly, do not dawdle. Conserving your energy is of utmost importance." Upon stepping onto the platform, one's mindset became crucial. Battling in front of 1,000 spectators, poor psychological resilience could easily lead to subpar performance. An excessive anxiety would result in severe energy depletion. Although Me, who had won, he appeared extremely fatigued due to the immense pressure. Hetow nodded as the battles progressed. The pace would only quicken. With 10 matches in the first round, those who concluded their fights earlier would enjoy more rest, and such opportunities would diminish as the tournament advanced. The second round consisted of 5 matches, and by the third round, only 60 participants remained, barely forming 3 matches. By the fourth round, only 30 would be left, requiring a split into 2 matches, ultimately leading to the final 5-person contest. As the 8th match neared its conclusion, the last 2 opponents on stage remained locked in a stalemate, not due to their exceptional strength, but rather their overly cautious approach, rendering the spectacle tedious. With the sound of the gong, the 2 stubborn opponents exchanged desperate glances, having lost track of time. The absence of a victor meant both would be eliminated, resulting in a bye for one contestant in the second round, a piece of news that elicited cheers from the audience. Hetow stood, and Me, who and the others raised their hands, as Hetow high-fived his companions while descending. Passing by the Thunder Sisters, Liu Xiaojun and Su Mengya also raised their hands, causing the 5 members of the 5 Elements group seated behind them to nearly pop their eyes out in surprise. Such delicate hands. The sensation is entirely different from that of a rough man, Hetow thought, secretly rubbing his fingers, which were long, soft, and smooth, likely with a hint of fragrance. Hetow's appearance with the eye patch prompted no inquiries from Fongland, who, in her stern demeanor, regarded her disciple as exemplary, albeit overly honest. Now that he had finally shown some mischief, Fongland refrained from commenting further, lest she add undue pressure on Hetow. While Hetow was indifferent to his opponent's situation, others were certainly concerned about him. In the first elimination round, Hetow, as a seed contestant, did not compete. In the second, he had decisively defeated his opponents with ease, thus gaining a certain level of recognition among his confident peers, who began to regard him as a potential rival. As Hetow stepped onto the platform and observed his opponent approaching with deliberate steps, he sensed a formidable challenge. It was Lan Ruahai, a senior in the 4th year, renowned for his prowess, the vice president of the Taoist Academy's student council. It was rumored that he refused to condense his true energy, insisting instead on solidifying his foundation. This was no mere boast. Lan Ruahai hailed from an affluent family, lacking for nothing in terms of cultivation resources, and his innate talent was remarkable, coupled with his striking looks. He was the quintessential Prince Charming in the eyes of many girls. Upon taking the stage, Lan Ruahai was met with a chorus of shrill cheers from the girls, his popularity overshadowing Hetow's. Dressed impeccably in a warrior's garb, Lan Ruahai calmly saluted, stating, "I am Lan Ruahai." Hetow returned the gesture, replying, "I am Hetow." Lan Ruahai addressed the referee, "Teacher Li, my classmate Hetow and I are ready to begin. I hope to conclude swiftly and secure some additional rest." As a student council officer, he enjoyed a close relationship with the instructors, and his commanding presence seemed to dominate the atmosphere, exuding immense confidence. The referee nodded with a smile and abruptly waved the flag, declaring, "Begin." Lan Ruahai placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword, while his left hand elegantly gestured for Hetow to proceed. This pretense irritated Hetow. It was not a lesson in swordsmanship. Hetow, equally placing his hand on the sword hilt, charged forward. Such an unconventional attack took Lan Ruahai by surprise. Having witnessed Hetow's combat style in the second elimination round, he had even procured videos through his instructors to analyze Hetow's techniques repeatedly. What strategy would Hetow employ this time? Having undergone countless sparring matches, Lan Ruahai had never encountered an opponent who charged without drawing their sword, and the more he analyzed Hetow's fighting style, the greater his sense of pressure became. This was why Lan Ruahai endeavored to control the situation upon entering the platform. He sought to impose psychological pressure on Hetow. Unfortunately, Hetow had never felt much pressure, only a disdain for Lan Ruahai's demeanor. As Hetow closed in on Lan Ruahai's striking range, Lan Ruahai swiftly drew his long sword, its gleaming edge slicing through the air towards Hetow's neck. Hetow's foot slipped, as if he had stepped on an invisible banana peel, sending him tumbling backward. Yet, propelled by his forward momentum, his feet slid forward, delivering a kick to Lan Ruahai's knee. Meanwhile, Hetow utilized the scabbard of his fish-scale sword to block Lan Ruahai's strike. Fong Rujing's lips curved into a subtle smile. Refraining from drawing his sword meant there were no openings. As his opponent attacked, Hetow executed a ground slide maneuver, leveraging the angle of Lan Ruahai's strike to his advantage. It appeared he had indeed grasped the essence of her teachings. Lan Ruahai leaped upward, and Hetow planted his feet firmly, launching his body into a spin. The scabbard whistled through the air as it struck Lan Ruahai's calf. Hetow's fish-scale sword remained sheathed, targeting Lan Ruahai's leg, a non-lethal area, and the referee did not intervene. The sound of a clean fracture echoed as the scabbard connected with Lan Ruahai's bone. Hetow retreated gracefully, hands clasped around the scabbard, declaring, "Thank you for the lesson." Lan Ruahai's face drained of color as he struggled to maintain his balance, using his long sword to support himself and alleviate the pressure on his injured leg. The referee looked at the defeated Lan Ruahai with sympathy, announcing, "Jia Shinjiu is the victor." Jia Shinjiu was the number assigned to Hetow in this drawing. Upon hearing the referee's confirmation, Hetow raised his long sword and waved it towards Fong Rujing, smiling as he descended from the platform. Lan Ruahai felt utterly defeated. He had suppressed his own potential, refusing to condense his true energy, clinging to the hope that, should he encounter a mundane path, he would soar to great heights. Lan Ruahai's dream had come true. He was selected as a seed contestant in his class, also having skipped the first round. In the second round of the elimination matches, Lan Ruahai emerged victorious with ease, confident that he would continue to forge ahead in the third round. However, in the very first match of the third round, he suffered a broken leg at the hands of a second-year student. Just moments ago, Lan Ruahai had arrogantly requested the referee for additional rest time. Now, he had ample time to recuperate, an entire holiday, in fact. The spectators only witnessed Hetow's sword sheath strike Lan Ruahai's leg, and most assumed that the referee concluded that if Hetow had drawn his sword, Lan Ruahai's leg would have been severed, thus declaring Hetow the victor. Yet, as Lan Ruahai hobbled off the stage, propped up by his sword like a proud rooster, the crowd realized the severity of his injury. His classmates hurried over, lifting him to escort him toward their classroom. Injuries sustained by students were typically managed by their respective mentors. A fracture, while unfortunate, was not among the gravest of injuries. Many had endured worse on the arena. A female admirer, tears glistening in her eyes, gazed at the pallid Lan Ruahai and suddenly shouted in Hetow's direction, "One-eyed dragon, no wonder you're blind. Your actions are utterly ruthless. Such heartlessness, do your parents know? Haven't they taught you?" Hetow halted abruptly, but Fong Rujing, who had been smiling benignly, suddenly leaped into the air and delivered a resounding slap to the girl's cheek. Fong Rujing roared, "Wretched girl. Slap. Your words are venomous. Slap. Do your family know? Slap. Slap. Slap." Fong Rujing did not exert full force. Otherwise, the girl's head would have been shattered. Yet, a series of slaps rendered her face swollen like a pig's, leaving the faculty and parents of the Taoist Academy who had come to spectate in utter shock. A mentor striking a student? Publicly slapping her? Such a malignant incident had never occurred at Fengwu City Taoist Academy, marking a disgrace upon the institution. The principal trembled with rage, while a throng of mentors rushed to restrain the furious Fong Rujing. She stomped her feet and cursed, "You vile creature. You insult my disciple. Just wait. I will not let this go." Chapter 4. The power of the fox. Hetow's swift strike shattered the leg of Lan Ruahai, instantly capturing the attention of all present. A female student hurled insults at Hetow, and the classmates who knew about his tragic loss of both parents stood up in outrage. Yet, It was the stern-faced mentor, Fongland, who took matters into his own hands. With a series of resounding slaps, he struck fear into the hearts of the onlooking students. Known for his rigid demeanor, Fongland had never resorted to violence against his students in a decade, but today, he was provoked beyond measure. The dean and senior officials of the academy rushed over, trembling with anger. What was Fongland doing? Today, not only were the faculty present, but there were also hundreds of parents in attendance. With such displays of violence, would the Fengwu City Taoist Academy still be able to recruit students in the future? Fongland cast a cold glance at the girl who was left utterly stunned, unable to utter a sound, before turning his attention towards Hetow. Hetow licked his lips and remarked, "Master, there's no need for such actions. I've heard worse." Fongland slapped the back of Hetow's head, stating, "If I hadn't heard it, that would be one thing, but since I have, I shall not tolerate such behavior. Shameless little wretch, infatuated with a man to the point of madness." Fongland's words were sharp, and Hetow had never encountered such venomous insults. Clearly, his master was truly enraged this time. He bit his lip and returned to his seat. Just as the furious dean approached, lowering his voice to a growl, Fongland calmly replied, "Does my disciple have any fault?" The dean's authority waned under Fongland's gaze. "My disciple has lost both parents. He won in the arena fair and square. What right does that vile girl have to maliciously tear open the wounds of his heart? Is this the kind of shameless harlot that the Taoist Academy produces?" The dean struggled to articulate his thoughts. Fongland, you are a mentor of the academy, not merely Hetow's master. You must consider the bigger picture. That girl is at fault, and the academy will punish her. But when did it become your place to take action? Fongland approached the dean, raising his voice. Punish her? How? By deducting credits or issuing a verbal reprimand. Such trivial consequences cannot possibly mend the wounds inflicted on my disciple's soul. There is no way such matters can be resolved so easily. The dean hardly recognized the Fongland before him. For 10 years, he had maintained an impeccable reputation within the Taoist Academy, known for being strict yet fair. His students consistently excelled, earning him the title of a distinguished mentor. Yet today, he was tarnishing the name of the Fengwu City Taoist Academy. A middle-aged woman approached with a stern expression, glaring at Fongland. "Mentor Fong, your student's brutality in the arena was unforgivable. You failed to hold him accountable, and instead openly protect him. Are you not concerned about nurturing a rogue?" Fongland's eyes glinted with fury. This was a curse upon his disciple. He coldly retorted, unable to accept defeat. "They orchestrated a harlot to disturb my disciple's peace of mind, and when their plan failed, they couldn't help but jump out to accuse." The woman was incensed. This was clearly a baseless accusation. Who arranged for that foolish girl? Fongland fixed his gaze on her, declaring, "Mentor Xia, my disciple could have struck at that moment. It wouldn't have been merely a broken leg. He could have chosen a more lethal target, rendering that girl a eunuch. Yet, he showed restraint. Wasn't he your student short on time? Now he has ample time to recover. The lengthy break will be sufficient for his healing. Look, does that not fulfill his wish?" He spat disdainfully, for years of training wasted, and he still puts on airs of nonchalance in the arena. A pretentious fool deserving of such a lesson. Mentor Xia trembled with rage, while Mi Hu and others cheered for Fongland's sharp rebuttal. Lan Ruahai was indeed renowned, a dreamboat for many young girls. But what of it? The most detestable were those pretentious individuals. The mentor's insights were spot on. The dean interjected sternly, "Fongland, mind your language. You are a mentor of the Taoist Academy, not a mere street thug." Fongland replied calmly, "Before joining the Fengwu City Taoist Academy, I was indeed a street rogue. I have run out of patience. If you deem me unworthy of continuing as a mentor, I shall resign to satisfy your desires." The dean was immediately deflated. Fongland sought neither fame nor fortune, yet the high success rate of his students made him an invaluable asset. The dean's anger could only be expressed under conditions that Fongland would accept. Today, Fongland appeared revitalized. Anyone criticizing his disciple would face his wrath, and the dean was unwilling to escalate the conflict. Clearing his throat, the dean addressed Mentor Xia. "In the arena, Hetow has done nothing wrong. Mentor Xie, your student is in his 4th year, soon to graduate, yet he has not condensed his true energy. Such a student must deeply reflect on his shortcomings after defeat. Your interference only hinders his growth. Remember that. Mentor Xie pointed at herself. Interference? What about Fongland? How will he be punished? The dean asserted. That female student maliciously attacked Hetow, her words dripping with venom. Such behavior is intolerable. The academy will ensure she receives treatment, and she should be counseled to leave. She is unfit to continue her studies at the Fengwu City Taoist Academy. Compared to Fongland, the other mentors paled in significance. As for the students, ordinary students could not be compared to a gold medal mentor. Ever since Fongland's reputation for teaching students effectively spread, enrollment at the Fengwu City Taoist Academy had flourished, attracting many promising talents. The Thunder Sisters had even specifically requested to become his disciples. Fongland sat down with composure, while Mentor Xie was forcibly led away by the dean. Hetow gave a thumbs up and said, "Master, you are magnificent." Fongland smiled proudly. This was nothing compared to his true prowess. Today was merely a minor display. Of course, with such admiration from his disciple, Fongland felt a sense of intoxication. The Thunder Sisters exchanged glances. Fongland's overt favoritism towards Hetow, bordering on indulgence, clarified many of their doubts. Fongland was undoubtedly a significant figure within the esteemed Fong family. Hence Fongland's efforts to enhance Hetow's standing were not in vain. The Thunder Sisters felt a bitter taste in their mouths. Their families had already arranged for their future mentors, and now their relatives were furious. Perhaps their assigned mentor was strong, but he could never match the formidable background of Fongland. The Han Hai Fong family, one of the elite families of the Alliance. It was essential to remember that Fengwu City was merely a town in the Gaodeng province, which was but one province within the inconspicuous West Qin Republic, a mere member state of the Alliance. Establishing friendships with such elite families was a dream for many. While some detested these families, seeing them as parasites of the Alliance, countless others would flock to seize any opportunity to align with them. Hetow, once underestimated, was now under Fongland's protection following his formal apprenticeship. The Thunder Sisters couldn't help but imagine how it would be if they were in his position. Hetow was in the 9th round, and after that, he faced the final match. The first round of eliminations concluded, with only 119 competitors advancing to the next round. One pair of contestants had been eliminated simultaneously, creating an open slot. As Hetow queued to draw lots once more, he reached into the box. The mentor holding the box smiled faintly, and Hetow felt the bamboo sticks tremble. A blank stick fell into his hand. Hetow smiled with delight. The academy had indeed taken such bold measures, openly cheating to ensure he had a chance to rest. He raised the blank stick triumphantly and returned, while Fongland seemed to have anticipated this outcome. He patted the seat beside him, and Hetow sat down, saying, honestly, there was no need for them to go this far. I believe I could manage. Fongland remarked, taking a moment to rest is beneficial. It also allows one to observe the spectacle. This contest lacks true significance. Those who appear to be eagerly competing lack the courage for a life-and-death struggle. It is merely a facade. Hetow supported her chin with both hands and responded, the awareness of battle is insufficient. I believe that the warriors under Sister Lanting are exceptionally fierce and seem quite formidable. Fongland praised, with the winter break approaching. You may engage in sparring with those warriors. Such practice will be advantageous for you. The Thunder Sisters listened intently, pondering the implications of Hetow's intention to train with the special forces during the winter break. Did this signify that Hetow might not represent Fengwu City in the competition? It is essential to note that the 3 finalists selected will undergo intensive training during this winter break and will compete in the Shiqin Empire's tournament upon the commencement of the new term. Alternatively, could it be that Mentor Fongland hopes the special forces will provide Hetow with specialized training, thereby enhancing her chances in the ordinary path? In the second round of eliminations, only 118 participants remained. Hetow had a bye and sat observing the commotion. Lu Xiaojun, Su Mingya, and me who were all slated for the first match. Hetow held strong confidence in the Thunder Sisters. They had both received training in swordsmanship since childhood and possessed abundant sparring experience. In contrast, Mihu's reactions were somewhat sluggish, while his endurance for strikes was commendable. His mastery of the Dingpan Longjue was inadequate, rendering him vulnerable to weapon attacks. Hetow's attention was focused on Mihu's stage, where 12 pairs of contestants, 24 in total, were engaged in competition across 12 platforms. As Mihu stepped onto the stage, his opponent was already in position. With a swift glance, Mihu clasped his hands and declared, "I am Mihu, a disciple of mentor Fong Rujing. I seek your guidance." Fong Rujing's formidable reputation sent ripples of shock throughout the entire Taoist Academy, and Mihu was acutely aware of the significance of this opportunity. With favorable winds at his back, Mihu intended to leverage this moment. Indeed, upon mentioning Fong Rujing, his opponent's expression shifted dramatically. Few students were aware that Hetow was a direct disciple of Fong Rujing. Most believed her to be an ordinary student. Now, faced with someone who was also a disciple of Fong Rujing, the situation became quite precarious. Chapter 5. Surrender. Though Mihu appeared to be rather simple-minded, there was an underlying cunning within him. Fong Rujing was furious. If Mihu failed to seize this opportunity, he would undoubtedly be deemed foolish beyond measure. With a serious expression, Mihu addressed his classmates, "Please, I will be considerate in my actions." Throughout several contests, Mihu performed adequately, neither showcasing any remarkable advantages nor significant flaws, rendering him difficult to remember. By declaring himself as Fong Rujing's student right from the start, he intimidated his opponents, paving the way for his own chances. What does it mean to show mercy? Mihu was uncertain. He only knew that once he had spoken, his adversaries would surely comprehend. With their mercy granted, Mihu could unleash his full potential without restraint, tipping the scales toward victory. After all, what right did a second-year student have to challenge a senior in the third year? Not everyone was like Hetow. Hetow, unable to hear Mihu's words, could only witness the sheer power of Mihu's swordsmanship. His unadorned foundational techniques were executed with remarkable finesse. Hetow beamed with delight. Mihu's victories were a source of joy for him. As he observed Mihu's steady swordplay forcing his opponent to retreat, Hetow couldn't help but cheer loudly, momentarily forgetting about the Thunder Sisters' own return. Having trained rigorously in body techniques since childhood, Mihu's formidable physical prowess became his greatest asset. During their time training together, Fong Rujing assisted him in refining his skills, significantly enhancing the efficacy of the Li Ding Pan Long Ju technique, while Mihu's swordsmanship improved under Hetow's guidance. Once Mihu seized the initiative in combat, his swordplay became even more audacious, his sharp blade cutting through the air with unyielding confidence, undeterred by his opponent's defenses. Ultimately, he cornered his adversary to the edge of the arena, and as Mihu swung his sword with both hands, the opponent had no choice but to leap off the platform. Hetow and the others erupted into cheers, celebrating their victory. Following this round, 60 competitors advanced to the third round, with 4 from Hetow's class making it through, a remarkable achievement indeed. Out of over 1,000 contenders, it was astonishing that 4 students from a class of 24 had persevered this far, marking the best results since Fong Rujing began teaching. Drenched in sweat, Mihu raised his sword high, laughing joyously as he ran back, playfully receiving enthusiastic pats from Hetow and the others, despite the pain that made him wince. With unwavering spirit, he had forced his senior, who was technically more skilled, off the platform, an honor indeed. In the third round, 20 competitors would battle on 10 platforms, divided into 3 matches. The competition was fiercer, with most participants being elite third and fourth-year students. Only Hetow, Mihu, and 1 girl from a neighboring class represented the second-year students. Although Fong Rujing's temper was notorious, he could not overlook that 1/6 of his students still stood among the competitors, an impressive feat for second-year students. The dean, filled with frustration, had to concede that Fong Rujing was indeed an adept mentor. Based on the performances of Hetow and the Thunder Sisters, the most promising dark horse could very well emerge from among them. Su Mingya, the mayor's daughter, and Lu Xiaojun, granddaughter of a provincial councillor, both displayed remarkable talent, suggesting that future funding for the Fengwu City Taoist Academy would be significantly bolstered. The standout among them was undoubtedly Hetow, who had fought 3 matches with unique strategies each time, akin to an antelope's swift and unpredictable movements, making him a formidable opponent. The remaining 60 competitors drew lots. Hetow drew the second number in the Jiazi category. Shortly after, Mihu returned, gripping his own draw tightly, and nervously inquired, "Hetow, which round are you in?" Hetow replied, "Second round, number 2. Mihu trembled and asked, "What about the heavenly stems and earthly branches?" Hetow responded, "It's Jiazi number 2. No way." When Mihu revealed his own draw, it was indeed Ziji Jia number 2, meaning they would face each other in the same match, a stroke of misfortune. Mihu burst into laughter, tossing the bamboo slip aside, declaring, "I knew I wouldn't make it far. Simply reaching this stage is already beyond my expectations." Fongland, catching the discarded slip mid-air, commented, "Hetow, you must continue to fight. Otherwise, those gossipy individuals might think you are afraid." Hetow remained silent, bowing his head, while Mihu, with his robust arm draped around Hetow's neck, whispered, "Do you have a nickname? I've never heard it before." Hetow replied, "It's my real name, which I no longer use." "Be gentle, you're going to strangle me." Lu Xiaojuan's eyes sparkled. "Yilong. My father mentioned that the Fong family has a direct descendant named Fong Yilong. Was it merely a coincidence that Hetow's original name was also Yilong?" Mihu rubbed his thumb against his index and middle fingers and suggested, "After today's competition, should we celebrate?" Tu Chiyuan grit his teeth, stating, "We must make him spend lavishly. Let us aim to help him deplete his rewards." "So what do you say?" Hetow declared, "Fenghua Hotel, everyone must come. Those who refuse are disrespecting me." Mihu's eyes widened in shock. "Fenghua Hotel? Surely, I misheard. That's the most luxurious hotel around. If everyone dines there, Hetow will go bankrupt." Tu Chiyuan, noticing Mihu's expression, quickly added, "We can split the bill. It wouldn't be fair for just one person to cover it." Mihu nodded vigorously. Hetow's family wasn't particularly wealthy, and while everyone understood his good intentions, they needed to clarify this arrangement to avoid seeing Hetow subsisting on steamed buns throughout the winter break. Hetow explained, "My family's house was destroyed, and we received a substantial compensation, over $1 million. Mihu and the others gasped in astonishment. $1 million would suffice to purchase a home in the capital of the Xiqin Republic. In the capital, where real estate is at a premium. Many civil servants struggling in the imperial city couldn't afford a home. Indeed, over $1 million was a life-changing windfall for Hetow." Other classmates gathered around, marveling at the news of Hetow's compensation. Hetow declared loudly, "Tonight, regardless of victory or defeat, I will treat everyone at Fenghua Hotel." A grand feast hosted by the millionaire at the most luxurious venue sent the students into a frenzy of excitement. It was impossible for them not to feel a twinge of envy at Hetow's success, especially among the spirited youth, but Hetow's generous invitation soothed their hearts considerably. The Jiazi number 2 placed Hetow in the second round, while Lu Xiaojun held the number 1 draw, and Su Mengya drew number 3. As Lu Xiaojun approached the arena with her sword, Hetow raised his hand, and she slapped it with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Cheer for me." Hetow pumped his fist, shouting, "Go, go." Lu Xiaojun smiled brightly. This time, Lu Xiaojuan's opponent was an upper-class woman with long, elegant legs. Had her adversary been anyone else, Mihu and the others would have surely cheered for her. Instead, they had to maintain their loyalty. Lu Mingdao, in the audience, felt his heart race as he watched his daughter ascend the platform. The scene of Fongland unleashing his power had deeply impressed Lu Mingdao, compelling him to strengthen the friendship between Lu Xiaojun and Hetow, ensuring Fongland would keep his daughter under his protection. With 2 rounds remaining, culminating in a 5-person match, Lu Xiaojun would undoubtedly excel. Her true strength had yet to be revealed. She was certainly qualified to represent Fengwu City. Stepping onto the path of glory, as Lu Xiaojun arrived at the arena, the beautiful upper-class woman whispered, "I know you, Lu Xiaojun from the second-year Thunder Sisters. You have no chance. Do not struggle in vain." Lu Xiaojun chuckled softly and remarked, "Senior, your imagination is truly beautiful. Did you have a pleasant dream last night?" "Unfortunately, the dawn has arrived." The referee observed with a smile from the sidelines. The academy had not stipulated against verbal sparring. As long as it did not descend into personal attacks, there was no need to intervene. Watching two lovely young women engage in repartee was indeed a delightful spectacle. This round of competition was evidently more intense. Those with greater experience understood the advantages of swift resolutions. Only by concluding matters quickly could one seize a moment to breathe and prepare for the next bout. Thus they detested protracted battles. After the referee announced the commencement of the match, neither Lu Xiaojun nor the beautiful senior showed any inclination to strike. Instead, they fixated on one another, searching for the opportune moment to act. This contest featured 20 participants across 10 platforms, and soon 6 of the arenas had reached a conclusion. While 3 others remained fiercely contested, only Lu Xiaojun's platform was devoid of any activity. Each battle was limited to 15 minutes, and as nearly 10 minutes slipped by, Lu Xiaojun suddenly flipped her wrist, and amidst the glimmering cold light, combat erupted. Hetow was witnessing Lu Xiaojun's prowess for the first time. Her swordsmanship was exceptionally sharp. The 2 swords clashed thrice, and with Lu Xiaojun's back turned to the beautiful senior, she executed a reverse thrust from beneath her ribs. The tip of her sword poised at the senior's lower abdomen, signaling the end of the encounter. Hetow squinted, sensing the peril. Lu Xiaojun's technique was perilously intricate, and should she fail to vanquish her opponent, she would undoubtedly face dire consequences. The beautiful senior bit her lip, her bright eyes filled with regret. The unpredictable nature of Lu Xiaojun's swordplay had caught her off guard, leading to her unexpected downfall. With her sword sheathed, Lu Xiaojun returned with a composed stride. As whistles erupted from Hetow and the others, a radiant smile blossoming on her face. Many observing competitors began to regard Lu Xiaojun as a formidable contender. Her swordsmanship was so refined, and with no prior information available, it was evident that she had concealed her true abilities, aiming to stand out on the ordinary path. She was indeed a formidable adversary. Chapter 6. A tarnished reputation. Hetow's participation in battles may have been infrequent, but each instance was indelibly etched in memory. Particularly today as he donned a whimsical black-eye mask, rendering him a singular presence among the competitors. Coupled with Fongland's audacious intervention on his behalf, it was nearly impossible for anyone to forget him. When Mihu announced his withdrawal, a chorus of boos erupted from the students. Hetow had previously been given a bye, and now his classmate had forfeited. Such extraordinary fortune raised eyebrows. Was there not some hidden conspiracy at play? Did Fongland, unable to bear defeat, engage in unsavory dealings behind the scenes? Fortunately, Fongland's impeccable reputation precluded any impassioned students from exposing any foul play. Hetow was resolute in his desire not to tread a mundane path. Unfazed by the cacophony of jeers, it was Mihu who became increasingly agitated. Had he foreseen this outcome, Mihu would have taken to the arena to confront Hetow, thus preventing Hetow from being placed in such a passive position. Hetow smiled serenely at the scornful gazes from the neighboring class, a band of youngsters, while he was a man of considerable means, presiding over vast tracts of land. He remained unperturbed, while Fongland was pleased, for this very composure amidst turmoil was a rare and invaluable quality. What distinguishes the offspring of noble families from their ordinary peers? It is the breadth of their experiences and the rigorous education that endows them with extraordinary confidence. Su Mingya was the final contender of the round, her foundation slightly superior to that of Lu Xiaojun. Her remarkable talent had initially drawn Fongland's interest, while Hetow was the least favored competitor. However, Fongland's sentiments had undoubtedly shifted. With the essence of starlight coursing through her, she began her training in the Wushuang Score, a path leading to both wealth and skill. The Fongland cottage was already within Fongland's grasp, awaiting the acquisition of adjacent lands by Fongjiu, transforming it into a retirement haven, thereby alleviating future financial concerns. The aim of taking on apprentices is twofold: to ensure the continuity of one's extraordinary skills and to secure a safety net for old age, akin to nurturing children for support in later years. Indeed, a favored disciple may prove more capable than a son. Fongland reflected on the considerable time spent cultivating her apprentices. As the issue of retirement was effectively resolved, With a third of the equity, the more prosperous Fongland cottage became, the greater Fong Rujing's returns would be. Given Fong Jiu's ambitious demeanor, Fong Rujing was well aware of the potential future value of Fongland cottage, especially with the Special Operations Unit poised to establish a branch at the metal processing plant, propelling Fongland cottage's status to new heights. While it was premature to speculate, an increase in value by several dozen times was certainly plausible, translating into billions in capital. With such guaranteed returns, it was no wonder Fong Jiu was tirelessly strategizing the construction of a resort. His aspirations were likely grand. The annual revenue of several million he mentioned was probably the most conservative estimate. As if struck by lightning, Fong Rujing glanced up just as Su Menya unleashed her swordsmanship, decisively overwhelming her opponent, who was left with no option but to defend. After a mere 20 exchanges, Su Menya emerged victorious. Hetow squinted, contemplating the techniques he might employ should he face Su Menya. Currently, Hetow spent his days in profound contemplation, pondering how to enhance his physicality and addressing various challenges encountered in combat. With the Thunder Sisters victorious, Hetow triumphed without a fight. Now there were 30 contenders remaining, with Fong Rujing's disciples comprising 1/10 of that number. At this juncture, even those who harbored discontent towards Fong Rujing could only look on with envy. The more exceptional the performance of the students nurtured, the higher the rewards for their mentor. Each graduation season, the more students from a class who gained admission to prestigious schools of martial arts, the greater the mentor's bonuses. The rare occurrence of the ordinary path, held every few years, served as a benchmark to measure a mentor's caliber. Second-year students competing against third- and fourth-year seniors had managed to secure 1/10 of the spots. This year, Fong Rujing's bonuses would surely amount to several thousand, a considerable sum. The 30 contenders would undergo another round of brutal eliminations, leaving 15 to engage in 3 groups of 5, ultimately determining the victor who would represent the Fengwu city in the ordinary path. All first-year students had long been eliminated, and only 3 second-year students remained, the Thunder Sisters and Hetow, with the rest being third- and fourth-year students. With an additional year of study, they were naturally older, physically superior, and more experienced. It could be argued that even if Fong Rujing's 3 students ceased to advance further, he would still be regarded as an exceptional teacher. The Thunder Sisters settled beside Fong Rujing, who quietly advised, "The next round will be merciless. Do not expect more than you can give. Unleash your full potential against your opponents. As for the final 5-person contest, consider it non-existent. If you cannot overcome the next round, you will not have the opportunity to enter the 5-person battle." The Thunder Sisters nodded in unison, then turned their gaze towards Hetow. Fong Rujing smiled and remarked, "Hetow does not practice competitive swordplay, which renders him ill-suited for the ordinary path." Su Menya hesitated to ask, "Mentor, the opportunities presented by the ordinary path are rare. Hetow should strive to go further, for his future could benefit." Fong Rujing chuckled softly, "She is not like you. He is just a boy from an ordinary family. Do not always seek the spotlight, for it is not necessarily a virtue." Lu Xiaojun pondered thoughtfully, while Su Menya was perplexed. It seemed contradictory. Precisely because he hailed from an ordinary background, he should strive to stand out. Otherwise, when would he have the chance to rise? Fong Rujing continued, "Lu Xiaojun, your swordplay is agile and versatile. Let it shine and instill despair in your opponents. As for Su Menya, infuse your pride into your swordplay, shattering your adversary's will. I will not burden you with excessive guidance, as you possess your own insights. Maintain this approach. Too much direction from a mentor may hinder your progress." Lu Xiaojun and Su Menya exchanged glances, internally questioning, was it truly detrimental to offer too much advice? Was it not rather hypocritical for their mentor, who resided in Hetow's home and indulged him with special training, to worry about Hetow being influenced? Hetow's swordsmanship had advanced remarkably, mastering the fundamentals within just over a month. Whose merit was that? The remaining 30 contenders drew lots again, and this time, both the Thunder Sisters and Hetow were selected for the second round. Fortunately, the odds were in their favor, as they avoided drawing lots against one another. While me, who was undeniably unfortunate, the first round saw 16 contestants divided into 8 pairs, while the second round would consist of 14 participants forming 7 pairs, ultimately determining 15 individuals to compete in the most brutal 5-person battle. Liu Xiaojun and Su Mingya seized the opportunity to rest, while Hetow, having had 2 consecutive buys, was already fully recuperated and eagerly observed the combatants on stage. The 2 male contestants were both 4th-year seniors, their skills closely matched, wielding their swords with ferocity. They were indeed unfortunate to find themselves on a death match stage, where one must be eliminated to ensure the other's progression. Ultimately, the steady and methodical fighter emerged victorious, extending a hand to his defeated opponent, who managed a bittersweet smile and embraced him amidst the resounding applause. Such is the cruelty of fate, unyielding to individual will. Me, who had aspired to struggle through to the final 5-person contest, where he intended to assist Hetow in overcoming others, guiding him toward the true ordinary path. Alas, he had drawn against Hetow too soon. Hetow keenly observed a pair of opponents who were clearly throwing the match. Perhaps they shared a bond or had some other reason. Yet one was evidently engaging in a deliberate but restrained offensive, ultimately exhausting himself and falling to his rival. If there were no unspoken understanding between them, it was inexplicable. A subtle smile graced Hetow's lips as Fongland inquired, "Did you notice?" Hetow replied, giving away points, just like me who, with that sense of chivalry. Me who approached and delivered a resounding slap on Hetow's shoulder, exclaiming, "You must charge into the 5-man competition. It would be splendid to bring honor to our group." Hetow straightened up and declared, "I shall give it my all in this round." The Thunder Sisters also rose, striding toward their platform under the envious gazes of their classmates. As Hetow took the stage, a chorus of boos erupted. In response to the loudest jeers, Hetow blew a kiss, inciting further derision from the crowd. Relying on the protection of his mentor, he shamelessly signed up, even coaxing his classmates to concede defeat. How could such a despicable character exist on a path of mediocrity? He was nothing short of a disgrace to the Fengwu City Academy of Sorcery. His opponent approached, and Hetow was taken aback to find it was the senior he had observed earlier. Hetow clasped his hands in salute, saying, "I am Hetow." The senior regarded him coldly and replied in a low tone, "I have no interest in knowing the name of such a vile adversary." Hetow shrugged, feeling the slight. With his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, the referee observed that both contenders were ready. He lowered his flag and announced, "Begin." With a flick of his wrist, Hetow unsheathed his fish-scale sword, which emitted a sharp whistle as it lunged toward his opponent's heart. In turn, the opponent drew his sword to counter, resulting in a violent clash as Hetow's blade struck against his. The impact reverberated, causing Hetow to retract his sword slightly before launching another piercing attack. In a fleeting moment, the opponent attempted to withdraw his longsword, intending to gather strength for a renewed assault, but Hetow's blade was already upon him. Once again, the tip of Hetow's sword met the opponent's blade, forcing the latter to retreat as he struggled to maintain his defense. Hetow continued to withdraw his sword slightly, unleashing a series of shrill strikes. The opponent gripped his longsword tightly, shielding his vital points as Hetow relentlessly targeted his weapon. Had Hetow chosen to attack elsewhere, the opponent would have surely succumbed long ago. Frustrated by the opponent's disdainful remarks, Hetow focused his onslaught on the opponent's blade. With each retreat, the opponent found himself perilously close to the edge of the platform. As he stumbled back once more, his footing faltered, and he toppled outside the ring after delivering a single strike, only to be forcefully thrust down by Hetow's relentless assault. Chapter 7. The authorities are bewildered. Hetow's opponent was quite renowned, and many secretly wagered on Hetow's inevitable defeat. Yet, they soon witnessed their favorite senior being unceremoniously toppled from the stage by Hetow's relentless sword strikes. Due to Fongland's protective nature, no student dared to insult Hetow. They could only cheer for his opponent from their seats, their shouts abruptly silenced. In a confined space, Hetow unleashed a series of swift, powerful attacks, sending the previously impressive senior tumbling from the platform. With no elaborate techniques employed, victory was achieved through the simple act of drawing his sword again and again. To those who could not comprehend, it was baffling. To those who understood, it was a sweat-inducing spectacle. Hetow's fish scale sword rebounded a mere 2 inches after each impact, allowing him to adjust his stance swiftly and unleash terrifying power. Fongland's brow relaxed. It was clear that Hetow had mastered the essence of his craft, exceedingly well, indeed. As Hetow sheathed his sword and glanced at the referee, the announcement of his victory echoed in the arena. He strolled back to his class, leaving the spectators in stunned silence. No one dared to claim that Hetow had relied on deceitful tactics. This time, Hetow demonstrated the essence of the swift sword, a technique visible to the opponent yet impossible to defend against. Hetow leveraged his strength and speed to outmaneuver his adversary, leaving them speechless. Those who had prepared mentally against Hetow's eccentric techniques were taken aback, realizing that the sword could wield such formidable prowess. True connoisseurs of swordsmanship should have anticipated Hetow's capabilities from his very first bout, where his fish-scale sword hinted at the nature of his rapid assaults. Unfortunately, his opponent clung to false hope, while Hetow, in his second match, employed a knee strike to divert attention. In today's first battle, Hetow's techniques were even more flamboyant. A single strike incapacitated his opponent's calf, leading many to mistakenly believe his moves were mere showmanship. They thought that as long as they remained unfooled by his tricks, they could defeat him. Now, Hetow had delivered a vivid lesson, illustrating that swordsmanship knows no boundaries. With simple yet relentless thrusts, he rendered his opponent utterly defenseless. Faced with Hetow's incessant thrusts, the opponent could only parry with their long sword, unable to change tactics. Otherwise, Hetow's fish-scale sword could easily pierce through, leaving a gaping hole. The referee, observing with bated breath, kept a watchful eye on Hetow's sword tip, ensuring he had no intention of striking elsewhere. Otherwise, he would have to intervene. Fortunately, Hetow provided no grounds for interruption, targeting only his opponent's sword. Thus, the referee could only watch helplessly as Hetow's opponent fell from the stage. Upon returning to his spot, the excited Mihu approached and exclaimed, "Well done, Hetow. That was a splendid victory." Hetow languidly replied, "Wasn't my previous victory splendid?" Mihu was momentarily speechless before responding, "It's the swordsmanship. If you don't use a sword to defeat them, they naturally won't accept it." Hetow remarked, "This is a selection for the ordinary path, not a swordsmanship competition. What matters is defeating the opponent. Surely, you aren't genuinely confused?" Scratching his head, Mihu conceded, "You're right. No one stipulated that a sword must be used. It's just a convention, and since they are accustomed to long swords, they forget that this selection allows for heavier weaponry." In a fit of frustration, Mihu stood up and declared, "If I had used a sufficiently weighted hammer, I could have won much more easily. Why didn't I think of that? I'm so exasperated." Mihu's strength and resilience were better suited for heavy weaponry, or perhaps a sword and shield, yet he opted for a long sword, believing it to be the appropriate choice. Fongland, momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. The use of long swords was merely a convention, and no such rule existed in the ordinary path. Had Hetow not jolted him from his reverie, Fongland might not have realized he could indeed fight with his preferred weapon. It was no wonder that all competitors in the ordinary path's public tournament used long swords. The craftsmanship of sword forging had matured, and sword manuals were ubiquitous. Learning to wield a sword was quick and easy, leading to an abundance of sword practitioners. Turning to the dejected Mihu, Hetow remarked, "You never mentioned your proficiency with a hammer. You could carve out a unique path for yourself. No need to be just another average sword practitioner." Mihu looked at Fongland and asked, "Instructor, is this path viable?" Fongland replied, "It is indeed viable. Should you be interested, I can lend you a hammer manual one day. You might just forge a path suited to you." Instantly, Mihu perked up, though regretful. He was not despondent. He was acutely aware of his capabilities. Even wielding the hammer, he excelled that would not guarantee his advancement, given the multitude of talented individuals within the academy. Not to mention, the Thunder Sisters and Hetow were not opponents he could contend with. Mihu abandoned thoughts of battling Hetow, fully aware of his formidable endurance. Hetow was truly inhuman. A cacophony erupted as Hetow turned to the stage, where Su Mingya leapt gracefully into the air, executing a series of sharp slashes with her long sword. Her opponent, robust in stature, relentlessly retaliated. Yet Su Mingya soared with the elegance of a proud phoenix. Unconsciously, Hetow and the others rose to their feet, captivated by the seamless coordination of Su Mingya's movements and swordplay, an exquisite display indeed. Nearby, Lu Xiaojuan's long sword flowed in a continuous motion, and as her opponent struggled to parry, the referee intervened, blocking Lu Xiaojuan's sword tip. With her opponent defeated, Lu Xiaojun sheathed her sword, standing poised as she observed Su Mingya's dazzling display. Fong Rujing softly commented, 9 strikes of the sky, quite impressive. Su Mingya suddenly let out a melodious cry, her silver sword slicing through the air in 4 successive strikes. Her opponent, gripping his sword with all his might, struggled to defend against her onslaught. Su Mingya executed a backflip, her sword darting toward her opponent's throat like a nightbird returning to the woods. With a concentrated leap, Su Mingya channeled all her strength. Her opponent, already fatigued, could no longer fend off her imminent strike. Clang! The referee's sword intercepted, narrowly deflecting Su Mingya's blade, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. A slight miscalculation could have resulted in her opponent being pierced through the throat. Su Mingya slightly bowed, expressing, I have learned from this. Her opponent, panting heavily, glared at Su Mingya with resentment. He had been confident of advancing to the final round, where he excelled in group battles, only to have his dreams shattered by this fierce junior. Fong Rujing smiled, stroking his beard. All 3 students had secured a place in the final 5, a remarkable achievement that would allow him to bask in glory for years within the Junior Taoist Academy. It was worth noting that Fong Rujing led the second-year students, while the freshmen had emerged with formidable strength, leaving the entire academy in awe. In truth, as Su Mingya and Lu Xiaojun returned with smiles, the attention of fellow students and observing parents shifted towards Fong Rujing. The caliber of an instructor is often gauged by the excellence of their students, and today, Fong Rujing was indeed the center of admiration, attracting an abundance of attention. With the victories of the 3 students, Fong Rujing's previous altercation with the most troublesome female student transformed into an act of care for his students. Such a mentor is indeed rare. Perhaps the descendants of his friends and family should be encouraged to enroll here, becoming students of Fong Rujing, with a future bright and limitless. Several second-year mentors approached, extending their congratulations to Fong Rujing. Regardless of the final outcome of the 5-person competition, Fong Rujing had already demonstrated his prowess, bringing immense honor to the entire second-year cohort. This selection event would undoubtedly mark a significant milestone for the Fengwu City Taoist Academy. The futures of the Thunder Sisters and Hetow were equally assured. Based solely on today's performance, their admission into a prestigious Taoist academy seemed a foregone conclusion, with only the choice of which institution to attend remaining. The mentors were envious of Fong Rujing's unparalleled insight. He initially selected 3 seed candidates, who indeed flourished and collectively advanced to the final 5-person match, showcasing his astute judgment. The vice dean approached with several seasoned mentors, their faces beaming with joy, reflecting their elation. Hetow held a favorable impression of the vice dean, as it was during the second round of the selection that the vice dean had decisively ensured Hetow's advancement, saving him considerable time. After exchanging a few words with Fong Rujing, the vice dean turned his gaze toward Hetow, saying, You know, I have some connections with the Advanced Taoist Academy in the Gaoding province. I wonder if your promising disciple might be interested in furthering his studies there? No examination required. He would be directly nominated. If he is willing to undergo their assessment, he could even enter the Advanced Academy right away. Many envious glances were cast in their direction, to which Fong Rujing replied calmly, He is still young. There is no hurry. Let him practice by my side for a few more years. The vice dean smiled, remarking, The younger one is, the more advantageous it is to enter the Advanced Academy. I have a few acquaintances among the Golden Core Masters. If Hetow could receive their guidance, his future would be boundless. Fong Rujing chuckled softly, maintaining his composure, while Hetow, observing the vice dean's eager gaze, replied, My master is himself a Golden Core Master. It is better for me to remain by his side. The atmosphere fell silent, and the vice dean's expression was one of astonishment. A Golden Core Master? Fong Rujing? Surely, such boasting cannot be taken seriously. Does the Fengwu City Taoist Academy even have Golden Core Masters as mentors? And what would a Golden Core Master be doing in Fengwu City? That would be a waste of talent. Chapter 8. Hand in hand, the path to attaining the Golden Core is not as simple as one might think. Although it appears that entry into cultivation is now more accessible, and the number of individuals qualified to practice is vast, the foundation building stage represents a significant demarcation. Currently, the overwhelming majority of so-called cultivators have merely condensed their true qi and are utterly incapable of advancing to the foundation building phase. As for the Golden Core cultivators, they are exceedingly rare among the mentors at advanced Taoist academies. Those who reach this level are true masters, qualified to traverse the seas with ease, and would hardly wish to be constrained within a Taoist academy, where gains are meager. At the Fengwu City Taoist Academy, the most formidable mentor is only at the pinnacle of the foundation building stage. Thus, the sudden emergence of a Golden Core cultivator left the vice president utterly bewildered. When Fong Rujing chuckled softly, Hetow understood that his master no longer wished to conceal the truth. This revelation was primarily due to the impending threat of vengeance. The significance of his master's seclusion had dissipated, and Hetow estimated that after his graduation, his master would likely depart from the Fengwu City Taoist Academy as well. The vice president opened his mouth, struggling for an articulate response. For 10 years, Fong Rujing had served at the Fengwu City Taoist Academy. When had he condensed his Golden Core? Fong Rujing gazed calmly at the vice president and inquired, "Director Liu, do you believe I possess the capability to continue instructing my disciples?" The vice president, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Why did you not reveal this sooner? You have been too humble." Fong Rujing preferred not to disclose that he had been hiding from enemies by residing here, as that would be a source of embarrassment, especially with his disciple nearby. Furthermore, Fong Rujing was now fearless. His power had grown significantly, and with the assistance of the ancient entity Zhu Gushing, he welcomed the arrival of all his adversaries. Fong Rujing chuckled lightly. "It matters not if I have been wronged. I have always felt a connection to Fengwu City. Indeed, after 10 years, I have found a disciple who pleases me." Upon hearing that Fong Rujing was a Golden Core cultivator who had secluded himself in the Fengwu City Taoist Academy to find a disciple, the lay sisters were nearly driven to the brink of exasperation. That opportunity had never belonged to Hetow. He was merely a substitute. And how had he become the favored disciple instead? The vice president gestured into the distance, and soon the director approached with a group of mentors. The vice president quickly whispered a few words in the director's ear, and the director's eyes instantly lit up. He hastened over, grasping Fong Rujing's hands vigorously, exclaiming, "Mentor Rujing, you have deceived me most cleverly. I have long known of your unconventional teaching methods, but only now do I realize your profound attainment in the Golden Core." Among the mentors accompanying the director, one man looked at Fong Rujing in astonishment. "A Golden Core? Mentor Rujing is a Golden Core cultivator? How could there have been no signs?" This mentor's mental energy locked onto Fong Rujing as he asserted, "Mentor Rujing, impersonating a Golden Core cultivator is no trivial matter." Fong Rujing frowned. To have his Golden Core cultivation questioned in front of his disciples and so many students was utterly ridiculous. The audacity of this fool was astonishing. With a sudden release of mental energy, he sent the questioning mentor reeling backward as if struck by an unseen force. Fong Rujing coldly remarked, "Impersonating a Golden Core cultivator? Do you even possess the capacity for rational thought?" This presumptuous mentor, Dong Inching, was the strongest at the Fengwu City Taoist Academy, residing at the pinnacle of the foundation building stage. Due to his own status, he was overly confident, spending most of his time in cultivation with aspirations of one day condensing his Golden Core and elevating himself above others. Fong Rujing was already in a foul mood, and this mentor's challenge, coupled with his reckless probing, had ignited his ire. Gazing at the bloody Dong Inching, Fong Rujing stated, "When I arrived at the Fengwu City Taoist Academy 10 years ago, I was already at the Golden Core stage. At that time, you were merely at the mid-foundation stage. After a decade, you have barely reached the pinnacle of foundation building. With such pitiful talent, do you believe you have the right to scrutinize my depth?" Dong Inching's face turned pale. He could not believe Fong Rujing's claim of Golden Core cultivation, as he had never sensed the aura of a true master. The typically arrogant Dong Enqing instinctively released his mental energy, only to be met with an overwhelming response from Fongland. The difference between the foundation building stage and the golden core stage is akin to that between heaven and earth. Even a newly condensed golden core is beyond the reach of a pinnacle foundation cultivator. The director recognized that Fongland was in no favorable mood today. He gently pulled Fongland aside, saying, "For 10 years, I have never dared to hope for the existence of a golden core cultivator among my colleagues. Mentor Rujing, your presence has brought great prestige to the Fengwu City Taoist Academy." Fongland replied nonchalantly, "Once my disciple graduates, I shall resign." The director feared this most of all. As long as Fongland remained at the Fengwu City Taoist Academy, the institution would undoubtedly gain renown. With a golden core cultivator as a mentor, countless students would flock to the academy, ensuring its status as one of the most distinguished in the Western Qin Republic. Moreover, Fongland's clear assertion of having entered the golden core stage 10 years prior indicated his depth of experience, explaining why his disciples excelled in ways beyond those of other mentors. The director sincerely stated, "It cannot be said that the academy was unaware of your prowess. I will immediately rectify your salary, compensating you according to the remuneration of a golden core cultivator. You need not lead classes. Even serving as an honorary figure would suffice." The internal dynamics of the Fengwu City Taoist Academy were not overly complex. The director was a congenial fellow, while the vice president was shrewd and decisive. The camaraderie among colleagues was amicable, which was the fundamental reason Fongland chose to remain. Hearing the director's earnest words, Fongland hesitated slightly. Hetow had 2.5 years until graduation. And regarding Hetow's choices thereafter, whether to pursue further studies or explore other avenues, Fongland had yet to reach a conclusion. The drawing of lots commenced again, with only 15 participants this time. Aside from Hetow, no one else felt at ease. This opportunity would represent a chance for Fengwu City to embark on a path of mediocrity, competing from the Gaodang province to the Western Qin Republic and ultimately stepping onto the arena of the league. This time, the bamboo sticks were marked not by the heavenly stems and earthly branches, but by the heavens and the earth, ranging from 1 to 15. The first 5 numbers formed one group, the middle 5 another, and the last 5 yet another. Hetow drew a stick and examined it, finding it marked with heaven and earth 8, placing him in the middle group. His gaze swept over the Lei sisters, while Su Mingya declared, "Heaven and earth 3. I am in the first group." Lu Xiaojun sighed with relief, stating, "Heaven and earth 7. Hetow spread his hands and chuckled, "7 up, 8 down. I am heaven and earth 8. Lu Xiaojun's heart raced. Hetow had previously mentioned his intention to withdraw. Could it be that Hetow truly meant to facilitate her success? 7 up, 8 down suggested that Hetow would step back, allowing Lu Xiaojun to emerge victorious. Lu Xiaojun dared not look at Hetow. During the banquet, Lu Ming had made a foolish remark that directly insulted Hetow, resulting in a severe backlash. Lu Xiaojun had nearly wept at the time. She had never harbored such thoughts towards Hetow. She simply admired his independence, unaffected by his family's circumstances, and often encountered him along the way. Yet, merely mentioning Hetow in front of her family had led to his undeserved misfortune. Fortunately, Hetow had his own backing and emerged unscathed, which only deepened Lu Xiaojun's sense of shame in facing him. In her heart, Lu Xiaojun secretly regarded Hetow as a formidable rival. It was only when Hetow expressed his intention to withdraw at a timely moment that she suddenly realized their differing perspectives. Councilman Lu needed his granddaughter to rise through the ranks of mediocrity to bolster his political status, while Hetow harbored no such concerns. Su Mingya regarded Lu Xiaojun with a knowing smile, having gleaned some understanding of her thoughts. Councilman Lu was a profoundly utilitarian individual. Those unaware of his nature often fell prey to his fade, while Su Mingya happened to be among the few who understood him, albeit only partially. Su Mingya aspired to forge a connection with Hetow, as her father's position as mayor was precarious, particularly with the rampant rumors surrounding Fengwu City's elevation in status. Su Mingya believed that this approach was fraught with difficulty. Hetow merely found himself linked to Fongland by chance, yet he could not sway her opinions. Nor did he possess the standing to engage in such a significant affair. She surmised that the crux of the matter lay with her mentor, Fongland, a true powerhouse whose endorsement could potentially elevate her father's political standing. The arena had been entirely cleared, with 3 expansive areas designated for the 5-person competition. This time, there were 5 judges, each tasked with safeguarding a student, in addition to a head referee. Such a chaotic melee was perilous. A moment's carelessness could lead to bloodshed or worse. Fongland, a formidable golden core cultivator, was appointed as a judge on short notice, while he feared nothing else. He was particularly wary of the potential for Hetow to sustain injuries, which could provoke Fongland's wrath, a prospect that made the Academy's leadership uneasy. Otherwise, it would be unacceptable for Fongland's student to compete while he served as a judge, as it would raise suspicions of favoritism. As Hetow entered the arena, he spotted his master approaching, adorned with the referee's insignia, and a faint smile graced his lips. In this tumultuous contest, Hetow intended to hold back. But not at this moment. He owed a debt of gratitude to Liu Xiaojun, who had come to his rescue during an encounter with a vicious guard, a favor that lingered in Hetow's mind. When the head referee's flag descended, Hetow wasted no time charging toward Liu Xiaojun. Before anyone else could react, Hetow and Liu Xiaojun were already standing back to back. Lu Mingdao, observing through binoculars, noted the conspicuous alliance between Hetow and Liu Xiaojun, lamenting, "Their intentions are all too transparent. This puts them at a disadvantage." The top-hatted Liu Yuan scoffed, who was unaware that they are classmates. Even without an alliance, they would be perceived as such. They might as well assert their stance to intimidate their opponents. After all, their adversaries are unlikely to genuinely cooperate. He added, "You, my friend, need more practice." Chapter 9. The return. A standoff ensued with a 2-to-3 configuration, where the 3 adversaries scrutinized one another. Among them, one individual appeared unfamiliar with the other 2, subtly creating distance and isolating himself. The pair exchanged glances and suddenly charged towards the solitary figure, confident in their prowess. They did not attempt to recruit the lone individual. Instead, they aimed to eliminate him first. Liu Xiaojun brandished his sword, ready to advance, but Hetow interjected, halting him. Hetow understood Liu Xiaojun's intention to ally with the solitary individual to gain a 3-to-2 advantage, yet this opportunity could very well be a trap. And Hetow remained vigilant. Indeed, the lone man defended himself meticulously, parrying with his sword while shifting towards Hetow. Hetow gestured to Liu Xiaojun to hold back and target the woman later, and Liu Xiaojun nodded in agreement. The solitary man suddenly shouted, "Shall we join forces?" Hetow replied, "Very well." Hetow then lunged forward, thrusting his sword at the woman. As she raised her sword to block, Hetow swiftly sidestepped, colliding shoulder first with the lone man's shoulder. Having just proposed an alliance, the lone man was caught off guard by Hetow's sudden ambush. Fongland, stroking his beard, smiled knowingly. He was aware that the solitary individual harbored ill intentions, believing that Hetow and Liu Xiaojun would undoubtedly fall for his ruse. The lone man readied himself for a counterattack. However, as he stumbled, Liu Xiaojun's sword lunged towards his back. A referee intervened, blocking Liu Xiaojun's blade, and the solitary man was swiftly eliminated, casting a resentful glance at Hetow. Hetow remarked softly, "You didn't even commit fully to the act. Failure." Hetow then directed his sword towards the woman, and Liu Xiaojun recalled Hetow's earlier hint, mirroring his attack on her. This was a third-year senior. After the lone man's elimination, she was taken aback, realizing her plan had faltered. The one-eyed dragon was far more astute and ruthless than she had anticipated. Now facing both Hetow and Liu Xiaojun simultaneously, she retreated swiftly. Hetow's blade shifted, and both he and Liu Xiaojun attacked the remaining man. The odds of 3 against 2 had momentarily shifted to 2 against 1. Fongland beamed. Tactics were merely different manifestations of technique, akin to how a sword serves as an extension of the arm. Understanding this principle illuminates many truths. Liu Xiaojun's sword danced gracefully, an unending flow of strikes, while Hetow's blade remained elusive, striking only when necessary, forcing his opponent to retreat repeatedly. As the woman charged again, passing behind the man. Hetow encouraged her. Yes, senior, just like that. The man was alarmed. He and the woman were classmates, yet their camaraderie was not particularly strong. This battle determined their fates in the competition. After drawing lots, they had quickly established a tacit understanding, yet absolute trust was lacking. The woman lunged from behind, and Hetow's loud commendation made the man suspect he was being set up. He stumbled sideways, and Hetow's fish-scale sword shot towards the man's thigh. Fongland snapped his fingers, diverting the fish-scale sword just before it struck. Hetow, disregarding the outcome of his thrown sword, flicked his wrist, revealing a butterfly knife, and lunged toward the woman. The knife's handle flipped open, revealing a gleaming blade. As the butterfly knife's tip connected with the woman's sword, its inferior material threatened to snap. Yet Hetow's keen vision allowed him to leverage his strengths against her weaknesses. The woman's sword dipped slightly, and Hetow slipped past it, the 20-centimeter blade gliding toward her throat. Startled, the woman recoiled, but Hetow seized her wrist, propelling himself forward as she attempted to retreat. Realizing the peril, the woman halted abruptly, but Hetow twisted his wrist, locking the knife's handle together before retracting it and strolling back toward his class's direction. Having been thrust from the arena, the woman despaired as she gazed at Lu Xiaojun, who stood alone in the center. The one-eyed dragon sacrificed his own chance to create an opportunity for her. Was this not a case of harming others while benefiting oneself? Such a callous act was unprecedented. The chief referee announced Lu Xiaojun's victory, heralding the first champion from the 3 competitors of Fengwu City's Dao Techniques Academy, Lu Xiaojun, of the second year. Lu Mingdao raised his fist in triumph. Regardless of how this opportunity had arisen, Lu Xiaojun was now on the path to success. Lu Mingdao stood, proclaiming, "Make arrangements for tonight's celebration. Invite everyone we can." Lu Mingdao never mentioned his family at important events, a responsibility he bore to protect them. However, from this day forward, he would promote his granddaughter, a prodigious young lady representing Fengwu City on her ordinary journey, marking Lu Xiaojun's first step into the realm of the elite. Mihu observed keenly. Hetow single-handedly dealt with 2 opponents, and the one eliminated by Lu Xiaojun was a chance Hetow had created. Hetow relinquished the opportunity to Lu Xiaojun, fulfilling his promise of not advancing. Mihu, with a scowl, instructed Tu Qiyuan to block others, gripping Hetow's collar, demanding, "Why did you give it to her? This opportunity was yours. You made her a bride without a dowry." Initially, Mihu doubted Hetow's claim of relinquishing the opportunity. But witnessing Hetow effortlessly defeat the 3 upperclassmen, he realized Hetow possessed genuine strength and was indeed sincere in his intentions. Hetow nonchalantly replied, "I never intended to advance. As I told you, my master believes I should focus on diligent cultivation." Mihu released Hetow's collar, ingratiatingly smoothing out the wrinkles in his garment. Hetow turned to find Fongland approaching. Fongland felt a sense of satisfaction. Hetow may have forfeited his chance, but had nonetheless established a formidable presence. It was evident that Hetow was the one truly deserving of advancement. While Lu Xiaojun merely capitalized on the circumstances, Lu Xiaojun received a call from Lu Mingdao at the edge of the arena. She glanced in her class's direction and said, "Hetow is treating classmates to dinner today. I will join. You need not go, nor should you treat anyone. I find it embarrassing. I never expected my father to utter such uncouth words. You haven't lost face, not at all." Lu Xiaojun composed herself before returning, extending her hand to Hetow for a high five, saying, "You make me feel guilty." Hetow smiled. "You have helped me. You once mentioned wanting me to repay you. I believe we are even now." Lu Xiaojun replied, "You know I was merely joking then, not wanting to burden you." Hetow responded, "You also know I had no intention of continuing, and it just so happened that we were grouped together. Being able to repay your favor eases my mind." Lu Xiaojun forced a smile, realizing that had she known Hetow took this matter to heart, she would have never asked for such a return. Influenced by her surroundings, she understood the importance of long-term investments. Hetow was clearly a promising prospect worth nurturing, which was regrettable. With Lu Xiaojun advancing, the pressure on the other 2 arenas intensified. Su Mingya continuously dodged on the stage. As a lower-year student, the other 4 aimed to eliminate her first. Su Mingya remained remarkably composed, perceiving their hesitation. Her seemingly frantic evasions belied the absence of genuine danger. Hetow and the others cheered loudly for Su Mingya, indifferent to whether she could hear them, simply wishing to express their heartfelt support. As the conflict intensifies, Fongland has already seen one of her students emerge successfully, a second-year student who has garnered much admiration. However, Fongland believes there is still room for improvement. What if Su Mingya could also succeed? Su Mingya possesses remarkable talent, and her swordsmanship is derived from a superior technique. Her greatest disadvantage lies in her youth, as her four opponents clearly do not wish to allow this lower-grade junior to shine. In the chaos, she is constantly besieged by opponents wielding swords against her. Su Mingya resembles a fragile boat amidst a tempest, seemingly on the verge of capsizing, yet always managing to escape peril at the last moment, causing onlookers to break into a cold sweat. Lacking decisiveness, Hetow observes Su Mingya's reactions. In such circumstances, avoidance is not a viable strategy. It would be far more prudent to exhibit a fierce demeanor that instills fear in those upperclassmen who perceive Su Mingya as merely a pawn. Only then can the tide of battle be disrupted. Continual evasion may appear safe, yet it renders one perpetually passive. Su Mingya clings to the hope of advancing. Yet this opportunistic mindset is decidedly imprudent. No one is a fool. Once two individuals are eliminated, Su Mingya will inevitably face expulsion. The collaboration among the upperclassmen conspicuously targets the lone student, intent on forcibly eliminating the strongest contender. Suddenly, Hetow's eyes brighten as Su Mingya gestures, and together with the isolated upperclassmen, they launch an attack on a single opponent. Not lacking in intelligence, she finally grasps how to turn the tide. Regardless of the future outcome, she has at least reclaimed the initiative. Hetow rises and calls out loudly, causing Lu Xiaojun to flicker with wariness. Why is Hetow so focused on Su Mingya? Having learned of Hetow's formidable background, Lu Xiaojun unconsciously begins to pay attention to him, completely forgetting that Mi Hu and others are also vociferously cheering for Su Mingya. It is said that Fongland is to introduce a charming young lady to Hetow at the hotel, and it turns out the person introduced is none other than Su Mingya, which leaves Lu Xiaojun feeling a pang of jealousy. Originally, Hetow was not particularly likable. However, with competition arising, he has inadvertently become highly sought after. Lu Mingdao covers his phone while calling Lui Yuan. After listening, Lui Yuan falls silent for a moment before responding. Xiaojun is correct. You have indeed lost more than just your face. Since Xiaojun does not wish for you to attend the gathering, it would be best for you to avoid being a nuisance. Arrange the banquet discreetly at the hotel, ensuring it is of the highest standard, and do not forget to settle the payment in advance. Chapter 10. The final selection. Such an almost direct command felt like an affront. After all, Lu Mingya was the owner of several companies. Today, however, he found himself being personally reminded by his father not to forget to prepay for the banquet. A clear indication that Lu Mingdao's capabilities in managing affairs had disappointed him gravely. Embarrassed and humiliated, the only solace Lu Mingdao found was that Hetow had assisted his daughter in advancing, perhaps serving as the finest testament to Hetow's affection for her. In a stroke of fortunate adversity, as Lu Mingdao rose, he witnessed Su Mingya and an unfamiliar senior working in tandem to eliminate a rival from the arena. The prospect of Su, the mayor's daughter, advancing was indeed the best news. Su Xiaojia, despite lacking a significant background, had ascended to the position of mayor largely due to his own merit. Even if Fengwuching city tier were to rise, and Su Xiaojia could not secure the next mayoral position, he would undoubtedly vie for a provincial legislative seat, gradually establishing a political dynasty, an ally worth courting for the Lu family. The five-person competition tested not only individual combat prowess, but also the ability to analyze the situation and correctly identify potential partners. Tactics and strategy complemented one another, both essential to success. The optimal approach was to find similarly skilled opponents, temporarily uniting to eliminate the most threatening adversary. When faced with allied opponents, one must seek out temporary allies, even if they are weaker, as this is fundamental for self-preservation. adapting to the circumstances and making timely decisions about when to redirect an enemy's attack onto a temporary ally or when to turn against that ally demanded acute situational awareness. This was a rigorous trial. Anyone believing they could dominate the arena solely with their sword would likely find themselves eliminated, often at the very outset, unless they truly surpassed all others in skill. Excessive caution was to be avoided, as the most detested competitors were those who conserved their strength, followed closely by the strongest opponents. In the arena of the five-person competition, one had to display corresponding strength and swiftly recognize the goodwill of potential allies. The third group saw a victor emerge, a senior in his fourth year who fortuitously teamed up with a friend, effortlessly dominating the three others before turning their focus upon each other. The first group, featuring Su Mengya, was still embroiled in fierce combat. With three competitors remaining, Su Mengya and her temporary ally, both wary as they attacked another opponent. Just as the rivals seemed on the verge of defeat, Su Mengya and her ally simultaneously launched their assault. Su Mengya's battle was fraught with twists and turns. Hetow and the others had nearly lost their voices cheering for her. Unlike Liu Xiaojun, who had Hetow as a companion, Su Mengya fought valiantly on her own. The second-year girl, embroiled in a battle of wits against two upperclassmen, fought fiercely. Even in defeat, she would earn respect. Su Mengya's sword trembled, revealing her fatigue, as the two opponents exchanged glances and simultaneously aimed their swords at her. In that moment, any sign of weakness would lead to elimination, and the two seniors clearly possessed the advantage of experience. Fong Rujing smiled faintly, and a hoarse Hetow inquired, "Master, do you think Su Mengya can prevail?" Fong Rujing replied, "Feigning weakness is quite astute." Hetow failed to notice that Su Mengya had already drawn the attention of her two adversaries. Facing two opponents was dire indeed. Had Hetow been present, he would have concealed any signs of exhaustion, gritting his teeth to appear resilient. Miraculously, Su Mengya steadied her hands, striving to maintain her composure. Unfortunately, time was not on her side. Gripping her sword, she glanced nervously between the encroaching opponents. Suddenly, the senior on her left lunged, aiming for the other. In that instant, Su Mengya's sword sprang forth like a striking serpent, accelerating her counterattack. Exhausted, she surprised everyone with a sudden surge in speed, swifter than when she first entered the arena. The senior, under joint assault, forced a rueful smile as a referee's sword intervened before Su Mengya's. A sly smile flickered in her eyes as she launched her sword at the other opponent. This maneuver echoed Hetow's own style. Her adversary deflected the incoming strike, but Su Mengya swiftly executed a kick that struck the opponent's abdomen. Bending over in pain, he clutched his midsection as she seized his wrist, easily disarming him and declaring the end of the battle. Fong Rujing erupted in laughter, having anticipated this outcome. Two of his students had successfully advanced. However, Su Mengya's progress was perilously close, revealing a hidden leg technique that astounded Fong Rujing. As she descended from the stage, her legs trembled, not from excitement, but genuine fatigue. Without the cultivation of true energy, a girl's stamina could hardly rival that of boys, particularly given Su Mengya's age, which was at least 2 years younger than her competitors. Should her final gambit fail, Su Mengya would willingly concede without needing her opponents to strike. For her energy reserves were depleted. Liu Xiaojun and several female classmates rushed to support her as she returned, while Fong Rujing rose to applaud her with solemnity. The Fengwuqing Daoist Academy had only 3 slots for the path of the ordinary, and under Fong Rujing's guidance, 2 of his second-year students had succeeded, a historic achievement for the academy. Many felt regretful. Had Hetow not been grouped with Liu Xiaojun, he would have undoubtedly qualified himself, potentially outpacing even the Thunder Sisters on the path of the ordinary. Following the conclusion of the competition, the dean delivered an impassioned speech, but Hetow and his peers were too preoccupied to listen. The end of the event marked the beginning of a 2-month winter break, allowing students from distant homes to return. Meanwhile, Hetow's classmates eagerly anticipated treating him lavishly, having heard of his substantial winnings. With the guidance of a master of significant skill, Hetow had indeed struck gold. Who else could be the target of their generosity? Students participating in the third round of eliminations would receive varying rewards based on their performances, equipment, weapons, and spiritual elixirs. Hetow's reward was calculated by Fongland as a second-tier chi-enhancing pill, the most beneficial elixir for him at present. The Fenghua Hotel stood as the most prestigious high-end establishment in Fenghuacheng, and this time, Hetow truly indulged, adopting an air of maturity. He ordered the hotel's most renowned dishes and expensive wines, estimating the meal's cost to be equivalent to a significant portion of a house, at least the price he had paid when purchasing it. Apart from Fongland, Hetow's classmates, brimming with youthful energy, drank heartily, their spirits lifted. Even those who had initially been reserved around Fongland found the courage to toast him in turn. The revelry continued until nearly midnight, when Hetow rose to settle the bill, only to discover that Lu Mingdao had already covered the expenses. Hetow felt no obligation in return. Assisting Lu Xiaojun on the path of the ordinary sufficed to balance the scales. Lu Mingdao, perceptive and discreet, had quietly paid the bill without revealing himself or attempting to forge a friendship with Fongland. As they exited the hotel, a line of cars awaited, ready to transport Fongland and his students separately. After boarding the vehicle, Hetow turned to Lu Xiaojun and expressed, "Thank you, Uncle Lu, for treating us." This meal was on Lu Xiaojun. "Next time, I shall treat you all." As the car pulled away, Lu Xiaojun beamed with delight. Hetow would not take advantage of such kindness. Lu Xiaojun had informed his classmates of the source of their lavish feast before they departed. They departed in different vehicles, and the last car, bearing a black license plate, approached. Lu Xiaojun watched as Su Mingyao boarded her family's car before she opened her own door. To her surprise, sitting in the back seat was the benevolent Lu Yiyuan, with Lu Mingdao at the wheel instead of the family chauffeur. Lu Yiyuan gestured for Lu Mingdao to drive, then inquired, "Are you feeling happy today?" Lu Xiaojun pressed her lips together and nodded. Lu Yiyuan, with earnest gravity, remarked, "Hetow has rendered you considerable assistance. You ought to pay him a visit to express your gratitude. The bond of classmates is the most genuine and intangible asset for a lifetime." Lu Xiaojun replied, "His house was destroyed. I cannot visit him, and I am unaware of where he resides with his mentor." Lu Yiyuan furrowed his brow and asked, "Where does he live?" Lu Xiaojun responded, "At Fongland Xiaozhu, near the garbage mountain." The car came to an abrupt halt, and Lu Mingdao turned to inquire, "Are you certain Hetow's home is there?" Lu Xiaojun, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong?" Suddenly, Lu Yiyuan burst into laughter, prompting Lu Mingdao to say, "The properties at Fongland Xiaozhu are entirely controlled by the Fong family. Could it be that Hetow's house has not been purchased?" Lu Xiaojun was taken aback, having heard whispers of this matter, but never connecting it to Hetow. Lu Yiyuan murmured, "If the Fong family controls Fongland Xiaozhu, what of Hetow's residence? Is it still in his name? The recent collapse of the garbage mountain has uniquely destroyed Hetow's house. This is quite intriguing." Lu Xiaojun quietly speculated. Could it have been a deliberate destruction to leave Hetow homeless? Lu Yiyuan countered, "No. It is highly probable that Hetow is involved in the acquisition of Fongland Xiaozhu." Fong Yilong and He Yilong, you mentioned their hairstyles are nearly identical, and their physiques are completely alike. Lu Mingdao, trembling with excitement, exclaimed, "Masks. They must be wearing masks. Fong Yilong is He Yilong." Lu Xiaojun, in despair, turned to her grandfather and asked, "Whose identity is false?" Lu Yiyuan replied, "If Fongland is a golden core cultivator, does it truly matter who is real and who is not? What is significant is that Fongland is a golden core cultivator, and Fongland Xiaozhu has fallen into their hands. Indeed, the offspring of prominent families are formidable. They have long been aware of the news regarding the elevation of Fengwu City and thus resorted to crude yet effective methods to secure the prime land. Mingdao, there is much for you to learn. This is the craft of the elite." Chapter 11. Breakthrough. Hetow and Fongland have once again relocated to a new residence, the previous one rendered uninhabitable due to the destruction of the living room windows. Fortunately, the Fongland cottage belongs entirely to them, allowing them the freedom to dwell wherever they choose. The current abode, previously occupied by others, remains in a state of disarray, as it has not been tidied since the former residence vacated. Fong Jiu intends to undertake extensive renovations to transform these properties completely, Thus, no cleaning was conducted after the previous occupants departed. Hetow does not plan to stay long, as he intends to move to the residence he purchased from his ancestors, a place he cherishes for its environment. After consuming a modest amount of alcohol, Hetow emerged from the bathroom clad in a bathrobe. Fongland beckoned him to sit, mentioning that the master had something to convey. Hetow approached, and Fongland produced a partially torn book, which Hetow instantly recognized as a fragment of the Wushuang Pu. Fongland smiled, explaining that this was the latter third of the text, which, despite its incompleteness, held significant advantages, although it lacked the crucial central portion necessary for cultivation. With a gesture, Fongland ignited the fragmented Wushuang Pu. Hetow was puzzled, and Fongland elucidated that the essence of the book had been retained in his memory. If Hetow were to read it first, preconceived notions would cloud his understanding, and without the pivotal middle section, he would be unable to grasp the latter half, which would be detrimental to him. As the remnants of the book burned away, Fongland gently rubbed his hands together, causing a delicate black net to drift down. Hetow gazed in astonishment at the spectacle, as Fongland stated that a similar net had been integrated into his left hand while he slept. Thus, he surmised that the final page would possess one as well. And indeed, it did not disappoint. Hetow extended his right hand, and Fongland draped the black net over his hand's surface, which then adhered seamlessly. Both master and disciple exchanged glances, but to their mutual surprise, the integration did not occur. Fongland felt a tinge of embarrassment, wondering what had gone awry. As the last time had been effortless, Hetow softly suggested that perhaps he needed to be asleep for it to work. Fongland shook his head, asserting that it should not be so simple. The initial success had coincided with Hetow beginning his cultivation of the Wushuang Pu, allowing for a fortuitous fusion to take place. Fongland then decided to temporarily set aside the Wushuang Pu, as it was a treasured tome passed down through generations. Had he not been concerned that it might incite peril in Hetow's hands, he would not have considered its destruction and, in turn, would not have uncovered the secret of the net. Hetow understood the immense value concealed within the final page's net. A normal individual would never willingly obliterate a precious tome like the Wushuang Pu, for without its destruction, the secrets of the front and back pages would remain unknown. Fongland presented Hetow with a box containing secondary chi-boosting pills, instructing him to begin taking them immediately. He need not engage in the competition for the ordinary path, as he could attempt to condense true chi. Had it not been for his cultivation of the Wushuang Pu, Hetow would have been on the verge of condensing true chi. The competition for internal armor forged from 4 rare metals was siphoning his vital essence, impeding his progress. As his vital essence fell short of true chi, Hetow was unable to condense it, and the internal armor not only failed to strengthen but continually drained his nourishment, becoming a substantial threat to his well-being. Returning to his bedroom, the effects of the alcohol invigorated him rather than inducing drowsiness. Hetow opened the box to reveal 12 secondary chi-boosting pills. It seemed Fongland had anticipated that Hetow would require more pills to facilitate his breakthrough after cultivating the Wushuang Pu, thus replacing everything with secondary pills to ensure Hetow's motivation remained unimpeded. Hetow placed his left hand on the box, allowing it to touch 2 of the pills, and with rapt attention, watched as they swiftly shrank to the size of rice grains, transforming into translucent elixirs. It was effective, and the speed was remarkable. Hetow repeated the process, purifying all 12 secondary chi-boosting pills, adding them to the one he had previously saved, resulting in a total of 13. Contemplating briefly, Hetow pinched 2 of the purified elixirs and placed them in his mouth. They melted instantly, transforming into a warm flow that coursed through his abdomen. Last time, he had been so close to a breakthrough. This time, by consuming 2, he believed he would succeed, leaving the remaining elixirs for his elder brother. Hetow focused inward, observing his breath, yet before he could settle his mind, the Wushuang armor began to draw in energy, causing the warm flow in his abdomen to disperse throughout his limbs and bones. Was that it? Hetow opened his eyes, a look of innocence on his face, questioning how much energy the Wushuang armor required to be satisfied. Resolutely, Hetow seized 4 chi-boosting pills and consumed them. This time, The warm flow surged violently within him. Concerned about overindulging, he feared the consequences of consuming refined secondary pills. He quickly entered a meditative state, envisioning the scorpion rune when he felt the warm flow within him dissipate. A bottomless pit, Hetow thought frantically. 4 secondary chi-boosting pills, refined and potent, had vanished into thin air. What was the Wushuang armor up to? At this rate, he would be drained to a husk and still not satiated. Hetow's gaze fell upon the remaining 7 rice-sized pills in the box. 7, a truly daunting quantity. If the armor refused to consume them, the situation could escalate dramatically. Hetow faced his most challenging dilemma, the uncertainty of the Wushuang armor's limits. If he overestimated its capacity, he would be doomed. After much internal struggle, Hetow gathered his resolve, grasped the box, and held all 7 pills in his hand. After a moment's hesitation, he decisively placed them in his mouth. The 7 pills transformed into a torrent of heat, and Hetow felt as though his abdomen might burst. Determined not to dwell on the potential consequences of failure, he began to visualize the peculiar scorpion rune. In the dim room, 4 colors of light flickered around Hetow, with metallic runes shimmering visibly on his bare arms. These metallic runes subtly formed the scales of the armor, and under the potent stimulation of the secondary chi-boosting pills, the Wushuang armor began to take shape. As the scorpion rune in his lower abdomen solidified, Hetow followed the chi cultivation mantra, directing his intent to activate the rune. If the visualization could commence, it would signify the first step toward condensing true chi. The Wushuang armor absorbed the chi-boosting pills, transforming them into a warm flow, yet his abdomen remained painfully distended, and sweat soon drenched his clothing. Fongland opened the door, standing at the threshold, observing Hetow. The faint aura emanating from Hetow after consuming the chi-boosting pills alerted Fongland, who frowned upon seeing the empty box. He was too audacious. Having consumed all the pills, Fongland's eyes narrowed as his psychic energy enveloped Hetow, ready to intervene should he falter. The emergence of the Wushuang Pu offered no previous insights to draw upon. Everything was meticulously guided by Fongland based on the text's records, leaving him uncertain of the specifics. At this moment, the Wushuang armor was beginning to materialize on Hetow, suggesting that the steps were correct. Yet the path to breakthrough was fraught with difficulty. Initially, Fongland believed Hetow would require double the effort to condense true chi. Now, it appeared that such optimism was misplaced. As Hetow felt his mental faculties waning, the scorpion rune suddenly shifted ever so slightly. Though the movement was minuscule, it heralded the emergence of a strand of innate true chi from his chi-si. The accumulated medicinal power within his abdomen found an outlet, surging into the chi-si and propelling the moving scorpion rune into a whirl. The warm medicinal energy flooded into the chi-si, igniting a tempest. As the scorpion rune morphed into a rapidly spinning vortex, devouring the medicinal power of the chi-boosting pills, pure innate true chi began to emanate from the whirlpool. The murky sweat poured from Hetow's pores, and the condensation of true chi signified that years of arduous practice had not been in vain. He was transitioning from the acquired to the innate, officially stepping into the chi cultivation phase. Exhausted to the core, Hetow could no longer propel the scorpion rune. Yet he remained entranced, observing the rune's transformative dance. The first strand of true energy was born, and from that moment on, Hetow could gradually advance towards the foundational stage, bearing the title of a chi practitioner until he successfully established his foundation. It is unclear how much time had passed when Hetow opened his eyes. His first thought was one of suffocation. He leaped out of bed, only to find his astonished master, Fongland, standing at the door. When Hetow condensed his first strand of true energy, Fongland felt a release of tension and began waiting for Hetow to awaken. Ordinarily, one would expect that after condensing true energy, Hetow would be utterly exhausted and awaken shortly thereafter. However, Fongland stood at the door for over half an hour before Hetow finally stirred. Could it be that Hetow's will was so formidable? Fongland, observing Hetow drenched in grime and sweat, advised, "Take a warm bath. Do not catch a chill." Hetow pinched his nose and rushed to the bathroom, hastily shedding his damp night clothes and standing beneath the lotus shower, enveloped in the warm mist. In the distance, alarm bells rang out, prompting Fongland and Hetow to exchange hurried words before he elegantly swept into the house, transforming into a shimmering golden light that darted towards the horizon, the direction of the temporary military camp. Clearly, someone was attempting to breach the Mirror Palace. Detected by the Special Operations Forces. The Special Operations Unit comprised a battalion of cultivators, capable of addressing ordinary troubles. The alarm signaled the emergence of a formidable opponent, likely a Golden Core master. Hetow quickly bathed and donned his outer garments, stepping outside to behold the golden light streaking across the sky, which was his master's lifebound flying sword. The air was filled with the sound of gunfire, accompanied by the dazzling brilliance of numerous flying swords. Fongland led a battalion of elite Special Operations Forces, which included a contingent of cultivators, among them over 20 foundation-building practitioners. With Fongland, a Golden Core master, joining the fray, the soldiers were competent enough to provide significant support. It was not until the latter half of the night that Fongland returned, casually tossing a long sword to Hetow and declaring, "Spoils of war. This is the flying sword of a Golden Core master. A commendable haul this time." Hetow inquired, "Is he dead?" Fongland ruffled Hetow's hair and replied, "Do not ask so many questions. Go and rest." Chapter 12. The Master of Feng Shui. The master was reluctant to provide a direct answer, leading to the assumption that the matter was indeed fatal. Hetow refrained from approaching the scene, understanding that some spectacles were not meant for him to witness, lest he inadvertently cause trouble for the master. However, from a distance, he observed the master's flying sword slicing through the air with an imposing presence, igniting a surge of excitement within him. Only upon reaching the foundation establishment stage would one be deemed worthy of wielding a flying sword, which required a substantial amount of genuine energy as its foundation, alongside formidable mental prowess. Today marked the moment when Hetow condensed his first wisp of genuine energy, and it was from this day forth that his thoughts would be recognized as mental strength. This was the flying sword of a Golden Core cultivator, now rightfully his. Hetow could discern that the master preferred to remain taciturn, and with a heart full of joy, he returned to his room, cradling the sword. Fongland gently cleared his throat, dabbing at the blood at the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief. After a moment's hesitation, he rose and made his way into the night towards Zhu Gushing's courtyard. As Fongland entered the courtyard, the door swung open of its own accord. Inside, Zhu Gushing was savoring a cup of coffee, with another steaming mug clearly prepared for Fongland on the coffee table. Taking his seat opposite Zhu Gushing, the rich bitterness of the coffee invigorated Fongland. Zhu Gushing remarked, "Your flying sword exhibits a grand and sweeping style, yet intricately nuanced within its might. Quite commendable." Fongland listened in silence, aware that his swordplay failed to impress Zhu Gushing, for had it been otherwise, the master would not have so easily reduced Fongland's flying sword to a lifeless serpent with his vine staff. The disparity was evident. As anticipated, Zhu Gushing shifted the topic, stating, "Your current realm is insufficient. Your flying sword has reached its limit. Without extraordinary opportunities, advancement will be arduous." Fongland solemnly requested, "Please, enlighten me." Zhu Gushing gently shook his head. "My methods are not suited for you. Speaking further may only create mental barriers. Should the Mirror Palace open, you might discover your own opportunities, but that depends on fate." Fongland fixed his keen gaze upon Zhu Gushing. "Yilong mentioned you are adept at face reading." Zhu Gushing regarded Fongland with an unusual expression, leaving Fongland perplexed. "Do you truly believe such nonsensical claims?" Zhu Gushing continued, "I have observed the He brothers. Their status as orphans, having lost their parents in an accident, is known to me. Such tales may deceive the trusting child, but why would you fall for them?" Fongland nearly spat his coffee from his nose, coughing uncontrollably. He had genuinely believed the old man could read faces. Only to realize the truth was Zhu Gushing had merely taken note of the He brothers. Zhu Gushing continued, "When the Mirror Palace emerges, many will come to pry. They will not be merciful, and this will only attract more adversaries. You lack tranquility. I relish my secluded life here. While you are merely biding your time, This is the distinction. Thus, you have come to see the Mirror Palace as a treasure, a chance for ascension. This is misguided. Fong Rujing paused before replying. Yet, we cannot allow them to take advantage. To obtain something, one must show sincerity. Zhu Gushing replied thoughtfully, there is some truth in that. Nothing comes without effort. Have you considered how to deal with the slaughter? Fong Rujing remained silent. Zhu Gushing remarked, the reputation of the slaughter is relatively favorable. They are not the sort to be domineering. You have taken the remnants of the Wushuang scroll. There is no need for total annihilation. Fong Rujing toyed with his coffee cup. Are you suggesting we turn conflict into peace? Zhu Gushing responded, it is wise to keep them around. After all, a golden core cultivator is no small asset. Fong Rujing's eyes lit up at this suggestion. Realizing it implied Zhu Gushing had made certain preparations. Zhu Gushing added, place a restraint upon him. If he wishes to exploit what he cannot master, he must face consequences. Let him serve for 20 years before we reconsider. Fong Rujing gasped inwardly. It was indeed a ruthless proposition. 20 years of servitude equated to acquiring a free golden core lackey. Of course, Zhu Gushing, being an ancient nascent soul cultivator, had the authority to impose such restraints. Fong Rujing then inquired, Elder, you cherish tranquility. Why did you not prevent us from purchasing the property at Maple Grove? Zhu Gushing replied nonchalantly, it is best to go with the flow. You have already decided to invest in the Maple Grove estate, and it would be futile for me to obstruct you. It is better to avoid actions that breed resentment. Furthermore, if a child can conceive of acquiring property, why should I not support such ambition? At 16, I certainly lacked such aspirations. I wish to see how far he can go. Fong Rujing felt a sense of relief, and then Zhu Gushing added, a youth who draws the stars into his being will undoubtedly rise to prominence in the future. This is the crux of the matter. Fong Rujing felt as if struck by an unseen blow, realizing that the extraordinary phenomenon of Hetow drawing in starlight was indeed the key. This peculiar old man had a strange disposition. It took a while to unveil the truth amidst his ramblings, making interactions with him quite taxing. Zhu Gushing waved his hand. In the coming days, you and that child should move in. He seems to take a liking to this place, and I can see it. The coffee was indeed bitter, and Fong Rujing felt a deep sense of frustration. Under the roof of an ancient nascent soul cultivator, it was natural for him to feel stifled. Yet he could not voice this to Hetow. After finishing the remaining coffee in one gulp, as he stood, Zhu Gushing remarked, I possess some knowledge of feng shui. When you construct the artificial river, you may come to me for blueprints. Fong Rujing was skeptical. This old man spoke half-truths, making it challenging to discern what to believe. It would be best for Hetow to engage with him moving forward. Awakening in the early morning, Hetow was startled by laughter. Fong Jio's gleeful sounds indicated something good had transpired. With a toothbrush in his mouth, Hetow emerged, standing at the stairway, asking through muffled words, Uncle Jio, what has got you so merry? Fong Jio slammed a land deed onto the table, exclaiming, 8 million. Uncle Jio has secured the remaining property. From now on, Maple Grove will be our own estate. Ha ha ha, Fong Jiu laughed maniacally, relishing the smooth acquisition of land. Mayor Su Xiaojie had penned a personal letter, and Councilman Liu made a direct call, facilitating the purchase of the remaining land at Maple Grove by the three-party investment corporation at an incredibly low price, under the guise of environmental protection and development. When finalizing the land purchase, Fong Jio signed an agreement forbidding the use of Maple Grove for commercial real estate development, meaning no commercial constructions could be erected. The Land Bureau of Fenwu City deemed this a losing proposition, or so their director claimed. Fong Jio had never contemplated developing commercial real estate. The existing home sufficed. He envisioned creating a picturesque resort rather than a cluster of buildings, which would utterly destroy the aesthetic of Maple Grove. As a private estate, outside interference would no longer be tolerated, and this naturally formed dense forest of maples would henceforth be considered private territory, eliciting Fong Jiu's uncontrollable delight. After rinsing his mouth, Hetow descended the stairs, where the model of the estate lay in ruins, leaving only a large-scale map of Fengwu City. Fong Jio circled Maple Grove on the map, declaring fiercely, commencing construction this season may be challenging, but I've made my decision. The artificial river at Maple Grove shall officially begin. Hetow exclaimed joyfully. Let us make it resemble a moat. Fongjiu praised. A splendid idea. Fong Rujing interjected. We need to consult a master of feng shui for measurements. Gathering wind and energy is essential for good feng shui. And it must be advantageous for the owner. Impulsiveness is unwise. I perceive that Sheng Lao seems to have some knowledge in this area. Elong, after breakfast, go visit Sheng Lao and seek his counsel. Hetow readily agreed. Sure, I'm eager to meet this elder. Let us hope the cold doesn't hinder him. Fong Jiu and Fong Rujing exchanged a quiet glance, recognizing their shared relief. This sincere goodwill from Hetow was precisely what they needed. After all, Zhu Gushing was an eccentric old fellow, and such sincerity would resonate well with him. After hastily finishing his breakfast, Hetow ventured into the maple forest with a map in hand, making his way to the entrance of Zhu Gushing's courtyard. He knocked firmly on the door, exclaiming, Old man, are you home? It's Hetow. The sound of a cane tapping on the ground echoed, and Zhu Gushing, donning a small round hat, opened the door, exhaling a cloud of white mist as he remarked, disturbing my dreams so early in the morning. Hetow sauntered inside and replied, It's not that early. Aren't you the one who sleeps less? I see you can sleep even more than I can. Zhu Gushing retorted, What else would an old man like me do if not sleep? Hetow continued, I plan to move in here for the next few days. You could also reside here. Zhu Gushing asked, You're not going to chase me away? Hetow responded, Why would I do that? What do you take me for? My master doesn't want me to move in, fearing it might disrupt your peaceful life. But I think it would be delightful to be together. You could teach me how to play the violin, and my master's culinary skills are exceptional. It would be mutually beneficial. Zhu Gushing nodded appreciatively, saying, I truly don't wish to leave this home. I would merely be taking advantage of you. Selling my house, yet still residing here. Living off the fat of the land without a care in the world is a dream I never dared to imagine. Hetow reassured him, You're overthinking it. Not charging you tuition for learning the violin would be stingy of me. Knowledge has its value. Allowing you to stay here and sharing meals together would suffice as payment. My master mentioned you understand feng shui, and coincidentally, ninth uncle wishes to construct an artificial river. So I've come to seek your guidance. Zhu Gushing lifted his chin and declared, When it comes to this, I certainly take my responsibilities seriously. Many years ago, I sensed that Maple Forest Cottage lacked a bit of vitality. It is deficient in water according to the 5 elements. In the season of the golden wind, when the maple leaves blaze like fire, that represents the element of fire, which must be counterbalanced by water to achieve harmony between water and fire. The residents of Maple Forest Cottage have been struggling increasingly over the years, precisely because the feng shui here is not adequately refined. Hetow listened to the master of face reading with deep admiration, nodding frequently as he said, It's clear you are an expert. Maple Forest Cottage is lush with vegetation, representing the element of wood. The ground beneath our feet signifies the element of earth. The red maple leaves blanket the hills like flames, embodying the element of fire. And the metal processing plant to the south can barely be considered the element of metal. Indeed, it is the element of water that is missing. Zhu Gushing expressed his astonishment. Impressive. Are you interested in learning feng shui? I believe you possess the talent for it. Chapter 13. The Thousand-Bird Technique. In Hetow's impression, Sheng Lao was a true master of physiognomy. He claimed to possess a natural gift for feng shui, which Hetow believed to be undoubtedly true. Hetow eagerly inquired, Do you think I have the potential? I believe I truly do. With a beaming smile, Zhu Gushing led Hetow into the grand hall on the first floor, where a large sand table was prominently displayed. This sand table, crafted from the soil of Fongland Shaozhu, was incomparable to the one Hetow and Fong Rujing had created. The terrain on Zhu Gushing's sand table was meticulously simulated, with exquisitely detailed miniature houses that seemed to exist in vivid reality. Truly a remarkable craft. With his hands clasped behind his back, Zhu Gushing circled the sand table with Hetow and asked, What is your impression of this sand table? Do not overthink. Rely on your intuition. Hetow blurted out, A giant turtle. Zhu Gushing's mustache twitched in amusement as he replied, What turtle? This is an ao. Hetow nodded repeatedly, for he perceived little distinction between a turtle, a giant turtle, and an ao. Zhu Gushing patiently elucidated. An Ao is a great turtle of the sea, rumored to be a descendant of dragons. Turtles and giant turtles lack the grand vision. In feng shui, one must remember that forms represent essence and that energy must be vibrant. Many speak of dragon veins. Does one need the appearance of a dragon for it to be called a dragon vein? It is merely a matter of representation. If the surrounding mountains and waters resemble a dragon, then it may be deemed a treasure of feng shui. However, that is the perspective of ordinary folk. In truth, a dragon vein is not necessarily a favorable place. While it may bring temporary fortune, it often leads to the destruction of future generations. The form of Fongland Shaozhu resembles a great Ao, yet it is trapped here, devoid of spiritual energy, thus lacking vibrancy. Water must be present. It is the essence of life for the Ao. Hetow wholeheartedly agreed, recognizing Zhu Gushing as an expert, though he still felt somewhat perplexed. Zhu Gushing, in high spirits, pointed at the sand table and remarked, "You initially intended to directly channel the river with an artificial waterway to encircle Fongland Shaozhu. Did you not? Wrong. That is a grave error. Such an action would merely create a stagnant fortress. A city is lifeless, while an Ao is vibrant. Your well-intentioned feng shui design has been ruined. Do you think a dull moat can embody vitality? That is stagnant water. Remember when I mentioned there are underground hot springs here? The combination of surface water and underground water presents a significant advantage. How could you forget?" Zhu Gushing fetched a delicate little shovel and began to trace the outline of a dried-up natural riverbed on the sand table, sketching the embryonic form of a small river. He then dug out some soil in a low-lying area, to which Hetow inquired, "An artificial lake?" Zhu Gushing praised. "Beneath this lies the source of the hot spring water. With this artificial lake, the Ao will regain its vitality. Near this artificial lake, we can construct several small outdoor hot springs, adding a touch of liveliness and a selling point." Hetow nodded vigorously, envisioning the pleasure of bathing in a steaming hot spring amidst the snowy season. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Gushing continued, "For the specifics, let the designer worry about them. Just remember to build 7 outdoor hot springs of varying sizes around the artificial lake, forming a layout reminiscent of the 7 stars accompanying the moon. The planned artificial lake would be situated not far from Zhu Gushing's home, as the water veins of the underground hot springs should be nearby." Hetow commented, "I truly admire your house and yard. However, I am not fond of the wall color. A white wall would complement the gray roof beautifully." Zhu Gushing replied earnestly, "I told you that you have a talent for this. Initially, I painted the walls this color out of annoyance at others watching nearby." As he spoke, Zhu Gushing continued to outline the river's position with the little shovel. Suddenly, Hetow remarked, "It resembles the blood vessels of the human body." Zhu Gushing nodded, saying, "I see you are brimming with energy. You must have begun to cultivate true qi. Have you considered practicing any advanced techniques?" Hetow responded, "The techniques from the academy should suffice. The foundational techniques for qi cultivation have been repeatedly validated. While their effects may not be immediately apparent, they possess universal applicability." Hetow had previously practiced these common techniques. Although his progress was slow, he was assured by the absence of hidden dangers. Zhu Gushing remarked, "People are different. It would be a pity for someone as intelligent as you to practice ordinary techniques. I heard from your master that he is a disciple of the Han Haifeng family. You could ask him to find a technique called Thousand Bird Technique for you, which would enable you to swiftly reach the foundation establishment stage." Hetow hesitated, saying, "Haste makes waste. Techniques with quick results likely harbor hidden dangers." Zhu Gushing chuckled, "You know nothing. The Thousand Bird Technique is for the qi refinement stage. Once you reach the foundation establishment, you can switch to the Advanced 100 Sparrows diagram, which is a lesser-known continuous secret technique. The 100 Sparrows diagram can propel you to the Golden Core stage, if your aptitude is sufficient. After forming your Golden Core, you can practice the 10 Eagles Codex. At that point, you will understand just how powerful this progressive secret technique is." Hetow blurted, "How do you know this?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Gushing sighed deeply, a look of desolation crossing his face. Hetow quickly said, "All right, I won't ask anymore. My apologies." Observing the sorrowful expression on Zhu Gushing's face, Hetow surmised that the elder must have missed the opportunity to practice this progressive secret technique in his youth. Zhu Gusheng, now disheartened, stated, "Let us conclude our discussion for today. The work of clearing the river and excavating the artificial lake should be scheduled." Hetow felt a pang of guilt as he sensed he had touched upon a painful memory and left in an apologetic manner. Just as Hetow exited Zhu Gusheng's courtyard, he was in conversation with Fong Jiu about how to commence the work and how many teams to hire. Fong Rujing leaned back, and an aged, yellowed tome flew through the air, landing on the table with a thud. Fong Rujing turned around to find the window already closed. Fong Jiu felt a shiver run down his spine, and Fong Rujing reassured, "It's nothing." Glancing at the tome, her eyes widened in surprise. Fong Jiu softly asked, "Sheng Lao?" Fong Rujing nodded and began to rapidly flip through the pages of the tome titled Thousand Bird Technique. 20 minutes later, Hetow sauntered back. Noticing that his master and Uncle Jiu appeared to be engrossed in a discussion, he casually remarked, "Master, Sheng Lao mentioned I should practice the Thousand Bird Technique. Have you heard of it?" Fong Rujing replied calmly, "I was just about to discuss this with you." "Indeed. The Thousand Bird Technique is exceptionally suited for you. I did not expect Sheng Lao to be aware of this as well. However, you must remember that this technique is unknown to ordinary people, even the scions of prominent families, and must not be divulged." Fong Rujing placed the yellowed tome on the table, stating, "I have never practiced this technique myself. You should read through it first. If you encounter any difficulties, I will explain them to you." Hetow, feeling somewhat perplexed, took the tome to the sofa and reclined as he began to read, saying, "I informed Sheng Lao that I would be moving in soon. There is ample space in such a large house, and we will not disturb each other." Fong Rujing replied absently, "All right, as you wish." Fong Jiu looked at Fong Rujing with compassion, but she shot him a glare. Fong Jiu quickly asked, "Did Sheng Lao mention how to construct the artificial channel?" Hetow replied, "I almost forgot. Sheng Lao is indeed a master of feng shui. Where's the map? I think I left it at Sheng Lao's house. Tomorrow, I will retrieve it. How about this? Let us go to Sheng Lao's house together tomorrow. His sand table is exquisite, almost a work of art." Fong Rujing steeled himself and said, "That sounds fine." Hetow meticulously absorbed every word, casually remarking, "Sheng Lao said that Fongland Shaozhu is structured like a golden AO. He has planned for an artificial lake and several small artificial streams, which I find very promising. Master, what does this character mean? I do not recognize it." Fong Rujing approached, pointing at the obscure character, and said, "This character should not be interpreted literally. It actually represents the runes you visualize. According to the Thousand Bird Technique, the runes you visualize should rotate at least 60 times per minute, once every second." Hetow replied dismissively, "It's quite simple. When I first generated my true energy, that rune spun at least once per second." Sitting at the table, Fong Jiu's gaze was vacant. Could one truly condense true energy and visualize a rune at such a rapid pace? Was Hetow's perception genuinely so distorted? Fong Rujing grasped Hetow's wrist, infusing pure true essence into his body. Upon entering Hetow's dantian, her brow relaxed. Indeed, it was as she suspected. Fong Rujing surmised that Hetow's prior cultivation of the Wushuang scroll had led him to expend an astonishing 12 second-tier qi-enhancing pills merely to condense his true energy. Generally speaking, consuming such a copious amount of qi-enhancing pills would be sufficient to overwhelm a person, yet Hetow appeared unaffected. When Fong Rujing first assessed him, he was on the verge of a breakthrough, poised to condense his true energy at any moment. After consuming numerous nourishing foods for so long, requiring such an abundance of second-tier qi-enhancing pills to advance suggested that the restrictions imposed by the Wushuang battle armor on Hetow were far beyond imagination. Nevertheless, the benefits were equally substantial. The rotational speed of Hetow's visualized runes exceeded Fong Rujing's expectations. It took Fong Rujing a full year to achieve such velocity in her own rune visualization. The faster the rune spins, the quicker the true energy condenses, signifying an accelerated accumulation of true essence. Having birthed his first wisp of true energy last night, Hetow's rune achieved this remarkable speed, perhaps indicating that his foundational cultivation could be realized much sooner than anticipated. Fong Rujing released Hetow's wrist and said, "Brother Jiao, please gather some of the finest ingredients for enhancing qi and blood." Fong Jiao replied, "I spoke with a friend a few days ago. They should be arriving shortly. Should we prepare a large freezer? I suspect the quantity will be considerable. I rarely ask favors of friends, but when I do, they are usually quite accommodating." Fong Rujing hesitated before nodding. "Then let it be delivered directly to Sheng Lao's residence. I will organize my belongings shortly. We shall move today." Hetow extended his index and middle fingers in a celebratory gesture, feeling that living in this house was far from pleasant. Staying at Sheng Lao's home was much more comfortable. Chapter 14. Relocation. Fong Rujing regarded the act of organizing belongings merely as a means to grant oneself a moment of tranquility. Surely, that old scoundrel must have fed Hetow some enchanted brew, causing him to incessantly brood over the idea of moving. Was it truly a desirable locale? A veritable den of tigers and dragons. The mere thought of residing beneath the same roof as an ancient being of the Yuan-ing stage unsettled Fong Rujing. What further piqued Fong Rujing's wariness was the old scoundrel's gift of the thousand-bird technique, a long-lost manual of profound mental cultivation. It was rumored that the thousand-bird technique encompassed not only the mastery of true qi, but also an exceptional method of movement, though these were mere whispers. After a modest lunch, Fong Rujing, with the mindset of facing whatever may come, accompanied Hetow and Fong Jiao to the residence of Zhu Gushing. The verdant maple forest, the expansive courtyard, and the elegant surroundings were indeed a feast for the eyes, yet apart from Hetow's evident delight, both Fong Rujing and Fong Jiao wore expressions of grave concern. The repair of a golden core was less arduous than dealing with a dog. Fong Rujing felt a sense of suffocation. Zhu Gushing, clad in somewhat worn garments, greeted the new inhabitants with a genteel demeanor, appearing to be a kindly old man, even extending a hand to take Fong Rujing's suitcase, which sent a shiver down her spine. Zhu Gushing, resembling a gracious host, led Fong Rujing and Hetow to the second floor, where 5 bedrooms awaited. Fong Rujing opted for the one furthest from the staircase, adjacent to Hetow's room. Once they had settled in, the trio returned to the grand hall, only to find Fong Jiao greedily fixated on the sand table. After Hetow's departure, Zhu Gushing had excavated rivers and a man-made lake on the sand table, filling it with water, rendering the scene increasingly lifelike. Gentle ripples danced upon the surface, enlivening the maple forest cottage. "Do you see?" Zhu Gushing remarked. "If you construct according to the waterway I have sketched, it will suffice. Though the bitter cold may complicate matters, the season allows us to bypass concerns regarding groundwater." Fong Jiao pointed to the artificial lake and inquired, "Old Sheng, is the spring source located here?" Zhu Gushing replied, "The water flow is substantial. Allow me to demonstrate." He approached a hidden switch in the corner of the hall, and with a soft whir of mechanical gears, a plume of white mist billowed into the courtyard. Hetow rushed to the window. Witnessing scalding spring water gushing from one corner of the pond, rapidly enveloped in mist on this frigid winter day, Fong Rujing noticed a slender water line on the sand table connecting to the distant artificial lake, surmising that this was indeed the source of the hot spring. The water volume was ample, and once the pond filled, it would flow along the waterway to the artificial lake. "We can finally enjoy the hot springs." Hetow licked his lips, dreaming of the indulgence of a private hot spring. "No matter what, we must take a dip today." Zhu Gushing's courtyard was meticulously maintained, with the rock-lined pond devoid of dust or fallen leaves. The gushing spring water quickly formed a shallow layer at the bottom of the pond, and the water's surface began to rise gently. Unable to contain his excitement, Hetow dashed outside, leaned over the pond's edge, and dipped his hand into the water, finding it to be around 40 degrees, somewhat hot, yet bearable. Given the outdoor temperature hovered around -10 degrees, the spring water would soon cool, making it perfect for bathing. "Look at him. He appears quite pleased," Zhu Gushing remarked softly. Fong Rujing remained silent, while Fong Jiao, eager to lighten the mood, said, "Ilong is a clever child. Yet his nature is pure. He tends not to overanalyze others, though he possesses ample quick-wittedness when faced with challenges." This assessment was astute. Zhu Gushing glanced at Fong Jiao, who beamed back, feigning surprise. Zhu Gushing continued, "There is no need for formality. Under one roof, Let us consider ourselves family. I find your cautious demeanor rather unappealing. Fong Rujing's expression hardened, retorting, to be outclassed by others naturally renders one constrained. Zhu Gushing chuckled coldly. You have not forgotten your lofty lineage. Your heart remains aloof. Does it not? With such a mindset, do you truly aspire to seclude yourself in the gardens? Or perhaps you would prefer to pursue your whims freely? I shall look after your disciple. Fong Rujing turned sharply, her voice edged with severity. Is this truly the sentiment you wish to convey? Zhu Gushing offered a hollow laugh. He had previously observed the Hetow brothers without discerning any extraordinary talent. Yet, Fong Rujing's fortune had revealed Hetow as a favored child of the stars. Thanks to a fragment of the Wushuang manual, Fong Rujing felt stifled, and Zhu Gushing equally shared her frustration. A genius had lived beneath his very nose for a year and a half, and he remained utterly oblivious, a revelation that would surely tarnish his reputation if it ever came to light. Fong Jiu, wary of escalating tensions, feared that Zhu Gushing might not hesitate to act against the Han Haifong clan. Should he confront Fong Rujing before Hetow, it would render Fong Rujing unable to continue mentoring Hetow with dignity. Fong Jiu awkwardly interjected, Rujing, you needn't be so obstinate. Old Sheng means well. You must temper your temper. Fong Rujing squinted. I cannot change. This is simply my nature. Fong Jiu turned to Zhu Gushing. Old Sheng, might you show some leniency? Regardless, Rujing is a senior figure and a role model. Losing face before Elong makes him uncomfortable, and it would be equally awkward for you, no? Zhu Gushing noticed Hetow returning at a brisk pace, and with a light-hearted chuckle, he said, I believe this child possesses great talent for the violin and a keen insight into feng shui. This was a veiled concession. It was impossible to elicit an apology from an ancient being, yet by shifting the topic, he indicated his willingness to guide Hetow in both music and geomancy, thus promising not to disrupt his cultivation. Fong Rujing's expression softened slightly, and Fong Jiu breathed a sigh of relief. Cohabitation under one roof was indeed challenging. Fong Rujing was as stubborn as a mule. Otherwise, even Fong Jiu would not have nicknamed him Fong the Stubborn. As for Zhu Gushing, the enigmatic elder, his unpredictable nature left one to wonder about his true intentions. Hetow, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, Master, the spring water is delightful. Shall we soak in the pool tonight? Fong Rujing smiled. I have no interest in such indulgences. Your Uncle Jiu would delight in it. After dinner, you too may enjoy the hot springs. I, however, have recently gleaned insights into sword techniques that require my undivided attention. Hetow did not ponder further. In his eyes, his master was invincible. A golden core master and a direct descendant of the Han Haifong clan. No one dared to provoke his ire, nor could he fathom that Zhu Gushing, a master of countenance and an expert in piano and feng shui, was also a Yuaning elder, keeping his master firmly in check. Fong Rujing never required Hetow's assistance in the kitchen. Instead, Hetow perused the thousand-bird technique on the sofa, while Fong Jiu scurried into the kitchen to lend a hand. The ingredients they had brought along were initially sufficient for a week, yet now seemed inadequate. Fortunately, Fong Jiu had already made arrangements. Nourishing provisions procured through friends would soon arrive. As a scion of a prestigious family, Fong Rujing was well-versed in culinary arts, expertly combining ingredients for both nutrition and flavor. While Fong Jiu felt somewhat inadequate, even Zhu Gushing lacked such prowess. Under Fong Rujing's guidance, Fong Jiu deftly chopped vegetables, while Zhu Gushing diligently assisted with washing and preparing rice, prompting Fong Jiu to feel a sense of pride. Zhu Gushing's kitchen appeared seldom used. Though it bore the marks of age, it looked immaculate, devoid of grease or grime. Fong Rujing began by simmering a rich broth in a clay pot, a process involving numerous steps, looking exceedingly intricate, yet the presentation was exquisite. Delicacies like scallops and tender bamboo shoots floated gracefully in the clear broth, pleasing to the eye. Next came the iron pot for stewing. Large chunks of wild venison were cleansed of their blood and odor, seasoned with fragrant spices, and brought to a vigorous boil before being simmered gently. Additionally, a serving of steamed deer blood cake complemented by a delicate dish of cabbage and tofu presents a true test of culinary skill. The ability to elevate homely fare to exquisite flavors genuinely assesses a chef's proficiency. Different foods fulfill various bodily needs, some fortifying muscles, others strengthening bones, replenishing energy, enriching blood, soothing the lungs, and providing diverse medicinal benefits such as nourishing yin and invigorating yang. At the vigorous age of Hetow, his unparalleled battle armor heightens his physical demands, necessitating the enhancement of energy and blood. While the meat from domesticated livestock may be tender, it pales in nutritional value compared to that of wild animals, often laden with antibiotics and hormones that can be detrimental to health. With a balance of meat and vegetables, soups and dishes, Hetow feasted heartily, while Fong and Jing maintained a semblance of decorum, as if the presence of an outsider necessitated a consideration of their own poise. After a half-hour respite, Hetow eagerly seized Fong Jiao and dashed toward the pond. Discarding his robe and donning swim trunks, he leapt into the water. The chill of the outside breeze met the warmth of the hot spring, a delightful contrast that prompted Hetow to emit a contented sigh. Having recently condensed his true energy, Hetow's body was particularly sensitive, as the torrents of warmth seemed to permeate through every pore. Leaning against a rock, he closed his eyes, draping a towel over his face, silently contemplating the operation of the thousand-bird technique. The pathway of this technique is intricate. Thousand birds signifies chaos. Yet the mind's method must possess clarity. This requires untangling a convoluted route into a coherent thread, avoiding confusion. Cultivating true energy means subsequently circulating it through the body, thereby unblocking the meridians and unlocking extraordinary abilities. The extent to which the meridians are unblocked directly correlates to the capabilities one can manifest. Qi cultivation is divided into 12 celestial layers, necessitating the unblocking of 12 primary meridians. Unblocking a single meridian signifies progress toward foundational establishment. Ultimately, unlocking the 8 extraordinary vessels signifies the successful establishment of one's foundation. The thousand-bird technique diverges from conventional pathways. It is not merely about unblocking individual meridians, but rather advancing collectively, resembling a headless fly in chaotic motion, yet in reality, it is a direct pursuit of the foundational threshold, seemingly chaotic yet inherently ordered. This embodies the true essence of the thousand birds. Chapter 15. The promotional film. The true challenge of mastering the thousand-bird technique lies in the ability to multitask. Hetow had already discerned this while perusing the ancient texts. It required the mind to simultaneously control distinct streams of true energy to impact various meridians. Ultimately, it seemed he would need to divide his mental focus into 12 distinct paths, simultaneously striking the 12 primary meridians. Only then would he qualify to open the extraordinary 8 meridians. Lacking the ability to control all 12 would mean he could not establish a solid foundation. To be able to divide one's focus is a mark of intelligence. A fundamental requirement in learning an instrument is the ability to multitask, where both hands perform different actions. This is the simplest form of dual focus. However, the thousand-bird technique demands a staggering 12-fold focus, a difficulty that surpasses imagination. The more he contemplated, the more daunting the mental exercise appeared. When he removed the towel covering his face, he beheld Fong Jiao, who was laughing heartily. The air he exhaled mingled with the steam rising from the hot spring, forming frost upon Fong Jiao's hair and brows, transforming him into a grandfather with white hair. Fong Jiao jested, "Take a look at yourself when you relieve yourself." Hetow bowed his head and saw in the water's reflection that his own hair and brows mirrored the frost. Submerging himself in the water, he resurfaced to find the frost had vanished, but it quickly returned as his hair froze. He wiped the droplets from his face and inquired, "Uncle Jiao, do you think the hot spring at Maple Forest Cottage, once completed, will attract many visitors?" Fong Jiao produced a wine flask from seemingly nowhere and took a hearty sip before replying, "What else?" Hetow shrugged, and Fong Jiao tossed the flask to him, saying, "Your experience is too limited. You haven't tea-played enough. Look at the snow blanketing the ground. We could easily arrange for dog sledding, soaking in the hot spring, riding sleds, and enjoying hot pot. This is winter's delight. When spring arrives, Imagine riding in an ancient four-wheeled carriage through lush green pastures. What a sensation that would be. Hetow took a small sip of the potent liquor, its fiery flavor striking him abruptly. Observing Hetow's grimace, Fongjiu reclaimed the flask, stating, "Summer is trickier. It's hard to conjure something special for the heat, and there's little need to overthink it. After all, without a unique selling point, we shouldn't be overly ambitious. The main attraction lies in autumn, when the maple leaves blaze like fire, the fragrant grass blankets the land, and the babbling brooks weave through ancient buildings of varied styles, transporting one into a fairy tale realm. As night falls, melodious tunes drift with the breeze, and brilliant fireworks cascade like a galaxy descending to Earth. Trust Uncle Gio. This place will become a haven of indulgence. Our task is to manage expectations. Those who lack invitations will only glimpse the breathtaking fiery maples on television. The more elusive it is, the more precious it becomes. The threshold to Maple Forest Cottage will be high, ensuring that only affluent patrons grace its presence." Hetow, lost in reverie, recalled the breathtaking sight of frost-kissed maple leaves adorning the mountains, a sea of red so intoxicating that it drew throngs of visitors. Today, however, Maple Forest Cottage had become a private enterprise, and ordinary tourists no longer had the privilege of entry. Fongjiu seemed to recollect something, squinting at the starry night sky with a smile of enchantment. Hetow keenly observed a hint of melancholy on Fongjiu's face, realizing that even this seemingly callous individual harbored a softer side within. Snow fell once more, the swirling flakes vanishing into the pond. Hetow extended his hand, feeling the cool snowflakes melt gently in his palm. Suddenly, Fongjiu sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "I've thought of a brilliant idea." As Fongjiu departed, Hetow found little enjoyment in soaking alone and retreated to his room, where Fongjiu was on the phone, seemingly coordinating with a musical ensemble. Just as Hetow had begun to condense his true energy, his determination surged. After greeting his master, Zhu Gushing, he returned to his bedroom and commenced an attempt to open his meridians. In the womb, an infant experiences a state of innate potential upon birth. This transitions to acquired potential. The infant's meridians are initially unobstructed but gradually close with growth. Cultivating true energy entails developing a reservoir of innate essence and subsequently opening the meridians. Hetow's true energy was meager, and as he endeavored to use his mental focus to guide it through the hand's solar and lesser meridians, Zhu Gushing interrupted Fongjiu's enthusiastic phone conversation. At the height of his animated discussion with the agent of a musical group, Fongjiu covered the mouthpiece, stating, "So you're looking for a piano maestro?" Fongjiu responded, "That's the idea." Zhu Gushing's cane tapped against the floor, provoking surprise from Fongjiu, who exclaimed, "Do you believe my skills are insufficient?" Astonished, Fongjiu replied, "How could I dare make such an unreasonable request?" Zhu Gushing countered, "You need not seek out a professional composer. Isn't it merely about performing a piece suitable for winter? I have existing compositions." Fongjiu swallowed hard as Zhu Gushing continued, "Your idea is commendable. I once composed Winter Love Song. Let Wing Long and I perform together. Find a few graceful young women to accompany us as dancers, those with enchanting figures and striking beauty." Fongjiu glanced at Fong Rujing, who nodded in agreement. Zhu Gushing added, "Also, recruit some young women to play the violin. If we're going to do this, let us make it splendid." Multitasking was feasible, but the sole issue remained the scarcity of true energy, utterly insufficient to support the meridian opening. Hetow labored for 2 hours, merely managing to coax his true energy a short distance from the reservoir, far from the possibility of even slightly opening a meridian. Awakening at dawn, Hetow was greeted by a cacophony from downstairs. Peering out the window, he watched snowflakes cascade. The largest snowfall of the year had arrived. Descending the stairs, he was taken aback by the sight of dozens of youthful, radiant girls congregated in the living room. Stunned by the presence of so many beautiful young women, Hetow halted in his tracks. What was happening? Fongjiu spotted Hetow on the staircase and beckoned. "Come here. We've been waiting for you." Hetow approached, asking, "Uncle Jiu, what is this all about?" Zhu Gushing emerged from the cloakroom, declaring, "What a magnificent snowfall. It's perfect for filming a promotional video for Maple Forest Cottage. Hetow gasped, realizing this old fellow was quite the anomaly. Dressed in a pristine white tailcoat, Zhu Gushing appeared remarkably dapper, and the girl's eyes sparkled with admiration for this exceptional elder. Fong Rujing instructed, "Wing Long, come change your clothes." Hetow jogged over as Fong Rujing handed him a pair of white leather trousers and shoes, saying, "Go to your room and change. Today, you'll perform with Sheng Lao." Hetow, perplexed, asked, "Which piece will we perform?" "I'm not prepared at all," Fong Rujing replied, "with the snow falling. Let us shoot the promotional video first. You can familiarize yourself with the piece later." Hetow returned to his room, changed into the trousers and shoes. And when he emerged, Fong Jiu removed his thermal top and draped a luxurious white mink coat over his shoulders, stating, "Just like this, don't fasten the buttons. Let the black vest show." As Hetow descended the stairs for the first time, the girls caught sight of him wearing an eye mask. Clad in a white mink coat, white leather pants, and pristine shoes, he instantly exuded the charm of a flamboyant rogue. The girls whispered and giggled amongst themselves, finding the stylish young man incredibly handsome and seemingly of affluent background. Feeling awkward, Hetow protested, "Uncle Jiu, it's freezing outside." Fong Jiu retorted, "You didn't complain about the cold when you were soaking in the hot spring without a care." Hetow defended himself, "I was wearing swim trunks then. Don't misinterpret that," Fong Jiu threatened. "Otherwise, you can still go out in your swim trunks for the photo shoot." Laughter erupted, and Hetow surrendered, raising his hands in defeat. Fong Jiu clapped his hands to capture everyone's attention, announcing, "Ladies, we are setting off." The promotional video we're filming is not just for the Shiqin Republic, but for the entire alliance. Perhaps a great director will notice you. Perform splendidly. The commission offered by Fong Jiu was exceedingly generous. Upon hearing that the promotional video would be disseminated throughout the alliance, the group of young women became instantly earnest. The broader the reach of the promotion, the greater their opportunity to shine. It was indeed a splendid chance. As Hetow stepped out of the courtyard, he beheld several luxurious cars parked nearby, along with a sleigh drawn by four majestic white horses. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he leaped onto the sleigh, embracing his violin, and exclaimed, "Uncle Jiu, shall we purchase these magnificent horses?" Fong Jiu replied, "These are indeed our acquisition. Photographer, focus your long lens on the sleigh and capture some close-ups. It shall be the centerpiece of today's shoot." Zhu Gusheng, leaning on his cane, emerged and instructed, "Ilong, as the sleigh sets off, commence playing Lost Moonlight. Familiarize yourself with the feel of the music. The sleigh will be in motion, and your melody will be inaudible." Suddenly, Fong Jiu realized that Hetow had yet to see the score for Winter Love Song. With the heavy snowfall today, it was perfect for capturing the necessary visuals, requiring post-production music. He deemed it sufficient for Hetow to rehearse, as recording sound was not feasible at the moment. The thick blanket of snow had accumulated to over 10 centimeters. As the cloaked driver cracked the whip, the four white horses galloped forward, pulling the sleigh through the swirling snow. Amidst the flurries, the sleigh raced forward, the horses' manes flowing gracefully, while the snow-clad Hetow sat within the sleigh, playing a poignant melody. The young women watched, entranced. The scene was utterly breathtaking. Fong Rujing observed with satisfaction, realizing that no one had previously imagined this seemingly ordinary boy, Hetow, would radiate such brilliance. An off-road vehicle trailed alongside the sleigh, while another followed behind, capturing the journey from two angles. Fong Jiu urged, "Quickly, we must head to the main filming location. Ladies, strive to impress. My young master Ilong is still single, and you have a chance to win his heart. When we shoot later, ensure your gazes are filled with longing. Can you convey that electric look? I believe you can. Just recall how you looked at him moments ago. Capture that essence. Be passionate. Be alluring." Chapter 16. Winter Love Song. The sled glided along the route predetermined by Fong Jiu, making a graceful semicircle. After a good 10 minutes, it arrived at the designated filming location. Here, the maple trees stood in harmonious disarray, sheltered from the winter winds. In this desolate season, when everything else lay barren, the maple trees still clung to their crimson leaves. The white snow accumulating on the vibrant red leaves appeared even more pristine. Beneath the tallest maple, A grand piano was placed, and a solitary figure in a snow-white tailcoat closed his eyes, gently caressing the keys as if searching for the right mood. As the sled approached at a swift pace, Fongjiu nodded at a bearded director, who gestured to a group of over 20 girls clad in coats. They shed their outer garments, revealing form-fitting vests and long skirts that accentuated their graceful figures. Another 12 girls donned snow-white tailcoats and picked up violins. The sound of fingers striking the piano keys resonated powerfully, igniting an exhilarating melody. Hetow leaped from the sled and, under the director's guidance, positioned himself before the 12 violinists, holding his violin aloft. Once the atmosphere settled, the pianist skillfully announced, "Lost in the moonlight, follow my rhythm." The poignant piano notes filled the air, and Hetow closed his eyes, bow poised above the strings, eliciting a delicate, melodious sound from his instrument. The 12 musically trained young women joined in harmony. Fongjiu's foot tapped lightly to the beat, and he felt that this composition, Winter Love Song, penned by the pianist, paled in comparison to the current piece. Snowflakes danced through the air like poetry in motion, and the beautiful yet melancholic melody seemed to emanate from the heavens. The bearded director, seated in a folding chair, found himself wiping away a tear at the emotional crescendo. The scene, the melody, it was breathtaking. How had he never noticed the enchanting beauty of the maple grove before? This primary scene occupied only a fraction of the promotional film during editing. It would likely take up no more than 30 seconds. Too much would render it mundane. Even the most splendid visuals should be savored in moderation. Though reluctant, Fongjiu resolved to halt the proceedings as the scantily clad dancers were freezing. Just as he prepared to suggest a pause to the engrossed director, he caught sight of a figure in navy military attire. His gaze shifted to Fongland, who approached with a blade of grass clenched between her teeth. At that moment, the clouds parted, and the winter sun bathed the ground in golden light. The cameraman instinctively turned the lens towards the sunlight, capturing the impeccably dressed Fongland in the frame. The golden rays transformed the falling snowflakes into shimmering jewels, and Fongland, adorned in her navy uniform, exuded an undeniable elegance. An idea struck Fongjiu. He dashed to the side camera operator and urged them to zoom in on Hetow. "Ilong, Miss Lanting has arrived," Fongjiu called out. Hetow, startled, followed Fongjiu's pointing finger, and upon seeing Fongland, his fingers twitched, causing the music to falter. Fongjiu reveled in his clever scheme. Those in the know understood that Hetow was flustered, while others might perceive it as an instantaneous spark of romance. Fongland, intent on her role, appeared remarkably dignified in her uniform. Today, to shield herself from the bright snow, she wore sunglasses. With a blade of grass adding a playful touch to her otherwise serious demeanor, creating a perfectly harmonious scene. As she paused, sensing the music recording, she wished not to intrude, unaware that Fongjiu had orchestrated this moment. The pianist intensified the piano's rhythm, causing Hetow to divert his gaze and refocus on his playing, albeit with a distracted demeanor, concerned about the potential embarrassment Fongland might bring. Fongjiu could hardly contain his laughter at Hetow's flustered expression. It was unmistakably one of distraction. The bearded director also noticed Fongland and promptly stood. Addressing Fongjiu, "Master Jiu, is this young officer one of our performers?" Fongjiu replied quietly, "Best not to speak carelessly. She is the commanding officer of a special operations unit." The director immediately averted his gaze, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Such a figure was not to be trifled with. "All right, I'm satisfied with the footage here. Let the girls take a break before they freeze. We can deliberate on the remaining scenes," Fongjiu instructed. With temperatures plummeting below 10 degrees Celsius, the dancers, clad in thin garments, were shivering. The director commanded the girls to wrap themselves in coats, though they still trembled uncontrollably. As this segment concluded, Fongland approached Fongjiu, saluting him, then playfully tugged at Hetow's ear. Hetow deftly dodged, exclaiming, "Master, someone is bullying me." Fongjiu sighed, realizing he was unlikely to intervene as Hetow scampered to join the pianist. Fongjiu gestured for the side camera to follow Hetow and Fongland. "Stop right there," Fongland commanded fiercely. Hetow, circling the grand piano, retorted. If you want me to stop, where would that leave my dignity? I warn you, don't come any closer. I become frightening when angered. The pianist began playing a gentle serenade, prompting Fongland to request, come closer. I'd like to inspect your eye mask. It seems quite unusual, just a quick look. As they continued to circle the piano, two cameras trailed Fongland and Hetow. Fong Jio stole a glance at Fong Rujing, whose expression remained inscrutable, leaving Fong Jio at ease. Unable to contain her frustration any longer, Fongland leaped over the piano and tackled Hetow into the snow, reaching for his eye mask, which seemed stubbornly affixed to his face. Fong Jio's heart raced. He leaned closer to the main camera's display, signaling for a closer shot. The angle was perfect, and the scene was utterly romantic. Clearing his throat, Fong Rujing observed the futile struggle of Fongland, who eventually relented, grabbing a handful of snow and stuffing it into Hetow's arms as revenge. Hetow, furious yet helpless, realized he couldn't retaliate without support from his master. He was destined to endure the teasing. Fong Rujing called out, "Lanting, are you so idle today?" Fongland replied, "Someone attempted to break in during the early hours. It's been vexing. Uncle, has your family begun serving meals? I haven't had breakfast yet." Fong Rujing replied, "Not yet. Your Uncle Jio and Sheng Lao believe the heavy snow presents a rare opportunity, so they decided to film a promotional video and have been busy ever since." Fongland scoffed. "Are you seriously letting this fool be the star of the promotional video? Is that wise? Why turn a good child into a one-eyed dragon? Isn't that shameful?" Fong Rujing laughed. "A little liveliness is good." Fongland was taken aback. "Uncle, you've changed. You used to be so serious and detested children causing mischief." Fong Rujing replied nonchalantly, "I still dislike mischief, but Elong is different. He is a well-behaved child, perhaps a bit too much so. He needs to be more spirited." Fongland retorted, "Children are best when they're your own. Wives are best when they belong to others. Uncle, you're the same. If you like it, just marry someone and have your own children." Fong Rujing's expression darkened, and Fongland realized she had misspoken, awkwardly saying, "I was just speaking thoughtlessly." "You're too verbose." Fong Rujing chided. He turned to leave, genuinely upset, while Fongland raised her hands in innocent surrender. Fong Jio remarked, "Rujing's heart remains troubled. You are the only one brave enough to bring it up. I certainly lack the courage." Hetow leaned in, asking, "What is going on?" Fongland scowled. "Your master is angry with you because of your disrespect towards me." Hetow spat in disdain, prompting Fongland to retaliate in anger, throwing a snowball at him. Hetow sidestepped, seizing a handful of snow to retaliate. Snowballs flew as Hetow and Fongland engaged in a spirited battle, while the onlookers watched in trepidation. Who would dare to join a snowball fight with an officer from the Special Operations Unit? As Hetow retreated amidst the fray, the snowball thrown by Fongland struck him painfully, leaving him covered in snow as he countered while fleeing, the two of them growing ever more distant. The bearded director perused the footage captured by the main camera, exclaiming, "Ninth Master, this scene is simply exquisite. The question remains, will it suffice? If this beautiful officer does not consent, we cannot broadcast it." Fong Jio gritted his teeth and replied, "It's not a significant issue. My sole concern is that the edited promotional video might be met with disdain by the Special Operations Forces." The bearded director squinted, envisioning the final scene in his mind, and remarked, "That seems unlikely. If the editing is successful, the Special Forces might even be swayed. I am confident that this promotional video could win this year's Advertising Gold Award. However, the soundtrack is somewhat inappropriate. It is too melancholic." No sooner had the director finished speaking than the clear notes of a piano resonated, the piano rendition of Winter Sonata echoing through the maple grove. The bearded director began to play the footage from the secondary camera, immersing himself in the enchanting melody while envisioning the final edit. It unfolded as a beautiful love story, featuring a spirited young woman approaching a military camp, while her beloved, amidst the swirling snow, serenaded her with a violin, a truly moving scene. The bearded director bellowed, "Prepare the military uniforms at once. Let us stage a military ballet right here. Ladies, showcase your finest skills." This promotional video was destined to create a sensation. Should it fail to achieve immediate acclaim, I shall perform a pole dance in the streets, entirely unclothed. Fong Jiu observed the exuberant director and stated, Director Xie, this is merely a segment of the 4-part promotional video for Maple Grove Cottage. With spring's arrival, I have a new concept in mind, and I will require your assistance once more. Director Xie, brimming with excitement, replied, Ninth Master, you are a talent. This concept has outstripped me by several leagues. You must allow me to direct the next promotional video, even if it means incurring a loss. Fong Jiu patted Director Xie's shoulder, saying, the Ninth Master does not exploit others for free. The appropriate remuneration shall be provided, and should I be satisfied, there will be a bonus. I intend to craft this meticulously. I want Maple Grove Cottage to achieve the same meteoric rise as this promotional video. Chapter 17. Outwitted Hetow could not see the effects of the filmed scenes. He needed to learn a new piece, Winter Love Song. Composed by the solitary figure he called Zhu Gushing. This piece was a bright, yet subtly melancholic violin and piano duet. Hetow's technique felt somewhat unrefined, as he spent most of his days practicing under Zhu Gushing's guidance, dedicating his evenings to cultivating his inner energy, perhaps having entered the Qi training stage. Fong Rujing never pressured Hetow, seemingly believing that Hetow was diligent enough that a mentor's words were unnecessary. The melody of Winter Love Song was exquisitely beautiful. Initially, Fong Jiu and Fong Rujing were the audience, but soon Fong Lanting discerned a pattern. She arrived promptly before lunch to listen for half an hour and continued for another hour after lunch before departing. After the heavy snowfall ceased, the construction team began settling into Maple Grove Cottage, taking advantage of winter to excavate ditches and the artificial lake. The artificial lake's natural low-lying terrain turned into a small pond on rainy days, and the construction team's task was to deepen and expand it. An artificial river was set to flow through the lake, which had not yet taken shape but had already been named by Fong Rujing, Mirror Lake. Construction machinery broke through the frozen, steel-like soil, and the excavated earth would be transported away to form an artificial hill, causing no waste. Lu Mingdao's construction team was quite capable. Although the bidding for the artificial river had not yet begun, Fong Jiu proposed constructing the river ditch at Maple Grove Cottage, and Lu Mingdao promptly dispatched his team. After all, winter was a time of little construction, and with workers and equipment sitting idle, Fong Jiu would cover the wages, making this a private project. With less than a month until the new year, Hetow finally mastered the piece. And Fong Jiu took Zhu Gushing and Hetow to a recording studio to record the enchanting Winter Love Song. The music, lasting 3 minutes and 57 seconds, began with a lively tempo and gradually transitioned into a poignant melancholy, ensnaring listeners in its embrace. Hetow and Zhu Gushing completed the recording after only 3 repetitions, leaving the rest to await the music's accompaniment and video editing. Once the recording was finished, Zhu Gushing was taken by Fong Jiu and Fong Rujing for drinks, while Hetow hailed a taxi to the outskirts where the metal sheets were stored. The relocated metal sheets belonged to Fong Jiu's private land, now merged with the Sanfong Investment Company. Hetow could no longer contain his excitement. After days of practicing during the day and cultivating at night, he had no time to let the bracelet consume metal. With the collapse of the rubbish mountain, the scattered metal sheets were being removed day and night, making it impossible for Hetow to sneakily indulge. Today, however, was the perfect opportunity for his bracelet to feast. Fong Jiu and his companions arrived at a hotel private room, where the bearded director Xie and several others awaited. Upon Fong Jiu's entrance, they all stood. Fong Jiu smiled and nodded, taking a seat without speaking, instead switching on a player, allowing the melodious strains of Winter Love Song to fill the room. The others, seasoned in the industry, closed their eyes, engrossed in the captivating melody. As the piano notes faded away, a man with a ponytail remarked, "This is the station's featured song. I bet it will become one of the top 10 hits." 5,000, who's betting? No one answered. Despite it not being performed by a star, but rather a pure instrumental, the melody's beauty captivated everyone present. Director Xie commented, "Master Jiu, this is the score for the promotional video. I only heard fragments before. I never anticipated the complete piece would be so moving." Fong Jiu responded, "Thus, I invite you all to promote it, not as a promotional video, but as the main piece of a band named Maple Grove Cottage. The group exchanged glances. Although producing a promotional video was costly, releasing it as music would be far more economical, yielding vastly different results for the same expenditure. The man with the ponytail said, "I have connections with over a dozen radio stations. I can leverage my relationships to promote it." Fongjiu raised his hand, saying, "No, save your connections. We will fund it. My idea is to chart it on the radio, build some awareness, and directly debut it on television." Director Xie, how impactful do you think this piece will be with the edited visuals? A middle-aged woman interjected, "Director Xie, you've been rather secretive lately. What is the small scheme you're concocting? This isn't like you." Director Xie replied with restraint, "I filmed a small piece for Master Jiu. I support Master Jiu's idea. Releasing it as a well-produced musical piece will attract numerous television broadcasts, ensuring the name Maple Grove Cottage becomes widely renowned." He then turned to the ponytailed man, saying, "Mr. Ma, I want simultaneous broadcasts on radio and television. Your assistance in this would be invaluable. The television stations won't invest heavily in promotion. Radio's costs are relatively lower. I want to bombard the airwaves, allowing Winter Love Song to swiftly capture the public's heart, which will in turn encourage television stations to air the accompanying video." Mr. Ma inquired, "I trust your grasp of visuals. You seem quite confident." Director Xie replied, "The impact of this piece on you will be mirrored in the visuals. Do you have confidence in that?" Mr. Ma asked, "Shall we begin charting today?" Fongjiu nodded, and Director Xie stated, "Tomorrow, it will air simultaneously on 3 television stations, requiring some advertising costs: Famu City TV, Gaodang Province TV, and Shiqin Republic TV." Fongjiu uncorked a bottle of wine, personally pouring for everyone, saying, "Maple Grove Cottage is the name of this band and our enterprise. My friends, when spring blooms, I shall show you a dreamlike Maple Grove Cottage. Whether we can elevate its reputation rests on your shoulders." The woman turned to Zhu Gushing, asking, "Sir, you seem somewhat familiar?" Zhu Gushing smiled faintly, while Fongjiu hesitated. Zhu Gushing replied, "I am Zhu Gushing. Few remember me now." The others stood in shock, recognizing him. Zhu Gushing? This group knew all too well. He was a musical master, one who was thought to have perished long ago, over 2 centuries past. Fongjiu quickly remarked, "Indeed. This is Master Zhu Gushing. Once Winter Love Song is released, I trust you all know how to create a buzz, right? The legendary master returning, Winter Love Song will undoubtedly flourish, and Maple Grove Cottage will firmly imprint itself in the hearts of many." The woman produced a pen, rushing to Zhu Gushing, saying, "Master, you must sign for me." Zhu Gushing, without reserve, wrote his name in elegant strokes across the chest of the middle-aged woman. Hetow stood amidst the refuse, ensuring no one was nearby. He pressed his left hand against the heap, and the heavy metal sheets vanished at a visible speed. Finally satiated, Hetow wished to laugh out loud. He no longer needed to steal, for this rubbish belonged to the Sanfong Investment Company, now his own possessions, no longer tied to the metal processing plant. After absorbing for 3 full hours, it seemed the bracelet was insatiable. A small gap appeared in the pile of metal sheets, evidence of Hetow's consumption. The dumping ground lay on the city's outskirts, and as night fell, the bracelet ceased its consumption. Hetow then realized the area was not a major thoroughfare, with no buses or taxis passing at night. He wandered aimlessly for nearly an hour until he encountered a taxi at an intersection. Once inside, he heard the familiar melody of Winter Love Song. The driver, appearing to be in his 50s, swayed his head in rhythm with the music, and when the piece concluded, he clicked his tongue in regret. Then the melodious female host announced, "This is the debut piece from an entirely new band, titled Winter Love Song." As the lively piano notes intertwine with the sweet strains of the violin, my heart soars. In this season of falling snow, a profoundly enchanting melody is dedicated to you all. Remember, the name of this band is Maple Grove. The driver swiftly adjusted the radio station, and upon tuning into a music channel, the familiar melody of Winter Love Song began to play. By the time the taxi arrived at Maple Grove, Hetow had already listened to Winter Love Song 7 times. Nearly all radio stations were broadcasting this captivating tune. Upon returning home, Fong Rujing and the others had yet to arrive, presumably still engaged in their drinking games. Hetow shook his head, rummaged through the refrigerator for some food to satisfy his hunger, and soon fell into a deep slumber after his cultivation practice. The next morning, Hetow was jolted awake by the urgent ringing of his phone. Groggily, he grabbed the device, only to realize that the sun was blindingly bright. It was already 10 in the morning. How could he have slept so soundly? He answered the call, and Mihu's excited voice burst forth. Hetow, I finally understand why you abandoned the ordinary path. Goodness, you kept this from us so well. Rubbing his eyes, Hetow replied, What are you talking about? What have I hidden from you? Mihu retorted angrily, Stop lying. It's Winter Love's song. After its airing on television, it has skyrocketed to become one of the top 10 songs online, with millions supporting it. Who is that female officer? She can't possibly be your beloved, can she? Hetow's drowsiness dissipated instantly, and he rushed to his computer, opening it with haste. Upon searching for Winter Love's song, the screen was flooded with posts. What was happening? What beloved? He clicked on a pinned video of Winter Love's song. As the familiar piano melody filled the air, images of vibrant red maple leaves dusted with white snow appeared on the screen. The stark contrast of crimson and white captivated Hetow's attention, and as the camera gradually zoomed out, a young man donned in a white fur coat stood beneath a maple tree, playing the violin. Aside from his own handsomeness, there was nothing remarkable about it. Then Hetow noticed the camera shift, revealing a female officer in the distance, casually chewing on a blade of grass as she moved closer, her radiant face coming into sharper focus. A sense of unease washed over Hetow. It felt as though he had been ensnared in a trap. Chapter 18. Copyright. The crisp notes of the piano flowed like a gentle mountain stream, while a tall, beautiful female officer and a blindfolded youth darted playfully around the instrument. The elderly man, adorned with a benevolent smile, appeared entranced, as if he were witnessing the joyful frolic of his descendants. However, as the piano melody softened, the scene took a disconcerting turn when the officer pinned the boy to the ground. This perspective seemed flawed, as it appeared as though the two were sharing an intimate kiss. From a side view, it would have been different. Who was so unscrupulous as to capture and edit this embarrassing moment of the officer into a promotional film? As the piano's notes faded into the background, delicate violin sounds began to waft through the air, revealing a tableau of over 20 young girls in military attire gracefully performing ballet. Their figures were enchanting amidst the swirling snowflakes of the season. Suddenly, the piano's melody transformed into a resounding anthem, invigorating the dancers whose movements became powerful and synchronized, embodying an unstoppable momentum. The blindfolded youth's face reflected shock, unable to comprehend that his beloved had cast him aside for the allure of military life. This moment mirrored Hetow's astonishment upon seeing Fongland. The editing had led viewers to naturally ponder the fate of this romantic pair. Once again, the piano's tones softened, revealing 12 young ladies in white tailcoats who formed a line, drawing their violins in unison. The beautiful officer's figure grew increasingly distant, gradually obscured by the swirling snow. In the final movement, the violin's hauntingly beautiful notes accompanied the youth as he sat upon a sled, journeying into the distance. Hetow was nearly moved to tears by the narrative, only to be consumed by a surge of indignation. Could anyone be more malicious? Who crafted this insinuation of intimacy between him and Fongland? It was utterly shameless. Breathing heavily in anger, Hetow was about to confront Fongjiu when his phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Suppressing his frustration, he answered, and Su Mingya's voice resonated through the line. It was truly moving. Hetow, I never imagined you possessed such talent. Last night, I chanced upon Winter Love's song, and it reminded me of Maple Grove, my favorite place. However, seeing the visuals on television today made me realize I had overlooked even more beautiful imagery. I can hardly believe my eyes. The winter Maple Grove is so stunning. Hetow chuckled awkwardly as Su Mingya continued. Though I know the story is fabricated, merely artistic creation, I remain deeply touched. If it weren't for your involvement, I would have believed it was a real tragic romance. Thank you for providing us with such a splendid auditory and visual experience. Much of Hetow's anger dissipated, and he stammered an end to the call. Just as he hung up, another call came in from Liu Xiaojun. After a brief pause, Hetow answered. Liu Xiaojun, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Phew. I've held back for so long, but I couldn't resist calling you. You and Major Fong must have performed together for the storyline, right? Hetow affirmed. Indeed, we participated to complement the piece. We merely made a friendly cameo. The true protagonist is that elderly gentleman playing the piano. Lu Xiaojun chuckled lightly. Many girls are infatuated with you. I didn't mention they were my classmates. Is that all right? With a sense of pride, Hetow replied, It matters little. I am but a supporting character. Are you busy at the moment? Lu Xiaojun hesitated. The grueling training is relentless. I truly regret choosing the path of the ordinary. It is exhausting. I still feel indebted to you. Yet, after watching Winter Love's Song, I realize you were right. You disdain the pursuit of fame and fortune. Seeing you, elegant and solitary beneath the maple tree, makes me believe this is the life you desire. Independent and deeply affectionate, yet unspoken. I truly envy you. Was there no mockery intended? Hetow rubbed his smooth chin, unable to resist replaying the video. This time, he felt not anger but appreciation for the poignant visuals. He grew increasingly enamored with himself, his irritation dissipating entirely. In the temporary military camp, Fongland tossed her phone aside, collapsing onto her cot with a groan of frustration. Was this the 10th call? She yearned to smash her phone in annoyance. Inside the tent, a television displayed Winter Love's Song, a repeated broadcast of her recorded performance. She had watched it dozens of times, never growing weary. Who claimed she lacked femininity? Who labeled her a tomboy? Such slander was utterly unfounded. Fongland longed to drag those scornful individuals before the screen to witness the tender and captivating female officer in Winter Love's Song. Could a woman of such enchanting romantic allure be a tomboy? Were they blind? As her phone rang again, Fongland gritted her teeth, glancing at the caller ID. Instantly alert, she rose to answer, General. A steady voice responded. Major Fong, have you seen Winter Love's Song? Fongland cast a quick glance at the television, speaking sheepishly. I just saw it, sir. I have a reasonable explanation. That foolish boy is my uncle's disciple. He adores the violin, and I merely made a friendly appearance. Oh, you're not calling to reprimand me? The man on the line continued. In recent years, recruitment has been challenging, particularly with talented young women hesitant to join the military due to societal biases. We need elite individuals, regardless of gender. I found Winter Love's Song to be excellent. Many soldiers have watched it repeatedly, particularly the girls, who were moved to tears. I believe it could serve as a recruitment anthem for the Special Forces. I propose renaming it Winter Love's Song of the Special Forces. Since you participated in the filming, you must be familiar with everyone involved. Please negotiate to acquire the copyright for us. Fongland declared loudly. Yes, General, I will ensure this task is completed. The man continued. While it is still fresh in people's minds, we must swiftly procure the copyright. After its next broadcast on major networks, we will display the Special Forces emblem at the end. This will serve as a powerful soft advertisement. I command you to secure the copyright today. Fongland responded with determination. Yes, I will obtain the copyright today. Boasting is harmless for the common folk. They can brag freely, even when intoxicated. As for politicians, exaggerating is routine. One cannot maintain dignity in such a profession, thus they can promise anything and later claim no commitments were made. The military, however, is different. Once a guarantee is given to superiors, even at the cost of blood and sacrifice, the mission must be completed. The promise to secure the copyright today must be fulfilled. No matter what. Fongland was uncertain who held the rights. She suspected her uncle possessed a share. He could be easily persuaded. Fongjiu had contributed significantly but lacked a say, which posed no issue. Hetow, the young boy, likely had a stake as well, being a central figure. But being underage, he had no rights. His portion would revert to her. Then there was the inconspicuous old supporting actor, the one playing the piano. Rumor had it that he composed Winter Love's Song. Even if he didn't write it, his presence and a few keystrokes would ensure no one could deny his claim. Fongland sighed in resignation. She took out 4 coins, arranging them in a square, symbolizing her uncle, Fongjiu, the foolish boy, and the old man. One crucial connection lay within this arrangement. She shifted the coin representing the foolish boy to the center, believing that if she could secure this, Everything else would fall into place. Hetow sat on a chair by the window, the music set to repeat as the bright winter sun bathed his face, filling his heart with delight. He paid no heed to the scenery outside, instead focusing on the screen in his left eye. The restoration work was ongoing. For the past few days, Hetow had been issuing production orders, resulting in the creation of dozens of worker scorpions each day. The army of worker scorpions had now surpassed 700, significantly accelerating the pace of mechanical repairs. What puzzled him was the profound slumber he experienced today. He had not engaged in any physical labor yesterday, nor had he excessively practiced his vital energy. How could he have slept until 10 o'clock? It was simply astonishing. Could it be that the bracelet had consumed too many metal plates, exhausting itself and consequently draining him as well? He swiftly dismissed this thought, recognizing that something felt amiss. This state was not unfavorable. Rather, upon waking, Hetow felt invigorated, his mind a realm of indescribable clarity. It seemed he had gained some benefit. He rested his chin on his hands, carefully recalling the changes since acquiring the bracelet. His mental acuity had undoubtedly improved, a most apparent advancement. While he could not precisely measure his mental strength, he was confident that his vitality had significantly increased. The phone rang, and Hetow lazily retrieved it, answering, "Hello? This is Hetow." Fongland's voice came through. "Come over." Hetow replied warily, "What for?" "I'm quite busy every day." Fongland chuckled lightly. "There's good news." Hetow decisively responded, "Keep it to yourself." The call was abruptly terminated, and Fongland, furious, hung up on him. She donned her military cloak and stormed outside. At that moment, Sanfizi jogged past and said, "Sir, the brothers have noticed an increasing number of onlookers these days, all of them cultivators." Fongland replied with fierce determination, "Whoever dares to cross the perimeter, shoot on sight. Eliminate those bastards." Sanfizi's cheeks quivered as he sensed the tension. The commander seemed in a foul mood. Could it be that the relatives who only visited once a month had arrived? Hetow's observation held some truth. Women, as they age and remain unmarried, often exhibit erratic and violent tempers. How astute a child's words can be. Chapter 19. The headless case. Would the female tyrant come knocking? Hetow felt an ominous sensation, sensing trouble was brewing. He hurried downstairs, only to find that his master and Uncle Joe were not home. The elder Shung was seated in the living room, sipping tea. Upon seeing Hetow descend, Zhu gushing remarked, "Your master left early this morning. He'll return by noon to prepare a meal for you. Is there something amiss?" Feeling guilty, Hetow replied, "Nothing's wrong, just a bit hungry, looking for something to eat." He made his way to the kitchen, rummaging through the refrigerator until he found a packet of dried fruits. Dejected, he returned to his bedroom, standing by the window, munching on snacks while peering outside. As anticipated, after about 20 minutes, Fongland's silhouette appeared in the distance, causing Hetow to nearly bite his tongue. With his master absent and the elderly Shung too frail to assist, any attempt by Shung to help would be futile. Besides, even if Shung wished to intervene, Hetow would refuse. That female demon was ruthless and violent, likely capable of incapacitating Shung with a single blow. But who was that? Did Fongland bring a henchman? This was sheer bullying. Hetow noticed a figure trailing behind Fongland, though he was not in military attire. He placed the remaining dried fruits on the windowsill and seized the fish scale, sword hanging on the wall. The spoils of war, the flying sword his master acquired, appeared impressive but was somewhat heavy. Hetow still preferred the more manageable fish scale sword. Hetow circled around, weaving through the dense maple forest to approach the figure following Fongland from behind. When he caught a glimpse of the person, his left eye signaled a combat directive, and two battle scorpions emerged beneath his feet, sinking into the snow. The sound of Hetow's footsteps had already drawn the individual's attention. Initially dismissive, the person soon realized something was amiss. With so many houses in the maple forest cottage, yet no sign of life, the sudden footfalls could only mean trouble. The figure ceased trailing Fongland and approached Hetow with a smile, though it bore an icy demeanor. The man, in his 30s, gazed at Hetow, who held the fish scale sword, and said, "Young man, what's with the aggressive stance?" Hetow replied, "This is my home. You have trespassed on private property." The man chuckled, So this vast maple forest is all yours? Hetow nodded, leaving the man speechless, clearly taken aback by the audacity. Claiming ownership over such an expansive forest was utterly ridiculous. Was he some sort of local tyrant? Hetow pointed his sword into the distance, declaring, "No outsiders are permitted in the forest, especially not someone like you," stealthily following Fongland. "I have ample reason to suspect you are no good. Don't move. Do you hear? There's a golden core cultivator stationed here. Otherwise, do you think it would be so quiet?" The man was taken aback. A golden core cultivator? No wonder there was no one around. He released his mental perception, realizing Fongland had already moved far away, and there were no other presences nearby. Of course, if a golden core cultivator were truly present, he wouldn't be able to sense them either. The man surveyed Hetow with interest, saying, "You've just begun to cultivate true energy, haven't you? Have you ever seen a golden core cultivator?" To boast at such a young age shows a lack of upbringing. Hetow opened his mouth to shout that the golden core cultivator was not home. But Fongland was at least at the foundation establishment stage, with hundreds of ruffians at her command. If he could just alert her, this treacherous individual would have to flee in disgrace. Noticing Hetow opening his mouth, the man swiftly snapped his fingers, casting a binding talisman upon Hetow, rendering him frozen in place. Hetow felt stifled, nearly bursting with rage. Why not simply warn Fongland instead of placing himself in danger? The man approached with a sinister grin, patting Hetow's cheek and saying, "Kid, what is your relationship with that female officer?" Hetow was speechless, and the man continued, "Have you heard about the emergence of the Mirror Palace? Do you know how many experts are stationed there? Don't boast about golden core cultivators. I'm asking about foundation establishment experts. I'll ask you these questions. Take your time to ponder. When I lift the binding, answer quickly and quietly. Do you understand? Otherwise, I'll slice you into pieces and feed you to the rats. Don't think I'm threatening you. If you don't believe me, I'll capture that woman and give you a lesson in human anatomy, and then you'll regret it." The only part of Hetow that could move was his eyes. His left eye locked onto the battle interface. With subtle movements, the two battle scorpions hidden in the snow slowly raised their tails, aiming at the man. The man tightened his grip around Hetow's neck, saying slowly, "Have you thought it through? If you have, blink once, and I'll lift the binding. If you dare to scream, I'll crush your throat." Hetow remained unblinking, his right eye fixed on the man. The man swung his hand and slapped Hetow. Just then, Hetow's left eye issued the attack command, and two slender beams of light shot forth from below, crossing through the man's ribs and exiting from his right shoulder. The beam released by the left battle scorpion pierced the man's heart, delivering a fatal blow, while the right scorpion's beam perforated his lung. The man struggled to lower his head, his gaze falling upon the two dark silver scorpions that had emerged in his line of sight. The penetrating wounds on the man's body did not bleed, the injuries sealed by the high-temperature rays. He fell back, gazing up at the sky. Meanwhile, Fongland, feeling anxious, arrived at Zhu Gushing's home. The courtyard gate was wide open. As she stepped inside, Zhu Gushing said, "Ilong just left. He's not home. Why don't you look around? He shouldn't be far." Fongland's anger flared, and she dashed out, distancing herself from Zhu Gushing's courtyard, shouting, "Hetow? Ilong, you fool, where are you?" Quickly regaining her composure, she spotted Hetow's footprints and began to follow them. It was outrageous, knowing she was coming. He had the audacity to hide. Could he evade her forever? Clenching her fists, Fongland thought, with her second uncle absent and Zhu Gushing sipping tea. It would be a perfect opportunity to teach that scoundrel a lesson. He had no idea how terrifying her wrath could be. Rushing through the forest, she finally caught sight of Hetow, who stood there foolishly, seemingly paralyzed with fear. With a sinister smile, Fongland approached and then noticed a body lying before Hetow. With a swift motion, she sent a slender rope slithering forward, ensnaring Hetow and pulling him towards her. She positioned him protectively behind her and brandished her pistol, demanding, "Who goes there?" Hetow cursed inwardly, "Dead man." How could he respond? If he answers, I'll be impressed. If he doesn't lean against the wall, I'll be even more impressed. Fongland, seeing the body unresponsive, whispered, "Silly child, who is he?" Hetow struggled to speak, but Fongland turned her head. Noticing Hetow's right eye darting around, Was it a binding talisman? Realization dawned upon her, and she exclaimed, "How foolish to have fallen for a binding talisman." With a flick of her wrist, she loosened the rope from Hetow, then swung it like a whip, striking the lifeless body with a fierce crack. Was he truly dead? Cautiously, she inched closer, observing no visible wounds and no blood. The man lay in the snow with a look of shock on his face, as if he had been startled to death. Fongland scanned her surroundings. The two battle scorpions, following Hetow's orders, remained hidden in the snow, leaving no trace. She pulled out her phone and pressed a shortcut, quickly connecting the call. "Guard team, come immediately and lock onto my coordinates. We have a situation." The highest authority had declared an emergency, and the guard team rushed over, with the three hefty men leaping out of the vehicle before it had fully stopped. Guns in hand, sprinting towards her. Fongland remarked, "Scrutinize the surroundings. This individual poses a threat to Hetow, yet has inexplicably perished. Bring the body back for examination. I require detailed intelligence." With her command issued, Fongland swiftly lifted Hetow and dashed towards Zhu Guxing's residence. Observing Hetow, who resembled a lifeless corpse, a cold sweat trickled down Sanfizi's brow. Would the commander's junior disciple encounter peril? It was well known that the commander was a devoted brotherly figure, having enlisted to fulfill her siblings' last wishes. Now, with a clear replacement in the picture, one could only hope for no unfortunate incidents. Fongland burst through the door, cradling Hetow, only to find Zhu Guxing leisurely savoring his tea. The sight of Zhu Guxing reassured her. Surely, Hetow would be all right. Moreover, she surmised that the demise of that individual was likely a result of Zhu Guxing's intervention. She unceremoniously tossed Hetow onto the sofa and exclaimed, "Fool! Can you be any more foolish?" Zhu Guxing, wearing a benevolent smile, replied, "Sit down and enjoy a cup of tea to calm your nerves." What transpired? Fongland, maintaining a stern expression, stated, "Nothing much, merely encountered a reckless scoundrel. This tea is quite exquisite. Additionally, it seems this unfortunate child has been ensnared by a paralysis talisman." Zhu Guxing responded, "A paralysis talisman, you say? I have heard of such. Its effects last no more than half an hour. A brief repose should suffice." Fongland, suppressing her frustration, engaged in idle conversation over tea with Zhu Guxing. She firmly believed Zhu Guxing had acted, and his pretense of ignorance regarding Hetow was likely a deliberate attempt to conceal the truth. Reclining on the sofa, Hetow's heart brimmed with delight. What a formidable scorpion warrior, striking unseen. It was likely that Sanfizi could not trace the scorpion, thus rendering the unfortunate soul's demise a perplexing mystery. Excellent indeed. The greatest regret was that the scorpion warrior was too far from the wristband, preventing immediate retrieval. Had it been possible to reclaim it, there would be no evidence to contradict the incident, as Hetow reveled in his triumph. Just as the effects of the paralysis talisman were nearing their end, Fongland and Fongjiu returned. Upon seeing Hetow sprawled on the sofa, Fongjiu chuckled. "This lad truly knows how to indulge himself. Get up and make room for Uncle Jiu. Oh, my legs feel utterly exhausted. Hey, are you pretending not to hear me?" Chapter 20. No pain, no gain. Fongjiu had not yet come to his senses when Fongland swiftly approached, gripping Hetow's pulse point to channel her true energy. Hetow exhaled a breath of turbid air, groaning, "I have finally come back to life." Fongland cast a piercing gaze towards Zhu Guxing, who leisurely remarked, "Your niece frightened your disciple away, only for him to encounter a master in the woods and be immobilized by a binding talisman." The matter was resolved by Major Fong, though it merely startled the pterodactyl. Fongland glared at Fongland, who, feeling guilty, retorted, "He wasn't in any danger, and I didn't frighten him. He's just cowardly. I actually came with good news. My former superior, General Shen Mingxi, thinks Winter Love Song is excellent and suitable as a recruitment anthem for the Special Operations Forces." Fongjiu and Fongland exchanged glances, having suspected this beforehand. After all, Fongland's performance in Winter Love Song was truly captivating, portraying a gallant yet tender female officer to perfection. There was no need for hype. Winter Love Song had already gained traction. Fongland coughed lightly, covering her mouth, and said, "The price is negotiable, primarily. You need to promote Maple Grove, rather than merely selling this song. If it becomes the recruitment anthem for the Special Operations Forces, which are well supplied with ammunition, it will be broadcast on major television stations across the Alliance. Impressive indeed. Fong Jiao smiled, while Fong Rujing's expression softened slightly. This matter requires consultation with Elder Fong, the composer of Winter Love Song. Fongland shot a threatening glance at Hetow, saying, "I was just about to speak with Elder Fong when you all returned." Zhu Gushing added, "It's fine to hand it to the Special Operations Forces. However, this piece is part of my 4 seasons of song series, which includes Spring Prelude, Summer Romance, and Flame of Maple Earth. I need to retain the right to promote my work." Fongland's heart raced as she suggested, "Elder Fong, I believe I can perform authentically. How about I assist for free with the 3 future pieces?" Zhu Gushing chuckled and shook his head. "I have my plans and will discuss this with Fong Jiao later. His ideas exceed my expectations." Fong Jiao felt apprehensive, while the title master could be boasted about outside. He dared not accept it personally. "Elder, you honor me. It is a privilege to run errands for a master." Fongland sensed her opportunity slipping away, feeling regretful. She believed herself perfectly suited to be the protagonist of the promotional video, ready to become the spokesperson for the Special Operations Forces. She was eager to see who would dare replace her in the future, prepared to speak with her fists if necessary. Hetow sat up, saying, "Master, the binding talisman seems quite extraordinary." Fong Rujing replied kindly, "Be patient. You have just begun to condense your true energy. In a few months, I will teach you how to draw talismans." Afterward, Hetow felt a pang of fear. The binding talisman was terrifying. Had it not been for the battle scorpion, he might have met his end today. Fortunately, no one pressed for details. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to explain. However, Fongland owed him a favor. Had he not eliminated a threat for her, she might have faced misfortune, possibly experiencing an embarrassing lesson in anatomy. With that thought, Hetow felt warmth surging, unwelcome images flashing in his mind, leaving him restless. He clutched a cushion to his chest and said, "Officer Fong, shall we discuss the price now?" Fongland looked at him in astonishment. "Price? What price?" Hetow rubbed his thumb against his index and middle fingers. "Since Elder Fong and I performed so diligently in this cold, what about travel expenses? What about the creative fees?" Fongland approached, cracking her knuckles, and Fong Jiao remarked, "Rujing, please review the construction progress from these past days. I feel it is not advancing quickly enough. We must lay the lawn when the spring breeze rises. And this project is extensive. Let us discuss it upstairs." Fong Rujing followed Fong Jiao up the stairs, while Zhu Gushing stretched lazily, saying, "I'm getting old and quite tired. I need a rest." Hetow stood there, still rubbing his fingers, bewildered as they all departed. Fongland's smile grew sinister as she approached, her tongue teasing her pearly teeth. "Look, they treat money like dirt. I feel the same way." Fongland seized a cushion and tossed it aside. Hetow grabbed another cushion to shield himself, while Fongland nearly laughed herself to tears, tugging at the cushion and exclaiming, "Ha!" Hetow's face turned crimson as he clutched the cushion tightly, declaring, "If you continue this, I will retaliate. I truly will." Fongland pulled with force, tearing the cushion apart, feathers flying everywhere. Hetow shouted angrily, "This is Elder's carefully decorated furniture. Look what you've done. Step aside, I need to clean this up." Furiously, he made to rise and fetch a broom. Fongland grasped his ear, dragging him back to the chair, forcibly pressing him down. "Daring to lose your temper with me? Such a wild spirit. It seems you need to learn a lesson." With a swift motion, Fongland drew a military dagger, causing Hetow to tremble uncontrollably. This woman seemed capable of anything. What was she planning now? Fongland lifted her leg, placing her right foot on the armrest of the chair, effectively trapping Hetow in place. He was at a loss, afraid to touch Fongland. The dagger danced in her hand, poised at his forehead. Hetow screamed, feeling no pain, only the sound of hair falling. Despair washed over him as the dagger flickered, leaving his scalp chilled. Finally, Fongland ceased, leaning back to admire Hetow's new hairstyle, stylish. Hetow glared at her, while Fongland snapped her fingers, conjuring a mirror of swirling mist. He saw a boy in the reflection, sporting a head with shaved sides and a strip of hair down the center. Hetow trembled. Would he even dare to show his face? Fongland beamed. Mossy haircut, so stylish. She reached out to stroke the shiny left side of his head, saying, a 5-point star. At his wit's end, Hetow bolted up the stairs, racing to his master's bedroom, the door ajar. Fong Rujing and Fong Jio were indeed inside, sipping tea while discussing construction progress. Upon hearing footsteps, they turned to see Hetow charging in, tears in his eyes. Fong Jio spat out his tea, while Fong Rujing's lips twitched. Hetow bellowed, is there no justice? If Master doesn't give me an explanation today, I am leaving. Furious, Fong Rujing stood, saying, outrageous. I will teach her a lesson, follow me. As they descended, Fongland sprinted away, proclaiming, Uncle, don't forget to have elders sign the authorization. The military has strict rules, and without a personal signature, it doesn't count. Fong Rujing feigned anger. You stop right there. I'll break your legs. You've gone too far. Fongland dashed off, and Fong Rujing lamented, she runs too fast. Hetow scoffed at his master. A golden core cultivator unable to catch her? I understand the difference between a disciple and a niece. Fong Rujing felt his face flush. And Fong Jio continued down the stairs. Miss Lanting once had a younger brother, for years her junior. When she was 18, he succumbed to an ailment that could not be cured, enduring suffering for a full week before passing away. Hetow turned to Fong Jio, who added, Miss Lanting mourned for a long time. Her brother had hoped to join the military when he grew up. After his death, she abandoned her studies and enlisted in the Special Operations Forces. You bear a striking resemblance to her younger brother, particularly in that stubborn demeanor. Upon seeing you, she is reminded of him. Thus, Miss Lanting's mischievous antics are indulged, as my master and I feign ignorance. Her heart is burdened, and she must have an appropriate outlet for her frustrations, lest she succumb to melancholy. Hetow pouted and remarked, am I merely a substitute? What of my dignity? Look at what a state she has reduced me to. Fong Rujing cleared her throat and interjected, in truth, I believe this hairstyle suits you remarkably well, exuding vitality. Fong Jio's belly twitched, and with a serious expression, he stated, children who adhere strictly to conventions achieve little. Had I known this hairstyle complemented you so splendidly during winter's song, I would have assisted you in trimming it. How dashing it would have been. Hetow, skeptical yet intrigued, pondered whether his master was jesting. Could it truly be that he looked handsome? Fong Jio continued, did you not see how winter song became an absolute sensation online? The mere sight of you wearing that mask is memorable. It is, indeed, your signature style. Had you sported this hairstyle back then, you would be a superstar by now. What a pity. No, during the filming of Spring Prelude, you must maintain this hairstyle. You can verify with Sheng Lao. Hetow ascended the stairs, presumably to seek Sheng Lao's opinion. Fong Rujing struck the doorframe with her fist, her shoulders trembling violently. The torment of suppressing laughter was truly unbearable. Who could comprehend the anguish of wanting to laugh, yet being unable to do so? Chapter 1. The flowing golden years. The ordinary path is about to commence, as the elite youth selected from various nations and provinces engage in rigorous training behind closed doors, striving to make their mark. It is at this juncture that Winter Sonata emerges with great fanfare. The recruitment anthem for Special Forces. Winter Sonata bombards major television networks to gain prominence. It is later revealed that this composition was penned by the renowned musical master Zhu Gushing over 2 centuries ago, who even participated in the performance himself. This revelation spurs music critics, who previously dismissed Winter Sonata as a non-mainstream piece, to swiftly mobilize, inundating the media with a plethora of both laudatory and critical reviews. Some focus their attention on Zhu Gushing, while others are captivated by his reclusive disciple, a youth adorned with an eye mask. The subtle melancholy he inadvertently reveals becomes the subject of various memes, swiftly circulating across the internet. The digital age has facilitated a rapid excavation of Hetow's background, requiring no assistance from Fong Jio. Students from Fengwu City Taoist Academy have thoroughly unveiled Hetow's secrets. He, who is qualified to compete for the ordinary path, ultimately forfeits his chance for the sake of a girl. Videos of Hetow's final battle, surreptitiously filmed and uploaded by students, further circulate online. observing Hetow donning the eye mask during combat rather than for the purpose of filming the composition. Many begin to speculate that his eyes have sustained an injury. A disciple of the Golden Core stage, an orphan who lost his parents. A righteous youth who abandoned the ordinary path for love, a wanderer ensnared by his emotions. Various truths and conjectures swirl around, becoming the most sensational topic of the new year. No one anticipated that this purely instrumental piece would create such profound reverberations. While Fongland had foreseen its popularity, the magnitude of its success surpassed his expectations. Fengwu City Television, Gaodang Province Television, and even the Western Qin Federation's channels all extend olive branches, hoping to secure the presence of the Fongland Xiaozhu Ensemble at their New Year's Gala, offering exorbitant fees, all of which Fongland promptly declines. The desire for mystery prevails. After all, spring is approaching, and Zhu Guxing's Spring Overture is set to begin recording. If the second composition can sustain this fervor, discussions can resume then. For now, maintaining an air of enigma is paramount. Numerous internet enthusiasts have intertwined the romance depicted in Winter Sonata with the affair between Hetow and Liu Xiaojun. The most direct evidence lies in Hetow's willingness to sacrifice his final chance for Liu Xiaojun, even confronting a formidable foe on her behalf. The temptation of the ordinary path looms large for the youth, as it is a grand event for the entire alliance. To attain even a place among the top 100 competitors could dramatically alter one's fate. With Hetow's formidable combat prowess, why would he make such a monumental sacrifice if not for love? Is this not indicative of folly? Soon, it is uncovered that the Liu family once hosted Hetow, only for Liu Xiaojun's father to publicly humiliate him. This explosive news further substantiates the authenticity of their tragic romance. Hetow finds himself bemused, overwhelmed by the sheer absurdity of the speculation, as if these narrators had witnessed the events firsthand. Fame breeds controversy. However, Hetow remains unperturbed by the rumors, being inexperienced in matters of the heart and having never suffered emotional wounds. Instead, he takes delight in perusing these tidbits, finding them amusing. During morning strolls, upon returning home, Hetow practices diligently. The identity of his mentor, the reclusive musical master Zhu Guxing, has been confirmed, leaving Hetow astonished. Hiring a musical master for an annual salary of 50,000 is indeed a significant gain. Unbeknownst to many, as Hetow walks, two battle scorpions swiftly trail beside him. After the assassination of a cultivator that day, Hetow discovers that within a 20-meter radius, he can sense the scorpions' locations through the eye mask. From that moment on, he begins to hone this ability during his morning walks. Over a month, Hetow masters the control of the scorpions within a 50-meter range. Correspondingly, his meditation sessions lengthen during nightly practice. The longer the meditation, the greater the cultivation results, a steadfast principle indicating Hetow's rapidly growing psychic power. The 28th of January marks the new year. Although his brother is not by his side, the festivities are in full swing. Fongland celebrates the New Year's Eve at Hetow's home alongside a group of officers, and the house remains lively until the 15th day of the new year. Drinking and gambling ensue, with Hetow merely an observer. He manages to sip a bit, but is disinterested in gambling. The stakes are high, with fortunes fluctuating into the thousands overnight, causing Hetow to feel a thrill of anxiety. With a military salary of 2,000 to 3,000 a month, losing it all in a single night is harrowing. The unfortunate Sinfizi has borrowed money more than once, each time sweating profusely from his losses, likely accumulating a substantial gambling debt. Hetow's new hairstyle becomes a fixed feature. Despite Sinfizi and others frequently teasing him, none mock his appearance, instead offering praise. Had military regulations not been so stringent, many would have likely emulated his style. Zhu Guxing and Fong Rujing abstain from gambling, while Fongland actively participates. With ample funds at his disposal, courtesy of the three-party investment company, no one questions his expenditures. Fongland displays extravagant generosity, having lent Sinfizi at least 50,000. This year's new year arrives late. After the 15th day, the ice and snow begin to thaw, revealing the muddy state of Fongland which has nearly devolved into a slum, with its roads neglected. Furthermore, During the construction of the artificial river, heavy machinery has frequently compressed the roads, causing significant damage. It is said that the project for the artificial river in Fengwu City has been confirmed, with the three-party investment company winning a bid for one-third of the project, including the segment flowing through Fongland Shaozhou. Consequently, Fongjiu naturally incorporates the already completed river sections into the overall project, meaning that the construction cost will be covered by Fengwu City's officials, while Hetow is unaware of other locales. The two artificial rivers in Fongland Shaozhou are lined with thick layers of rock at their bottoms and embankments. Once filled with water, the channels will be pristine and visually appealing. The expansion of Jinghu Lake has also been completed, with white sand imported from afar adorning the lakeside, destined to become areas for swimming and water play. One of the remaining major projects involves clearing away weeds and shrubs, awaiting the return of spring, when artificial grass will be installed, transforming Fongland Shaozhou dramatically. Additionally, over 200 houses require complete renovation, both internally and externally, with Fongjiu commissioning top designers from the Western Qin Federation. A highlight of the renovations will be the heating system overhaul, with all residences utilizing geothermal hot spring water for warmth. Bathrooms will be directly connected to the hot springs, allowing for luxurious bathing at the turn of a tap. This necessitates warmer weather to facilitate the excavation of underground heating pipelines. The roads of Fongland Shaozhou will also undergo replanning, prohibiting vehicle access in the future. The sole mode of transport will be horse-drawn carriages, embracing a purely retro aesthetic. In Fongjiu's words, the ambience must be elevated, ensuring that nouveau riche individuals dare not venture here, and even if they do, they must approach with reverence. 7 hot spring pools of varying sizes have been successfully constructed near Jinghu Lake, with plans to erect a few elegant wooden cabins nearby for bathers to change clothes. This is merely a minor project, with minimal costs. The geothermal source has been tapped, currently secured by a massive fire hydrant, as it is not yet the time for activation. Though aesthetically pleasing, the artificial grass requires substantial water, necessitating at least 2 irrigations daily during hot weather, along with the installation of drip irrigation systems underground. Therefore, the 2 artificial rivers traversing Fongland Shaozhou will play a crucial role in irrigation. Communication lines, electrical wiring, heating pipes, and drainage systems must all be underground, ensuring that Fongland Shaozhou remains free of unsightly conduits. Few are aware of the significant maneuvers of Maple Forest Cottage, just as no one recognizes that the composition Winter Love Song, created by this ensemble, is part of a promotional endeavor. When the special forces eventually discover they have been manipulated, a contentious exchange is likely to ensue. Hetow is already well acquainted with the score of Spring Overture and has commenced practicing Summer Affection, a piece of entirely different character. Spring Overture boasts a lively rhythm, infusing Hetow with a sense of vitality as he performs, as if he himself is rejuvenated. In contrast, Summer Affection is imbued with fervent emotion, akin to the blazing summer sun, evoking a surge of passionate exuberance. Music possesses a spirit, it embodies emotions. Initially, Hetow struggled to grasp this concept during his early piano lessons, but under the guidance of his mentor, he gradually immersed himself in this world. Occasionally, he can infuse his performances with emotion, most notably in Winter Love Song and Spring Overture. However, when it comes to the emotionally intense Summer Affection, he finds it elusive. Hetow's naturally melancholic disposition, compounded by familial upheaval and his brother's departure, has cast a shadow over his spirits. Although Winter Love Song depicts romance, he manages to weave in his longing for family. With regard to the cheerful Spring Overture, Hetow's mood has notably improved of late. He is carefree and has regained the spirited exuberance characteristic of youth, allowing him to fully embrace this sentiment. Yet, the deep emotional resonance of Summer Affection remains unattainable for him, regardless of his mentor's efforts. Since its debut, Winter Love Song has soared, achieving the second highest position on various radio stations' top 10 charts, never falling below the 5th spot. Many critics argue that Winter Love Song cannot claim the top position due to the interference of the special forces. Society would not permit a recruitment anthem to ascend to the pinnacle, indicating a deliberate suppression. Nevertheless, Winter Love Song remains uncontainable in the stillness of night. It is the hauntingly poignant piece that dominates the airwaves. Since its inception, it has captivated listeners, remaining endlessly enchanting. Chapter 2. The Demon Maple's Thunder Tribulation. Hetow eagerly anticipates the filming of Prelude to Spring, for vanity is a trait inherent in all, and those who are indifferent to fame and fortune are truly rare. Even Fongland, who resides in Maple Dance City, cannot escape the piercing observation of Zhu Gushing, who asserts that such indifference is merely a form of concealment. The phenomenal success of Winter Love Song fills Hetow with a quiet pride, as he increasingly perceives his own charm. This lively prelude to spring, paired with a new hairstyle, is bound to continue the momentum of Winter Love Song, he muses. Fongjiu insists that filming for Prelude to Spring must commence only after the artificial turf has been laid, establishing a firm boundary. He is determined to showcase the verdant beauty of the maple forest cottage in springtime splendor. As spring begins with the arrival of Lichun, the season here is less fervent than in the southern lands, delayed by the northern latitude. Following the Lantern Festival, the next solar term, rainwater, approaches, coinciding with Hetow's imminent return to school. The installation of artificial turf must wait until after the Jingzhi solar term, when spring thunder awakens the earth from its deep slumber. Otherwise, the turf will perish under the chill of the ground. To this day, Fongjiu remains unaware of the content of Prelude to Spring, save for the certainty that Hetow and Sheng Lao will undoubtedly feature within it. Fongland, brimming with anticipation, is almost certain she will be excluded, fostering a sense of resentment within her. Understanding the principle of indirect approach, she presents Hetow with a custom-made white leather jacket and trousers, complemented by knee-high boots, as a New Year gift. This is no ordinary sheepskin. It is the exquisite hide of a wild ram, thin yet remarkably resilient. Hetow appreciates this lightweight and extravagant attire. Yet he resolutely disregards Fongland's veiled request for participation in Prelude to Spring. While he may accept the gift, he will not yield to her demands. A rift has formed. Hetow has not forgotten the incident where Fongland shaved the hair on either side of his head. Despite the consensus that the hairstyle is commendable, Hetow still feels a lingering resentment. As Jingzhi passes, the school year approaches, and Hetow is filled with anticipation. With the arrival of Jingzhi, the artificial turf can be laid, paving the way for the filming of Prelude to Spring, thus re-attracting countless fans. He even contemplates a future as a musician, envisioning a collaboration with Sheng Lao to produce 4 pieces annually. Rumor has it that Winter Love Song has been shortlisted for the Best Advertisement Award, with a strong possibility of victory, albeit not for the Maple Forest Cottage advertisement, but for a military recruitment campaign. Various construction materials have begun to arrive, stacked near different buildings, with all preparations in place, awaiting the warming weather to commence work. Hetow feels no pressure regarding the upcoming school year. He has not been nominated for the ordinary path, and his mentor is his own master. Moreover, Hetow has cultivated genuine energy, alleviating any academic stress. Mi, whose family resides in a small town affiliated with Maple Dance City and will not return until school begins. Tu Chiyuan has called, expressing a desire to visit with some friends, but Hetow, after much contemplation, politely declines. Sensing the chaotic state of affairs and the construction site-like atmosphere of Maple Forest Cottage, Tu Chiyuan has a penchant for taking advantage, a trait Hetow finds distasteful. He is far less magnanimous than Mi, who, despite appearing carefree, possesses a discerning nature. The formation of the 5 Elements group was facilitated by Mi, but unfortunately, his ambition to expand it into the 6 Harmonies group has faltered. Hetow had not joined previously and sees no possibility of doing so in the future. As the first gentle rain falls, spring draws near. Hetow leads a leisurely life, strolling from Sheng Lao's residence to the site of his former home, now cleared for the future construction of a bar. Upon returning, he practices the piano and studies the fundamentals of feng shui with Sheng Lao. After lunch, he enjoys leisurely horseback rides, and in the evenings, he practices the 1,000 birds technique. Hetow has heard that cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. Without progress, one regresses. While Sheng Lao and his master's philosophy advocates patience, progress comes with perseverance, without the need for haste, which may hinder cultivation. Fong Rujing checks on Hetow's progress every 3 days, confirming that this relaxed lifestyle suits him well. His genuine energy is increasingly abundant, and his 12 meridians have begun to open slightly. This progress surpasses Fong Rujing's expectations, as individual conditions, adaptable mindsets, and methods of effort vary. For Hetow, this tranquil existence is evidently fitting. A true state of relaxation, free from greed and impatience, has led to progress that far exceeds that of his peers. Given this, what more could one desire? Maintaining this course suffices. Hetow and his master have moved into Zhu Guxing's residence, where Fong Jiu frequently borrows accommodation, while Fong Lanting often joins them for lunch and dinner, nearly living there. As the second rain begins to fall, the school year is set to commence tomorrow. In the twilight, Hetow leans against the window, watching the delicate rain fall. The roads will surely be muddy. Perhaps he should ride to school? The 4 white horses pulling the sled are assets of the Sanfong Investment Company. Fong Jiu remarks that they are not particularly fine steeds. Hastily purchased in a moment of urgency, with more splendid horses expected to arrive shortly. Maple Forest Cottage requires at least 50 carriages, each drawn by 4 fine horses. Thus, preparations must account for 240 horses to ensure replacements in case of illness. Riding to school would certainly be impressive, Hetow muses, contemplating how to persuade his master to allow him to ride. He suspects his master might reluctantly agree, yet he wonders if it is truly wise. Uncertain, he hesitates. As the night rain continues, Hetow resolves to retire, when suddenly, a silver flash tears through the night sky, illuminating the darkness with a terrifying brilliance. He quickly covers his ears, for thunder is feared by cultivators. Hetow has cultivated genuine energy, qualifying him as a practitioner, akin to an aspiring cultivator. Thunderstorms are moments when cultivators remain the most cautious, as the thunder can resonate with their energy. After the flash of lightning, a resonant thunderclap erupts from the horizon, shaking the glass of his bedroom window. Hetow keenly observes the door swing open, and Fong Rujing rushes into the courtyard. Hetow calls out from the window, "Master, you must not go out. There is thunder." Fong Rujing looks up and waves his hand, urging, "Quickly close the window." Hetow leaves a small gap in the window, allowing the rain to drench his hair. Just as he prepares to continue his persuasion, a second bolt of lightning strikes down, illuminating the ground and heading towards the military camp. Within the temporary military camp, lightning rods are embedded in the earth, serving as basic protective measures. When the first thunderclap resounds, the camp is thrown into disarray. The proximity of the thunder sends Fong Lanting into a state of alarm. Clad in a military raincoat, she directs her subordinates to evacuate promptly, prioritizing the retreat of the Taoist protection unit. Fong Lanting's caution proves invaluable, as the second thunderbolt seems to target the temporary camp directly. Fong Lanting and her team dash toward the metal processing plant, seeking refuge within the building as they witness the lightning crash with a deafening roar. With her ears ringing and vision blurred from the brilliance of the lightning, Fong Rujing gracefully ascends, merging with the golden light as he soars into the distance. Hetow shouts after the receding light, "Master, you must not go." Yet Fong Rujing cannot hear him. Hetow quickly dons his leather attire, seizing an umbrella as he rushes downstairs. Zhu Gusheng, leaning on his cane, descends, saying, "What are you panicking for? Your master is a golden core cultivator. He has weathered tribulations before. This demon Maple's tribulation will greatly benefit your master." Hetow halts at the door, pondering the demon Maple's tribulation. It dawns on him that his master had once nearly vanquished the demon Maple, and Fong Lanting has arrived. Realizing that the demon Maple is indeed facing heavenly tribulation, Hetow sighed and said to Zhu Gusheng, "Don't you want to take a look?" Hetow hesitated, replying, "It's quite dangerous, and it might cause trouble for our master." Zhu Gusheng, with a playful smile, remarked, "Opportunities to witness heavenly tribulations are rare. The benefits for your future are beyond description." Hetow smiled shyly. He was quite close to the old sage, who always appeared kind-hearted and was profoundly knowledgeable. Not only did he teach Hetow how to play the piano, but he also guided him in the art of feng shui, essentially serving as another mentor to Hetow. Upon learning that the old sage was the musical maestro Zhu Gushing from over 2 centuries ago, Hetow was not particularly astonished, nor did he feel any reverence. The old sage treated Hetow with such kindness that he felt akin to family. Observing Hetow's evident excitement, the old sage encouraged, "Let us go take a look." Fong Jiu emerged, saying, "I want to see as well." The old sage nodded, and the 3 of them stepped out of the door. An invisible barrier enveloped them, shielding them from the light rain that fell outside. The old sage grasped Hetow and Fong Jiu, lifting them into the air and flying toward Hetow's original home. As they soared through the sky, a third thunderbolt struck, shaking the earth as if it could hardly bear the overwhelming celestial might. The gentle rain transformed into a tempest, raging wildly. As they approached the site of the demon maple, the old sage descended, placing Hetow and Fong Jiu in a house that had suffered devastation, with its living room window shattered. This house was the closest to Hetow's original home, and viewing from here was already pushing the limits. They could not get any closer. The old sage vanished into the stormy night. Hetow quietly asked, "Uncle Jiu, are you afraid?" Fong Jiu, gritting his teeth and boasting, replied, "Afraid of what? Your Uncle Jiu has faced many storms. Besides, I'm a foundational stage expert. If I have the chance in the future, I will have to endure a thunder strike when I condense my golden core, so I might as well experience it today." Hetow gave Fong Jiu a serious look before disdainfully turning to gaze out the window. Fong Jiu, irritated, exclaimed, "What kind of look is that?" Hetow replied, "I find it hard to believe. Master said you lack ambition, so it seems you may never get the chance to be struck by lightning in this lifetime. Congratulations." Chapter 3. The thunderous reckoning. The environment has a profound impact on an individual. Hetow, once a taciturn youth, acquired a sharp tongue ever since Fongland and her band of rogue officers arrived. In order to contend with their biting remarks, Hetow had to adapt. Fong Jiu, in a fit of rage, raised his hand as if to strike, but Hetow, stretching his neck defiantly, declared, "My master is not far off, and my elder is nearby. Dare to strike me?" Fong Jiu's hand landed on the nape of Hetow's neck. The sound of the slap drowned by the roar of thunder, which erupted almost simultaneously, causing both Hetow and Fong Jiu to shudder. Hetow's ears rang with pain, while Fong Jiu felt his blood surge. Though he could not condense a golden core, he was indeed in the foundational stage, and thus the thunder's impact resonated deeply with him. As lightning descended, Fong Rujing raised his hand, releasing a spiritual talisman that transformed into a bolt of lightning, aimed at the descending thunder. This was not a case of lightning striking lightning. Fong Rujing lacked such prowess. Instead, he sought to preemptively trigger the incoming thunderstorm. Zhu Gusheng, leaning on his cane, nodded approvingly at Fong Rujing's clever maneuver, recognizing that the latter had a certain understanding of the tribulations faced during the Golden Core formation. This marked the 4th bolt of heavenly thunder, and with one more, the ordeal would reach its climax. However, the Yaofeng tree would undoubtedly suffer. Its branches were already withering, and charred scars marred its trunk. When Fong Rujing's talisman triggered the heavenly thunder, it erupted above the Yaofeng, shattering countless delicate branches. The demonic aura emanating from the Yaofeng intensified. Having gained sentience due to Hetow's intervention, the tree's inherent intelligence was minimal. Yet, as the tribulation approached, it represented both calamity and fortune. The thunder strike would awaken its consciousness. After releasing the talisman, Fong Rujing retreated, yet he remained sensitive to the flow of energy. His complexion drained of color. The wrath of the thunder was merciless. To obstruct it was to invite dire consequences, as it embodied the will of heaven, unassailable and irrefutable. Fong Rujing had exerted himself, longing to slay the Yaofeng, but Hetow's steadfast defense had stayed his hand. If the Yaofeng perished under the thunder, its essence would strengthen, potentially allowing for the crafting of a wooden flying sword or other enchanted artifacts. The 5th bolt of heavenly thunder coalesced, more terrifying than the last, as brilliant silver serpents coiled in the sky, gathering power. This would be the final strike. Should the Yaofeng survive, it would transform into a tree demon. Should it falter, it would return to dust. The battered branches of the Yao Feng swayed, as if rebelling against the injustice of heaven. Zhu Gushing looked up, catching a fleeting glimpse of a violet glow amidst the thunder. His cane plunged deeply into the earth, causing the ground to tremble as it morphed into a magnificent dragon. Formed from vines, the dragon's body expanded, towering over the withering Yao Feng, its vast maw agape, unleashing a cascade of silver light towards the descending thunder. The thunder was dispersed by the silver radiance emitted from the dragon, which then struck the vine dragon, transmitting its energy into the earth. The ground quaked, as Hetow found himself awkwardly seated, while Fongjiu bled from his ears, nose, and mouth. The vine dragon languished, reverting to a cane, as Zhu Gushing withdrew it and stepped away. The residual force of the thunder enveloped the Yao Feng, coaxing forth vibrant green branches. As spring approached, all life stirred anew. After enduring the calamity, the Yao Feng could finally stretch its limbs and welcome the dawn of rebirth. The Yao Feng's tribulation had attracted cultivators from hundreds of miles around. The signs of the tribulation were unmistakable, whether human or demon. The chance for gain was too tempting to ignore. Yet, no one dared to draw too close, except for two golden core cultivators. As the fourth bolt of thunder struck, they were eager to take action. They discerned Fong Rujing's method of dispelling the threat and surmised his desire to protect the Yao Feng, albeit half-heartedly. However, when the fifth bolt descended and Zhu Gushing's cane transformed into a dragon, the two golden core cultivators swiftly retreated. A treasure transforming into a dragon indicated power beyond the foundational stage. Lingering too long could provoke the ancient guardian of the Yao Feng, leaving no escape. In a world where the strong wield absolute power over the weak, the path of cultivation is merciless, far more so than one could imagine. Those who traverse this arduous journey must possess a certain resolve. Otherwise, they would have long since perished along the way. Hetow exited his dwelling and approached the Yao Feng, which shimmered with a faint glow, its subtle spiritual energy enveloping him. The Yao Feng's awakening was a result of Hetow's influence. It was Fong Rujing and Fongland who had harbored intentions to harm the tree, and it was Hetow's intervention that preserved it. Today, as the Yao Feng faced its tribulation, it was aided by Fong Rujing and Zhu Gushing. Without Hetow, these two saviors would have likely turned a blind eye to the Yao Feng's plight, and the tree would remember their acts of kindness. Fong Rujing approached from afar, remarking, "The Yao Feng has been drained of its essence. The spiritual energy brought by the tribulation will be a considerable loss for it." Hetow expressed his astonishment. "I have no need for the energy of the tribulation." Fong Rujing chuckled softly, realizing that Hetow's selflessness in protecting the Yao Feng allowed it to instinctively trust him, offering its rare innate energy. Though different from humans, these beings possess heightened intuition, enabling them to sense a person's intentions, be they benevolent or malevolent. With an arm around Hetow's shoulder, Fong Rujing guided him home, stating, "It needs time to recuperate, and you should also prepare for school tomorrow." Hetow raised his hand in farewell to the Yao Feng, curling his 4 fingers around his thumb. The Yao Feng's branches swayed in the night breeze, as if bidding him farewell. After walking a short distance, they encountered a muddy patch. Fong Rujing grasped Hetow's arm, saying, "Master will carry you back. Let us go." A flying sword appeared beneath Fong Rujing's feet, its shimmering golden light lifting the pair as they glided through the maple forest. Hetow closed his eyes, savoring the night air. Flight was a privilege reserved for those in the foundational stage. For now, he was content to ride the wind on the flying sword. He had abandoned the notion of riding a horse to school. Traversing the muddy terrain while flying was exhilarating, and the remaining distance could be covered on foot. Just before reaching home, Hetow's phone rang. It was a call from Mihu. Upon connecting, Mihu's anxious voice came through. "Hetow, there's been continuous thunder from your direction. Are you all right?" Hetow replied indignantly, "I haven't done anything wrong to deserve the thunder. It's just a maple tree in my backyard that has turned into a demon. It's all under control now, thanks to my master." Mihu was taken aback. He had just arrived at the academy, and the thunder had drawn the attention of most students. Having visited Hetow's home before, he pondered for a while before deciding to call. unable to shake off his unease. What he heard was astonishing news. The maple tree in Hetow's backyard had become a demon. Such occurrences were well known, but typically, demonic transformations took place in remote, uninhabited areas. To have a tree become a demon in a city indicated an abundance of spiritual energy. Mihu exclaimed, "Is there a spiritual vein near your home? Hetow, you must protect it if it exists. You're close to breaking through to the true chi stage, and it's likely connected." Hetow boasted, "I've already condensed my true chi, but there's no spiritual vein. Otherwise, my master would have noticed. Things are a bit inconvenient right now, but in a few days, I'll invite you all over." After Mihu agreed and ended the call, Fongland set Hetow down as they returned to Zhu Gushing's courtyard. Zhu Gushing had already arrived, having been swifter than Fongland on the flying sword. Inside the living room stood a newcomer, the one who had been captured, known as the Slaughterer. Still clad in his black robe, the Slaughterer appeared pale, and upon seeing Fongland and Hetow enter, a flicker of hatred crossed his eyes, revealing his deep-seated resentment. Zhu Gushing remarked that Tu Daoyu had profoundly recognized his mistakes and expressed his willingness to remain at Fongland Xiaozhu for 50 years to atone for his errors, advocating for harmonious coexistence henceforth. Hetow glanced at the window and cautioned, "Sheng Lao, do exercise caution. Should this uncle lose his temper, your window may not remain unscathed." Zhu Gushing chuckled, "The house has already been sold to you. Should the window be damaged, it is your concern, not mine." Tu Sha's eyes widened in astonishment. Who was this peculiarly shaped fellow? Zhu Gushing, that old rascal, sold the house to him? What price had he paid? Hetow scrutinized Tu Sha and inquired, "Sheng Lao, what would be an appropriate salary for him each year?" Zhu Gushing replied earnestly, 50,000 will suffice. I earn 50,000 annually. And since he is also at the golden core stage, let it be 50,000 for him too." Upon hearing the annual salary of 50,000, Tu Sha's anger flared. Was this a pittance for a practitioner at the chi refinement stage? Typically, a foundation establishment expert would command a salary of 100,000, and a golden core cultivator would start at no less than 300,000. However, upon realizing that Zhu Gushing also received a salary of 50,000 and that he was specifically reminded of his golden core status, Tu Sha's fury dissipated. If that old scoundrel Zhu Gushing was earning only 50,000, he had no choice but to accept his own fate. Hetow smacked his lips and said, "A salary akin to yours, very well, though I wonder what skills he possesses." Tu Sha nearly wished to slay this shameless fellow with his gaze. As a golden core cultivator, merely overseeing matters here should suffice. Did he not know the meaning of being overly demanding? If Hetow dared to reduce his salary, Tu Sha would rather destroy everything than relent. Fongland smiled and remarked, "Tu Daoyu's willingness to work for Fongland Xiaozhu is indeed a favor, Ilong. From now on you shall address him as Uncle Tu, out of respect." Hetow forced a smile and uttered Uncle Tu, to which Tu Sha responded with a strained grin. Then Hetow added, "You broke my window. I shall deduct that from your year-end salary." Tu Sha clenched his fist, the knuckles turning white. He was on the verge of an explosive fury. Chapter 4. The Unfathomable Human Heart in the Early Morning. Hetow meticulously donned his warrior attire and stepped out of his home with his master, embarking on another 4-month journey of study, with 2 days off each week. The remainder would be spent at the academy. Hetow cherished his time at the academy, relishing the camaraderie among peers, though home held precedence. Yet, the formidable Fongland often tormented Hetow, instilling in him a sense of trepidation akin to that of a cornered animal. At long last, he had escaped her clutches. It was no jest, it was sheer torment. In the presence of Fongland dared to strip Hetow of his nightwear, leaving him reluctant to don his comfortable pajamas upon exiting the bedroom. If this harassment continued, Hetow feared he would soon be plagued by nightmares. The academy's entrance buzzed with activity, as many students hurried from their homes in the early hours, some even returning from distant locales on night buses. When Hetow and Fongland arrived at the academy's gates, a cacophony of sharp whistles erupted, and the students regarded Hetow with the same astonishment reserved for a creature of folklore, his distinctive hairstyle drawing attention. The fervor surrounding Winter Love Song had reached a fever pitch, while it might be more subdued in other regions. The faculty and students of Fengwu City Taoist Academy certainly remembered the boy with the eye patch and his formidable master, a golden core grandmaster. Fong Rujing wore a stern expression. It was clear that not only students, but even mentors, were intimidated by his presence. Countless eager eyes followed Hetow as he entered the academy, yet no one dared approach. With a mentor as illustrious as Fong Rujing, a golden core grandmaster, Hetow felt emboldened to traverse the academy with impunity. The clicking of mobile phones capturing photographs resonated throughout the crowd. This was a rare opportunity to photograph a rising star up close. Daring young women sidled up to Hetow, capturing selfies alongside him. Fong Rujing's demeanor remained as frosty as ever. While he believed that promoting Winter Love Song to publicize Fongland Xiaozhu was a prudent move, given his stake in the establishment, he couldn't help but feel anxious as the situation spiraled beyond his control, with Hetow's sudden fame unsettling him. By day, Hetow practiced the Guqin with Zhu Guoxing and studied feng shui, questioning whose disciple he truly was. As time passed, he pondered whether this apprentice could maintain his standing. Compared to ancient beings of the Yuanying realm, Fong Rujing's confidence was waning. As the commotion grew louder, Mi Hu and his friends eagerly anticipated Hetow's arrival. When the throngs surged at the academy's entrance, they surmised that Hetow had finally appeared. They formed a rush, encircling Hetow at the center, while their classmates flanked them, ushering him back to their classroom as if in a grand escape. Once the classroom door was shut, Mi Hu and his companions began to stroke Hetow's bald head. Reminded of Fongland's taunts, Hetow covered his head with his hands and exclaimed, "Men's heads, women's feet, do not touch recklessly. I am truly angry." His protests fell on deaf ears, inciting further mischief. Hetow's resentment toward Fongland grew, and he began to doubt his master's compliments regarding his hairstyle, suspecting a hidden agenda. As a mentor, Fong Rujing was expected to report to the academy and prepare lesson plans for the first day. With his status as a Golden Core Grandmaster revealed before the holiday, he had taken control of the situation. Lesson plans. Did a veteran mentor of 10 years still require them? Meetings? The academy's leadership could relay information directly. Who had the patience to endure idle chatter? Today marked Fong Rujing's first day back at the academy, and it was unlikely he would return within half an hour. Mi Hu and his friends, being the most familiar with Hetow, occupied the advantageous position, stacking blank notes on the table, eagerly awaiting Hetow's autograph. Upon learning that their classmate was the sensational Hetow, Mi Hu and his friends were tasked with acquiring his signature. Hetow furrowed his brows, pen in hand, signing as more notes and articles of clothing, such as vests and shirts, were handed to him, quickly filling the table. Mi Hu, with his feet perched on the table, declared, "Hetow, is that old gentleman truly the Master Zhu Guoxing? Is he around 300 years old?" Hetow replied, "About that. He is a Golden Core Grandmaster, of the same caliber as my master." Tu Chuyuan, with envy in her voice, inquired, "You must be quite familiar with him. Could you possibly procure a signature from Master Zhu for me?" Hetow pondered before responding, "That's not difficult, but let us not indulge in excessive expectations. If necessary, I can manage one for each of you, but no more, and it is limited to our class." Cheers erupted at this attitude, as fulfilling the desires of classmates was paramount. During the holiday, they had fervently supported Hetow online, even waging battles with fans of other idols. Such devotion must not be disregarded. Mi Hu rapped his knuckles on the table, saying, "Did you hear that? One each, no greed. Hey, I say, Hetow, when will you have a new song? I could be your sidekick during the recording. With me around, your charm will truly shine." Laughter ensued. Mi Hu, though not unattractive, bore a sturdy build and often played the role of the jester, earning the affection of his peers. Hetow, shaking his sore wrist, replied, "The new song is confirmed, but filming has yet to commence. Uncle Joe mentioned that we will begin shooting after laying down the artificial turf. I haven't inquired about the specifics yet. With the recent warming, it seems the turf will be laid soon. If you want to see it, I'll give you a call." Mi Hu, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together. "Will we see that stunning female officer? She must be the flower of the special forces, truly beautiful." Mi Hu's laughter was somewhat lewd, and Hetow cast a sympathetic glance at this oblivious fellow, wondering if he truly desired to court danger. Feigning anger, Mihu retorted, "Don't look at me like that. I'm merely daydreaming." "What kind of look is that?" Hetow remarked, "That is my master's niece. Her military camp is near Fongland Shaozhu. If you're not afraid of danger, I can introduce you. But be warned, the consequences are yours to bear. I prefer to keep my distance from her." Mihu gasped, "So terrifying?" Hetow's expression turned somber, words failing to encapsulate Fongland's fearsome nature. Mihu, believing Hetow's words, clapped him on the shoulder, saying, "I forgot to thank you. That day at Yilanti was quite an eye-opener. I thought that was the pinnacle of beauty. But seeing the female officer in Winter Love Song, I realized what true grace is. It's worlds apart." Hetow contacted the female manager of Yilanti, with the 5 Elements group visiting to broaden their horizons, charging all expenses to Fong Jiu's account. Hearing Mihu's offhand comment, Hetow scoffed. "Nonsense. Uncle Jiu said the girls at Yilanti are beautiful and possess great poise. Fongland, that sorceress, seems." Mihu clamped a hand over Hetow's mouth, glaring sternly. Now that Hetow was a public figure, he could not speak carelessly, especially when disparaging a beautiful major of the Special Forces. Any rumors could easily be wielded against him. Mihu soon released Hetow, diverting the conversation. "Is the demon maple in your backyard frightening? Does it play tricks? One day, I'll come take a picture with it. I'm no stranger to the world. Hey, come closer, give me a smile. Yes, just like that." This sensational topic sparked renewed interest. A demon maple in Hetow's backyard? Why hadn't Minor Fong exorcised it? Others eagerly gazed at Hetow, while Mihu posed him for photographs, eager to capture the moment. This was prime bragging material. Having the freshly minted idol cooperate so readily, a feat not easily achieved. Mihu clicked away, snapping over 30 pictures before finally releasing Hetow. Tu Chiyuan approached, wrapping an arm around Hetow for a photo, asking, "You recorded Winter Love Song as a recruitment anthem for the Special Forces. You must have earned quite a sum, right?" Mihu cleared his throat, and Hetow replied, somewhat forlorn, "Not a single cent." Mihu smiled faintly and remarked to Tu Qian, "Old Tu, you talk too much." Tu Chiyuan's face flushed. The camaraderie among the members of the 5 Elements group was profound, and they often engaged in playful banter without restraint. Mihu's ambiguous smile served as a reminder, causing Tu Chiyuan to feel a sense of embarrassment. Hetow also sensed the awkwardness. Realizing that some remarks should not be carelessly uttered, he picked up his pen and resumed signing, saying, "Sister Lan Ting has assisted me greatly. She remains the female lead in Winter Love Song. There is no room for petty grievances over profit." A knock echoed through the room, and the students' first instinct was to think that their stern mentor, Fong Rujing, had arrived. However, they quickly remembered that even a mentor needed to knock before entering the classroom. A girl approached and opened the door, revealing a somewhat hoarse voice that inquired, "Is Hetow here?" The classmates stepped aside, and Hetow noticed Lan Ruahai standing at the threshold. He nodded slightly in greeting. Lan Ruahai regarded the ambitious and accomplished Hetow and stated, "I was defeated by you in the competition. After a period of diligent practice over the holiday, I believe I am ready to challenge you once more. Not for glory, nor for the sake of fame, but solely to experience your swordsmanship anew." Hetow replied coolly, "I have no interest." Lan Ruahai retorted with a hint of mockery, "The newly crowned idol lacks the courage to accept a challenge? Aren't you concerned about tarnishing your reputation?" Mihu interjected disdainfully, "There are many who envy Hetow. Who do you think you are? Not competing with you does not equate to disgrace. You truly overestimate your own significance." Lan Ruahai spread his hands and declared, "Hetow interrupted my path to mediocrity through underhanded means. I believe my defeat is an injustice not of the battlefield." Hetow lowered his head, continuing to sign his name, and remarked, "You just recently coalesced your vital energy. I can tell your aura is still unstable. Do you think this will be enough to defeat me? I should have mentioned, I coalesced my vital energy a month ago. I am a genuine practitioner." Lan Ruahai's expression changed dramatically. He had forced the use of a spiritual elixir to hasten his own coalescence of vital energy before the semester began, believing he could leverage this hidden strength to humiliate Hetow and tarnish his reputation. To his dismay, Hetow had achieved this milestone before him. Fong Rujing's indifferent voice cut through the tension. Leave. You shameless wretch, go as far away as you can. Chapter 5. The authentic life. Lan Ruohai shivered visibly. Through his familiar mentor, he learned that Fong Rujing was conversing with the dean, providing him the opportunity to challenge Hetow. However, Hetow immediately discerned that he had already condensed true qi. Hearing Fong Rujing's voice now, Lan Ruohai felt as though his heart had turned to ash. With Fong Rujing absent, once Hetow agreed, he could not retract his words. Upon Fong Rujing's arrival, Lan Ruohai dared not utter a sound. Bowing his head, he contemplated slipping away when Fong Rujing, hands clasped behind his back, coldly regarded Lan Ruohai, stating, "Your breath is unstable. You have forcibly used a spirit pill to generate true qi. You have already set your path for life. Stepping into Foundation establishment will be exceedingly arduous. My disciple's future is boundless, while you are from two different worlds. Do not bark recklessly in his presence. Leave." Lan Ruohai's face flushed crimson as he gritted his teeth and retorted, "Hetow is merely an orphan. If not for the stroke of luck to enter your tutelage, he would be nothing." Fong Rujing looked at Lan Ruohai with derision, silently gesturing toward the distance. Once regarded as a prodigy at the Fengwu City Taoist Academy, Lan Ruohai had shown considerable talent and maturity. Yet, who would have anticipated that after his defeat by Hetow, his sinister thoughts would be laid bare? Secretly condensing true qi and then challenging a junior 2 years his junior, he resorted to threats of disgrace against Hetow. This was a man undone. Now, before Fong Rujing, he accused Hetow of being a rootless orphan, as if Hetow held no merit beyond being Fong Rujing's disciple. Little did he know, Fong Rujing's greatest aversion was precisely this. In the Fongland cottage, an old monster lurked, poised to snatch away the disciple. Who could understand Fong Rujing's anxiety? Mihu snapped his fingers, raising one finger, then a second. As the third finger was raised, over 20 individuals exclaimed simultaneously, "Leave." Lan Ruohai clenched his fists and jogged away. Fong Rujing shook his head, regarding him as an ignorant fool. Upon entering the classroom, Mihu and the others swiftly returned to their seats. Fong Rujing tossed last year's lesson plan onto the podium, declaring, "Everyone is here." Mihu, summoning his courage, remarked, "Two are still missing. The Thunder Sisters are participating in a competition in the province." Laughter erupted, for the Thunder Sisters, as second-year students, represented the Fengwu City Taoist Academy in the contest of the ordinary path, a point of pride for Fong Rujing. Of course, Fong Rujing's most promising disciple had relinquished this opportunity, yet became an overnight sensation with a song, Winter Love Song, that captivated many. Fong Rujing revealed a slight smile. Casting a glance at Hetow, who was signing his name, he remarked, "Your performance last semester was commendable. The mentor is pleased. Although you did not ultimately qualify, you still demonstrated a solid foundation, especially Mihu. Persisting will lead to boundless possibilities." Fong Rujing seldom praised students, and his special regard for Mihu stemmed from Mihu's solid groundwork and his decision to forfeit a battle against Hetow, allowing Hetow to preserve his strength. This greatly impressed Fong Rujing. The notion of knowing when to advance and retreat sounds simple, yet few can truly accomplish it. Fong Rujing wrote several characters on the blackboard, stating, "Among you, I believe at least 10 will have the opportunity to condense true qi before graduation. This semester, I will need to cultivate you separately. Even if the chance to enter higher institutions eludes you, mastering a skill is essential. When you step into society, you will possess some means of self-preservation." These were pragmatic words. Among the 24, not all could proceed to higher education, as most would enter society to seek their livelihoods. Fong Rujing aimed to provide these less promising students with an explanation, one that honored the bond between teacher and student. With an air of nonchalance, Fong Rujing addressed the class, while Hetow diligently scribbled notes, overwhelmed by the multitude of signatures required. Following the conclusion of the ordinary path selection, the training ground was no longer tense. After lunch, Hetow and Mihu, along with 8 others, arrived at the training field, students with the potential to condense true qi. The afternoon's curriculum focused on honing combat skills. The remaining students stayed in the classroom, where Fong Rujing would impart various practical techniques, including the nuances of meditation and sitting, hoping they might seize the chance to progress further. Over the course of 10 years, Fong Rujing had guided 2 graduating classes, and Hetow and his peers represented the third. The previous 2 classes had ventured into diverse paths, with many excelling. Fong Rujing had tailored his teachings to suit each student's unique talents. During the 2-month break, Hetow had not practiced swordplay extensively, dedicating merely an hour each afternoon, an intensity he found quite manageable. Especially with the condensation of true qi, Hetow's sword technique had become markedly more rapid. Fong Rujing did not impart new sword techniques to Hetow, but had him repeatedly practice the foundational sword forms. Hetow felt this was sufficient for now and did not yearn for more. Mihu could no longer withstand Hetow's swordplay. Hetow's true qi had yet to open any meridians, particularly the Thousand Birds technique, which required simultaneous advancement through the 12 main meridians. With the condensation of true qi, the unmatched battle armor no longer siphoned Hetow's vitality, but instead nourished it with true qi, significantly enhancing his physical capabilities, strengthening his power, and increasing his reaction speed. Mihu, resigned, watched as Hetow's sword struck swiftly at various vital points of his body. Although he saw Hetow's wrist move, he could not react in time. By the time Mihu raised his sword, Hetow's blade was already upon him. Mihu raised his hand, conceding the practice match. He was no match for Hetow, akin to a fixed target. Hetow also found it uninteresting, and the two of them stood in the center of the training ground, methodically practicing basic sword forms. Their classmates understood that Hetow possessed only one set of sword techniques, yet it was this very technique that enabled him to dominate the entire academy. Had he not given the opportunity to Lu Xiaojun, he would undoubtedly be among the contestants in the ordinary path competition of the Haitang province. That evening, a televised event would commence, with the provincial competition divided into 3 segments: preliminary, semifinals, and finals. The preliminary round employed a point system, with 3 rounds of competition determined by a draw, where the highest points would advance to the semifinals. The semifinals would commence with a ruthless elimination format, at which point no skilled individuals would be overlooked. Failing to progress even through the preliminary point system indicated a lack of capability or an unfortunate stroke of bad luck. Such unfortunate souls would find no further opportunities even if they reached the semifinals. Viewership for the preliminary and semifinals was low. Hence, the broadcast was scheduled for after 6 o'clock in the evening, coinciding with meal times, a less favorable time slot for television. The finals, however, would air during prime time. That evening after school, Hetow and Fong Rujing returned home, with Fong Rujing resuming his role as chef, while Fong Jiao and Zhu Gushing assisted. Hetow, remote control in hand, flipped through channels, awaiting the broadcast to begin, his expression dark as though he bore a grudge against the world. Could they not afford a chef? The domestic atmosphere was overwhelmingly palpable. Hetow felt conflicted. Yet witnessing the scene of a golden core cultivator at the stove and an old Yuan-ing monster harvesting vegetables felt surreal. The dilemma weighed heavily on Hetow. While he could enjoy the fruits of their labor, what was to become of Hetow? The sounds of chopping vegetables echoed, prompting Hetow to rise and enter the kitchen. Fong Jiao, nimble-fingered, cleaned a bundle of greens, stating, "There's not enough space. You'd best stay out. After dinner, you can wash the dishes." Hetow surveyed the seemingly complex array of dishes prepared for cooking, deciding that washing dishes was indeed the easier task. He shot a glance at Hetow, who was watching television, thinking, why should this young lad be allowed to slack off? Hetow, catching the glance, retorted, "Uncle Tu, what are you looking at? My master says I need only focus on my studies." Uncle Tu scoffed. This heartless young lad had assigned himself an annual salary of 50,000, yet deducted expenses for broken windows, an affront to the golden core cultivator. One day, he would settle both old and new debts. As dinner approached, Fongland arrived punctually, further inciting Uncle Tu's ire. The youth, it seemed, only knew how to enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Fong Rujing's family education leaves much to be desired. It is surprising that he hails from the illustrious Fong family of the Han Si, which seems to lack proper decorum and promising development. At the dining table, Fongland is filled with laughter, playfully teasing Hetow, creating an atmosphere of warmth and camaraderie. In stark contrast, Tu Sha sits with a sullen expression, devouring his food with ferocity, seemingly harboring a grudge against the dishes. As the post-meal cleanup commences, it falls to Tu Sha to gather the plates and utensils haphazardly, sending them clattering into the kitchen. At the moment he begins washing the dishes, a loud crash signals the shattering of a plate. Hetow, watching the competitors enter the arena on television, quips, "Deduct it from your salary. For every plate you break, you pay for one." Tu Sha roars back, "Have you become obsessed with money?" Hetow replies leisurely, "Continue your chatter, and I shall charge you for your meals." Tu Sha storms out from the kitchen, shouting, "Isn't it all-inclusive?" Hetow shoots him an exasperated glance, retorting, "That does not imply you can reside in my home and indulge in the exquisite cuisine prepared by my master." Defeated, Tu Sha retreats into the kitchen, adopting a gentler demeanor as he resumes his dishwashing duties. The treatment he receives is akin to a major cultivation master overseeing the kitchen while the elder Yuan Ying handles the menial tasks. Losing such privileges would indeed be a great loss. It must be said that Fong Rujing's culinary skills are quite impressive. With the dishes being both exquisite and nourishing, consuming a bit more would feel like a gain. Hetow's lips move silently as he mutters "scoundrel," prompting knowing smiles between Fong Rujing and the others, who comprehend the unspoken words. Indeed, Tu Sha appears quite unscrupulous. Had Hetow not been so meticulous with him, he might have been more unruly. The Haitang province boasts over 700 competitors, while the Fengwu City Taoist Academy is relatively modest in size, situated in a city that is not particularly large. As the camera sweeps over the participants, Hetow stretches his neck to scrutinize, hoping to catch a glimpse of the Thunder Sisters, but alas, the figures on screen are too diminutive to discern. A foot kicks him from behind, and Hetow retaliates by hurling the remote control. Fongland quickly retracts her foot and exclaims, "I heard the Liu family is considering you as a prospective son-in-law. Are you already pondering your future wife?" Fuming, Hetow retorts, "Be quiet. Our relationship is entirely innocent. Do not bring up wives." Fongland leaps from the sofa, prompting Hetow to flee, with the ever-loquacious Hetow darting about once more. Chapter 6. The Billionaire Debtor with the addition of a Golden Core Grandmaster in the household. Hetow did not bestow him with a warm reception. Hetow still harbored resentment over the incident of the shattered windows caused by the slaughter. At that time, his home had just been devastated by a garbage mountain, and they had temporarily relocated to a nearby residence. Consequently, during the frigid winter, the windows were broken by the slaughter, leaving an unpleasant chill in the air. Particularly, the slaughter was the same individual who had competed with his master for the Unparalleled Score, further tarnishing Hetow's impression of him. Moreover, Hetow's family lacked nothing but Golden Core Grandmasters. There were 4 permanent residents, and apart from Hetow, the rest were all Golden Core Grandmasters, making his surprise quite negligible. Zhu Gushing was genuinely reclusive. He saw no shame in mundane tasks like washing vegetables and cooking. Fong Rujing, too, felt no embarrassment. After all, cooking for himself and his disciple was a routine, and having a few more people to share the meal with was inconsequential, especially since no outsiders were present. This tranquil way of life soon permeated the atmosphere, and although Hetow continued to offer cold shoulders, the slaughter remarkably adapted to this lifestyle. Even after dinner, Fong Rujing, Zhu Gusheng, and the slaughter could sit together, savoring tea and discussing various matters of cultivation. Hetow, leisurely enjoying his days, reduced the time spent practicing the piano and studying feng shui. His daytime activities consisted of attending classes at the academy, sword training, watching live television broadcasts of competitions, and engaging in playful arguments with Fongland. While at night, he practiced the Thousand Birds technique. The construction of the underground project had commenced, starting early in the morning and continuing until sundown. When Hetow began his cultivation of the Thousand Birds technique, the construction machinery would take a break. As this was a family-owned enterprise, the foundational work could not be taken lightly. Fongjiu visited various construction sites daily for inspections. The underground project being constructed rivaled the sewer system of Fengwu City, allowing individuals to walk inside for checks. This was indeed a significant undertaking for a century. Heating pipes, electrical wires, and network cables traversed through the sewers, leaving no traces on the surface and preserving the original charm of Fongland Cottage to the greatest extent. The excavated soil continued to accumulate on a man-made hill, its height increasing day by day. In the future, it would become a scenic spot, with a pavilion built at its summit from which one could overlook the entire Fongland Cottage. The hill was centrally located within Fongland Cottage, a decision rooted in the principles of the five elements. Jing Lake lay to the north of the hill, aligning with the water element of the north, ensuring the preservation of directional harmony. This was fundamental Feng Shui knowledge. In areas not traversed by the sewers, artificial turf was being laid, with hundreds of workers laboring simultaneously. Feng Jiu demanded both quality and speed, willing to pay higher wages to achieve this. The expenses for various projects flowed like water. Feng Jiu's initial loan of 50 million was quickly depleted, prompting him to borrow another 50 million, resulting in a total debt of 100 million. Feng Rujing and Hetow held 66% of the shares in the investment company, meaning they were collectively liable for 66 million. With mounting debts, Hetow was surprisingly untroubled. Numerous entertainment companies inquired about the performance fee for the Fongland Cottage ensemble, with some revealing that if they secured the first performance, the starting price would be 2 million, a negotiable figure. Hetow estimated that if he and his companions took to the stage, they could earn a substantial sum to offset their considerable losses. Moreover, with the installation of artificial turf, the cleared areas devoid of weeds and shrubs appeared exceptionally splendid. The maple trees had begun to sprout tender buds, and under the backdrop of the emerald carpet of artificial grass, Fongland Cottage had already blossomed with remarkable allure. In a few days, they would record Spring Overture, and at that time, the popularity of the Fongland Cottage ensemble would surely soar. Hetow felt confident about this new piece. The over 200 houses within Fongland Cottage were tendered to 3 companies, each meticulously decorated according to the designer's plans. The design fees alone amounted to a staggering 8 million, a price Feng Jiu deemed justified. Hetow had seen the renderings and agreed it was indeed worth it. Each house was uniquely designed by the architect in different color schemes. Some featured bold, vivid colors, like azure roofs, vermilion walls, pure white window frames, and lake green floor-to-ceiling windows. Others showcased traditional styles with gray bricks and tiles, old-fashioned windows. Some altered the house's shape with round windows and uniquely shaped doors, adorned with delicate flowers in the yard, resembling a fairy tale world, while others remained unexpanded, transforming into a wild, whimsical wooden house, brimming with rustic charm. Not only were the exteriors thoughtfully crafted, but they were also complemented by matching interior decor. The designer had truly poured his heart into creating a colorful, dreamlike realm. Initially, the designer's asking price was an exorbitant 1,000, but upon realizing Feng Jiu's commitment to his vision for Fongland Cottage, he conceded to 8 million, on the condition that Feng Jiu provide him with a golden VIP card. The golden VIP card was a limited edition, crafted from pure gold, with only 49 in existence, featuring exclusive anti-counterfeiting markings. Moreover, these cards could not be replicated, as every customer purchasing a golden VIP card would have their information meticulously managed. Imposters would be impossible. Feng Jiu ambitiously priced the golden VIP card at 1 million, meaning he aimed to recoup 49 million from the sale of these 49 cards. Nearly half of the loan amount. Hetow found this somewhat surreal. Who would be foolish enough to purchase such an expensive card? However, the fact that the designer was willing to significantly lower his fee for the sake of obtaining a golden VIP card left Hetow baffled, as he found it difficult to comprehend the mindset of the wealthy. Fixed investments posed no concern. What truly burdened Hetow was Feng Jiu's intention to hire at least 500 individuals in the future: bodyguards, horticulturists, horsemen, chefs, waitstaff, receptionists, maintenance engineers, doctors, nurses. With an average annual salary of 30,000 per individual, this would amount to 15 million, a conservative estimate. The scale of the undertaking seemed excessive, and during meals, Fong Jiao would casually discuss current investments and future expenditures. Fong Rujing, though interested in the conversation, did not allow Hetow to engage excessively. They felt it sufficient to grasp the general direction, leaving the laborious details to Fong Jiao. Half a month after the awakening of insects, the selection for the Gaodang province concluded. Su Mingya was regretfully eliminated, while Liu Xiaojun advanced with remarkable fortune, boldly becoming one of the 9 representatives from Gaodang province to compete in the ordinary path of the Xiqin Federation. If Liu Xiaojun could break into the top 20 in the Xiqin Federation competition, he would indeed achieve fame. The Xiqin Federation would send 20 contestants to participate in the ordinary path, stepping into the spotlight before billions of viewers. In truth, representing one's homeland in battle was a tremendous honor in itself. However, distinguishing oneself on the final ordinary path was an arduous challenge. Talented individuals from over 100 national teams would converge and compete, making it not merely a 1 in a million chance, but rather a 1 in 100 million opportunity. As Liu Xiaojun celebrated his victory, Hetow attempted to call and congratulate him after the competition, but the line remained busy. Just as Hetow persisted in his attempts, Fong Jiao, who had been visibly fatigued, received a call while lounging on the sofa, watching the closing ceremony of Gaodang province. Upon answering, Fong Jiao inquired, "Who is this?" A melodious female voice resonated through the phone. "Is this Master Fong Jiao?" "I am Zhang Xia, the manager of Yichang." Fong Jiao straightened in his seat, and Hetow, sitting beside him, widened his eyes upon hearing the mention of Yichang's manager. Was this the renowned national beauty of the Luolu Federation? Why was her manager calling Fong Jiao? Fong Jiao paused slightly before responding. "It's an honor. I greatly admire Miss Yichang's songs, and I particularly enjoy her unique Huchuan dance." Zhang Xia replied, "Thank you, Master Fong. Yichang wishes to create a new album, but we have yet to find a suitable setting for the title track. She has seen the visuals for Winter Love Song and is quite fond of them. I have contacted the officials of Fengwu City, and they informed me that Fongland Cottage is under your name." Fong Jiao humbly remarked, "It is not under my name. I am merely a hired manager, and the true owner is someone else. Of course, if Missy Chang wishes to come to Maple Forest Cottage to film her title song, it would be our honor." Hetao's eyes gleamed with excitement. Yichang hopes to come to Maple Forest Cottage to shoot her title song? The cottage has already gained fame. Wasn't the purpose of Hetow and Shang Lao recording Winter Love Song to promote Maple Forest Cottage? They even named their duo after it. If Yichang were to record her title song here, Maple Forest Cottage would surely achieve true renown. Fong Jiao ended the call and stood up with enthusiasm, saying, "Shang Lao, Yichang will be coming to Maple Forest Cottage to film her title song. When she arrives, we shall commence filming and Oppos, Prelude of Spring, and Oppos." Hetow remarked, "Uncle Jiao, how cunning of you. Are you aiming to rise to prominence at Yichang's expense?" Fong Jiao cast a surprised glance at Hetow, pondering how someone as astute as him could be so naive. Since Fong Jiao met Hetow, he had never dared to underestimate this ambitious young man. Fongland quickly reacted, pointing her middle finger at Fong Jiao. Fong Jiao retorted with conviction, "This is not me stepping on her. Rather, she is willingly stepping into this situation. Just think, during the recording, we could fabricate some scandalous news. What if the nation's beautiful girl had a little affair with the popular young star? At that time, it would be impossible for Maple Forest Cottage not to gain traction." Hetow finally grasped Fong Jiao's intention to push him into a predicament and immediately exclaimed, "Uncle Jiao, this tactic is too distasteful. I refuse to participate, and you should discard such thoughts." Fong Jiao cast a glance at Fong Rujing, who subtly eyed the unperturbed Zhu Gushing and remarked, "How lowly, Brother Jiao. Do not always lead Yilong astray. Yichang's arrival to shoot here is in itself a promotion for Maple Forest Cottage." Tu Sha, holding a teacup, observed coldly, estimating that Fong Rujing was somewhat tempted. But due to the presence of the old fellow Zhu Gushing, she had to criticize Fong Jiao's underhanded tactics, which he found quite hypocritical. Chapter 7. Idle Hetow sat upright and gazed at Fong Jiao, saying, "Uncle Jiao, we have employed rather audacious methods to purchase the house at Maple Grove Cottage. You mentioned that once it flourishes, a portion of the profits will be returned to the original residents, which brings me great joy. There are simply too many residents at Maple Grove. We cannot unite them to form a significant advantage. It is understandable that we consolidate resources to invest and reap returns for initial accumulation. However, we must not abandon our principles moving forward. Maple Grove Cottage should not only be synonymous with luxury, but also embody integrity. I hope that whenever anyone mentions Maple Grove, they envision the most elegant surroundings, exquisite enjoyment, and compassionate individuals, rather than a band of scoundrels. Using me and Yi Chong to stir up rumors may yield temporary success, but ultimately, we will be the ones to suffer. Fong Jiao coughed lightly, while Fongland fanned the flames, saying, with a scoundrel like you around, Maple Grove can never become that kind of place. Why don't you sell your shares to me instead? Fong Jiao, sensing a threat, looked at Fongland warily and replied, do you have any idea how much effort I have invested in this? I am counting on Maple Grove for the latter half of my life. Yilong interjected, you are right. Maple Grove is also reputed to be the place with the most warmth and humanity. We cannot afford to act recklessly. Let me think carefully. There must be ways to leverage this situation. Zhu Gushing suggested, concentrate manpower and resources, prioritize laying down the lawn in one area, and quickly renovate the exteriors of nearby houses. Superior conditions are far more effective than any deceitful tactics. What you need to do is not engage in temporary trickery, but create an irreplaceable resort garden, using transparent and proper methods. Fong Jiao nodded repeatedly. The next day, he indeed began to concentrate efforts, first adorning the exteriors of the most distinctive houses. The interiors could be gradually renovated, at the very least. They must appear resplendent from the outside. As winter passed and days grew longer, Hetow would wander around after school, not to check on construction progress, but to revel in the breathtaking environment. It was unimaginable how the vast expanse of verdant grass could evoke such awe. Occasionally, through the gaps in the maple trees, one could see buildings of varying styles. Overall, Maple Grove Cottage still required considerable construction time, yet in certain aspects, the fairy tale world they envisioned was beginning to take shape. Hetow remained unaware of the filming content for Spring Prelude, which left him exceedingly anxious. He hoped it would continue in the style of Winter Sonata, but Fong Jiao remained tight-lipped, refusing to divulge any details. The newly sprouted leaves of the maple trees gradually unfurled, cloaking the bare branches that had withstood the harsh winter. The most beautiful season of spring arrived, with pale yellow leaves reminiscent of a young girl's heart, beautiful and delicate. On a Saturday approaching noon, several cars arrived at the edge of Maple Grove Cottage. This was near Hetow's original home, serving as an entrance to the cottage. The garbage mountain was gone, the military camp was under construction, and the remnants of Hetow's family home had been cleared away, making way for a two-story building, the future site of a bar, directly across the road from the military camp. Observing the chaotic construction site, a middle-aged man stepped out of a vehicle, gazing discontentedly at the road leading into Maple Grove. The asphalt road had been crushed by heavy construction vehicles, appearing quite disordered. Was this environment suitable for filming? He could not fathom what Miss Yi Chong was thinking. A group of Special Forces soldiers patrolled nearby, scrutinizing the convoy. The middle-aged man shook his head and got back into the vehicle as the convoy sought entry into Maple Grove. The soldiers quickly approached and blocked the convoy, with a lieutenant knocking on the car window and inquiring, "This is private property ahead. You have crossed the boundary." The middle-aged man replied, "We are in contact with Fong Jiao." Upon hearing Fong Jiao's name, the lieutenant, still apprehensive, made a phone call for confirmation. After receiving the go-ahead, he saluted and cleared the way. The middle-aged man was astonished. It seemed that this Fong Jiao had connections that reached far and wide. A convertible military vehicle emerged from the camp, with Fongland, sporting large sunglasses, speeding alongside the convoy and flashing a smile at the minivan in the center before accelerating deeper into Maple Grove. A major from the Special Forces personally led the way, elevating the status of the convoy, which made everyone feel quite esteemed. This was not a local militia of the Western Qin Republic, but a Special Forces unit belonging to the Alliance, the elite of the elite. Fongland was intimately familiar with this route, sometimes visiting twice a day, once for lunch and again for dinner. It was no exaggeration to say that she could navigate it with her eyes closed. The distant maple forest held little interest. The ground was bare, with grass and shrubs cleared away, and the artificial lawn had yet to be laid, presenting a stark desolation. As the convoy traveled for several minutes, they were met with lush green lawns ahead, prompting the astonished convoy to halt. A girl wearing a sun hat jumped out of the minivan. She was clad in jeans and a simple white shirt, appearing effortlessly charming. The girl lifted her sun hat and exclaimed, "Sia, look, I told you this would be the perfect filming location." At her side stood a 30-something urban beauty who had alighted from the vehicle, saying, "I can hardly believe it. It's so breathtaking." Fongland leaned her left arm against the car door, saying, "The construction has only just begun. If you linger a while longer, perhaps in a dozen days, you will see even more stunning scenes. Come on, let me show you around." The convoy continued onward, this time moving more slowly, as the roads remained unrefined, clearly indicating that roadwork was not yet on the agenda. As they progressed, the barren land on either side gave way to an endless expanse of verdant grass, with stunning, opulent buildings dotting the landscape like pearls adorning an emerald crown. Even the most discerning observer could only criticize the road, failing to find fault with the surroundings. Fongland led them off the main path towards Mirror Lake, where only stagnant rainwater remained, as the artificial river had not yet been fully opened and the hot springs had yet to turn on their fire hydrants, rendering the area a vast pit. Continuing forward, a white-walled courtyard with gray-tiled rooftops appeared before them, surrounded by fragrant grass and verdant trees, exuding an ethereal charm. Fongland ruinously honked the horn, the sharp sound piercing the air, as she shouted, "Elong, the sun is on your backside." Hetow's irritated voice responded, "Lunch hasn't even begun. What are you doing here?" The convoy's occupants noticed a window on the second floor open, revealing a boy wearing a mask, with shaved sides and a narrow strip of hair styled into tiny braids. He quickly retreated from view. The girl leaped from the minivan, rushing to Fongland's car door with excitement, asking, "Is that the violinist from the Maple Grove Ensemble? Is it him?" Fongland pushed her sunglasses up to her forehead. Perplexed, "Why are you so excited? You're the national sweetheart. He should be the one idolizing you." The girl was none other than Ichong, who had come to film her title song. Seeing Ichong so thrilled left Fongland bewildered. Ichong exclaimed, "I adore his music. That innate melancholy and depth cannot be replicated. Oh my, I'm meeting my idol." Fongland's eyes widened in disbelief. The silly girl truly idolized Ichong. Who would dare believe it? Even hearing it firsthand felt surreal to Fongland, utterly absurd. The courtyard gate swung open, revealing a grim-faced figure who announced, "Please enter." The girl cheerfully responded and dashed inside, with Zhang Xia and the others quickly following suit. In the living room, Zhu Gushing was meticulously extracting the bitter core from the lotus seeds with a sharp awl. These were special ice lotus seeds, a unique variety that could only be harvested in the northern regions during the early thaw of spring, while the grass blossomed and the orioles sang here. The northern lands were just beginning to shed their icy mantle. It was the season for savoring ice lotus seeds. Ichong removed her sun hat, gazing in astonishment at Zhu Gushing, and pointed at him with her hat, exclaiming, "Master Zhu Gushing, ha! It's truly a pleasure to see you alive." Zhu Gushing smiled warmly, his demeanor radiating kindness. Ichong stepped closer, peering intently at him, and remarked, "You look just like the photographs from my childhood. It brings me immense joy." It was evident that the Fongland Xiaozhu group had a connection to the name Fongland Xiaozhu itself. Clever deduction, indeed. Fongland rolled her eyes, thinking that anyone with a sound mind could have guessed that. It was clear that meeting him in person did not match the expectations set by his reputation. Ichong's behavior left Fongland utterly disappointed, shattering the ideal image of the national beauty. The sound of footsteps echoed as Hetow emerged, clad in leather pants and shirtless, lazily sliding on his slippers, and inquired, "Who is there?" Ichong quickly covered her mouth with her sun hat, stifling a gasp of excitement. The living idol stood right before her, so carefree and strikingly impactful. Zhang Xia blocked Ichong's approach, casting her a worried glance. Ichong pushed past Zhang Xia, producing a signature pen to present to Hetow. Hetow's mouth fell agape in surprise, exclaiming, Yiqiang, my goodness, it's really you. In that moment, he realized he was still without a shirt and dashed back inside. Yiqiang innocently turned to Zhu Gusheng and asked, Master, did I frighten him? Zhu Gusheng chuckled. Yes, just shy. You must understand, he rarely interacts with girls. Yiqiang blinked her large eyes and queried, doesn't he engage with female fans? I've heard many artists prefer. Zhang Xia quickly covered Yiqiang's mouth, chiding her for speaking out of turn. Do you not consider the situation? How could you say such things? By heaven's witness, to protect the reputation of the national beauty, Zhang Xia had exhausted countless brain cells, a daunting task indeed. Hetow leaned against the bedroom door, his heart racing, for the idol of his dreams was right before him. Had he known she would come, he would have prepared better. Had Fongland not made a commotion, he might have noticed the entourage and spared himself the embarrassment of his disheveled appearance. Chapter 8. The encounter is a song. Hetow took several deep breaths and retrieved a pure white leather outfit from the wardrobe, mustering the courage to step out after scrutinizing himself in the mirror for a long while. Yiqiang, anxious, whispered, why isn't he coming down? I want his autograph. My brother is a fan too and specifically asked me to get one. The middle-aged man softly replied, he should be coming down soon. Tu Sha cast a glance at the middle-aged man, recognizing him as Yiqiang's bodyguard, a golden core cultivator, albeit one who had not experienced the brutalities of slaughter. His aura insufficiently strong to even detect that Tu Sha was also a golden core cultivator. The middle-aged man, indeed, had not anticipated that there would be two golden core cultivators in the room at that moment. He only recognized Zhu Gusheng as such, his long lifespan serving as the best proof. Observing Tu Sha preparing coffee for Yiqiang, he merely regarded Tu Sha as a steward. Footsteps echoed once more as Hetow appeared at the top of the staircase. Yiqiang let out a joyful squeal, causing Hetow to shudder slightly, fearing that he might frighten the national beauty. Zhang Xia missed her chance to catch Yiqiang, who dashed up the stairs with a signature pen in hand. Hetow, suppressing a silly grin, attempted to maintain a cool demeanor, saying, Miss Yiqiang, it is an honor to have you as a guest at Maple Grove Cottage. Oh, for the autograph? Please sign on my clothing. Yiqiang presented the pen to Hetow, saying, I would like you to sign for me. Your sleeve is the perfect spot. As Yiqiang extended her left arm, Hetow was left speechless. Yiqiang's sparkling eyes looked at him, asking, is this too forward? Hetow incredulously replied, you want me to sign for you? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Zhu Gusheng slowly chewed on a broken ice lotus seed, a knowing smile gracing his face. Fongland crossed her arms and sneered, mutual admiration, how nauseating. Yiqiang shook her head, insisting, you sign for me, and then I'll sign for you. It's only fair. Determined, Hetow took the pen and wrote Maple Grove Cottage on Yiqiang's sleeve. Yiqiang smiled sweetly and then extended her right arm, saying, now, please write your name as well. Hetow pondered for a moment before inscribing Heilong on her sleeve, stating, Heilong, that is my true name. He then eagerly handed the pen back to Yiqiang, exclaiming, now, please sign a copy for me. How about on my back? It's quite flat there. Yiqiang pointed at Hetow's shoulder, suggesting, how about you join me for the filming of my title song? You would look incredibly handsome in that outfit. The autograph can go right here. Yiqiang swiftly rode on Hetow's chest, causing his entire body to tingle. Yiqiang invited him to participate in her title song's filming. Hetow felt dizzy, overwhelmed by the suddenness of this happiness. In a daze, Hetow heard Yiqiang say, all right, this signature is quite unique. Zhang Xia covered her face with her hands as Hetow looked down to see that Yiqiang had drawn two children on his leather jacket, an arrow piercing their hearts, beneath which was Yiqiang's name. Her artistic skills were exceptional. The two innocent children were depicted with remarkable vividness. The sound of a car abruptly halting caught Hetow's attention as he glanced towards the door, noticing a new convoy arriving, with Fong Rujing and Fong Jiu walking towards the house. He gestured, saying, my master and Uncle Jiu have arrived. Your agent contacted me through Uncle Jiu. Let me introduce you. Yiqiang cheerfully replied, great. Uncle Fong Jiu is very gracious. He generously agreed to my filming of the title song. Hetow smiled slightly, thinking that if Yiqiang knew of Fong Jiu's ulterior motives, her perspective would surely change. As Fong Jiao and Fong Rujing entered the living room, they saw Hetow and Yi Chong descending the stairs, the pair resembling a perfect couple, a sight to behold. Hetow led Yi Chong before Fong Rujing, stating, "Master, this is Miss Yi Chong." Fong Rujing's demeanor was somewhat subdued as he nodded slightly, saying, "It must have been a long journey. Not particularly warm." Hetow turned to Fong Jiao, saying, "This is Uncle Jiao." Fong Jiao extended his hand, introducing himself, Fong Jiao. Yi Chong gracefully shook Fong Jiao's hand, expressing, "Thank you, Uncle Fong." Fong Jiao laughed heartily, saying, "The arrival of Miss Yi Chong is an honor for Maple Grove Cottage. Ilong, have you introduced her to the other family members?" Hetow smacked his forehead, guiding Yi Chong towards Zhu Gusheng, who smiled warmly, saying, "We've met already. You haven't introduced your Uncle Tu and Sister Lanting yet." Hetow pointed at Fong Lanting, who was perched on the sofa armrest, saying, "This is Fong Lanting, my master's niece." Yi Chong quickly pieced it together, realizing that Fong Jiao and Fong Lanting were indeed family, as Hetow gestured towards Tu Sha, stating, "Tu Sha, my family's long-term worker." Tu Sha's face twitched. He felt insulted by the implication. Fong Rujing cleared his throat, admonishing, "Nonsense. Brother Tu is also a golden core cultivator. There's no need for such disrespect." Yi Chong's entourage was taken aback, realizing that Tu Sha, who was dressed casually instead of his usual black robe, was indeed a golden core cultivator. Especially as Fong Rujing's reprimand towards Hetow was not harsh, indicating a certain indulgence towards He Ilong while showing indifference towards Tu Sha. How many golden core cultivators could this family possibly have? Zhang Xia approached Fong Jiao, saying, "Uncle Jiao, I am Zhang Xia, Yi Chong's agent." Fong Jiao smiled, replying, "Miss Yi Chong is young. It's forgivable if she jokingly calls me Uncle Fong, but you shouldn't jest like that. If you wish to show respect, just call me Brother Jiao. If not, then Mr. Fong will suffice." Zhang Xia quickly complied, "Brother Jiao." Fong Jiao continued, "You mentioned in your call yesterday that you would arrive in the afternoon. I went to gather the staff who were training, but I didn't expect you to arrive earlier than anticipated. We have 70 personnel, including chefs, security, and wait staff. The nearby houses have already been cleared out after lunch. I'll show you around, and you can choose wherever you like to stay." Zhang Xia bowed slightly, saying, "It's really too much trouble. Earlier, Yi Chong invited Mr. He Ilong to participate in the filming of her title song. Is that all right?" Fong Jiao quickly affirmed, "Of course, there is no issue at all. We are all fans of Miss Yi Chong." Zhang Xia smiled, adding, "Yi Chong is a fan of Mr. He. Her main purpose in coming to Maple Grove Cottage to film her title song is to meet Mr. He. She is quite enamored with his music." Fong Jiao's heart soared. Was there any better news than this? Zhang Xia continued, "Upon entering the depths of Maple Grove Cottage, we were met with a tremendous surprise. It's truly a paradise. A place more delightful than any other." Fong Jiao gestured for Zhang Xia to sit, saying, "This is merely a small part of the entire project. If Miss Yi Chong requires anything, the Mirror Lake will be filled with spring water, and the 2 artificial rivers will be shimmering with crystal-clear waves. Trust my sincerity. I will do my utmost to assist Miss Yi Chong in making her title song filming flawless." However, Yi Chong was not interested in the conversation between Fong Jiao and Zhang Xia. She quietly asked Hetow, "Do you have any new songs?" Hetow nodded vigorously. Yi Chong, her large eyes sparkling, inquired, "Won't you let me listen?" Hetow gestured for her to follow him as they ascended the staircase. Fong Rujing's gaze followed Hetow, and his expression grew darker. Zhu Gusheng, lifting a plate containing ice lotus seeds, remarked, "We need to prepare a meal. The ice lotus seeds must be cooked in a pressure cooker, or we won't have them for lunch." Only then did Fong Rujing rise to head towards the kitchen. And Zhang Xia, witnessing this scene, felt her heart nearly leap out of her chest, realizing they cooked for themselves, while Tu Sha skillfully wiped the table with a cloth, leaving her utterly astonished. This place is indeed a den of danger. The chef and the helpers possess formidable skills. Who would dare to dine here? A lively melody emanated from upstairs, and Fong Jiao remarked, "I have procured a considerable amount of food. Miss Yi Chong's companions are dining in the adjacent room. I hope to extend an invitation to you and Miss Yi Chong for lunch." The culinary expertise of Fong Rujing is exceptional, and I assure you, it will not disappoint either of you. Zhang Xia smiled and suggested, in that case, let us first accommodate the companions, allowing them to prepare for various tasks after lunch. The living room suddenly felt spacious, and Fongland pondered for a moment before rising to ascend the stairs. Hetow and Yichang were at the tender age of blossoming affection, and any improper occurrences could lead to complications for which Fongland must take responsibility. The bedroom door stood ajar, revealing Hetow, who was intently playing at the window, while Yichang lounged in a rattan chair at the bedside. Her eyes closed in blissful enjoyment, her toes gently tapping on the floor in rhythm. Outside the window, the spring sunshine poured in, and the youthful figures within the room appeared like a picturesque scene. Fongland paused in her steps. Fong Rujing ignited the gas stove and suddenly declared, "You are too distracted." Zhu Gusheng, nimble-fingered, was plucking vegetables and quipped, "You are envious." Fong Rujing retorted decisively, "That is not the case." Zhu Gusheng candidly stated, "Your niece is significantly older than Yilong." Fong Rujing shot back, "She is only 8 years his senior." After this, Fong Rujing, now irritated, added, "That is not what I meant. Yilong should focus on his cultivation." Zhu Gusheng replied, "A peaceful and joyous heart facilitates rapid progress. You must understand. He has not consumed any elixirs to aid his cultivation. Are you not satisfied with such advancement? Cultivation requires the right state of mind. When the mindset is correct, progress will naturally soar." Fong Rujing acknowledged this point, recognizing that Hetow's progress, in her eyes, was hindered by excessive distraction towards music, which was detrimental. Zhu Gusheng spoke slowly, "Whether you admit it or not, you are quite eager to bring Lanting and Yilong together, but this endeavor is rather challenging." Fong Rujing paused with the spatula in hand, contemplating the difficulty. "Is it truly impossible?" Zhu Gusheng replied, "Lanting is actually quite exceptional. Her talent is remarkable. Within 10 years, she could achieve the golden core, provided she follows the right path." Fong Rujing responded earnestly, "Please, enlighten me." Chapter 9. Mirror Lake music demands an infusion of emotion. In this season of blossoming warmth, Hetow played Spring Overture with an effortless flow, his melodies radiating joy. He believed he had reached the pinnacle of his abilities. However, as he performed before Yichang today, his music transcended mere notes, acquiring a soulful essence. Outside, Fongland was entranced, and Fong Rujing's movements in the kitchen became more delicate. The bustling Yichang and the staff brought by Fong Jiu were momentarily mesmerized, lost in the enchanting melody. Zhu Gusheng, seated on a small stool, commented while picking vegetables, "Listen, how lively the music is. All things possess a spirit, and humanity is the spirit of all things. Yet truly spirited individuals are few and far between. The mundane distractions of life can cloud one's clarity. One must engage in what they love, lest they become mere guardians of the dead." Fong Rujing's Adam's apple bobbed, as if this remark subtly referenced his own state. Zhu Gusheng continued, "The golden elixir is hard to attain. An egg lacking the duality of yin and yang is hardly fit for consumption, and one cannot expect to hatch a chick. I once doubted your future. You are too burdened by your aspirations. The serenity of the winds and clouds is often a facade of self-deception." Fongland had discovered a path to her own happiness. She could let go, which gave her hope for achieving the golden elixir within the next decade. As for the road ahead, none could guarantee its outcome. Fong Rujing hesitated as he placed meat into the pot, saying, "Do I not differ now?" Zhu Gusheng replied, "When you focus on your cooking, you find peace and joy. Be a good chef. It is a promising vocation." Fong Rujing seemed to gain insight. Zhu Gusheng displayed respect, never adopting an elder's demeanor in front of others, nor exposing Fong Rujing's decade of seeming seclusion, which was in truth a period of hidden cultivation. The path beyond the golden elixir had no precedence. The Fong family's greatest achievement was merely the great refinement of the golden elixir, not comparable to those ancient families with deep-rooted connections to enduring sections. Fong Rujing had spent 10 years in stillness, gaining no upward insight, but merely nurturing his elixir to a more rounded state. Upon realizing Zhu Gusheng was a venerable figure of the nascent soul, Fong Rujing felt an urge to humbly seek guidance, but feared Zhu Gushing might harbor ulterior motives and seize his disciple. Zhu Gushing rose, stretching his back, and remarked, "Scions of great families often overthink and worry excessively. Little do they know, when one clings too tightly, they lose not only what they desire, but often much more." Hetow paused, gazing at Yichang, who seemed to drift into a reverie, her profile appearing as if sculpted from white jade, with a fair forehead, elegantly curved nose, rosy lips, and a rounded chin. In her tranquility, Yichang resembled a beautiful jade figure, exuding an allure even in silence, not to mention the innocent charm that radiated when her lively eyes opened. Hetow watched intently as Yichang's long eyelashes fluttered, quickly averting his gaze when she sighed contentedly. "It feels as if I have been cleansed by the spring brook, washing away the dust from my body and soul. Has no one told you that your music is soul-stirring?" Hetow shrugged, taken aback by such praise. "I've never heard such compliments before. I'm truly flattered." Yichang nodded earnestly, as if encouraging herself. "I have envisioned a complete narrative for a visual story that will profoundly impact the audience's hearts." "It is essential?" Hetow eagerly inquired. "May I hear about it?" Yichang shook her head. "You will know when we shoot. The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed now. You will join me in the filming, right?" "We promised." Hetow did not recall such a promise, but would never refuse such a delightful opportunity. After all, she was the girl of his dreams. He suppressed his smile and replied, "Absolutely." Yichang asked, "I heard there is a magical maple that undergoes tribulation on the day of the Jingzhi festival at Fongland Cottage. Is that true?" Hetow affirmed, "Indeed. That magical maple is in my backyard. Now my home is destroyed, and it will never return. A bar will be established there, my bar." Yichang exclaimed with enthusiasm, "When will it be completed? I want to be your bar's resident singer." Fongland approached the door and stated, "The construction is progressing rapidly. It should take about 20 days to take shape." Yichang turned her large eyes towards Fongland and smiled sweetly. "Thank you, Sister Lanting." Fongland added, "I recorded the footage of the magical maple's tribulation. Do you want to see?" Hetow responded excitedly, "Yes. That day I was so frightened. The thunder was so loud that I couldn't see the details of the tribulation." Fongland shot him a disdainful look, thinking, has he learned to boast in front of the little girl? If he was scared, he should just admit it instead of covering it up. This child has gone astray. Fongland opened her phone, revealing the footage of the magical maple's tribulation. Hetow and Yichang leaned in from either side. On that stormy night, with lightning and thunder raging, the terrifying might of nature was palpable even through the phone screen. Suddenly, Yichang grasped Fongland's arm and said, "Sister Lanting, can you give me that video? I want to use it in my lead song." Fongland shot her a sidelong glance and asked, "Are you really going to sing at the bar when it opens? My subordinates are your ardent fans, and I plan to reward them with this." Yichang replied confidently, "I will keep my word. After recording the lead song, there will be a rest period, and then we will wait for the album release to promote it." Fongland snapped her fingers. "All right, I will send you a copy this afternoon." She playfully pinched Hetow's cheek and shook it, saying, "Remember, when the bar opens, you must also perform. Do you hear me?" Hetow glared at her, lamenting the destruction of his image in the eyes of the national sweetheart. If he were certain he could defeat her, he would have retaliated fiercely. Yichang felt a twitch in her fingers. She also wished to pinch him, but restrained herself. Having just become acquainted with her idol, she felt it was too presumptuous. Building a house is a simple task, especially with the bar's uncomplicated structure. The basement had been excavated, and the main structure of the two-story building was complete. Only the interior decoration remained. To create a unique bar, meticulous effort was required. To ensure Yichang could perform, Fongland would certainly urge Fongjiu to expedite the completion of the bar. Having the national sweetheart as a resident singer was no ordinary perk. The few hundred fans would surely be ecstatic. During lunch, 2 additional guests joined, Yichang and Zhang Xia. The table buzzed with casual chatter as if they were all familiar, and even Yichang quickly blended in. This was a natural ability, complemented by her extensive experience from touring, leaving her unfazed. Only Hetow appeared somewhat reserved, often sneaking glances at Yichang. Captivated by her grace, he had succumbed to his burgeoning feelings, unable to resist her allure. Fongland discreetly kicked Hetow under the table several times to prevent him from embarrassing himself further. While enjoying tea after the meal, Yichang asked, "Uncle Jiu, can we fill Mirror Lake with water? I want to shoot a scene there." Fong Jiu readily responded, "We can release the water shortly. It's a small matter." Yichang beamed, and Fong Jiu cast a sympathetic glance at Fongland, recognizing Yichang's captivating charm, which even the seasoned elder found delightful, let alone Hetow. The young boy. Fong Jiu had initially planned to film a segment for Spring Overture near Mirror Lake, and agreeing to Yichang's request was merely a simple favor. The 7 hot spring pools were opened, and as they filled with steaming water, the warm springs flowed towards Mirror Lake. Beneath the Mirror Lake, a concealed fire hydrant was activated, unleashing a robust column of water, a foot in diameter, surging forth with vigor. Steam rose, shrouding the lake in a dreamlike haze. Yichang, captivated by the sight, gestured to Zhang Xia, instructing Hetow to wait there while she and Zhang Xia dashed back. In a mere 20 minutes, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed, and Hetow turned, momentarily stunned. Approaching amidst a throng was a young maiden adorned with a silver floral crown and clad in an exquisite, shimmering silver gown. Hetow felt parched. Yichang, in her white shirt and denim jeans, exuded a charming allure, but upon donning the gown, she resembled a celestial fairy descended from the heavens. Fongland draped her arm around Hetow's neck, whispering, "Do not appear foolish, remain composed." Yichang glided over, lifting the hem of her gown. As she approached Hetow, her arms spread wide. The silver fan-like embellishment unfurled behind her, reminiscent of a silver peacock presenting itself. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the feathers were crafted from delicate silver ribbons. Fongland released Hetow, seemingly indifferent as she stepped aside. Yichang gracefully knelt, extending her gloved, slender arms toward Hetow. Trembling, Hetow gently cradled Yichang's hand as the flash of cameras erupted, and the accompanying staff commenced their duties, recording the moment. The lake became obscured, veiled in a pure white mist that enveloped the surface like clouds. Hetow and Yichang appeared to stand amidst swirling vapors. Suddenly, Yichang slipped slightly, her form gliding behind Hetow with elegance and grace. She wrapped her arms around Hetow's chest, resting her head on his shoulder, revealing her long neck akin to that of a graceful swan. The videographer instructed, "Mr. He, please turn to face Miss Yichang." "Perfect." Hetow tilted his head slightly, gazing at the enchanting Yichang, her subtle fragrance intoxicating him. Yichang closed her eyes and tilted her head upward. Caught off guard, Hetow was relieved when the cameraman shifted the camera to another angle, suggesting, "Just lower your head slightly, like this." Zhang Xia nodded at the middle-aged bodyguard, who waved his sleeve, prompting a gentle breeze that made Yichang's garments flutter as if she might take flight at any moment. Enchanted by the breathtaking scene, Fongland turned and walked away. Chapter 10. The spring breeze enchantment regret enveloped Hetow, for during the last filming of Winter Love Song, the camera's angle had shifted, creating the illusion that he was kissing Fongland. Once again, the same misrepresentation occurred, despite the considerable distance between them. Wasn't this a deception? With fervent eyes, Hetow longed for the audacity to lower his head. Yichang's eyelashes fluttered, a faint smile gracing her lips. As Hetow's heart contracted, Yichang playfully blew him a kiss, then gracefully slipped away like a startled fawn. Zhang Xia visibly exhaled in relief. She had genuinely feared Yichang might engage in some outrageous act. Fortunately, that did not come to pass. Hetow felt a sense of loss, while Fong Jiu discreetly lowered his phone behind the crowd, lamenting the missed opportunity to capture the moment he most wished to see. Although Hetow forbade the use of unscrupulous tactics for publicity, secretly relishing the footage would have brought him joy. Such a perfect pairing. How could he be thinking so complicatedly? It must have been the potent effects of the glass of wine he had consumed at noon. Yichang removed her splendid tiara, tossing it to the middle-aged man, saying, "Uncle Bao, please return this for me. Today's filming is complete. Everyone, take a break." Zhang Xia remarked, "Chong, we could still shoot a bit more. You seem to be in perfect form." Yichang released her hair from its updo, her lustrous locks cascading down as she shook her head and said, "I'm tired, Yilong." Let's go see what lies in the distance. Zhang Xia sighed, feeling that if she wanted to be lazy, she could simply admit it. Watching Yichang skip away with Hetow, Fongjiu leaned in to comment. Miss Yichang appears to be in high spirits. Zhang Xia cast a wary glance at Fongjiu, offering a graceful smile as she replied, Yichang is still quite young and tends to follow her whims. Fongjiu nodded repeatedly, adding, Yilong is not much older, just turned 17 after the new year. Zhang Xia walked aside, whispering, they are not suited for one another. Jiuyi. Resuming a more distant address, Fongjiu chuckled, indeed. In truth, Ru Jing would prefer to see Yilong with Miss Lanting. A direct disciple with his niece would ensure a peaceful and joyful latter half of his life. I do worry that Yilong may harbor inappropriate thoughts. Zhang Xia's gaze remained vigilant as she observed the youthful couple frolicking in the maple grove, discreetly signaling to Uncle Bao, saying, Mr. Fong Ru Jing appears to wield significant influence. Fongjiu cleared his throat, straightening his posture as he stated, Ru Jing and I hail from the Fong family of Hanhai. We both dislike overly rigid environments, hence we established our own enterprise here, balancing work and leisure. Zhang Xia expressed her surprise. The Maple Grove retreat is your and Mr. Fong Ru Jing's private property? She had long known it had been privately acquired, but had not anticipated that Fongjiu and Fong Ru Jing had secured such a substantial plot. The current scale of development indicated great ambition. Fongjiu feigned solemnity, saying, indeed, on the surface, we are not involved. You understand, family entanglements are too complex. Zhang Xia nodded slightly, acknowledging, maintaining this property is certainly not easy. It attracts too much attention. Fongjiu replied, it is indeed somewhat tricky, but not overly so. The Maple Grove retreat is guarded by 3 golden core cultivators. No one dares extend their claws. Zhang Xia's eyes widened in surprise. 3 golden core cultivators meant that Fong Ru Jing was also one. This visit to the Maple Grove retreat was driven by Yichang's whim to film her debut single, and she had not disclosed her admiration for Hetow until their arrival. With a golden core cultivator among Yichang's entourage, they could handle most situations, especially since Yichang was currently in the limelight, making it unlikely anyone would dare to harm her. Learning that the Maple Grove retreat boasted 3 golden core cultivators genuinely startled Zhang Xia. Golden core cultivators were not commonplace. Possessing even one could elevate one to the status of a significant power. The existence of 3 at the Maple Grove retreat indicated profound depth. Zhang Xia felt a twinge of anxiety. If anyone from the retreat harbored ill intentions, Uncle Bao alone might not suffice to counter them. However, such extreme scenarios were unlikely, particularly with the legendary musician Zhu Guxing, who had been around for over 2 centuries, overseeing matters. He would likely prevent Hetow from engaging in any unscrupulous behavior. Uncle Bao had already entered the Maple Grove, maintaining a protective and supervisory distance. Zhang Xia remained uneasy, conversing with Fongjiu as they walked deeper into the grove. Yilong's piano skills are likely a legacy from Shenglai, aren't they? They are truly enchanting. I can discern the genuine emotion woven into the melodies. Fongjiu walked alongside Zhang Xia, hands clasped behind his back, saying, Shenglai holds great affection for Yilong. All his piano training and geomancy insights were imparted by him. Haha, Ru Jing is quite anxious, fearing Shenglai might whisk away his precious disciple. Zhang Xia chuckled softly. Surely that cannot be the case. Fongjiu replied, it is merely a sensation, do not let it spread. If Ru Jing learns of it, he would surely be furious with me. Fongjiu had thoroughly implicated Fong Ru Jing, and if Ru Jing were to find out, he would undoubtedly erupt in rage. After sharing that, Fongjiu felt a twinge of apprehension, yet he was often compelled to say something to capture Zhang Xia's attention. Though Zhang Xia was not particularly striking in appearance, she possessed a charm that drew others in. After years of seeking romantic interests, Fongjiu found himself captivated today. Zhang Xia laughed lightly. Jiuge seems quite afraid of Mr. Ru Jing. Fongjiu responded. Fongjuezi has a notoriously poor temper, gruff and unyielding. He only shows a smile in front of his disciples. Otherwise, his countenance is unbearable. Zhang Xia chuckled, finding the nickname Juezi quite fitting. Fong Ru Jing's stern demeanor was indeed intimidating, rivaling the coldness of a butcher, if not surpassing it. The latter bore a certain bitterness, while Fong Rujing was decidedly unapproachable. Noticing Zhang Xia's improved mood, Fong Jiu boasted, "I never would have imagined that Juezi possessed such culinary skills. Only after taking on disciples did this hidden talent come to light. He used to be quite the young master. You cannot imagine his former grandeur. TSK. Zhang Xia found it hard to believe that Fong Rujing once lived in such opulence. Anyone seeing the simply clad Fong Rujing exhibiting his prowess in the kitchen would find it difficult to reconcile him with being the direct heir of the Hanhai Fong family. The sounds of fists and feet echoed as Fong Jiu and Zhang Xia quickened their pace. Deep in the maple grove, Hetow and Yichang were inexplicably engaged in a fierce exchange. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, no one would have conceived that Yichang possessed such exceptional martial prowess. Hetow and Yichang were trading blows, clearly honed by expert training. While swordsmanship was the prevailing style, Hetow had assimilated combat techniques from his master's notes into his own fighting style. Yichang was equally formidable, her strikes and maneuvers sharp and unparalleled. In her beauty, even combat became a captivating spectacle. Uncle Bao stood quietly among the branches, observing, while Zhang Xia and Fong Jiu watched from a distance. Hetow had never encountered such a formidable opponent. Initially, he held back, but soon found himself compelled to exert his full strength against Yichang's relentless onslaught. He had previously seen battles with the senior students of the Taoist Academy as mere childish play. Yichang was a true adversary. Hetow felt exhilarated, as the techniques he had long contemplated became increasingly refined. Zhang Xia parted her lips slightly, aware of Yichang's exceptional talent. Though outwardly she appeared to be a charming and adorable national beauty, only those within her circle understood her fierce fighting spirit. She was the type of girl brimming with vitality. Yichang's combat skills were on par with her swordplay, and the existence of such a rare talent facing off against Hetow astounded Zhang Xia. Previously, no one had challenged Hetow, and while his swordplay was commendable, his combat techniques had been solely self-taught. Knowledge acquired from books felt superficial. Only a worthy opponent could elicit the latent strength within him. Originally, during the winter break, Fong Rujing intended to enroll Hetow in the Special Operations Forces for rigorous training. However, for reasons unknown, this notion was ultimately abandoned. Hetow's body had transformed into a formidable weapon, and under Yichang's relentless assault, his innate combat talent was awakened, yielding an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Yichang's fighting spirit was similarly ignited, unknowingly channeling her vital energy into her strikes. In her heightened state of excitement, Yichang was oblivious to the fact that Hetow had not yet opened a single meridian and was incapable of utilizing his vital energy in combat. Initially, Fong Jiu was filled with trepidation, ready to intervene at any moment, but soon found solace upon noticing Fong Rujing positioned diagonally opposite him. With her presence, there would be no cause for concern. The blows from Yichang landed painfully upon Hetow, who feared he might not withstand them. However, he quickly realized he was unharmed, as the unparalleled battle armor absorbed the vital energy that permeated his body. The vital energy posed no threat to Hetow, and the pain from the strikes remained within his tolerable limits. As Yichang's attacks became increasingly ferocious, the sharp sound of the wind erupted alongside her moves. Hetow, defending himself, continuously attempted counterattacks, refusing to yield an inch. The elder Bao, perched on a tree branch, widened his eyes in astonishment at the display of resilience against Yichang's incisive onslaught. Just how formidable was Yilong's physique? Eventually, Yichang exhaled deeply, withdrawing from the fray, panting as she declared, "I'm done. I'm utterly exhausted." This time, she truly was fatigued, for the high-intensity battle had drained her stamina. Hetow wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked, "This is the first time I've encountered such a worthy opponent." Yichang, resting her hands on her knees, scoffed, "You're exaggerating. I've faced many masters before, and defeating me has been a mere trifle for them." Hetow firmly believed her words, responding earnestly, "There are always greater powers beyond the heavens. I have seldom engaged in competition, so naturally, I haven't encountered any true masters." With a sly glance, Yichang retorted, "It's apparent you've never seen much of the world, Navi child. If you were a tad wiser, you would understand the importance of maintaining grace in a contest with a girl, knowing when to concede. Hetow scratched his sweat-drenched head, perplexed by the notion of surrendering. Is that still considered a battle? Yichang lamented as she pounded her legs. Do you not grasp the principle of not stooping to the level of women? I'm utterly spent and can hardly move. Hetow suggested, then why don't we sit down and rest for a moment? Yichang shot him a look of exasperation, contemplating his foolishness. Chapter 11. The lover of the night, Hetow felt dizzy and disoriented, scarcely aware of his surroundings. Yichang wrapped her arms around Hetow's neck, softly singing a song in his ear. The night carried a gentle breeze, providing him with intoxicating reasons to surrender. The moonlight transformed this youthful affection into a fine, aged wine. Hetow felt himself becoming intoxicated, as if sinking into a dream from which he did not wish to awaken. Suddenly, the song ceased, and Hetow snapped back to reality, discovering that they had arrived at the entrance of a courtyard where a caravan was parked. A haughty young man was watching Hetow and Yichang approach. Yichang leapt down from Hetow's back, and he inquired, "Who are you?" The young man's gaze was fixed on Yichang as he strode forward and said, "Miss Yichang?" Yichang, linking her arm with Hetow's, replied, "You must have mistaken me for someone else." Hetow pressed again, "Who are you?" The young man beamed at Yichang and announced, "I am Fong Tianqing from the Fong family of Hanai." Fong Tianqing extended his hand, but Yichang shrugged, indicating her reluctance to shake hands. Hetow turned and said, "Jiu Shu." "Master." He felt a surge of tension. He was aware that Fong Jiu and Zhang Xia were nearby, yet he did not know that his master was also present. Fong Rujing strolled over with his hands behind his back and asked Fong Tianqing, "What brings you here?" Fong Tianqing replied respectfully, "Second uncle, I did not come here alone. Third uncle also arrived." With that, he stepped back and opened the car door, from which emerged an elderly man with neatly combed white hair, who said, "Rujing, it has been many years since we last met." Fong Rujing bowed and said, "Third uncle." The elder, wearing a stern expression, remarked, "You still remember I am your third uncle, Fong Rujing gestured for Hetow to step forward, saying, "Ilong, meet third uncle." Third uncle smiled faintly, saying, "A song winter love song reverberates throughout the world. I did not expect this to be your disciple." Fong Rujing explained, "It is the esteemed guidance of Zhu Gushing that has helped Ilong with his piano practice, while also promoting Fongland Cottage, which Ilong has invested everything in to acquire." Upon the arrival of third uncle, Fong Rujing grew vigilant, sensing ill intentions. He first ensured that the ownership of Fongland Cottage was placed under Hetow's name, severing any familial claims. Third uncle gazed at Hetow in astonishment. How could Fongland Cottage belong to this young man? Fong Jiu hurried over, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, third uncle." Third uncle's demeanor changed instantly, turning cold as he responded, "Fong Jiu, how long have you abandoned your work in the equipment trade? You seem quite idle." Fong Jiu's face flushed with embarrassment. Fong Rujing interjected, "Ilong's enterprise requires management, and I am disinclined to concern myself with it. Ilong is too young and has much to learn. Thus, I requested Brother Jiu to assist in its operation." Third uncle, are you reprimanding Brother Jiu before the younger generation? Is this a display of power or a warning to me? Fong Rujing, being the true heir of the Fong family, despite having left home for many years, still carried the imposing aura of the eldest son. Moreover, as a golden core cultivator, he need not yield to the family patriarch. Fong Tianqing smiled, saying, "Second uncle." Third uncle is correcting Fong Jiu's mistakes according to family rules. Fong Rujing smiled at Fong Tianqing, who reciprocated with a grin, but then Fong Rujing erupted in anger. Fong Jiu is not someone you can address so casually. After all the years the Fong family has nurtured you, is this what you have become? To put it bluntly, even if Fong Jiu were not a Fong, I would still call him Brother Jiu. You all should respectfully refer to him as Uncle Jiu. Fong Tianqing turned crimson with embarrassment, while Fong Jiu lowered his head, clenching his fists. Moments ago, he had been boasting to Zhang Xia about his status. But now a younger member of the Fong family dared to address him by name, a humiliation he could hardly bear. Hetow stifled a laugh and said to Yichang, "This is my master's family matter. Let's go inside." Yichang smiled brightly, taking Hetow's hand as they headed toward the courtyard. Third uncle's expression darkened as he stated, "Rujing, our family has heard that Fong Jiu has been operating under the banner of the Hanhai Fong family, and it is said that Fongland Cottage was acquired using the Fong family name." Hetow halted, while Fong Rujing firmly denied, "This is nonsense. Brother Jiu has no such influence. Many of the houses in Fongland Cottage were purchased with my direct assistance for Yilong. As for the subsequent paperwork, that was handled by Yilong's classmates' parents. The councilman of Fengwu City is the grandfather of Liu Xiaojun, and the mayor is the father of Su Mingya. Yilong has a good relationship with these two young women. Seizing the opportunity before Fongland Cottage was coveted by others, it was easily acquired." Fong Rujing's reasoning was impeccable. Fong Jiu raised his head and said, "Liu Xiaojun's ability to walk a humble path is due to Yilong's willingness to step aside. Otherwise, it would have been Yilong stepping into the spotlight. The Liu family remembers this friendship, which is why they were more than willing to assist." Zhang Xia and Old Bao observed the family feud from a distance, finding amusement in the spectacle. While others feared the Hanhai Fong family, Zhang Xia felt no such trepidation. Third uncle felt stifled. The family had concluded that Fongland Cottage belonged to Fong Rujing and Fong Jiu. However, upon arriving with enthusiasm, they were met with the surprising revelation that the cottage was in the hands of this young lad. Was this not a deception? Fong Rujing gestured invitingly, saying, "This is the home of the esteemed Zhu Gushing. He sold the property to Yilong at a low price and is employed by Yilong, including a golden core cultivator. All are working for Yilong." Third uncle nearly stumbled. Yilong had 2 golden core cultivators working under him? This was certainly not due to Fong Rujing's influence. He did not possess such capability. Yichang looked at Hetow in astonishment. Hetow smiled with pride. Although Fongland Cottage was not entirely his property, he owned at least 1/3 of it, and the idea to purchase Fongland Cottage had been Hetow's initiative, leaving no room for him to feel anything but satisfaction. Outside, a war of words ensued, while inside, Zhu Gushing and the others conversed clearly. Hetow and Yichang entered, finding Zhu Gushing preparing tea, appearing like a diligent servant. Fong Rujing guided third uncle inside and introduced him to Zhu Gushing, saying, "Xinglao, this is my third uncle." Third uncle quickly approached Zhu Gushing and said, "Fong Ku, greetings. Mr. Zhu." Zhu Gushing leisurely stirred the tea leaves with the lid of his cup and remarked, "The name Zhu Gushing signifies a life destined for solitude. Not that my surname is Zhu. There is no such surname in the 100 family surnames." This was a clear affront. Zhu Gushing was known for his eccentric temperament and felt no obligation to show deference to the Hanhai Fong family. Fong Ku stood frozen in place as Zhu Gushing tapped the table, saying, "Rujing, I unearthed some aged eel meat this afternoon. You should prepare it well for Yilong. And the little girl from the Yi family will also have the pleasure." Fong Rujing expressed delight, saying, "Is there enough for everyone? If not properly stored for a long time, eel meat can be highly toxic." Zhu Gushing chuckled, "It's been 50 years. I haven't been able to bring myself to eat it." "Little two, why are you swallowing so hard? The children can eat the meat. We shall have the soup. There isn't much, so we need to ration it." After imposing restrictions on Tu Sha, Zhu Gushing had never acted imperiously, treating Tu Sha on equal footing with Fong Rujing, which gradually endeared Tu Sha to this simple life. Hearing Zhu Gushing tease him, Tu Sha chuckled, saying, "As long as I can sip the soup, I will be content. If it weren't for this opportunity, I wouldn't have it at all." Fong Tianxing's gaze greedily lingered on Yichang the moment he first laid eyes on her. He recognized her, but unfortunately, Yichang had flatly denied it. Now that Zhu Gushing had referred to her as the little girl from the Yi family, it unmistakably confirmed her identity. Yichang clung to Hetow's arm, saying, "Eel meat, how tempting. I haven't had it in ages." Hetow softly inquired, "Are you salivating? Is it truly that delicious?" Yichang playfully shot him a glance and replied, "A delicacy of the mortal realm, something even wealth cannot procure." Hetow then took out his phone and dialed Fong Lanting's number, saying, "Sister Lanting, I have good news." Fong Lanting, filled with resentment, remarked, "What does it have to do with me?" She abruptly ended the call. Hetow, feeling disgruntled, muttered, "To hang up on me is utterly unreasonable." Fong Rujing suggested, Call her again. Hetow dialed once more, and Fongland inquired. I am currently in a meeting. Speak quickly. Hetow retorted angrily. If you have a craving for some exquisite delicacies, will you come over? Fongland questioned. What did you say? Hetow, with a mischievous tone, hung up and said, she must be rushing over in a panic. Even without the call, she would certainly come to feast. How lacking in dignity. Fongland endeavored to appear composed as he approached Yichang. Yichang said, play the violin for me. I wish to hear Winter Love Song. No one can capture your essence. Hetow took Yichang by the hand and led her upstairs, while Fongland wished to follow suit. Fongland interjected, Fongland, this is the home of Shenglao, as well as Yilong's residence. Do you not comprehend the etiquette befitting a friend at such a noble abode? Fongke shifted the topic, saying, Rujing, I have heard you have attained the golden core. The family is in need of your service. When will you return to the clan? Fongland pulled out a chair, inviting Fongke to sit, and replied, Fongruchuan can take a hike. I will consider it. Fongke smiled wryly, saying, why bother with past grievances? You know Ruchuan will soon lead the Fong family. He is the most suitable candidate for the position of clan leader. Fongland lifted a cup of tea and stated, then why should I return to witness their displays of affection? I lack such magnanimity. This is my disciple's home, and I intend to spend my twilight years here. The bond between master and disciple is akin to that of father and son. His home is my home, and I find happiness here. By the way, since ninth brother is unsuitable for managing the equipment sector, he may as well lend a hand here. Yilong cannot handle these trifles, and ninth brother is the most fitting choice. Whether the family expels him or pretends not to care, ninth brother will not return to endure humiliation. Fongke took a deep breath, sensing a complete breakdown of relations was imminent, and he dared not intervene. With Fongland having achieved the golden core, the room contained 3 formidable cultivators. Fongland had established his standing, and as a legitimate scion of the Fong family, who would dare to confront him directly. Chapter 12. Visitors from the Fong family. The mournful strains of music filled the air, a familiar melody of winter song, prompting Zhu Gushing to shake his head with a smile. As the crowd leaned in to listen, Yichang's dissatisfied voice broke through. No, that's not the right feeling. It lacks that sense of sorrow. Hetow innocently replied, I can't find the feeling. There is no sorrow in my heart. Yichang, puffing her cheeks, retorted, well, it's understandable. Given your carefree demeanor, it's clear you can't find the right tune. Spring has arrived, so you must be feeling a bit distracted. Zhang Xia hurried upstairs, coughing emphatically at the bedroom door. Yichang covered her mouth with a chuckle, saying, perhaps Spring Overture is a better choice. It suits this season for you to perform. Fongland flashed a look of displeasure. The national beauty, so reluctant to utter a word to him, yet so intimate with Yilong, could there be an affair? Fongke interjected, rueying, the family has learned that Fong Jiao has borrowed $1 billion. That's why the family sent me to investigate, to prevent a financial disaster. Fong Jiao countered, it wasn't me who borrowed. I merely assisted Yilong in securing the loan. The construction of Maple Forest Lodge is tremendously costly, requiring borrowing to sustain it. The loan is taken out in the company's name, which is unrelated to the family. This company is under Yilong's name, and since he is not of age, the legal representative is his brother, Hishanjun. Fongke remarked. Hetow's brother and parents all perished in a car accident, and Hetow's parents left no inheritance. The family has long since investigated this matter. By what means could he acquire all the properties in this vast expanse of land at Maple Forest Lodge? Fongke scrutinized Fong Jiao closely, searching for signs of deceit. Zhu Gushing slammed his teacup down, declaring, the hands of the Hanhai Fong family are far too long. Where does Yilong's funding come from? Do I need to explain to you? I lent him the money. Do you have an issue with that? Fongke quickly replied, I wouldn't dare question that. It's just that the family is concerned about potential ramifications. You know, the larger the family, the more considerations there are to avoid tarnishing the family name. Zhu Gushing reiterated, I will say this again. Maple Forest Lodge belongs to Hetow and Yilong. His parents indeed met with a tragic accident, but his brother is alive. I have met that child, and he possesses excellent character. Moreover, the establishment of Maple Forest Lodge is my initiative to help promote it. As for how much Maple Forest Lodge has borrowed, That has nothing to do with your Hanhai Fong family, understood? Zhang Xia added. If Yilong faces difficulties in investment, we are willing to assist. Amounts of 200 or 300 million are not an issue. With your presence, and Mr. Ruiying and Mr. Tu assisting, we wouldn't even need any guarantees. The reputations of the three of you are worth their weight in gold. Fong Jiu interjected. A loan of 1 billion is sufficient for Maple Forest Lodge. The foundational work is nearly complete. The remaining task is how to promote it. Miss Yi Chong is filming her lead song here, and with the release of Spring Overture by Sheng Lao and Yilong, Maple Forest Lodge will surely make a significant impact. Zhang Xia remarked, I see great potential in Maple Forest Lodge. It should pursue a high-end market. Once officially opened, I have friends who would certainly be eager to support it. Fong Jiu dashed to the study, quickly returning with a thick stack of renderings, placing several on the table. These renderings depict the summer season. I assure you, when autumn arrives and the maple leaves turn red, this place will be a paradise on earth. The designs from top architects do not represent the overall view, but are tailored to each building, combined with the current state of Maple Forest Lodge, which has already taken shape. It is anticipated that the transformation will yield even more spectacular results. Zhang Xia picked up another rendering and remarked, if you're offering membership cards, they should start at a minimum of 2 million. Fong Jiu replied excitedly, I share that sentiment. I have ordered 50 golden VIP cards. The designer for Maple Forest Lodge agreed to reduce the price by 2 million in exchange for one, so only 49 will be issued. The minimum annual expenditure for a golden VIP card is 400,000. My plan is as follows. Soon, horse-drawn carriages will enter Maple Forest Lodge. Each holder of a golden VIP card will have a carriage at their service 24 hours a day. Each guest will have a dedicated butler for attendance and a designated chef, along with the right to pre-select their accommodations, ensuring absolute VIP service. Zhang Xia exclaimed in surprise, the regular expenses are already quite high. Fong Jiu replied, I aim to create a premier resort garden. Ordinary wealthy individuals will not qualify to enter Maple Forest Lodge. This is a symbol of status. Our clientele will be selective, as I intend to forge a century-long reputation. Originally, Fong Jiu planned to price each golden VIP card at 1 million, but upon hearing Zhang Xia's suggestion of 2 million, his ambition soared. Fong Tianxing coldly retorted, a 2 million membership card with a minimum annual spend of 400,000. Are you trying to rob people? Fong Ruiying raised an eyebrow, and Zhang Xia responded, I have friends who are willing to spend much more on vacations than one might imagine. Our Lolo Federation initially had an imperial system. The former royal family received a substantial sum as compensation for abdication. Those royals love to flaunt their wealth and are not afraid to spend. As long as the experience matches. Fong Jiu produced his wallet, retrieving a golden VIP card and presenting it to Zhang Xia. This is VIP card number 01, dedicated to Miss Yi Chong. The card given to the designer is number 50. Currently, there are only 48 golden VIP cards remaining, and there will be no more produced. Zhang Xia glanced at Fong Ruiying and inquired, so it is fixed at 50 cards? Fong Jiu resolutely stated, in 2 years, we will buy back the golden VIP cards at 4 million each. The number is limited. There will not be any additional cards. Furthermore, there will be 100 silver cards available at a lower price, though the services offered will be somewhat lesser. Zhang Xia took out her phone and began photographing the renderings, saying, if you can guarantee this, I believe I can help recommend some high-quality clients. It seems there are still vacancies at Maple Forest Lodge. Fong sat stiffly, feeling invisible as Fong Jiu and the others treated him like air. Presenting the 01 golden VIP card to Yi Chong right in front of him, Fong Ku could only observe. Despite feeling neglected, he had no intention of leaving. Perhaps he wanted to learn more about Maple Forest Lodge, or perhaps to taste the crab meat soup he had never tried before. Fong Jiu stated, there are a total of 276 buildings. Yilong's house will be transformed into a bar. Sheng Lao's house is for his own residence. And there will also be restaurants and clubs, occupying about 10 buildings in total. Apart from clients with golden and silver cards, other available properties will cater to casual guests, with the minimum daily rate set at 10,000. Fong Tianxing remained skeptical, feeling that it was unrealistic. The Hanhai Fong family may be a prestigious clan, but they would never squander such sums annually. Zhang Xia examined the exquisitely crafted golden VIP card and remarked, "Actually, there's no need to wait for the most beautiful season in autumn. If Brother Jiu can have Maple Forest Lodge tidied up quickly, it would be perfect for a spring outing." Fong Jiu trembled slightly, asking, "Will there be distinguished guests willing to come?" Zhang Xia chuckled softly. "I can't just accept the 01 VIP card for free, and I genuinely adore this place. If Yichang were to host a new song release here, it would certainly attract more visitors. Of course, you can't approach this with a mindset solely focused on making a fortune. You must draw clients in and gradually educate them." Fong Ruiying finally regarded Zhang Xia with interest. Sensing his gaze, she looked up and smiled gracefully at him. Fong Ruiying nodded slowly. Zhang Xia's willingness to assist was a good sign, and he appreciated the gesture. Zhang Xia then asked, "Mr. Ruiying, may I help with dinner? I consider myself quite skilled in the culinary arts." Fong Jiu sensed something amiss. Why did Zhang Xia frequently pay attention to Fong Rujing? Fong Rujing remarked, "All right. It seems troublesome. It is about time we commence preparations." Just as dinner preparations began, Fong Lanting hurriedly drove in. Upon witnessing Hetow and Yichang in a tender moment that afternoon, Fong Lanting felt a wave of distaste and chose to leave. Upon hearing that there was crab meat, she hastily concluded her meeting, fearing she would arrive too late to even enjoy the soup. Upon entering, Fong Lanting spotted Fong Ku and Fong Tianqing. With an air of arrogance, she nodded at Fong Ku and ascended the stairs, following the sound of the piano. Fong Tianqing, unabashed, trailed after her. The bedroom door swung open, and Fong Lanting confidently strode in, flopping onto the bed and declaring, "You all continue. I am tired and need a moment to rest." Hetow brandished the bow of the violin as if to strike, but Fong Lanting lazily replied, "You can't beat me. Stop the futile gestures, or you'll find yourself on the receiving end of a beating. Why are you even here?" Fong Tianqing halted at the door, and Fong Lanting shooed him away like a bothersome fly, saying, "Do you think this is your home? Go out, and don't make me repeat myself." Fong Tianqing responded, "Sister Lanting, I truly admire Miss Yichang's singing." Fong Lanting threw her sunglasses at him, and he deftly caught them, carefully placing them at the door with a sheepish smile as he exited. Squinting, Fong Lanting murmured, "Wretched man, continue. Let me drift into slumber accompanied by the sound of the violin. If I go a day without hearing your music, I shall not rest well and may fall ill." Hetow retorted angrily, "Who are you calling wretched? Don't think I'm oblivious to your veiled insults." Fong Lanting turned, hugging a pillow, and said, "Quit being dramatic. Would it be so terrible to beat you?" Hetow placed the violin in its case, having already exceeded the allocated time for practice. Fong Lanting beckoned with her finger, saying, "An old rogue came by this afternoon, nearly breaching the mirror palace, and he damaged some of its mechanisms." Hetow replied, "What does that have to do with me?" The voice of Zhu Gushing echoed, "Meng Fei?" Fong Lanting sat up, saying they did not catch him. But judging by his physique, it must be him. Zhu Gushing appeared at the door, stating, "This old rogue is skilled at dismantling mechanisms. Perhaps the mirror palace can indeed be opened in less than half a year." Chapter 13. Brazen Audacity. Meng Fei is a legendary thief, a diminutive figure who has roamed free for nearly a century, evading capture like a crafty monkey. It is estimated that his prowess reaches the Golden Core stage. Yet he has managed to escape the encirclement of two Yuanying masters. It is said that Meng Fei possesses a peculiar ability. Wherever shadows linger, he remains elusive. However, this remains mere speculation, and the specifics of his capabilities are shrouded in mystery. This time, Meng Fei brazenly explored the Mirror Palace in broad daylight. Fong Lanting organized personnel to intercept him, yet they could only watch in despair as he vanished from sight, a thief of unparalleled skill beyond the reach of her subordinates. Although she was acutely aware of her own impotence, the sight of the audacious thief was disheartening. Fong Lanting's mood was already foul, and the presence of the foolish Fong Tianqing only exacerbated her irritation. When Zhu Gushing entered, Fong Lanting restrained her impudence. Rising, she remarked, "Based on his escape speed and the method he employs to dismantle traps, it is highly likely that it is Meng Fei. Master Zhu, might you intervene to teach him a lesson?" Yichang, with her beautiful eyes, regarded Zhu Gushing, who was renowned for his musical talents. Even though he was a golden core cultivator, Fongland seemed to rely on him excessively. Zhu Gushing pursed his lips, gazing out the window as he replied, "A thief seldom departs empty-handed. Since Meng Fei has already made his move, he will not relent until he has unraveled the mechanisms of the Mirror Palace. Let him proceed. We shall address the matter afterward." Fongland was pleased. Even the mightiest of thieves fear the authorities. Let him toil under duress. For he cannot abscond with the Mirror Palace. She stated, "I must create an imposing presence to prevent Meng Fei from discerning our ulterior motives. The larger our display, the more audacious he will become in dismantling the array." Zhu Gushing nodded, impressed by Fongland and Appo's swift thinking. By deliberately acting contrary to expectations, they would ensnare Meng Fei. In truth, even if Meng Fei perceived their manipulation, he would be compelled to persist, for returning empty-handed would be a grave taboo in the thieving world. Yiqiang interjected, "The legend of the Mirror Palace is quite renowned. I possess a modicum of insight into its secrets." Zhu Gushing focused intently on her as she continued. "The Mirror Palace is a 9-palace array, with 9 ancient mirrors as the focal points, giving rise to endless transformations. This array has only been activated once, yet no one has succeeded in extracting the mirrors." Zhu Gushing remarked, "Your understanding aligns with my own. Missy, your family background is truly impressive." Yiqiang smiled sweetly, and Zhu Gushing added, "The array outside the Mirror Palace is the reversal of the 5 elements formation. Together with the Mirror Palace, it creates a configuration befitting the supreme authority. The architect of the Mirror Palace must have been an ancient master. While I can discern the ceiling formation, I lack the skill to dismantle it. Each domain has its expertise. Meng Fei excels in this, so let him exert himself." Yiqiang, aware of the formation outside the Mirror Palace, had intentionally downplayed it to provide Zhu Gushing with an opportunity to contribute. After all, who could ascertain the depth of Zhu Gushing's knowledge of the Mirror Palace's secrets? It was evident that he understood, laying the groundwork for further discourse. Yiqiang continued, "Exploring the Mirror Palace is best undertaken by 9 individuals, advancing through its 9 portals simultaneously. The initial expedition may yield little, as the 9 portals shift, necessitating a collective synthesis of clues to identify anomalies." Zhu Gushing regarded Yiqiang with approval. Assembling 9 individuals, particularly those willing to share their discoveries without reservation, would prove challenging. Yiqiang asserted, "Uncle Bao possesses golden core cultivation and is a man of integrity. I am willing to vouch for him." Zhu Gushing replied, "I, Fong Rujing, together with Tu Sha and Xiao Bao, make 4. Fongland pointed to herself, but Zhu Gushing feigned ignorance. Unable to contain herself, Fongland interjected, "Master Zhu, I can barely qualify as well. I have been cultivating for 6 years and am not far from condensing my golden core." Zhu Gushing chuckled, "Not far? Your progress is lacking." Fongland stubbornly insisted, "It's merely a matter of a little more refinement." Zhu Gushing shook his head. The deficit was not slight, but substantial. Many cultivators stagnate at the peak of foundation building, yet only about 70 to 80% can condense their golden core. Fongland signaled to Hetow, who had a strong rapport with the elder. Hetow played the fool, while Fongland pinched her fingers. Hetow hastily remarked, "Golden core cultivators are difficult to assemble, but one can make do with foundation builders." Zhu Gushing mused, "Let me ponder this." Hope flickered for Fongland, who beamed. Even if the expedition yielded no treasure, merely witnessing the wonders would be a boon. Zhu Gushing descended the stairs without acknowledging Fongland, who was eavesdropping at the entrance. Fongland's heart raced with excitement. The Mirror Palace was set to open, and this news must reach his family, for it represented a golden opportunity for their rise. As he had overheard this revelation, he would undoubtedly garner attention from his clan. In his generation, Fongland stood on the brink of the main lineage, without notable achievements. His descendants would inevitably dwindle to a collateral branch. The disparity between main lineage and collateral descendants was stark. Fongland could now boldly invoke Fongjiu's name, whereas the next generation's main lineage would dare to address Fongland directly. Catching sight of Fongland sneaking down the stairs, Hetow grimaced. while Fongland cheerfully declared, "Come here. You performed admirably today, so I shall reward you with a kiss." Hetow scoffed, and Fongland suddenly leapt up, prompting Hetow to dash toward the door. A kiss from the female tyrant was not a reward but a snare. Hetow, pure of heart and enamored with the prospect of closeness to Ichiang, would not allow himself to be sullied by her. Ichiang stood stunned, watching as Fongland blocked Hetow's path. He collided with her. What was their relationship? How could this occur? Hetow covered his face with his hands, while Fongland shot a glance at Ichiang, tightly embracing Hetow's head. "You lack appreciation." With a triumphant laugh, Fongland descended the stairs, leaving Hetow in disarray as he glanced back at Ichiang, who coldly stated, "I have matters to attend to. Excuse me." Hetow stood despondently at the door, watching Ichiang walk away, feeling the sting of despair as he kicked the door frame. Ichiang had indeed misjudged the situation, all thanks to Fongland, that despicable tigress. During dinner, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Fongland remained blissfully oblivious, happily devouring her portion of boiled eel. Hetow sat with his head bowed, refusing to raise it, his expression as gloomy as a stormy June day. Ichiang maintained a frosty demeanor, ignoring Fong Tianqing's repeated attempts at conversation. Fong Tianqing, unaware of the underlying tensions, had sneaked away to make a phone call, while Fongland deliberately sowed discord. Observing Fongland, Hetow, and Ichiang each enjoying their share of boiled eel, he felt reduced to merely sipping soup, his heart swelling with envy. The man with a buzzed haircut had somehow acquired such a sprawling estate. Surely something was amiss. His uncle and Fong Jiu must hold stakes in this affair. The more Fong Tianqing pondered, the more convinced he became. A glint of malice flickered in his eyes as he glanced at Hetow, not satisfied with her meal. Fongland noted that her portion of boiled eel consisted of only 4 thin slices. Her gaze darted, and her chopsticks reached for Hetow's plate. Fongland, quick-witted, intercepted her chopsticks. Fongland, disheartened, retracted her utensils and nonchalantly moved Fongland's soup bowl to her side, declaring, "Fong Tianqing, you may leave after dinner. This place does not suit you." Fong Tianqing earnestly replied, "Sister Lanting, I hope to consult with uncle at any time." Fongland interjected, "I lack the energy to guide you. Managing Elong alone is enough to keep me occupied." Fong Tianqing respectfully stated, "Uncle, I will strive not to disturb you. I can simply find a place to stay here and pay my respects weekly." The dining table fell into a heavy silence. Hetow lifted his gaze, his heart brimming with frustration at Fong Tianqing's brazen demeanor. Just as he contemplated rising to confront him, Fongland's hand pressed gently on his leg. It was unacceptable to let Hetow take the initiative in this matter. There were too many others who could step forward. Hetow glared, already irked by Fongland's reckless behavior that had incited Ichiang's anger. Now, she dared to make such a forbidden gesture, seemingly intent on digging her own grave. Fongland set down her chopsticks, her previously stern expression growing even more forbidding. Fong Tianqing stood, bowing his head as he spoke. "Second uncle, I have admired you since childhood. Now that I have the opportunity to receive your guidance, I wish to remain." Fongland replied, "Third uncle, this must be your nephew. Take him home and discipline him properly, lest others assume that all members of the Fong family are as shameless as he." Fong Ke's face flushed with embarrassment, and he abruptly stood up. Fongland wiped her mouth with a napkin, declaring, "In my presence, no one from the Fong family dares to act brazenly. When I choose to sever ties, I do so without hesitation." With a sharp clap, the napkin was slapped onto the table, and Zhang Xia stood, arranging the disarrayed chopsticks in front of Fongland. "Do not let anger affect your meal. It is detrimental to your health." With a thud, Hetow tossed his chopsticks onto the table, announcing, "I'm full." Another thud echoed as Ichiang followed suit, her appetite thoroughly ruined. No matter how delectable the food, it could not stimulate her hunger. She rose with a stern expression, realizing there was nowhere to go. Though there was space on the sofa, it would only expose her to the shameless Fong Tianqing. After a moment of hesitation, Ichiang ascended the stairs, deciding that Hetow's room was the more comfortable choice. With its fresh air and soothing melodies, Hetow returned to his room, feeling stifled as he lay staring at the ceiling. Yichang appeared at the door, leaning against the frame, gazing at him softly. "Hey, you poor thing," she murmured. Hetow sat up in surprise. Yichang playfully scratched her nose. "You must be bullied by her often. It's obvious." Hetow felt a surge of shyness, reluctant to lie or boast. Yichang cheerfully entered, asking, "Are you interested in the score for the main song?" Suddenly, Hetow's heart blossomed with joy, as if the situation were not as irreparable as he had feared. Chapter 14. The unruly uncle. No amount of thick skin could avail, for shortly after dinner, Fong Ke and Fong Tianqing departed by car. Hetow, carrying a guitar case, was joined by Yichang as they made their way to their attendants' quarters, where he emerged with a large guitar. The two sharing hushed laughter as they headed once more towards Mirror Lake. Zhang Xiyu and Old Bao trailed at a distance, while Fong Rujing and Fong Jiu made a detour, also proceeding towards the lake. The Fongland cottage was deemed unsafe. On that day, someone had followed Fongland, who was fortunate enough to be saved by Zhu Gushing, or else a grave incident would have surely ensued. In the enveloping night, Fong Rujing could not rest easy knowing Hetow was outside alone. The night was filled only with the chirping of birds. As they distanced themselves from Zhu Gusheng, Fong Rujing quietly remarked, "Jiu Gu, devise a plan to separate them." Fong Jiu chuckled softly. Fong Rujing continued, "Yichang has a notable background. The disparity with Yilong is too vast. An unrequited love seldom ends well. To spare Yilong from future heartache, it may be prudent to intervene early." Fong Jiu replied slowly, "If Yichang had not taken the initiative, Yilong would not have had the gall. After all, he is rather bashful." I believe Yichang's initial admiration for Yilong was genuine. She truly appreciated his music. A girl cherished by many longs to find a boy of equal merit. And Yilong is indeed remarkable. Well, while Yilong may not be worthy of Yichang, he is certainly deserving of Lanting. Fong Rujing cleared his throat, and Fong Jiu added, "Lanting does not truly love Yilong. Rather, she sees him as a substitute for her deceased brother, a sibling bond. Our misunderstanding could lead to deep-seated grievances between them." Fong Rujing, irritated, raised her voice, "I understand this matter better than you." Fong Jiu conceded defeat. Since Lanting's arrival, it was evident that Fong Rujing indulged her niece, even allowing Lanting to tease and bully Hetow. Fong Rujing's intentions were too apparent. It was only Hetow who remained oblivious, perhaps Lanting as well. Age does not equate to wisdom in matters of the heart. Lanting had entered the military out of her brother's wishes, yet she remained ensnared by the shadows of her past. If Lanting truly understood love, why then was she still alone, wild and fierce like a tomboy? Fong Rujing spoke softly, "Lanting is a good girl." Fong Jiu reluctantly agreed, "Indeed. She possesses responsibility and capability, with an admirable figure and striking beauty." Fong Rujing's demeanor softened. Having raised her niece, she held a fondness for Lanting. Finding her pleasing to the eye, Fong Jiu tentatively suggested, "Are you implying a match between Lanting and Yilong?" Fong Rujing gazed ahead, "Not a matter of compulsion. Such things cannot be forced, I understand. My point is that Yichang is unsuitable for Yilong. Do you comprehend?" Fong Jiu's eyes twinkled. "Yichang is the kind of girl who loves fiercely. Yilong is an inexperienced boy. This could be a significant opportunity." Fong Rujing, hopeful, slowed her pace as Fong Jiu whispered, and she nodded in agreement. Fong Jiu, with concern, warned, "When Yilong discovers the truth in the future, do not feign ignorance." Fong Rujing assured, "Having been brothers for many years, I am not the kind of ungrateful person." As the luminous moon ascended, Hetow sat on the sandy beach, cradling his knees. The moonlight reflected off the pristine white sand, and the still waters of Mirror Lake mirrored the full moon above. Yichang adjusted her guitar strings and began to softly sing a well-known song, her signature piece. This love ballad, once beyond her comprehension, had been rendered beautifully by her ethereal voice. The night deepened in silence as Zhang Xiyu and Old Bao stood amidst the maple trees, while Fong Rujing and Fong Jiu occupied another side. The enchanting melody expressed a young girl's yearning for love, and under the moonlight, the silhouettes of the young couple became a romantic spectacle, rendering the night breeze even gentler. In the shadows, a frail, dark figure crouched upon a slender branch, swaying as it bore the weight of a larger bird. Those glinting eyes observed the youthful couple by the lakeside, then shifted towards Fongland concealed among the maples, the figure stroking its wrinkled chin, emitting a silent chuckle. Yichang's beautiful eyes occasionally flicked toward Hetow, and upon hearing Winter Love Song for the first time, she was profoundly moved. The sorrowful strains of the violin resonated like a celestial lament, transporting her to a distant realm where a melancholic boy lingered. Under the pretense of filming the main song at Fongland Cottage, Yichang finally encountered the bashful boy, who, devoid of pretense, was merely a shy young man. It was hard to believe such a wistful melody could emanate from him. With the season of Winter Love Song past, Hetow found himself unable to recreate that sentiment. Yet Yichang was fortunate enough to hear the unreleased Spring Overture. The ethereal notes heralded spring's arrival, celebrating the end of a long, wintry ordeal as life's joyful songs filled the air. There truly existed individuals capable of playing with their souls. His artistry was indeed imbued with profound spirituality. Yichang discerned that Heilong's technique was somewhat unrefined, yet his innate talent was extraordinary, something that others might strive for a lifetime yet never attain. At the moment the lake was replenished, Yichang, adorned in elegant attire, caught a glimpse of the shy boy's astonished gaze, igniting a flutter in her heart. Boldly, she embraced Hetow from behind, capturing their first intimate moment together. At that instant, Hetow, overwhelmed, scarcely noticed her heart racing like a fawn's life, akin to a resplendent blossom, thrives in the most beautiful season alongside a cherished lover. Yichang realized she had succumbed to love, finding the one who could enhance the vibrancy of her existence. Flowers bloom for you, love songs are sung for you. And her voice flowed as gently as her spring-like gaze. Zhang Xiyu, reluctant to film, could not resist the urge to capture this moment. Though the phone's recording quality paled in comparison to a camera, such scenes were rare. The emotional exchange between the young lovers was unscripted, best captured in their most unguarded moments, with post-production resolving any technical flaws. Suddenly, a gunshot shattered the stillness of the night. Hetow sprang in front of Yichang, the flashlight beams resembling errant spears, followed by a cacophony of hurried footsteps. Had the special forces detected an enemy presence? Hetow exclaimed, "We must return." The footsteps drew nearer, and a beam from afar illuminated Hetow's face. He shouted, "I am Hetow. Who are you?" A voice responded, "Hey, little brother. Your sister's gone mad, dragging us out for night drills. Don't take it out on us. Take it up with her." Hetow, filled with irritation, felt his legs weaken at the sudden gunfire. It was utterly inconsiderate. Gathering his courage, he extended his hand, which Yichang grasped, and together they turned back, instruments in tow. Arriving at Zhu Guxing's doorstep, Zhang Xiyu appeared at the gate, taking Yichang's guitar, saying, "It's time to rest. We must continue filming tomorrow." Yichang blew a kiss to Hetow, glancing back multiple times as she departed. Hetow stood at the entrance, gazing longingly at her retreating figure, his heart brimming with immense joy. The sound of a snap echoed, and Hetow turned to see Fongjiu grinning mischievously at the gate. Hetow chuckled, and Fongjiu placed an arm around his shoulder, walking into the distance. "Do you feel a bit let down?" Hetow nodded. "Indeed, what a beautiful night. All marred by Fongland." Fongjiu remarked, "I have some words to impart. Today was clearly Lanting's deliberate disruption. Do you understand the implications of her meddling?" Hetow replied, "She cannot bear to see me happy." Fongjiu remarked, "Indeed, this is the essence of the matter. Yet, have you pondered the deeper implications?" Hetow, perplexed, shook his head. Fongjiu lit a cigarette, and, feeling somewhat guilty, glanced around the courtyard, reassured that Zhu Guosheng had not made an appearance. He lowered his voice and continued, "Lan Ting regards you as the younger brother who met with an unfortunate demise. Do you comprehend? She sees you as her closest kin. Consider this. How would an elder sister feel if her beloved younger brother were to fall for a girl? Jealousy, indeed, jealousy over her brother's heart being stolen by a stranger." Hetow hastily interjected, "Uncle Jiu, let us clarify this. I am not her brother. Out of respect for our master, I may call her Sister Lan Ting. But my affections are my own to decide, and she has no right to meddle." Fongjiu, adopting a serious demeanor, replied, "Foolishness. Why can't you grasp this? If you cause discomfort to Lan Ting, she will undoubtedly seek to create trouble. Consider the implications for your master. How would he react if his cherished niece and beloved disciple were to engage in a scandal? Both sides are dear to him." Persuaded by Fong Jio's words, Hetow recognized that their master clearly indulged Lan Ting, who was indeed the type to act without restraint. Fong Jio, with a fierce wave of his hand, declared, for the sake of familial tranquility, she must be dealt with. Hetow, now cautious, inquired, "How do we proceed?" "I confess, I do not comprehend your words." Fong Jio spoke earnestly. "My young brother, is it not simple to win over an elder sister? Treat her as you would your own sister. If you can bring her joy, then all matters will become manageable. Imagine this. Should Yi Chong and you share a deep connection, locking eyes and preparing for an intimate encounter, and suddenly Lan Ting appears, kicking you aside. What then? Will you retaliate?" Hetow, gritting his teeth, retorted, "If she dares to do that, I, damn it." After a prolonged period of stewing and frustration, Hetow could not devise a solution. Fong Jio asserted, with whispers by the lakeside and love songs swirling in the air. How romantic it would be. Yet, if a gunshot interrupts, what recourse do you have? Defeated, Hetow conceded, "Uncle Jio, please tell me specifically what I should do." Fong Jio beckoned him closer and said, "Draw nearer. Do not view her as a perilous adversary. If she enjoys your company, take the initiative. Foster a sense of sibling affection. It will make no difference." Chapter 15. Night. Hetow hesitated as he stepped into the military camp, pondering whether this place might be a veritable hell. To secure a future filled with happiness, he needed to manage Fongland and ensure she did not create havoc in his life. The youth brimmed with bright aspirations for the future, willing to endure temporary grievances for the sake of his dreams. In the stillness of the night, soldiers engaged in training observed Hetow approaching the camp, their hearts swelling with joy. News from San Fizi had informed them of the disruption between Hetow and Yi Chong, leading even the dimmest of minds to grasp the reason for Fongland's ire. This stubborn young man had come to seek an explanation from the commander, providing an amusing spectacle for the soldiers, who watched with malicious glee as he made his way to Fongland's quarters. The military camp was still in its infancy, with only a handful of structures erected, a command center, an armory, and an officer's quarters, where Fongland resided. This was Hetow's first venture into the camp. No one questioned his identity. His composition of Winter Love Song had become the recruitment anthem for the special forces, and nearly every soldier was familiar with him. Not to mention Hetow was the apprentice of Fongland's uncle, rendering him one of their own. He strode confidently towards the officer's quarters, causing the sentinel at the entrance to momentarily falter. The junior officers on duty recognized Hetow, while the soldiers had only seen him on television. Today, they were finally witnessing a living star. Hetow addressed the sentinel, asking, "Is Sister Lanting in?" The door swung open, revealing a young lieutenant who, with surprise, exclaimed, "The big star." With a frown, Hetow retorted, "No jokes, I'm not in a good mood." The charming lieutenant stifled her laughter and gestured for Hetow to enter, saying, "The commander is exercising. Would you like to take a look?" Hetow nodded, and the lieutenant led him to the right, through the spacious lounge, and halted before a closed door. As the door opened, Hetow was met with a dim light revealing Fongland, clad in a snug, dark green tank top and matching form-fitting leggings, balanced on one leg in a yoga pose, her hands raised high above her head in a delicate arch. The military attire concealed Fongland's figure, but in her cool ensemble, her porcelain skin and curvaceous form were unmistakably revealed. Her breaths came slowly, taking nearly 30 seconds between each, while the lieutenant, with a playful glint in her eye, remarked, "Doesn't it look easy? Come in and give it a try. It's quite fun." Skeptical yet intrigued, Hetow stepped into the room. As he crossed the threshold, an overwhelming pressure bore down upon him, nearly causing him to collapse. The lieutenant's prank had succeeded. She laughed, her shoulders shaking as she covered her face with her hands. Hetow, realizing that the military camp was filled with mischief, shook his fist at the lieutenant in mock anger. Fongland turned her head, her gaze falling upon Hetow's flustered expression. After regaining her composure, she opened her eyes again, recognizing the foolish boy before her. She approached him slowly, while the lieutenant stood at attention, and Fongland reached out, helping Hetow to his feet. "Where am I?" he asked. "You're in the gravity chamber, where the gravity can reach up to 5 times that of normal," she replied casually, draping an arm around his shoulders. "Training here shows quick results. You should come for some proper training. My uncle originally planned for you to come during the holiday, but the equipment for the gravity chamber just arrived 2 days ago." Fongland was working out in the gravity chamber, where the intensity of the training was immense. Upon exiting, she glistened with a fine sheen of sweat. The heat emanating from her body and the scent of perspiration enveloped Hetow, rendering him stiff and immobile without her embrace. She flopped onto the couch, pulling Hetow down with her. At nearly 6 feet tall, Fongland towered over the still-growing Hetow, who was merely 5'7" and lacking substantial muscle, giving the impression that she was cradling a child. Hetow, feeling anxious, struggled to rise, while the lieutenant feigned indifference and stepped outside, closing the door behind her. Fongland easily subdued Hetow's resistance, remarking, "Isn't it romantic, beneath the flowers and the moon?" Hetow suddenly recalled his purpose for visiting, to appease this fierce woman. Following Fongland's advice, he needed to align with her desires and uncover her vulnerabilities. As he relaxed in her warm embrace, the mingling sense of sweat and femininity overwhelmed his senses, and he bit his tongue to keep from losing himself. Fongland smiled, her expression still commanding. Her fingers traced down Hetow's brow, gliding over his prominent nose to rest on his lips, teasingly saying, "Isn't the exotic charm enchanting?" Hetow, parched and avoiding her gaze, stammered, "Don't say such things, With a firm grip, Fongland pulled Hetow closer, causing him to tremble. As her gaze grew distant, memories surged forth of a small, frail boy timidly seated on her lap, asking, "Sister, do you think I will die? They say I won't grow up." The sharp pang of sorrow jolted Fongland back to the present. No, this was not her little brother. Her expression grew cold, and Hetow, sensing the shift, cautiously followed Fongland's counsel, summoning the courage to caress her angular cheek. Fongland possessed an androgynous beauty. Her military attire accentuated her striking presence, exuding an aura of a warrior from the heavens. When her expression turned icy, it was a heart-stopping sight. Closing her eyes, she sought to prevent the wounds of her heart from reopening. If her little brother were alive, he would be of a similar age and surely more handsome than this foolish boy. He was the legitimate heir of the Fong family and undoubtedly more accomplished. "Do you hear the sound of your heartbeat?" Hetow trembled as he responded, I hear it." His voice quivered, his hands shook, and his body trembled under the intensity of the moment. Were it not for the cultivation of true energy, which transformed his vitality into a potent force, he would have surely succumbed to a nosebleed. Fongland gasped, "Do you know how cruel this wounded heart can be? Do you understand what I did when I heard someone maliciously tell my little brother he wouldn't live long?" Hetow had long been aware of Fongland's brother's demise, but could hardly fathom the cruelty inflicted upon a sickly child. Such individuals deserved no mercy. Fongland opened her eyes, her narrow, phoenix-like gaze flashing with murderous intent as she recounted, "I hunted him down through half the estate, ultimately using a garden hoe to shatter that bastard's skull, right before the patriarch of the Fong family." Hetow gently caressed her cheek, saying, "That was the past. Don't think I don't understand. When my parents left this world, my sky collapsed." Fongland's expression softened. She recognized the pain of a child who had lost both parents. Grasping Hetow's hand, she placed a gentle kiss in his palm, stating, "I share this with you to make you understand. Do not provoke my wrath." With a scrutinizing gaze, she continued, "It was Fongland who sent you here, wasn't it? Only he would scheme to send you to curry favor with me. Come here. Give me a massage." Hetow felt as though he had been granted a reprieve, albeit still with a tinge of reluctance as he descended. Fongland sprawled on the spacious couch, saying, "It's perfectly normal for a boy to grow up and like beautiful girls. I understand. Do tell. What progress did you make with Ichi today?" Hetow replied, somewhat bashfully, "Nothing of that sort. She merely sang for me." His hand rested on Fongland's waist. Despite lacking experience in massage, he understood that this area often bore tension, and a touch here would provide comfort. Fongland let out a soft sound, remarking, "You're not being honest." Hetow, taken aback, exclaimed, "Not massaging here?" Fongland retorted, "You're quite foolish. I meant here," referring to your lack of honesty about your activities. After your flirtatious sparring session, did you carry her home behind her back? That must have felt delightful. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Hetow responded, "She said she was tired and couldn't walk. To be honest, I didn't want to carry her. I was quite exhausted myself." Fongland scoffed, pulling her elastic tank top upward. She said, "Massaging through the tank top? Do you intend to rub my skin raw? Apply more pressure." "Ah, yes, right there. You need to use subtle strength for the energy to penetrate. Do you even know how to massage?" In the adjacent room, Fongland's study, where she usually dealt with military affairs, sat an elderly man resembling a great ape, calmly preparing a cup of tea. With one leg crossed over the other, he sipped his tea while his ears twitched, eavesdropping on the sounds from next door. The old man chuckled to himself. He had initially thought the enchanting beauty by the lakeside was a perfect match, believing their lovely romance should remain undisturbed. Yet, hearing the amusing exchanges from next door, he found it too entertaining to intervene. Chapter 16. The great thief Meng Fei. Fongland twisted Hetow's left arm behind his back, kneading it as she inquired, "What prompted the two of you to engage in sparring this afternoon?" Hetow grimaced. She expressed a desire to see if I possessed any combat skills. I claimed I did, and she doubted me. Fongland tapped the back of Hetow's head and remarked, "That's the simplest form of provocation. And you fell for it. How foolish." Hetow exhaled. Her martial arts are quite impressive. She must have received guidance from a master and can discern that these are systematic techniques. Fongland teased, "So, you believe you are evenly matched with her, which makes you proud." Hetow replied with a sense of pride, "The combat manual from my master is profound and extensive. Our sparring proved quite effective, and I feel I am gradually improving. Well, it does hurt here." She struck me 3 times, employing techniques like the phoenix eye jab, knife hand strikes, and solid punches. Fongland was taken aback by Hetow's vivid recollection, realizing it was not merely the pain but the impact of the person who inflicted it that left a lasting impression. Annoyed, she applied more pressure, causing Hetow to cry out again. She scowled, "You must be bruised. That girl is ruthless. Remove your shirt." Hetow hesitantly lifted his outer garment, and Fongland carelessly tugged off his undershirt, gasping at the numerous contusions. "So many bruises. How is it you're still alive?" Hetow noted. "Her leg techniques are likely more formidable. I can tell she was suppressing her use of them, or I would have been at a disadvantage." Fongland slapped Hetow's bare back. "Isn't that a disadvantage? A bit more force, and you'd be reduced to pulp." Rubbing her hands together to generate warmth, Fongland gently pressed her palms against Hetow's bruised back, infusing a slight amount of true energy into her touch, alleviating his pain. Hetow gasped in relief, and Fongland proceeded with patience. Aware that Hetow had only recently begun to condense his true energy, she carefully moderated her flow to avoid causing harm. Soon, she noticed that Hetow's body seemed to have no resistance to her true energy, which was rapidly absorbed. Could it be that his cultivation method shared the same origin as hers? Fongland casually inquired, "Are you practicing the Fong family secret technique?" Hetow responded, "I suppose so. It was given to me by my master." Fongland pressed down harder, this time channeling more true energy, and a shimmering 4-colored metallic light flashed across Hetow's back, effortlessly consuming her energy. Fongland was momentarily stunned. It was certainly not an illusion. The fleeting metallic glow on Hetow's back resembled an invisible armor, which did not escape her keen observation. She leaned closer, gripping Hetow's shoulders. "What heart technique do you practice? It seems strikingly similar to my own. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to absorb my true energy." Hetow's face flushed red, and in his dazed state, he forgot his master's warning, confessing, "It's the 1,000 birds technique." The elderly man next door's eyes sparkled with shock. "The 1,000 birds technique? A long-lost art?" Fongland paused. "The 1,000 birds technique. Why does it seem unfamiliar to me? My master forbids me from speaking of it." "You should act as if you're unaware," Hetow advised. Fongland felt a pang of jealousy. A technique she had never heard of could not possibly be commonplace. Her second uncle was more concerned for this disciple than for his own niece. Leaning closer, she whispered in Hetow's ear, "Does your second father have any other secrets he is keeping from me? Uncle Gio told me to treat you like a sister. You cannot behave this way." Fongland pressed, "So? Will you tell me?" Hetow was on the verge of despair, pleading, "Ask my master. He will tell you." "I cannot." Fongland gritted her teeth. "So there are many secrets yet to be revealed. This matter cannot simply end here. Turning your elbow outward is utterly intolerable." Suddenly, a raucous laugh echoed from the next room, sounding like a duck's quack. Fongland realized something was amiss, but her body would not obey her commands. Hetow shouted, "Who are you?" Finally regaining her composure, Fongland leapt up and activated the alarm, the piercing sound of the guard's horn resonating over the military camp. She hastily donned the military uniform resting on the coffee table, while Hetow fumbled to put on his shirt. Kicking open the study door, she found a half-drunk cup of tea sitting there, the window ajar, and the laughing old thief had vanished without a trace. Fongland, furious, yelled, "An enemy has infiltrated. You useless lot, search for him. Spare no effort in finding him." That duck-like laughter could only belong to the notorious thief, Meng Fei. Fongland could hardly fathom that such an arrogant thief had dared to lurk in her study, eavesdropping on her actions. Meanwhile, Hetow felt his legs weaken, and as Fongland commanded her subordinates to search, he stumbled out of the military camp in a panic. Fongland waved her hand, and several soldiers stealthily followed, discreetly ensuring Hetow's safe return. In a frenzied rush, Hetow ran haphazardly toward home, fastening his buttons as he went. Suddenly, he heard a hissing sound from the side. Was it a venomous snake? Hetow flipped his wrist, revealing a butterfly knife, and an aged, raspy voice cautioned, "Don't panic, and don't stop. A few soldiers are trailing behind." Hetow was startled. He recognized that voice, the one belonging to the voyeuristic madman. Lowly, he asked, "You are the great thief Meng Fei?" The old man, resembling a giant monkey, emerged from the shadows, saying, "Such an unpleasant way to speak. I'm not a thief, I'm Gaomai. Understand? Acquiring goods without spending money is just a matter of expending patience and energy. Indeed, I am Meng Fei." Hetow felt his hair stand on end. The notorious thief was right beside him, in a desolate area with no help nearby. His master was ahead, and the military camp was behind him. Hetow regretted the vastness of Fongland Cottage for the first time. What could this old thief want to steal from him? It seemed that with the thief's prowess, he could simply take it by force. After all, Hetow could not defeat him, only hoping he would refrain from killing him. Meng Fei walked beside Hetow, instructing, "Walk slowly and keep your voice down." Hetow pondered for a moment before sheathing his butterfly knife. "Brother Fei, what brings you to seek me?" Meng Fei nearly tripped over his own feet, turning his ugly face towards Hetow. "Is this how your master teaches you? Fongland has every right to discipline you. You're weak, and yet have a sharp tongue." Hetow's mind raced, and two battle scorpions silently landed at his feet. Meng Fei's sharp eyes caught sight of them. "Ah, so you have a backup plan." Hetow's heart sank. Even his secret weapon had not eluded this old thief's notice. Today, it seemed, did not bode well. Meng Fei appeared unfazed by the scorpions, offering, "Here's a piece of advice. Hurry home and wash up. Otherwise, only those with blocked noses will fail to catch that odor." Hetow felt utterly humiliated. If this were to get out, it would indeed be disgraceful. He earnestly replied, "Brother Fei, it's one thing to eavesdrop, but spreading the word would be dishonorable." Meng Fei stared in disbelief, then nodded. "A mother tiger, indeed." Hetow sighed. "Yes, a mother tiger, terrifying in her own right." Meng Fei leaned closer. "Do you simply endure this? Have you never considered how to tame the tiger?" Hetow straightened his back, but then deflated. "I cannot fight her. I cannot provoke her. So I can only appease her." Meng Fei nodded in understanding. "Indeed, that's the only method left. But have you considered how to please her so she feels content?" Don't listen to Fong Jio's nonsense. His only correct point was to provide you with an approach. The specific techniques he suggested are utterly subpar. Seeing that Meng Fei did not seem to harbor ill intentions, Hetow humbly inquired, "Brother Fei, do you have experience in this?" Meng Fei frowned. "Calling me Brother Fei sounds like a flying squirrel. It's irritating. Just call me Brother Fei. It sounds better." The truth is, those embroiled in the situation often fail to see clearly. Step back and consider, why does Fongland enjoy toying with you? Fong Tianqing stood before her, merely a trifling grandson. How could Fongland resist teasing him? Hetow hesitated and finally remarked, "I have heard that I bear a resemblance to her deceased brother." Meng Fei sighed and replied, "You are still too young. I was referring to your intellect. Have you graduated from kindergarten?" Hetow retorted with anger, "If you can speak properly, then do so. For heaven's sake. I am constantly besieged by criticism, nearly reduced to a mere shell of myself. Is it truly enjoyable for you to add insult to injury?" Chapter 17. A misfortune in encounters truly vexed. Meng Fei mockingly observed Hetow, waiting for him to calm down before stating, "It seems you were never cherished as a child." With a dark expression, Hetow strode ahead, prompting Meng Fei to realize he had indeed spoken out of turn. Hetow was orphaned, and such jesting struck a painful chord. Trailing behind Hetow, who walked briskly, Meng Fei remarked, upon reflection, "If you were to meet a girl you fancy, what would you do?" Hetow remained silent, and Meng Fei scoffed. "You would undoubtedly just stand by, lacking the courage to greet her. You are fortunate. Yichang adores your music. Had you not played do you believe you would have had any chance to be so close to her?" Hetow found merit in this argument, slowing his pace. Meng Fei continued, "One must be bold. Yichang has done better. She adores your melodies and has come to Fongland Cottage because of it. She boldly embraces you, serenading you by the moonlit lakeside. Would you have the audacity to do the same?" Hetow chuckled lightly. "I am a man. If I dared to act in such a manner, I would surely be met with disdain." Meng Fei looked at him with a knowing smile. While Hetow touched his own face, realizing Meng Fei was indeed flummoxed, his words had muddled the situation. Meng Fei sighed, taking a deep breath to stave off his frustration. Despite appearing clever, Hetow seemed utterly oblivious. Meng Fei spread his left hand, poking the palm with his right. "Consider it from another angle. If you were to embrace a fierce woman, what reaction would you expect?" Hetow replied with confidence, "I wouldn't let her take advantage of me." Meng Fei delivered a sharp kick to Hetow's rear, inciting his anger. Instinctively, Hetow swung back, but Meng Fei, like a marionette, deftly evaded, only to return as Hetow's hand fell. Hetow's left fist surged forward, and Meng Fei floated back once more, as if weightless, resembling an elusive shadow. Frustration washed over Hetow as he finally grasped that this old rogue, Meng Fei, was a notorious thief, one even two formidable beings could not capture. Walking side by side again, Meng Fei remarked, "The thousand birds technique bestowed upon you by Zhu Gushing is incomplete. It lacks the accompanying footwork." Hetow was taken aback. The technique was a gift from Zhu Gushing? Meng Fei continued, "Zhu Gushing worried about your master's reputation, hence he entrusted the technique to you through him. Knowing this is sufficient. The fact that your master could pass it on speaks volumes of his genuine affection for you. Setting aside any sectarian biases, such magnanimity is remarkable." Hetow felt as though his throat was stuffed with cotton, struggling to clear it while holding back tears. Meng Fei slowly added, "I happen to possess the complementary footwork." Hetow rubbed his nose with the back of his hand, asking, "What are your demands?" Meng Fei smiled slyly at Hetow, who, with a hoarse voice, replied, "Flattery without cause is suspect. I have never expected a free lunch." Meng Fei felt a twinge of annoyance, yet quickly dismissed it. Anyone who suddenly hears of a good fortune cannot help but suspect a trap. Being cautious is not a flaw. Now, returning to Fongland. Have you considered employing my guidance? With that premise established, we can proceed to the next step, including addressing her hidden ailment and acquiring the footwork to accompany your technique. Hetow questioned, "What's in it for you?" Meng Fei's eyes softened as he replied, "Seeing that scene by the lakeside moved me deeply. Zhang Xia secretly recorded it. When Yi Chang's lead song is released, you shall witness how beautiful that moment was. Only those fortunate enough to behold it can truly understand the essence of emotion." Hetow blushed, "You exaggerate." Meng Fei teased, tapping Hetow's shoulder, You underestimate your worth. Do you think Fongland toys with you out of malice? She merely seeks your attention. Do not harbor such a gaze when looking at girls. I am an old man and not swayed by such tricks. Hetow felt repulsed. This old rogue was indeed an eyesore. Meng Fei smiled. Fongland is young and thus resorts to these tactics to capture your notice. If you disregard her, she will undoubtedly become incensed. When you casually embrace her, believe me, she will feel an electric spark. Hetow nodded repeatedly, but upon hearing the last statement, he grew wary. Fei Ge, this doesn't seem right. If I embrace her and she is pleased, what then? I fancy. Yi-chan. Meng Fei scoffed. Without winning Fongland over, do you think you can enjoy peaceful moments with Yi-chan? Hetow pondered deeply. Wait, isn't this playing with fire? You and Jioshu seem to have ulterior motives. Meng Fei chuckled heartily. This foolish boy had finally awakened. With a concerned expression, he said, You are aware of Fongland's hidden struggles. She is in a vulnerable state, and if you ignore her, what if love turns to hatred? Heaven forbid. When a woman goes mad, it is catastrophic. Are you not afraid? Hetow pursed his lips, unwilling to voice his fear. Meng Fei continued ominously, If you provoke her, she may very well haunt you with a gun, leaving you terrified and unwell. Will your master assist you? He can only offer words of advice. For she is his beloved niece, untouchable and unspeakable. Would Zhu Gushing intervene? That old rogue would relish the spectacle. Do you understand what it means to live in seclusion? It is to observe the world with a detached, amused heart, thereby grasping the ultimate truth. Such a person is inherently cold-hearted and untrustworthy. Hetow sighed. After your words, it seems there are no good people left in the world. Meng Fei reassured him. In a morally corrupt age, those who see through the facade become disheartened. Yet beauty still exists. When you are with Yi-chan, devoid of ulterior motives, it is simply two kindred spirits walking together, two picturesque youths. Who could bear to ruin such a connection? Even the hardest of hearts can be softened. Hetow halted once more. Fei Ge, tell me honestly, does Sister Lanting have feelings for me? Meng Fei sighed. How long is your reflex arc? You are only now realizing such a straightforward truth. Hetow sensed something amiss. He harbored a vague suspicion, yet deemed it impossible. Fongland often teased him, leading him to believe she thrived on amusement at his expense, corrupting the entire military camp. Moreover, Fongland was an officer in the Special Forces, a direct descendant of the Fong family. And her stunning beauty and alluring figure made it seem improbable for someone like Hetow to catch her eye. Yet, after Meng Fei's prompting, Hetow began to wonder if she truly did harbor feelings for him. It seemed she simply lacked the understanding of how to express such affection, opting for the most clumsy methods to gain his attention. Suddenly enlightened, Hetow exclaimed, Fei Ge, are you setting me up? If Sister Lanting likes me and you encourage me to embrace her, isn't that seduction? Meng Fei retorted unabashedly, Absolutely. If even the mature women who admire you do not dare to seduce, then what use are you? Hetow quickened his pace. There are no good people among you. I'm leaving. Meng Fei watched with a smile as Hetow hurried away, reflecting on the beauty of youth and the purity of heart that cannot withstand the weeds of corruption. Yet, he pondered how long such innocence could endure. Meng Fei held disdain for the recluse Zhu Gushing, preferring to stir the pot, for he believed this too was a path to understanding the ultimate truth. As Hetow approached the courtyard gate, he feigned tying his shoelaces beneath a maple tree, stealthily pocketing 2 battle scorpions. Striving to appear nonchalant, he returned home to find Fong Jiu on the phone, while Zhu Gusheng, Fong Rujing, and Tu Sha sat at the table, savoring tea. Hetow entered, and both Zhu Gusheng and the others simultaneously caught a whiff of the air, instinctively lowering their heads. Fong Jiu caught sight of Hetow's arrival. He raised his left hand in a casual greeting and declared loudly, at least 500 more personnel should be dispatched for the construction, accelerating the laying of the lawn. Within a week, I demand the sewer pipes to be sealed. There must be no delays. Money is not an issue. Ilong Yu, it's nothing. Hurry upstairs to wash up and get some rest. Fong Jiu, merely in the foundation building stage, could not compare to the golden core cultivators, let alone the ancient Yuaning masters. However, none had practiced the heavenly nasal technique, and their sensitivity to scent was quite comparable. The intense feminine fragrance emanating from Hetow was lost on him alone. None present were Na'vi, and they understood the implications of the scent immediately. Hetow ascended the stairs briskly, suspecting that his master and the others had caught a whiff of something. Fongland's hidden affliction was not to be disclosed. It was best left unexplained. Fong Jiu's face flushed with indignation. Feigning a phone call, he retreated into the study, shutting the door behind him and trembling with laughter until tears streamed down his face. What a clever ruse. Fong Jiu had merely suggested that Hetow flatter Fongland. But who could have imagined Hetow's charm would be so potent, yielding results beyond all expectations? Tu Sha's face twitched as he rose to collect the teacups of several individuals, hastily retreating to the kitchen, gritting his teeth in frustration. Zhu Gushing regarded Fong Rujing with a knowing smirk, to which the flustered Fong Rujing coughed awkwardly and stammered, "Ilong's primal essence is not yet dissipated. Nothing must have occurred." Zhu Gushing, unable to contain his laughter any longer, departed in a manner akin to fleeing, his cane tucked under his arm. Fong Rujing's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. This niece had caused him endless worry. His own disciple was equally troublesome, not knowing to clean up before returning. The more Fong Rujing pondered, the more tangled the situation became. If Hetow's primal essence was indeed intact, then where did this scent originate? It was as though the wind had carried it a considerable distance. Such analysis could only lead to further embarrassment. The more he dissected the matter, the more humiliating it became for Fongland. The beautiful major from the Special Operations Unit had been reduced to this disgraceful state by the barely adult Hetow. It was likely that Fongland would be too mortified to join for dinner the following day. Chapter 18. The Subversion of Worldviews. Hetow returned to his bedroom, scrubbing himself vigorously and meticulously sniffing for any lingering odors before stepping out. Fatigued from the day's events and startled by that old rogue, Hetow nonetheless committed to his meditation practice of the thousand birds technique. After a considerable effort, his mind at last settled into tranquility. This time, entering the meditative state was slightly more challenging, but there were no other anomalies. As Hetow began to channel his vital energy into his meridians, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that his vital energy had divided into 3 streams instead of the usual 2. This revelation meant he could simultaneously direct energy into 3 meridians, enhancing his efficiency by a substantial 50%. Overjoyed but momentarily distracted, Hetow snapped out of his trance. He took a moment to collect himself and re-entered his meditative state, diligently pushing his vital energy to clear the congested meridians. He had heard that when condensing vital energy, it was advisable to utilize a meridian breakthrough pill to assist in the process, making it significantly easier. However, neither Fong Rujing nor Zhu Gushing had mentioned such a pill, leading Hetow to conclude that the efficacy of such elixirs was perhaps overrated. He was quite satisfied with his progress in clearing the meridians, gradually allowing the thought of the pill to fade from his mind. Every day, Hetow focused on 2 meridians, completing a cycle every 6 days. With his vital energy now divided into 3 streams, he could complete a cycle in merely 4 days. The acceleration of his progress filled him with delight. Once his mental energy was exhausted, he lay there, clutching his pillow in a stupor. Being held by Fongland felt embarrassingly intimate, yet he relished the sensation. He resolutely refused to admit his fondness for it, only reliving the moment in the stillness of the night. Images of Yixiang Yichun flashed through Hetow's mind, prompting him to bury his face in the pillow, torn by confusion. Why was there no one to guide him? His master stirred the waters. The elder observed with a detached demeanor, posing as a sage. Uncle Gio had dug a pit for him. The old rogue had merely deepened that pit. As for the slaughterer, that fellow seemed utterly devoid of sense. They were all merely watching the spectacle, surely. Why had they never considered his feelings or understood his suffering? As Hetow drifted into a hazy slumber, he faintly sensed someone entering his room. He mumbled a response and turned over, sinking back into sleep. The morning sun poured in, rousing Hetow as he stretched and sat up. The numbers danced in his left eye, prompting him to lock onto the interface and select the combat screen. 3 battle scorpions appeared, one more than the previous day. He sat there, bewildered. Last night, while practicing the thousand birds technique, he had discovered 3 streams of vital energy. Today, the number of battle scorpions had increased to 3. If he could divide his vital energy into 4 streams, could he not control 4 scorpions simultaneously? Clutching his blanket, a foolish grin crept onto his face at the thought of commanding 12 streams of vital energy to simultaneously clear the 12 primary meridians, thereby orchestrating 12 battle scorpions to fight on his behalf. The unfortunate cultivator would be no match for him. He was merely a foundational stage practitioner, not a chi cultivator like Hetow. 2 battle scorpions could deliver a fatal strike, and with 12 unleashing their full power, defeating a golden core cultivator seemed plausible, though perhaps not entirely feasible, at least not against a peak foundational stage cultivator. Downstairs, his master's voice called out, breaking Hetow's reverie. He rose to retrieve his leather outfit, only to find it missing. It appeared someone had indeed entered yesterday. On the bedside table lay a lightweight tailcoat and a pristine silk shirt. Hetow donned the attire before the mirror, feeling a distinct shift in his demeanor. Descending the stairs, he found breakfast already laid out, with Fongland having finished her meal. As Hetow approached the table, Fongland picked up a gleaming razor and tidied up the hair on the sides of Hetow's scalp, remarking, "Your Uncle Gio has made arrangements. Filming for Spring Overture begins today. Eat well, lest you find yourself pressed for time at lunch." Hetow bit into a bean paste bun and replied, "It seems Isyang is filming today as well. There's bound to be a conflict. Whom should I prioritize? It's quite a dilemma." The slaughterer scoffed. "That insufferable woman is being dramatic." Hetow pointed his bun at the slaughterer, saying, "Master, he insulted me." Fongland chuckled. "Uncle Zhu is merely teasing. It won't cost you anything." The slaughterer snorted, and Hetow felt his appetite wane. The slaughterer sipped his kanji, remarking, "Caught between a rock and a hard place, huh? Choosing one means losing the other. What do you think, Uncle Gio?" Uncle Gio cast a wary glance at Zhu Gushing, nodding vigorously, a sharp observation. Hetow sensed something amiss. The slaughtherer's comments seemed laden with ulterior motives, hinting at more than just filming conflicts. The slaughterer laughed heartily, suddenly recalling Hetow's appearance upon his return, and burst into laughter. Zhu Gushing rapped the table with his chopsticks, while the slaughterer stifled his laughter, the corners of his mouth twitching in amusement. Hetow fixed his gaze on Uncle Gio. "Uncle, I encountered someone last night." Uncle Gio shot a glare at the slaughterer. "Do share." Hetow continued, "That person claimed you were setting me up." Uncle Gio's face flushed with anger. "Who the hell is causing trouble? Tell Uncle Gio, and I'll deal with him." Zhu Gusheng, unable to endure further, banged his chopsticks on the table again. Uncle Gio raised his hands in surrender, realizing he should refrain from discussing such distasteful matters during breakfast. Zhu Gushing sipped his kanji leisurely as Hetow added, "Meng Fei. PFF." The composed Zhu Gushing spat his kanji across the table, while Uncle Gio jabbed Hetow's forehead. "Nonsense." Hetow persisted. He mentioned that the thousand birds technique has a complementary movement technique. This was no longer idle chatter, without guidance from a master. Hetow would never have known of the existence of such a technique, something Uncle Gio himself was unaware of. Fongland halted her shaving. The slaughterer stiffened. Uncle Gio stood in stunned silence, and Zhu Gushing repeatedly wiped the corners of his mouth with a napkin. Hetow chewed thoughtfully, refusing to elaborate further. Fongland, feeling the weight of several piercing gazes, asserted, "Ilong, this is no laughing matter." Hetow pressed on. "Yesterday, Meng Fei stealthily entered the military camp and surprised Sister Lanting in her study. During the ensuing chaos, he pursued me." "Uncle Gio, you must tell me, are you setting me up?" Uncle Gio glanced helplessly at Fongland, who silently rejected him with her eyes. Uncle Gio stammered, "How could I set you up? We are family." Hetow stuffed the last piece of his bun into his mouth, "But I do not bear the surname Fong. Sister Lanting does." Uncle Gio squirmed uncomfortably, knowing that the troublesome Meng Fei was stirring up chaos. Sweat began to bead on Uncle Gio's brow. The slaughterer broke the silence. "A master and disciple share a father-son bond. In essence, you are family." Hetow inquired, "Then why must I go to such lengths to please Sister Lanting?" "You know that approach will only complicate matters and tarnish my reputation as someone caught between two parties. I fear no gossip. but I do not wish to be burdened by a guilty conscience. The razor glided smoothly over his scalp, producing a crisp sound. Fongland's expression remained as still as water, her heart harboring a deep-seated animosity towards Meng Fei. Uncle Gio wiped the sweat trickling down his forehead with a napkin. This is hardly a setup. Meng Fei is an esteemed senior, and one should not distort the truth. Right, Zhu Gusheng? The ball was finally in Zhu Gusheng's court, who, with feigned sincerity, replied, I refrained from mentioning this earlier to avoid distracting you. Your master believes you should follow your instincts. This notion is quite commendable, and I wholeheartedly agree. Fongland nodded vigorously, then remembered Hetow could not see her. She added, my views align closely with those of your master. You are young and should pursue what you desire. I trust you, as a good child, will not engage in any unscrupulous deeds. Thus you may enjoy life to the fullest. Hetow, in a state of solitude, remarked, no one can enjoy life without paying a price. I acknowledge my youth, particularly my youthful intellect, and I yearn for guidance from others, not solely in my spiritual practice, but also on the journey of life. Master, I find myself quite disheartened. Tu Sha stood up and said, the weather today is splendid. Fong Jiu also rose, stating, the photography team should have arrived, and the additional work crew should be here as well. I shall go and check. If Hetow were to raise a ruckus, it would only invite ridicule from the elderly gentleman. Instead, he spoke his genuine thoughts with utmost seriousness, which instilled a profound sense of pressure. This was not a moment for jest, for Hetow was genuinely perplexed about life. Fongland, in silence, continued to shave Hetow's head, repeatedly going over the same spots, as if no matter how much he shaved, it would never be entirely clean. Zhu Gusheng finally posed a question. Let me ask you, which is more delectable, a red bean bun or a glutinous rice cake? Hetow hesitated and replied, they are quite similar, each possessing its own flavor. Zhu Gusheng countered, how can you choose without having tasted them? Is it merely based on appearances? The essence cannot be discerned through mere observation. It requires careful savoring. Without trying, how can you know which suits you best? Fongland nodded vigorously, acknowledging the wisdom of the elder. Hetow remained silent, pursing his lips. Zhu Gusheng continued, is there anything wrong with Fong Jiu suggesting you try a glutinous rice cake after you've taken a liking to the red bean bun? Hetow thoughtfully raised his head and responded, they are not the same. Life and food cannot be compared. Zhu Gusheng inquired, are you not finished yet? Fongland, flustered, replied, I'm done, I'll go tidy up. Observing Fongland's hasty retreat, Zhu Gusheng remarked, there are some things I truly wish not to say, yet cannot refrain from expressing. Young man, how can you know your choice is right without experiencing a few women? Hetow gazed at Zhu Gusheng in astonishment, hardly believing such words could come from someone of his esteemed stature. Sighing, Zhu Gusheng said, people are inherently different. Do you not agree? Hetow nodded. Zhu Gusheng continued, a mature woman possesses her own allure, while a young girl has her own merits. These are the distinctions you can perceive. The myriad differences, with their unique subtleties, can only be discerned through personal experience. Hetow found himself utterly dumbfounded, his worldview collapsing before him. Chapter 19. Prelude to Spring. Zhu Gusheng disdainfully remarked, your master is too embarrassed to discuss such matters with you. As a direct descendant of the Hanha Fong family, do you think he would admit to having fewer conquests? I would dare to question him face to face. Would you dare to listen? Hetow covered his ears, finding the topic too taboo. Zhu Gusheng's voice resonated in Hetow's ears to prevent their offspring from being ensnared by carnal desires. Aristocratic families often allow their young men to indulge in a period of debauchery after reaching adulthood. Only through such experiences can they learn to temper their hearts and not be blinded by beauty. This is a fundamental life lesson. Zhu Gusheng's eyes narrowed as he looked at Hetow, asking, how do you know you are not merely a whetstone for Yichang's emotional trials? Hetow's face drained of color as Zhu Gusheng continued, Yichang is already foundationally established at 18. Have you considered how extraordinary her talent is? Can you fathom the strength of the family supporting her? Hetow's mind became a tumult of confusion as Zhu Gusheng continued mercilessly. Did you ever think of a long-lasting future with Yichang when you heard her sing? Now that she is by your side, you have spun beautiful fantasies. But one day, Yi Chang is destined to leave. What will you do then? Will you weep and plead, clinging to her sleeve? Hetow's lips turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. Zhu gushing rose, saying, "Let your life burn in earnest, even if it leaves you scarred. Your master may disapprove, but I support you. I need to change my attire. Today we film Prelude to Spring. Stay spirited." As Zhu gushing left, Hetow sat there, his mind a blank slate. He realized that he had merely been lost in a delusion, enchanted by the beauty before him, forgetting that he was merely an orphan, bereft of parents, with an insurmountable chasm between him and those born into privilege. Time passed unnoticed until a knock on the door broke the silence. Fongjiu beckoned from the entrance. Hetow rubbed his face vigorously, returned to his bedroom to retrieve his violin case, and simultaneously pulled out his phone to call Mihu, saying, "Mihu, I'm recording a new song today. Come join the excitement. If anyone tries to stop you, just say you are my classmate. That's all." As Hetow stepped outside, he was startled by the dense crowd. Dressed impeccably, Fongjiu pointed at the diverse group and explained, "I hadn't planned to allow the staff currently in training to enter early. Thus, when Yi Chang arrived yesterday, I only called in 70 people. After careful consideration, I realized we must have everyone in work mode, training for several months." Among the crowd were security personnel dressed in uniform-like attire, maids in black and white skirts, and chefs in white coats with tall hats. A personal steward clad in a tailcoat and a gardener wielding scissors completed the scene, with hundreds standing before Hetow. All eyes on the rising young musical prodigy of Fengwu City. Fongjiu raised his voice slightly. "Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed professionals from various fields, I am honored to introduce Mr. Hetow, the master of Fongland Xiaozhu. From now on, you may refer to him as the young master. He has entrusted me with the full management of Fongland Xiaozhu, and I am thrilled to work alongside all of you, a bond that may last for many years." He was, indeed, the master of his own domain. The youthful and beautiful maids glanced at him, their eyes sparkling. Fongjiu clapped his hands. "I have temporarily appointed a foreman who will lead you into work mode. Once we are on track, each sector will select a deputy manager and 4 foremen to implement a military-style management system, assisting me in managing Fongland Xiaozhu. Now let us get busy." Under the guidance of the temporary foreman, the staff departed. Hetow's gaze involuntarily drifted toward the house where Yi Chang resided. Fongjiu remarked, "Miss Yi Chang is accustomed to rising late. Let us commence filming. We will return to Jinghu, where I believe the location is truly splendid." Zhu Gushing and Fong Rujing also emerged, both clad in matching tailcoats, an old and young pair perfectly attired. Fong Rujing's expression remained impassive, betraying no emotion. Tu Sha remained at home, rarely indulging in the spectacle. The 4 arrived at Jinghu, where Director Xie, sporting a bushy beard, awaited them. Alongside a dozen filming crew members were a large group of 5- or 6-year-old children. The boys donned tailcoats while the girls wore vibrant long dresses, appearing exquisitely adorable. Director Xie jogged over, his astonishment evident as he admired Hetow's new hairstyle, giving a thumbs up, absolutely stylish. "Young Master Jiu, you should have informed me beforehand. We must have all the boys changed to this hairstyle. It would undoubtedly look fantastic." Fongjiu replied, "Let us first capture the preliminary footage. This time we must be meticulous." Director Xie inquired, "What about the leading lady? Will it still be Officer Fong? It seems somewhat mismatched. She embodies a cold elegance. Whereas this time, the female lead should be more gentle and approachable." Fongjiu signaled discreetly, "Let us film the first short segment. The children may take a few days to get into character." Director Xie nodded vigorously, addressing the children, "Young masters and young ladies. Brother Ilong needs you to give it your all in this performance. I promised you that once filming is complete, each of you can take a photo with Brother Ilong and receive his autograph. So let us work hard." Once Hetow appeared, the innocent and adorable children were transfixed, unable to tear their eyes away from him. How could the star seen on television compare to witnessing him in person, especially with Hetow's new hairstyle, which was simply breathtaking? A grand piano was set up on the pristine beach as the lighting technicians and cameramen worked swiftly to set up their equipment. Others washed away the messy footprints on the sand, leaving it clean and smooth. In less than half an hour, everything was ready. The assistant director guided the crew. instructing the young actors on their positioning. After all, the beach's smoothness was delicate, and a single misstep would require them to re-level the sand, a time-consuming task. Hetow took out his violin and stood on the beach as several cameras pointed at him from various angles. He tested a few notes, and not only Zhu Gushing, but even Fongland, who often listened to Hetow play, could tell something was amiss. His performance was off-key. Not only was the music discordant, but Hetow's expression lacked joy, appearing instead burdened by sorrow. Zhu Gushing glanced at Fongland, who maintained an impassive facade, feigning ignorance. The conversation during breakfast had severely affected Hetow's mindset. Fongland was not concerned about the filming outcome, but Hetow's current state would undoubtedly impact his cultivation. Earning money was one aspect. Fundamentally, it was about his growth. Fongland felt as if he had inadvertently stepped on a stone that hurt his foot. Director Xie watched anxiously, turning to Fongjiu. Fongjiu called out loudly, "Yilong, pull yourself together. Are you still half asleep?" Hetow struggled to adjust his emotions, unable to find the essence of performing Prelude to Spring. With a deep breath, Zhu Gushing suggested, "Try playing Winter Love Song to find your feeling." Hetow closed his eyes, the melancholic melody resonating by the lakeside under the rising sun. Zhu Gushing spread his arms wide, embracing the brilliant spring light, and somehow, Hetow managed to capture the sorrowful essence of Winter Love Song. Fongjiu and director Xie exchanged glances, and the director hurriedly gestured. The prepared children split into two groups, walking onto the sand with measured steps, the boys on the left and the girls on the right. As they aligned perfectly with Hetow at the center, both groups extended their right hands simultaneously, beginning to dance to the melody of Winter Love Song. Hetow's heart was heavy with sorrow. Yichang would inevitably depart. All of this had merely been his unrequited longing. He had envisioned a lasting future. But the dream dissipated too swiftly, Zhu Gushing's harsh reminders leaving his fragile heart in tatters. Fongland whispered, "Your emotional fluctuations are too great. This is detrimental to your cultivation." Fongjiu added softly, "You expect too much. Perfection is rare. High talent, good comprehension, and strong psychological resilience. Have you ever encountered such a genius?" Fongland paused briefly before transmitting. "Experiencing several women would suffice. You should arrange that. Even if it results in a playboy, I would rather not see him ensnared by his affections." Fongjiu exhibited a look of disdain. Fongland had once endured similar trials imposed by their family. Yet now, after a decade of seclusion, she remained resolute in her refusal to return to the clan. Who, then, was truly ensnared by their affections? Hetow, enveloped in a melancholic melody, believed that only such a tune could articulate his current emotions. Suddenly, he felt an inkling and turned to see Mi Hu and the others appearing not far from the lakeside, enraptured as they admired Hetow's violin performance. Hetow smiled and nodded gently, while Mi Hu and the others enthusiastically waved in greeting. Apart from Lu Xiaojun, who continued to grapple with the mundane path, all 22 others had arrived, including Su Mengya, who looked on with a beaming smile at Hetow. Hetow felt his spirits lift considerably and exhaled, saying, "I believe I have found my rhythm. Filming can commence." Fongjiu remained speechless, realizing that Hetow was entirely unaware that a segment had already been filmed. Fongjiu nodded at director Xie, who swiftly organized the crew to smooth the beach with fresh water. The cheerful strains of a piano began to resonate. As Hetow smiled at the camera, in harmony with the bright piano notes, his bow decisively struck the strings, marking the official commencement of Spring Overture. In stark contrast to the earlier sorrowful melody, this was the exquisite tune perfectly suited for the moment. Hetow noticed the group of children lining up to enter once more, and as his gaze shifted back from his classmates, the music paused momentarily. A young girl, clad in a resplendent gown and radiating a smile as bright as spring, approached from afar. The music abruptly quickened, and Hetow turned, retreating while guiding a small boy on his left forward. An enchanting fragrance wafted through the air as Yichang, lifting the hem of her gown, gracefully retreated alongside Hetow, leading the little girls with joyful steps. In the distance, Mi Hu and the others were utterly mesmerized. "Yichang, the national beauty, Yichang? Is it truly her?" Hetow had actually invited Yichang to dance alongside him. The grandeur of this scene was overwhelming. Beneath the southeast maple trees, Fongland struck the trunk with her fist. Shoo! Fongland gasped, looking up in astonishment. Perched like a monkey on a branch above her was Meng Fei, who whispered, "This is the most splendid moment. Do not spoil it." Chapter 20. The artistic old cynic, the notorious thief Meng Fei, lay in concealment at Maple Forest Cottage, while Fongland remained in a state of heightened anxiety. The harrowing events of midnight yesterday had fueled her loathing for this old scoundrel to an extreme degree. At this moment, upon discovering the rogue perched directly above her, Fongland deftly brandished 3 slender short swords in her hands. Meng Fei, growing impatient, warned her, "Do not cause a disturbance, lest I shatter your Sanyang sword." Fongland hesitated, fully aware that Meng Fei was no ordinary thief. He was a formidable bandit that even a nascent soul master would find challenging to confront. The Sanyang sword had been hard-earned, and the thought of its destruction pained her deeply. Fongland, sensing a shift, narrowed his eyes. When Fongland struck the tree trunk with a fist, he was alerted to her distress. As his mental force locked onto her, he perceived her unusual state. Yet he could not detect Meng Fei's presence and could only conclude that Fongland was in peril. Meng Fei gazed into the distance, swaying his head to a cheerful melody, appearing utterly entranced, while Fongland ground her teeth in frustration, feeling helpless. Suddenly, Meng Fei descended, seizing Fongland's arm and whisking her away. Just as she prepared to resist, a beam of azure sword light descended from above. Upon witnessing Fongland's abduction, an aged voice thundered, "Wretched girl, pay for my son's life." Fongland's aura erupted, as his golden flying sword transformed into a magnificent rainbow, cleaving through the azure sword light. The 2 swords clashed mid-air, causing Fongland's complexion to pale drastically. This was no mere golden core master. Fongland felt a chill run down his spine. Meng Fei tossed Fongland onto the beach, and before she could fully land, she nimbly rolled and regained her footing. The 3 small swords suddenly expanded, transforming into 3 chilling longswords that circled around her like a tempest. An elongated-faced elder emerged from the depths of Maple Forest, snarling, "Wretched girl, meet your end." Zhu Gusheng, leaning on his cane, stood up as 2 flying swords whistled toward them, one belonging to Lao Bao, the other to the slaughter. The 2 flying swords, carrying their respective golden core masters, rushed forth and hovered beside Fongland's sword. The elder, noticing 3 golden core cultivators stationed, hovered in midair, declaring, "A debt must be settled with its rightful owner. I do not wish to massacre indiscriminately. Unrelated friends, retreat. We shall meet again in the future." Yichang grasped Hetow's arm, pulling him behind her. Hetow, unable to resist, finally believed Zhu Gusheng's judgment. Although only 18, Yichang was already a foundation establishment cultivator. In contrast, Hetow, at 17, had just begun to condense his true energy. The disparity was stark. Fongland spoke solemnly. "For the murder of an officer from the Special Operations Unit, you will find no refuge from this day forth." The elder scoffed, "The sea is vast, and there is nowhere to hide. Can the Special Operations Unit truly do anything? I care not for your relationship with this wretched girl. She must die today. Furthermore, the true perpetrator behind my son's death must be delivered to me, or a river of blood will flow through Maple Forest Cottage." Fongland inquired, "Who is your son?" The elder replied, "A few days ago, he ventured into the Mirror Palace and was slain by an inexplicable weapon. 2 penetrating wounds, my son met a miserable end. I seek 2 enemies, the highest-ranking officer of the Special Operations Unit and the one who struck the fatal blow." Fongland's gaze shifted toward Zhu Gusheng, who she had long believed was responsible for the death of the cultivator. Now, with vengeance sought, Zhu Gusheng was bound to take action. Zhu Gusheng stated, "Your son brought this upon himself. Return." The elder fixed his stare on Zhu Gusheng. "Could it be you who murdered my son? A dignified nascent soul master, yet you would cruelly slay a mere foundation establishment junior before he could finish." A gust of wind swept behind him. The elder hastily tilted his head, but a thin fist landed squarely on the back of his skull, rendering him dizzy and disoriented. Meng Fei, like a shadow, descended upon the elder, raining down punches upon his head while shouting, "I was enjoying my music, and here you are prattling on. If you want to kill, do it swiftly. Why the delay?" Fong Rujing and the others looked on, their expressions vacant. Fong Rujing's flying sword had clashed with the elder's and had suffered a setback. The elder, presumed to be a nascent soul master, was now being beaten mercilessly by this notorious thief. The elder's sword hovered in the air, confronting the 3 flying swords of Fong Rujing and his companions. As the elder fell clumsily to the ground, Meng Fei perched atop him, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, rendering the elder incapable of retrieving his sword. The blows inflicted excruciating pain, making it impossible for him to concentrate his mental energy. Zhu Gushing gripped his cane tightly, observing Meng Fei closely. It dawned on him that he had underestimated this infamous bandit. Formidable, unfathomably powerful. The elder, with a head swollen from the blows, roared, "I'll fight you to the end." From the elder's head, a tiny figure, emanating a misty purple aura, burst forth, a manifestation of a nascent soul. Hetow, witnessing a nascent soul for the first time, was left stunned. Before he could fully grasp the situation, Meng Fei spat a mouthful of saliva, quicker than an arrow, piercing through the elder's nascent soul. The elder emitted a heart-wrenching scream as his nascent soul, weakened and defeated, retreated into his mind. The elder transformed into a streak of blood, vanishing into the distance with the speed of lightning. Meng Fei reached out, grasping the elder's discarded flying sword, and, after a few moments of manipulation, transformed it into a small azure orb, which he casually tucked away. He muttered in frustration, "I told him not to disturb my music. Yet he wouldn't listen, dragging me into this mess. What an insufferable old fool." Fongland stood rigid, realizing the terrifying fate that befell those who interrupted Meng Fei's music. The memory of her own punch against the tree sent chills down her spine. Hetow was the first to react, giving a thumbs up and exclaiming, "Brother Fei is mighty." Meng Fei ambled casually toward the maple forest, hands behind his back, instructing, "Don't let that filthy rat ruin our mood. Continue. The music must remain joyous. Not like the sorrowful tone before that little girl arrived. I detest that feeling." Hetow confessed, "I'm trembling in fear. I can't continue today." Meng Fei laughed heartily, raising his right hand in acknowledgement of Hetow's reasoning. Anyone would feel terror upon seeing a nascent soul master seeking vengeance. Admitting such fear was no shame. Those who fail to recognize fear do not live long, and those who pretend to be brave meet swifter ends. It seemed this lad had potential for longevity. Zhu Gushing watched as Meng Fei ventured into the thicket, a wave of apprehension washing over him, leaving his palms sweaty. Meng Fei's movements had been eerily elusive. The nascent soul master had been entirely unaware of Meng Fei's approach. Zhu Gushing pondered whether he could have evaded Meng Fei's assault had he been in that position. As Meng Fei prepared to enter the forest, Zhu Gushing could not help but inquire, "Dalianhua?" Without turning back, Meng Fei replied, "Dalianhua, Qian Yao Zhu, Xing Sha," ultimately transforming into my own unique technique, Tian Di Guing. Lao Bao approached Fong Rujing, remarking, "Brother Fong's flying sword can contend with a nascent soul master. Impressive indeed." Fong Rujing smiled bitterly, having faced 2 nascent soul masters before, suffering utter defeat. Lao Bao's praise was genuine, yet Fong Rujing, proud and ambitious, could not accept this harsh reality. He felt an unprecedented urgency to break through to the nascent soul stage. How else could he earn the respect of his disciple? Meng Fei, appearing leisurely as he entered the maple forest, quickened his pace. After traversing several hundred meters, he covered his mouth with his sleeve and spat out a mouthful of congealed blood. Defeating that nascent soul master had taken every ounce of strength he possessed. It was not an easy feat. The saliva that pierced the nascent soul had been a manifestation of Meng Fei's innate vital energy. Had victory truly come so easily, he would not have allowed that elder to escape, for a mortal enemy must be eradicated completely. Regrettably, Meng Fei lacked the power to do so. Reflecting on the close call, Meng Fei felt a twinge of regret. Yet, the benefits were substantial, at the very least. The inhabitants of Maple Forest Cottage would no longer harbor ill intentions toward him. Otherwise, Meng Fei feared that while dismantling the Mirror Palace's counteracting elemental array, he might be sabotaged, an event that could prove fatal. Chapter 1. A dose of reality. The arrival of the vengeful nascent soul elder instilled a sense of dread among all, save for a group of innocent children. As the camera ceased its clicks, the jubilant children rushed forth, encircling Hetow in a joyful embrace. The news of the renowned national beauty, Yi Chang, visiting Fongland Cottage had not spread. The children were merely aware of her stunning appearance, oblivious to the fact that her fame far surpassed that of Hetow. When director Xie temporarily enlisted young actors, he did so under the pretext of forming a dance ensemble for Fongland Cottage. This was a star-studded group hailing from Fengwu City, and the parents of the young actors insisted they obtain autographs from the ensemble, a notion the children eagerly remembered. Hetow, gazing at the radiant smiles surrounding him, felt a wave of warmth wash over him. He crouched down, pinching the cheek of a little boy, inquiring, "Would you like your sister to give you an autograph? She is more famous, after all." The little boy, biting his lip, glanced at Yi Chang before shaking his head resolutely. Hetow burst into laughter, while Yi Chang leaned down, casually draping her arm over Hetow's shoulder, asking, "Besides your brother's autograph, whose else would you like?" The boy promptly pointed at Zhu Gushing. The Fongland Cottage ensemble, one was a masked brother, and the other, a grandfather with a white beard. This was a matter that parents had emphasized repeatedly. It was not to be missed. Director Xie approached with a wolfish grin, suggesting, "Shave your head like your brother S. And only then will he hold you for a photo and provide a personal autograph." He shouted, "Whoever is nimble, come and shave the boys' heads, quickly, swiftly." Hetow imagined the delightful scene of a group of little boys sporting identical hairstyles as backup dancers and spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. He then lifted a little girl into his arms, exclaiming, "Let us take a picture." Zhu Gushing approached with a beaming smile, and together they embraced the little girl as the flash of the camera captured the moment. The photograph, adorned with their two signatures, showcased Hetow and Zhu Gushing's focused expressions. Mi Hu and the others gathered closer, their eyes wide with amazement at Yi Chang. The national beauty standing beside Hetow, her presence in Fengwu City, felt surreal. Mi Hu signaled to Tu Qiyuan, who pulled out his phone to capture the moment. Mi Hu, feigning nonchalance, edged closer, but just as he was within half a meter of Yi Chang, Zhang Xia stood directly in his path. Mi Hu's plan faltered, and he awkwardly halted, feeling the sting of failure. But he had a backup plan that would require waiting until Hetow concluded his busy endeavors. The girls took precedence, while the little boys anxiously fidgeted, obediently allowing the crew to shave their hair on the sides, resulting in a mini-army of Hetow lookalikes. Fongland and Fongland whispered to each other, realizing that this time, they had not eradicated the root of the problem. Although the nascent soul elder harbored an intense hatred for Meng Fei, Fongland was also on his list of targets. A battalion of elite soldiers would undoubtedly struggle against the might of a nascent soul elder, and even the intervention of Fongland, a golden core cultivator, would prove futile. The most alarming aspect was the uncertainty of when the elder would return, leaving a sense of dread hanging overhead. Even if Fongland sent a distress signal to the military, they could scarcely dispatch a nascent soul expert to oversee a single battalion. Hearing the joyous laughter of the children only heightened Fongland's anxiety. Fongland calmly reassured her, "Do not lose your composure. We have not yet reached the worst of times. That expert's nascent soul has been severely wounded and cannot return swiftly. If the situation worsens, I will stand guard at the military camp alongside Tu Sha, ensuring that you do not sit idly by." Fongland whispered, "The disparity in realms is overwhelming. 2 golden cores combined cannot match a nascent soul." Fongland replied, "I will devise a plan. With my second uncle present, you need not worry." Fongland hesitated, glancing at Fongland, who shot her a warning look. Fongland understood her unspoken thoughts. No one's words would hold as much weight as those of Hetow, for Zhu Gushing held a fondness for him, rendering others' words ineffective. 36 children were each cradled in Hetow's arms for a photograph, and he handed the signed pictures to the gleeful children, proclaiming, "Uncle Gio, Let us arrange a delightful lunch for everyone. One and all. Fong Jiu interjected with a polite smile. Do you really need to remind me? I have already made arrangements. We have brought in 30 chefs this time. Their skills will be judged by today's lunch. Those lacking talent will be swiftly dismissed to avoid future embarrassment. Hetow hoisted his instrument case and announced, Let us find a place to rest. Mihu tugged at Hetow's arm, suggesting, Hetow, what if we take a picture with Miss Chong? Hetow turned to Chong, who playfully pressed her lips together and extended a finger, indicating that there would only be one group photo. Hetow understood and replied, A group photo it is. Mihu swallowed hard, feeling content, and asked, Can the old man join us as well? Hetow wrapped his left arm around Zhu Gushing, while Chong held onto his right arm. Su Mingya quickly positioned herself beside Chong, and Mihu decisively draped his arm over Hetow's shoulder. Determined to keep his spot, the flash erupted in a dazzling display as photographs emerged from the camera. Hetow exerted a gentle pull, and Zhu Gushing, understanding the cue, accompanied him toward Fong Rujing and Fongland. Fong Rujing felt reassured. Hetow was well aware of the gravity of the situation and would not make a mockery of them. Fong Jiu, wearing a courteous smile, halted the others, stating, Everyone, please follow me. Yilong has some matters to attend to. Director Xia, let us walk together. I have some new ideas to discuss. Today proved to be an eye-opening experience for Director Xia, witnessing Chong's mysterious arrival at Fongland Cottage, alongside the unexpected thrashing of a nascent soul expert, an occurrence that defied imagination yet unfolded before his very eyes. Just how powerful was this Uncle Jiu? With such formidable hidden backing? Hetow nodded at Mihu and the others, while Chong waved goodbye as she departed. Hetow remarked, Zhu Gushing, that person intends to harm Sister Lanting. Zhu Gushing smiled, asking what else. Hetow hesitated, prepared to reveal that he had dispatched the Foundation establishment individual. But Zhu Gushing interjected, Sharing a meal is a bond. If you remain silent, I shall not mock you. Do not overthink, dear child. Zhu Gushing, leaning on his cane, turned to walk back, while Fong Rujing quickly followed. Fongland exhaled deeply. Indeed, Hetow's involvement bore the most weight. With Zhu Gushing's assurance, she felt a sense of calm wash over her. Fongland gazed at the serene lakeside, silently making her way to the military camp. She felt humiliated. In the face of the nascent soul elder's vengeance, she found herself powerless. To guard against future retaliation, she would have to rely on Hetow to enlist Zhu Gushing's aid. The proud Fongland felt ashamed to face Hetow. Hetow hesitated, then opened his arms, embracing Fongland from behind. She felt as if struck by lightning. Her limited imagination had never conceived that Hetow would take such an initiative. He had always seemed fearful and disdainful of her. Hetow's heart raced. This bold gesture was unprecedented, and he feared she might retaliate violently. Yet, he soon sensed Fongland's body quivering slightly as she coldly stated, You need not pity me. Hetow pressed his cheek against her alabaster neck, reassuring her. There is nothing to be ashamed of. The gap in our realms is evident. Engaging in a life-and-death struggle would be folly. His words, though simple, resonated as the most enchanting melody in Fongland's ears. Hetow embraced her tightly before releasing her, saying, Uncle Jiu has instructed the staff at Fongland Cottage to prepare. There should be plenty of delicious food for you and your rascally subordinates. Fongland's rigid form finally softened, and she awkwardly replied, I will consider it. Those fellows have been slacking on their training and cannot afford to be too relaxed. Fongland hastily departed, while Hetow wore a triumphant grin, relishing the feeling of success. As Chong embraced Hetow by the lakeside, Hetow felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety, nearly pushing him to the brink of collapse. Hetow sought to test Meng Fei's assertion, and the outcome confirmed that this embrace indeed had a profound impact on Fongland. Venturing deeper into the woods, Fongland excitedly swung her fist. Relentlessly clinging to Hetow, he was initially resistant. However, today he had taken the initiative to embrace her. Fongland, a seasoned admirer, felt as if she were floating, as though she had just emerged from a five-fold gravity chamber, her feet seemingly resting upon a cloud. Hetow, shouldering his instrument case, strolled leisurely homeward. As he entered the maple grove, the rustling sound filled the air, and he remarked, "There's no one else around here. Feel free to speak openly." Meng Fei chuckled and replied, "I feared that speaking suddenly might startle you." That embrace was truly a stroke of genius. Fongland seems to be walking on air. Hetow rolled his eyes and retorted, "Why are you so preoccupied with such matters?" Meng Fei, descending from a tree, responded, "It's simply delightful. Don't you feel a sense of accomplishment? You admire Yixiang, and Fongland admires you. Whatever made your heart race for Yixiang, just replicate it with Fongland. And watching the beautiful officer become utterly enchanted will reveal to you just how foolish you seem in front of Yixiang." Hetow walked slowly, his gaze lowered, while Meng Fei, hands clasped behind his back, walked alongside him and said, "During breakfast, you sought their counsel on matters of the heart," which was akin to asking the blind for directions. Especially that old scoundrel, the single dog. He was quite the playboy in his youth. Consulting him is just asking for trouble. "Isn't it?" Hetow, astonished, inquired, "Brother Fei, you could hear what we discussed at breakfast?" Meng Fei proudly pointed to his ears and replied, "If I didn't possess extraordinary hearing, how could I be so captivated by your music? My ears are exceptionally sensitive and discerning. The melodies of Yixiang and your playing are irresistibly enchanting to me." Hetow pondered, "Is this truly acceptable? I beg you, when I first met you, I sensed you were a sincere elder brother. Please do not deceive me." Meng Fei fell silent, and Hetow, feeling disheartened, remarked, "I see it now. You must be plotting something to ensnare me." Meng Fei retorted angrily, "Stop right there. Who has set a trap for you?" Chapter 2. No good people in Maple Forest Cottage. Meng Fei, standing on tiptoe, poked Hetow's forehead with his finger and said, "Why can't you see the truth? When you play the violin, you are so graceful and agile. You hardly seem foolish." Hetow glared angrily, brushing aside Meng Fei's bony hand as if it were a withered chicken claw. Meng Fei chuckled, "Aren't you afraid of me? I once made a nascent soul master cower like a dog." Hetow retorted, "What good is fear? Whether you're a golden core cultivator or a nascent soul master makes no difference to me. I still can't defeat you." Meng Fei nodded, "Not entirely foolish. You understand that anger is of no use in certain matters. So why are you so entangled with Fongland and Yixiang? Yixiang practices the water moon heart method and hails from an ancient royal family. You have no future with her. Fongland is an officer in the Special Operations Forces, destined to become a general. Would she marry a mere child like you?" Hetow's face drained of color. Meng Fei continued, "You see, you can't have them, yet you fret over it. Is that not silly? You yourself admit it." A pang of pain struck Hetow's heart. For reasons unknown, he felt a peculiar trust in Meng Fei, despite knowing the old rascal was no saint. This trust only seemed to deepen. Meng Fei, with a sympathetic tone, remarked, "Neither of them worries about these matters. In the grand scheme of things, everyone must eventually die. The purpose of living is to do what one desires, to avoid leaving regrets behind. What you must do is, follow your heart. Yes, I am quite wise. Consider your performance of Winter Love Song, so melancholic and sorrowful. Now, with the spring's arrival, your spring overture should be jubilant and uplifting. When it comes to matters of the heart, it's akin to playing different melodies. It is best to follow one's instincts to truly enter the moment. If you favor a pure, innocent romance, pursue Yixiang under the blossoms. If you prefer a fiery seductress, then indulge with Fongland." Hetow quickened his pace. It was clear that the old thief was not a good influence, having overestimated his moral compass. Meng Fei, calmly walking beside Hetow, said, "It seems this analogy doesn't resonate with you, so let us try something more direct. You've cultivated the thousand birds technique, even though it was passed down by your master. You shouldn't seek guidance from others." Hetow's steps faltered. Meng Fei sighed dramatically. But what if an old rascal happened to have the supplementary identity of the thousand birds technique? What then? Would learning in secret be considered a betrayal of your master? If you don't study, the intricacies of the thousand birds technique will remain elusive. Hetow halted. While Meng Fei feigned melancholy, the heart method and body method of the thousand birds technique have been separated for many years. So much so that many do not realize they complement each other as a unified practice. Alas, reuniting a top-tier technique that has been divided for so long is no small feat. Hetow's lips moved, while Meng Fei wore an expression of deep conflict, akin to someone suffering from chronic constipation. Ultimately, should you connect with the nation's beauty through music, or would it be more comfortable to embrace the beautiful officer? Hetow clenched his fists, wishing he could punch the grinning old rascal in the face for being so unscrupulous. Meng Fei struggled to suppress his laughter, relishing Hetow's furious expression. Finally, he composed himself and said seriously, Fongland is your master's niece. Otherwise, he would have done everything in his power to bring you and Yichang closer. Do not overestimate your master. He is not a virtuous man, and those from noble families have their share of ulterior motives. Hetow did not wish to hear disparagement of his master and turned to leave. Meng Fei called after him, Have you thought it through? I refuse to believe you are so naively innocent. Those 2 scorpions you were wary of yesterday are not unknown to others. Hetow turned back. My master says everyone has their own privacy, which they need not share. Meng Fei, standing on tiptoe, attempted to wrap an arm around Hetow's shoulders. Exactly. Who doesn't have a few secrets? It's nothing to be ashamed of. Your master's thinking is straightforward. He wishes for his beloved niece to marry his cherished disciple. The problem is, Fongland is older than you and holds a military position. This complicates matters, and it is your master who should be concerned. Yichang will undoubtedly retreat to her family in the future. This is a long-standing rule of that royal lineage. She simply desires to experience a love that leaves a profound impression, a beautiful memory of youth. Thus, your master worries you might not handle Yichang's sudden departure well, which leaves him uneasy. Have you come to understand this? Hetow raised 2 fingers, saying, I'm straddling 2 boats. When Yichang leaves, I still have Lanting as a backup. It won't be so hard, right? Meng Fei clapped Hetow on the shoulder. I knew you weren't foolish. Now let me teach you something wise. Harbor grand aspirations. Just as your music is not meant for a single listener, but for the enjoyment of countless audiences, having more listeners will not diminish you, but elevate your glory. You must satisfy Yichang's yearning for pure love while also fulfilling Fongland's desires. This is a noble spirit of giving. Do not feel guilt for straddling 2 boats. Hetow inquired, What about the body technique of the 1,000 birds technique? Meng Fei playfully tugged Hetow's nose. I knew you were a rogue, always fixated on it. Hetow retorted defiantly, You kept teasing me, urging me to speak. Meng Fei suddenly seized Hetow's arm, propelling him forward. Hetow felt the maple trees on either side blur past him, the rapid pace leaving him breathless. Meng Fei commanded, Channel the 1,000 birds technique. In the past, I lacked the heart method and struggled through my own trials to understand the body method. Based on my deductions, using the heart method while performing the body technique is the correct approach to the 1,000 birds technique. Relax. Let your spirit soar like a bird flying through the forest or soaring in the open sky. You must believe you are that bird, free and unrestrained. Meng Fei led Hetow in sudden changes of direction, causing Hetow to feel nauseous. Meng Fei urged, Focus. Do not dwell solely on how to charm the young ladies. This is a survival of the fittest era. Running fast is often more advantageous than sheer strength. Hetow swiftly calmed himself, silently channeling the scorpion runes. Meng Fei, keenly aware of Hetow's energy fluctuations, heard a faint whisper in his ear, an incantation strikingly similar to the 1,000 birds technique. It was the complementary body technique manual. Hetow kicked out with his right foot, striking a horizontal branch, and, using Meng Fei's pull, soared sideways. Meng Fei praised, Good. Go with the flow. Do not foolishly rely solely on brute strength. Geese migrate in formation. The trailing geese utilize the updraft created by their companions. Hetow's kick was not arbitrary. He could channel his energy while precisely gauging the approaching branch, skillfully leveraging the impact to propel himself towards his intended direction. Meng Fei was astonished by Hetow's keen understanding. The body and heart methods were originally one, yet they had been divided for too many years. Hetow had repeatedly contemplated the heart method of the 1,000 birds technique, and now, with access to the body technique manual, he rapidly synthesized their teachings. The advantage of multitasking allowed Hetow to excel in his practice. As he channeled his energy, he observed his surroundings, contemplating the complementary relationship between the body and heart methods. By stretching his body, different postures could guide the energy towards various meridians. This was the true method of cultivating the thousand birds technique. Hetow's energy flowed without needing his conscious direction, as his body adapted to the changing environment. It instinctively surged through the blocked meridians, causing a subtle ache within. When practicing agility, the effects of training far surpassed those of meditation. Hetow felt that merely being swept through the air by Meng Fei for a brief few minutes was equivalent to half an hour of deep meditation. It became clear that true cultivation does not consist merely of directing one's vital energy to strike different meridians, but rather allowing the vital energy to flow and impact naturally during movement. Different postures stimulate different meridians, and by employing the entire range of movements, all 12 primary meridians are engaged in succession. Hetow raised his left hand, the fierce wind rendering it impossible for him to speak. As Meng Fei halted, Hetow's feet touched the ground, and his body began to sway in circles, causing him to feel dizzy. Meng Fei laughed heartily, taking delight in his predicament. Before him, countless golden stars flickered, and using his lute case for support, he steadied himself and remarked, "I have discovered the correct method. The impact on the meridians is quite painful. It seems I cannot practice too much each day." Meng Fei shook his head, and Hetow continued, "It is not a lack of willpower. Rather, I am concerned about damaging my meridians." Meng Fei replied, "It is not that you lack determination, but rather, your talent is truly exceptional, surpassing my expectations. Let us go. I have been struck by the reality of this." In his earlier years, Meng Fei had only acquired the Qian Niao Ju technique for agility, struggling to cultivate with the incomplete manual and enduring much hardship due to the absence of a complementary mental method. Later, he amalgamated several other techniques to create his unique style, the lonely shadow of heaven and earth. Although Hetow possessed the Qian Niao Ju mental method, his comprehension was astonishingly quick. In such a short time, he had grasped the essence of cultivation. The meridians, it seemed, could scarcely withstand the onslaught of vital energy. A rapid advancement that left Meng Fei feeling somewhat inferior. Like a tipsy wanderer, Hetow stumbled out of the maple forest, where a line of impeccably dressed security personnel stood at intervals of 50 meters, diligently beginning their duties. The 20 or so houses near the residence of the solitary were now in operation. Although they remained unrenovated, private stewards and maids had already taken their positions, preparing for rigorous training in anticipation of the esteemed guest's arrival at the Maple Grove cottage. Mi Hu and the others were rendered speechless by the transformation. The Maple Grove cottage was utterly different from anything they had previously seen. What magnitude of undertaking could orchestrate the simultaneous labor of thousands, alongside hundreds of service staff diligently at work? Chapter 3. Deterrence. Hetow staggered out, and a butler clad in a tailcoat hurried over, saying, "Young master, allow me to assist you back." Hetow felt heavy-headed and light-footed as the butler took the piano case on his back and supported Hetow's arm, leading him towards Zhu Guxing's courtyard, his demeanor both respectful and courteous. Upon reaching the courtyard gate, 2 security guards stood at attention, saying in unison, "Young master." Hetow weakly waved his hand, leaving Mi Hu and the others in stunned silence. "Young master? Where did this identity come from?" Mi Hu approached, pulling a chair for Hetow to sit down, asking, "What's wrong? Heat stroke?" Hetow slumped into the chair, replying, "Overexertion in training." "Oh, thank you." The butler bowed and stepped back, exiting the scene, as Tu Chiyuan walked over and remarked, "Kong, you've made it big, becoming the disciple of the master. Now a wealthy young man." There was a hint of envy in his tone. Hetow smiled, choosing not to elaborate. Fong Jiu emerged from the house, inquiring, "Ilong, how was that butler just now? If possible, let him stay here to manage things." Hetow replied, "Isn't that a bit extravagant?" Fong Jiu countered, "Your master can cook for you, but must he also wash your clothes? And will the room need cleaning by him and Shunglai? I've observed this butler several times. He is composed and perceptive. Besides, your family is significant. You ought to learn a life of being catered to, allowing your master and Shunglai to enjoy themselves as well." Hetow, feeling dispirited, Conceded, Uncle Gio has the final say. Fong Jiu nodded in satisfaction and stepped outside, beckoning the butler to come over and whispering a few words. The butler's expression remained solemn, devoid of any signs of joy. Who would not know that this was the heart of Fongland Villa? To serve here meant becoming a trusted confidant. Tu Chiyuan looked at Hetow in disbelief. Fongland Villa. Is it yours? Hetow hesitated before responding. Sort of. I borrowed a considerable amount to purchase it. Mi Hu and the others were utterly dumbfounded, having assumed this was Fong Rujing's property, and that Hetow merely benefited from it. He had transformed from a poor orphan into a wealthy young man. Who could have imagined that Hetow was the true owner of this estate? Su Mingya chuckled. I had long heard that Fongland Villa was acquired, but my father refused to tell me who the buyer was, only mentioning that I knew the owner. You've kept this secret well. Hetow forced a laugh. I'm heavily in debt, nothing much to say. Tu Chiyuan enviously remarked, after graduation, I might as well work here in some capacity. We are all classmates. Fong Rujing's voice echoed from within. Precisely because you are classmates, you cannot work here. Otherwise, the bonds of friendship would inevitably be undermined by hierarchical relationships. Friends and relatives are sweet from afar, but one must guard against neighbors. Working at Fongland Villa, Ilong would find it difficult to place you. A lowly position would lead classmates to say he lacks loyalty, while a high position would cause discontent among other employees, who might view him as favoring friends and family. Tu Chiyuan's face shifted through shades of green and white. She initially thought her connections as a classmate could secure her a management role here. A tremendous opportunity for a student of the Junior Taoist Academy, but Fong Rujing had outright obstructed her. Mi Hu, trying to lighten the atmosphere, joked, Kong, what about that beautiful officer? It was a delightful surprise to see Yichong today. The beautiful officer is our most desired idol. Hetow rubbed his aching legs, replying, Sister Lanting will bring her subordinates over for lunch. There will be many people, and I'll introduce you then. But I warn you, don't say anything foolish. Sister Lanting has a fiery temper and is the master's niece. If you say the wrong thing, don't blame me if the master disciplines you during class. Hetow propped himself up and slowly walked towards the door, saying, I'll have a few words with the master and will be out shortly. Feel free to relax. Tu Chiyun wore a disgruntled expression, while Mi Hu whispered, some jokes are best left unsaid. It's wise to say less. Mi Hu enjoyed joking, but he knew where to draw the line. Tu Chiyun increasingly revealed her petty nature, disappointing Mi Hu, who felt compelled to remind her. Hetow entered the room and flung himself onto the sofa, where Fong Rujing, who was picking vegetables with Zhu Gushing, inquired, What happened? Hetow replied, Meng Fei imparted the thousand birds technique to me. The results are immediate. Zhu Gushing and Fong Rujing exchanged glances, while Shulai, tying on an apron, emerged from the kitchen. Skepticism evident in his voice, is it not a ruse? Shulai found the situation absurd. The thousand birds technique was a rare treasure, and Hetow was not Meng Fei's illegitimate child. Why would he receive such kindness? The thousand birds technique was a renowned solo work, and it was already a stroke of fortune for Hetow to cultivate it. Now he had effortlessly acquired the accompanying technique. Was there no ulterior motive? Hetow discreetly raised his middle finger, asserting, It's not as sordid as you think. You've all seen how Meng Fei defeated that old Yuaning monster. He is quite straightforward and generous. Zhu Gushing and Fong Rujing exchanged glances again. Calling the notorious thief Meng Fei generous was unusual. What kind of potion had Meng Fei poured into Hetow? Hetow cautioned, Be careful when speaking ill of him. Fei Ge claims he has a celestial ear. Zhu Gushing coughed. Realizing this old thief possessed such a unique ability, they would have to be cautious moving forward. The walls have ears were no longer sufficient as a precaution. Given Meng Fei's power, even the slightest rustle within miles would likely not escape his celestial hearing. This was an extraordinarily terrifying ability. Fong Rujing felt restless. Initially wary of Zhu Gushing stealing his disciple, he now deemed Meng Fei equally worthy of vigilance. Regrettably, Fong Rujing was merely at the golden core stage. He could not afford to offend either of these two old fellows. Shulai held back words on the tip of his tongue. Meng Fei's old fist was notorious, and Shulai did not wish to be beaten into a pulp. He instead asked, Is it really that remarkable? How can a technique be so miraculous? Hetow replied earnestly, the body technique and mental technique truly complement each other. Cultivating the thousand birds technique is not merely about meditative stillness. Rather, when employing different body techniques, the true energy automatically surges through the meridians, yielding effects at least fivefold stronger than meditation. Zhu Gushing stroked his pristine, needle-like beard, stating, "Now that makes sense." It is rumored that those who cultivated the thousand birds technique progressed remarkably fast. Perhaps this is the reason. If the effects are indeed 5 times better, a decade's foundation could be condensed into 2 years for you. Hetow pouted. Even if he succeeded in building his foundation in 2 years, he would still be 19. Compared to Yichang, who had already established her foundation at 18, he felt rather inferior. Hetow gazed up at the ceiling, dreaming. If I could divide my true energy into 3 streams, and if I could further differentiate it into 12 streams, simultaneously impacting the 12 primary meridians, the prospects would be truly enticing. Shulai was left speechless, Feng Rujing's body stiffened, and Zhu Gushing wore a knowing smile. Dividing true energy into 3 streams meant Hetow was currently capable of multitasking with a single mind. If calculations were correct, simultaneously operating 3 streams of true energy suggested that Hetow's foundation building time would be even shorter than anticipated, considerably so. Catching sight of Fongland leading a large group of officers out of the military camp, Meng Fei entered with calmness, moving swiftly and silently through the shadows, soon arriving at the chamber of the Mirror Palace. This room, designated as an arms depot, concealed the true entrance to the Mirror Palace. The warehouse door was locked, but this posed no challenge for the old thief. Approaching the entrance to the Mirror Palace, Meng Fei rubbed his hands together in excitement. One must challenge oneself. With each successful challenge, confidence is thereby forged. Meng Fei had lost interest in many matters, but the emergence of the Mirror Palace reignited his zest for life. Here, he encountered unexpected surprises, including the melodious strains of music and heavenly vocal performances. Many speculated that Meng Fei was a celestial eunuch. Such rumors had initially circulated, spread by those whom Meng Fei had pilfered from, until some of them met their demise, causing the gossip to vanish. The lame do not forget their shoes, nor do the blind forget their vision. Meng Fei, who is inherently flawed, possesses an eccentric temperament, yet he harbors an equal fascination for the beautiful things in life. Though he cannot partake in them himself, he finds solace in indulging his eyes and ears. He is somewhat captivated by Hetow's audacity, appreciating this occasionally astute yet befuddled young man. He delights in the picturesque scenes of Hetow and Yichang by the lakeside under the moonlight, as well as the moments of Fongland playfully teasing Hetow. Such glimpses are utterly thrilling. Nevertheless, the paramount pursuit remains deciphering the intricate formations of the Mirror Palace, unveiling the secrets concealed within its renowned depths. This is the essence of joy in life. The entrance to the Mirror Palace is a vast abyss. Should one leap into it, they would not simply fall to the bottom, but rather be reduced to a mere pulp by the formidable power of the counteracting 5 elements formation. It presents a rare challenge. Meng Fei, with limited time, can leisurely unravel the mysteries in the afternoon, while the onset of nightfall allows him to witness even more enchanting scenes. Work and pleasure coexist harmoniously. Meng Fei is by no means a workaholic. He believes in the art of balancing labor and leisure, living life with ease. The verdant green grass is adorned with numerous tables, each attended by impeccably groomed stewards clad in formal tailcoats, while charming young maidens in alluring maid outfits serve delectable dishes. Fong Jiu leads Zhang Xia, Yichang, and Old Bao into the courtyard, where they shall savor Fong Rujing's culinary prowess. Fong Rujing remains committed to personally preparing the meals, aiming to further develop his skills and grasp the essence of cultivation. As Hetow exits the courtyard, Fongland arrives with over 20 officers in tow, and the female lieutenant whom Hetow had seen the previous day walks closely beside her. This is Fongland's true confidant. The officers of the Special Operations Unit exude an extraordinary presence, and within this elite force, there lies an unspoken rule regarding promotions. those of unappealing appearance find it exceedingly difficult to ascend the ranks. Director Xie, along with his photography team and young actors, warmly applauds Fongland and her entourage as they arrive. Fongland, still wearing her oversized sunglasses, emanates an air of exclusivity. However, upon reaching Hetow, she brazenly embraces him and takes a seat, leaving me who and the others utterly astounded. Chapter 4. The art of preaching and teaching. The atmosphere was thick with a sense of solemnity, as the gathered crowd bore expressions of bewilderment. They remained focused, their eyes fixed ahead, for the eldest among them had a penchant for such moments. When Hetow incited the ire of Fongland, it was his companions who bore the brunt of her displeasure. Yet, when Fongland was in good spirits, the days were more favorable for everyone. Hetow discreetly pinched the soft flesh beneath Fongland's ribs, but she remained unfazed, holding him tightly in her lap. Hetow, unable to contain his frustration, felt the weight of the many gazes upon him. What was Fongland truly up to, especially with Yichang present in the courtyard? Fongju leaned closer and whispered, "Miss Lanting, there's no need to rush." Fongland glanced at him before releasing Hetow, who was now drenched in sweat from the attention. Fongland then beckoned to Su Manya amidst the throng, saying, "Come here, girl." Su Manya approached with trepidation, and Fongland gestured to the seat beside her. "In a few days, our military camp will begin to take shape. I would like to invite your father to dinner." Su Manya replied eagerly, "I would be delighted. On behalf of my father, I accept your invitation. He has some treasured old wine that he wishes to have you taste." Sanfizi remarked, "The old wine from Fengwu City is quite exquisite." Fongjiu added, "The finest wine is Fongjiu, crafted from the sap of maple trees, yielding a uniquely delightful flavor. Once the bar opens, we intend to feature it as our signature offering. Today, let us have a taste." Fongland inquired, "Have you stored a considerable amount?" Fongjiu modestly replied, "I have managed to acquire some. If operated correctly, Fongjiu could become a premier brand. I assure you, its quality will rival that of any so-called premium offerings on the market. The only thing lacking is its reputation, but the taste will not disappoint." Su Mingya, astonished, looked at Fongjiu and said, "A few years ago, Fongjiu was always in short supply. You haven't acquired it, have you?" Fongjiu smiled and nodded. Fongjiu, once overlooked, was priced lower than bottled mineral water. With a keen mind, he seized the opportunity after being assigned to manage the Hanhai Equipment Company in Fengwu City, gradually acquiring it until it became sought after. Hetow gave a thumbs up, prompting a smug smile from Fongjiu. Fongland's gaze turned towards Hetow, who, without hesitation, flipped his thumb downward. Feeling a twinge of jealousy, Fongland contemplated pursuing him but ultimately decided against it, aware of the many eyes watching. Several dozen chefs showcased their culinary talents for the first time at Fongland Cottage, exerting great effort to present dishes that were visually appealing and aromatic. Hetow slipped into a circle of classmates, sitting beside me and announcing, "Who wants to drink? There's plenty. I have piano practice this afternoon, so I want to join you." Mihu exclaimed, "Hetow, are you really going to have so many people serving you from now on?" Hetow picked up a small beef ball and replied, "This will become a resort area, and hiring so many staff is to cater to guests. I'm in debt for 100 million. I can't afford to let anyone serve me." A collective gasp arose at the mention of 100 million in debt. For an ordinary person, a lifetime of hard work wouldn't yield even 1 million. Yet here was Hetow, still underage, burdened with an impressive debt that spoke of high stakes and grandeur. Containers of Fongjiu arrived, appearing plain in their ordinary ceramic jars. But once the clay seal was broken and the inner parchment removed, a rich aroma wafted through the air. Fongland tilted her chin slightly, and a female lieutenant promptly filled her bowl. The golden red liquor was thick and luscious. Fongland inhaled deeply, savoring the invigorating scent. She took a small sip, closing her eyes in rapture before exhaling, changed the packaging. Fongjiu, like a magician, produced a crystal bottle, placing it on the table before Fongland. The bottle, approximately 600 milliliters, was etched with the characters for Fongjiu. Its unadorned elegance made it a classic piece, the inscription exuding a dignified antiquity. The golden red liquor within showcased the bottle's clarity, making it a feast for the eyes. Fongland inspected the bottle closely, and Fongjiu continued. Fongjiu comes in 3 varieties: 10-year, 30-year, and 100-year aged. What you just tasted was the 10-year variety. Fongland's eyes sparkled with curiosity. If the 10-year was so delightful, how exquisite would the 100-year be? Fongjiu seemed to have discovered a lucrative path. He elaborated. The 30-year aged comes in a natural crystal bottle, while the 100-year aged is encased in black crystal. He placed 2 more bottles before Fongland. The 30-year bottle was more exquisite, a true work of art, whereas the black crystal bottle was simple and unassuming. Fongjiu remarked. The 30-year aged is priced at 5,000, while the 100-year aged is not available for purchase. Only esteemed guests of Fongland Cottage may taste it. Hetow's ears perked up, and he approached. Uncle Gio, is that bottle truly the 100-year aged? Fongjiu replied. When have I ever lied? Hetow confidently grabbed the bottle and began to walk away, but Fongland swiftly wrapped her arms around him from behind. Brother Fei expressed a desire to taste it. Do you wish to contest him? Fongland hesitated, but as Hetow felt her grip loosen, he moved forward, only to feel her hand inadvertently slide away, sending a jolt through him as he hastily retreated. Fongjiu shielded their actions from view, ensuring no one noticed the impropriety. The female lieutenant beside Fongland trembled slightly, while Fongland nonchalantly asked, Xiangjun, what is so amusing? Please share it with everyone. Xiangjun raised her hand, but she was too intimidated to speak. Some secrets are better left buried. Hetow tucked the bottle under his arm and casually seized a tray from a passing maid, making his way toward Fongland. Under a tree by Fongland, Meng Fei crouched, resembling an old monkey with his physique and features. Hetow looked up to see Meng Fei grinning widely, a sight that only made him appear more grotesque. Fuming, Hetow said, What with that disgusting grin? Are you going to eat or not? Meng Fei deftly leaped down, landing gracefully before taking the tray and bottle. Let us hope Fongjiu isn't deceiving us. Otherwise, I'll smash his wine cellar. Hetow, excited, inquired, You know where Uncle Gio's wine cellar is? Meng Fei replied casually. A simple question will reveal all. He'll surely confess. Hetow pondered this, realizing Meng Fei was more than just a thief. He possessed the strength to take down formidable foes. No rules dictate that a great thief must rely solely on stealth. Brute force can be equally effective. He observed Meng Fei opening the wine bottle beneath the tree and squatted beside him, saying, Brother Fei, why don't you join everyone? Watching you eat alone is uncomfortable. Meng Fei shot him a sidelong glance. Do you feel pity? Hetow nodded earnestly, and Meng Fei chuckled. One must always be wary. What if someone were to poison the food or drink? Consider the rewards for capturing the notorious thief Meng Fei. Fame and fortune await. Many cannot resist such temptation. I'm content with just food and drink, so let us leave it at that. Hetow replied, You needn't worry so much at Fongland Cottage. Meng Fei waved the bottle. Wait until you're strong enough to make such claims. For now, people are accommodating you, but when greater interests are at stake, things may change. Promises made without strength behind them are worth little. Remember this lesson. Meng Fei used his hands to scoop food into his mouth, while Hetow, squatting beside him, quietly asked, Brother Fei, what should I do about Fongland's advances? Meng Fei's eyes sparkled with keen interest as he observed Hetow, finally seeking his counsel on a serious matter. He gestured for Hetow to take a seat, his heart secretly elated, yet aware that in such a public setting, there was a chance that Yichang might be watching, which caused him some concern. Hetow deemed it unnecessary to fabricate a response. Recognizing the astuteness of the old rogue, and, albeit with some hesitation, remarked, It feels like she is staging a protest. Meng Fei took a swig of his drink and replied, You've seen through it. This is a significant advancement. Only by understanding the situation can we devise a solution. Fongland is under pressure, and Yichang instills fear within her. Her actions are aimed at making Yichang aware of her discontent, and her intentions are indeed questionable. Hetow, with a furrowed brow, lamented, Thus, your approach and Uncle Joe's methods are ineffective. Meng Fei scoffed, Ineffective? You still haven't truly grasped the essence of the matter. Hetow gazed at Meng Fei with anticipation, and at that moment, Meng Fei felt an immense sense of accomplishment. Who said that those lacking romantic experience could not become love advisors? Meng Fei had proven otherwise. Leaning closer to Hetow, Meng Fei inquired, "Have you considered why Fongland is so desperate?" Hetow, perplexed, shook his head, prompting Meng Fei to continue. "She is a pragmatic woman, seeking tangible benefits. A mere embrace would leave her wanting, igniting a sense of urgency within her. Such a woman is ill-suited for romantic overtures. She requires a more forthright approach." Hetow regarded Meng Fei warily. "A forthright approach? What do you mean?" Meng Fei suddenly slapped his thigh with vigor, saying, "Do you recall Fongland's hidden ailment? Let's address it from that angle." "Yes, precisely. That is the thought process. She harbors a secret affliction known only to you, which makes her feel inferior in your presence, fearing your disdain. You need to assist her in healing. Once her ailment is resolved, her anxiety will dissipate." Hetow nodded vigorously, realizing the depth of Meng Fei's insights. This was a thorough analysis that illuminated his understanding. Meng Fei, with a serious demeanor, stated, "Healing is not a simple endeavor. You are aware of her condition, but unfortunately, you are not a physician. Therefore, I must impart to you a special technique. This knowledge is for you and me alone. It must not be divulged to a third party. Come closer. The name of this technique is Little Azura, and the specifics of the method are." Chapter 5. Words do not reflect the heart. The notorious thief, Meng Fei, was engaged in hushed whispers with Hetow at the edge of the woods, casting a shadow of unease over those present, none of whom could enjoy their meal in peace. Fongland, who had a penchant for wine, dared not indulge too liberally. She sipped her drink slowly, saving the remainder to down in one gulp after satisfying her hunger. What mischief was Meng Fei enticing Hetow into? Why did this old rogue hold such favoritism towards Hetow? Was he grooming Hetow to be his successor? As Yi Chong stepped out of the courtyard, Lao Bao reached out to stop her, but Zhang Xia subtly shook her head, signaling Lao Bao to let her pass. Yi Chong strolled toward the woods, heading for Meng Fei and Hetow. In a fit of frustration, Fongland crushed her wine bowl, her eyes clouded with foreboding. Fong Rujing's voice called from the courtyard, "Lanting, come here." With a scowl, Fongland entered the living room, where Tu Sha was clearing the table and Zhu Gushing was heading upstairs. Fong Rujing gestured for Fongland to sit on the sofa, where she sulked in silence. Approaching with a cup of tea, Fong Rujing remarked, "Sheng Lao says Yi Chong belongs to the royal family of the Luo Lu Republic, the one that abdicated peacefully." Fongland received the tea with a cold laugh. "Oh, your disciple has a chance to become a prince consort. Congratulations, second uncle." Fong Rujing playfully tapped her forehead. "What nonsense are you spouting? How could I allow such a thing?" Instantly, Fongland perked up. If her second uncle disapproved, then perhaps there was hope for her. Fong Rujing cast a glance toward the kitchen, helplessly stating, "Initially, I had no intention of facilitating your union with Yilong, given the age difference." Fongland stammered, "What are you talking about, second uncle? I just looked out for him because he's your disciple. You're overthinking this." Fong Rujing scolded her, "Not speaking the truth in front of me? If I'm overthinking, let us consider this conversation as if it never happened." As he turned to leave, Fongland hurriedly grasped his sleeve, "Second uncle." With a deep sigh, Fong Rujing replied, "Sheng Lao says you are afflicted because you dote on your brother too much, bordering on inappropriate affection. Upon meeting Yilong, who shares a similar temperament and age with your brother, you have lost your way." Fongland felt her face flush with embarrassment, silently cursing, "Old bastard." Fong Rujing's gaze turned stern, prompting her to immediately fall silent. "Since Sheng Lao has seen through this, I shall no longer fear embarrassment. If you favor Yilong, I will gladly support it," he declared. Fongland's mind raced. Inappropriate affection? Absolutely not. She refused to acknowledge such a notion. Hetow was on the brink of adulthood, no longer a child, but a young man. If her second uncle was supportive, then that emboldened her stance. Fong Rujing continued, "Allowing you and Yilong to be together would be unfair to him. He prefers being with Yi Chong, where their interests align, and they are well matched in age. If you weren't my niece, I would strive to facilitate this without hesitation, for I cannot bear to see Ilong in sorrow. Fongland encountered. One is an orphan, the other a royal descendant. The disparity is vast. Second uncle, their union holds no future. Your efforts would be in vain, merely an exercise in futility. Fong Rujing, growing agitated, replied, I understand, so do try to behave, refrain from making a spectacle of yourself, and allow them a pleasant holiday. In time, once Ilong has experienced unrequited love, you can comfort him, and many things will fall into place naturally. Fong Lanting retorted, Am I to merely watch them flaunt their affection? Is that not an affront to me? Fong Rujing fixed her with a stern gaze, to which Fong Lanting responded, I can endure, that's no problem. The clear sky was adorned with flowing white clouds, the sun obscured, and the atmosphere darkened as a spring rain appeared imminent. Fong Jiu shouted into the phone, urging the workers laying sod to finish their break and expedite the installation of more grass before the rain arrived. Meng Fei wiped his mouth with his sleeve and dashed into the maple forest, having filled his stomach, ready to continue deciphering the reverse 5 elements formation. Hetow returned, satisfied, carrying a tray. The techniques Meng Fei taught him, known as Little Shura, were intricate and involved many esoteric secrets of the meridians. Integrating his prior knowledge, Hetow sensed the exceptional nature of this technique, which could potentially remedy Fong Lanting's hidden ailment. Meng Fei had repeatedly cautioned him to keep this secret, and Hetow found it even more sophisticated than the accompanying techniques of Thousand Birds' secret. The path to Maple Forest Lodge remained unpaved, making it difficult to traverse in the rain, and Mi Hu and the others reluctantly bid farewell. The completed Maple Forest Lodge resembled a secluded paradise, tranquil, elegant, and picturesque. Unfortunately, the stern mentor showed no inclination to invite them to stay, compelling them to leave before the rain set in. As familiar classmates departed, Hetow and Yichang sat on the stone steps at the courtyard entrance. Hetow practiced the score of Night Lover, while Yichang softly sang beside him, accompanied by the sound of a piano from within. Zhu Gushing's piano was a custom model, and the grand piano used during filming bore a striking resemblance, but differed vastly in sound quality. The trio pretended to rest after their meal, gathering in small groups to listen to the ethereal melodies. Whether the leader would become irate was a matter for the future. Such an opportunity to listen to Yichang's singing up close was rare. Night Lover was Yichang's signature song. Her team had once envisioned filming a romantic story in a midnight castle, but Yichang had decisively rejected the idea, deeming it a tale of ghostly love that overshadowed its beauty, thus opting for Maple Forest Lodge instead. As Hetow gazed into Yichang's endlessly tender eyes, his music became increasingly melodious, unconsciously straying from the score, the harmonious piano intertwining with Yichang's voice. The conductor of Yichang's band rushed over from a distance, extracting his phone to record this spontaneous melody. This piece had been meticulously crafted and originally set to a score, but Hetow's interpretation stirred the conductor into an excited frenzy. A slight alteration here and there imbued the composition with a sense of spirit. Indeed, it was spirit. This piece, once poised to achieve great popularity, could now become a timeless classic thanks to Hetow's transformative touch. Everyone aspires to create enduring masterpieces. Yet popular songs often struggle to attain such longevity. Only symphonies and select solo pieces can withstand the test of time. Today, the conductor glimpsed hope. Even those lacking musical knowledge were moved by the elegant strains of the piano, weaving a beautiful love story that resonated deeply, evoking emotion. As the melody returned to its original score, the gradually intensifying piano played as if erupting unexpectedly, for Hetow had rendered a melody rich in emotion, prompting Zhu Gushing to unleash his fervor. Amid the exhilarating strains, Yichang's voice soared, shaking the glass windows of the house, threatening to shatter under the weight of her powerful song. The conductor's hands trembled, tears cascading from the corners of his eyes. He was inherently sensitive and easily moved by emotion, and in this moment of soaring vocal intensity, he found himself utterly captivated. Hetow felt a shiver as Yichang sang the word lover in her soaring soprano. As if struck by lightning, he succumbed completely. As the rain began to fall, Yichang's song gradually faded. Hetow slowly played the final notes, while Yichang gently caressed his left temple, tender and affectionate. The conductor, disregarding decorum, rushed over, anxiously imploring, "Mr. He, I didn't manage to record the previous melody. Could you please perform it once more?" Yichang bit her lip, observing the socially oblivious conductor. While Hetow lamented, "I've forgotten it too." Yichang chuckled lightly, and Zhu Gushing interjected, "I remember. I'll organize the score and send it to you shortly." The conductor rejoiced, "Thank you, Shenglao, thank you." Yichang lifted her gaze to the soft patter of the rain and said, "Let us record a segment tonight. I adore the ambience of this spring rain. Let us do it beneath the demon maple tree, and during the editing, we shall seamlessly blend in the footage of the demon maple undergoing tribulation. How perfect that would be." Rising to her feet, Yichang continued, "I shall prepare my attire. We will meet beneath the demon maple tree this evening. This outfit is most suitable for the night's filming." Zhang Xia held an umbrella, escorting Yichang away with haste. Just moments ago, Hetow and Zhu Gushing had been altering melodies in succession, which had sparked great inspiration in Yichang. She felt that the song could be reinterpreted. It was imperative to seize this burst of creativity and organize her thoughts promptly, for time was of the essence. Hetow gazed longingly as Yichang departed when a chilling voice interrupted from behind. "Why don't you follow her?" Hetow leaned back against Fongland's long legs, while she, looking down from her height, caressed Hetow's smooth scalp and remarked, "Didn't her touch bring you delight?" Jealousy brewed within him as Hetow noticed Senfizi and the others discreetly making their way to the military off-road vehicle, which soon roared away. Xiang Jun drove the last vehicle. Fongland waved, and Xiang Jun, chuckling, sped off. Hetow grasped Fongland's hand, asking, "Are you planning to walk back alone?" Fongland replied with a stern expression, "I intend for you to carry me back." Hetow felt a stirring in his heart. It seemed that his little Shura might have an opportunity to manifest itself quietly. Hesitantly, he said, "You seem rather heavy." Fongland, incensed, retorted, "Do you even know how to speak? That is clearly a reflection on my weight. At this height, I naturally weigh more than Yichang, being 10 centimeters taller." With that, she swung her left leg over Hetow's neck, as if a mountain was pressing down upon him. Hetow protested, "I cannot carry you in this position." Fongland smirked. "If this position wouldn't work, could they not change it?" Hetow rose, and Fongland's gaze aligned perfectly with the crown of his head, the height difference starkly evident. Standing as an international model, Fongland towered over the still-maturing Hetow. Was it not somewhat unfair to ask him to carry her? Conflicted, Fongland nonetheless wrapped her arms around Hetow's neck, her long legs entwining around his waist. Chapter 6. The more you look, the more you like. There is a distinct sensation in the air. Yichang is akin to soft jade, fragrant and delicate, her body light and graceful. On the other hand, Fongland embodies the spirit of a wild stallion, surprisingly not as heavy as one might imagine, her thighs devoid of any excess flesh. Hetow, carrying Fongland, chose not to tread the main path, but instead ventured into the maple forest. Fong Rujing's face broke into a smile, genuinely delighted to witness the tender closeness between the two. Through the thin fabric of the military uniform, Hetow's fingers exerted a subtle pressure, reminiscing about the techniques Meng Fei had described while quietly adjusting his position. The human body's acupoints are indeed marvelous. There are 360 known points, with many others remaining undiscovered, collectively referred to as you will points. The technique of Little Shura primarily targets these as you will points. Even someone well-versed in the body's meridians would not anticipate the presence of these less conspicuous points. Rather than focusing on a single as you will point, multiple such points form an area, each requiring varying degrees of pressure, applied in a manner that subtly induces therapeutic effects. This is the essence of Little Shura. Fongland felt Hetow's fingers wandering, a delightful itch coursing through her. Upon noticing her quickened breath, Hetow realized the effectiveness of Little Shura. The crafty Meng Fei had indeed produced something extraordinary, yielding immediate results, much like the swift movements of thousand-bird technique. Hetow halted, and Fongland suddenly embraced his head, forcibly turning his face toward her. As Hetow turned, she pressed her lips against his, leaving him momentarily dazed. This was the first kiss of his life, an unexpected and passionate one. Fongland's eyes sparkled with fervor, a blaze igniting within her, leaving her parched. Grasping her hand, Hetow whispered, "Menggu is nearby." Fongland, with fierce determination, retorted, "That old rascal is coming. I shall tear him apart." She propelled Hetow against a maple tree, cupping his face with her hands before kissing him once more. Hetow's heart raced. Indeed, this was triggering Fongland's hidden ailment, which was splendid. Now the next step was to treat it. Fongland clung to Hetow fiercely, while he gently kneaded several as-you-will points on her back. She felt the heat within her subside, a mix of embarrassment and anger washing over her as she struggled to comprehend her own wild behavior. Hetow nudged her cheek with his forehead, advising, "Calm down. People will laugh if they find out." Fongland gazed down into his eyes, asking, "Who would speak of it? You or I?" Hetow bit his lip, appearing pitiful. Fongland leaned in for another kiss, but Hetow turned his head away, saying, "Menggu has sharp ears." She pressed his head down, insisting, "Are you using him to frighten me?" Fongland's breath enveloped him, warm and intoxicating. Hetow's mind raced. The effects of little Shura were remarkable, but what to do next? Despite Fongland's fierce demeanor, Hetow felt trapped, unable to escape her grasp, as though ensnared in a web. Tentatively, Hetow embraced Fongland, her body pressing against him. He rose onto his toes, inhaling near her shoulder, murmuring, "Let us just enjoy this moment. I cherish this feeling." Hetow repeatedly recalled the techniques of little Shura to distract himself, his hands gently massaging a few as-you-will points to help calm her. Suddenly alert, Fongland seized his hand, coldly demanding, "Is there something wrong with your hands?" Hetow feigned innocence, asking, "What do you mean?" Fongland's sharp eyes scrutinized him, and Hetow clearly felt guilty. She inquired, "Where did you learn this technique?" Hetow bit his lip, and Fongland declared, "If you want to tell me, I'll go to your master." With determination, she began to lead him back, but Hetow quickly interjected, "Menggu said this is a secret technique to help you. It can treat your hidden ailment." Fongland, taken aback, asked, "Hidden ailment? Who has a hidden ailment?" Hetow earnestly replied, "Aren't you wetting your pants? I'm genuinely concerned. Menggu passed this technique to me." Fongland was utterly speechless, wondering just how foolish this boy could be. Then it dawned on her that Hetow had lost his parents, his only kin unaware of his whereabouts. That despicable old rascal must have seen this vulnerability and manipulated Hetow. Observing Fongland's peculiar expression, Hetow timidly said, "I think it's quite effective. First let your hidden ailment manifest, then treat it." Fongland regarded him with a bemused smile, relishing his stubborn innocence, unable to take her eyes off him. Hailing from the Fong family of the Han Si, she had been raised in luxury, and her entrance into the Special Operations Forces had been seamless. Unlike those ornamental female officers, Fongland commanded an elite unit independently. She had captivated many, yet none understood that she was not attracted to rugged men nor the refined and cultured type. The posturing, the pretenses, the brooding, all tactics were utterly ineffective against Fongland. No one could decipher what kind of man she truly desired. She was, in essence, a strong-willed woman, hurling profanities at her subordinates and drinking with more swagger than any man, displaying ruthless ferocity during combat training. The more one understood Fongland, the more enigmatic her preferences seemed. Some speculated she might be inclined toward women, but Fongland had never shown any such tendencies. Many, in their desperation, found themselves drawn to what they could not possess. She remained as frigid as ice, offering no warmth to anyone, further elevating her allure. Only Fongland, who knew her best, understood that Fongland harbored an unspoken psychological ailment. She was enamored with the stubborn and naive nature of Hetow. Hetow's obstinacy reminded her of her deceased younger brother. His endearing clumsiness made her wish to envelop him entirely. When he displayed cleverness, she felt immense satisfaction, as if witnessing her own son flourish. While he played the piano, she found herself entranced, convinced he was the world's most exceptional musical prodigy. She adored him, viewing him through a lens of perfect qualities, appreciating him more deeply with each glance. Though aware that Meng Fei had deceived Hetow, Fongland still felt he had gained immensely. With her piercing gaze drawing near, Hetow's unformed Adam's apple quivered, anticipation and worry swirling within him as he feared losing control of the situation. As Fongland's cheek drew closer to his, a multicolored beam shot into the sky from the direction of the military camp. Fongland grasped Hetow tightly and dashed through the maple forest. Certain that this was no mere coincidence, it could only be that the old rascal had unraveled the counter-reversal array, causing a disturbance in the Mirror Palace. Indeed, as Fongland approached the military camp, several beams of sword light surged forth from the depths of the maple grove. Feng Rujing, Lao Bao, and Zhu Gushing had arrived. Yet, from afar, numerous streaks of sword light rushed toward them, revealing a hidden assembly of formidable experts lurking within Fengwu City. Even those at the foundational stage could wield flying swords. As for flying on swords, it was barely achievable. However, the several menacing beams of sword light carried an imposing presence, clearly the work of Golden Core masters. Alarms sounded throughout the military camp, and officers swiftly organized sniping positions. Various firearms aimed at the sky and beyond the camp's perimeter. Fongland pushed Hetow toward the rushing Sanfizi, instructing, "Take him and hide." Feng Rujing, with a serious expression, declared, "The newcomers bear ill intent. Tighten the defensive perimeter." Fongland shook her head, commanding loudly, "Any outsiders breaching the camp shall be dealt with ruthlessly." She then took the radio from Xiang Jun, stating, "This is the Special Operations Forces stationed at Fengwu City Base. This is the jurisdiction of the Special Operations Forces. Any act of aggression against the camp is a provocation against us." Feng Rujing suddenly awoke to the realization that he had overlooked a crucial detail. The identity of Fongland as a member of the Special Forces holds a unique and formidable power of intimidation for the vast majority of people. No one would dare to assassinate a member of the Special Forces, except for the deranged, like that unfortunate fellow who had suffered at the hands of Meng Fei. The arrogant flash of sword light came to a halt as Fongland's voice rang out coldly. "Initiate data analysis to uncover the origins of this group attempting to breach the military camp. Any individual who steps foot into the camp will be met with a red wanted notice." Feng Rujing nodded at Zhu Gushing, reflecting that although his niece could be exasperating when lost in infatuation, she displayed remarkable composure and decisiveness in critical moments, proving to be far more competent than he had initially imagined. Chapter 7. Defaulting on debts. The Alliance possesses an extensive database, encompassing at least over 90% of the population, if not all. This is a source of great concern for Hetow, as his elder brother is recorded as deceased within the Alliance's records, a tragic boy who perished in a car accident alongside their parents. It was only after meeting Feng Jiu that Hetow learned that for the aristocratic families, resurrecting the dead is quite simple. A mere alteration of the record suffices. Hetow remains unaware of the specific procedures involved, but he suspects that it is not a particularly arduous task, especially for the aristocracy. Those masters lurking in the shadows of the Mirror Palace might not all be documented in the Alliance's database. There are numerous ways to evade database scrutiny. However, should they reveal themselves today, the database will promptly log their appearances, enabling the vast will of the Alliance to commence a sweeping manhunt. This is the unique nature of the Special Operations Forces. While their physical prowess may not be extraordinary, their connections are undeniably formidable. Anyone daring to harm a member of the Special Operations Forces would inevitably become a wanted criminal in the eyes of the Alliance. Meng Fei opened the armory's door and slyly observed the dozen or so masters suspended in midair, a truly spectacular sight. He felt a sense of triumph. This gathering of masters had been orchestrated by him, and he was devoid of fear, instead reveling in a profound sense of achievement. A man shrouded in a veil of sword light remarked, "Is this how the Alliance conducts its affairs, colluding with the infamous thief Meng Fei?" Fongland replied, "Meng Fei has been summoned by the Special Operations Forces and is regarded as an extraneous personnel under their protection. Concentrate your firepower and prepare for an attack. Our target is this loquacious fellow." Had it not been for the establishment of a base in Maple Dance City, Fongland would not have possessed such authority. In situations like this, one must consult superiors. However, Fongland currently commands a significant faction and possesses the right to make decisive judgments, which she intends to wield to its fullest extent. Hundreds of gun barrels were aimed at the cultivator, while the soldiers from the Taoist support units unleashed flying swords and various magical artifacts. They lacked the ability to wield treasures or acquire them. Thus, low-threshold, cost-effective magical implements became their standard equipment. The cultivator glanced around, noting that all present were representatives of various factions or solitary cultivators. Realizing that it was futile to expect assistance from others, the cultivators dared not reveal themselves, while others were equally reluctant to do so. Some concealed their identities with magical artifacts, while others donned masks, clearly indicating they preferred to remain unseen. The cultivator prepared his defenses and spoke. "Dear friends, with the opening of the Mirror Palace imminent, do you intend to watch as they are picked off one by one?" The other cultivators were stirred. Without uniting, they would surely be unable to contend with the Special Operations Forces. Yet, who would dare to strike down the Special Operations Forces? Even with their identities concealed, it would be difficult to avoid leaving traces. None of them were born from the ether. They had their own family, friends, or sections. Incurring the wrath of the Alliance would mean a life of exile, with their loved ones becoming targets of suppression. The concept of collective punishment, long condemned as a barbaric remnant of feudal violence, is employed by the Alliance against the most heinous cultivators, though without the extreme measure of exterminating entire clans. Fongland, too, was mindful of the stakes. With a dozen ostentatious masters watching intently, a misstep could lead to mutual destruction. Should her subordinates suffer heavy casualties, she would undoubtedly be held accountable. This opportunity to command the garrison in Maple Dance City was hard-won. If she were to be held responsible, it would jeopardize her position as the highest-ranking officer at the base. Those soldiers who do not aspire to become generals are not worthy soldiers. Those officers who do not wish to command a territory are not good officers. In the military, rank holds significant weight. Those with ambition yearn for the chance to issue orders independently. Hetow gestured for Sanfizi to join him at Meng Fei's side. Sanfizi was on edge. Who wouldn't feel trepidation in the presence of this old rogue? Everyone knew that Major Fong had a peculiar fondness for this junior disciple, to the point of near obsession. Should Hetow approach Meng Fei and a crisis arise, Sanfizi would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Hetow arrived at the entrance of the armory, peering inside and inquiring, "Is it open?" Meng Fei replied nonchalantly, "It was not difficult. The reverse 5-element formation was nearly depleted. I merely prodded a few times to resolve it effortlessly." Hetow scoffed, "You're boasting." Sanfizi broke into a cold sweat, while Meng Fei grinned. Successful people have the privilege to boast. Hetow raised his thumb in praise. "That is indeed true. I dare not boast, as no one would believe my claims." Meng Fei laughed heartily, relishing the camaraderie with Hetow, who treated him without condescension or idolization, but rather with a refreshing sense of ease. Meng Fei teased, "You have potential. However, you are utterly inept in the presence of women." The spotlight was on Meng Fei as Hetow conversed with him, drawing many curious glances. After pondering seriously, Hetow nodded in distress. Realizing the truth in Meng Fei's observation, the old rogue's keen perception had seen through him. Meng Fei playfully ruffled Hetow's hair, declaring, "You truly lack decorum." Hetow, perplexed, retorted, "What lack of decorum? Do not ruffle my hair. Men have heads and women have feet. Such liberties should not be taken." Meng Fei feigned indignation. "Women can touch, yet I cannot." Hetow pushed Meng Fei's arm away, asserting, "The sensation is not the same. Your hands feel like chicken claws. Ugh, uncomfortable." Defeated, Meng Fei glanced at his own hands, realizing they did resemble chicken claws, lacking flesh and incomparable to the delicate hands of youthful maidens. Hetow eagerly peered inside, hoping to witness something extraordinary. Unfortunately, the vibrant hues had vanished, leaving only the dark pit before him. Meng Fei quipped, "Stop looking. Did you not see those golden core masters and nascent soul elders nearly have their eyes pop out? Your sister Lanting is worried. So much so that she's lost the mood to tease you. Hetow, holding the phoenix-eye chisel, aimed playfully at the old rogue's forehead, chastising him for making such crude jokes in front of their master. Meng Fei did not flinch but pretended to fall backward, exclaiming, "Oh no, I'm gravely injured. I can no longer protect your sister Lanting." Hetow, surprised to have struck the old rogue, feigned a kick at Meng Fei, who lay on the ground pretending to be dead, saying, "Who needs your protection? Are you still not awake? This is the Special Operations Forces base." Meng Fei sprang up, retorting, "Scaring the common folk is one thing, but you cannot frighten them. If you can make them afraid to enter, I'll call you brother." Hetow, excited, asked, "Is it a promise?" Meng Fei, irate, responded, "With so many witnesses, how could I go back on my word? If I could do such a thing, would I still be as skinny as a monkey?" Hetow extended his right fist, curling his pinky. Meng Fei hesitated, and Hetow sternly stated, "You are about to get fat." Meng Fei linked his little finger with Hetow's, firmly grasping it and growling, "If you cannot do it, you will be my grandson. When we meet, stand straight and call me grandpa. Do you hear? I am not afraid of you going back on your word. If you hide in a mouse hole, I can still drag you out." Hetow chuckled coldly, turning to Sanfizi. "Fizi, open the door." Sanfizi stood frozen upon hearing Hetow's command. He cast a glance at Fongland, who raised an eyebrow in annoyance. This brat was causing trouble when she was already stressed. Hetow declared, "Let them in. We will guard the entrance. It matters not how many choose to enter. When the time comes, we will capture them one by one, securing both the culprits and the evidence." Zhu Guosheng burst into laughter, awakening the dreamers. The entrance to the Mirror Palace was merely a pit. Even without defenses, who would dare to enter? Even if these grand cultivators rushed in, how could they possibly escape? Are you not afraid of becoming a turtle in a jar? This consequence was previously unimagined, only to be discovered by Hetow. Meng Fei was left speechless, as Hetow gazed at him with a mischievous grin. Meng Fei impulsively slammed into the warehouse door. The dull thud echoed painfully. Sanfizi decisively pushed the warehouse door open. The hydraulic-bearing door opened effortlessly, revealing the dark entrance of the Mirror Palace within. Meng Fei charged forward once more, fully aware that the door was ajar, yet he collided headlong into Sanfizi, nearly knocking the breath out of him. Bowing his head, Meng Fei trudged forward, muttering, "I might as well die. I have no face left to live." Hetow, regaining his senses, bellowed, "Meng Fei, stop right there. Stand straight and call me brother." Meng Fei took off running, exclaiming, "I need to calm down. Don't block my way. I am in a foul mood." Hetow chased after him fervently, as Meng Fei left a trail of illusions, vanishing deep into the military camp. Hetow, exasperated, shouted, "Meng Fei, you have disgraced the Meng family. All those sharing your surname are shamed by your actions." Meng Fei's distant voice echoed, "Meng Fei. It signifies the dream of freedom, a flight akin to a dream. I never claimed to bear the surname Meng." Realizing he could no longer catch up, Hetow panted with frustration, "The shameless one. If I ever trust him again, I will walk backward." Inside the military camp, construction remained unfinished, and a light rain fell from the sky, leaving Hetow's feet muddied. Sanfizi jogged over, kneeling down with flattery, scraping the mud off Hetow's leather shoes with a dagger, saying, "Brother Long, I bow to no one in this world, except you. From now on, I'll follow you." Hetow, pleased, replied, "All right. When you see Meng Fei in the future, you must call him brother, understand? He is my younger brother." Sanfizi beamed with delight, having approached with the sole intent of reaping this benefit. To become Hetow's subordinate was one thing, but to stand alongside the notorious Meng Fei was a status worth bragging about. The arrogant, haughty figures hung in the air, their expressions vacant. With the entrance to the Mirror Palace wide open, who dared to enter? This young scoundrel had made Meng Fei retreat in disgrace. Who knew how many more wicked schemes he had yet to reveal? Chapter 8. Division and Alliance. The number of formidable cultivators covertly observing was over a dozen. However, they did not originate from a singular faction but represented diverse powers. Should Fongland maintain a staunch defense, it could very well compel these cultivators to unite. It was only when Hetow articulated this insight that Fongland realized she held the initiative. This was the stronghold of the Special Operations Forces. With the Mirror Palace situated within its confines, where Fongland embodied the will of the Special Forces and the dignity of the Alliance. The gates stood wide open, yet none dared to make a move. To enter meant to be trapped, and this predicament rendered them indecisive. The initial fervor, believing that such a multitude of cultivators would deter Fongland from engaging in conflict, was now rendered moot. They were paralyzed by fear and dared not enter. Sanfizi polished Hetow's shoes before inquiring, "What shall our next move be?" The group of cultivators was indeed intimidated. This was merely the first step, preventing them from uniting to assault the military camp. Yet, the formidable cultivators showed no intent of retreating. They resembled hungry wolves fixated on a delectable prey, unwilling to relent easily. Hetow smiled subtly, and Sanfizi sensed that this smile spelled trouble. Fongland gestured for Hetow to approach, and with a knowing glance, urged him to devise a strategy. With so many cultivators suspended in uncertainty, it could not remain at a standstill. Fongland understood clearly that this was the jurisdiction of her niece, and the military camp was a neighbor to Fongland Villa. If Hetow could resolve the matter with these cultivators today, his reputation would surely be established. Fongland had never favored Hetow becoming a renowned violinist, but she suddenly realized that her disciple was more astute than she had anticipated. He could indeed exploit his talents in this arena. Hetow spoke softly. "With so many guests present, we cannot afford to show them no courtesy." Zhu Gushing nodded. Cornered animals would surely plot how to collaborate. Hetow's notion of showing courtesy entailed relinquishing a few spots for entry into the Mirror Palace, thereby fracturing the predatory intent of the cultivators. Meng Fei's voice echoed from afar. "I deciphered the array. I claim one of the 9 spots for entry into the Mirror Palace." Hetow's words had been clearly overheard, and the cultivators recognized his ancient tactic of employing 2 peaches to eliminate 3 warriors. They had initially contemplated resistance, but with the notorious Meng Fei reserving a position, hesitation was no longer an option. The cultivator who had earlier questioned Fongland proclaimed, "Fellow friends, do not be deceived by this young man's scheme. His familiarity with Meng Fei assures me he is a pawn, playing a duet." Hetow raised an eyebrow as Fongland approached, casually draping her arm over his shoulder. Hetow shot her a glare, but she feigned ignorance. "You're too close. It's making my head spin," he remarked. Fongland promptly interjected, "Lanting." Reluctantly, Fongland released Hetow, who turned to the cultivator and stated, "Your task is to infiltrate the enemy ranks and unite them. Now that the plan has altered, refrain from further nonsense." The cultivator retorted angrily, "Who is the enemy? Clarify your words." Hetow affirmed, "You don't be shy. Serving the Special Operations Forces is nothing to be ashamed of." Meng Fei's sardonic voice resounded from a distance. "The Beiyu sect maintains good relations with many families of the Alliance. Your identity makes it convenient for you to persuade numerous cultivators, and this is no secret." The cultivator shot an indignant glare toward Meng Fei, who coldly continued, "Kid, what's with that look? Are you hoping for Fei to take a trip to the Beiyu sect? Just formed your nascent soul, and you act so proud, like a cocky rooster." Suji Bei, having been reprimanded by Meng Fei, withdrew the sword light obscuring his face and focused on Hetow, saying, "Meng Sr., are you threatening me? What if I were to threaten him?" Zhu Gushing chuckled, "You can certainly try. I partner with Yilong. Our duet is the main theme song for recruiting in the Special Operations Forces. You probably aren't aware of this information." Suji Bei indeed was not informed. An amassed cultivator commented, "The Fongland Villa ensemble rose to fame with Winter Love's song. Yet I had no idea that Zhu Gushing had already reached the nascent soul stage. Congratulations." Hetow suggested, "Since we're acquainted, why not come down for tea? Let us chat and discuss how to allocate the 9 entry spots. Most will rightfully belong to us. Do not entertain thoughts of uniting to pressure us. Even if you gather 9 experts, do you truly dare to enter the Mirror Palace? Don't be foolish. If you wish to enter smoothly, adhere to my terms. I will offer 1, no, 2 spots to you esteemed seniors. As for Suji Bei, I'd advise you to keep your distance." Meng Fei maliciously remarked from afar, You could say this. Whoever kills Su Jibei earns a spot in the Mirror Palace. Hetow retorted furiously, silence. Show some respect in my presence. Stand tall, and call me brother before you earn the right to speak. Meng Fei promptly fell silent. And Hetow regarded Su Jibei with a smile. Zhu Gushing chimed in. Meng Fei's suggestion is worth considering. Su Jibei's face paled, and Hetow fanned the flames. Think carefully. Entering the Mirror Palace with us means you possess official recognition, a legitimate entry, and assurance of mutual support. Can you truly trust each other after competing for those 9 spots? What if someone stabs you in the back? Such treachery is not uncommon. The masked cultivator removed his mask and approached Zhu Gushing, saying, Tianen Baisher, Yen has met with Sheng Lao, and I have encountered all of you and this young friend. Zhu Gushing responded, How is Yen Lao? Baisher Yen replied, My uncle is in good health, having given up cultivation in recent years. Zhu Gushing praised, Excellent. Baisher Yen joyfully said, I pondered for quite some time before comprehending my uncle's intentions. It appears Sheng Lao understands as well. Zhu Gushing chuckled, Progress can sometimes mean stepping back. I don't doubt your understanding. I have met Yen Lao a few times, and we have mutual admiration. He held high hopes for you, and you have not disappointed him. Judging by your aura, you have achieved the great perfection of the golden core, and forming your nascent soul should pose no challenge. Baisher Yen smiled and bowed, tacitly acknowledging Zhu Gushing's words. Hetow gestured toward his mentor, Fong Rujing, stating, Han Hai Fong Rujing, I have met with Taoist Bai. Baisher Yen clasped his hands, saying, I have long admired the reputation of the Fong family. Are you of the same lineage as Major Fong? Fong Rujing replied, She is the daughter of my 3rd brother. She is stationed here, and as her uncle, I cannot be indifferent. Allow me to introduce you to Taoists Tu Sha and Bao Shou. After Baisher Yen exchanged polite greetings with Tu Sha and Bao Shou, he signaled to Hetow with his eyes. Fong Rujing, maintaining her composure, added, This is my disciple, whom I took under my wing last year. Baisher Yen was taken aback. It turned out this was Fong Rujing's disciple, a treasure indeed. With Hetow's quick wit, Fong Rujing struck gold. Moreover, with Hetow forming a duo with Zhu Gushing and having a close relationship with the notorious Meng Fei, could it be that everything converged here because of Hetow? If that were the case, this young man was exceedingly formidable, having almost constructed a vast hidden network of relationships. Hetow discreetly stepped on Fongland's toes, whispering, Guests are arriving. Prepare the tea and snacks, you fool. Fongland snapped back to reality and hurried off to make arrangements. As Baisher Yen descended, he engaged with Zhu Gushing and the others, while the remaining cultivators hesitated. When 2 masked cultivators landed, more cultivators followed suit. The harsh reality, as Hetow had analyzed, was that even if these dozen formidable cultivators fought amongst themselves to secure 9 spots, they would not dare to enter the Mirror Palace. All too aware that entering would mean having to watch their backs for treachery. Seizing upon the crux of the issue, Hetow understood that negotiations were the only path forward, and the allure of acquiring a spot for entry without conflict remained significantly enticing. Su Jibei hung there, isolated and desolate. Just moments ago, he had foolishly threatened Hetow, only to find himself in a precarious situation. He was unaware that Hetow and Zhu Gushing had formed a small ensemble. He only perceived Hetow's close camaraderie with Meng Fei, forgetting the dire consequences of offending him. One by one, the great cultivators removed their masks and black cloths, beginning to forge connections. Su Jibei, filled with indignation, exclaimed, This is a divide-and-conquer strategy. How can you be so short-sighted? Without unity, we hold no power. With a smile, Hetow bowed to a long-bearded cultivator and muttered to himself, I truly wish to deal with this fool. His incessant chatter is unbearable. Baisher Yen, narrowing his eyes, remarked, I believe I could attempt to alleviate the young friend's troubles. As soon as these words left his lips, numerous greedy gazes were cast in his direction. Meng Fei had previously cautioned that killing Su Jibei would yield an opportunity to enter the Mirror Palace. Although Hetow had not acquiesced to this notion, Zhu Gushing acknowledged it. Thus, eliminating Su Jibei would not only increase their chances, but also open the door to potential opportunities. With resentment, Su Jibei flicked his sleeve and took flight on his sword, his demeanor betraying the fear that had overtaken him. Hetow beamed with delight, recognizing the assembled rabble for what they were, a disorganized mob, easily manageable through division. Sanfizi and the others gazed at Hetow with admiration as a dozen formidable cultivators approached menacingly. They were in a state of panic, initially believing they would be attending many funerals, perhaps even becoming one of those draped in a military flag. Yet, Hetow's words had swiftly diffused the impending crisis. The group of cultivators descended to engage in negotiations, signaling their acceptance of the situation orchestrated by Hetow. As long as Fongland was not utterly foolish, the negotiations were unlikely to falter. At the very least, they could unite a portion of the strongest cultivators to suppress the weakest, thereby resolving the issue with ease. Sanfizi discreetly gestured to Hetow, leading him into the armory, stating, "Dragon brother, do you fancy anything? Feel free to choose." Hetow, adopting a serious expression, replied, "That would be a misuse of public resources." Sanfizi chuckled, "What man doesn't he enjoy playing with weapons?" Hetow responded with delight, "Indeed, I share that sentiment." Chapter 9. Clarity of thought. Hetow's suggestions were sufficient. The negotiations must be led by Fongland. Fong had observed that Fongland was clearly not in her right mind in front of her apprentice, her gaze almost entirely fixated on Hetow, as if she were utterly entranced by him. Allowing Hetow to partake in the negotiations would surely lead to embarrassment for the distracted Fongland. As Sanfizi led Hetow into the arms depot, Fong shot a pointed glance at Fongland, urging her to expedite the arrangements for the discussions. The opposing side consisted of 16 individuals, while Fongland's team had only 4 major cultivators. If only Meng Fei, that old rogue, were present, he would undoubtedly serve as a formidable presence. Although Meng Fei was despised, none dared to provoke him if they had not fallen victim to his schemes. And such a reputation carried immense weight. The arms depot housed numerous stockpiled firearms and ammunition, with the entrance to Jingong at its center. Sanfizi guided Hetow towards a crate containing handguns, opening it to reveal the latest model of handgun, not yet officially issued. Only junior officers are equipped with it. This Viper handgun can be considered a magical tool. When infused with true energy, its bullets gain tremendous power. Fongland had already taken a Viper handgun, and Hetow had long coveted it, though he was too well-mannered to voice his admiration. Today, however, he had the opportunity. Hetow picked up a weighty Viper handgun, its dark blue frame glistening with gun oil, measuring approximately 25 centimeters in length. Sanfizi handed him a white towel, and as Hetow gently wiped the grip, he inquired, "May I take this with me?" Sanfizi replied, "Isn't it obvious? I'll prepare a box of bullets for you. It will be sufficient for your practice. The bar's basement has been completed but remains empty. You can practice your shooting there." Hetow nodded with delight. The bar was his private enterprise, not included as an asset of the tri-party investment firm, and all future profits would belong solely to him. As Sanfizi retrieved the ammunition, Hetow approached the entrance of the cave, where a faint glow flickered deep within, obscured from view. As he focused intently, a beguiling voice beckoned, "Come in, come in." Hetow, momentarily entranced, was jolted back to reality when Sanfizi patted his shoulder. Startled, Hetow looked at Sanfizi with apprehension. Sanfizi asked, "I've called your name several times, long ago. You're not actually considering going in, are you?" Hetow, pale-faced, replied, "Did you hear someone calling from inside?" Sanfizi, now frightened, responded, "Long go, don't scare me. It was just the two of us a moment ago." Hetow took a deep breath and said, "Let me listen again. If I appear dazed, wake me up." Noticing the seriousness in Hetow's demeanor, Sanfizi set down the box of bullets, stating, "If there's truly a problem, we should summon Sheng Lao to come." Hetow whispered, "Keep this between us. If there's danger, it's best to let those uninvited intruders come in. Just be aware." Sanfizi shivered at the thought. How cunning Hetow seemed, appearing youthful yet possessing a dark undercurrent. Nonetheless, Sanfizi appreciated it. Letting outsiders face peril was preferable to endangering one's own. As Sanfizi stepped back, Hetow once again gazed into the depths of the cave, where a distant, ethereal female voice called out, "Come in, come in, come in." Hetow was abruptly pulled back by Sanfizi, whose face was drenched in sweat. Sanfizi trembled. You looked so intent on going in, long ago. There isn't really any danger inside, is there? Hetow wiped the sweat from his brow and said, Go find my master and tell him I want to let him be the first to enter Jingong. I want to reserve this opportunity for our guests, to demonstrate our sincerity in cooperation. Sanfizi pursed his lips and hurried away, while Hetow, still shaken, distanced himself from the cave entrance. Meng Fei's voice then echoed, Did you truly sense something? Hetow replied, There was a voice calling me. Meng Fei scoffed. It must have been a woman's voice. Infuriated, Hetow turned sharply to see the old rogue's head peering through the doorway. Hetow chastised. Come over and stand straight while you call me brother. Meng Fei, you're looking a bit plump. The consequences of breaking your word are severe. Meng Fei extended his middle finger towards Hetow, taunting, If you're brave enough, let us swear brotherhood. Not asking for the same birthday, but at least for the same day of death. Hetow retorted angrily, If anyone is to die, let it be you. I aspire to pursue the ultimate path of immortality. Meng Fei feigned nausea. You've fallen under a madman's curse, seeking immortality. What a dream that would be. Hetow huffed. Those without dreams cannot converse with me. Meng Fei leaned further out. So there is indeed a woman's voice from the entrance? I knew I wasn't mistaken. You lose your wits around women, yet you're sharper than a monkey in all other matters. Hetow fumed. Do not spread rumors. I will accuse you of defamation. Meng Fei spat dismissively, and without needing confirmation, he had already surmised that it was indeed a woman's voice. Otherwise, Hetow would have clarified. Hetow couldn't help but ask, Didn't you hear it? You possess heavenly hearing and have even deciphered the array of Jingong. Meng Fei's playful demeanor faded as he said, After activating the reverse 5-element array, I sensed an inexplicable danger. My instincts warned me against recklessly entering. Do you think I would forfeit this opportunity? Hetow, anxious, remarked, We cannot act rashly. Even if we miss the chance, we cannot risk our lives. Meng Fei concurred. Exactly. If you want to let your master in, do you intend to allow the likes of Zhu Gushing to enter? Hetow objected. That is out of the question. Let me think. I detest slaughter. Perhaps he should lead the expedition? Meng Fei gasped. Can you be any more wicked? Slaughtering for 50 years and still being tasked with entering Jingong to face the dangers? Truly remarkable. Hetow chuckled awkwardly. I was merely joking. I can't let nobody enter. Otherwise, they will surely think it's a trap. Or, Meng Fei eagerly pressed, or what? You're full of schemes. Do enlighten me. Hetow darted forward, reaching for Meng Fei's thinning white hair. Meng Fei nimbly dodged, and Hetow beckoned. The law does not pass 6 ears. Come closer, and I shall tell you. Meng Fei sauntered over, hands behind his back. Hetow lowered his voice, and Meng Fei, intrigued, leaned in closer. Hetow whispered, I think we should auction. Meng Fei's head was nearly within reach of Hetow's finger when Hetow grasped at him. But Meng Fei laughed heartily and evaded effortlessly. Frustrated, Hetow lamented how quick the old rogue was, almost inhuman. Meng Fei swung up to cling to the steel beams of the ceiling, declaring, Auctioning is indeed a splendid idea, but Fongland, as the commander of the Special Operations Team, poses a significant risk. By the way, have you grasped the essence of your little Shura? Hetow beamed with pride. I tried it on the way to the military camp, and it was quite effective, though she caught on and began questioning the method. Otherwise, she would have informed my master. Meng Fei scolded, You're scared, aren't you? It's obvious you're frightened. I told you, you lose your wits around women. Since it was effective, Fongland must have been quite taken. Do you think she would dare tell your master? Hetow suddenly realized that Fongland was merely putting on a show, clearly enjoying the moment. Meng Fei urged, Was the effect immediate? Hetow nodded, and Meng Fei, impatient, asked, Did she react in any way? Hetow rubbed his lips, and Meng Fei exclaimed, So she kissed you? It must have been a kiss. Meng Fei lamented, How could I have missed this opportunity? What a loss. Hetow, blushing, clarified, It was she who forced the kiss upon me. I resisted, but her strength was overwhelming. Meng Fei leaped gracefully from the air, landing before Hetow with a serious expression. We cannot allow her to take advantage. nor grant her another opportunity to kiss you. The power must remain firmly in our hands. Do you understand? He continued, when facing Fongland, engage your mind. Envision the sensation of controlling those formidable Yuan-ing elders and Jin Dan masters. You must steer the situation. Hetow humbly inquired, what should I specifically do? I have no ideas at all. Meng Fei contemplated momentarily, considering that if Hetow, in his usual valor, were to win over Fongland, there would be no need for Meng Fei's intervention. The absence of Hetow's insight in matters of romance was precisely what rendered Meng Fei's guidance valuable. Gesturing for Hetow to sit beside him atop an ammunition crate, Meng Fei remarked, this affair is reminiscent of my experiences shopping. The thrill lies in the pursuit, while the actual acquisition feels anticlimactic. I am quite astute, you see. I may steal possessions, but you must capture hearts. As an older brother, I have numerous insights to share with you. He proceeded to recount some of his most representative experiences, starting with a time of profound desperation. I was utterly broke, famished to the point of dizziness, and found myself in a pastry shop. Do you comprehend? Hetow, perplexed, responded, comprehend what? Your words are rather cryptic. Meng Fei shot a frustrated glance at Hetow, urging him to reflect. Think back to the first time you laid eyes on Yichang. Did it not feel akin to discovering the most exquisite delicacy after days of hunger? Even at the cost of your life, would you not be compelled to seize it? A sweet smile spread across Hetow's face as Meng Fei clapped him on the shoulder. Have you found your spark? Consider this. Without Yichang, you would be on the brink of death. How could you not strive with every ounce of your being? Hetow nodded fervently, then hesitantly confessed. I was quite anxious the first time I saw Sister Lanting. You know how alluring her figure appears. Please don't laugh. Once, I even had a nosebleed in her presence, and many witnessed it. It was so embarrassing. With a serious demeanor, Meng Fei responded, Yichang is the sustenance of life. Without her, you cannot survive. Fongland is a rich, intoxicating wine, perpetually luring you, ensnaring you in its depths. Does this clarity of thought resonate with you? Hetow, inspired by Meng Fei's fervor, gazed at him with admiration. Brother Fei truly understands me. A kindred spirit is indeed a rare find. Chapter 10. Sincerity. The sounds of quarrels echoed within a spacious military tent. The Mirror Palace, a legendary and enigmatic entity, had become the center of attention as news of its emergence spread. The forces at play were discreetly strategizing, and Bai Shiyan and his companions were merely the vanguard, lurking nearby in anticipation of the activation of the palace's protective array. Representing various factions, Bai Shiyan and his allies, despite being formidable golden core cultivators, were overshadowed by a few powerful nascent soul elders. However, they did not fight alone. They were driven by the interests of their respective families and sections. Intimidation through strength proved ineffective. Fear alone could not compel action, except for that fool Suji Bei, who foolishly forced his way into the fray. The Mirror Palace could accommodate a maximum of 9 individuals at once, precisely corresponding to the 9 ancient mirrors within. The struggle for these coveted spots became a focal point of contention. Fongland's faction boasted 2 nascent soul experts, Zhu Gushing and Meng Fei, alongside 3 golden core cultivators, Fong Rujing, Tu Sha, and Bao Shou. As the highest-ranking officer present, Fongland was determined to secure one of those 9 spots for herself. With a total of 9 available, her faction aimed to claim 6, while Hetow, being rather stingy, offered only 2 spots, a proposal that was evidently destined to be contested. San Fizi quietly entered the tent and approached Fong Rujing, suggesting that Hetow hoped for her master to relinquish a slot. After a brief contemplation, Fong Rujing acquiesced. This additional slot did not quell the turmoil. Rather, it ignited an even more fervent dispute. The last activation of the Mirror Palace occurred during an era when the sects looked down upon the mortal realm. Now, after 7 millennia, the palace's resurgence promised treasures within, and the opportunity to venture inside could significantly enhance the standing of one's family or sect, an opportunity worth fighting for, even at the cost of bloodshed. As Hetow and Meng Fei's arguments escalated, their voices rose, creating a cacophony that threatened to spiral out of control. They burst through the tent flap, and the uproar abruptly ceased. Fongland, dizzy from the clamor, felt a sense of relief upon their entrance. The presence of both Hetow and the notorious Meng Fei fortified her resolve. Hetow leaned against the tense entrance and remarked, "Why the sudden silence? It was quite lively just a moment ago." Meng Fei nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it was rather entertaining. Please, continue as if we were not here." The tension dissipated as the 24 individuals settled into silence, none willing to be the first to break the stillness. The appearance of this young man suggested he harbored some ulterior motive. Hetow had successfully established a reputation for being astute among these seasoned cultivators. And before revealing his true intentions, the assembly opted to listen quietly. Observing the room filled with silence, Meng Fei's beady eyes blinked rapidly, realizing that he had gained some authority. This was, of course, a fortuitous circumstance. Hetow enjoyed the advantage of home ground, supported by several formidable cultivators. Yet, it was remarkable that a mere youth could command such decorum from a group of seasoned experts, an achievement worthy of pride. Hetow pulled a chair closer, straddling it with his arms resting on the back, and stated, "The first question: no one can guarantee safety within the Mirror Palace. Entering does not guarantee rewards. If anyone disagrees with my perspective, now is the time to voice it." Bai Shiyan slightly nodded. "Young friend, since we are all here, we must be mentally prepared for this endeavor." Another cultivator added, "Indeed, our goal is to secure a chance to enter the Mirror Palace. Whether we might meet misfortune within is our own concern. My family has connections with the Han Haifeng clan, and knowing your master is a direct descendant. Perhaps we can offer some sincerity in exchange for a slot." Hetow's eyes lit up as he replied to the cultivator, "This is a matter we can discuss further. However, I have a question. Since only 9 individuals may enter the palace at a time, what chances do others have to follow?" A bearded cultivator responded, "The Mirror Palace is structured in a 9-palace formation, allowing for 9 individuals to enter at once, with the possibility of 9 batches. In total, 81 individuals can seize this opportunity." Hetow inquired, "May I ask your esteemed name?" The bearded cultivator replied, "I am Fongland from Jialan Mountain." Hetow remarked, "What you say must hold truth, for 81 slots imply 81 chances. The elder who expressed willingness to offer sincerity has my approval. It sounds quite earnest." Zhu Gushing sipped his tea with a lowered gaze, while Tu Sha wore a disdainful expression, and Fong Rujing remained impassive. Fongland cast a flirtatious glance in Hetow's direction. The cultivators present straightened their spines. In the realm of power and influence, no one could dominate another. Yet, when it came to sincerity, matters became simpler. Bai Shiyan smiled and asked, "Young friend, your forthrightness is refreshing. How shall we measure this sincerity? And is it approved by your elders?" Zhu Gushing and Fong Rujing exchanged glances, with Fong Rujing adopting a composed demeanor. The child has a whimsical perspective. Since he has spoken, I shall not undermine his pride. Let him have his fun. The seasoned cultivators internally criticized the FAOD of seriousness. It was evident they believed the disciple's suggestion to be a guaranteed success, thus they supported it fervently. Zhu Gushing replied leisurely, "I find the thoughts of the winged dragon admirable. They maintain amicability. As for sincerity, we must consider that Meng Fei opened the palace's external array, along with the reputation of the Special Operations Unit, and acknowledge the efforts made by the winged dragon. Each of you may deliberate, for we seek not to be greedy." Then, Zhu Gushing turned to Fongland. "With so many esteemed guests present, the accommodations at Fongland Shaozhu can comfortably host everyone. Fortunately, we have sufficient personnel to avoid neglecting any of you." Fongland stood and declared, "Very well, we shall proceed as Elder suggested. I will contact Uncle Gio immediately. Winged Dragon, do you have any further comments to make? Speak now, or forever hold your peace." Hetow replied, "There is no need for the esteemed elders to perceive sincerity as a burden. My proposal is that those with sufficient sincerity may enter the Mirror Palace in the first batch, while those with limited resources can enter in the second or third batch. In 2 days, you may submit your sincerity to Xiaofei, who will conduct a secret bid to determine which elders will enter in the first batch." Hetow sensed a palpable tension. His words effectively pressured the seasoned cultivators to present substantial offerings. as failing to secure a spot in the first round would be a source of humiliation, particularly since the auctioneer was the notorious Meng Fei, known for his keen eye. No one could risk presenting a meager gift. Fongland retrieved her phone and stepped outside. As she passed Hetow, she boldly wrapped an arm around him. Fongland's face darkened with disapproval. Could she not maintain some decorum? Such behavior was unbecoming. Hetow, unable to resist Fongland's forceful embrace, was led to the armory. While she simultaneously assigned tasks to Fong Zhou over the phone, she pinned Hetow against the wall. He glanced around in panic. Realizing no one could assist him, Sinfizi had vanished, and Meng Fei was nowhere in sight. Fongland glared menacingly. "Look at you, all high and mighty." Hetow chuckled nervously. "I merely had a sudden inspiration." Fongland silenced him with a kiss. Meng Fei suddenly appeared at the doorway. Intrigued by the scene, his ears perked up as he noted, "Yi Chong and the others are approaching." Hetow gasped, and Fongland's grip tightened, her expression turning cold and fierce. Hetow instinctively wrapped his arms around her neck and lightly kissed her lips, saying, "Don't be foolish." Fongland remained unfazed, while Meng Fei reached out as if to grasp something in the air. Hetow managed to push her away, stating, "I'll find you tonight. Let's keep this civil, or I will not hold back." Amidst the gentle spring rain, the path grew increasingly muddy as Zhang Xia and her entourage surrounded Yi Chong, making their way toward the bar. In the bar's backyard, a newly constructed wooden fence encircled the enchanting maple tree. The vitality of the demon maple is strikingly intense. While the leaves of other maples remain a tender yellow, the foliage of the demon maple has already taken on a delicate green hue. The area struck by lightning retains a charred appearance, yet the entire demon maple exudes a robust essence of life. Yi Chong, holding an ink-wash painting-style umbrella, wears a lake blue jacket paired with a matching long skirt, her hair styled into 2 small braids. In this season of persistent spring rain, Yi Chong resembles a spirit of spring, radiating a refreshing aura. Hetow and Meng Fei entered through the back door of the bar, just as Yi Chong opened the wooden gate of the fence. Upon seeing Hetow, a mischievous smile blossomed on her face. Hetow, recalling the passionate kiss he had shared with Fongland moments ago, felt a wave of guilt wash over him, causing his steps to falter. Yi Chong approached the demon maple tree, resting the umbrella handle on her shoulder, and asked, "Is this the demon maple from your home?" Hetow walked closer, gazing up at the dense canopy, and replied, "It grows in my backyard, but it is not my family's demon maple. My brother purchased this house 2 years ago, and we often lay beneath the tree, chatting." Yi Chong elegantly tilted the umbrella to shield Hetow, inquiring, "What did you talk about?" Hetow was momentarily at a loss for words. They had discussed many things: the sorrow of their deceased parents, the family that had driven them from their homeland, their desires for revenge, and the bleakness of their future. Yi Chong placed her hand over Hetow's heart and said, "I can feel your sadness." Hetow pressed his lips together, and Yi Chong leaned closer to him, standing at a similar height to Hetow. She was tall for a girl of her age. She drew near to Hetow's cheek, closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and remarked, "I can also sense your inner turmoil." Chapter 11. Spring night drizzle. In a moment of astonishment, Hetow found himself at a loss for words, his usual composure evaporating in the face of the formidable cultivators. Before Yi Chong, however, he was rendered speechless. His intelligence seemed to plummet at the mere sight of her. Yi Chong pressed her cheek against Hetow's icy face and said, "I cultivate the water-moon heart method, where the heart reflects the world like the moon in water. You have disturbed my tranquil heart lake. Thus, you owe me reparation." Hetow hurriedly replied, "I will compensate you. Just tell me how to make amends." Meng Fei, pounding his chest in disbelief, exclaimed that such words should not be uttered lightly. Indeed, it was evident that being ensnared in the whirlpool of emotions had caused his intellect to falter. As Meng Fei hissed, both Hetow and Yi Chong turned to him, the playful smile on Yi Chong's face revealing her amusement at Meng Fei's antics. Meng Fei raised his hand to shield his countenance, retreating to a corner with an awkward grin. Yi Chong chuckled, leaning into Hetow's embrace. "He is quite concerned about you." Beaming with delight, Hetow declared, "He just lost a bet, and acknowledged me as his elder brother. Yichang's expression turned to one of bewilderment as she gazed at Hetow, her adorable demeanor causing him to momentarily lose his train of thought. How did you win? Do tell, she urged excitedly. With a gleeful tone, Hetow recounted. The array of the Mirror Palace was activated, attracting a dozen formidable cultivators. Xiao Fei said I couldn't scare them away, but they ended up negotiating inside. I triumphed while Xiao Fei is now trying to evade his debt. Wrapping herself in Hetow's tailcoat, Yichang inquired, how did you frighten them? I would like to learn a few tricks. At this mention, Hetow's enthusiasm surged. It was quite simple. They were a disorganized mob united only by temporary interests. Once I disrupted their common goals, their fragile alliance collapsed. Everything else fell into place. They had to follow my lead. Observing Hetow's animated expression, Yichang suddenly asked, what about your sister Lanting? What are her motivations? Hetow's face flushed as he stammered, She is the sort of person whom I cannot quite define in terms of what she truly desires. Yichang pressed on, and what about me? Gazing at Yichang, with her elegant fragrance enveloping him, Hetow found himself momentarily lost in her presence, forgetting how to respond. Yichang smiled sweetly, relishing the infatuated look in Hetow's eyes, for it reassured her of his affection. From a corner, Meng Fei anxiously reminded, she is asking you a question. Regaining his composure, Hetow pondered desperately for an answer, but Yichang gently placed her delicate finger on his lips. No need to speak. Let us simply enjoy the moment as if we are the only two souls in this world. Hetow's arms enveloped Yichang tenderly, his touch quivering with excitement, while a blush crept up Yichang's neck like the dawnlight. With her eyes closed, she listened to the soft patter of the drizzle upon the umbrella, feeling her heart soar in the intoxicating ambience of the spring evening. The twilight was fleeting as dark clouds gathered above. Hetow noticed that in the blink of an eye, the daylight had dimmed. Zhang Xia called out, Chong Chong, it's time to shoot. Yichang, as if awakening from a dream, stretched languidly in Hetow's embrace. Time to get to work, let us perk up. This was a scene Yichang had long envisioned, and the spring rain fulfilled her desires perfectly. Hetow recalled he had forgotten to bring his violin, scratching his head in frustration, when Meng Fei tossed the instrument case over. The crafty fellow had procured Hetow's violin unbeknownst to him. Standing beneath the maple tree, Yichang shielded Hetow with the umbrella, preventing him from getting drenched. The crew, clad in raincoats, awaited Hetow's cue. After testing a few notes, Hetow felt confident he remembered the tune of Night Lover. He nodded at Yichang, and the soft beams of light shone gently upon him, creating an ethereal atmosphere. As the rain fell upon him, Hetow felt a pang of concern. This violin, crafted by Zhu Gushing himself, should not be exposed to rain, much less used in such damp conditions. Soon, Hetow sensed something was amiss. The rain continued to fall, yet he remained dry. Looking up in surprise, he found Zhang Xia and the others staring in awe. He gazed upward to see the branches of the maple tree arching above him like a grand umbrella, shielding him from the spring rain. The photographer excitedly exclaimed, "This is it, Mr. He. We are ready to begin." Hetow returned his gaze to Yichang, who peered at the camera's display, observing Hetow standing beneath the tree like a spirit of the night, his fingers dancing across the strings to conjure familiar melodies. As the music filled the air, Fongland and a group of over 20 individuals approached from the distance, silently watching the enchanting scene unfold. The photographer gestured, and Yichang raised the umbrella, stepping forward. As the lights illuminated her, she appeared almost ethereal, her garments billowing in the night breeze, accentuating her otherworldly beauty. Hetow slightly lowered his head, immersed in the melody of Night Lover, which had been refined to be even more captivating. The night enveloped them in a gentle breeze, providing Hetow with a reason to be entranced. In this bewitching twilight, he encountered the one he adored. The moonlight transformed their youthful affection into a vintage wine of beauty. Only the sound of the violin accompanied the enchanting song, as the mesmerizing spring rain and the beguiling night were quietly appreciated by the formidable cultivators. Fongland stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her knuckles whitening from the pressure. The cultivators utilized their true essence to ward off the rain, while Fongland stood drenched beneath the droplets. The chill of the rain was nothing compared to the coldness in her heart, as she watched Yi Chang serenade Hetow, realizing for the first time how well they complemented each other. For cameras rolled simultaneously. As Yi Chang approached Hetow, the side camera became the primary one. As she neared Hetow, engrossed in his music, numerous lights illuminated the youthful duo against the night backdrop. In the glaring lights, half of Hetow's face fell into shadow, while the illuminated side, set against the backdrop of the vibrant maple leaves, exuded a sculptural beauty. From this angle, the camera captured Hetow's masked visage, his focus on the violin lending an air of mystery to the scene. Yi Chang released her grip on the umbrella, letting it drift away with the wind. She closed her eyes, leaning closer to Hetow, just as a brilliant flash of lightning illuminated them in a silvery glow. The photographer shouted in excitement, "This is incredible!" Startled by the shout, Yi Chang quickly turned, unable to fathom the consequences had the photographer remained silent. Just moments ago, she had lost herself in a kiss with Hetow, the distance between them mere inches, before reality jolted her awake. The music ceased abruptly as a hoarse voice bellowed. "What nonsense is this? Who told you to shout?" The photographer, a member of Yi Chang's team, had never faced such indignation, and he retorted, "What are you?" Flushed with embarrassment, Yi Chang's team members were accustomed to being treated as esteemed guests wherever they went, and this sudden rebuke was intolerable. From the shadows, Bao Shou rushed forward, admonishing the photographer, "Mind your words. That is a senior from the Underworld Coffin Gate." The photographer's face paled at the mention of the Underworld Coffin Gate, an ancient sect known not for malevolence, but for instilling fear, their specialty being coffins. The very term life coffin was unsettling. Zhu gushing broke the tension. "The night is drawing near. Had it not been for this captivating scene, we would have already raised our glasses in celebration. Fellow cultivators, please join me at my residence, where a banquet awaits. The pterodactyl has already packed up and gone home." Hetow grasped Yi Chang's hand, and Zhang Xia, noticing Fong Rujing approaching, handed the umbrella to Hetow, gently advising, "The spring rain carries a chill. Do not let yourself get soaked, or your master will surely worry." Hetow, with a charming demeanor, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Sister Xia." Fong Rujing approached with a stern expression, contemplating the sorrow of his niece. While they displayed their affection, Fong Lanting endured torment in the rain-soaked night, which pained Fong Rujing deeply. Zhang Xia feigned surprise at noticing Fong Rujing, smiling as she said, "Mr. Rujing, you are here as well." Fong Rujing replied with a serious tone, "A few fellow practitioners have arrived. I must assist Lanting in hosting them to avoid any impropriety. Ilong, quickly return and prepare to receive our guests." Hetow, pulling Yi Chang, hurried away, leaving Fong Rujing in a state of frustration. Zhang Xia held up an umbrella to shield Fong Rujing from the rain, commenting, "Chang is quite fond of the ambience here." Fong Rujing replied, "Though the maple forest is lovely, it remains a foreign land. Miss Yi Chang will ultimately return home." Zhang Xia's expression faltered. Did this imply he wished to dismiss them? Recognizing his brusque demeanor, Fong Rujing clumsily attempted to change the subject. "Are you still comfortable residing here? I am rather indolent and may not attend to my guests as I should. I beg your forgiveness for any discourtesy." With an elegant smile, Zhang Xia remarked, "Mr. Rujing, your preference for solitude reflects a naturally serene disposition, unburdened by the extravagances of life, yet concerned for your disciples." Speaking of his disciple, Fong Rujing sighed in frustration. Having an exceptionally gifted pupil was not without its drawbacks, as many coveted his talents. The solitary path of teaching the violin had drawn Hetow closer to others, and he navigated this journey with remarkable ease, seemingly on the brink of stardom, a result Fong Rujing had not anticipated. Now, with the addition of the old rogue Meng Fei, who had become close to Hetow, Fong Rujing, a master of profound cultivation, felt his heart heavy. As Zhang Xia walked alongside Fong Rujing, they engaged in lively conversation. Exceptional children always attract attention. Ilong is incredibly astute and will comprehend the challenges you face as his mentor. Fong Rujing nodded. "Indeed. His brilliance causes me constant concern about him being exploited." Zhang Xia subtly inched closer, suggesting, "Being utilized is a testament to his value. Otherwise, who would pay him any mind?" Consider it from a different perspective, and it may bring you solace. As long as we protect him from harm, with Elong's intelligence, he will undoubtedly. Chapter 12. Do not be rude. Hetow joyfully ran through the enchanting maple forest with Yichang, having long discarded his umbrella. The night was alluring, and Hetow felt a primal urge to howl like a wolf. Rainwater soaked Yichang's delicate hair, prompting her to remove the hairpin adorning her head, allowing her locks to cascade freely over her shoulders as she opened her arms and ran with abandon. How long had it been since she had indulged in such carefree delight? It seemed that ever since her musical talent had been discovered, diligent practice and the monotonous study of song had become the main focus of her life. Yichang cherished her freedom. She relished this unrestrained feeling. The artificial grass beneath their feet was devoid of litter, smooth as a vast carpet, and stepping upon it felt delightfully plush, making one yearn to roll and frolic on the ground. Hetow paused, opening his mouth to catch the rain falling from the sky, his spirits soaring as he tasted the sweetness of the rain. Yichang's hand pressed against Hetow's heart, causing him to stiffen, unsure of how to react. Meng Fei's voice, as fine as a thread, whispered in Hetow's ear, urging him, "You will drive me mad. Embrace her. Do it." Instinctively, Hetow wrapped his arms around Yichang, who mirrored his actions, tilting her head back and parting her lips to catch the delicate raindrops. As Hetow gazed at her with deep affection, Yichang pouted, releasing a fine mist of water from her lips, leaving Hetow momentarily dumbfounded. Seeing Hetow's bewildered expression, Yichang burst into laughter and darted away into the distance. Hetow, filled with a sudden surge of energy, chased after her, invoking the techniques of the thousand birds technique without hesitation, resembling a night hawk flitting through the forest in pursuit of the ethereal figure that was Yichang. Hetow felt as if he had transformed into a bird, the night air invigorating his spirit. His state of mind was unparalleled, and his thoughts flowed with unprecedented clarity, allowing him to close the distance between himself and Yichang. Meng Fei excitedly transmitted, "Yes, exactly like that. Catch up to her and kiss her. If you can't, I'll catch up to you instead." Hetow shuddered at the thought, his already agile body moving even more swiftly. Yichang turned, looking back at the nimble Hetow. His movements were indeed impressive, yet still evidently in the early stages of mastery. The pristine mist enveloping Yichang was a testament to her cultivation. As a foundational stage practitioner, she could harness her true energy to accomplish many feats, and dispelling the rain from her body was merely the simplest application of her skills. Surrounded by the mist, Yichang resembled a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, and Hetow found satisfaction simply in watching her, wishing to remain in this dreamlike state forever. Suddenly, Yichang came to a halt. Hetow, who had been sprinting towards her, stumbled upon her unexpected stop, flailing his arms in a frantic attempt to avoid infringing upon her. Yichang beamed a radiant smile, grasping Hetow's hand, and with a gentle push, they both floated backward as her hair danced in the wind, brushing teasingly against Hetow's face. As Hetow gazed upon her ethereal visage, he slowly leaned down, and Yichang closed her eyes, tilting her face upwards. Just as Hetow prepared to kiss her, a glint of cold light caught his peripheral vision. Acting on instinct, he spun around, shielding Yichang with his own body against the incoming sword strike. Yichang's eyes widened in horror as she witnessed the sword light poised to pierce Hetow's back. A furious roar shattered the silence of the night. Meng Fei, wielding an object resembling a large bowl, hurled it with precision at the flying sword. The bowl remained intact, while the sword was deflected away. Meng Fei's voice echoed with fervor, and in the next moment, a flurry of sword lights shot into the sky, leaving the assailant, an ancient soul, trembling in fear. How could this young man be accompanied by such formidable allies? Meng Fei caught the bowl, charging towards the ancient soul with a fierce shout. "You old crone! I spared you once. Dare you show your fangs again, and I will end you." The ancient soul, who had previously attempted to slay Fongland, was now faced with a dire situation. Fortunately, the arrival of Bai Shiyin and the others had averted a crisis. Otherwise, he would have found himself trapped between two predators. The negotiations were nearly concluded, and the remaining task was to demonstrate sincerity. Just as Hetow found himself in peril, it was an unexpected stroke of fortune. As the powerful cultivators descended upon the fleeing ancient soul like wolves, this unfortunate soul was caught off guard by Meng Fei's earlier action, having assumed he could find a solitary target to vent his wrath. Yet, he was met with a formidable assembly. Among them were 5 or 6 ancient souls, alongside numerous golden core practitioners. Hetow, upon seeing Meng Fei's arrival, knew he was safe. He bellowed into the distance, "Kill him! A ticket to the Mirror Palace for whoever does." The swords soared like a rainbow, promising substantial rewards. No one held back. A chorus of brilliant swords converged, and in an instant, the ancient soul's sword was shredded to pieces, scattering into the air. As the ancient soul prepared to unleash a desperate escape, a thunderous bolt struck, penetrating his skull, shattering it like a watermelon struck by a hammer, obliterating both him and his nascent soul. Zhu Gushing praised. The thunderbolt from the underworld truly lives up to its name, eliminating a hidden threat to Maple Forest Cottage. A pale-faced practitioner smiled as he retracted the thunderbolt and approached the ancient soul's lifeless form, remarking, he had already sustained severe injuries. His nascent soul was compromised, making my task much easier. A still frightened Hetow said. He was pierced through the nascent soul by Meng Fei's spit, yet dared to return for revenge. Your keen eyesight is commendable, and your strength is unquestionable. The practitioner replied, since Meng Fei acted first, I shall not take this fellow's belongings. I shall leave them for you as a gift. Hetow exclaimed in delight, that is splendid. Meng Fei, help me clean up the battlefield. Meng Fei retorted angrily, call me Brother Fei, or else I. Hetow was truly disgusted. He had seen shamelessness before. But this was a new low, a thief devoid of any moral compass. Meng Fei, emboldened, would actually carry out his threat. Yichang, wrapping her arm around Hetow's, said, I'm older than you. It's only right to call him Brother Fei. Do not be rude. Meng Fei wore a knowing expression, and indeed, Hetow reluctantly muttered, Brother Fei. Meng Fei burst into laughter, knowing that Hetow would succumb to Yichang's wishes. Hetow's expression soured as he pulled Yichang away, wishing to avoid the old thief's cackling. The site of the ambush was not far from Zhu Gushing's courtyard. As Hetow and Yichang made their way back, they encountered Fongjiu, whose worried visage was accompanied by more than 40 security guards, prepared for action. Hetow quickly announced, the ancient soul that attacked Sister Landing has been slain. Prepare a VIP gold card immediately. Fongjiu immediately grasped the significance of this. It was indeed a commendable gesture, far more sincere than any other gift. He produced a wallet, retrieving a gold card, saying, this is suitable for your gift. Hetow nodded, accepting the umbrella handed to him by the steward to shield himself and Yichang, instructing, the VIPs are about to arrive. Let us be on our toes. This is the most important group of guests for Maple Forest Cottage. We cannot afford to be careless. Fongjiu raised his voice, commanding, the young master has given a stern order. Did you hear that? Hundreds responded in unison, yes. With the crisis averted, the security guards advanced with lanterns, forming 2 lines between the courtyard entrance and the maple forest. Meanwhile, dozens of butlers in tailcoats swiftly unrolled bundles of red carpet, laying them towards the direction of the forest. Zhu Gushing and his companions arrived at the edge of the maple forest, greeted by the grand spectacle of their welcome. At the entrance stood 2 lines of elegantly dressed female attendants, accompanied by dozens of poised butlers. A group of esteemed cultivators lurked beyond the Maple Forest Cottage, eager to stay apprised of the developments within the Mirror Palace. They had taken to the wilderness, longing for delectable sustenance and a comfortable chamber in which to rest. Upon entering the Maple Forest Cottage and beholding the lush, verdant grass, they surmised that its proprietor was a person of considerable means. As they stepped outside, greeted by a magnificent and lavish welcoming party, they realized their fortunes had indeed favored them today. Hetow stood at the entrance, bowing courteously as he spoke. Welcome, esteemed elders, to the Maple Forest Cottage. This is my humble abode, and I invite you to make yourselves at home. The cultivators exchanged glances, astonished that such grandeur could be attributed to this mere boy who had yet to come of age. Truly, the youth was formidable. A bevy of maidens approached, holding umbrellas to shield the cultivators from the elements and guiding them into the courtyard, escorting them directly to their quarters. Although the cultivators had no need for protection from the rain, they reveled in the display of grandeur. Inside, a large round table was set, attended by the most exquisite maidens, who gracefully ushered the cultivators to their seats, using warm, pristine towels to wipe the faces and hands of those who had braved the elements, their attentiveness nothing short of remarkable. Once the practitioners of the netherworld path had settled, Hetow graciously accepted a towel from one of the maidens and, with a touch of flattery, began to wipe the cheek of one esteemed cultivator. The elder was taken aback. It felt somewhat excessive for the owner of the maple forest cottage to serve him in such a manner. Hetow remarked, "Were it not for your timely intervention, that old scoundrel might have escaped." Even Fei Gu lacked the ability to detain him, and his escape would pose a significant threat. "If he lives, I shall be plagued with unease from this day forth." The elder chuckled heartily, seizing the towel from Hetow's grasp. "You certainly possess the gift of charming words. Among the friends present today, none are weak. I merely took advantage of the situation." While pleasantries were exchanged, it was clear that Hetow could not renege on the qualifications for entering the Mirror Palace, with so many witnesses present. The elder, possessing a wit for humor, lightened the atmosphere with his jest. After wiping his face a few times, the elder set the towel aside. Hetow then produced a golden card, presenting it with both hands, stating, "This is the golden card issued by the Maple Forest Cottage. I hope you will accept it. Henceforth, you are welcome to visit the Maple Forest Cottage at your leisure." Chapter 13. The unexpected turn. The reputation of the Tomb of the Underworld Path left much to be desired, causing many to tread lightly in its presence. During today's negotiations, no one was inclined to pay attention to him, a reality the cultivator had grown accustomed to. Just moments prior, a bolt of shadowy thunder had eliminated that old Yuaning master, earning Hetow a level of respect that had begun to make this esteemed cultivator feel somewhat elated. Receiving the golden card, he carefully stored it away and remarked, "I find this place delightful, and your music enchanting. It seems I shall impose upon you often in the future. My name is Zheng Shiais." Hetow smiled and replied, "Zheng uncle." When had Zheng Shiais ever experienced such a moment of glory? The Tomb of the Underworld Path overshadowed many sects and noble families, and being honored by the astute young master of Maple Forest Lodge left Zheng Shiais momentarily taken aback. He paused, discreetly retrieving a ring from his sleeve and offering it to Hetow, saying, "This title of Uncle Zheng should not be given lightly. Consider this a gift of introduction." Numerous eyes instinctively glanced over before discreetly averting their gaze. Hetow, with a beaming smile, accepted the ring and announced, "Uncle Ji, we shall indulge in a century-old maple wine today." Fongjiu happily acquiesced, and a cadre of butlers, all clad in tuxedos, entered, each carrying a tray with a bottle of black-labeled century-old maple wine. Knowing that today's guests were distinguished cultivators from various factions, Fongjiu had prepared lavishly. The dishes were fresh, rare, and unique, while the wine, century-old maple wine, was certainly worthy of the occasion. Bai Shiyin marveled. Maple Forest Lodge is not yet fully renovated, yet it already exudes an extraordinary elegance. "I eagerly await its completion," Zhu Gushing remarked. "I have secluded myself here for decades. Each autumn, the boundless fiery hues leave one entranced. After this grand renovation, I can scarcely imagine how magnificent the autumn leaves will appear this year." Bai Shiyin inquired, "Young friend, how does one acquire a limited edition gold card? Our Tiannan family must possess one. We cannot afford to lose face." Hetow extended 2 fingers and replied, 2 million. A minimum annual expenditure of 400,000. Bai Shiyin declared, "I shall take 2. Fongjiu chuckled, "You put my young master in a difficult position. There are only 50 gold cards available, and each family may reserve a maximum of 1. Standing beside Fong Rujing, Zhang Xia interjected, "Our family has already reserved 8. Meant for different friends." Upon hearing the name of the Yi family, Bai Shiyin stood, bowing in silence, while the other esteemed cultivators nodded respectfully toward Zhang Xia. Hetow's gaze drifted toward Yi Chong, who simply smiled sweetly, offering no explanation. The door swung open, revealing Fongland, now dressed in combat attire. Hetow's demeanor shifted, shrinking back as she entered with an air of authority and took a seat beside Fongland, inquiring, "Did something happen just now?" Fongland replied, "The Yuaning master who attempted to kill you has been slain, courtesy of Elder Zheng from the tomb of the underworld path." Fongland rose and saluted, to which Zheng Shi's waved his hand, saying, "The master of Maple Forest has already expressed his gratitude. Further formalities would only make me uncomfortable." Hetow discreetly gestured, and Fongjiu promptly handed him a wallet brimming with limited edition gold cards. Hetow moved around the table, presenting a card to Bai Shiyan, saying, "Congratulations, Uncle Bai, on becoming a guest of Maple Forest Lodge." Bai Shiyan accepted the card and produced a checkbook, signing a 2 million cash check and handing it to Hetow. Before Hetow could return to his seat, a cultivator beside him inquired, "Does the Duanmu family of the Xianlu United Kingdom qualify to purchase a guest card?" Hetow replied, "Surely you jest. How could the Duanmu family lack qualification?" He had never heard of the Duanmu family, but he was well aware of the Xianlu United Kingdom, a formidable nation. Presumably, the Duanmu family was of great renown. Hetow spoke as if he were well acquainted with them. 17 distinguished cultivators had arrived today, and Su Jibei had slipped away. The guest card from Zheng Shi's was a gift from Hetow, while the remaining 15 cultivators each received a card, allowing Hetow to reclaim 30 million in funds. Often, the pursuit of face can lead to dire consequences. Hetow's gesture of gifting a card to Zheng Shi's was intended as a sign of gratitude, but Bai Shiyan's swift order for a card compelled the others to follow suit. Even if this 2 million were to be squandered, the allure of Maple Forest Lodge was undeniable. Otherwise, Zhu Gusheng, a master of music, would not have chosen to seclude himself here for decades. These cultivators were not here for themselves, but represented their respective families and sections. The funds for the gold cards were not drawn from their own pockets, as these expenses could be reimbursed later. Zhu Gusheng's residence was spacious, accommodating dozens in the hall without feeling crowded. As 20 or so individuals gathered around the table, drinking and conversing, the atmosphere quickly became amiable. At least, it appeared to be so. Hetow carried a platter of food and wine out to the courtyard, where he found Meng Fei, with a shifty demeanor, hastily taking the tray. He preferred to avoid the company of others, opting instead to endure the rain beneath the trees. The old rogue believed it better to suffer than to entrust his life to another. Each guest was accompanied by a refined maid and a butler, embodying the true enjoyment of a wealthy family. The food and drink were exquisite, and the gathering continued until midnight without any intention of dispersing. Weary from the festivities, Hetow soon succumbed to drowsiness, especially after being urged by his master to toast the esteemed elders. The combination of wine and fatigue led him to doze off at the table. It seemed he was assisted upstairs by someone, but thereafter, he remembered nothing. As the morning sun streamed in, Hetow was jolted awake by the urgent ringing of his phone. He sat up abruptly, only to be startled by the presence of someone beside him. To his astonishment, he realized his clothes had been removed, though his trousers remained. Heart racing, he rubbed his eyes to find Yichang, turning over with sleepy eyes, muttering, so loud. Hetow's heart nearly burst. Yichang was in his room, in his bed. The phone continued to ring. Fong Jio was calling. Hetow answered, whispering, "Uncle Jio?" Fong Jio's voice was frantic. "Come down quickly. There's been a problem." He leapt out of bed, barefoot, while Yichang pulled the covers over her face and turned to sleep once more. He rushed downstairs to find his master with a grave expression and Fong Jio pacing anxiously. Hetow pressed, "Uncle Jio, what is going on?" Fong Jio replied, "The bank that issued our loan just called, claiming our collateral is insufficient and demands repayment of the loan." Hetow's anger flared. Insufficient collateral? Which unscrupulous individual was causing this chaos? Fong Jio, fists raised in fury, stated, "The Fong family is on their way. We need to greet them." Hetow replied, "There is a problem." Fong Jio explained, "We anticipated this, which is why neither your name nor mine appeared in the documentation for Maple Forest Lodge. The issue now is that someone must go to the bank to resolve this, and it has to be you." Hetow protested, "We've reclaimed 30 million. It shouldn't be an issue. What identity do I use?" Fongland. Fong Rujing interjected, use that identity. Your actual age is under 18. If discovered, it would complicate matters further. As for how to handle it, you may judge for yourself. I trust you. Just refrain from excessive drinking next time to avoid embarrassment. This was Hetow's greatest fear. Cold sweat trickled down his back as he muttered, I remember nothing. Fongjiu struggled to contain his laughter. Yichang and Miss Lanting helped you upstairs. You clung to Yichang tightly, and Lanting tugged your ear, which resulted in you vomiting all over her. Hetow felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. No wonder Yichang had ended up in his room. He had drunkenly clung to her without decorum. He felt utterly ashamed. Fong Rujing cast a fierce glare at Fongjiu, who was reveling in misfortune. Fongjiu pounded his chest, suppressing his laughter, and remarked, Your sister Lanting nearly shattered the door today. Make sure to coax her later. Otherwise, Uncle Jiu will not spare you. Hetow replied in a low and submissive tone. Of course, I will make her happy. You can count on me. Hetow stealthily returned to the bedroom, crouching at the bedside to lift the blanket. Yichang, still drowsy, gazed at Hetow and wrapped her arms around him, murmuring, Let us sleep a little longer. The fragrant aroma emanating from Yichang's body enveloped Hetow as he greedily inhaled, only to be met with a familiar sensation. Hetow opened his mouth, and Yichang's soft tongue gently brushed against his lips before she pushed him away and cocooned herself in the blanket like an ostrich. Hetow rummaged through the wardrobe and found a brand new outfit. Fongjiu had prepared over a dozen custom-made garments for him. Hetow donned a mask while gazing into the mirror, and Fong Yilong reappeared. However, Hetow's hairstyle and eye mask rendered him unable to conceal his identity. While he could wear a wig, the eye mask was irretrievable. A wave of anxiety washed over Hetow as he pondered the possibility of never being able to remove it. Would he be mistaken for someone with a disability? With a heavy heart, Hetow descended the stairs, where Fongjiu placed a wig on his head and remarked, You cannot hide from the observant, especially since this mask is registered within the Fong family. The bank's sudden insistence on loan repayment may very well be a ploy by the Fong family. You can proceed without worry. I trust you will excel. This was a blatant incitement. Fongjiu gave Hetow a meaningful glance and casually placed sunglasses on his face. Hetow asserted fiercely, What about the check signed yesterday? I will not show any mercy. Fongjiu handed Hetow an exquisite briefcase. And as Hetow stepped out of the gate, he called out, Fei Gu, let us go shopping. Noticing a hint of a smile on Fong Rujing's face, Fongjiu softly advised, Many matters are best approached with a sense of ease. I see a hint of flirtation between Lanting and Yilong. You know what I mean. It's a spark waiting to ignite. If you forcibly separate Yilong from Yichang, it could lead to serious complications. Fong Rujing remained silent as Fongjiu continued. Do not always wear a stern expression. Adopt a more relaxed mindset, and I will handle the other issues. Oh, Zhang Xia has arrived. I must go greet her. Chapter 14. The well-informed and insightful Meng Fei, hunched over, emerged from the shadows. A bag of spiced melon seeds in hand, rolling his eyes as he quipped, Did you remember Brother Fei while getting stabbed in the back? Hetow, seizing a handful of seeds from the bag, retorted, This is a sign of respect for you. Do you believe that I could ask anyone, and they would not refuse my request? Meng Fei pondered for a moment, conceding, You have a point. Hetow spat out a seed shell, affirming, That's the right attitude. From now on, we should be more forthright with each other. There is no need for banter. Whoever is right should be heeded. Meng Fei nodded vigorously as Hetow continued, I've managed to find you a place in a secluded area. You shouldn't be sleeping outside all the time. Sometimes, you are overly cautious. Your reputation is quite formidable. Until one is certain, no one would dare to scheme against you. Meng Fei placed the discarded seed shells into his pocket, stating, One shouldn't litter. It's quite uncouth. Realizing his oversight, Hetow hastily stuffed his own seed shells into Meng Fei's pocket, saying, Today might be a challenging day. Lacking funds makes one less confident. Lend me some. I know you have it. Meng Fei replied, A true brother counts his debts clearly. My money is in the bank, accruing interest and aside from the public interest. There are discounts. Hetow slipped a gold card into Meng Fei's pocket, saying, You seem rather stingy. I am a man with a debt of 100 million. What do I care for your small interest? Consider this gold card as an advance. Meng Fei replied, I can forego your interest. Hetow firmly stated, That's out of the question. Friendship is one thing, but finances are another. I will give you interest, and a higher rate is no problem. Meng Fei felt a bit stifled. He had just thought of a brilliant idea, only for Hetow to decisively reject it, leaving him hesitant to continue. A rugged vehicle splashed through the muddy road, prompting Hetow and Meng Fei to quickly dodge the flying mud. Fongland slammed on the brakes. Peering at Hetow through the car window, Hetow exclaimed with delight, a ride at last. They climbed into the vehicle, with Hetow settling into the back seat, wrapping his arms around the front seat's backrest as he instructed to Yeching Bank. The Fong family is sabotaging me, preventing me from attending school. It's utterly vexing. Fongland turned the car around, lamenting, such a pity. I can no longer cuddle with the pretty lady. Chong, you can't leave. I want to allow it. She mimicked Hetow's voice in a high pitch, eliciting a hearty laugh from Meng Fei. Hetow, now stern-faced, warned, do not speak ill of others. If you continue this topic, I will lose my temper. Fongland huffed in response, wisely choosing not to pursue the matter further. Meng Fei blinked, munching on the seats, the sound echoing rhythmically. Indeed, the dynamic between Hetow and Fongland was akin to a battle, and if Hetow were a tad more skillful, Fongland might have been utterly defeated. This, of course, was aided by professional guidance. Otherwise, Hetow would be at a loss. The mortgage for Fongland Xiaozhu had been primarily invested in renovations, most of which had already been spent. Yesterday's sale of a VIP gold card had brought in 30 million, which could have alleviated immediate pressures, but this morning he heard the infuriating news. He was furious. Funds could be managed, but the following day, 16 major repair representatives' families would present their sincerity to gain entry into the Mirror Palace. That some could resolve significant issues. Yet, this situation could not simply be overlooked. Loans have collateral, and there are contracts in black and white. Why should the bank demand repayment ahead of schedule? Hetow opened his briefcase, poring over the thick contract documents. He scrutinized them closely, searching for any textual loopholes. The bank was cautious in lending, needing to assess the client's debts and repayment ability. With the relocation of the metal processing plant's waste, the property value of Fongland Xiaozhu would undoubtedly soar. Initially purchased for over 20 million, its current worth was at least several hundred million. One could argue that Fongjiu's 2 loans totaled 100 million. Selling off a few properties could easily relieve immediate pressures, and the bank was unlikely unaware of this. Therefore, it was most probable that the Fong family sought to take advantage of the situation, hoping to seize part of Fongland Xiaozhu's assets. With a foothold established, they could gradually engulf it. They showed no mercy even to their kin. The Han Haifong family was indeed merciless. Hetow reviewed the documents once more, starting afresh. With a mask on, he appeared unusually mature, resembling a seasoned businessman. No one mocked him. He was strategizing the acquisition of Fongland Xiaozhu, only to be pushed into a corner by Fongjiu, ultimately securing the entire property. The coercive tactics from the several forces were enough to intimidate Hetow, forcing him to purchase 15 VIP gold cards just to appease them, with more substantial offerings to come the next day. It was hard to believe that a mere adolescent had managed to outmaneuver a group of powerful figures. Aside from appearing somewhat dim-witted in front of Fongland and Yi Chong, Hetow's intelligence shone through when confronting other matters. This time, the Fong family conspired with Yeching Bank against Fongland Xiaozhu, and Hetow, accompanied by the notorious Meng Fei, was prepared to tackle the issue, revealing glimpses of his intentions. After the rain, Fengwu City appeared exceptionally clean and tidy. Not only was Fongland Xiaozhu elegantly situated, but the entire city was also remarkably picturesque. This city had once been overlooked. It was said that the founding leader had no fondness for it, causing Fengwu City to miss out on becoming the capital of the Gaodeng province. The rugged vehicle halted at the entrance of Yeching Bank. Hetow had already perused the loan contract 3 times and felt he had a grasp of the situation. As the car door swung open, Hetow stepped out with Meng Fei. The guard at the entrance gulped upon seeing Meng Fei, noting how rare it was to encounter such an unattractive old fellow. Hetow strode into the bank, addressing the approaching lobby manager with a stern countenance. "I wish to speak with your bank president." The manager, taken aback by the youthfulness of Hetow, replied, "Sir, we can address this matter through the standard procedures." Hetow casually remarked, "That's good to hear. Your bank is pursuing a loan repayment from me, a modest sum of 100 million. The lobby manager felt as though he had been struck by a hammer. A loan of 100 million was hardly a trivial matter. Hetow tossed his briefcase onto the coffee table and sat down, stating, "Since you can handle it, I won't bother. Here is the loan contract for your review." Upon seeing Hetow produce the loan contract, the manager realized the gravity of the situation. Bowing slightly, he apologized, "Sir, please forgive my rudeness. Follow me. The president will be here shortly." Hetow returned the contract to his briefcase and followed the manager into the VIP room, confirming that Hetow indeed held a loan of 100 million. The manager began to infer Hetow's identity. Only one client had been subjected to early loan recovery, and that was the parent company of Fongland Xiaozhu. VIPs received VIP treatment. As Hetow entered the VIP room, coffee was promptly served. Hetow, disliking coffee, sat comfortably on the sofa with Meng Fei, both enjoying their spiced melon seeds, the crisp sound of shells scattering everywhere. At that moment, Meng Fei forgot all about propriety, carelessly spitting out seed shells as if casting flowers. The rhythmic sound of high heels approached, and a competent young woman entered, prompting Hetow and Meng Fei to exchange glances. Was this the bank president, not yet over 25? The woman, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuded an intellectual beauty as she settled behind the executive desk with a stack of documents, smiling as she inquired, "Are you the representative of Sanfong Investment LLC?" Hetow tossed the remaining seeds back into the bag and replied, "I suppose so. I can speak on behalf of Sanfong. You may call me Fong Yilong. Just an inconspicuous individual with no ties to the Han Haifong family." The woman removed her glasses, rubbing her eyes as she introduced herself. "I am Ken Hua, the director of Yeqing Bank and the president of the Fengwu branch. We propose the early repayment of your loan for our own considerations." Hetow crossed his legs and listened intently as Ken Hua spoke. "I am not shirking responsibility, nor do I wish to make any declarations. I simply cannot bear to witness the demise of local enterprises. I hold great optimism for the future of Fongland Xiaozhu, as it is a location brimming with immense potential." At this juncture, Ken Hua adjusted her glasses and inquired, "I would like to know, if I were to demand the repayment of the loan at this moment, could your esteemed company comply?" Hetow replied, "What is the rationale? I am capable of repaying the loan, provided I am given a legally sound justification." When Uncle Gio secured the loan, the contract stipulated a 3-year term for principal and interest repayment, and only a few months have elapsed. Just as we are making significant investments in Fongland Xiaozhu, your bank has rudely suggested an early repayment. I require an explanation." Ken Hua responded. The initial loan was granted partly due to the collateral of Fongland Xiaozhu's assets, and partly because of Mr. Fong Jio's affiliation with the Fong family. Now that the Han Haifong family has raised objections, claiming that Yicheng Bank has unlawfully entangled family members in a web of fraud, we wish to avoid offending the Fong family. Consequently, Mr. Fong Jio's influence has been disregarded, and we must consider greater risks. Hetow inquired, "For instance?" Ken Hua elaborated. "For instance, if Mr. Fong Jio were to be held accountable, how would the subsequent development of Fongland Xiaozhu proceed? If it were to result in a stalled project, recovering our loan would prove exceedingly difficult." Hetow acknowledged, "I understand. You are aware of the magnitude of our investment in Fongland Xiaozhu and should also recognize that the loan has been largely expended. I wish to ascertain what actions you would take against the 3-party investment company should we be unable to repay the loan." Ken Hua opened the loan contract and said, "Please turn to page 17, clause 29, section 6. Hetow remarked, "Party A reserves the right to demand early repayment of the loan if it deems there to be significant risks associated with Party B's project." Ken Hua was taken aback. Could it be that Fong Yilong had memorized the entire loan contract? This was a document comprising 45 pages, laden with numerous technical terms, and even the drafters could not possibly remember every detail. Chapter 15. Digging pits continuously. Hetow, swinging his leg casually, stated, This clause stipulates that if Party A demands early repayment of the loan, it must compensate Party B for any losses incurred, with the specific compensation calculated based on Party B's investment scale. Therefore, let us now deliberate on this matter. Fongland Xiaozhu has an investment totaling 800 million. If you pursue the loan prematurely, it will cause our project to falter midway. Kong Hua was utterly astounded. 800 million? Such a sum was unfathomable. Based on the information at hand, Fongland Xiaozhu's investment was solely reliant on a 100 million loan from Yeqing Bank, which even covered the funds for purchasing those properties. Now, Fong Yilong was claiming an investment of 800 million. Was this not extortion? Hetow asserted boldly, Yeqing Bank perceives our investment as risky. Thus, the risk has materialized. In reality, we have covertly invested several hundred million. Beyond the loan from Yeqing Bank, we have financed an additional 700 million, fully invested in Fongland Xiaozhu. And this constitutes a clandestine project, not to be disclosed to outsiders. Now that you are pursuing the loan, our initial investment of 780 million is rendered futile. I believe today's negotiations can come to a conclusion. We shall meet in court. Suddenly, the door was forcefully pushed open, and an imposing elder entered, flanked by several individuals. He proclaimed, "You are impersonating a scion of the Hanhai Fong family. You are to appear in court immediately." Hetow leisurely removed his sunglasses, revealing his signature eye patch, then discarded his mask and wig onto the table, saying, "Are you addressing me?" The elder, upon noticing the wide strip of hair styled into multiple tiny braids on Hetow's forehead, with the sides of his head being smooth and green, sensed something amiss. Hetow leaned against the armrest of the sofa and looked at the elder, saying, "You accuse me of impersonating a member of the Hanhai Fong family. Do you truly believe the Hanhai Fong family is invincible?" Meng Fei burst into a raucous laugh, while Kong Hua stood in shock. Realizing that the youth from the Fongland Xiaozhu consortium was none other than Fong Yilong, the elder spoke in a deep voice, "Hetow." Hetow nonchalantly rested his legs on the armrest, replying, "Your perception is commendable." The elder's companions were fuming. Hetow was merely a disciple of Fong Rujing, and his disrespect towards the elder was tantamount to belittling Fong Rujing himself. The elder calmly seated himself on the sofa beside Hetow, stating, "Utilizing Fong Jiao as your white glove to secure loans. Do you comprehend that you are leveraging the reputation of the Hanhai Fong family as collateral?" Hetow lazily responded, "Had I known Uncle Jiao's reputation was so valuable, I would have borrowed more." The elder chuckled, "Indeed, youth often brings forth hubris. A slight notoriety and a modest enterprise can lead one to believe oneself above all." Hetow earnestly replied, "You must know something. Please enlighten me." Kong Hua bit her lip, stifling laughter, while Meng Fei clutched his thigh, gasping for breath from laughter. The elder's smile faded as he lightly tapped the armrest of the sofa, saying, "Earlier, you claimed that the underground project of Fongland Xiaozhu cost 700 million. Should this information circulate, the disgraceful consequences are beyond your imagination." Hetow smiled pleasantly. "The drainage and various conduits of Fongland Xiaozhu all run underground. That project is indeed expensive, primarily due to labor costs." The elder regarded Hetow with disdain as Hetow accepted the 5-spice melon seeds offered by Meng Fei, leisurely peeling them and tossing the kernels into his mouth, saying, "The underground project employs yuaning masters for excavation. I desire nothing but grandeur and am unafraid of expenditures." Does this not sound impressive? The elder, unable to contain himself, laughed heartily. "Young man, you possess audacity. No one has dared speak to me in such a manner before." Hetow rolled his eyes. "I am 17 this year." The elder paused, finally processing the implications of Hetow's words. He slowly stood, saying, "You humiliate yuaning masters. You are courting animosity." Hetow pouted, and the elder approached Kong Hua, saying, "You now have two choices. Surrender Fongland Xiaozhu, and in consideration of your master, I shall offer you a sum of money. Alternatively, repay the loan, whether by blood or by servitude, return that 100 million. Hetow tilted his head, contemplating, then said, "Very well, repayment is acceptable. Let us discuss the matter of compensation. The construction of Fongland Xiaozhu has surpassed 90% completion, You cannot demand repayment abruptly without offering compensation. The elder pondered for a moment, then stated, 70%. You need only repay 70%, 70 million, and I shall waive the interest. The money must be produced today. Otherwise, the reporters await outside. I eagerly anticipate your audacity to tell them you hired Yuaning masters to excavate the drainage of Fongland Xiaozhu. The elder's entourage burst into laughter, while Hetow remarked, as soon as I step outside, I will say it. Do not worry, my family may not have much. But Yuaning masters and golden core grandmasters are plentiful. 20 could easily be assembled. The elder scoffed, shaking his head. Hetow continued, let us wager something. Boasting is quite exhausting, and a little incentive makes it enjoyable. The elder replied, very well, let us wager on your Fongland Xiaozhu with a price of 100 million. Hetow responded cheerfully, the Han Haifeng family truly engages in grand affairs. Even a small wager can amount to 100 million. President Kong, let us draft a new contract. I shall repay the loan now. Kong Hua regarded the elder, who felt a slight tightening of his heart. Could this young man truly possess wealth? It seemed improbable. Was it possible that he had borrowed the funds from a solitary, reclusive individual? If so, repaying the loan in advance would benefit him, saving him several million. This amount was not a burden on Yeqing Bank, but rather to be footed by the Han Haifeng family. But what of the wager? Was this not a trap? No, it could not be genuine. Even if one disregarded the Yuaning masters, summoning 20 golden core grandmasters was no trivial matter. To gamble would mean seizing control of Fongland Xiaozhu, while abstaining would mean watching this audacious youth boast without restraint. Kong Hua had prepared for this. She presented 2 copies of the contract to Hetow. The terms of the 70% repayment were already printed, a premeditated strategy to force Hetow into a corner. For the investment in Fongland Xiaozhu was substantial, making it impossible to produce 70 million. Hetow thoroughly reviewed the new contract, then signed it on the original contract. Nullifying it, Kong Hua produced the bank's retained loan contract, signing it similarly. Then Kong Hua watched Hetow as he opened his briefcase and extracted 15 cash checks. Kong Hua's eyes widened in disbelief. These were cash checks signed just yesterday. Had Hetow been prepared all along? The elder approached, scrutinizing the names on the checks, his eyes narrowing in dread as an overwhelming sense of anxiety gripped him. He stated, this is merely 30 million. You must pay 70 million immediately. Hetow, as if about to spit out the sunflower seed shell in his mouth, earnestly pleaded, Brother Fei, lend me 40 million. If Meng Fei were to join the circus, he wouldn't need makeup to be a competent clown. Hetow's request for a loan prompted Meng Fei to produce a grimy checkbook from his pocket. Tilting his head to ask, could you not borrow a bit more? Hetow replied, the Han Haifeng family and I are wagering 100 million. The elder felt a chill run down his spine. Brother Fei? Meng Fei? The notorious thief, Meng Fei? Sweat beaded on the elder's forehead as he chuckled nervously. I was merely jesting. Haha, you took it seriously. Hetow patted Meng Fei's shoulder, saying, Brother Fei, did you hear about the wager? Meng Fei wrote out a check for 40 million, tearing it off and handing it to Hetow, declaring, I heard, if he dares to default, I will rob him of 200 million. For how could we brothers suffer such a loss? The elder's companions swiftly positioned themselves behind him. The combination of steel and brother hinted to anyone with a modicum of awareness that this elder was none other than the notorious thief, Meng Fei. Kong Hua's hands trembled as Hetow presented him with 16 checks, stating 70 million. We are even now. Thank you for the 30 million. Interest-free, truly a profit. Meng Fei squatted on the sofa, grinning as he addressed the elderly man. The underground pipeline at his place was excavated by me, costing 700 million. Ha ha ha. He is merely boasting. Do you dare to expose him? The elder's complexion turned pale. Hetow stood up and declared, now, let me show you what it's like when 20 Yuaning and Jindan masters gather. Come on, don't forget to prepare the checks. Otherwise, Brother Fei might pay you a visit, and the losses would be catastrophic. The elder S. Adams apple bobbed. He now believed that this young rascal could indeed enlist the notorious Meng Fei as an ally, making the assembly of 20 formidable cultivators quite feasible. Hetow looked at the still-dazed Kong Hua and said, Director Kong Hua, you've heard about the wager. Should the Fong family of Hanhai dare to default in the future, I will need you as a witness to prevent any accusations of bullying. The elder's phone rang, and he swiftly answered. A voice on the other end, straining to lower its tone, warned, "Do not act rashly. Fongland Cottage is deeply entrenched. There have been sudden additions of over a dozen formidable cultivators, and that young man seems to have gained some influence." The elder felt a wave of despair wash over him. He didn't need to witness it firsthand to realize the truth. Fongland Cottage had indeed seen an influx of powerful cultivators, with the likes of Zhu Gushing and Meng Fei involved. The number of formidable cultivators had only increased. The problem was that this call had come too late. Even 5 minutes earlier could have spared him from this predicament. Struggling to suppress the urge to bleed from his mouth, he said, "The matter is settled. Hetow has repaid the loan, and I bet him that Fongland Cottage does not have 20 Yuanying and Jindan masters." The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment, astonished, before inquiring, "What was the wager?" The elder, with a mournful expression, replied, 100 million. The voice erupted in anger. "You must repay it yourself. The family has not granted you the authority to wager." The call ended abruptly, leaving the elder feeling as though his spine had been shattered. This was not merely a matter of 1 or 2 million, but a staggering sum of 100 million, an amount he could never hope to produce, even if his bones were shattered into fertilizer. Chapter 16. Stirring the flames. Hetow, who had never trained his auditory skills, recently discovered an increase in his hearing ability. The sounds emanating from the old man's mobile phone were distinctly audible to him, causing a radiant smile to spread across his face. Meng Fei, filled with envy, contemplated the staggering sum of 100 million, noting that with the loan repaid, only 70 million remained, and interest had been waived. In an instant, Hetow had acquired over 130 million, evidently establishing himself as a minor financier. Hetow placed his mask and sunglasses into his briefcase and turned to exit. Meng Fei, with an ingratiating demeanor, brushed off a piece of sunflower seed shell clinging to Hetow and remarked, "Brother Long, you don't need to rush to return the 40 million you borrowed." Hetow, alert, responded, "Hold on. Yichang said I should respect my elders and cherish the young. So I won't be calling you big brother anymore." Meng Fei retorted angrily, "Then you should repay the money." Hetow pointed at the old man, stating, "This is a triangular debt. He owes me 100 million. I'll generously pay you back 50 million, principal and interest included. Am I not generous enough?" In a fit of rage, Meng Fei kicked Hetow's backside and exclaimed, "You only smile when you need something. When I come asking, you turn your back." Hetow, brushing off his pants, replied, "Don't be ridiculous. Even if I turn my back, I still recognize you. The illustrious Fei Gu, who would dare say they don't know you? I would gladly give them a beating." Hetow strode swiftly towards the exit, with Meng Fei closely trailing, insisting, "No negotiations? The boy from the Fong family, follow me, or I'll make it impossible for you to leave Fengwu City." "Brother Long, I never plead for favors." Hetow, maintaining his composed demeanor, relished the situation. Even the old rogue had moments of need. If he didn't seize this opportunity, it would be a waste of the clever mind gifted to him by his parents. Meng Fei, seething with anger, lowered his voice to threaten, "So you want help? Do you believe I want to set your backyard ablaze? I can easily provoke Fongland and Yichang into a deadly confrontation. A showdown between two Foundation establishment female cultivators would certainly be a spectacle I relish." Hetow halted and embraced Meng Fei, saying, "It's merely a matter of arranging a few individuals to work at Fongland Xiaozhu. That's not a problem. You know I'm in charge there." Meng Fei was not surprised. This cunning fellow was astute. From the hints Meng Fei dropped, Hetow inferred what was being requested. Meng Fei continued, "I've previously taken in a group of orphans. You know I'm not good at discipline. I can't bear to hit them, believing they deserve more care due to their unfortunate backgrounds. Yet, some have become idle. This won't do." Hetow, astonished, exclaimed, "You've adopted a group of orphans? How compassionate of you." The statement fell off to Meng Fei, who ground his teeth. "Indeed," Hetow mercilessly countered, "your compassion has led you to raise a group of idle wastrels. You truly are a talent." Meng Fei, flustered, replied, "They aren't entirely idle. They just lack skills. I wander about, worried about leaving them to fend for themselves. I thought Fongland Xiaozhu would be ideal. It's well managed and has a good environment. Hetow, with a serious expression, remarked, just as I was figuring out how to clear away the mountain of scrap from the metal processing plant. You send me a new pile of problems. Do you think Fongland Xiaozhu is a dumping ground? Meng Fei's eyes sparkled as he retorted. The mountain of scrap didn't collapse due to an earthquake. It was your doing. Hetow, how dark is your heart? Hetow cautiously glanced back at the old man, whose expression resembled one suffering from constipation, and whispered, don't speak carelessly, or I'll turn against you. Meng Fei, unrelenting, spat, if you don't find jobs for the children I adopted, I'll spread the word everywhere. Hetow raised his middle finger, pressing it against Meng Fei's forehead. Meng Fei spread his arms, adopting the posture of a shameless rogue. Hetow stated, leave it to Uncle Jiu to manage. If they slack off, punish them. If they don't take their work seriously, reprimand them. If they cause losses, deduct their wages. Meng Fei agreed, all right, actually, those kids aren't bad. They've just grown lazy. If you didn't have a love interest, I'd seriously consider introducing a few to you. Hetow stopped again, astonished. You've adopted a group of girls? You old rogue, do you have improper thoughts? Meng Fei shouted, nonsense. The group consists of both boys and girls, with slightly more girls. What can I do when some heartless parents don't favor daughters? Hetow sighed. I've also heard that in some remote areas of certain countries, girls are not cherished by their families. Meng Fei lamented, I thought I was the heartless one. Traveling everywhere and witnessing parents who treat their children worse than livestock. I realize I'm still too soft-hearted. Hetow, putting an arm around Meng Fei's shoulder, said, that's not a bad thing. Living with a heart of stone holds no meaning. Let us agree on this. You'll help me retrieve that gambling debt, 100 million. Haha, being debt-free feels so liberating. Meng Fei nodded in admiration. You're ruthless. I wouldn't have thought of such a way to amass wealth. The two bantered as they exited the bank. Fongland noticed the pair, one old and one young, walking shoulder to shoulder, and guessed that the matter had been resolved smoothly. Otherwise, Hetow wouldn't appear so jovial. Soon, Fongland spotted the old man, whose face was etched with deep sorrow, and she stepped out of the car, saying, fourth uncle. The old man, somewhat dazed, looked up at Fongland as if seeing a savior. He hurriedly approached her and said, Lanting, please help your fourth uncle. Fongland, surprised, asked, who threatened you? Meng Fei sneered. This old fellow is attempting to seize Fongland Xiaozhu, gambling against Hetow, who has staked 100 million. Fongland's expression turned icy. To usurp Fongland Xiaozhu? Fourth uncle, how could you? Does he not know that Hetow is my second uncle's disciple? Surely, he can't be unaware of the hidden stakes my second uncle has in Fongland Xiaozhu? Fongland, with a frosty smile, said, I thought you were being bullied. Gambles cannot be taken lightly. You have no grounds to stand on. I have a few 100,000 in private savings. If you need it, take it. The old man grumbled through clenched teeth. Do you think I need your few 100,000? Fongland shrugged. Then there's nothing more to be done. Ilum, get in the car. Why are you dawdling? The old man grasped Fongland's arm, saying, the family doesn't recognize my wager. And Meng Fei threatens to go to the family to steal. Lanting, please speak on my behalf. Fongland pushed his hand away, stating, fourth uncle. I don't hold that much influence. Meng Fei stepped on Hetow's foot, and Hetow remarked, Sister Lanting, don't make it hard for us. Some matters can be discussed. I'm not in a hurry for the money. I can manage with what I have. The old man felt as if a great weight had been lifted. Hetow's tone had softened. As long as Fongland spoke on his behalf, there was hope for a resolution. Fongland felt a warmth in her heart, realizing the foolish boy had considered her predicament. Fongland inquired, how much can you offer now? The old man replied, 8 million. Fongland scrutinized him, saying, that's not even a sufficient starting point, fourth uncle. It seems you aren't sincere about repaying your debt. It appears you're planning to default. How can I possibly ask on your behalf? The old man, caught off guard, gritted his teeth. At most, I can manage 120 million. I'll plead with my second brother. He will certainly assist me. Fongland turned to leave, saying, if you believe my second uncle will help you, why waste your breath with me? She got into the car and instructed Hetow, You sit in the passenger seat. Hetow readily complied as Fongland pressed the accelerator, the SUV roaring towards Fongland Xiaozhu. Hetow, peeling a sunflower seed, popped the kernel into Fongland's mouth, who playfully nibbled at his finger in response. Hetow, hearing Meng Fei chuckle, cleared his throat and stated, 50 million. He only needs to give me half of the wager. Fongland countered, we cannot let him off easy. Don't you know my fourth uncle and my eldest uncle are in cahoots? They conspire together, and my second uncle despises them both. Hetow furiously responded, so they are the sworn enemies of my master. 100 million, I want to see it tomorrow. Sister Lanting, why does my master hate them? Fongland's tongue curled with agility as Meng Fei promptly presented a bag of 5 spiced melon seeds before Hetow. With lowered eyes, Hetow obediently shelled the seeds, feeding them to Fongland. Slowing the pace of her vehicle, Fongland remarked, the matter is rather intricate, stemming from decades past. It took me considerable effort to uncover the details. Please shell a bit faster. I have a penchant for melon seeds. Hetow urged, you should hasten your narrative. Fongland opened her mouth, savoring the seed kernels Hetow offered before she continued. Years ago, my second uncle had a girlfriend, a strikingly beautiful young woman. Her family was of modest means, perhaps of the middle class, and after much effort, they had raised an exceptional daughter, naturally with elevated expectations. My second uncle, however, was fond of maintaining a low profile. He never revealed that he was the second young master of the Hanhai Fong family, instead feigning a semblance of poverty. Unfortunately, the situation took an unexpected turn. Where are the melon seed kernels? With such a riveting family saga, can you not focus a bit more? At last, Fongland seized the opportunity to assert herself, while Hetow sulked, persistently shelling the seeds. Once she felt she had made her point, Fongland contentedly continued. My uncle's name is Fong Ruchuan, and he works at the family's parent company. Coincidentally, my second uncle's girlfriend served as a secretary to my uncle at the same company. Subsequently, the eldest son of the Fong family developed an affection for this gentle and charming young woman, and that girl. Hetow interjected. That woman became involved with Fong Ruchuan, causing my mentor to remain solitary. Realizing she had lost her chance to build suspense, Fongland nervously replied, there are numerous details involved. I will explain them to you gradually. Hetow retorted, I have no desire to know the minutiae. I only need to understand that Fong Ruchuan is less than a beast. Damn them, those scoundrels. Fongland lamented, what about the melon seed kernels? Hetow angrily responded, what are the shells? Fongland gazed at the furious Hetow and stated, my uncle has already arrived at Fongland Xiaozhu, the future patriarch of the Hanhai Fong family. Hetow's expression darkened ominously. Having committed such despicable acts, he still dared to tread upon Hetow's territory. Fong Ruchuan possessed an audacious boldness. Did he truly believe that the Hanhai Fong family could operate with impunity? Chapter 17. Human Traffickers Upon Entering Maple Forest Cottage. Hetow immediately noticed a fleet of over a dozen luxury cars parked outside, a grand display from the Fong family. With a dark expression, he descended from his vehicle and nodded distantly to Bai Shiyin and the others. His tense visage betrayed his profoundly foul mood, prompting the onlookers to exchange knowing smiles, likely speculating that his visit to the bank had not gone well, leaving him with the uncomfortable sensation of being pursued for repayment. This cunning lad seemed to be in a predicament. Perhaps the sincerity of today's meeting was up for reconsideration. As Hetow stepped through the entrance, he observed a table set up at a distance where Zhu Gushing sat across from an elderly gentleman. Fong Rujing and Fong Jiu stood behind Zhu Gushing, while a refined man stood behind the old man, with a group of well-dressed individuals lingering further back. Upon his arrival, Fong Jiu immediately cast a hopeful glance in his direction, prompting Zhu Gushing to gesture toward a chair beside him and say, Ilong, come take a seat. Hetow hastened over, addressing Fong Rujing with a respectful, master. Fong Rujing, her voice icy, replied, opposite us sits the clan leader, my elder uncle. Hetow turned to regard the elderly man, nodding respectfully and stating, I have long admired you. The refined gentleman behind the elder chuckled, your master's disciple, indeed. Ha ha. The implication was clear. Hetow Yuan acknowledged the clan leader of the Hanhai Fong family, who was also Fong Rujing's uncle, a figure of considerable authority, and his attitude was distinctly disrespectful. The refined man's laughter underscored Hetow Yuan's audacity. Recognizing the voice from the bank, Hetow Yuan seated himself and poured himself a cup of tea, inquiring, "Fong Ruchuan?" The refined man confirmed, "Indeed, young man, quite astute." Hetow Yuan rinsed his mouth with the tea and spat it onto the ground, seriously asking, "Did you just mock my mother?" A profound silence enveloped the courtyard. None expected Hetow Yuan to unleash such vitriol. In a fit of rage, Hetow Yuan slammed his teacup onto the table, bellowing, "What gives you the right to feign superiority before me, you vile bastard? Is young man what you call yourself? Meng Fei, come here and call me brother." Meng Fei, eager to please, shouted, "Brother Long." The shards of the teacup sliced Hetow Yuan's palm, blood streaming as he pointed at Fong Ruchuan, demanding, "How dare you refer to my master as your younger brother? To stand before my master so shamelessly, how brazen can you be?" Fong Ruchuan's expression darkened. Sensing Hetow Yuan's familiarity with the sordid history of the Fong family, he sneered, "Fong Rujing, well done." Fong Rujing retorted coldly, "I wouldn't he stoop so low as to share such vile tales with my disciple." The elder raised his gaze at Fong Rujing, stating, "Do you brothers not feel embarrassed enough? It would be wise to maintain the family's dignity." Zhu Gushing seized Hetow Yuan's wrist, channeling his energy to extract the porcelain shards from the wound, while Fong Lanting produced a first aid kit to wrap Hetow Yuan's hand. The elder gazed at Hetow Yuan, commenting, "I have heard much about Rujing's commendable disciple. It seems your temper needs tempering. Youthful arrogance may lead to a tumultuous future." Hetow Yuan queried, "Are you reprimanding me on behalf of my master?" Meng Fei interjected, placing his foot on Hetow Yuan's chair. "Who dares reprimand my brother?" The Fong family was on the verge of collapse, bewildered by this old rogue's interference. The onlookers outside were equally astonished. Just yesterday, Hetow Yuan had tricked Meng Fei into calling him brother, and today, Meng Fei seemed to have inexplicably turned into an eager sycophant. The elder chuckled. "Do not involve yourself in the grievances of the previous generation." Hetow Yuan replied, "I cannot remain uninvolved. Fong Si owes me 100 million. This debt is not one I can simply overlook. Money does not come easily, especially for someone from a modest background. 100 million could resolve significant issues." The elder turned to Fong Ruchuan, who, with a stiff resolve, replied, "Fourth brother does not know why he gambled with him and lost." The elder's gaze shifted to Fong Si, stating, "Russian, you acted rashly. Since you lost, the Hanhai Fong family must uphold its reputation, even if it means selling houses or land." Tears nearly welled in Fong Si's eyes. 100 million was a staggering debt that felt insurmountable. Even if he clutched at money desperately, he could not muster that sum. Finally, a resolution seemed within reach. The elder then addressed Fong Rujing, saying, "The family's youth believe that Fengwu City is on the verge of rapid development and will become a regional hub. I see this as an opportunity for focused growth, especially with capable members like Fong Jiu managing affairs." Fong Rujing acknowledged, "Brother Jiu is indeed competent. The family has previously done him a disservice." The elder smiled. "Gold will always shine. Fong Jiu has been overlooked in the past, but moving forward, the family will entrust him with greater responsibilities. As for Maple Forest Cottage, since it is unrelated to the Fong family, Fong Jiu should not involve himself." A chill ran down Fong Jiu's spine. Outsiders may not grasp the clan leader's formidable nature, but he was all too aware. Hetow Yuan's victory over Fong Si meant the Fong family would not default on their debt, yet they would not spare Fong Jiu. The so-called responsibilities were bound to lead Fong Jiu into a perilous trap. Fong Rujing cleared her throat, fully aware of the family's sordid tactics. And now it remained to be seen whether Hetow Yuan would grasp the implications. Hetow Yuan shook his injured hand, stating, "Uncle Jiu has been a great help to me. You need not use him to threaten me. Name your price, and I will buy Uncle Jiu's freedom." The elder shook his head. "Gold has a price. But a man's worth is immeasurable. How can the descendants of the Hanhai Fong family be valued merely in monetary terms? Your statement lacks sophistication. Hetow chuckled. Well said. It is no wonder you are the head of the Hanhai Fong family. If I were Uncle Geo, I too would be deeply moved. Let us say I hire Uncle Geo for 200 years. What would be a fair rental fee? The elder continued to shake his head. Money will eventually run out. The Fong family's primary business is real estate. Every shop utilized by Hanhai equipment is the family's property. Hetow asserted. No one wishes for a fly to land in their pot of rice. Maple Forest Cottage is my estate and shall not be shared with anyone. Not even a sliver of land. The elder replied. That poses quite a challenge. The descendants of the Hanhai Fong family are indeed costly. Hetow retorted. Previously, it was priceless. Now it is costly. It seems my offered price does not move you. Besides Maple Forest Cottage, propose another request, and we shall continue our negotiations. The elder discerned Hetow's limits. Maple Forest Cottage was undoubtedly off limits. With a sigh, he remarked, Russian has incurred a hefty gambling debt. It would be strenuous for the Fong family to produce 100 million. Hetow proposed, 80 million will suffice. The remaining 20 million will be my commission for hiring Uncle Geo. The elder remained silent, while Fong Geo gazed down at his feet, his nails digging into his palms. He understood Hetow would not abandon him. Yet the family's tactic of using him to coerce Hetow left Fong Geo's heart as cold as ice. Hetow stated, Uncle Geo's annual salary at Hanhai Equipment is merely around 100,000. 200 years equates to 2 million, which is already a generous offer. The elder countered, you won 100 million with mere words. Why be so petty when it comes to talent? Hetow replied, it is not solely about Uncle Geo's talent. It is a matter of friendship. Since I have called him uncle, I cannot stand by and watch him suffer. Let us double it, 40 million, and Uncle Geo shall be free from the Hanhai Fong family. The elder responded, let us split the difference, 50 million. Hetow extended his hand, wrapped in gauze like a pig's trotter, and the old man gently grasped it, saying, Xiao Geo is a branch family member, overlooked within the clan. He possesses great ability, but lacks a platform to showcase it. Cherish him well. Hetow earnestly replied, thank you for your generosity, esteemed elder, for granting Uncle Geo the opportunity to soar freely. The old man did not seek to extort Hetow, but rather felt compelled to provide an explanation to the Fong family. The legitimate fourth young master of the Fong family owed a substantial gambling debt, and selling off the branch member Fong Geo to fill this void was tantamount to a slap in the face, a self-inflicted humiliation. Should the old man truly decide to torment Fong Geo, Hetow could only watch helplessly. The family situation was unlike any other. Even if the case reached the highest court of the alliance, Fong Geo's identity as a member of the Fong family would not afford him freedom, unless he was publicly bought out. The elder pointedly highlighted Fong Geo's predicament and subtly hinted at the family's myriad methods to torment him, which inspired Hetow with the thought of redeeming Fong Geo with money. It could be said that the elder was steering this negotiation while inadvertently guiding Hetow's thoughts, thereby resolving Fong Geo's impending crisis. Hetow rose, opened his arms, and embraced Fong Geo tightly, exclaiming, Congratulations, Uncle Geo, on your newfound freedom. Fong Geo pounded Hetow's back with force, tears unable to be restrained, cascading onto Hetow's shoulder. Fong Geo had invested 6 million in Fongland Xiaozhu, acquiring 34% of the shares, yet today he was compelled to have Hetow pay 50 million to extricate him from the Fong family. A tumult of emotions swirling within him. Fong Rujing finally wore a smile, placing a hand on Fong Geo's shoulder, saying, from now on, Brother Geo can finally manage Fongland Xiaozhu without worry. What a blessing. The old man stood, declaring, issuing a 50 million check. The Fong family can afford both loss and gain. Fong Ruchuan produced the check, signing the hefty sum with an impassive expression before handing it to Hetow. Hetow kissed the check lightly, saying, Farewell, it is best we do not meet again. Fong Ruchuan, unable to contain his irritation, remarked, A small fry with opportunistic schemes will ultimately stumble. Only the noble families will laugh in the end. Hetow replied softly, Lord Ruchuan, how can the scions of noble families compare to the satisfaction of creating a legacy of one's own? Fong Ruchuan paused, realizing this was the most venomous curse. The name Fong could lead to ruin. This was a veiled threat, implying that Fong Ruchuan would have a grim fate awaiting him. Chapter 18. Affectionate concerns. The elder led the group away, feeling disheartened after the day's events at Maple Forest Lodge. As the patriarch of the Hanhai Fong family, his departure was accompanied by Fong Rujing and Fongland. They had established their foothold in Fengwu City, where the Hanhai equipment store was their enterprise. Hetow watched with a smile as the grim-faced Fong Ruchuan exited, handing a check to Fong Jiao, stating, "The bank loan has been settled, and we have paid them 70 million. I borrowed 40 million from Fei Guo. There's no rush to repay him. Let South prioritize the road construction for Maple Forest Lodge." Fong Jiao, with reddened eyes, replied, "I was preparing to purchase a batch of stones for the road, but that is no longer necessary." Hetow added, "Fei Guo has taken in a group of orphans. As they grow up," he mentioned assigning them some tasks at Maple Forest Lodge. Fong Jiao readily agreed. "Since they are our own, it will be easy. Bring them over, and I will assess their suitability for various roles. I won't let them suffer." Hetow beamed, replying, "That's best. These orphans are akin to Fei Ji's children. They can be managed strictly, but they must not endure any hardship." While it was acceptable to joke around with Meng Fei in private, Hetow knew when it was time to be serious, which is why Meng Fei felt secure sending his children here to work. With everything settled, Hetow felt a wave of relief and ambled out of the courtyard, greeting by Shiyin and others with a smile before heading toward the residence of Yichang. Earlier that morning, he had addressed the loan issue at the bank. Meanwhile, Yichang had quietly slipped away when no one was paying attention. Hetow was in exceptionally high spirits, eager to visit her. Yichang's residence was a 3-story building without walls. Upon knocking, Zhang Xia opened the door, her expression stern as she regarded Hetow. Hetow, feeling a nervous twitch in his legs, asked, "Sister Xia, has Yichang woken up yet?" Zhang Xia, noticing his tense demeanor, replied, "Is the alcohol out of your system?" Hetow nodded vigorously. "Yes, I woke up early this morning." Zhang Xia maintained her serious demeanor, saying, "Yichang is an idol singer. We cannot allow any scandals to surface, understand?" Hetow feigned innocence. "What scandal could there be? I have no idea what you're talking about." Amused yet exasperated, Zhang Xia shook her head and stepped aside to let him in. Bao Shou smiled and nodded at Hetow, recalling how heavily intoxicated he had been the previous night, clinging to Yichang as she helped him upstairs. Zhang Xia had privately teased Yichang, dubbing her the goddess of sleep after Hetow had vomited and fallen asleep beside her. Though nothing improper had occurred, the implications of a boy and girl sleeping together could be misconstrued, potentially tarnishing Yichang's image as a national sweetheart. A woman carrying morning tea arrived at Yichang's bedroom, knocking gently. Mr. Hetow has arrived." From within, Yichang's languid voice inquired, "Is he downstairs?" The woman smiled. "He is right at your bedroom door." After a brief commotion, Yichang finally called out, "Come in." Sunlight streamed into the room as Yichang sat at her vanity, arranging her hair. Upon seeing Hetow in the mirror, she broke into a sweet smile. Hetow entered, accepting the tea from her, and the woman discreetly closed the door behind him. He placed the tea on the vanity, and Yichang, gazing at him through the mirror, remarked, "I love this place. Next time I come, I wanted to feel untouched by others." Hetow wrapped his arms around her from behind, assuring, "When you leave, this place will be sealed off, free from any disturbance." Yichang glanced at him. "For how long will it be sealed?" Hetow replied, "For as long as you wish, at least a lifetime." Resting her eyes against Hetow's chest, she softly murmured, "I sense your joy mingled with anger, sorrow, and uncertainty." Just as Hetow was about to respond, Yichang shifted slightly, allowing him to sit beside her, their bodies closely pressed together. In that serene moment of quiet intimacy, they found the greatest happiness. A knock on the door interrupted them, and Yichang lazily opened her eyes to see Hetow's enamored gaze in the mirror. As she turned around, Hetow's heart raced, slowly leaning closer to her. When Zhang Xia's voice called from outside, "Chong Chong, the video sample is ready. Come down to see it." Seeing Yichang wrinkle her nose in discontent, Hetow swiftly pecked her lips. Her eyes sparkled with glee as she gracefully stood, pulling Hetow along out of the bedroom. Zhang Xia, wearing a teasing smile, remarked. It's not that I intentionally interrupted you. The sample is genuinely exquisite. After you two have viewed it, we can have Sheng Lao and Yilong assist the band with the dubbing, and the album can be released, with just the lead single remaining. Yichang's album was nearly complete. Had she not insisted on coming to Maple Forest Lodge for the shoot, it would have been released by now. Nonetheless, no one regretted coming to the lodge. The album simply could not afford any further delays. As Hetow and Yichang descended the stairs, the band conductor, cameraman, lighting technician, and others gathered in the hall, where the projector was already set up. Hetow and Yichang seated themselves on the central sofa, and as the curtains were drawn, the room was enveloped in darkness. A distant piano melody resonated from the television screen. This was not the solitary melody of a lonely soul, but rather a piece performed by the band, having been pre-recorded and synchronized with the video. As the piano played, a flash of lightning illuminated the night sky, depicting the moment of the demon Maple's tribulation, and the melody soared. Yet, something felt amiss. The passion and fervor were lacking. The pianist's performance devoid of soul. Suddenly, a powerful voice erupted amidst the stirring piano notes, intertwining with the thunder and the distant piano, creating a stirring symphony. As the piano fell into a softer cadence, the lightning faded, and a haunting violin melody emerged. Beneath the tree that had weathered the tribulation, a blindfolded youth played the violin, while a girl with an ink-wash umbrella gracefully approached, dancing to the music. Hetow had been present for all of this, the demon Maple's tribulation and the recording of the violin performance, where he had actively participated. In the moment, it felt ordinary, but from an observer's perspective, the scene was breathtaking. It resembled a vividly painted oil canvas, infused with the ethereal essence of traditional ink wash, harmonizing perfectly with the piano, violin, and vocal melodies. Suddenly, the band joined in, and the scene shifted to a joyous moment, where Hetow and Yichang frolicked amidst the maple trees, her clear voice rising in a spirited crescendo, evoking goosebumps. As the melody transitioned to a softer tone, night fell once more, and on the white sand of Mirror Lake, the girl cradled a guitar, serenading the young man softly under the moonlight, their reflections mingling in the still water like figures from a painting. Unbeknownst to Hetow, Yichang had reclined in his embrace, captivated by the meticulously crafted visuals. As the final notes faded, a moment of silence ensued before thunderous applause erupted in the room. Having debuted at 15, Yichang solidified her standing in the music industry with over 20 songs in just 3 years. Her team, witnessing the vibrant spectacle, understood that this song was destined for success. As they awaited the re-recording of the melody altered by Hetow and Zhu Gushing, it was clear that this lead single would ignite a new fervor, a certainty beyond dispute. Yichang, with her starry eyes half closed, lazily remarked, "We'll head to the recording studio tomorrow. I don't feel like moving today." Zhang Xia waved her hand, and the others quietly exited, leaving Hetow and Yichang alone together. They remained in silence for a while, until Hetow inquired, "Why didn't you include footage of those little ones dancing?" Yichang chuckled softly, "I did, but what about your new song? In the afternoon, let us continue filming Prelude to Spring. The sight of those adorable children fills me with joy." Hetow, equally exhilarated, remarked on the image of hosting a ball on the grass, envisioning them dancing earnestly in a classical court style. Yichang sat up and said, "I shall go change my clothes, and you should wear a tailcoat. It would look quite dashing on you." In the martial suite of the Fengwu Hotel, the elder gazed at Fong Rujing, who stood respectfully to one side, and inquired, "Now that there are no outsiders present, enlighten me on why you entrusted such a crucial location as Fongland Villa to Hetow. Have you truly severed ties with your family?" Fong Rujing replied, "I lack the funds. It was Yilong who personally financed the acquisition of Fongland Villa. You are aware of his aptitude for generating wealth." The elder shook his head, and Fong Rujing continued, "In name, I am his mentor. In reality, I have imparted little to him. He practices the thousand birds technique, which was passed on to me by Zhu Gushing to relay to Hetow, and it merely bears my name. The technique's footwork was taught to him by the notorious thief Meng Fei, while Zhu Gushing did not provide any accompanying footwork. Yilong possesses a natural gift for music, which endears him to Zhu Gushing. However, I am uncertain why Meng Fei favors him so, just as I cannot fathom why Yi Chong from the hidden aristocracy holds affection for him. The elder pondered for a moment and remarked, "That child has an appealing charm." Fong Rujing chuckled lightly, noting that appealing charm is a term used in the vicinity of the Han Haifong family, signifying an endearing quality that captivates all, regardless of age or gender. Fong Rujing had taught Hetow for a year and a half, during which Hetow was quite ordinary. Even when Fong Rujing decided to take on a disciple from among 3 candidates, Hetow was merely the backup choice. Hetow blossomed with brilliance, his musical talent. No, it was after he absorbed the starlight that his demeanor transformed. In just a few months, Hetow underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. Of course, Fong Rujing took pride in having nurtured Hetow, leaving Zhu Gushing envious, jealous, and powerless. The elder cleared his throat, drawing Fong Rujing's attention back from his reverie, and remarked, "It seems Lan Ting has taken quite a liking to him." Fong Rujing's face soured at the mention of his niece, for she had brought him great embarrassment, and he truly wished to avoid discussing her. Chapter 19. The inadequate threshold. The murky eyes of the old man regained their clarity as he fixed his sharp gaze on Fong Rujing and declared, "Fengwu City is poised for development, destined to evolve into a super metropolis." Fong Rujing's eyes sparkled with intrigue as the old man continued, "This is a reliable piece of intelligence we acquired at great expense. The family intends to invest 3 billion in establishing a brand new lineage here." The revelation of the Han Haifong family's commitment to such a staggering sum left Fong Rujing astonished. 3 billion alliance coins was indeed an astronomical figure. It appeared that the family was resolutely betting everything on a grand gamble in Fengwu City. The reason the family has allocated nearly 10 million to relocate Lanting here is not mere coincidence, the old man asserted. Fong Rujing pursed her lips, scrutinizing the elder, who went on, "Soon, the family will intervene in the political arena of Fengwu City, striving to position key figures as our allies. This will be challenging, as many prominent families have sensed the brewing storm. A fierce competition is inevitable." Fong Rujing finally spoke. "Lanting has a fondness for Yilong, but the trouble lies in Yilong's affection for Yi Chong." The old man reclined, acknowledging, "Indeed, the hidden families present a considerable complication." Fong Rujing expressed her desire to see Lanting and Yilong together, lamenting, "Ultimately, Yi Chong will leave. The disparity between them is simply too vast." The old man retrieved a pack of unremarkable cigarettes, glancing at Fong Rujing for permission. She gestured, and with a flick of her fingers, a flame materialized to ignite his cigarette. As he exhaled a plume of azure smoke, he inquired, "That child is an orphan?" Fong Rujing nodded, prompting the old man to elaborate. "He is a distant relative of the He family, his father a remarkable talent. Tragically, just as his father was to be recognized by the He family, he met with an accident." Fong Rujing added, "Yilong's brother did not perish. He has been secretly safeguarding Yilong all along." The old man's expression turned contemplative as he remarked, "Back then, Hetow's brother was still quite young. For a child to feign death and conceal his identity, all the while nurturing his younger sibling, is indeed impressive." Such praise from the elder was a significant accolade. Fong Rujing couldn't help but boast, "Yilong is even more exceptional." The old man fixed his gaze on Fong Rujing, who smiled with pride, aware that some secrets must remain unspoken until Hetow matured. The elder reflected, "Years ago, a star fell at Fongland Villa, coinciding with your acceptance of Hetow. Some matters cannot escape the notice of the discerning. Scattered pearls, when strung together, form an exquisite necklace." Fong Rujing's smile faltered as the old man extinguished half of his cigarette, stating, "Consequently, the family has ceased its ambitions regarding Fongland Villa." Fong Rujing nodded slowly and inquired, "Why is Fengwu City expanding into a super city?" The old man beckoned her closer and whispered, "I must keep this a secret." A cheerful melody began to play as Yi Chong, adorned in a splendid gown, danced around Hetow. 18 little boys, sporting the same hairstyle as Hetow, held miniature violins, while 18 little girls in long dresses twirled around them. Bai Shiyin and others watched with delight as the 36 children formed various patterns around, Hetow, and Yichang. From 3 directions on the grass and from nearby trees, for cameras captured the scene, while the bearded director Xie issued commands to adjust the children's formations. Zhu Gusheng, instead of playing accompaniment, smiled as he reveled in the joyous spectacle. As Yichang danced gracefully around Hetow, their eyes occasionally met, sharing unspoken tenderness that captivated the heart. Hetow's lively violin melodies resonated, the piece already familiar to him. On this splendid day, the music was even more enchanting. From above Fongland Villa, one could see the artificial lawn radiating outward from the mirror lake, with hundreds of workers toiling diligently. The project was more than halfway complete and would reach fruition in 4 to 5 days. The expansive drainage system had been finalized, with concrete poured above, and the next major task was road construction. In Fongjiu's plan, he intended to procure a batch of stone on credit, ensuring the main structure of Fongland Villa was completed in one go. With the Hanhai Fong family providing 50 million, there was no need for credit, allowing for a substantial discount on cash purchases of stone, a durable type that would require minimal repairs for at least a century. The external decoration of over 200 houses was nearing completion, while the internal renovations and underground excavation would take some time, but could progress gradually, as long as everything was finished before the summer rains arrived. Road construction was not arbitrary. Zhu Gusheng designed a bagua pattern, with stone paths dividing Fongland Villa into 8 sections. The pathways varied in width, with the narrow ones shaded by dense maple trees, utilizing geographical advantages to create a less cumbersome appearance. In recent days, the workers at Fongland Villa had begun to contemplate the advantages of obtaining a VIP gold card. Once the roads were completed, the area would transform into a more exquisite locale. Thousands of acres of maple trees stood unaccompanied by any other species. The ground was entirely covered by half-inch-tall manicured grass, complemented by the mirror lake filled with geothermal spring water and 7 adjacent hot spring pools, 2 winding artificial waterways, one wide and one narrow, further enhanced the landscape. Fongland Villa had all the makings of an unparalleled beauty, awaiting its grand transformation. Predominantly comprised of centuries-old maple trees, some even reaching a millennium in age, this luxurious garden was unattainable even for the wealthy, especially given its location within the city, a prime retreat of tranquility amidst the urban clamor. After Meng Fei's return, he vanished into obscurity, maintaining his air of mystery. Initially, the workers were apprehensive of this cunning old thief, fearing he might pilfer their belongings. But observing the amicable rapport between Meng Fei and Hetow alleviated many concerns. Though Meng Fei was known for his unscrupulousness, this was Hetow's domain. He would never tarnish Fongland Villa's reputation. Moreover, the astute workers recognized the potential benefits of having the villa's owner on friendly terms with a top-tier thief. This connection provided a fundamental layer of protection, as pickpockets would undoubtedly refrain from operating in a place overseen by Meng Fei. Another advantage lay in the fact that their friends and relatives could visit Fongland Villa and occasionally encounter the old thief. Would he dare act against them? While Meng Fei's reputation was tarnished, he had never targeted acquaintances, making this unspoken advantage immensely significant. Today marked the day of demonstrating sincerity, with each worker calculating the potential benefits of acquiring a VIP gold card for Fongland Villa, along with the political implications of entering the villa, determining an appropriate level of sincerity to present while awaiting the old thief's return. As noon approached, Meng Fei finally appeared, swiftly joining Hetow, who had just concluded filming, casting him a knowing glance. Hetow gestured for calm, asking, "Is there an issue with the Mirror Palace?" Meng Fei, filled with frustration, thought it inappropriate to address such a critical matter publicly. Zheng Shi and the others perked up, listening intently. Hetow insisted, "If there is a problem with the Mirror Palace, it must be addressed openly. We do not expect it to generate profit. Rather, we aim to cultivate connections with esteemed seniors. Fongland Villa is our foundation. We must not lose sight of what truly matters." Realizing Hetow's methods of wealth accumulation had raised the workers' suspicions, Meng Fei understood he needed to redeem himself. How had this boy managed to think so shrewdly? Meng Fei envied him, standing on tiptoe to affectionately pat the smooth side of Hetow's head, exclaiming, "You've taken all the good deeds upon yourself, and all the flattering words belong to you." Hetow wrapped an arm around Meng Fei's shoulder, expressing, in truth, the esteemed senior's decision to purchase VIP gold cards for Fongland Villa already demonstrates ample sincerity, and I am deeply grateful. We must not be greedy. If it were not for the signs revealed by Meng Fei indicating that there was an issue with the Mirror Palace, Hetow's words would have deeply moved them. The question remains, what precisely has transpired within the Mirror Palace? This uncertainty is quite worrisome. Meng Fei stated, "I just examined the entrance to the Mirror Palace. Even those at the Golden Core stage cannot enter, let alone those at the Nascent Soul stage." Fong Katong from Jialan Mountain inquired, "Does that mean only cultivators below the Foundation Establishment stage can enter?" Meng Fei affirmed, "Indeed, only those at the Foundation Establishment or Qi Refinement stages are permitted entry. I was just contemplating that everyone has afforded this lad considerable respect, and since I have a request of him, I cannot simply create a hole for everyone to jump into. I need to ascertain if there is any risk involved. Ultimately, I found myself unable to enter, even when suppressing my power to the Golden Core stage." The gazes of the crowd interlocked. The old rascal was remarkably loyal. To prevent Hetow from being scorned, he had taken the initiative to test the waters, providing everyone with a definitive answer. The children that Meng Fei had taken in required employment at Fongland Cottage. And when Hetow relayed this to Fong Jiao, the perceptive cultivators overheard this conversation. They harbored no doubts about this assertion and developed a fresh perspective on both Meng Fei and Hetow. The fact that Meng Fei could adopt orphans spoke volumes. His ability to trust those grown children to Fongland Cottage revealed even more significant matters. Hetow suggested, "Let us take a look." Meng Fei grasped Hetow's arm, propelling him into the depths of the forest. Yichang, accompanied by Bao Shou, swiftly followed, while Zheng Shi and the others gradually soared through the air towards the military camp. Upon re-encountering these formidable cultivators, the soldiers of the Special Operations Unit had shed their tension. Even Sanfizi took the initiative to open the armory doors, allowing Hetow and the others to enter. Bai Shiyan glanced around and declared, "Fellow Taoists, I am at the Golden Core stage. I shall first confirm the claims of Taoist Meng Fei." The crowd nodded in agreement, and Bai Shiyan leaped into the cave, only to be repelled by a mysterious force that barred outsiders from intruding. There was no need for further verification. If the Golden Core stage could not enter, then those at the Nascent Soul stage certainly could not either. Old rascal Meng Fei was not lying. The threshold of the Mirror Palace was alarmingly low, low enough to pose a challenge for this group of esteemed cultivators. Chapter 20. A word to the wise Zheng Shi's remarked, restricting entry to those above the Gold Core level. The enigma of the Mirror Palace surpasses our understanding. I suspect it is likely adorned with more sophisticated formations, designed as an opportunity for lower-tier practitioners. Hetow stepped back a few paces, covering his ears as he continued to retreat. Meng Fei cast a questioning glance, to which Hetow responded, "There is a voice calling to me. I prefer to keep my distance." Bai Shiyan's eyes gleamed as she inquired, "Is there a voice calling to our young friend within the Mirror Palace?" Hetow nodded, retreating to the entrance of the warehouse. Bai Shiyan declared, "The opportunities within the Mirror Palace are rare. I must seize this chance. Even if I cannot enter, my family's younger generation cannot miss out." Zheng Shi's added, "The same goes for the door to the Netherworld's coffin. It seems we should heed Ilong's suggestion and have Meng Fei initiate the concealed mark." The crowd was filled with indignation. Zheng Shi's had benefited from Hetow's generosity, receiving a VIP gold card for Maple Grove Cottage without cost, yet now he was urging others to contribute. It was evident to all that, after his suggestion, even if he contributed nothing, Hetow would still provide him with a ticket to the Mirror Palace. Hetow praised him internally and slightly bowed, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Zheng, for your kind intentions." However, yesterday, the esteemed seniors generously supported Maple Grove Cottage, helping it overcome a financial crisis. I shall remember this kindness. Since you all have come, it must be fate. Allow me to cultivate this goodwill. Hetow had no intention of seizing the opportunity for monetary gain. Bai Shiyan remarked, "The owner of Maple Grove is astute. Though I am but a junior, I hold great admiration. Regardless of the decision, the Tianin family will undoubtedly offer strong support." Hetow smiled and bowed in acknowledgement, saying, "Let us draw lots. Even if we do not secure a spot in the first round, we may yet find an opportunity to enter the Mirror Palace in the second round. This way, esteemed seniors need not compete based on personal strength or the backing of their families, nor must they resort to monetary offerings. Let chance determine our fates." This proposal was immensely fair, suggesting that Hetow relinquished any potential profit. Initially, Hetow had urged the prominent cultivators to demonstrate their sincerity to earn entry into the Mirror Palace, but now he decisively abandoned that notion, a twist that relieved many hearts. Bai Shiyan jested, "It wouldn't happen to be because you won $1 billion from the Fong family this morning, would it?" Hetow candidly admitted, "Indeed, that is the case. Maple Grove Cottage is heavily in debt, and the pressure on me is immense. I initially intended to profit from your esteemed selves. Do not mock my financial desperation. When one is poor, one lacks ambition. With my financial burden alleviated today, I cannot shamelessly extort from my esteemed seniors. If you find Maple Grove Cottage worthy, it would suffice for me if you and your families could visit occasionally, allowing me the opportunity to learn from you." One thought lingered unspoken in Hetow's mind. His recent win of $1 billion from Fong Russian was indeed due to the influence of these distinguished cultivators. Having alleviated his fiscal crisis, he realized that certain actions must not continue. Earning money may bring temporary joy, but it could cause resentment among the powerful, leading to long-lasting enmity, a perilous path. Meng Fei sensed a new dilemma at the entrance of the Mirror Palace, perfectly positioning Hetow to redeem himself. To openly admit his financial struggles was no shame. A 17-year-old youth who had built such a vast enterprise from scratch was beyond the reach of these eminent cultivators. Hetow's candidness about his difficulties did not earn scorn. Rather, it garnered greater goodwill. Bai Shiyan asserted, "While others may not guarantee it, when the autumn winds rise, the Tianan family will certainly come here to vacation. I have my eye on 5 neighboring buildings. The owner of Maple Grove must reserve them for me." With that, Hetow clasped his hands in gratitude. The Tianan family was poised to reserve 5 houses in one go for their retreat. It was clear that other prominent families would likely not settle for just one house either. Fong Jio's prediction proved accurate. The families were substantial in their endeavors. If the number of gold cards increased, it could pose a challenge. As Zheng Xiai's passed by Hetow, he handed him a black wooden business card, saying, "The ring I gave you needs to be nurtured with mental energy and true qi. It will prove invaluable once you reach the foundation establishment stage. Here is my contact information. Should you face difficulties in the future, Uncle Zheng will not stand idly by." Hetow responded earnestly, "I would rather keep this promise for a lifetime." Zheng Xiai's laughed heartily, finding joy in the boy's words. "I am a cultivator, and my entire sect consists of cultivators. We seldom vacation here. However, if a conference is held, I believe many fellow practitioners would be eager to attend." Hetow, filled with excitement, grasped Zheng Xiai's arm and chuckled, envisioning the profits to be made come autumn, while overlooking other avenues to enhance their reputation. Even if it meant inviting eminent cultivators to this place for discussions at a cost, Maple Grove Cottage would still benefit immensely. Reputation is wealth. A truth Hetow understood deeply. The important thing was that an opportunity was at hand, with dozens of distinguished cultivators from various families and sects present. They could easily organize a small conference. Maple Grove Cottage itself boasted 2 gold core cultivators, Fong Rujing and Tu Sha, as well as the familiar guest Bao Shou, a nascent soul adept in music and feng shui, alongside Meng Fei, a renowned rogue. 21 powerful cultivators were more than sufficient to host a discourse. The advertisement would attract even more eminent cultivators, especially with Hetow leveraging the tickets to the Mirror Palace as a hook. Zheng Xiai's words had awakened Hetow to a new business opportunity. Hetow dashed off, while Zheng Xiai shook his head with a smile. He had not anticipated that Hetow would already be contemplating ways to expand upon this suggestion and seize the opportunity for profit. Hetow sprinted back, finding Fong Jio giving a lecture to several maidservants, seemingly displeased with their performance. Upon seeing Hetow return, Panting and out of breath, Fong Jiao dismissed the maids and, patting Hetow's back, inquired, "What is you so flustered?" Hetow, leaning on his knees, gasped for air before declaring, "Advertisements. Heavyweight media advertisements." Fong Jiao sensed good news and crouched down to ask, "What aspect are we promoting?" Finally catching his breath, Hetow eagerly replied, "Maple Grove Cottage is hosting a discourse conference, featuring these eminent cultivators as speakers, inviting practitioners from across the land to attend. Those participating will have a chance to enter the Mirror Palace." Fong Jiao exclaimed, "What a brilliant idea. This will undoubtedly be a significant event. If it succeeds, Maple Grove Cottage will be gilded." Fong Jiao, raising a finger, proclaimed, "Maple Grove Cottage is blessed with talent and spirit, thus birthing exceptional talents." Hetow joyfully concurred, "Indeed." Fong Jiao raised a second finger, stating, "Maple Grove Cottage is adjacent to the Mirror Palace, and the notorious rogue Meng Fei can activate its formations at any moment." Hetow enthusiastically affirmed, "Correct." Fong Jiao extended a third finger, "We currently host several distinguished cultivators, including 5 nascent soul experts, not to mention the illustrious Meng Fei." Hetow confirmed again, "Absolutely." Waving his fist, Fong Jiao added, "We also have the national beauty Yi Chong, the newly risen Maple Grove Cottage ensemble, with picturesque scenery. All we lack are the broad, ancient stone paths and the classical carriages we've prepared." Hetow straightened, declaring, "The prelude of spring must be released promptly, and we should advertise it simultaneously. Let us strive for a dual purpose." Yi Chong's voice chimed in, "Why not aim for a triple purpose?" Hetow turned, and Fong Jiao stood upright as Yi Chong smiled. "My album will be released soon. Why shouldn't I be included? I will announce the news of my new album's launch while simultaneously publicizing the discourse conference. The impact will not be insignificant." Fong Jiao promptly cast aside Fong Lanting from his thoughts. He was no longer a scion of the Han Haifong clan. Hetow had invested 50 million to extricate him from that lineage. Henceforth, Fong Jiao would be a member of Fongland Shaozhou, and his descendants would regard Fongland Shaozhou as their ancestral home. Fong Jiao asserted with conviction, "Ilong, you ought to engage in more communication with Miss Yiqiang. A lack of timely dialogue may lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. Young people should open their hearts to pursue passionate love, unburdened by the constraints of societal judgment. Go forth and enjoy. The remaining matters will be collaboratively managed by Uncle Jiao and Miss Zhangxia." Hetow was momentarily taken aback. Was there a shift in Uncle Jiao's demeanor? Was he not? Fong Jiao waved his hand dismissively as Hetow took Yiqiang's hand and exited. Turning to Hetow's departing figure, Fong Jiao remarked, "After lunch, make your way to the recording studio. Do not delay." Observing Hetow and Yiqiang leave, engaged in jovial banter, Fong Jiao's face radiated a smile of satisfaction. The voice of Zhu Gushing echoed, "You've truly harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the Han Haifong clan." With a resolute expression, Fong Jiao replied, "I do not harbor hatred. They have broken my heart beyond repair. I feel despair towards the Han Haifong clan." Zhu Gushing stood by the window, gazing into the distance, and remarked, "Nothing is absolute in this world. Nevertheless, your vision for the development of Fongland Shaozhou is commendable. Ilong's ideas, complemented by your support, will undoubtedly lead Fongland Shaozhou to become a premier garden, a forum of great principles, and a sanctuary for relaxation. I admire your aspirations. However, the path is not yet paved, and the overall feng shui has yet to take shape. Thus, disputes are inevitable. Make haste." Chapter 1. An unexpected solution. Feng shui is an enigmatic discipline, more profound than Taoist practices. Its benefits seem omnipresent, yet no one can quantify them. Zhu Gushing has a fondness for Maple Grove Cottage, which was once home to hundreds of families, thousands of residents. Initially, affluent individuals inhabited the area, capable of maintaining the serene environment of the cottage, often employing help for upkeep. However, as the refuse from the metal processing plant accumulated, the wealthy fled, leaving the majority of residents as ordinary citizens. The litter and clogged drains went unattended, and each autumn, when the maple leaves turned crimson, countless tourists arrived, leaving behind a trail of debris. Zhu Gushing was deeply troubled, Had it not been for Hetow's initiative to purchase Maple Grove Cottage, he would have considered leaving. Unable to bear the sight of the pervasive litter, he wished to evade the chaos. With the assistance of Fongland, Hetow acquired Maple Grove Cottage and its surrounding land. From that moment on, the mountains of garbage collapsed, and not only was the litter cleared, but even the weeds and shrubs were removed, replaced by expensive artificial turf that only the affluent would lay in their gardens. The grass, a mere half-inch high, transformed the landscape of Maple Grove Cottage, restoring its former glory. The withered branches and leaves of the maple trees were meticulously pruned, a task entrusted to hired gardeners dedicated to this work. All electrical wiring was concealed within the expansive sewage system, rendering the exterior free of unsightly cables, showcasing over 200 houses redesigned by top-notch architects. The only element lacking was the planned roads, which detracted from the aesthetic appeal of Maple Grove Cottage and its feng shui. Originally, wealthy individuals had constructed roads, but over time, they fell into disrepair and were no longer compliant with regulations. The new roads required a solid foundation, followed by thick stone slabs to create a natural, rustic ambience. Hetow recognized the potential to enhance the reputation of Maple Grove Cottage through these renovations. He sprinted back, employing the swift movements of the thousand birds technique. Returning with a slight ache in his meridians from the exertion, he pulled Ichong deep into the grove, lying on his back, the newly laid soft turf requiring careful maintenance. The staff treaded lightly, fearful of damaging the grass. A few female attendants had recently been reprimanded for stepping on it. As one of the owners of Maple Grove Cottage, Hetow rolled around freely without concern. Ichong knelt beside him, and Hetow tentatively rested his head in her lap. Ichong gently caressed his cheek, feeling an indescribable sense of peace and joy. Arriving at Maple Grove Cottage and witnessing its transformation, Ichong felt an overwhelming pride, knowing this was all due to Hetow's efforts. What astonished Ichong the most was that Hetow had redeemed Fongland from the Han family for 50 million, purchasing Maple Grove Cottage and transforming its environment. While this was merely a business transaction, redeeming Fongland carried a profound sense of camaraderie. It was nearly perfect. If only Fongland were not so entangled with Hetow. Surely, he must be troubled as well, Ichong thought with gentle sympathy in her eyes. Her fingers brushed over Hetow's eyelids as he closed his eyes obediently. Ichong softly instructed, "Just keep your eyes closed and forget about me. Think of me as a trustworthy friend, and you will regain your usual wisdom." Hetow's eyes fluttered beneath his closed lids as Ichong shushed him. "Do not open your eyes, just listen." Hetow grasped her hand and inhaled the faint fragrance lingering on her skin, asking, "What should I say?" Ichong playfully pinched his nose, causing him to open his mouth in protest, and she released him, saying, "Just, talk about the future." After a moment of contemplation, Hetow replied, "3 things: cultivation, managing Maple Grove Cottage, and finding my brother. He has gone far after causing trouble, and I must locate him to assure him that I can protect him. Maple Grove Cottage is our home, a sanctuary free from intrusion." Ichong frowned slightly, wondering who wanted to hear that. After mustering the courage to discuss the future with him, Hetow's response was completely off the mark. Just as she prepared to pinch his nose again as a lesson, she noticed tears glistening in the corners of his eyes, and Hetow had tightly sealed his lips, unable to continue. Struggling to suppress the painful ache in his nose, Hetow gazed at the sky, declaring, "Everything I have is thanks to my brother. I will find him at any cost." Ichong asked, "Why not put out a notice to find him? Let him know you have established yourself." Hetow replied, "I have always hesitated. Initially, I gave the chance to step onto an ordinary path to Lu Xiaojun. One reason was that my master did not wish for me to achieve fame at a young age, and another was my fear that if I became famous, that fool would disappear from my life forever. He would never let anyone know I have a brother who is a thief." When Winter Love Song gained recognition, I realized I had overthought it. That fool is stubborn. No matter how I achieve fame, he will not show himself before me. I suspect he watches me from somewhere, causing a heart-wrenching pain. Ichong gently rubbed the area over Hetow's heart and said, "He fears involving you because you are not strong enough, and your reputation is not significant. Once Maple Grove Cottage successfully hosts a discussion conference, he will surely hear about it. How about this? Let us hold this conference in your and your brother's name. Hetow attempted to sit up, but Yichang pressed his forehead back down. For the first time, Hetow realized the extent of her strength, an overwhelming advantage. As he reclined once more, Yichang embraced his neck, resting his head against her. He could feel her heart racing, mirroring the rapid beat of his own. Meng Fei crouched nearby on a tree branch, captivated by the scene. It was too touching. The old thief discreetly wiped his eyes with the back of his hand. "Your brother is a thief?" he inquired. Hetow and Yichang jumped apart, as if electrified. Yichang looking away as if caught in a compromising situation. Hetow snapped, "What are you doing sneaking around? Do you know how annoying you are?" Meng Fei leisurely peeled sunflower seeds, saying, "You see, if I announce that I am taking your brother as my apprentice." Hetow rushed over, eyes wide with anticipation, staring at the figure perched on the branch. Meng Fei teased, "I'm just saying it casually. You know how much I dislike being serious." Hetow scrambled up the tree, mimicking Meng Fei's crouched pose, flattering him by offering a shoulder massage. "Brother Fei, are you serious?" he asked eagerly. Meng Fei rolled his eyes. "That would be a generational gap. That won't do." Hetow quickly corrected himself. "Uncle Fei." Meng Fei retorted, "I've told you before. Uncle Fei sounds too much like Flying Mouse. Are you trying to annoy me on purpose? Do you have any sincerity?" Hetow shot back, "Are you mocking me? What did I say when you asked for my help?" Meng Fei scoffed. "Back then, your tail was about to shoot into the sky. I had to flatter you before you agreed." "Huh. Hetow, you two can beg for help. I thought you were invincible." Hetow, now calmed, lightly patted Meng Fei's shoulder, saying, "If you agree, I'll let Uncle Jiu announce this in the advertisement. The great thief Meng Fei will take on an apprentice at the discussion conference. That big fool of a brother of mine will definitely rush back." Meng Fei asked, "What trouble has your brother gotten into?" Noticing Yichang pretending to hear nothing, Hetow hesitated before saying, "Do you remember those two scorpions? The son of the vengeful nascent soul elder was, in truth, slain by my hand. Yet the old man has taken this burden upon himself. Neither my master nor Sister Lanting is aware of my involvement in that incident. This treasure was pilfered by my brother, who left it for me before vanishing to an unknown fate." Meng Fei, with a playful demeanor, remarked, "It's settled, don't overthink it. I merely asked in passing. You and Xiao Qiangqiang should continue. I shall speak with Fongjiu. Rest assured." Hetow felt reassured, and with Meng Fei's departure to confer with Fongjiu, it implied that no one was eavesdropping, extending beyond just Hetow's affairs. Hetow grasped the double entendre in the old rogue's words. As he observed Meng Fei leap from the tree, Hetow called after his retreating figure, "My brother has always gone by the name Yichang. His original name was Hishanjun. Do not confuse the two." Meng Fei, growing impatient, exclaimed, "You talk too much." Once Meng Fei had departed, Hetow let out a cheer, performing a somersault from the tree and launching himself toward Yichang. Yichang gracefully sidestepped, retreating. Hetow leapt forward like a black swallow, pursuing Yichang deeper into the maple grove. His meridians had yet to recover, and the force of his qi during the thousand birds technique caused excruciating pain. Yet, filled with exuberance, Hetow disregarded his suffering, determined to catch up with Yichang, even if it meant exhausting himself to the point of spitting blood. Earlier, it seemed Yichang had something to convey. At last, Hetow's mind shifted into gear. He realized he must pursue Yichang, lest he miss something of great significance. The unrelieved shock of qi through his unblocked meridians was more agonizing than a blade slicing his flesh. Hetow's complexion turned ashen, his lithe form swaying unsteadily. Leaning forward, Yichang approached like a gentle breeze, offering her support, her concern palpable. Hetow inhaled deeply to alleviate the acute pain, stating, "The body technique of the thousand birds is a secret method to unblock the meridians, far superior to mere meditation, exponentially so. What appears as practice is, in fact, the unblocking of my meridians, and I find myself growing anxious." Yichang, lips pressed together, regarded Hetow thoughtfully. Hetow opened his mouth, intending to inquire about what Yichang had wished to say, but she wrapped her arms around his waist. As he gazed upon her increasingly near cherry lips, his mind went blank, and he could no longer recall his question.